Chapter 1, Rebirth, and then summoning the school beauty. Su Xian from Class 1, a second-tier early-stage beast tamer, whose natal summoned beast is the moon-treading fox, a 5-star quality beast. My goodness, 5-star quality. This is the first time I've ever seen a 5-star quality summoned beast. No wonder she's Su Xian, she's beautiful, and even her summoned beast is so powerful. Yes, the moon-treading fox is already the pinnacle of summoned beasts among the mythical beast clan, and it's a 5-star quality beast, so this is a huge leap forward. Listening to the surrounding chatter, a stunningly beautiful girl walked off the stage with a smug look on her face. Next, Tang Xian, please come up on stage. Tang Xian from Class 1, are you there? Hey, young Master Tang, it's your turn. At this moment, a classmate standing next to Tang Xian gently nudged him. Tang Xian finally snapped out of his shock. He didn't know why he was there. Because in his mind, he was already dead. But for some reason, when he opened his eyes again, he found himself back in the entrance exam of the Intermediate Beast-Taming Academy more than 10 years ago. This continent is called the Demon Spirit Continent, and it is divided into the East Continent and the West Continent. Tang Xian lives in the Yanxia Kingdom of the East Continent. The people of the Eastern Continent contract with summoned beasts and fight alongside them. The Eastern Continent and the Demon Alliance are allied, and most of their summoned beasts belong to members of the Demon Alliance. However, in Tang Xian's memory, a few years later, due to a conspiracy in the Western Continent, a misunderstanding arose between the Demon Alliance and the Eastern Continent, leading to a break between the two. Since then, the people of the Eastern Continent have been unable to summon powerful summoned beasts, and can only summon some low-level summoned beasts that they raise. Soon after, the Western Continent invaded. However, the people of the Western Continent fight differently from those of the Eastern Continent. They do not rely on summoned beasts, their world is one of swords and magic. Without powerful summoned beasts, the Eastern Continent is no match for the Western Continent. Within 2 years, the Eastern Continent fell. On this side of the Eastern Continent, those who died in battle were killed, and those who survived were captured and enslaved. Tang Xian was one of the many slaves. After obtaining the cultivation methods of the Western Continent, Tang Xian began to cultivate secretly, but was eventually discovered and executed. When he woke up one day, he found that he had been reborn back to the time when he had just entered the Intermediate Beast-Taming Academy. That's right, after school beauty Su Xian, it was his turn. Tang Xian didn't know much about Su Xian. Because today, the Tang family, the #1 family in Yunqing, has been completely wiped out. From today onwards, those who used to fawn over Tang Xian will turn around and trample on him. Until graduation, Tang Xian didn't have much interaction with these people. But one thing Tang Xian remembered very clearly was that he summoned the same moon-treading fox as Su Xian, although his moon-treading fox was of very low quality, only a few stars. If the growth rate of a 0-star summoned beast is 1x, then the growth rate of a 5-star summoned beast is 1.5x. Don't underestimate 1.5 times its equivalent to your summoned beast training for 10 years while someone else trains for 15. Moreover, among ordinary summoned beasts, 5 stars is the highest. Next are spirit beasts, with a 3x growth rate. Next up are mythical beasts, with a 10x growth rate. As for spirit beasts and divine beasts, 1 in approximately 100,000 people possesses a spirit beast. As for mythical beasts, just listen to them, they are something you can only encounter by chance. But Tang Xian remembered that even when the alliance between the Eastern Continent Alliance and the Demon Alliance was broken, his moon-treading fox remained loyal to him and eventually died fighting against the invasion of the Western Continent. Tang Xian strode onto the stage. He is very excited because he will be able to see his moon-treading fox again. It may not be strong, but it will never abandon you until the very end. After his rebirth, Tang Xian adopted some of the cultivation methods from the Western Continent. At least this time, we must ensure we have the strength to protect the Western Continent before it invades. A green summoning circle appeared. This was the color of a second-tier beast tamer's array. At this moment, a figure appeared within the magic circle. Tang Xian thought to himself, "Little fox, we can finally meet again." At this moment, Tang Xian could no longer suppress his excitement. He rushed into the summoning array and hugged the figure that appeared in the center of the array. "It smells so good." "Wait, little fox, do you really smell that good? Also, the texture of your fur is different," Tang Xian said while touching the figure that appeared in the magic circle. Meanwhile, the audience below the stage was speechless with astonishment. A sharp slap snapped Tang Xian back to reality from his joy at the reunion. Upon closer inspection, he realized that what appeared in his summoning circle was not his moon-treading fox, but Su Xian, who had just stepped down from the stage. No wonder it smells so good, no wonder it feels different. Su Xian's face flushed red, and she glared angrily at Tang Xian. To be honest, Tang Xian was also completely bewildered. Isn't this like going back to more than 10 years ago? Why is it different from back then? According to the original storyline, I should have summoned the moon-treading fox, but why did Su Xian emerge from the magic circle? Regarding Su Xian, Tang Xian only remembered that this proud and privileged girl liked to hang around a guy named Meng Jian. Meng Jian could be considered a chosen one, but his character was terrible. He had at least a dozen women around him, but almost none of them had a good ending. Moreover, his cultivation level was all thanks to those women, who gave Meng Jian a lot of rare and precious materials. Finally, when the Western continent invaded the Eastern continent, that guy betrayed the Eastern continent, became a lackey of the Western continent, and turned around to slaughter his own compatriots. Su Xian disappeared around that time. After all, things were so chaotic during the war she might have been killed. Wait. Tang Xian suddenly remembered something. No, he had seen Su Xian since then. After the fall of the Eastern continent, Tang Xian was captured and enslaved. With the help of someone, he obtained the cultivation methods of the Western continent, but he was discovered while cultivating and was then executed. On his deathbed, he saw Su Xian one last time. At that moment, Su Xian hugged him and cried bitterly, but Tang Xian didn't know what she said, because he had already closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he was back in this moment. How is it? Smells good, right? Suddenly, a voice rang in Tang Xian's mind. A sweet female voice, but with a slight reverberation. Who are you? Tang Xian asked. Me? Hee, of course I'm an omnipotent god, it was I who gave you rebirth. So, I really went back more than 10 years? But why don't the events from back then match up? I should have summoned the moon-treading fox. I did something a little trick, remember that. I gave you a second chance at life, and you only have one task. What mission? If you fail to win over Su Xian, both of you will be eliminated. Your first task is to confess your love to Su Xian 100 times. Damn it, are you crazy? Where's my little fox? Give it back to me. Tang Xian said. Confess your love to Su Xian 100 times, and the reward will be your right eye, which can see the weaknesses of summoned beasts. You're sure about the right eye that can see the summoned beast's weakness? Sure. With a slap, another slap landed, instantly pulling Tang Xian back from his conversation with the self-proclaimed god. Being summoned by Tang Xian for no reason and then being hugged by him had already made Su Xian extremely angry. However, Tang Xian was completely stunned at this moment, and didn't even say sorry, which made Su Xian, who was furious, slap Tang Xian again. In fact, everyone is stunned now, including the teachers on the college's side. This was also the first time they had ever seen a summoning circle summon a person. Su Xian, I like you. Be my girlfriend. At that moment, Tang Xian's words caused an uproar at the scene. Reborn and back, Tang Xian wants to become stronger, make up for his past regrets, and if possible, change the fate of the Eastern continent. But to achieve this, he needed to increase his strength, and the reward this self-proclaimed god gave him was exactly what he needed. In the Eastern continent, being able to clearly see the weaknesses of summoned beasts is as absurd as using a wall hack in a shooting game. Chapter 2 Didn't I already summon it? Su Xian stood there, stunned. She never expected Tang Xian to suddenly confess his feelings to her. However, at this point, the people in the audience started to jeer. Say yes, say yes. Those who joined in the commotion were simply drawn to Tang Xian's status as the young master of the Tang family. As these people cheered, a young man in the audience looked at Tang Xian with clenched fists and gritted teeth, wishing he could tear Tang Xian to pieces. And he was Meng Jian. Idiot. Su Xian cursed at this moment, then turned and left the stage. Su Xian's scolding actually relieved Meng Jian. My god, the goddess swore, someone said. At this moment, Tang Xian laughed and said, your goddess not only swears, but she also poops. How about that? Has her perfect image in your hearts changed? Tang Xian's words left everyone speechless. Su Xian's lips twitched slightly as she stepped off the stage. Hey Su Xian, don't go, I like you, I like you, I like you. Tang Xian continued. At the same time, he communicated with the guy who claimed to be a god, saying, these 3 likes count as 3 confessions of love. Tang Xian didn't care. Having come back from the ashes, he had already experienced so much in his previous life, and he didn't feel ashamed of it. Most importantly, confessing your love 100 times will grant you the cheat code to see the weaknesses of summoned beasts. Su Xian could be said to have fled in disarray. Ahem, at this moment, the teacher on the stage coughed twice and said, Tang Xian from class 1, the summoning failed. Next, Meng Jian from class 1, please come up on stage. Teacher, where did I fail? Didn't I summon it? Tang Xian asked. You summoned Su Xian up here, does that count as a success? Even if it is, she didn't sign a contract with you. Alright, Meng Jian from class 1, hurry up and come up on stage. The teacher seemed unwilling to discuss this issue with Tang Xian any further. After all, even they didn't understand what was going on. This is the first time that a summoning has actually brought a person to life. The reason they don't want to discuss this issue further is that they don't know the reason, and continuing the discussion would only make them appear ignorant. As a teacher, not knowing the reason is shameful. Therefore, they urged Meng Jian to take the stage as soon as possible. As for why Tang Xian summoned Su Xian, they considered it a mistake and let it pass. Just then, Meng Jian took the stage. It must be said that Meng Jian is about 1.8 meters tall and has a fair complexion. At 15 or 16 years old, 1.8 meters tall, and with fair skin, such an appearance would indeed attract some naive young girls. Sure enough, as soon as Meng Jian took the stage, people below cheered. Meng Jian walked up to Tang Xian, glanced at him disdainfully, and said, Young Master Tang, you should go now. It's my turn to summon you. Tang Xian didn't have a good impression of Meng Jian. It's not that he will have many women around him in the future, or that even Su Xian will revolve around him. Tang Xian didn't care about any of this. Even when he confessed his feelings to Su Xian, it was only for the reward. Tang Xian disliked him because of this guy's ultimate act of betraying his country for personal gain. Tang Xian didn't consider himself a good person, but at least when faced with the invasion from the western continent, he refused to yield and showed the courage of a man from the hot summer. Meng Jian, in order to survive, betrayed the eastern continent and even slaughtered his compatriots. Oof. Tang Xian snorted coldly and stepped off the stage. He knew that Meng Jian had summoned the demon-suppressing sword. Summoning by destiny can involve not only monsters, but also weapons with spirits. Such people are called weapon masters. When the western continent invaded, many people lost their summoned beasts because the eastern continent broke with the demon alliance. The only ones capable of resistance are these weapon masters, but their numbers are small, so how could they possibly withstand the invasion of so many people from the western continent? Just after Tang Xian stepped down from the stage, he heard gasps of surprise from below. Weapon masters are very rare on the continent. The ratio of weapon masters to beast masters is approximately 1 to 10. When Meng Jian summoned the demon-suppressing sword, the entire audience gasped in amazement, with many expressing envy. As time went on, the entrance exams came to an end. Of all the people present, only Tang Xian was unqualified. His summoning failed. Tang Xian was speechless. According to his memory, he should have summoned the moon-treading fox. However, the appearance of this self-proclaimed god caused problems with his summoning. However, Tang Xian also thought this was a good idea. At least the little fox wouldn't have to suffer with him. In his previous life, the Tang family was destroyed, and he couldn't even give the little fox any extra resources. The fact that it was reborn and didn't summon it at least proves that it was alive and well in the Demon Alliance and didn't have to suffer with him before dying in battle. For Tang Xian, whether or not he has a summoned beast is irrelevant. Because he possesses cultivation methods from the western continent. In his previous life, he awakened the poison attribute. If nothing unexpected happens, he will awaken the poison attribute again in this life. Tang Xian left before school was over. Back at the Tang family home, everyone was in a state of chaos, frantically packing their belongings. Upon seeing Tang Xian return, a middle-aged man ran over, pointed at Tang Xian's nose, and cursed, Tang Xian, look what happened. It's all your father's fault. If he hadn't taken away most of the family's elites back then, our Tang family wouldn't have ended up like this. The speaker was Tang Xian's second uncle, Tang Long, who is also the current acting head of the Tang family. The true head of the Tang family is Tang Xian's father. 5 years ago, the Tang family received intelligence that a divine beast was appearing on Sakura Island. Tang Xian's parents then led a group of elites from their family to Sakura Island, and there has been no further news of them since. In Tang Xian's memory, he never saw his parents again until his death in his previous life. There had been no news of them for many years, and even now their fate was unknown. The Tang family's downfall this time was also due to Tang Long's son, Tang Xian's cousin, who offended someone from a powerful force. Fearing retaliation, they are now planning to flee Yun City. In his previous life, Tang Xian never received any news of them again after they escaped. The Tang family also disappeared from the history of Yuncheng. In his previous life, Tang Xian couldn't accept this. After all, the contrast between going from the young master of the most prestigious family in Yun City to a homeless and destitute person was so great that it was hard to accept. However, after experiencing one lifetime, Tang Xian was no longer moved by it. After all, compared to what he experienced later, this was nothing. "Goodbye, second uncle," Tang Xian said calmly before turning and leaving. Seeing Tang Xian so calm, Tang Long stood there stunned for a long time, staring blankly at Tang Xian's departing figure. Tang Xian was about to go to a forest on the outskirts of Yuncheng. In his previous life, he had lived alone in that forest for 3 years. Tang Xian has no plans to leave Yun City yet. First, he needs the college's resources. Secondly, Su Xian is still in Yuncheng. He may not have had much interaction with Su Xian in his past life. He only remembers the scene of Su Xian suddenly appearing and hugging him and crying before he died. But it seems that he is destined to cross paths with Su Xian in this life. Because this self-proclaimed god gave him the task of seducing Su Xian. Having experienced everything in his past life, Tang Xian's emotions had become indifferent. All he wanted was the reward promised to him by this self-proclaimed god. Chapter 3: The 100th Confession. Tang Xian arrived at the woods on the outskirts of Yuncheng. He simply set up a makeshift, habitable tent. Tang Xian then sat cross-legged on the ground, intending to awaken his abilities using the cultivation methods of the Western continent. Spiritual energy gathered in Tang Xian's body. The cultivation method in the Western continent involves strengthening oneself with spiritual energy. The cultivation method in the Eastern continent involves forming contracts with summoned beasts and using spiritual energy to strengthen them. Summoned beasts grow quickly generally. Summoned beasts that have passed their infancy will have a certain combat power. Therefore, when people from the Eastern continent have summoned beasts, they will generally have an advantage over those from the Western continent if they are the same age. However, without summoned beasts, the Eastern continent is no match for the Western continent. In his previous life, Tang Xian secretly learned the cultivation methods of the Western continent while he was captured and enslaved, and awakened the poison attribute. In this life, Tang Xian still awakens the poison attribute. Within his spiritual sea, Tang Xian also encountered the man who claimed to be a god. She was wearing a mask, so her face was not visible. "Are you a god?" Tang Xian asked. "Yes." Tang Xian said, "I can't sense any divinity in you. To give you rebirth and grant you immense power, isn't this an ability only gods possess?" Tang Xian smiled and said, "Whatever. I'm just curious why you want me to pursue Su Xian. I don't know much about her, I only remember that she likes to be around Meng Jian. You'll have to figure out your own story about her yourself. If someone else tells you, it's meaningless, it's like listening to someone else's story. Alright, start cultivating on your own. I'll provide you with cultivation items when necessary. Of course, there's no such thing as a free lunch, you have to complete the tasks I give you." Tang Xian could sense that this guy had many secrets. However, Tang Xian couldn't get any more information from her now, she probably wouldn't say anything. Tang Xian had no idea what her real purpose was. Now they can only take it one step at a time. At least for now, her existence is not a bad thing for Tang Xian. "How should I address you? Should I call you God?" "But I really can't sense your divinity," Tang Xian said. "You can call me Huan." "Huan, you just said that I need to slowly recall the things between Su Xian and me. Do you mean that my current memories of her are incomplete?" Having been reborn and experienced more, he could naturally glean some clues from the words of others. Having experienced a lot, he has become very calm and composed. He is not surprised by these things, but accepts them calmly. As I said, you have to figure it out yourself, it's pointless for someone else to tell you. Alright, whatever. All I have to do now is confess to her, right? I've already confessed 4 times today, so there are still 96 more to go, Tang Xian said. In the days that followed, Tang Xian confessed his feelings to Su Xian several times almost every day. He could always appear in front of Su Xian at any time of day, morning, noon, or night, and then confess his feelings. This almost drove Su Xian to the brink of collapse. The others also mocked Tang Xian at this time. They said he was a toad trying to eat swan meat. Because the Tang family was destroyed, everyone's attitude towards Tang Xian changed. When he first confessed his feelings to Su Xian, everyone cheered him on, urging her to accept. Now, all they do is mock Tang Xian. However, Tang Xian didn't care at all about the ridicule from the crowd. Having been given a second chance at life, he no longer cared about what others thought of him. My 99th confession failed. During this confession, Tang Xian was beaten up by Su Xian quite a few times. She has quite a temper. After being confessed to by Tang Xian so many times, she gets annoyed and can't help but take action. Fortunately, he had already tried 99 times, and now he only needed to do it one last time to complete the first task that Huan had given him. This is the last time I'm confessing my feelings. Early in the morning, Tang Xian filled the academy's training ground with flowers. The flowers were arranged in a heart shape, and Su Xian's name was placed inside with more flowers. Huan was very dissatisfied because the first 99 confessions were too perfunctory. Therefore, for her final confession, Huan requested that it be a grand affair. Tang Xian didn't care. Let it be grand, as long as you deliver on your promised rewards. At this time, most students had not yet arrived at the academy, and only the students living in the academy got up for their morning training and saw the flowers on the training ground. The students, curious, gathered around. Although Tang Xian had confessed his feelings to Su Xian many times during this period, and everyone had gotten used to it, this was the first time it had been done in such a grand manner. As time went on, students who did not live on campus also began to arrive at the college. Entering from the academy, one inevitably passes through the training ground, so everyone can immediately see that a large number of people have gathered there. Driven by curiosity, everyone comes to take a look. Su Xian is here. Just then, Huan reminded Tang Xian. Tang Xian quickly spotted Su Xian in the crowd. At this moment, Su Xian's eyes met Tang Xian's, and she turned to leave. Su Xian was very troubled. She didn't know what this guy liked about her. If she knew, she would definitely change. Su Xian, I like you. Tang Xian shouted at Su Xian at this moment. Su Xian, who originally wanted to leave, was pushed into the middle of the scene by a group of people who loved to watch the drama unfold. These people just wanted to see Tang Xian make a fool of himself. Tang Xian, if you're so keen on this, why don't you go to the exchange and choose a proper summoned beast? Right now, you're the only one in the class without a summoned beast. The academy's resources are allocated based on the class's overall performance, and you'll drag down our class's score, causing us to receive fewer resources. Also, what do you like about me? Can I change it? Su Xian said irritably. Tang Xian replied, I like the way you dress. Can you change it? You? Su Xian was furious. How could this guy be so shameless? Damn it, how dare you, a piece of trash, confess your feelings to Su Xian? Just then, a slightly chubby boy swaggered up. Then, without any hesitation, he kicked away the flowers that Tang Xian had placed on the ground. Du Wenxiang, a member of the Du family in Yuncheng. When the Tang family was still around, Du Wenxiang was incredibly obsequious to Tang Xian. However, after the Tang family was destroyed, this guy no longer took Tang Xian seriously, and felt like he had turned the tables and become the master. Tang Xian knew that Du Wenxiang liked Su Xian. In his previous life, he had a feud with Su Xian because of their conflict. Unfortunately, Meng Jian was a chosen one. In the end, his hatred for Meng Jian grew so deep that the Du family was wiped out. However, in this life, because Tang Xian confessed his feelings to Su Xian, and because Tang Xian is now nothing more than a stray dog in Du Wenxiang's eyes, he will not go looking for trouble with Meng Jian in this life, but instead provoke Tang Xian. Straighten the flowers, then get out of here, Tang Xian said coldly. Tang Xian's words seemed to lower the temperature of the surrounding air by several degrees. The students around couldn't help but shiver. Even Su Xian, who was standing next to her, was stunned for a moment. This feeling was incredibly intense, filled with murderous intent. A freshman who has just entered the Intermediate Beast-Taming Academy can actually have such a murderous aura. There was no other way. After all, Tang Xian had been reborn and returned. After experiencing the invasion of the Western continent, he had witnessed too much life and death, and his hands were stained with a lot of blood. Therefore, compared to these newborn eggs who have never experienced life or death, his killing intent is naturally much stronger. Chapter 4, Even if the Emperor himself came, I would still choose 3. Seeing Tang Xian's cold gaze, Du Wenxiang couldn't help but take a few steps back. That murderous gaze made you feel like you'd be in mortal danger if you just glanced at it. But then he thought, why should he be afraid of Tang Xian? The Tang family is finished. Tang Xian is now nothing more than a stray dog. In addition, his summoning failed, and now he doesn't even have his own summoned beast anymore. So why should I be afraid of him? Tang Xian, are you fucking looking for death? Do you still think you're the young master of the Tang family? If you stay like this, I'll kill you and no one will say a word for you. Now I'm giving you a chance. Kneel down and apologize to me, then eat all these flowers you arranged, and I'll let you go, Du Wenxiang said arrogantly. Then Du Wenxiang quickly said to Su Xian, who was standing next to him, Su Xian, don't worry, as long as I'm here, this bastard will never bother you again. Su Xian ignored her and turned to leave. Su Xian ignored Du Wenxiang, which made him feel very embarrassed. At this point, he can only vent his anger on Tang Xian. You good for nothing, it's all your fault for upsetting Su Xian. With that, Du Wenxiang slapped Tang Xian across the face. With a snap. This wasn't the sound of Du Wenxiang slapping Tang Xian across the face, but rather Tang Xian grabbing Du Wenxiang's wrist. You still dare to block me? Du Wenxiang said. But the next second, Du Wenxiang felt a sharp pain in his wrist. He couldn't help but shout. Then, Tang Xian slammed him down with force. With a loud thud, Du Wenxiang was thrown to the ground, rolling several meters away. Su Xian hadn't gone far when Du Wenxiang rolled right at her feet. This scene shocked everyone around. Su Xian was also stunned for a moment and stopped walking. Her gaze fell on Du Wenxiang's wrist. At this moment, Du Wenxiang's wrist turned purple, and the purple color spread along the blood vessels, which should be poison. Tang Xian, I'm going to tear you to pieces today. Du Wenxiang said angrily as he got up from the ground. I never expected to lose face in front of Su Xian. If I don't beat Tang Xian to death today, I won't be able to get my revenge. Come forth, my summoned beast, Blue Eyes Mad Wolf. A green summoning circle appeared. This is the color of a second-tier beast tamer's summoning circle. With a wolf howl, a rabid wolf with blue eyes and slightly blue fur was summoned. You bastard, without a summoned beast, what do you have to fight me with? Du Wenxiang said. Who said I don't have any? Tang Xian said, activating the summoning array. However, the next second, Su Xian, who had just left the training ground, saw the green summoning circle appear under her feet and couldn't help but want to curse. That's right, Tang Xian summoned Su Xian to his side again. Su Xian, it's you I've decided on. Decide my foot. Su Xian angrily punched Tang Xian on the head and said, if you dare to use summoning magic again, I won't let you off. Su Xian was also puzzled. So much time had passed, why was it still her that Tang Xian summoned? Tang Xian didn't want to either. It was a natal summon, summoned through a summoning circle. Generally speaking, if you don't sign a contract with the summoned beast after your destined summon, the summoned beast will change after a period of time. However, even if it is changed, the strength and talent of the summoned beast will be similar to the first one, because the natal summoned beast is based on the beast tamer's talent. Therefore, the idea of exploiting a bug by not contracting with a summoned beast and waiting for a good one to appear is not feasible. At most, you can choose the race and appearance of the summoned beast. As for its strength, it will match the beast tamer's own talent. However, more than half a month had passed since Su Xian was last summoned, and it turned out that Su Xian was still the one summoned. Tang Xian, you bastard, if you've got the guts, don't stand behind Su Xian. Du Wenxiang roared angrily. He was envious. Why was Tang Xian able to summon Su Xian to his side? Why wasn't it him who could summon Su Xian? Huan, you're not telling me that even if I don't form a contract, my destined summon will always be Su Xian, right? You got it right. Hey, don't mess with me. She's a human being, she can't sign a contract with me. Not necessarily. Forget it, we can discuss this later. I just confessed to Su Xian 100 times, what's the reward? Here you go, with your right eye that allows you to see the weaknesses of summoned beasts. Just then, a golden light appeared in Tang Xian's right pupil. When he saw Du Wenxiang's blue-eyed wolf again, he noticed that it was somewhat different. A red mark appeared on the belly of the blue-eyed wolf that was its weak point. Tang Xian, remember this, if you use your natal summoning technique again, you're dead. Su Xian left these words angrily. She didn't care about the fight between Du Wenxiang and Tang Xian. In her view, Tang Xian was bound to lose. After all, there was almost no comparison between a human and a summoned beast. Even if Du Wenxiang's blue-eyed mad wolf is a summoned beast that has just emerged from its infancy, its strength is still that of a lesser demon. However, its combat power is definitely stronger than that of a beast tamer without summoned beasts. Blue-eyed wolf, tear him to pieces. Du Wenxiang ordered Blue-eyed wolf after Su Xian left. With a howl, the blue-eyed wolf pounced on Tang Xian. You bastard, even if you don't die today, you'll still have to bite off a piece of your flesh for my blue-eyed wolf's breakfast, Du Wenxiang said smugly. At this moment, some of the more timid students around had already closed their eyes. In their eyes, the next second, Tang Xian would definitely be bitten to a bloody pulp by the blue-eyed wolf. But the next second, a scream of agony rang out. That voice is clearly not a human voice. Upon closer inspection, everyone recognized the scream as coming from the blue-eyed mad wolf. At this moment, the blue-eyed wolf was curled up on the ground, and a patch on its belly had turned purple. The purple color didn't look like a bruise, it looked like poison. Tang Xian cultivated using the cultivation methods of the Western continent and awakened the poison attribute. The one I just used was the poison fist. Attack the target with your fist, inflicting poison damage. In fact, with Tang Xian's current strength, it wouldn't be so easy to defeat the blue-eyed wolf without attacking its weaknesses, since it is a summoned beast. But if you can see the weaknesses of the summoned beasts and attack those weaknesses, then it becomes much easier. Just like the Blue Eyes Frenzy now, once its weak point is hit, it's finished with a single punch. How is this possible? My blue-eyed wolf. Du Wenxiang rushed over and quickly hugged the blue-eyed wolf to his chest. The people around Tang Xian looked at him incredulously. Everyone was incredulous that Tang Xian had actually defeated a summoned beast without summoning it himself. Although it was only a minor demon-level summoned beast, the difference in power between a summoned beast and a human was enormous. Poison. You poisoned me. Du Wenxiang panicked when he saw the blue-eyed wolf's abdomen turning purple, and the purple color spreading along its veins. It's not just this mongrel dog, it's you too, Tang Xian said. Upon closer inspection, Du Wenxiang discovered that he also had purple marks of poison on his wrist. Damn it, give me the antidote right now. Du Wenxiang roared. Tang Xian said, this poison won't kill you, it will disappear naturally after 3 days. However, you'll suffer a fate worse than death during these 3 days, so enjoy it. You've ruined my confession, so you'll have to be punished eventually. Damn it, Tang Xian, you stray dog, the Du family will not let you get away with this. Tang Xian snorted coldly, completely ignoring these things. He is all alone now and has nothing to fear from the Du family. Moreover, this self-proclaimed god probably won't let him die now. Not bad, you've completed the first task. Now you can choose one of the next tasks. Choose one. Yes, choose one. First, hug Su Xian reward, 1 Twilight Spirit Pill. Second, confess your love to Su Xian 100 more times, and you will be rewarded with 1 Marrow Cleansing Pill. Third, kiss Su Xian, and the reward will be a left eye that can clearly see the attributes and evolution paths of summoned beasts. 3, I choose 3, even if the Emperor himself comes, I will still choose 3. Chapter 5 Cloud City Trading Center. Twilight Spirit Pill is a pill that can enhance the cultivation level of beast tamers below the 3rd rank. The Marrow Cleansing Pill can cleanse the marrow of young summoned beasts, thus changing their quality. However, the quality of the change is random, it may become stronger or weaker. Moreover, a summon can only use 1 summon in its lifetime, and it can only be used during its infancy. These 2 types of pills are considered to be very good pills in the early stages, and they are expensive. However, the left eye, which can clearly see the attributes and evolution path of summoned beasts, is more cost-effective. The attributes of summoned beasts are generally known only to the beast tamer. Often, not knowing the opponent's abilities can lead to being at a disadvantage. The evolutionary path is unknown even to the beast tamers themselves. Many summoned beasts have the potential to evolve into powerful summoned beasts, but they don't know the specific evolution path, which leads to them not achieving better evolution conditions and wasting the potential of the summoned beasts. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible to see the evolution path of a summoned beast. Therefore, if Tang Xian chooses option 3, the ability he gains will be unique. Okay, then you have 3 days to kiss Su Xian. What? 3 days? Yes. This is no problem for me. As he spoke, a green summoning circle appeared beneath Tang Xian's feet. Good heavens, he actually used his signature summon again. The next second, Su Xian appeared inside the summoning circle. Su Xian was on the verge of a breakdown. Positioning, sneak attack. Just then, before Su Xian could react, Tang Xian rushed up and prepared to kiss her on the cheek. He didn't care what would happen after they kissed. All he cares about is the reward. With a pop sound, Tang Xian, failed. Su Xian reacted quickly. The moment she noticed Tang Xian leaning in, she covered his lips with her hand. Tang Xian, die. The next second, there was a loud bang as Su Xian punched Tang Xian, sending him flying 720 degrees in midair before crashing to the ground. Next, Su Xian summoned her destined summon beast, the moon-treading fox. It was a one-tailed fox with a pinkish-white gradient. At the feet of the moon-treading fox was a moon-shaped halo, from which the moon-treading fox got its name. As the moon fox's strength increases, this crescent-shaped halo will gradually change from a new moon to a full moon. Moon fox, go! Kill him! Su Xian roared furiously. At this moment, Su Xian was a little out of control. Not only was she inexplicably summoned by Tang Xian, but this guy had even tried to steal a kiss from her just now, which Su Xian couldn't tolerate. If I kill you, I won't be summoned by you anymore, Su Xian said angrily. Oh no, stop messing around. I was wrong. I won't summon anymore, I won't summon again, Tang Xian said. Su Xian's moon-treading fox is quite powerful. Through his right eye, Tang Xian discovered that this moon-treading fox had no weaknesses. Run! Or are you just waiting to die? At this moment, Huan said. Damn it, it's all your fault. Tang Xian said to Huan as he ran away. Only after escaping the academy and seeing that Su Xian hadn't chased after him did Tang Xian breathe a sigh of relief, realizing he had escaped with his life. Given Su Xian's furious state just now, if we hadn't run away, we might have actually been killed by her. I can't go back to the academy until she calms down. Can the mission be changed? Tang Xian asked. Didn't you say you'd choose number 3 even if the emperor himself came? You can't change it. Never mind, I need a summoned beast now. I've lost my destined summoned beast, but I need to get a regular summoned beast, Tang Xian said. Beast masters can use the skills of their summoned beasts. The enhancement skills learned by beast tamers can also be used to enhance their summoned beasts. A summoned beast that is not the user's destined summoned beast will not share its skills with the beast tamer. Furthermore, the skills learned by a beastmaster cannot be used on summoned beasts that are not their native summons. Therefore, there is a significant difference between your destined summon and your non-destined summon. Of course, beastmasters have the ability to contract other summoned beasts based on their own mental strength. Generally, non-native summoned beasts are contracted to strengthen the native summoned beast. Since Tang Xian doesn't have a natal summoned beast, he needs an ordinary summoned beast with combat power. Although he cultivates using the cultivation methods of the Western continent, he also possesses combat abilities. However, the skill stones available in the Eastern continent are not found in the Western continent. Therefore, in the Western continent, if you want to acquire skills, you have to kill monsters of the corresponding attributes. The monster cores left behind after a monster dies can be used for alchemy, crafting items and weapons, etc. On the Western continent, the demon core has another function, imprinting skills. Having a demon core gives you a chance to imprint one of a demon beast's random skills onto a spirit stone, which you can then learn. A demon beast that possesses a demon core is at least a great demon-level demon beast. Tang Xian's current strength is insufficient to deal with demonic beasts of the great demon level, and demonic beasts with poison attributes are particularly difficult to deal with. Therefore, there is no hope for him in terms of personal skills for the time being. To quickly improve one's combat power, one must find a non-native summon beast to form a contract with. The best place to obtain non-native summon beasts is, firstly, to capture them in the wild, which is free but very dangerous. Because you can't beat higher-level monsters, and the difference in strength between you and the summoned beast is too great, your mental strength is weaker than the other parties, and you will suffer a backlash when you form a contract. Low-level juvenile summoned beasts are mostly protected by high-level summoned beasts. Besides capturing them in the wild, the second method is purchasing them from exchanges. While artificially raised summoned beasts may lack the wildness of wild summoned beasts, they are very beginner-friendly. Because they have long been domesticated, they almost never resist when making a contract, so it is very safe. At this point, Tang Xian decided to go to the exchange to take a look. The college has distributed this month's resources. Using these resources to exchange for a young summoned beast, even if its quality isn't high, isn't a big problem. Yunqing Exchange, also known as Yunqing Trading Center. The items traded here include not only summoned beasts, but also various items powered by psionic energy, such as armor, weapons, elixirs, and magical treasures. In short, anything related to cultivation, as long as it's not particularly rare, can be found here. A trading center means that you can not only buy, but also sell. Tang Xian first sold the resources distributed by the academy this month. Although he needed these resources for cultivation, it would be more suitable for him to exchange them for a summoned beast at the moment. These resources were sold for a total of 5 spirit stones. 5 spirit stones are basically enough to buy a young beast summon of quality 1 star or lower. Below 1 star is 0 star, which is the most common among the summoned beast races. Unfortunately, Tang Xian is no longer the young master of the Tang family. He can't afford high-quality, high-species summoned beasts. After collecting the spirit stones, Tang Xian headed to the summoned beast trading area. Goodness, this place is huge. In addition to the fixed shops, there are also many mobile vendors on both sides of the road. Small summoned beasts are kept in cages, while large summoned beasts are mostly chained. Here, the sounds of various summoned beasts can be heard everywhere. Moreover, the smell here is quite intoxicating. Summoned beasts aren't people, they excrete directly when they need to, so the smell here is indeed intoxicating. Young man, want to buy a summoned beast? Look at this daffy chicken, it just hatched today. Look how handsome it is, and it can even play ball. It would be great to buy it for entertainment. Chapter 6 Bloodflame Winged Tiger. Boss, I don't want an entertainment type summoned beast. I don't play ball. I want a combat type summoned beast, Tang Xian said. Upon hearing this, the boss laughed and said, combat type? Yes, we have that. What's your budget? 5 spirit stones. When the shopkeeper heard that Tang Xian only had 5 spirit stones, his smiling face instantly fell. The owner then coldly said, this is a premium stall. What are you doing here with your 5 spirit stones? Get out of here. The boss impatiently chased Tang Xian away. Keep going, there's something good there. At this moment, Huan suddenly spoke to Tang Xian. Following Huan's instructions, Tang Xian continued walking forward. Don't let it get away, catch it quickly. Just then, Tang Xian suddenly heard someone shouting in front of him, and it seemed that there was chaos ahead. Get ready, it's coming, good stuff. Just then, Tang Xian saw a blood-red figure suddenly dart out from the chaotic crowd ahead. Stop right there, you damned beast. I'll kill you when I catch you. A man, clutching his bleeding arm, roared furiously from behind. At that moment, the red figure had already darted in front of Tang Xian. Tang Xian also saw its true form, which was a small tiger with blood-red fur. The bloodflame winged tiger is extremely wild and very difficult to tame. It cannot be artificially raised without a contract, because if a bloodflame winged tiger is captured and cannot escape, it will starve itself to death, Huan said. Tang Xian also knew something about the bloodflame winged tiger. In its juvenile stage, the bloodflame winged tiger, apart from its blood-red fur, is otherwise similar to other tiger-type demonic beasts. However, when it enters the sub-adult stage, it will grow wings on its back and have the ability to fly, which is the origin of the name winged tiger. Bloodflame winged tiger, fire attribute, naturally belligerent. At this moment, the bloodflame winged tiger had already run up to Tang Xian. With a loud whoosh, it pounced on Tang Xian. This bloodflame winged tiger is currently in its juvenile stage, and its roar is not as majestic as when it is an adult. Instead, it has a cute feel to it. If it finds that a human is blocking its way, it will pounce on and attack without hesitation. Through his right eye, Tang Xian discovered the weakness of this bloodflame winged tiger. Its right leg is injured, so its current weakness is on its right leg. Just as it pounced, Tang Xian used one hand to block it and the other to grab its right leg. With a roar, the bloodflame winged tiger bit down on Tang Xian's wrist. The pain made Tang Xian grit his teeth. However, Tang Xian took the opportunity to press it to the ground and subdue it. After all, it was just a young tiger, and its fighting power was limited. At this moment, several people ran over from behind. The injured man said, "Young man, thanks. This beast managed to break through the cage and escape when I wasn't looking. I accidentally got bitten when I tried to catch it, but luckily you caught it. Is your wrist injury all right? I have some medicine for bites here." "It's nothing, just a minor injury," Tang Xian said. This bloodflame winged tiger wasn't a pet, was it? At this moment, 2 people arrived and put the bloodflame winged tiger back into its cage. The shopkeeper nodded and said, "Bloodflame winged tigers can't be kept alive without a contract. They will starve themselves, even newborn cubs. So, bloodflame winged tigers are all wild. We caught this beast in the dark forest yesterday. If we can't sell it, we'll have to kill it. To sell this kind of summoned beast, someone needs to sign a contract with it. However, such a fierce-tempered summoned beast before forming a contract belongs to the category of demonic beasts. Such fierce-tempered monsters are not so easy to contract. Kill them? Can't we release them? Tang Xian asked. The man said, this thing holds a grudge very well. No one can form a contract with it, so the only option is to kill it. Otherwise, if we let it go back, it will definitely come back for revenge in the future. How many spirit stones? Tang Xian asked. Young man, you want it? You just helped us catch it, and given its personality, it already holds a grudge against you. You can't sign a contract with it again, it won't agree, the boss said. Tang Xian said, it's alright, just tell me how many spirit stones you want. Young man, it's not that we don't want to sell, it's just that we don't dare to sell such a vengeful beast so easily. If you want to buy it, you have to sign a contract in front of us, otherwise you won't be able to control it when you take it back, and it might escape. If it grows up and comes back for revenge, that would be troublesome, the shopkeeper said. Looking at the blood-flame-winged tiger still roaring and biting at the iron cage in the cage, Tang Xian said, let me try to form a contract with it. The shopkeeper said, sure, but it costs 20 spirit stones. 20? What? Is it too expensive? Tang Xian said, you know that the blood-flame-winged tiger is difficult to contract, and there aren't many people who want to buy it. To be honest, I only have 5 spirit stones. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper laughed and said, young man, 5 spirit stones is a bit too little. Do you know how much effort we put into catching it? Even though you just helped us catch it when it escaped, I'll only give you 5 spirit stones less at most, 15 spirit stones. If you want, you can try forming a contract with it. Tang Xian's eyes darted around, and he said, boss, I really can't come up with 15. How about this? I'll give you 5 spirit stones, and you let me form a contract with it. If it works, I'll take it with me. If it doesn't, I won't take the 5 spirit stones back. Upon hearing this, the boss thought it was a good business opportunity. Tang Xian just helped capture the blood-flame-winged tiger, a very vengeful demon beast. Given its fierce nature, it wouldn't be willing to sign a contract with the person who captured it. Therefore, in the boss's view, these 5 spirit stones were a gift from Tang Xianbai. The shopkeeper smiled faintly and said, alright, since you like it so much, I'll give you a chance. 5 spirit stones will let you try. But let's make it clear, if you can't sign the contract, we won't refund the 5 spirit stones. Okay. Tang Xian nodded. Release it, the boss said to his men. Yes. Wait. Just then, another voice came. That voice sounds somewhat familiar. Just then, a man and a woman walked over. Tang Xian was familiar with these two people. The man, isn't he none other than Meng Jian, the chosen one? It's during class time at the academy, yet he's not even there. Of course, Tang Xian has no right to say that, since he's not in the academy either. The girl with Meng Jian had a pretty face. Although she was not quite as pretty as Su Xian, she was still considered one of the top beauties in Yuncheng. Zhang Jin, a member of the Zhang family in Yuncheng. When the Tang family was still around, the Zhang family also tried to curry favor with them. The Zhang family even proposed that Zhang Jin and Tang Xian be engaged, even if she didn't become the main wife, she could be a concubine. However, before this matter was officially settled, the Tang family was finished. It was precisely because of this incident that Zhang Jin actually harbored a deep resentment towards Tang Xian. In Tang Xian's memory, after the Tang family was destroyed in his previous life, Zhang Jin was subjected to all kinds of humiliation after meeting Tang Xian. She didn't become Tang Xian's concubine, but instead became Meng Jian's concubine. However, her ending was not good. After the invasion of the Western continent, Meng Jianji took her and handed her over to a bishop of the Western continent. He suffered endless humiliation and eventually committed suicide. Of course, none of the women around Meng Jian had a good ending. After all, this guy has character flaws, and the women around him are just stepping stones for him. Sometimes Tang Xian didn't even know what these love-struck people were thinking. They all have pretty faces and good family backgrounds, yet they all insist on throwing themselves at a good-for-nothing pretty boy. Hey, isn't this the homeless dog Tang Xian? Sorry, I'm buying this blood-flame-winged tiger to give to Meng Jian, so don't even think about it. With that, Zhang Jin looked at the shopkeeper and continued, Shopkeeper, 50 spirit stones, I'll take this blood-flame-winged tiger. Chapter 7 It will not submit to you. In fact, Zhang Jin's resentment towards Tang Xian was unreasonable. After all, the previous promise to be engaged to Tang Xian, even if it meant being a concubine, was just wishful thinking on the part of the Zhang family. As for Tang Xian, he had only heard that the Zhang family had such intentions, but that was none of his business. Zhang Jun, however, harbored resentment towards Tang Xian. This is how the little fairy's thought process works. 50 Spirit Stones. 50 Spirit Stones can buy at least a 3-star quality summon beast. This blood flame winged tiger seems to be of low quality. Even if the Zhang family is rich, they don't spend their money like this, Tang Xian said calmly. Zhang Jun said, sorry, the Zhang family is just rich. Recently, the Zhang family took over several businesses that the Tang family used to run and made a fortune. This blood flame winged tiger is very wild, and brother Meng Jian likes it, so I bought it for him. As for the quality, I don't mind spending 500 spirit stones to buy a marrow cleansing pill for it to use. Money talks. Each country on the continent has its own currency, and spirit stones are the most frequently used solvent across the entire continent. Whether it's cultivation, manufacturing, or medicine refining, spirit stones are indispensable as a solvent. Therefore, spirit stones are a universal and valuable currency used throughout the continent. In terms of the currency of Yenxia, 1 spirit stone is equal to 10,000 Yenxia currencies. In other words, Zhang Jun planned to spend 500,000 yuan to buy this blood flame winged tiger. After that, the market price of the marrow cleansing pill was 5 million. Buying a summoned beast worth 5.5 million for a mere 200,000 to 300,000 is indeed the act of the wealthy. Excuse me, young Master Tang, it seems I'm going to have to steal someone else's love. Meng Jian looked at Tang Xian with a smug expression. Boss, according to the rules, there should be a first come, first served order, right? Tang Xian said. Upon hearing this, the boss laughed and said, why would I pass up a chance to make money? I'm not stupid. Besides, she's the eldest daughter of the Zhang family. I can't afford to offend her. Then I'll offer 100 spirit stones, Tang Xian said. Upon hearing this, everyone present was so surprised they couldn't close their mouths. Tang Xian, stop pretending. Do you even have 100 spirit stones? You're nothing but a stray dog now, how could you possibly come up with 100 spirit stones? Zhang Jun said. Tang Xian smiled slightly and said unhurriedly, even a starved camel is bigger than a horse. Even if the Tang family is finished, do you think I won't have some money left? I can still come up with a mere 100 spirit stones. Miss Zhang, if you want these blood flame winged tigers, you can offer more than me. What? Your brother likes them, and you're not planning to buy them for him? Don't you feel sorry for your brother? Tang Xian, let's have a contest then. Even a starved camel is bigger than a horse. Let's see how big you are. I'll bet 200. Zhang Jun was also getting carried away. 200 spirit stones that instantly increased the value of this blood flame winged tiger tenfold. 200? Tang Xian asked. Zhang Jun said smugly, what? Tang Xian, if you're so capable, keep robbing. Tang Xian laughed and said, I admit defeat. I really can't come up with 200. Since that's the case, I can only reluctantly part with it. Alas, what a pity. Tang Xian spoke calmly, with little expression on his face. However, this actually made a fool of Zhang Jun. She could give 200 for a blood flame winged tiger cub whose actual value was less than 20 spirit stones. Then she spent another 500 spirit stones to buy a marrow cleansing pill. If her father knew that she spent 700 spirit stones to curry favor with Meng Jian, that pretty boy, he would probably be furious. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper quickly said, Miss Zhang, it's 200 spirit stones. That's settled. Even if it doesn't want to form a contract, the spirit stones won't be refunded. This boss is a hypocrite. He wouldn't sell to the blood flame winged tiger before because he was afraid it would escape and come back for revenge when it grew up. Now, upon hearing Zhang Jun offer such a high price, they directly stated that they could not sign a contract and would not offer a refund. Zhang Jun said, if we don't want to retreat, then we won't. With Meng Jian's strength, can't he even form a contract with this little blood flame winged tiger? It's its good fortune to be Meng Jian's summoned beast. Zhang Jun then handed over the spirit stones. The boss simply left the blood flame winged tiger behind, and then he and his group quickly left the scene. They were afraid that Zhang Jun would change his mind. 200 spirit stones are equivalent to 2 million Yenxia coins. For ordinary people, earning such a sum of money would take at least most of their lives. Brother Meng Jian, let us make a contract. Let some people see how you make this blood flame winged tiger submit, Zhang Jun said smugly. She then went over and prepared to open the cage. Meng Jian gave a mocking smile and said, "Young Master Tang, how could this happen? Everything you like ends up being mine. You like Su Xin, but she likes me. You like this blood flame winged tiger, and it's about to become mine too." Tang Xian still smiled and said, "Liking someone doesn't necessarily mean winning their heart. And this blood flame winged tiger, priced at 200 spirit stones, might cost about the same as the summoned beast I bought for 5 spirit stones later. The most important thing is that you can't form a contract with it, so it won't submit to you." Having been given a second chance at life, Tang Xian's temperament is far superior to Meng Jian's. He thought his words would break Tang Xian's defenses, but Tang Xian was actually unmoved. Everyone just sees him confessing his feelings to Su Xian like a simp, but all he really wants is a reward. Tang Xian is genuinely afraid that Su Xian might impulsively agree to his proposal, and then he won't know what to do. The blood flame winged tiger is not a particularly rare summoned beast. Most importantly, Tang Xian also realized that this blood flame winged tiger was more fierce than the average one, making it very difficult for it to form a contract with others. I'll show you how I make a contract with it. Zhang Jin, release this beast, Meng Jian said. Okay, brother Meng Jian. Zhang Jin opened the cage. With a roar, the blood flame winged tiger leaped out of its cage. The first thing it did after being released from the cage was to breathe fireballs at Meng Jian. Demon Suppressing Sword. With a wave of his hand, Meng Jian summoned his demon suppressing sword with a bang and planted it directly into the ground. The demon suppressing sword blocked the fireball spewed by the blood flame winged tiger. At this moment, a phantom soul could be seen holding the demon suppressing sword. Tang Xian knew that it was the sword spirit of the demon suppressing sword. The weapon master's natal summoned weapon all possess a weapon spirit, which is equivalent to a summoned beast. Therefore, what a weapon master contracts with is not the weapon itself, but the weapon spirit. The blood flame winged tiger was also startled when it saw the demon suppressing sword. It was clever knowing it was no match for its opponent, it turned and ran. Demon suppressing sword spirit, go. The sword spirit pulled the demon suppressing sword from the ground and instantly flew to the blood flame winged tiger. With a bang, the demon suppressing sword was once again plunged into the blood flame winged tiger's front. With a bang, the fleeing blood flame winged tiger couldn't break in time and crashed headfirst into the blade of the demon suppressing sword. The impact left it dizzy and disoriented. Its body rolled backward a few times and fell to the ground. A smug smile appeared on Meng Jian's lips as he walked towards the blood flame winged tiger, saying, "Beast, why don't you obediently form a contract with me?" "It's your honor." Chapter 8 Contract Failure. Upon reaching the blood flame winged tiger, a magic array unfolded beneath Meng Jian's feet. This is the magic circle of the contract. The magic array covered both Meng Jian and the blood flame winged tiger. Then, Meng Jian bit his finger and dripped a drop of blood into the magic array. The contract is currently being signed. If the blood flame winged tiger does not resist, then the contract will be considered successfully signed. If they resist, the beast tamer can suppress them with mental power. As long as your mental power is strong enough, it is not impossible to forcibly sign a contract to make them obey you. At first, the blood flame winged tiger was also very calm. Meng Jian's expression was also very smug. The blood flame winged tiger was so calm it seemed it had already submitted. As expected of brother Meng Jian, he's really amazing. This beast didn't even dare to resist and just submitted. Zhang Jin said happily from the side. As she said this, she gave Tang Xian a provocative look and said sarcastically, "Tang Xian, you see, this is Meng Jian's strength. Even the wild blood flame winged tiger has to obediently submit to him." However, just as Zhang Jin finished speaking, suddenly, the blood flame winged tiger let out a roar. It then began to fight back fiercely, leaping up to attack Meng Jian. Seeing this, Meng Jian also quickly used his mental power to suppress the blood flame winged tiger. As mental pressure was applied, the blood flame winged tiger gradually calmed down. A beast is a beast, trying to fight me, Meng Jian said. Just when Meng Jian thought it was all done, the blood flame winged tiger, which had calmed down, suddenly became agitated again. Then, with a roar, the blood flame winged tiger leaped into the air. Its tiger claws reached out to grab Meng Jian. Meng Jian quickly tried to block it with his hand. With a whoosh, the blood flame winged tiger's claws left a deep bloody mark on Meng Jian's wrist. With a bang, the contract formation shattered, indicating that the contract had failed. "That's it?" Tang Xian smiled. "How could this happen? This beast doesn't know what's good for him," Zhang Jin said. Meng Jian also felt he had lost face. He was furious, and with a wave of his hand, the demon-suppressing sword appeared in his hand. "You beast, you chose the path to heaven, you've brought this upon yourself." With that, Meng Jian raised the demon-suppressing sword, enraged and ready to kill the blood-flame-winged tiger. At this moment, the blood-flame-winged tiger was also baring its teeth, clearly unwilling to be killed in this way. However, with its current strength, it is no match for Meng Jian. "Hey, the contract failed, are you planning to take your anger out on a beast?" Tang Xian said at that moment. Upon hearing Tang Xian's words, Meng Jian put down the demon-suppressing sword. He looked at Tang Xian and said, "The blood-flame-winged tiger is inherently wild. It is listed as one of the most difficult summoned beasts to contract. I dare say that if even I, Meng Jian, cannot contract a summoned beast, then no one of my peers can." "Not necessarily," Tang Xian said casually. As he spoke, a mocking smile played on his lips. "Tang Xian, if you're so capable, try making a contract with me," Meng Jian said. Tang Xian said, "This is a summoned beast that you bought. What am I supposed to contract with? If I actually succeed in contracting it, where will you put your face? Besides, after contracting it, if I return it to you and then break the contract, it will consume a lot of mental energy. That would prevent me from contracting it again for at least half a year. It's not worth it." "Tang Xian, you're kidding me. Even brother Meng Jian couldn't form a contract with it, and you think you can? Dream on. If you're so capable, then try it. If you really manage to form a contract, we'll give it to you," Zhang said at this moment. Tang Xian knew that Zhang Jin would say this in order to help Meng Jian get revenge. Because she believed that Tang Xian could not possibly succeed in making a contract. Tang Xian was also waiting for Zhang Jin to say those words. "Since you put it that way, I'll give it a try," Tang Xian said. He walked toward the blood-flame-winged tiger, and a contract array appeared. Then Tang Xian began the contract by dripping his blood. But in the next second, the blood-flame-winged tiger also began to attack and counterattack. "Ah, this idiot is no good either, he still has the nerve to laugh at brother Meng Jian," Zhang Jin said. But at that moment, the blood-flame-winged tiger suddenly fell silent. It looked at Tang Xian with a hint of fear in its eyes. Behind Tang Xian, it could vaguely see a gigantic moon-treading fox. And the moon halo beneath the feet of this moon-treading fox was already a full moon. This moon-stepping fox has 10 tails. In an instant, the overwhelming pressure forced the blood-flame-winged tiger to prostrate itself on the ground, bowing its head in submission. How could this be? Meng Jian and Zhang Jin looked incredulous. Tang Xian was also surprised. He had originally planned to use his mental power to suppress the blood-flame-winged tiger, but it suddenly lay down on its own. Next, the contract should be completed soon. However, at that moment, the blood-flame-winged tiger's gaze suddenly changed. With a roar, it stood up once again amidst the oppressive aura. However, its roar this time no longer had the cute feeling it had before, but truly had the feeling of a king's roar. Roar! The blood-flame-winged tiger pounced on Tang Xian. Tang Xian quickly blocked the blood-flame-winged tiger's attack. However, with a loud bang, the contract formation shattered, and the contract failed. Ha ha ha! Now it was Meng Jian and Zhang Jin's turn to laugh. "Illusion, this blood-flame-winged tiger is too fierce. I'm afraid no one can form a contract with it. It would rather die than submit." Tang Xian was also surprised. After his rebirth, Tang Xian's mental strength was far superior to that of his peers. He was originally very confident in the contract blood-flame-winged tiger, believing that his mental strength could suppress it. However, to Tang Xian's surprise, he failed. "I was surprised that it broke free from my oppressive aura. This thing, though just a cub, possesses the demeanor of a king. So it was you who exerted pressure on it just now. No wonder it suddenly lay down. Unfortunately, it's too stubborn. It's a pity, but there's nothing we can do. We probably can't form a contract with this blood-flame-winged tiger. Since this beast can't be contracted, there's no point in keeping it alive. With its personality, if it leaves alive, it will definitely seek revenge in the future." Just then, Meng Jian attacked the blood-flame-winged tiger with the demon-suppressing sword in hand. The blood-flame-winged tiger was also mentally exhausted from defying the contract twice in a row. Seeing Meng Jian attacking, it could only let out a low roar, but it had no way to dodge. With a loud bang, the demon-suppressing sword slashed down. However, the sword strike missed its mark. Because at the critical moment, Tang Xian pounced forward, grabbed the blood-flame-winged tiger, rolled around a few times, and dodged the sword. At that moment, a deep gash was slashed into the ground by this sword. "Tang Xian, what do you want to do?" Meng Jian asked. Tang Xian said, if it doesn't sign a contract, you're going to kill it. Isn't that going a bit too far? Tang Xian, what does this have to do with you? We bought this beast, its life is ours. Since we can't form a contract, what use is this beast? Put it down, or I'll kill you too, Meng Jian said coldly. Chapter 9: The Vengeful Little Tiger. In their previous lives, Tang Xian and Meng Jian did not have much conflict. But in this lifetime, it's probably not going to work. Since Tang Xian's rebirth, Meng Jian has been placed on Tang Xian's death list. For no other reason than that Tang Xian simply despised those who betrayed their country for personal gain. Of course, Meng Jian is a chosen one, and his strength is not weak. In addition, the girls around him give him all the good things, so he has quite a few treasures. If Tang Xian were to confront Meng Jian head-on now, he wouldn't stand a chance. In fact, Tang Xian hadn't expected to have any conflict with Meng Jian so soon, but he couldn't bear to see the blood-flame winged tiger killed. Poison Mist. Tang Xian used the Poison Mist skill directly. The cultivation methods of the Western continent, after awakening, are called spirit power users. As a spirit power user, Tang Xian currently knows two skills, Poison Fist and Poison Mist. At this moment, a cloud of purple poisonous mist appeared in front of Meng Jian and Zhang Jin. Be careful, this purple mist is poisonous, Meng Jian said. The two then quickly covered their mouths and noses with their hands, and used their other hands to fan away the poisonous fog. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Tang Xian grabbed the blood-flame winged tiger, tucked it under his arm, and fled. Damn it, that good-for-nothing Tang Xian escaped. He stole the blood-flame winged tiger, Zhang Jin said. Watching Tang Xian's departing figure, Meng Jian said coldly, he can't escape. I don't believe he won't return to the academy. Then Meng Jian narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking to himself, Tang Xian, if you hadn't provoked me, I wouldn't have had a chance to deal with you. Now you've brought this upon yourself, and I have ample reason to kill you. Young Master Tang, you've probably forgotten how your Tang family transferred the demonic beast's spiritual imprint from you to me when we were children, making me bear the demonic beast's hatred for you. Finally, I've got my chance for revenge. At this time, Tang Xian escaped from Yun City with the blood-flame winged tiger and arrived in the suburbs. Tang Xian put down the blood-flame winged tiger. Roar! The blood-flame winged tiger let out a deep roar at Tang Xian. Its eyes were fixed on Tang Xian, and it would attack without hesitation if Tang Xian made the slightest move. Don't be like that. I did save you, otherwise you'd be dead by now. Look at my hands, look what you've done to them. You repay kindness with enmity. Alright, go back to your dark forest. Remember, when you grow up and want revenge, don't come looking for me. I saved your life. As Tang Xian spoke, he tended to the wound on his hand that had been inflicted by the blood-flame winged tiger. Upon hearing Tang Xian's words, the blood-flame winged tiger turned and left. Watching the blood-flame winged tiger's retreating figure, Tang Xian shouted, Hey, you're really leaving? That's not how the script went. I saved you, and then so generously let you go. I thought we'd be moved to tears, and that we'd sign a contract. But you just left without even looking back. That's so heartless. Tang Xian originally intended to feign indifference to lure Tang Xian into a trap. But who knew that the blood-flame winged tiger wouldn't fall for that? If you want me to leave, then I'll leave. Who's going to play hard to get? Of course, the strategy of feigning indifference to lure the enemy was just a test by Tang Xian. If the blood-flame winged tiger was truly determined to leave, there was nothing that could be done but let it go. He and Meng Jian are not the same kind of people. Tang Xian can be ruthless, but he will be ruthless towards people and beasts who deserve to die. He would not indiscriminately kill innocent people who did not deserve to die. The biggest difference between him and Meng Jian is that he has humanity. However, upon hearing Tang Xian say this, the blood-flame winged tiger stopped in its tracks. Then it retreated step by step. That's right, it didn't turn around and walk back, but retreated, with its back to Tang Xian. This little tiger is so stubborn. After returning to Tang Xian, the blood-flame winged tiger made wah-wah sounds, as if it were saying something. However, Tang Xian couldn't understand it. It said it had nowhere to go, and if you could beat that guy up, it would agree to sign a contract with you. Huan helped translate blood-flame winged tiger's words. Tang Xian thought about giving Meng Jian a good beating, but unfortunately, he was now going head-to-head with Meng Jian, and he wasn't sure he could beat this chosen one. However, he also wanted to beat Meng Jian up. If he couldn't beat him head-on, couldn't he at least sneak up on him? Okay, Tang Xian readily agreed. Afterwards, Tang Xian returned to the city with the blood-flame winged tiger. Since it's a sneak attack, we need to find an opportunity to launch it. They secretly followed Meng Jian. Later that evening, Meng Jian and a group of people were seen eating and drinking at a restaurant. Moreover, Meng Jian and this group of people drank quite a bit of alcohol, which made Tang Xian feel that an opportunity had come. Huan, look, even Su Xian is here. She keeps hovering around Meng Jian. I don't understand why you still want me to win her over. Looking inside the restaurant, Su Xian was among them, and Tang Xian was casually exchanging words with Huan. This isn't your Tang family's responsibility, Huan replied. Our Tang family's responsibility? What does this have to do with the Tang family? Tang Xian was completely bewildered. Su Xian was circling around Meng Jian. What did this have to do with the Tang family? Tang Xian was now truly confused. You should figure out what's going on between you and her yourself. Tang Xian was speechless in the face of this riddle-solving man. Hey, whose blood-flame winged tiger is this? It's even stealing a beggar's underwear. Have you no shame? Suddenly, Tang Xian heard someone shouting. He looked in the direction of the sound, and what he saw made his eyes nearly pop out of their sockets. The blood-flame winged tiger ran ahead, a tattered pair of shorts dangling from its mouth. Behind the blood-flame winged tiger, a beggar without underwear was chasing after it. Tang Xian rushed over. What happened? The blood-flame winged tiger stopped, placed the underwear in front of Tang Xian, and then howled. It said, later, put this used underwear on Meng Jian's head and beat him up. Huan explained. Damn it, are you its owner? You even steal a beggar's underwear. Are you desperate for money? The beggar who caught up said angrily. Tang Xian laughed awkwardly. Brother, I'm sorry, please take this and go get a new outfit. The rest is for you to have a drink. As he spoke, Tang Xian took out a spirit stone and gave it to the beggar. The beggar practically snatched the spirit stone, then grinned and said, Hee hee, do you still want the clothes? You can have them too. I don't understand you rich people, you even want a beggar's clothes, what a peculiar taste. As the beggar spoke, he began to take off his clothes. Tang Xian quickly stopped him. That's enough, big brother. Just get the underwear. Also, go buy a pair of underwear and put them on first. It's scary to walk around like that on the street. People will think you're a pervert. TCH, are you guys any more perverted? You stole my underwear and then called me a pervert, the beggar muttered before leaving. At this moment, Tang Xian picked up the underwear and looked at the already patinated underwear. He didn't know if his brain had short-circuited for a moment, but he actually brought it to his nose and smelled it. I guess he was just curious and wanted to know what those patina-covered underwear smelled like. Ugh! The smell nearly suffocated Tang Xian. He felt dizzy for a moment. The lethality of these underwear was probably greater than that of Tang Xian's poisonous fog. Meanwhile, the blood-flame winged tiger was happily jumping around. This little tiger is really vengeful. Tang Xian was already excited just thinking about how awful it would be when these shorts were put on Meng Jian's head. In Chapter 10, you can tell me whether it flew or not. Tang Xian and the blood-flame winged tiger waited outside the restaurant for a while. As night deepened, Meng Jian and his group finally left the restaurant, having finished their meal and drinks. At this moment, Meng Jian was swaying unsteadily, clearly having drunk quite a bit. Meng Jian, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. The others also greeted Meng Jian and then left. In the end, only Meng Jian and Su Xian remained outside the restaurant. Su Xian hasn't left. It will be more troublesome with her around, Tang said. She'll be gone soon, Huan said at that moment. How did you know? But Su Xian is acting a little strange. Tang Xian noticed that Su Xian's pretty face was flushed, and she seemed to be in some discomfort. She kept rubbing her forehead with her hands. She couldn't drink alcohol, but Meng Jian forced her to drink. Su Xian, come on, take me home. It's hilarious. That idiot Tang Xian dared to confess to you. Too bad, you like me, haha. Hiccup. Meng Jian was swaying unsteadily. He had clearly drunk quite a bit. I have something to do, I have to leave first, Su Xian said, and then ran away in a hurry without waiting for Meng Jian's consent. Su Xian, where are you going? Don't be shy, you'll be my woman sooner or later. Damn it, you're really leaving. You drank so much alcohol, yet you can still walk. As Meng Jian spoke, he staggered away. At this moment, Meng Jian was alone and had drunk too much. Tang Xian knew that their opportunity had come. Yunqing, as a small to medium-sized city in Yanxia Kingdom, is not as prosperous as one might imagine. It's very deserted at night. Meng Jian walked home alone, swaying as he muttered to himself, "Damn it, I made Su Xian drink so much, and she still managed to get away. I'm so angry." Burp. This guy was burping as he spoke. Just then, Tang Xian arrived behind Meng Jian. Then, he forcefully pulled the pair of underwear he had gotten from the beggar over Meng Jian's head. The next second, he kicked Meng Jian to the ground and then began to punch and kick him. Meng Jian drank too much, and his body was somewhat out of control. Having just been brutally beaten, he probably won't be able to recover for a while. Who? How dare you ambush me? I'll kill you, you bastard! Meng Jian roared furiously. He tried to remove the underwear from Meng Jian's head, but Tang Xian's punches were aimed at Meng Jian's head. Meng Jian had no choice but to cover his head. After the fight was nearly over, Tang Xian asked the Bloodflame Winged Tiger how to leave. However, at this moment, the Bloodflame Winged Tiger ran over. Meng Jian was still lying on the ground protecting his head, while the Bloodflame Winged Tiger squatted directly on Meng Jian's head, its back arched and its rear end sticking out. Just as Tang Xian was wondering what it was going to do, a fresh pile of feces landed on Meng Jian's head. Seeing this, Tang Xian gave the Bloodflame Winged Tiger a thumbs up. The man and the tiger then left. Seeing that there was no movement, Meng Jiankai ripped off the underwear from his head. However, in doing so, he grabbed a lump of feces. What is this? Meng Jian felt something sticky and warm in his palm. Because it was dark and he couldn't see very well, he brought his hand to his nose and smelled it, trying to identify what it was by its scent. Upon smelling it, he couldn't help but roar in anger. Ah, beast, who did this? I'm going to kill him. However, just as he opened his mouth to roar, suddenly, a tiger's shadow darted out and crashed into Meng Jian's hand. With a smack, Meng Jian's palm slapped him across the face, smearing feces all over his face, including his mouth. Then, the tiger's shadow quickly darted into the darkness and disappeared. At this point, Meng Jian was on the verge of collapse, but being beaten up, covered in feces, and even eating a hot meal instantly sobered him up. I must kill you, you beast. Don't let me find out who did it. Meng Jian's roar echoed through the darkness. Tang Xian stopped after running for a while. Then he clutched his stomach and burst into laughter. He even put his hand in front of his mouth, then roared like Meng Jian, before slapping his face, essentially reenacting the scene. Tang Xian was laughing so hard he could barely stand, while the Bloodflame Winged Tiger was rolling around on the ground with glee. After a while, Tang Xian finally stopped laughing. As you requested, I beat that guy up and even let him have a taste of fresh poop. Now, are you willing to form a contract with me? Tang Xian asked the Bloodflame Winged Tiger. The Bloodflame Winged Tiger did not answer Tang Xian directly, but simply straightened its body and raised its head slightly. It was proud, but it didn't object. Tang Xian understood the contract formation had reappeared. This time, the Bloodflame Winged Tiger offered no further resistance. As Tang Xian dripped his blood into the contract formation, the formation began to shrink continuously. In the end, half of the magic circle was imprinted on the back of Tang Xian's left hand, while the other half was imprinted on the Bloodflame Winged Tiger's left front claw. Name, Bloodflame Winged Tiger. Race, Orc. Attribute, Fire. Growth, Cub Stage. Quality, 0 stars. Rank, Demon Servant. Skills, Bite, Fireball, Mega Claw. Through the contract, Tang Xian was able to obtain detailed information about the Bloodflame Winged Tiger. Summoned beasts generally grow in 3 stages: cub, subadult, and adult. When a beast advances through a growth stage, it will learn a new skill with a 100% success rate. In terms of quality, ordinary summoned beasts are rated from 1 to 5 stars, and their growth rate is 1 to 1.5 times depending on the star rating of the quality. As for the levels, from lowest to highest, they are Demon Servant, Lesser Demon, Greater Demon, Demon General, Demon King, Demon Emperor, Demon King, Demon Ancestor, and Demon God. There are 9 levels, corresponding to the 1st to 9th ranks of Beast Masters and Weapon Masters, and the 1st to 9th levels of Spirit Masters. Bite, Fireball, Megaton Grappling Hook, 3 skills. How does this grappling hook fly? Oh, and let me see your gender. With that, Tang Xian picked up the Bloodflame Winged Tiger and glanced at it. Oh, female, so you were originally a little girl, Tang Xian said. With a smack, the blood-flame-winged tiger slapped Tang Xian's face with its claw. I'm already a proud little tiger, and you're lifting me up like this to check my gender? Don't I have any pride? This claw strike sent Tang Xian spinning through the air before he flew 2 meters away. That's how it flies, now you know, Huan said. Holy crap, it's me flying? I thought it was the claws that flew out, Tang Xian said. Just tell me, did it fly or not? Flying, flying. By the way, Huan, you have a marrow cleansing pill, right? Give it to me. Tang Xian remembered that when Huan gave him the second task, there were 3 options, one of which was a marrow cleansing pill as a reward. The blood-flame-winged tiger's quality is 0 stars. While it's still a cub, let's use a marrow cleansing pill to change its aptitude. Yes, you can get an extra marrow cleansing pill as a reward after completing the task. However, the previous task required you to kiss Su Xin, while the extra reward requires you to kiss her on the lips. Chapter 11 Tang Xian and the Moon-Treading Fox. Kiss? I failed to kiss her during the day's ambush, and she's probably on guard against me now. Forget about kissing, I probably won't even have a chance to get close to her, Tang Xian said. This is your problem, you need to figure it out yourself. Illusion, how about we reduce the difficulty a bit? Tang Xian said. The difficulty won't decrease, but I can help you. Try going to the Hutons of West Street during this time, you might find something there. Upon hearing this, Tang Xian smiled and said, no problem, I'll go right away. Tang Xian then led the blood-flame-winged tiger to West Street. Right, we need to give it a name, Tang Xian said, looking at the blood-flame-winged tiger following behind him. Tang Xian then carefully examined the blood-flame-winged tiger and said, I think it has the bearing of an emperor. It can easily grow to the level of a demon emperor in the future, so let's call it Tiger Emperor. It's female, and besides, has your naming talent always been this bad? Always? Tang Xian was a little puzzled, as this was the first time he had named a summoned beast. However, Tang Xian didn't pay much attention to it and said, female, then that's Tiger Queen. Alright, it's settled then. Her formal name is Tiger Queen, and her nickname is Little Heaven. At this moment, the blood-flame-winged tiger also lowered its head and did not react at all. It wasn't that it was unresponsive, but rather that it looked utterly hopeless. How did I end up with such a master? I should never have signed the contract. Why don't you call yourself Tiger Emperor and Tiger Empress, or Tiger Proud Heaven? Su Xian sighed. Su Xian is not allowed to drink alcohol, but Meng Jian forced her to drink quite a lot of it. Meng Jian is the kind of person who doesn't care about other people's feelings. Although Su Xian was furious, she was still quite tolerant of Meng Jian. The reason for this tolerance stemmed entirely from a misunderstanding, and it was this misunderstanding that created Meng Jian, the chosen one. Su Xian stumbled and hid in the alley of West Street. At this moment, Su Xian could no longer hold on and collapsed. However, after she fell, Su Xian was nowhere to be seen on the ground, only her clothes remained at the scene. But she disappeared. However, something seemed to be moving under the clothes Su Xian left behind. The next second, a pink head peeked out from the pile of clothes. This is a pink moon fox. Most moon foxes are white, while pink fur is extremely rare. It is said that this color only appears in the royal bloodline of the moon fox. The pink moon fox emerged from under her clothes, revealing her entire body. Her fur was pink on her body and white on her belly. This moon-stepping fox has 3 tails. Each time the moon fox levels up, it grows a tail. When it reaches the demon god level, it will grow 9 tails. This moon-treading fox now has 3 tails, corresponding to the strength of a great demon. At this moment, the moon-treading fox wanted to leave, but it stumbled and staggered along the way, as if it were drunk. With a thump, she accidentally fell into a stinking ditch in the alley. There wasn't much water in the stinking ditch, not enough to drown the moon fox. But it's dirty and smelly. Moreover, the moon fox was completely exhausted. She tried to climb up, but failed after a long time. Just then, she suddenly felt her body lighten, and then she actually flew up. Upon closer inspection, Tai Yuetu realized that she had been lifted out of the stinking ditch by a young man. That's right, the person who came was Tang Xian. Following Huan's clues, he arrived at the alleyway of West Street. Instead of seeing Su Xian, they saw something splashing around in the stinking ditch. Upon closer inspection, in the dim light of the alley, Tang Xian was both surprised and delighted to discover that it was a moon-treading fox. Moreover, it's a pink moon fox, which is extremely rare among moon foxes. Tang Xian has a special affection for the moon-treading fox. After all, his natal summoned beast in his previous life was the moon-treading fox. He had hoped to see it again after his rebirth, but the intervention of the illusion prevented him from summoning the moon-treading fox in this life. Looking at the moon-treading fox before him, Tang Xian felt an immense sense of familiarity. However, when the moon-treading fox saw that it was Tang Xian who picked her up, it began to struggle desperately. Unfortunately, she has little strength now, and even with the power of a great demon, it's useless, she can't break free. Little fox, don't struggle, I won't hurt you. Look at you, you stink. I'll take you to wash up, Tang Xian said. Hearing that Tang Xian was going to take her to wash, she struggled even more fiercely. However, she couldn't muster any strength, and no matter how much she struggled, it was useless. Afterwards, Tang Xian brought the moon-treading fox to his current residence, a forest on the outskirts of Yun City. Here, Tang Xian fetched a basin of water, heated it, and then put the moon-treading fox into the hot water. Come on, let's get clean, Tang Xian said. While washing, Tang Xian helped Tai Yuehu scrub the dirt off his body. When Tang Xian tried to bathe her, the moon fox resisted fiercely, but her resistance was useless as she couldn't muster any strength and could only let Tang Xian ravage her. Let me see. Oh, you're a little girl too. Tang Xian picked up the moon fox after washing it clean and examined it. At this moment, the moon-treading fox hung its head, looking utterly hopeless, as if to say, just kill me already, I don't want to live anymore. You're all clean now, you look beautiful all of a sudden. Come here, give me a kiss, little fox. With that, Tang Xian kissed the moon fox on the lips. However, this kiss only fueled the displeasure of the moon fox. At this moment, she had regained some of her strength, and she kicked out suddenly. Its hind leg kicked Tang Xian in the face. At this moment, Tang Xian was also forced to release Tai Yuehu. After being released by Tang Xian, the moon-treading fox darted into the dense forest and then disappeared. Wow, this little fox has such a bad temper, just like Xiao Tian, Tang Xian said. But speaking of which, I also saw a pink moon-treading fox when I was a child. Oh, really? Yes, I remember when I was very young, I went to the mountains with my parents and got lost halfway. Then I encountered a young moon fox being attacked by a pack of blue wolves. I don't know where I got the courage, but I rushed up to save the moon fox. I was probably only 7 or 8 years old at the time. How could I be a match for a pack of blue wolves? Even if they were just a group of demon servants, they would be more than I could handle. But I held the moon fox in my arms to keep it from getting hurt. What happened next? Later, I was bitten half to death by those blue wolves and eventually fell into a coma. When I woke up, I was already in my bed at home. I was seriously injured and almost lost my life, but the Tang family still had some connections and invited a 7th level expert to treat me, which allowed me to recover and avoid being disfigured. By the way, I also had a demon beast spiritual imprint in my body at that time. Oh, the mark, humph. What's wrong? You seem a little unhappy. No, please continue. Tang Xian continued, that powerful figure said that the spiritual imprint on my body was left by a certain demonic beast using all its cultivation at the time, and it cannot be erased. And to leave a spiritual imprint using all its cultivation at the time, it must be for future revenge. After all, according to my parents, when they arrived, all those blue wolves had been reduced to minced meat. I guess I was saved by someone, and those blue wolves left the imprint so that powerful members of their clan would seek revenge later. Tang Xian sighed and continued, that powerful figure said that this kind of spiritual imprint cannot be erased, but it can be transferred. So at that time, my parents found an orphan from somewhere and had that powerful figure transfer the spiritual imprint to that orphan. Your Tang family is truly amazing, applause. At this moment, Huan's tone also became somewhat off. What's wrong? Tang Xian asked. Have you ever considered that the mark wasn't left by the blue wolf, but by the moon-treading fox? Leaving the mark wasn't for revenge, but to repay a debt of gratitude. You transferred the mark to someone else, and when that person searches for you, through the spiritual imprint, they end up finding someone else. This is giving away the opportunity that originally belonged to you. Hearing Huan say this, Tang Xian thought about it carefully and then said, what you said makes sense, but I was only 7 or 8 years old at the time. How could I know so much? It was all arranged by my parents. But it doesn't matter. There's no need to repay the debt. I just hope that little fox lives well. You idiot. You've made something so simple so complicated. Fine, since you told me a pretty good story, I'll consider this task for you, Suxin, completed. Ah. Really? Juan, thank you. The reward, where's the reward? I'm so annoyed. All you care about is rewards, why can't you grasp the important points? Chapter 12: The Evolution Path of the Bloodflame Winged Tiger. Juan, just now, I remembered something very important. At this moment, Tang Xian suddenly became serious. What's up? Regarding my memories before my rebirth, Tang Xian said, in my previous life, as I lay dying, I did see Su Xian holding me and crying. But just now, I suddenly remembered that it was her hand that pierced my chest. She killed me. Do you think this part of your memory is complete? Incomplete. Tang Xian said calmly, when I was first reborn, I thought I was reborn with all my memories, but with your appearance and the fragmented memories I have of Su Xian, I can confirm that my memories are not complete. At least my memories of Su Xian are incomplete. Spend more time with Su Xian, and you'll remember more. Now, I'm giving you your reward, your left eye, which allows you to see the attributes and evolution paths of summoned beasts, and one marrow cleansing pill. A marrow cleansing pill appeared in Tang Xian's hand. Just then, a golden light appeared in Tang Xian's left eye, which quickly disappeared. At this moment, when Tang Xian looked at the Bloodflame Winged Tiger again, detailed information about the Bloodflame Winged Tiger appeared before his eyes. Furthermore, the data also includes an evolutionary path section. Bloodflame Winged Tiger, Sky Winged Tiger, Azure Winged Tiger, Normal Evolution Route. Bloodflame Winged Tiger, Bloodthirsty Demon Tiger, Slaughtered Demon Tiger, Abnormal Evolution, Excessive Slaughter, Abused by its owner, Evolved amidst hatred. Bloodflame Winged Tiger, Sky Winged Tiger, Blazing Sun Winged Tiger. Using Blazing Sunstone, there is a 20% chance of mutation and evolution. Bloodflame Winged Tiger, Sky Winged Tiger, Heavenly Saint Winged Tiger, Heavenly Wrath, Divine Beast Evolution Path. Before adulthood, it uses the source of life, then absorbs a large amount of spiritual energy, with a 1% chance of evolving into a spirit beast. After evolving into a spirit beast, it uses the source of heaven and earth. Whether it can evolve into a divine beast depends on fate. After seeing the evolution path of the Bloodflame Winged Tiger, Tang Xian fell silent. Aside from the normal path, it seems that other evolutionary paths are quite difficult for this thing. Tang Xian would never choose the second evolution path, he would never mistreat his summoned beast. Thirdly, using the Sunstone has a 20% chance of causing mutation and evolution. The Blazing Sunstone is a rare spiritual treasure, worth approximately 5,000 spirit stones, equivalent to 50 million yen share currency. The fourth rule is even more outrageous, using the source of life before adulthood. This source of life is an extremely rare and precious natural treasure. Just a single drop can cost tens of thousands of spirit stones, and it's still priceless. Moreover, the chance of evolving into a spirit beast is only 1%. If it doesn't evolve into a spirit beast, then those tens of thousands of spirit stones will have been wasted. If you want to evolve into the divine beast Tiannu, you will need the source of heaven and earth. The source of heaven and earth can only be born on divine veins, and it takes at least 10,000 years of condensation to give birth to a single drop of the source of heaven and earth. If you have this thing, it's not a matter of price. It's a matter of whether you're lucky enough. A common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. That's the essence of it. If you obtain such a treasure of heaven and earth without the strength to do so, you will surely bring about your own demise. Not to mention that the source of heaven and earth can not only affect summoned beasts, but is also an essential material for refining divine grade pills. Moreover, even if one uses the source of heaven and earth, whether one can evolve into a divine beast depends on fate. Therefore, the path to evolving into a divine beast is extremely difficult. Tang Xian patted the Bloodflame Winged Tiger's head and said, "Xiao Tian, I can't let you suffer. The path of the divine beast is too difficult, but I'll do my best. The path of the Blazing Sun Winged Tiger is still fine. But before that, eat this first." As he spoke, Tang Xian threw the marrow cleansing pill at the Bloodflame Winged Tiger. The Bloodflame Winged Tiger leaped up and swallowed the marrow cleansing pill in one gulp. After swallowing the marrow cleansing pill, it curled up on the ground, seemingly in some pain. "Xiao Tian, are you alright?" "Don't worry, the marrow cleansing pill can transform it completely, so this process will naturally be a bit uncomfortable." The process of marrow cleansing is very painful, and Xiao Tian remained curled up on the ground, but it never let out a wail. This process lasted for more than 10 minutes. Xiao Tian stood up, indicating that the marrow cleansing process was over. Tang Xian looked at Xiao Tian's information. Name, Bloodflame Winged Tiger, Tiger Queen. Race, Orc. Attribute, Fire. Growth, Cub Stage. Quality, 5 stars. Rank, Demon Servant. Skills: Bite, Fireball, Mega Claw. Perfect, the quality of 0 stars has been directly upgraded to a full 5 stars. I'm so lucky, I got 5 stars right away, Tang Xian said. This isn't just good luck. The marrow cleansing pill is said to randomly reset the quality of a summoned beast, but it really only depends on how long the summoned beast can endure the marrow cleansing process. The longer it endures, the higher the final quality of the marrow cleansing will be. This guy isn't just stubborn, his physical endurance and patience are also top-notch. So, it's normal for his marrow cleansing to be 5 star. Well done, Xiao Tian. Tang Xian picked up Xiao Tian and kissed it on the head. Come on, let's take a picture to commemorate this. The world's technology is not backward. The city features communication devices with camera functions, cars that can travel thousands of miles a day, airships that can fly, and cities with many high-rise buildings, making it comparable to modern metropolises. Of course, what drives these things is the energy emitted by the spirit stones. Therefore, the reason why spirit stones can become the universal currency of the world is that spirit stones can not only be used as a solvent and a tool for cultivation, but also as a means of transportation and everyday utensils in daily life. This is why spirit stones retain their value so well, serving as a universal currency across the entire continent. Meanwhile, in a residential apartment in Yuncheng, a pink moon fox darted inside. Then the moon-stepping fox ran into a room. She quickly jumped onto the bed and burrowed under the covers. Then, Su Xian peeked out from under the covers. She lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, one hand touching her lips. That damn Tang Xian, I'll kill you. Under the pretense of giving me a bath, he touched my entire body and even dared to kiss me, you bastard. Su Xian said angrily. Then Su Xian sighed softly and said, Meng Jian, I never thought he would turn out like this after growing up. It's laughable. I ran away from the Demon Alliance hoping to be with him, but who knew that the guy I longed to see again would turn out like this? If I had known he was like this, I shouldn't have wasted all my cultivation to leave a spiritual mark on him back then. Otherwise, I would at least be a demon general by now. Oh well, I'll go back to the Demon Alliance after I repay my debt of gratitude. From now on, we'll be even. Su Xian rubbed her forehead and said, Today is truly my most unlucky day. But for some reason, when I was in contact with Tang Xian, I felt a familiar aura about him, which was very comforting. Moreover, as someone with royal blood, I shouldn't be summoned by a human. So why was I summoned by Tang Xian in the end? I can't figure it out. Never mind, I won't think about it anymore. When I get back to the Demon Alliance, the elders will find a way to sever this summoning chain. I'm so sleepy, time to sleep. Su Xian closed her eyes and slowly fell asleep. Chapter 13. Who are you calling a gigolo? The next day, Tang Xian arrived at the academy early. He had already skipped class several times in the short period since the start of the semester. Because he doesn't have a summoned beast, he's been considered the worst student in the academy. If I don't perform well, I'm afraid I'll be expelled. Tang Xian was still thinking about using the academy's resources. He didn't want to be expelled. Now that he has the Bloodflame Winged Tiger, Tang Xian wants to perform well in the upcoming monthly exam and get good results so he can get more resources. Although non-native summoned beast skills are not shared with the Beastmaster, and the Beastmaster's skills cannot be obtained from them. However, Tang Xian is also a spiritual energy user, and the biggest difference between him and other beast tamers is that he can also fight on the battlefield. Generally speaking, Beastmasters rely too much on their summoned beasts. When the summoned beasts come into play, the Beastmaster can only hide in the back. The Weapon Master is much better off, as they can wield their own signature weapon in battle. But Tang Xian not only has summoned beasts that can be used on the field, he also has combat power himself. When facing other people, he can take on 2 opponents at once. In the early stages, especially when you're still in the intermediate academy, the advantage of 2 against 1 is still significant. Even if others can also contract non-natal summoned beasts, it's still a 2-on-2 battle, so Tang Xian won't suffer a loss because he has 1 less natal summoned beast. Tang Xian, let's see where you run to. Tang Xian had just arrived at the academy when he heard an angry voice. Tang Xian turned around and saw, lo and behold, Zhang Jin and Meng Jian. However, Meng Jian still had bruises on his face, indicating that he had received treatment the previous night. However, the medication used for treatment was of insufficient quality, so it was not completely cured, and bruising was still visible. Hey, what's wrong with you two? You look like you've swallowed gunpowder this early in the morning. And this one, what happened to your face? Did someone punch you? Tang Xian said. I drank too much last night and just tripped and fell, Meng Jian quickly replied. He was too embarrassed to admit that he had been beaten up and eaten feces, and he didn't even know who had beaten him up. So, when faced with bruises on the face, all you can say is that you fell. Tang Xian, you stole the summoned beast we bought. We spent 200 spirit stones to buy it. Now, either hand over the blood-flame winged tiger to us, or you have to compensate us with 200 spirit stones, Zheng Jin said. At this moment, a large crowd gathered around, all of them onlookers. Tang Xian said, you yourself said yesterday that if I could form a contract with the blood-flame winged tiger, you would give it to me. What, are you going back on your word? Tang Xian's words amused Zheng Jin and Meng Jian. Zheng Jin said, Tang Xian, stop talking nonsense. Do you even have a blood-flame winged tiger? Even someone with Meng Jian's talent couldn't successfully contract a blood-flame winged tiger. You think you can contract a blood-flame winged tiger? Are you kidding me? You clearly stole the blood-flame winged tiger directly. Everyone, come and see. The Tang family is a stray dog. The Tang family is finished. Now he can only resort to stealing other people's summoned beasts to make a living. Hearing Zhang Jin say this, the group of people started pointing and whispering about Tang Xian. Shameless. They actually stole a summoned beast. Exactly, people like that are disgusting. At this moment, Meng Jian also waved his hand, and the demon-suppressing sword was summoned by him. With a loud thud, the demon-suppressing sword was stuck into the ground. Meng Jian said coldly, Tang Xian, if you don't hand over the blood-flame winged tiger today, I'll cripple you. Meng Jian is so cocky now, he seems to have forgotten his humiliation last night. Tang Xian chuckled and said, yesterday you said that as long as I could form a contract with the blood-flame winged tiger, I could take it away. Does that count? Meng Jian said, of course it counts, but you didn't actually contract the blood-flame winged tiger, you just stole it. Tang Xian then looked at Zheng Jin and said, you paid for this pretty boy, so he has no say. Tell me, do you mean what you said yesterday? Who are you calling a gigolo? Meng Jian retorted angrily. At this moment, Zheng Jin reached out and stopped Meng Jian, saying in a low voice, Brother Meng Jian, don't be impulsive. Zheng Jin then said to Tang Xian, that's right, I did say that as long as you form a contract with the blood-flame winged tiger, you can take it away. That's a promise, but you haven't formed a contract. Tang Xian, if you don't hand over the blood-flame winged tiger, I will use the power of the Zhang family to make sure you can't stay in Yun City. Alright, Tang Xian said, since you agree with what you said, that's good. There are so many people around, they can all be witnesses. I've formed a contract with the blood-flame winged tiger, so it's mine. Why can't I take it with me? Tang Xian, don't exaggerate too much. That blood-flame winged tiger is an insatiable beast. Even brother Meng Jian couldn't form a contract with it. What makes you think you can make it form a contract with you? Zheng Jin said. Stop wasting your breath on him, I'll cripple him. If anything happens afterward, just use the Zhang family's connections to suppress the matter, Meng Jian said. This is also why Tang Xian looks down on Meng Jian. He caused the trouble himself, yet the girl still had to use her family's connections to resolve it. How shameful. However, Meng Jian also understood the concept of living off a woman very well. Tang Xian, if you don't hand over the blood-flame winged tiger, don't blame us for being impolite, Zheng Jin said. Meng Jian was ready to make his move because he was certain that Tang Xian would not be able to hand over the blood-flame winged tiger. He took the blood-flame winged tiger away, but he's not with it now, the beast has probably already run away. Tang Xian smiled dismissively and said, then open your eyes wide and take a good look. As he spoke, a green summoning circle appeared beneath Tang Xian's feet. Meng Jian didn't take it seriously. A summoning circle? What can this guy summon? However, the next second, something unbelievable happened to Meng Jian. The blood-flame winged tiger appeared in the summoning circle. No, that is impossible. Meng Jian shook his head. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Tang Xian actually managed to form a contract with the blood-flame winged tiger, a creature that even someone with his qualifications couldn't. Tang Xian, how could you possibly form a contract with this blood-flame winged tiger? Tell me, what underhanded methods did you use? You didn't dare to form the contract in front of us yesterday, you must have used some dirty tricks, Meng Jian said, pointing at Tang Xian. Meng Jian is very jealous. Although he contracted the blood-flame winged tiger, he only used it as a temporary, non-natal summoned beast, and he would replace it soon. Whether or not he has a contract is irrelevant to him. With Zhang Jin, this rich woman, around, I'll buy him any good summoned beasts I can find. Although he could do without it, he didn't want anyone else to have it. He found it particularly unacceptable that he was unable to successfully form a contract with someone else instead. Tang Xian laughed and said, "Hey, never mind what method I used, I successfully made the contract, didn't I, Xiao Tian?" As he spoke, Tang Xian squatted down and patted Xiao Tian's head. Tang Xian continued, "I have already formed a contract with the Bloodflame Winged Tiger, so it is mine." "Miss Sang, everyone heard what you just said. You won't go back on your word, will you?" Zhang Jin's face was also very ugly. She couldn't believe that Tang Xian had actually succeeded in making the contract. She was naturally embarrassed to go back on her word, especially since so many people had just heard it. But she was very unhappy. Zhang Jin then secretly gave Meng Jian a wink, signaling Meng Jian to directly teach Tang Xian a lesson. She didn't care what trouble she caused, after all, Meng Jian had just said that with the Zhang family's power, they could handle it. He was just a stray dog, and even if they killed him, the Zhang family could easily deal with it. Chapter 14 Ren Qingxian. Meng Jian waved his hand and made a chopping motion. The next second, the spirit of his demon-suppressing sword swung the sword and slashed at Tang Xian. Tang Xian had actually been on guard against Meng Jian for a long time. Although he and Meng Jian didn't have much interaction in his previous life. But he knew what kind of person Meng Jian was, a greedy and treacherous fellow. This kind of guy can turn on you in an instant, so Tang Xian was already on guard against him. Seeing Meng Jian directing the weapon spirit to attack, Tang Xian dared not confront the demon-suppressing sword head-on. Among personal weapons, the demon-suppressing sword is also a top 30 weapon. Actually, Tang Xian sometimes envied weapon wielders, because they were so cool. Look at this demon-suppressing sword, almost as tall as a person, capable of slashing down with a single wave of the hand. With a loud bang, the demon-suppressing sword left a deep slash mark on the opposite side of Tang Xian's body. It was fortunate that Tang Xian dodged quickly. If he had been a little slower, things would have been troublesome. Wow! Xiao Tian roared and pounced on Meng Jian. After all, it was just a young tiger, and its roar wasn't quite that imposing. Demon-suppressing sword. Meng Jian immediately recalled the demon-suppressing sword. His demon-suppressing sword can be described as having both offensive and defensive capabilities. With a loud thud, the demon-suppressing sword was planted in front of Meng Jian. Xiao Tian, who had just pounced on it, crashed headfirst into it, and the impact sent it bouncing off and rolling several times on the ground. After getting up, Xiao Tian shook his head vigorously, feeling dizzy from the impact. "Tang Xian, you don't think that having this trashy Bloodflame Winged Tiger will make you a match for me, do you?" Meng Jian sneered. "What an overconfident fool," Zhang Jin chuckled from the side. "Xiao Tian, come here," Tang Xian said. Xiao Tian returned to Tang Xian's side. Tang Xian knew that it would be troublesome for him to fight Meng Jian now, but it wasn't impossible. This requires cooperation between him and Xiao Tian. Most importantly, Meng Jian did not have a sufficient understanding of Tang Xian's strength. He thought Tang Xian was like other beast tamers, only his summoned beasts had combat power. However, Tang Xian actually cultivated using the cultivation methods of the Western continent, and even without summoned beasts, he still possessed combat power. With summoned beasts, that's 2 combat forces. By taking advantage of this, we can make Meng Jian lower his guard, and defeating him is not impossible. Xiao Tian, you go up and distract that guy, I'll find an opportunity to ambush him. Tang Xian had a contractual relationship with Xiao Tian, so he could communicate with Xiao Tian directly through mental power. Meng Jian was unaware that Tang Xian possessed combat abilities, so his attention would undoubtedly be entirely focused on Xiao Tian. If Tang Xian seizes the right opportunity, he can deliver a fatal blow. Even weapon tamers control weapon spirits, and without the protection of those spirits, they are just as vulnerable as beast tamers. Xiao Tian let out a low growl, which can be regarded as a response to Tang Xian's arrangement. "Xiao Tian, go up." Xiao Tian let out a roar, first spitting out a fireball, and then pouncing after it. "Humph, you overconfident beast, watch how I deal with you," Meng Jian said, and with a wave of his hand, the demon-suppressing sword returned to his hand. "Die!" Meng Jian roared. He first used the demon-suppressing sword to block the fireball in front of him, and then slashed at Xiao Tian, who was rushing towards him. At this moment, Tang Xian also took the opportunity to act. The opponent's attention was on Xiao Tian. As long as he attacked from behind and hit Meng Jian with his poison fist, that guy would not be happy either. However, at that moment, a figure suddenly appeared. The figure first pulled Xiao Tian, who had rushed forward, into its arms, and then teleported behind Meng Jian. With a snap, the figure blocked Tang Xian's poisonous fist. The next second, with a loud bang, Meng Jian's demon-suppressing sword struck the ground. Tang Xian looked up and saw a young woman in front of him, who looked to be in her early 20s. At this moment, she grabbed Tang Xian's fist with one hand and tucked Xiao Tian under her arm with the other. At this moment, Meng Jian also came to his senses. He turned around and looked back, and quickly said, "Teacher Ren, what are you doing here?" Ren Qingxian, homeroom teacher of Class 2, freshman. Tang Xian still had some impression of her. She is hailed as a genius weapon master in Cloud City. At the age of 25, she had already reached the mid-stage of the 5th rank, and her natal weapon was a battle axe named Sanyo. It ranks among the top 20 most popular weapons. Not to mention in Yunqing, even in the entire Yanxia region, a 25-year-old at the mid-stage of the 5th rank is incredibly powerful. With her abilities, she would have better opportunities in a bigger city if she left Yunqing. She chose to stay in Yunqing as a teacher because she is the granddaughter of the college dean. In his previous life, Tang Xian had little contact with Ren Qingxian, only knowing that she was just as popular as Su Xian at the academy. Not only teachers, but also many students pursued her. However, after the invasion of the Western continent, when Cloud City fell, she sacrificed herself to protect the students of the academy. The day she sacrificed herself was her 30th birthday. Ren Qingxian said, "Private fights are not allowed in the academy. If you want to fight, you can apply for a duel and fight under protection." She then looked at Tang Xian and said, "Having your summoned beast attract attention and then launching a sneak attack from behind is a good idea, but you overlooked one point. Without the assistance of a summoned beast, a beast tamer's own attack capabilities are limited, especially if you don't have a natal summoned beast. So, the result just now was that your summoned beast was seriously injured, while the opponent was only slightly injured." When Tang Xian heard Ren Qingxian say this, his brows furrowed slightly. The blow from the poisonous punch to Meng Jian was more than just a minor injury. If he doesn't have an antidote, the poison will be enough to kill him if it gets into his body. However, one thing is true, Xiao Tian will be seriously injured. At this moment, Tang Xian was actually glad that Ren Qingxian had stopped him. Perhaps he had just acted impulsively. However, Meng Jian looked smug when he heard Ren Qingxian say that. "Tang Xian, since Teacher Ren stopped you, I'll let you off the hook today." "You're really lucky, but you won't be so lucky next time," Meng Jian said, then called Zhang Zhen to leave together. Good for nothing, let's see who can save you next time," Zhang Zhen said as he passed by Tang Xian. Tang Xian didn't care. He took Xiao Tian from Man Ren Kingswan's hands and then held him in his arms. "Thank you, Teacher Ren," Tang Xian said. "Tang Xian, right? Go back to your own classroom." Meng Jian's strength ranks among the top 3 among the freshmen. "It's not wise for you to antagonize him," Ren Qingxian said. "Does Teacher Ren know me?" Tang Xian asked. Ren Qingxian replied, "You're the only freshman who failed to summon your destined soul, and you even managed to summon someone else, Su Xian. I have a deep impression of you. It's my honor to be remembered by Teacher Ren. However, I disagree with what you just said. It's unwise to antagonize Meng Jian, rather, it's his unwiseness to antagonize me." With that, Tang Xian left the scene. Ren Qingxian shook her head and said in a low voice, "This guy is quite stubborn. He hasn't been through the harsh realities of life yet." Just as she finished speaking, Ren Qingxian felt a slight pain in her palm. She opened her palm and saw that her right palm, which had just blocked Tang Xian's fist, had begun to turn black, and the blackening was spreading along the veins in her palm. "Poison!" Ren Qingxian exclaimed in shock. She quickly gathered her spiritual energy in her palm, and the poisonous gas in her palm slowly dissipated. Such a potent poison! A second or third tier cultivator could never detoxify with their own spiritual energy. How did Tang Xian do that? If that punch had hit Meng Jian just now, he would be. At this moment, she couldn't help but look in the direction Tang Xian had left, thinking to herself, Tang Xian seems to be a guy worth paying attention to. Chapter 15. Are you going there to study? Tang Xian returned to the classroom. Meng Jian and Zhang Zhen arrived at the classroom first. Upon seeing Tang Xian return, Meng Jian made a throat-slitting gesture towards Tang Xian. Tang Xian wasn't impulsive, he wouldn't get angry easily if provoked. Meng Jian still naively believes that he had the upper hand when he made his move. Actually, he should have gone and kowtowed to Ren Qingxian. Tang Xian had just used his full strength. When Tang Xian saw Meng Jian again after his rebirth, he immediately put him on his death list. Therefore, Tang Xian really went all out just now. If Ren Qingxian hadn't intervened, his vicious punch would have struck Meng Jian's neck. The toxins will spread from Meng Jian's neck. With Meng Jian's second-tier strength, he was incapable of clearing the toxins. Tang Xian was certain that he did not have a good antidote. If the toxins spread from the neck, they will quickly spread to the brain. Even if he doesn't die, his brain will be essentially ruined by the toxins. Therefore, Ren Qingxian saved Meng Jian. The school bell rang. Ma Chang, the homeroom teacher of Class 1, entered the classroom. Ma Chang was a thin, middle-aged man with the strength of the early 5th rank. His summoned beast was a green Fong Kuei wolf. Ma Chang is a particularly snobbish person. During the school term, he completely ignored Tang Xian. In fact, Tang Xian's grades in theory classes were not bad. After all, he had been reborn and returned, so he could easily grasp theoretical knowledge such as intermediate academy courses. However, Ma Chang didn't value theoretical scores, but rather practical results. That's just how the world is. Theoretical knowledge is used to better apply it in real combat. After all, it's a world where strength reigns supreme. Tang Xian did not have a natal summoned beast, and he also tried his best not to reveal his strength as a psionic user. Therefore, Tang Xian's current combat performance is the worst in the entire grade. That's why Ma Chang wanted nothing more than to kick Tang Xian out of the class. Ma Chang walked up to the podium, placed the materials in his hand on the podium, and then said, "Listen to me, starting today, we will divide you into groups of 3. If there are no changes, this grouping will remain until you graduate from the academy." A 3-person team is a specific team formation mode in this world. Some organizations typically assign tasks to teams of 3. And in competitions, team competitions also consist of 3 people. Tang Xian remembered that Su Xian, Meng Jian, and Zhang Zhen were in the same group this time. Su Xian and Meng Jian were the top 2 students in the freshman exam. In addition, Meng Jian was a chosen one, and their team maintained the top position in the grade until graduation. Tang Xian, on the other hand, teamed up with 2 relatively ordinary students. Of course, Tang Xian in his previous life was not weak either. After all, he had the moon-treading fox in his previous life. However, compared to a chosen one like Meng Jian, they are far inferior. Then, Ma Chang began reading out the group assignments, and sure enough, it was the same as in his previous life. Go, find a way to be in a group with Su Xian. Just then, Huan's voice came again. Tang Xian said, "Big sister, I just don't understand. I've already been reborn, why do you insist on making me a simp? You don't really plan to let me stay in this academy until graduation like in my previous life, do you?" If I remember correctly, a secret realm appeared on the Yalan Plateau 3 months later. Those who entered the secret realm obtained treasures of varying degrees. In my previous life, Su Xian took Meng Jian there, and after they came back, that guy was rolling in money. I have the memories from before my rebirth, and I won't miss this secret realm this time. So, forget about forming teams in this academy. You'll definitely be going to the secret realm 3 months from now, but for now, you need to team up with Su Xian. Only when you're together will your combined power be fully unleashed. What power? You'll find out soon enough. Here's a task for you: successfully team up with Su Xian, and the reward will be the ability to communicate with monsters. Tang Xian took a deep breath. What exactly is this illusion trying to do? They forced him to be this sycophant. Whenever Tang Xian wanted to refuse, she would offer him a reward that he couldn't refuse. The ability to communicate with monsters doesn't seem to improve combat power. But it is actually a very useful skill. Just like before he formed a contract with Xiaotian, Tang Xian had no idea what Xiaotian was trying to express. After the contract was signed, because of the contractual relationship, he was able to know what Xiaotian wanted to express. Demonic beasts, generally those that reach the strength of a demon king and have a high bloodline level, have the ability to transform into human form. At this time, they can speak human language. Demonic beasts with royal bloodlines can generally transform into human form at the level of a great demon. Lower-ranking demonic beasts require the strength of a demon emperor to transform into human form. However, once a demon reaches the strength of a demon king, while they cannot transform into human form, they can speak human language. In other words, without a contract, ordinary people can only communicate without barriers with demonic beasts of the demon king level or above. Those below the demon king are practically impossible to communicate with. While Tang Xian's ability to communicate with demonic beasts might not significantly improve his combat power, it is still very useful in certain situations. Teacher. Just then, Tang Xian stood up. Tang Xian, what's the matter? Ma Chang asked. Tang Xian replied, I also want to be in a group with Su Xin. As soon as these words were spoken, some people in the class started to jeer. Actually, everyone's gotten used to it by now. After all, Tang Xian has confessed his feelings to Su Xian 100 times these past few days. In everyone's eyes, Tang Xian has already been labeled as a simp. It's normal for him to want to be in a group with Su Xian now. Some people also envied Tang Xian's courage. They also wanted to be in a group with Su Xian. Who wouldn't want to be in a group with the school beauty who ranked first in the grade in actual combat? But they weren't as brave as Tang Xian. They didn't dare to speak up, and they also knew that it would be useless to speak up anyway. Ma Chang angrily said, Tang Xian, this grouping was done after research and was based on the ranking of actual combat performance. Tang Xian said, then I also want to be in a group with good combat results. I also want to learn well and improve my combat results. Ma Chang pointed at Tang Xian and said, are you going there to study? I'm almost embarrassed to point it out to you. Then why is Meng Jian paired with Su Xian? Tang Xian asked. Can you compare to Meng Jian? He's a weapon master, and his combat performance is second in the grade, unlike you who's last, Ma Chang said disdainfully. At this moment, Meng Jian proudly raised his head. Tang Xian said, in that case, I'll challenge him. If I win, I'll team up with Su Xian, how about that? At this moment, everyone looked at Tang Xian with incredulous eyes. They didn't know how Tang Xian dared to do that. The last place student in the grade wants to challenge the second place student? Has he lost his mind? Tang Xian didn't want to complicate things, he was only after the reward. In this world, duels can solve all problems. The fact that Ren Qingxian stopped them halfway through the fight left both sides somewhat resentful. Having been reborn, Tang Xian has more combat experience. Through his recent exchange with Meng Jian, Tang Xian has found a way to deal with him. Although Meng Jian is stronger overall now, Tang Xian has rich combat experience from his previous life. Chapter 16. Is Tang Xian really that brave? Tang Xian, do you know what you're saying? I know you stole a blood flame winged tiger from Meng Jian yesterday. You don't actually think you can beat Meng Jian with just a non-natal summoned beast, do you? You're oversimplifying the fight. Challenging him now is just asking for humiliation, Ma Chang said disdainfully to Tang Xian. If the Tang family were still around, Ma Chang would naturally be speaking on Tang Xian's side. Unfortunately, the Tang family is gone, and being extremely snobbish, he naturally wouldn't take Tang Xian seriously. Tang Xian said, Teacher Ma, first of all, I need to correct a few of your mistakes. First, the blood flame winged tiger is an excellent student in your eyes, but he himself is not capable of contracting it. Then they said that as long as I can contract it, they will give me the blood flame winged tiger. They just admitted this in front of many people. So, please take back the word steal. Secondly, who says that a non-natal summoned beast is necessarily weaker than a natal summoned beast? I really thought that I could beat Meng Jian with the blood flame winged tiger. Third, I've never thought of battles as simple. I've seen more battles than you have, and I understand better what battles mean. But are challenges within the academy, where both sides are guaranteed safety, really battles? They're just playing around. Fourth, I don't know if I've humiliated myself, but you've praised someone so highly. If he loses later, will it be his face or yours that gets slapped? Tang Xian spoke calmly and respectfully, enunciating each word clearly. Having been reborn, what situation hadn't he seen? Wow, really? Tang Xian is that brave? He even dares to confront Teacher Ma head on. He dared to challenge Meng Jian, so what wouldn't he dare to do with that kind of spirit? Tang Xian, have I been too gentle with you? Ma Chang slammed his hand on the podium, and with a loud crack, the wooden podium instantly shattered into pieces. Tang Xian, let me tell you, don't try to pull your Tang family young master act on me. Even if your Tang family were still around, I couldn't teach a student like you. And you think you've seen more battles than me? Who do you think you are? Someone like you would probably pee your pants if you witnessed a truly deadly life or death duel, Ma Chang said angrily. Tang Xian just smiled and said, I was indeed quite frightened when I first saw it, but not to the point of wetting myself. Unlike some people, however, who abandon their students and run away for their own lives, wagging their tails to survive. Tang Xian was naturally referring to Ma Chang when he said certain people. The reason why Tang Xian had such an attitude towards Ma Chang was because in his previous life, after learning that Yunqing had fallen, he rushed back to Yunqing and returned to the academy. Upon returning, Tang Xian found the academy in ruins, littered with corpses. He learned from the survivors that the academy's defensive array had originally held out for some time, allowing many students to escape to the back mountain for refuge. But because Ma Chang was afraid of death, he broke through the defensive formation from the inside and surrendered, begging for his life. This led to the invasion of the Western Continent's army, and many students were still unable to evacuate at the time. This led to the tragic deaths of thousands of students. It was also this that caused Ren Xingxian to die in battle protecting the students. "Tang Xian, what nonsense are you spouting here?" Ma Chang said. Ma Chang naturally didn't know that the people Tang Xian was talking about were him. He just assumed that Tang Xian had some mental issues and was talking nonsense. "Teacher Ma, why waste words with this guy? Since he challenged me, I have no reason to refuse. So, leave this guy to me. Don't worry, I'll make him kneel before you and apologize later." At this moment, Meng Jian stood up and said confidently. He believed he already knew Tang Xian's strength while all he had was an ordinary blood-flame-winged tiger. Ma Chang nodded and then said, "Tang Xian, if you lose, you'll be kicked out of class 1. I can't teach a student who looks down on his classmates and disrespects his teachers like this." Ma Chang also took this opportunity to try to kick Tang Xian out of the class. Anyway, he has a reason to be kicked out. Whichever class wants him can take him. If no class wants him, he'll just have to drop out. He's just a young master from a fallen family who would take him seriously. Tang Xian and Meng Jian arrived at the training ground. At this moment, everyone in class 1 also came to the training ground to watch the two fight. "Teacher Ma, what's going on with your class? This lesson shouldn't be a practical lesson, right?" Ren Xingxian walked over at this moment. The training ground is limited in size, so it cannot accommodate all classes at the same time. Generally, outdoor classes are staggered between each class. This lesson is a theory class for odd-numbered classes and a practical class for even-numbered classes. Ren Xingxian is the homeroom teacher of class 2 and also the teacher of the practical course for class 2. When Ren Xingxian saw Ma Chang arriving with his group, she was somewhat displeased. What did this class want? To take over the venue? To be honest, Ren Xingxian wasn't particularly interested in Ma Chang either. Ma Chang was over 40 and divorced. Yet, this divorced man had taken a liking to Ren Xingxian and would occasionally try to woo her with little romantic gestures. This gave Ren Xingxian a huge headache, and it also made her really dislike Ma Chang. Now, he's brought his class over, and Ren Xingxian thought he was here to take over the space. Isn't that perfect? The two classes can clash. Even though class 1 had the top 2 students in the freshman test, Ren Xingxian didn't care. Upon seeing Ren Xingxian approach, Ma Chang immediately put on a fawning smile. "Xingxian, are you teaching a class?" Ma Chang asked. Ren Xingxian's face fell instantly, and she said, "Teacher Ma, Xingxian is what my parents, my grandfather, and my elders call me. Please be respectful." Ma Chang smiled awkwardly, feeling somewhat embarrassed in front of his students. However, he dared not say anything. First of all, in terms of strength, he was at the early stage of the 5th rank, while Ren Xingxian was at the middle stage of the 5th rank. Moreover, Ren Xingxian is a weapon master, and her natal weapon is much stronger than Ma Chang's natal summoned beast. Even disregarding ability, in terms of status, the other person is the dean's granddaughter, while Ma Chang has no background or connections. Yes, Teacher Ren is right. Ma Chang said with an awkward smile, "It's like this student who was at the bottom of our class overestimated himself and actually challenged Meng Jian. So we'll borrow the venue for a while and let them have a match." Given Ren Xingxian's dislike for Ma Chang, if other students from class 1 wanted to borrow a place to fight, she would definitely say no. She would ask to borrow the place from class 4 or class 6, but she would not lend it to class 2. However, the fight was between Tang Xian and Meng Jian, which greatly interested Ren Xingxian. Just before class started, she admitted she had misjudged them. She stopped the fight between the two, and she originally thought it was a battle that Meng Jian was bound to win. But in the end, when she saw the poison on her palm, Ren Xingxian realized that she had misjudged him. Therefore, at this moment, she was happy to lend the venue to class 1, as she also wanted to see just how much Tang Xian was hiding. Chapter 17 I want them all. Sure, we can lend them the venue, Ren Xingxian said. Tang Xian and Meng Jian entered the arena, ready for battle. At this moment, Ren Xingxian's eyes darted around, and she asked Ma Chang beside her, "Teacher Ma, which student do you think is promising?" Ren Xingxian knew, of course, that Ma Chang favored Meng Jian. After all, when they first arrived, Ma Chang had referred to Tang Xian as a loser and described him as overestimating his abilities. She's asking this now only because she's planning to swindle Ma Chang out of his money. Ma Chang laughed and said, Teacher Ren, you must have heard of Meng Jian. After all, he ranks second in the freshman test, and his demon suppressing sword is a weapon that can be ranked in the top 30. On the other hand, this Tang Xian even made a mistake in his natal summoning, and now he has contracted a non-natal summon beast. Do you think he can be a match for Meng Jian with his strength? Ran Qingxian smiled and said, I don't think so. I'm quite optimistic about Tang Xian. Ran Qingxuan's words surprised Ma Chang. He didn't quite understand. He could tell the difference in strength between the two at a glance, so why would Ran Qingxian favor Tang Xian? Or was she doing it on purpose? After all, Ma Chang knew that Ran Qingxian didn't like him, but he favored Meng Jian, and Ran Qingxian was deliberately going against him. Teacher Ren, even 10 Tang Xians wouldn't be a match for brother Meng Jian. Just watch how he loses. Zhang Jin overheard Ran Qingxian and Ma Chang's conversation and said with great dissatisfaction. Ran Qingxian smiled and said, Really? Teacher Ma, let's make a bet. What are we betting on? Ma Chang asked. Ran Qingxian laughed and said, Let's bet on who will win. You'll definitely choose Meng Jian, so I'll choose Tang Xian. If I win, how about all the resources of your class 1 this semester go to our class 2? Ma Chang was somewhat surprised when he heard this. Was Ran Qingxian betting such a big amount? Because Ran Qingxian spoke quite loudly, the surrounding students also heard her. Everyone, whether from class 1 or class 2, looked at Ran Qingxian with disbelief. If I lose, all of class 1's resources for this semester will go to class 2. What if you lose? Will class 2's resources go to class 1? Ma Chang laughed. Actually, Ma Chang didn't care at all at this moment. He felt that he couldn't possibly lose. Even if Meng Jian gave Tang Xian a handicap, he could easily defeat Tang Xian. Ran Qingxian said, I can't gamble with the resources that students deserve. I know what you want. If you win, I'll accept your pursuit. Upon hearing this, the surrounding students immediately cheered and jeered. I never expected Ran Qingxian to go this far. Isn't Tang Xian doomed to lose? Is she really going to accept Ma Chang's advances? Ma Chang's heart was pounding, he could hardly contain his excitement. After pursuing Ran Qingxian for so long, she was finally going to agree. In Ma Chang's eyes, Ran Qingxian was moved by his perseverance and was about to agree to his advances. However, being a young woman, she needed to maintain her composure, so she deliberately made a bet she was sure to lose, and then took the opportunity to accept his pursuit. Teacher Ren, is what you said true? Ma Chang asked excitedly. Ran Qingxian said, Of course it's true. There are 60 students from both classes here to testify. How could I renege? But you'd better think it through. If you lose, I'll just collect all the resources your class receives every month when the academy distributes them. Do you want to ask your students for their opinions? It would be hard to explain if you lose. Ma Chang laughed and said, I'm their homeroom teacher. Do I need to ask their opinions? Besides, even if I did ask, would any of them disagree? Classmates, do you agree? We agree. At this moment, among the students in class 1, only Su Xian and a very few others remained silent, the rest all spoke in unison. Ma Chang smiled and said, Teacher Rin, look. Teacher Rin, I'm from class 1. If I win, class 1 won't get any resources, and I won't get any either. That's not worth it. I might as well just admit defeat. If you become Ma Chang's girlfriend, he might be happy and give us a reward. Tang Xian said at this moment. Tang Xian wanted to protect his own interests first. Ran Qingxian looked at Tang Xian and said, If you win, we'll give you half of the resources that class 2 wins. Tang Xian shook his head and said, I want them all. Tang Xian, greed knows no bounds. If you want it all, what's the point of my bet? Ran Qingxian said. Tang Xian laughed and said, The point is that you've made a friend of mine, so you're not at a loss. And now you have no way out. If you don't agree, then I'll deliberately lose, and you'll become Ma Chang's girlfriend. You? Ran Qingxian was so angry she gritted her teeth. Tang Xian, oh Tang Xian, I really underestimated you. They originally thought they could outmaneuver Ma Chang and win over the resources of class 1. Even if they only gave half to Tang Xian, they would still get the other half. But who knew that Tang Xian would ask for such an exorbitant amount? Most importantly, she's now in a bind. If she doesn't agree, Tang Xian will deliberately lose, and then she'll really have to be Ma Chang's girlfriend. With so many students as witnesses, if she were to renege on her promise, she would have no face to remain in the academy. If I agree, the prize I win by betting my happiness will ultimately benefit Tang Xian. Teacher Ren, now I not only want the resources you won, but also the resources for Class 2 this month. The longer you delay, the more I want, Tang Xian said calmly. These words not only aroused righteous indignation among the students of Class 1, but also among the students of Class 2. Ren Xingxian felt like her back molars were about to shatter. Plus 2 months' worth of resources from Class 2, Tang Xian said casually. Okay, don't add anymore, I promise you, Ren Xingxian said quickly. She wouldn't gamble with the college's resources, so she'd have to pay for the next 2 months' worth herself. That's enough for 30 people for 2 months. Ren Xingxian was practically spitting blood. She thought she was the hunter, about to make a fortune, but little did she know, she was also the prey. Teacher Ren, thank you in advance, Tang Xian said with a smile. Ren Xingxian smiled bitterly. At this moment, Tang Xian laughed and said, Classmates, is there anyone who supports me? Support me now, and the resources I win can be shared equally among you. No one took these words seriously. They all thought Tang Xian was a joke who would support him. Besides, he was now public enemy number 1. I support you. If you win, you have to split the winnings with me, Ren Xingxian said. Ren Xingxian had a slightly smug expression on her face. She looked at Tang Xian, thinking that she had won back a point. Tang Xian said calmly, I was talking about classmates, you're a teacher, so you don't count. Since no one supports me, then forget it. I'll keep all these resources for myself, so don't be jealous later. You wretched guy, so smug now. If you lose later, I won't let you off the hook, Ren Xingxian said. Don't worry, Teacher Ren. Ma Chang is not a good man. I am just greedy, not wicked. Naturally, I will not let Teacher Ren fall into a pit of fire, Tang Xian said. Tang Xian, what did you say? Tang Xian's words enraged Ma Chang. Tang Xian said, the literal meaning shouldn't be difficult to understand. Meng Jian, teach him a lesson he won't hold back. If anything happens, I'll take care of it, Ma Chang said fiercely. What he meant was to tell Ma Chang to be ruthless and not to be afraid of causing trouble, as he would handle it. Chapter 18 Bait. Having already exchanged blows with Meng Jian, Tang Xian had gained some understanding of Meng Jian's fighting style. Meng Jian is extremely confident. He believes that his strength is superior to Tang Xian's, so he will definitely launch a fierce attack. Meng Jian summoned the demon-suppressing sword. Tang Xian summoned Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian, don't go head-to-head with this guy. We'll be at a disadvantage if we fight him head-on with our current strength. He won't take me seriously, so his attention will definitely be on you. Just harass him with fireballs and try to keep your distance. If he uses his spirit to attack, keep your distance from the spirit. Tang Xian communicated with Xiao Tian through the contract. Xiao Tian let out a low growl, indicating that he understood. The previous battle was interrupted, and Xiao Tian was holding his breath. The match begins. Meng Jian took the lead and launched an attack on Xiao Tian using his spirit. Sure enough, he automatically chose to ignore Tang Xian and instead focused his attention on Xiao Tian. In his eyes, the battle would be over once Tang Xian's summoned beast was defeated. A young blood-flame-winged tiger poses no threat to it. Meng Jian stood with his arms crossed, watching the artifact spirit wielding the demon-suppressing sword attack the blood-flame-winged tiger. With Tang Xian's command, Xiao Tian also tried to keep his distance from the artifact spirit. After all, it is only in its cub stage, and its current defense is insufficient to withstand the attack of the demon suppression sword unscathed. Therefore, it attacks while dodging, spewing fireballs at the same time. However, its fireballs were of little use to the spirit of the demon suppressing sword. The massive sword god of the demon suppressing sword will block these fireballs, and Xiao Tian's current attacks are insufficient to damage the demon suppressing sword. Tang Xian stood still, waiting for the other party to lower their guard. In summoned beast battles, the beast tamer stands behind and directs the battle. This is how almost all beast tamers operate. Therefore, Tang Xian standing still was the most normal thing to do in other people's eyes. Haha, Teacher Ren, look at Tang Xian's useless summoned beast, all it knows is to dodge. And its attacks have no effect at all. I think the result of this competition should be a foregone conclusion, right? Teacher Ren, actually you wanted to say yes to me a long time ago, but you were just too embarrassed, so you deliberately made a bet with me that you were sure to lose, so that you could take the opportunity to say yes to me, right? Ma Chang said to Ren Xingxian with a grin. Judging from his lewd smile, he seems to be fantasizing about Ren Xingxian nestled in his arms, and he's probably even fantasizing about more intimate scenes. Ren Xingxian said coldly, Teacher Ma, the competition is not over yet, so don't be so absolute. Tang Xian hasn't even made a move yet. Ren Xingxuan's words made Ma Chang burst into laughter. Ha, Teacher Ren, what are you talking about? Tang Xian is just a beast tamer, not a weapon tamer. What makes him think he can compete? Even if he does, do you think Meng Jian, who is a weapon tamer, will have the upper hand in a head-on confrontation? Ren Xingxian said, Teacher Ma, it seems you don't understand your students at all. I understand, of course I understand. Meng Jian is the second-ranked freshman, while Tang Xian is the last-ranked. How could I not know? Teacher Rin, you'll be my girlfriend later. Let's go out for dinner together after get off work tonight, Ma Chang said with a smile. Ren Xingxian said, the results aren't out yet, don't worry. Look, Tang Xian is starting to make moves. Ma Chang looked over and, sure enough, after Xiao Tian had completely captured Meng Jian's attention, Tang Xian also began to make his move. Is this guy out of his mind? He actually went over like that. Does he think he can hurt Meng Jian? Ma Chang laughed. Ren Xingxian is now somewhat worried that Tang Xian has simply swaggered up there. Although it was a sneak attack from behind, he had used this move before, so Meng Jian probably knew that Tang Xian might launch another sneak attack, and therefore he might have been prepared. This guy has too little combat experience. He's using the same old trick, so the chances of success are slim, Ren Xingxian thought to herself. At this moment, Tang Xian had already arrived behind Meng Jian, and he threw a punch. Suddenly, Meng Jian turned around, a disdainful sneer appearing on his face. Tang Xian, do you think this move will still work? Meng Jian said, reaching out his hand. In an instant, the demon-suppressing sword returned to his hand. Next, he slashed at Tang Xian with his sword. With a plop, although Tang Xian had tried his best to block the sword, the sharp demon-suppressing sword had already left a long wound on Tang Xian's chest, and blood flowed freely instantly. Brother Meng Jian, well done. Zhang Jin was the happiest of them all and jumped up immediately. Ma Chang was all smiles. It seemed that getting Ren Xingxian to be his girlfriend was a sure thing. The rest of the class cheered their resources were safe. And since Ren Xingxian was now Ma Chang's girlfriend, Ma Chang would surely reward them again. However, Ren Xingxuan's face turned ashen. Had she misjudged him again? Was this Tang Xian really a good-for-nothing? Trying the same old trick again? Do they really think everyone else is stupid? Just then, Tang Xian looked up at Meng Jian and a cold smile appeared on his face. Suddenly, he gripped the demon-suppressing sword tightly with both hands. Meng Jian's heart skipped a beat. This guy was already so badly injured, how could he still be laughing? And that smile was too eerie. He tried to take back the demon-suppressing sword, but Tang Xian held on tightly. Damn it, let go, Meng Jian said. Brother Meng Jian, be careful. Zhang Jin suddenly shouted. Hearing Zhang Jin's roar, Meng Jian turned around abruptly. The moment he turned around, he saw the blood-flame-winged tiger pounce on him. Roar! The angry little Tian let out a roar. This roar was no longer as cute as its usual roar. Xiao Tian pounced on Meng Jian and started biting him. Meng Jian screamed in pain. The next second, Xiao Tian raised its tiger paw and slapped Meng Jian's face with it. The million-ton grappling hook sent Meng Jian flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Tang Xian wouldn't give Meng Jian another chance to retaliate. Before Meng Jian could even get up from the ground, Tang Xian rushed forward and punched him in the chest. Instantly, the poison gas seeped in. Tang Xian knew that there was a gap in strength between him and Meng Jian, and that he would not be Meng Jian's match in a head-on confrontation. After all, Meng Jian was a chosen one, and at this point in time, his fighting ability was at the top level among his peers. For Tang Xian to win, one of him and Xiao Tian must act as bait, and this bait will most likely be seriously injured. But this time, Tang Xian decided to do it himself. Xiao Tian distracted Meng Jian so he could launch a sneak attack. He could guess that Meng Jian would be prepared in advance. After all, Meng Jian wouldn't be foolish enough to fall twice in the same place. Tang Xian also took advantage of this, making himself the bait. After Meng Jian attacks him, his attention will shift away from Xiao Tian, which is the perfect opportunity for Xiao Tian to launch an attack. Damn it! Meng Jian tried to get up, but he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest and even had difficulty breathing. He tore open his clothes and saw that his chest was covered in a large black stain. Poison! You poisoned me, you bastard! Meng Jian roared. At this moment, Ma Chang also ran over to check on Meng Jian's condition. After seeing the poison in Meng Jian's chest, he was furious and said, You beast, how could you do such a cruel thing? I must teach you a lesson today. As he spoke, Ma Chang, the teacher, not only failed to make a fair judgment after the competition ended, but also attacked Tang Xian. Chapter 19, a model of the soft rice world. Tang Xian was caught off guard by Ma Chang's sudden attack. At this point, it seems he can't escape. You're ready to hand over your body to me. Just then, Huan spoke. Tang Xian also knew that Huan Ke would not let him die here. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared and instantly blocked Ma Chang's attack. Teacher Ma, isn't this inappropriate? As a teacher, it's one thing to fail to treat students fairly, but after the students' competition ended, you directly attacked the winning student just because the student you supported lost. You are unworthy of being a teacher. The person blocking Ma Chang's way was Rin Qingxian. I didn't even summon any beasts, Ma Chang quickly retorted. Tang Xian, you'd better die. Zhang Jin shouted angrily at that moment. The next second, she summoned a mystic nether leopard. The Xian Yuming leopard was incredibly fast, and it instantly rushed in front of Tang Xian. Tang Xian clutched his chest with the speed of the Xian Yuming leopard, he couldn't dodge it. But at that moment, Xiao Tian pounced on him instantly. The moment the Xian Yuming leopard reached Tang Xian, Xiao Tian pounced on it and knocked it to the ground. Xiao Tian didn't hold back and bit down on the neck of the Xian Yuming leopard. The 4 deadly moves of large felines: chokehold, headshot, neck bite, and rear end bite. Although Xiao Tian was still a young tiger, his throat locking technique was already highly skilled. After all, wild beasts are different from those that are domesticated. Xiao Tian followed Tang Xian because it had nowhere else to go. In other words, it probably didn't have any adult blood-flame-winged tigers protecting it. Therefore, to survive in the wild, even tiger cubs need to rely on their own abilities to hunt for food. This is precisely why she is so wild. The mysterious netherworld leopard is Zhang Jin's destined summoned beast, and it is also a cub. With both being cubs, the dark nether leopard would not gain any advantage over the blood-flame-winged tiger. Xiao Tian bit down hard on the neck of the Xian Yuming leopard, whose throat contained not only a major artery but also a trachea. At this point, Xiao Tian had completely listed the Xian Yuming leopard as prey to be hunted. Xiao Tian twisted his body repeatedly, sending his sharp teeth into the throat of the Xian Yuming leopard. Let go, let go. Zhang Jin panicked when she saw this. The death of a non-natal summoned beast has little impact on the beast master. However, the death of a summoned beast is a devastating blow to a beast tamer, who may never be able to summon a new one. She pounced on him like a madwoman, grabbing Xiao Tian tightly and trying to get it off the Xian Yuming leopard. With her limited strength, she couldn't possibly pull Xiao Tian away, who was determined to kill her. The dark nether leopard opened its mouth wide, its throat was being bitten, and it couldn't even make a sound. If this continues, it will surely die. Tang Xian, quickly make your summoned beast relent. Kill her natal summoned beast, and she'll be finished. Ren Xingxian said to Tang Xian at this moment. Tang Xian said, just now, she sent her summoned beast to attack me. You should know what it means for a weak beast tamer to be directly attacked by a summoned beast. She wanted to kill me, and I only killed her summoned beast. That's fair, isn't it? Tang Xian's voice was icy cold. Tang Xian would not show any mercy to those who wanted him dead. Tang Xian, how dare you? If you don't let go of this beast, I will expel you from the academy. Ma Chang roared angrily. To be honest, I don't plan to stay here for very long. My footprints are meant to be all over the continent, not just limited to this small academy, Tang Xian said. No matter what he said, Tang Xian had no intention of getting Xiao Tian to agree. If they were to attack Xiao Tian, Tang Xian would simply hand over his body to Huan Lai to take over. Although Tang Xian didn't know how strong Huan was, he was certain that she could easily suppress Ma Chang and Ren Xingxian. At this moment, Zhang Jin was so anxious that he cried, because the Xian Yuming leopard's struggles were getting weaker and weaker. Just then, Su Xian walked over. She walked up to Xiao Tian and gently patted his head. Just then, Xiao Tian, who was in a rage, suddenly calmed down. It released its grip and slowly walked back to Tang Xian's side. Xiao Tian, what's wrong? Tang Xian asked. At this moment, Xiao Tian looked up at Tang Xian, its eyes also somewhat blank. Illusion? Don't worry, it will dissipate naturally in a few minutes. Tang Xian frowned slightly. Illusion magic. The moon-treading fox did indeed possess illusion-type attributes. However, getting the moon-treading fox to learn illusion-type skills was extremely difficult. At least in his previous life, Tang Xian's moon-treading fox hadn't learned any illusion-type skills. Beast masters can use the skills of their summoned beasts, and Su Xian is now using illusion magic, which means that her moon-treading fox has already mastered illusion skills. No wonder she was the top student in the freshman test, she's got something. At this point, the carotid artery of the Xian Yuming leopard had been ruptured. Ordinary treatments wouldn't be able to save him. But just then, Su Xian took out a pill and gave it to the Xian Yuming leopard. The bleeding stopped quickly. Such an injury can be healed quickly. This must be a high-quality elixir. The grades of elixirs, from lowest to highest, are low grade, medium grade, high grade, fine, excellent, profound, innate, and divine. Su Xian said, "It's alright, you should recover after a few days of rest." Thank you, thank you." At this moment, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. "Brother Meng Jian, are you alright?" Upon learning that the Xian Yuming leopard was unharmed, Zhang Jin's first action was to rush to Meng Jian's side. However, at this moment, Meng Jian suddenly pushed Zhang Jin away and said angrily, "It's all your fault. If you had sold me that Xuanhua winged bird yesterday, I wouldn't have lost." After hearing this, Zhang Jin said, but that Xuanhua winged bird requires 1,000 spirit stones, and I don't have that many." The eldest daughter of the Zhang family doesn't even have 1,000 spirit stones? Who are you trying to fool? You just can't bear to part with them, Meng Jian roared in anger. Tang Xian was somewhat surprised. Should he say that Meng Jian was a model of a gigolo? He was really domineering to live off a woman so readily. But at that moment, Meng Jian clutched his chest and knelt on the ground. The poison began to take effect. "Tang Xian, quickly detoxify him," Ma Chang said. Tang Xian said, "I'm sorry, I don't know how." It wasn't that Tang Xian didn't know how, it was that he didn't want to. He was already on Tang Xian's death list, so it didn't matter whether he died sooner or later. "Tang Xian, do you want to kill Meng Jian?" Ma Chang said angrily. Tang Xian said, "It seems he also intends to kill me. Look at my injuries, he's planning to cleave me in two." "Tang Xian, you bastard, hurry up and hand over the antidote, or the Zhang family will not let you off the hook." Zhang Jin roared in anger. Tang Xian laughed and said, "Look how shameless you are. Forget it, I don't want to talk about you anymore. You only realize that he used you as a stepping stone to give to others to enjoy, and you will only wake up before you commit suicide." "Tang Xian, what nonsense are you spouting here?" "I'll say it again, hand over the antidote now," Zhang Jin said. Tang Xian completely ignored Zhang Jin and sat down to begin recuperating from his injuries. Xiao Tian also woke up from the illusion at this moment. It bared its teeth and looked at the people around it in case they came to attack Tang Xian. Chapter 20, She Only Likes Your Type. At this moment, Ma Chang called on someone in the class whose summoned beasts had healing abilities to come and treat Meng Jian. However, Tang Xian completely disregarded the fact that his injuries were also quite severe. Ren Xingxian couldn't stand it anymore and called over someone in the class who had a healing summon to treat Tang Xian. This makes it seem like Tang Xian is from class 2. Ordinary treatments are insufficient to detoxify the poison, as the toxin from the Mungan venom invaded the chest, very close to the heart. It's not too late to call a high-level healing beastmaster now. Lower-level treatments can at most slow down the onset of the poison. "Tang Xian, hurry up and come over here to detoxify Meng Jian, or I'll get rough with you," Ma Chang said. Ma Chang only knew that Meng Jian was the second-ranked student among the freshmen, and that losing Meng Jian would have a significant impact on the competition between classes in the future. The competition among classes is also related to the homeroom teacher's salary, so Ma Chang is very anxious right now. However, no matter how anxious Ma Chang was, Tang Xian didn't care at all and continued to heal his injuries. "You're asking for death." Seeing that Tang Xian remained unmoved, the enraged Ma Chang was about to make a move. "Ma Chang, how dare you?" Ren Xingxian stood in front of Tang Xian at this moment. "Teacher Rin, he went all out against his classmates during the sparring session. That kind of guy deserves to be taught a lesson," Ma Chang said. Ren Xingxian glanced back at Tang Xian, who remained calm, and then said, "If Tang Xian really killed someone, the academy will deal with him, not you. Besides, Meng Jian is still alive, isn't he? And Tang Xian might really not be able to find an antidote." Upon hearing this, Ma Chang angrily retorted, "Ren Xingxian, I think you also want Meng Jian dead, don't you? If he dies, your class 2 will have a greater advantage in class competitions, won't you? You're almost as good as me for being a teacher." Ma Chang knew that Ren Xingxian would never accept his advances, so he decided to break off all pretense of civility. Ren Xingxian said, "Say whatever you want, but try touching Tang Xian today." At this point, the two sides were deadlocked. Just then, Su Xian walked up to Meng Jian and gave him a pill. Right after Meng Jian took the elixir, the toxins in his chest slowly dissipated. Seeing this, Ma Chang laughed and said, as expected of Su Xian. That's great, Meng Jian's poison has been cured, Zhang Jin said happily. At this moment, Tang Xian looked over, and his brows furrowed slightly. Huan, since my rebirth is related to you, you should know what happened before I was reborn. I don't need to tell you what kind of person Meng Jian is, and Su Xian actually went so far as to use a top-grade elixir to save him. Is this the kind of person you want me to pursue? She doesn't fully understand what kind of person Meng Jian is, at least not yet. Don't worry, look, she's coming over. Just then, Su Xian walked up to Tang Xian again. Tang Xian sneered and said, "What? Do you want to avenge him?" Su Xian didn't say anything, but directly stuffed a pill into Tang Xian's mouth. What are you doing? Tang Xian asked. Su Xian turned and left, saying as she did so, "Poison, would you dare to eat it?" Swallow it, it's good stuff. Tang Xian listened to Huan's words and swallowed the medicine that Su Xian had stuffed into his mouth. The moment he swallowed it, Tang Xian felt a warm sensation in his body, but his chest area was quite itchy, which meant his wound was healing. It takes effect instantly after being taken, and it even heals wounds quickly. This is a high-quality elixir. A high-quality pill can sell for at least 20 spirit stones, which is 200,000. In just a short while, Su Xian had already produced 3 high-quality pills. She really is a rich woman. Thanks, Tang Xian said. Su Xian, what are you doing? Why are you giving him medicine to heal his wounds? Look at how badly he's hurt brother Meng Jian. When Zhang Jin saw that Su Xian had given Tang Xian medicine for healing, she was unhappy and immediately ran over to scold Su Xian. Su Xian glanced at Zhang Jin with disgust and said, in the battle just now, he knew very well that if he wanted to win, either his summoned beast or he himself had to act as bait, and the bait would inevitably be seriously injured. He chose to be the bait himself, and it didn't matter if his non-natal summoned beast died. That's how it was for you, but he would rather be seriously injured himself than let his summoned beast take the risk. Moreover, given that summoned beasts have stronger healing and survival abilities than humans, I can't find a reason not to save someone like him. Of course, this isn't considered saving him, his injuries aren't fatal. I just helped him heal in advance. But he heard Meng Jian go, Zhang Jin said angrily. Su Xian glanced at Meng Jian and said, his overall strength is stronger, but he lost so badly, which is really embarrassing. And after losing, he even blamed others, and the reason for his blaming was even more ridiculous, that he lost because others didn't buy him summoned beasts. This is a sign of incompetence. I really can't imagine that he was the guy who was fearless in the face of life and death back then. Maybe he's become useless after living off women for so many years. At this point, Su Xian looked at Meng Jian and said, 3 months from now, I will take you to a secret realm. After we come out of the secret realm, I will no longer owe you anything. After saying that, Su Xian turned and left. Su Xian. Meng Jian called out. He wanted to get up and chase after her, but his injuries had not fully healed, and he fell down again as soon as he stood up. Actually, Meng Jian is also very confused now, because he doesn't understand half of what Su Xian is saying. What does it mean to face death without fear back then? Also, he doesn't remember Su Xian owing him anything. But it doesn't matter to him, because he heard a word that excites him, secret realm. As everyone knows, secret realms are teeming with treasures. To manage to snag even a few treasures from one of these realms would be incredibly rewarding. Su Xian, well said. Su Xian had only taken a few steps when she heard Tang Xian's voice. She couldn't help but glance back at Tang Xian, then shook her head, thinking to herself, I should hate this guy more, but why can't I hate him? Huan, that feels so good. I originally thought Su Xian was just a love-struck fool who only cared about Meng Jian, but I didn't expect her to be so clear-headed, Tang Xian said to Huan. Before your rebirth, she fully understood Meng Jian's character after the Western continent's invasion, when he betrayed his country and defected. However, now, because of you, she's beginning to learn about Meng Jian's true nature earlier. She was really cool when she scolded Meng Jian. I'm actually starting to like her. By the way, since you're so good at this, what do you think I should do to make her like me? Just be yourself. She likes your type. You don't need to do anything special, just be yourself. I also think that someone as handsome as me could not possibly be inferior to that gigolo. Because Su Xian detoxified Meng Jian and treated Tang Xian, the matter ended without causing any serious consequences. The biggest headache right now is Ma Chang, who has squandered all of Class 1's resources for the entire semester. Of course, Ma Chang knew that Tang Xian had actually won all the resources. So he secretly instigated the students in his class to ask Tang Xian for the resources, believing that Tang Xian would succumb to the pressure and hand them over. The Tang Xian of the past might have been unable to withstand the pressure, but the Tang Xian of today wouldn't care at all. He's earned these resources through his own abilities. Not only will he not give them any, he'll use them right in front of you to infuriate you. Finally, Tang Xian was successfully assigned to a group with Su Xian. Whether intentionally or not, Ma Chang somehow managed to get Zhang Jin and Tang Xian to switch places. In other words, although Tang Xian was paired with Su Xian, he was also paired with Meng Jian. What a twist of fate! Moreover, this separated Zhang Jin and Meng Jian, which made Zhang Jin hate Tang Xian even more. Chapter 21. Unless she is a demon beast. Tang Xian also obtained the reward he wanted, the ability to communicate with demonic beasts. Now, he can understand the cries of other people's summoned beasts. After school, Tang Xian just stepped out of the academy gate. At that moment, a car stopped in front of Tang Xian. Tang Xian looked at the person in the car. It was Ren Qingxian. Ren Qingxian gestured for Tang Xian to get into the car. Half an hour later. In a restaurant in Yunqing, the beautiful Ren Qingxian looked at Tang Xian with eager eyes. Just now, she had suggested to Tang Xian that he transfer to Class 2. The number of students in a class is fixed. If Tang Xian wants to go to Class 2, then one student from Class 2 has to transfer to Class 1. Now, Ren Qingxian is waiting for Tang Xian's answer. Tang Xian hesitated. To be honest, Tang Xian had no intention of switching to Class 2, since Su Xian was in Class 1. Ren Qingxian seemed to sense Tang Xian's thoughts. She frowned slightly, but quickly smiled again. She leaned forward slightly, placed her hands on the table, and said firmly, Tang Xian, Class 2 is an excellent class. I believe your joining will bring us more vitality and surprises. Tang Xian lowered his head and pondered for a moment, then raised his head and looked at Ren Qingxian with a firm gaze, saying, Teacher Ren, I am very grateful for your invitation. However, if Su Xian cannot join Class 2, I don't think I will join either. A hint of surprise flashed in Ren Qingxian's eyes, and she thought to herself that this guy really was a love-struck fool. But in reality, what Tang Xian wanted was to be closer to Su Xian so that he could more easily complete the tasks given by the illusion and thus obtain more rewards. Ren Qingxian nodded and said, I understand, Tang Xian. I will try my best to get Su Xian transferred to Class 2 as well. I hope you can give me some time. Ren Qingxian knew that he wanted to ask Ma Chang for someone, and if it was Tang Xian, Ma Chang would be more than happy to kick Tang Xian out of the class. However, if we want Su Xian, then it will be quite difficult. After all, Su Xian was the top scorer in the freshman test, and judging from the current performance, she is undoubtedly the number one. It's highly unlikely that Ma Chang would release such a student. In fact, Ren Qingxian didn't care about Su Xian being number one. What she wanted was Tang Xian. She felt that Tang Xian had more potential. However, Tang Xian's condition was that if Su Xian went to Class 2, then he would go to Class 2 as well. Therefore, if they want Su Xian, they can no longer go through Ma Chang, but must go directly through the academy to transfer her. After all, Ren Qingxian still has a voice within the academy. Of course, this will take some time. Ren Qingxian then placed a spatial bag in front of Tang Xian. Tang Xian asked, What is this? Ren Qingxian replied, The resources for Class 2 students are what I promised you. I can't touch the resources for Class 2 students, so I'm paying for them out of my own pocket. As for Class 1 students, I will give you the resources as soon as you receive them each month. Upon hearing this, Tang Xian's eyes narrowed into slits with laughter. He quickly picked it up and used his spiritual power to sense the items inside. There were pills, spirit stones, and some cultivation aids. There were quite a lot of items inside. After all, it was enough resources for 30 people for 2 months. Thank you, Teacher Ren, Tang Xian said. Ren Qingxian said, Don't call me Teacher Ren outside the academy. I'm not much older than you. If you don't mind, just call me Sister. She's quite the talker. She's not that much older than Tang Xian, but she's actually 10 years older. Sister, Tang Xian said. Ren Qingxian nodded, sigh, From now on, I'll call you my little brother outside the academy. After Tang Xian's rebirth, Ren Qingxian can be considered his first angel investor. In his previous life, Tang Xian was too low-key and didn't cause any major trouble during his 3 years at the academy. Everyone knew him only as a young master from a declining family, and since Tang Xian was in Class 1, he basically had no contact with Ren Xian. After his rebirth, Tang Xian was no longer as low-key as he had been in his previous life. After getting to know Ren Xian, relying on her unique vision, became the first angel investor. Brother, so much time has passed since the freshman test. Your destined summoned beast should have changed by now. Have you been summoning it again during this time? Ren Xian asked Tang Xian. She knew that if Tang Xian could form a contract with his natal summoned beast, then the first place would definitely belong to Tang Xian. Tang Xian said, it was Su Xian who was summoned again. Hearing this, Ren Xian was puzzled. She stroked her chin with one hand and said, this is too strange. How can you keep summoning one person? Unless what? Tang Xian asked. Unless she is a demon beast. Ren Xian's expression was serious, but she quickly laughed and said, how could that be possible? A demon beast that can transform must be at least a demon king level, and its bloodline level must be high. Even at the demon king level, the transformation won't be perfect. To achieve a perfect transformation, one must be at least a demon emperor. If Su Xian is really a demon beast, such a perfect transformation would require at least a demon emperor level. With your current strength, how could you possibly summon a demon emperor? Your spiritual power is completely on a different level. Even if you did summon one, you would suffer a spiritual backlash. Ren Xian then picked up the water glass on the table and took a sip. After a moment of contemplation, she said, if it's not a demonic beast, then why were you able to summon it? That's strange. Huan, do you know anything? Tang Xian contacted Huan. How would I know? It's completely baffling. Huan Yu said this, and Tang Xian Yu knew that Huan actually knew everything, but she didn't say it. Or rather, for certain reasons, she couldn't say it. Just as Huan said at the beginning, Tang Xian's memory of Su Xian was incomplete. He had to find this memory himself, rather than having someone else tell him. Sister, don't worry about this now. Things will work themselves out. I'll try summoning again in a while. Maybe I'll be able to summon other natal summoned beasts, Tang Xian said. Ren Xian nodded and said, that's true. We don't have any clues right now, so we can only wait and see. After dinner, Ren Xian escorted Tang Xian home. When Ren Xian arrived at Tang Xian's residence, she was dumbfounded. You live in a place like this? Ren Xian asked incredulously, looking at the tent in the woods on the outskirts of the city. Yes, Tang Xian said. The Tang family was once glorious, after all. Don't you have any money at all? Tang Xian replied, now we have them. The resources you gave me before can be sold for a lot of money. Ren Xian was speechless for a moment, then said, come with me. I have an empty house in the north of the city. It's just sitting there empty anyway, so instead of locking it up with long cobwebs, you can go and guard it for me. Thank you, sister. Tang Xian did not refuse Ren Xian's kindness. Because Tang Xian had been through it all, he knew that Ren Xian was someone worth befriending. And in this life, even if he couldn't change the fate of the Eastern continent, he would change Ren Xian's fate. Chapter 22 Resources. Soon, the monthly resource distribution day arrived. Generally speaking, classes with better grades receive more resources. Of course, to ensure fairness, even the best performing class will not receive more resources than the worst performing class by more than 20%. Basically, having more resources gives students some incentive to compete. After all, it's a secondary school, and this is still within the compulsory education period, so it's impossible for the resources received by each class to differ too much. If you go to an advanced academy, it's a different story. The strong get the meat, the average get the soup, and the weak don't even get the soup. However, for Class 1, everyone except Tang Xian was unhappy today. They really have no resources at all. Ma Chang didn't have Ren Xian's boldness. Tang Xian asked for 2 months' worth of resources from Class 2, but Ren Xian wouldn't gamble with the students' resources. So, she paid for 2 months' worth of resources for Tang Xian out of her own pocket. But Ma Chang wasn't willing to pay for these resources out of his own pocket. Besides, he couldn't afford it. He lost a whole semester's worth of resources. The college also provides resources for students during the holidays. Therefore, this semester provides resources for half a year. 30 people, 6 months' worth of resources, that's quite a lot. Shortly after the school bell rang, Ma Chang strode into the classroom. He walked expressionlessly to the podium, casually tossed a pile of materials he was holding onto the desk with a loud bang. Immediately afterwards, Ma Chang said to the students below the stage in a cold tone, "Students, today should have been the day to distribute cultivation resources to you, but unfortunately, due to certain reasons, you are unable to receive these resources now." At this point, Ma Chang paused deliberately, looked around, and finally fixed his gaze on Tang Xian sitting in the corner before continuing. "However, I think you should thank Tang Xian. It's because of him that you haven't received a single resource. Meanwhile, he's made a fortune from this opportunity." Upon hearing this, all the students in the class except Su Xian, who remained calm, looked at Tang Xian with disgust and hatred. Clearly, Ma Chang intended to incite the class's dissatisfaction and resentment towards Tang Xian, thereby putting immense pressure on him. What's even more ridiculous is that Ma Chang blatantly shifted all the blame onto Tang Xian, trying to make everyone believe that Tang Xian was responsible for the class's inability to obtain resources. This way, he could not only divert the students' attention but also absolve himself of any involvement truly insidious. Tang Xian was certainly not someone to be trifled with. If it were before his rebirth, he might have chosen to hand over the resources to avoid trouble. However, times have changed, and Tang Xian is no longer the same person he once was. Why would he take such trivial matters to heart? Tang Xian leaned back leisurely in his chair, the front legs slightly raised, exuding an air of ease. A slight smile played on his lips as he calmly replied, "Teacher Ma, I can't take the blame for this. The reason they didn't get the resources is because you lost your bet with Teacher Rin, causing all the resources to fall into Class 2's hands. What does this have to do with me?" Upon hearing this, Ma Chang strode down from the podium, so angry that he almost poked Tang Xian's nose with his finger. He demanded furiously, "Tang Xian, tell me, did all those resources ultimately end up in your pocket?" Tang Xian smiled slightly and nodded gently in agreement. "That's right, that's true, but I won it from Teacher Rin with my own skills." "What does it have to do with you? You lost to her, and she lost to me. Are you going to push the blame onto me and say that I stole your resources? In the end, isn't it because the guy you placed your hopes on wasn't good enough?" Before she could finish speaking, Zhang Jin suddenly stood up, glaring angrily at Tang Xian, and shouted, "Tang Xian, stop talking nonsense. You were able to defeat Brother Meng Jian by using some underhanded and despicable means." For Zhang Jin, anyone who dared to question Meng Jian's strength was more painful than losing her life. Seeing this, Tang Xian remained calm and composed, leisurely retorting, "Oh? Despicable means? Very well, tell me, what kind of despicable tricks did I use? Could it be poison? You know, after entering the Advanced Beast-Taming Academy, students specialize in their respective fields of expertise, and poison is a major field. Or is it that a victory earned through one's own desperate struggle is considered a lowly act in your eyes?" His tone was calm as still water, yet it carried an undeniable power. Faced with Tang Xian's questioning, Zhang Jun was speechless. Despite her deep disgust for Tang Xian, she had to admit that the fierce battle between Tang Xian and Meng Jian was indeed spectacular, and Tang Xian's ultimate victory was well deserved. Despite being weaker than Meng Jian in overall strength, Tang Xian achieved final victory through strategy. If this battle had been fought with summoned beasts acting as bait to absorb damage, it would undoubtedly have been a textbook example of combat. "Tang Xian, so what if you're all eloquent? I don't believe you. How can you really enjoy the resources of the whole class with a clear conscience? Alright, let's start the class," Ma Chang said sternly before turning back to the podium. At this moment, Ma Chang didn't want to waste any more words arguing with Tang Xian. He thought to himself, we'll see. After class, let's see how Tang Xian handles the questioning and pressure from these students. After all, these students couldn't have endured an entire semester without any progress if things continued like this. They absolutely couldn't accept the situation. It was easy to imagine them swarming towards Tang Xian demanding an explanation. They might even resort to violence. Let's wait and see what Tang Xian's abilities are in cleaning up this mess. Ma Chang secretly brooded, refusing to believe that Tang Xian couldn't remain so stubborn forever. Tang Xian didn't care at all. He also wanted to know what kind of surprises his classmates would bring him after class. As the bell rang, Ma Chang looked at Tang Xian, a barely perceptible sneer appearing on his face. "Get out of class dismissed," Ma Chang said, picking up his documents and leaving. At that moment, half of the students in the class instantly surrounded Tang Xian. Chapter 23. Then I'll give you a chance. "Hey! So many people are surrounding me, do you want to play tag with me?" Tang Xian asked with a mocking expression. "Tang Xian, stop talking nonsense. Are you willing to hand over the resources you have?" At this moment, a boy stepped out from the crowd and said in an unfriendly tone. This person, named Zhou Su, is the vice class monitor. He always tries to please Zhang Jin and is a complete sycophant. Tang Xian glanced at him indifferently and sneered, I went through a lot of trouble to get these resources, why should I hand them over to you? Tang Xian, how can you have no sense of class honor at all? You've monopolized all the resources for the entire semester. Does that mean the whole class will have no resources to use for the next 6 months? Zhou Shui questioned righteously. Tang Xian raised the corners of his mouth slightly and retorted without any politeness, what does your lack of resources have to do with me? I have enough resources of my own. Tang Xian couldn't help but find it somewhat ridiculous, thinking, at this point, someone's still talking to me about a sense of collective honor? Isn't that just nonsense? Just then, a summoning circle appeared beneath Tang Xian's feet, summoning Xiao Tian. Upon seeing this, everyone was startled, mistakenly believing that Tang Xian was planning to attack them. In reality, deep down they were also hoping that Tang Xian would make the first move, so that they could legitimately seize the resources. If the academy investigated, they could say that Tang Xian had struck first. However, to everyone's surprise, Tang Xian did not issue an attack order, but instead took out a handful of spirit enhancement pills from his spatial bag. It's important to know that the spirit enhancement pill is the most needed elixir for their cultivation at this stage. Just as everyone was astonished, Tang Xian did something that left them speechless and unable to accept it. He casually tossed a whole handful of spirit enhancement pills to Xiao Tian. Overjoyed, Xiao Tian leaped up and caught the spirit enhancement pills accurately with its mouth. Then, like eating candy, it swallowed them all with a few crisp crunch sounds. The spirit enhancement pill has almost negligible effect on summoned beasts. Its greatest function is to help the beastmaster increase their own spiritual energy. As for feeding it to summoned beasts, the effect is minimal. It's really just giving them candy to satisfy their cravings. However, Tang Xian's behavior was truly unbearable for some people. This guy would rather use the spirit enhancement pill to feed his summoned beasts than share even a single one with them. Zhou Su angrily pointed at Tang Xian's nose and shouted, Tang Xian, if you know what's good for you, hand over the resources right now, or don't blame us for being impolite. In fact, Zhou Su did this entirely because he received an instruction from Zhang Jin. Zhang Jin wanted to use Zhou Su to incite public anger and trigger a collective action to seize the resources from Tang Xian. She thought to herself, I don't believe it. With everyone's help, even if not everyone in the class participates, as long as half of them join in, Tang Xian will definitely be unable to resist. More importantly, since everyone is working together, the academy probably won't punish them too severely. After his rebirth, Tang Xian was already a seasoned and worldly wise old fox. He knew very well that if so many people attacked him at the same time, he would probably be unable to withstand it with his current strength. Although Huan can take over his body, this is still his most important trump card, and he must not easily expose it just because he is surrounded by some students. Tang Xian's mind raced, and a plan came to him. He said, since that's the case, I'll give you a chance. I'll allow you to challenge me. Whoever defeats me will have all the resources. In other words, everyone line up and take turns to sign up for the challenge. Upon hearing that defeating Tang Xian would grant them all the resources, everyone's eyes lit up. That was equivalent to 6 months' worth of resources for 30 people. Anyone would be incredibly tempted. Tang Xian then added, however, registration isn't free. You need to pay 5 spirit stones as a registration fee. Tang Xian, why don't you just rob us? 5 spirit stones. Our resources for a month are only worth about 5 spirit stones. Zhou Su shouted angrily, his eyes wide. Tang Xian smiled slightly and replied unhurriedly, oh? I say, Vice Class Monitor, don't be in such a hurry. The registration fee of 5 spirit stones is not expensive at all. If you win this competition, you can get resources for 30 people for half a year. If you do the math, that's a whopping 900 spirit stones. Such a good deal, it's practically a steal. Could it be, that you have no confidence in your own strength? Or do you think you can't even beat a piece of trash like me who doesn't even have a summoned beast? As he spoke, he didn't forget to give the other party a provocative look. Tang Xian's words struck a chord with these people, and they had no reason to be afraid of him. Everyone knew that Tang Xian had defeated Meng Jian, but they all believed that Tang Xian had cheated. How could someone who doesn't even have a destined summon be a match for someone who does? 5 spirit stones for 900 spirit stones. If this succeeds, it will be enough for them for 3 years at the Intermediate Academy. They could even sell the extras to buy a powerful non-natal summoned beast. At that moment, people immediately rushed to sign up, fearing that if they signed up too late, Tang Xian would be defeated by those ahead of them. Those without spirit stones can also register by bringing some valuable pills and equipment, Tang Xian said. In the end, nearly 20 people signed up. Tang Xian also promised that if he was defeated, those who had not yet challenged him could get their registration fees back. In this way, Tang Xian cleverly avoided being ganged up on. Tang Xian was confident he could defeat them one by one. Moreover, if he could defeat all these challengers, he would surely establish his authority in the class, and in that case, these guys would at least not dare to easily covet his resources anymore. Most importantly, this time he earned over 100 spirit stones. Many students couldn't afford 5 spirit stones. They brought pills, and some even brought family heirlooms to register. Some of these items were worth far more than 5 spirit stones. Those who brought out family heirlooms to register were also certain they could win. Moreover, the later people register, the more confident they are. Because Tang Xian accepts challenges one by one, it's essentially a series of challenges. Therefore, the later you challenge Tang Xian, the greater your advantage and the lower the risk. Of course, the downside is that Tang Xian might lose early on, leaving you with nothing. However, the lower risk later on makes many people willing to bring out their ancestral equipment to sign up. Chapter 24: The Battle to Establish Authority. These guys want Tang Xian's resources, which are worth 900 spirit stones. What Tang Xian wanted was their registration fee. Both sides had their own agendas. The academy's training ground was packed with people. What happened? Don't you know? Tang Xian from class 1 of the freshmen has caused trouble again. Tang Xian from class 1, is that the guy who doesn't even have a natal summoned beast? Yes, that's him. Last time he competed against Meng Jian, who was ranked second among the freshmen, and he won. That battle earned him a lot of resources. Today is the day for resource distribution, and the resources he won all belonged to the other students in his class. He made a fortune, and naturally, the other students in his class were not happy about it. So, there is this challenge now. It is said that you can challenge him for a registration fee of only 5 spirit stones. If you win, the winner will receive resources worth 900 spirit stones. What? Is that even possible? Can students from other classes take on this challenge? Not at the moment, only the students in class 1 can take on the challenge. What a pity, 900 spirit stones of resources. The crowd was buzzing with discussion, and many people regretted not being in class 1. For these intermediate academy students, 900 spirit stones was a considerable sum of money. Let alone these students, even outside, 900 spirit stones would be a huge sum of money. That's equivalent to 9 million in Yenxia currency, something an ordinary person might not earn in a lifetime. Cultivation resources in this world are probably quite expensive. 900 spirit stones might not buy much high-level cultivation resources. However, for daily life, it's enough to allow a person to live a very luxurious life for most of their life, if not for a lifetime. The commotion in class 1 quickly spread throughout the entire academy, alarming the academy's higher-ups. In fact, Tang Xian's previous battle with Meng Jian, in which he won the resources, had already alarmed the higher-ups. This had already made them secretly take notice of Tang Xian, and this time, the fact that he had caused such a sensation only made them more curious about him. What everyone really wants to know is how long Tang Xian, who doesn't even have a natal summoned beast, can last against a group of nearly 20 people. However, 2 key figures did not participate in this challenge. The first one is Su Xian. Su Xian didn't care about such things at all, and she had absolutely no interest in these resources. So, no matter what others did to her, she wouldn't care. The second one is Meng Jian. Actually, Meng Jian is a very insecure person. He was an orphan from a young age, which made him very insecure. Because of this insecurity, he was terrified of losing. Having lost to Tang Xian once, he wouldn't dare challenge Tang Xian again until he made a significant breakthrough in his strength. This is a common problem among people with low self-esteem. They are afraid of being looked down upon after losing, so they are afraid of fighting. These two pose no challenge, making things easier for Tang Xian. This is because, in terms of overall strength, Tang Xian is inferior to both of them. Having never fought Su Xian, Tang Xian didn't know just how strong Su Xian was. However, Meng Jian understood that if Tang Xian accepted the challenge, he would still have to get injured to win. If he were injured and then had to accept challenges from others, it would be quite troublesome. However, since neither of them has registered, it doesn't matter. Tang Xian could almost completely overwhelm these freshmen who had no combat experience. And so, the first battle began. Tang Xian summoned Xiao Tian to fight, and he himself also joined the battle. The opponent was completely caught off guard by the attack, which was carried out by both the Beastmaster and the summoned beast. For a moment, he didn't even know whether he should order his summoned beast to attack Tang Xian or Xiao Tian. However, just as he hesitated, Tang Xian and Xiao Tian attacked simultaneously. And so, the first battle ended without any suspense, or even any interesting moments. Tang Xian didn't rest after that and immediately continued with the second challenge. Since he hadn't wasted much energy in the first match, he didn't need to rest. Xiao Tian is quite powerful in combat. She is extremely wild, even though she is currently just a tiger cub. However, most of these newly summoned beasts are also cubs. The wild aura released by Xiao Tian is truly incomparable to that of ordinary summoned beasts. In addition, Tang Xian, who has been reborn, has rich combat experience, and compared with other beast tamers, he also has the combat power to fight on the field. Facing these freshmen from intermediate academies, who lacked combat experience and whose summoned beasts were still at a relatively low level of growth, Tang Xian completely dominated them in a one-on-one situation. 10 consecutive wins. Is this guy really the worst student in his grade? And his blood flame winged tiger is too monstrous. It's just a cub, yet it exudes such pressure and gets stronger with each battle. This guy is not a loser at all. The reason he doesn't have a natal summon is just because of a summoning error. He can just summon it again after a while. With a non-natal summon, he can have such combat power. I can't imagine how strong he will be when he has a natal summon. The students watching nearby were also discussing it among themselves. In no time at all the challenges were over. At this moment, Tang Xian and Xiao Tian were also panting heavily. After all, nearly 20 battles in a row were quite physically demanding. However, he and Xiao Tian emerged victorious. This time, he completely defeated some of the stubborn people. And the way they looked at Tang Xian changed. He can win every single battle in a series of engagements with that kind of fighting ability. He should easily rank among the top 3 in the academy. Considering he also defeated Meng Jian before, he should at least be ranked second. Just then, Tang Xian glanced around and said, "Everyone, even if you're not from class 1, you can still challenge me. Each registration fee is 5 spirit stones, or items of equivalent value. I'll raise my stake a bit. If you win, you'll receive resources worth 1,000 spirit stones. Of course, there's a limit of 10 people per day." Having just challenged nearly 20 people, Tang Xian felt somewhat exhausted. Therefore, limiting it to 10 people per day is just right. Tang Xian also believed that many people would challenge him every day, and some would even come back to challenge him the next day if they failed. Because the temptation of betting 1,000 spirit stones on 5 spirit stones is too great. It's like a gambler's mentality. Even if it means going bankrupt, they will still gamble with their last bit of money because they feel that this one bet will definitely allow them to make a comeback. This was Tang Xian's battle to establish his authority within the academy, and also his battle to become rich. If nothing unexpected happens, Tang Xian will have at least 50 spirit stones in income every day for at least a period of time. He won't stay at the academy for too long. He'll be traveling to the mainland later, and during that time, Tang Xian needs to accumulate some wealth. On the teaching building, Ren Qingshan looked at Tang Xian on the training field below and said in a low voice, "My little brother really thinks he's not making enough noise." On another floor of the teaching building, Ma Chang watched the scene below, his mouth practically contorted with rage. He had originally intended for the students to steal Tang Xian's resources, but not only had they failed, Tang Xian had even made a fortune. At this moment, his hatred made him completely overlook one issue: Tang Xian's talent. With such combat power, wasn't he stronger than Meng Jian, whom he had always favored? Chapter 25. Cutting off someone's livelihood is like killing their parents. It's also possible that Ma Chang already understands in his heart that Tang Xian is indeed more powerful than Meng Jian. However, deep down he was unwilling to admit it. Because from beginning to end, he had only valued Meng Jian. If he were to admit now that Tang Xian was superior to Meng Jian, wouldn't that make him a ridiculous clown? Moreover, there was another crucial reason: a personal grudge between him and Tang Xian. After all, it was Tang Xian who personally shattered his beautiful fantasy of making Ren Qingshan his girlfriend. Therefore, it can be said that he harbored deep resentment towards Tang Xian. Naturally, he was unwilling to acknowledge Tang Xian's excellence in someone he so despised. On the contrary, he wished to destroy Tang Xian. As time passed, Tang Xian, panting heavily, finally defeated his opponent on the academy's training ground after exerting all his strength. Today, he has successfully completed the arduous task of dealing with 10 challengers. At this moment, he is exhausted, panting, and looks extremely tired. Just then, Tang Xian caught sight of Ren Qingxian waving at him from outside the training ground. Upon seeing this, Tang Xian hurriedly stepped forward, but the two did not exchange a single word. Tang Xian simply followed quietly behind Ren Qingxian. As Tang Xian walked down the corridor of the teaching building, his rapid breathing gradually calmed down, and the tired look on his face disappeared. At this moment, Ren Qingxian asked, "Recently, you seem to be finding it increasingly difficult to win against those who challenge you. Is there something wrong? I know the level of these students. Take the last battle just now, for example. The person who challenged you was Chen Guo from our class too. I know his abilities very well. In our class, he has always been at the bottom. With his strength, how could he possibly have pushed you to such a situation?" Upon hearing this, Tang Xian's lips curled up slightly, revealing a sly smile. Tang Xian replied, "Sister, you don't understand. If I easily defeated them every time, they would definitely lose interest in challenging me after a few rounds. So, I deliberately make it seem like I win with difficulty, so they see a glimmer of hope and think that if they put in a little more effort, they might be able to beat me next time. Only in this way can I motivate them to keep signing up to challenge me. And I can also take this opportunity to earn more money, right? You're really too cunning. You can make a full 50 spirit stones a day. Even my grandfather, the dean, is a little envious. But if this continues, it's definitely not a good idea," Ren Qingxian said suddenly with a serious expression. "Why is it inappropriate?" Tang Xian asked, puzzled. Ren Qingxian explained, "The registration fee of 5 spirit stones has led many students to exhaust all their cultivation resources to participate in the challenge, and some have even gone to great lengths to raise funds to pay for the registration fee. If this continues, the academy is worried that some students will become too deeply involved and unable to extricate themselves." After a brief pause, Ren Qingxian continued, "Recently, a new form of lending called psionic loans has even emerged outside the academy. Their outrageously high interest rates are astonishing. If the borrower is unable to repay the loan by the due date, the lender will ruthlessly strip the borrower of their primordial psionic energy. And some students in our academy have already gotten involved in this dangerous psionic loan. That's why my grandfather sent me here to discuss with you, hoping to end this challenge. After all, you must have earned quite a bit during this time." Hearing this, Tang Xian turned to look at Ren Qingxian, a slight smile playing on his lips, and said slowly, "Sister, have you ever heard the saying, cutting off someone's livelihood is like killing their parents?" This. Ren Qingxian was a little embarrassed. Tang Xian continued, "I don't care about the academy's academy leadership, but since you've spoken up, I, as your younger brother, naturally have to give you some face. How about this? I'll reduce the registration fee to 1 spirit stone. That's my biggest concession. If the academy really wants to stop me, I can simply set up the challenge venue outside the academy, then the academy won't have any reason to interfere. And the academy can give me the list of students involved in spiritual energy loans, and I'll refuse their challenges. That way, once they know that spirit stones obtained through spiritual energy loans can't be used to register with me, they naturally won't go." At this moment, Ren Qingxian was still hesitant, while Tang Xian added again, "Sister, I am only willing to make such a huge concession because of your great reputation. If it were anyone else, even if the King of Heaven himself came, I would never back down an inch." Upon hearing this, Ren Qingxian finally broke into a bright smile and replied, "Well, if that's the case, then so be it. From now on, the registration fee will be reduced to 1 spirit stone. After that, the academy will give you the list of students who are involved with spiritual energy loans. At that time, you should refuse their registration and clearly tell them that you will never accept anyone involved with spiritual energy loans to register." "No problem." Tang Xian readily agreed, then extended his right hand, making a gesture to give a high five. Ren Qingxian smiled slightly, gently raised her hand, and gave Tang Xian a crisp and resounding high five. Following that, Ren Qingxian continued, "As for you and Su Xian switching to Class 2, the academy has already agreed. In 3 days, you will have an outdoor combat training session. After this training, you two can report directly to Class 2. I will also inform Su Xian about this later." Tang Xian nodded and said, "Great. Finally, we don't have to see my Chang's bitter face every day anymore, nor do we have to face Meng Jian and Zhang Jin every day." 3 days later. The new students participated in one of their outdoor training sessions. This training session took place at Yunyun Mountain, nearly 100 miles north of Yuncheng. All students enter Yunyun Mountain from the foot of the mountain, and are not allowed to bring water or food inside. Afterwards, the teachers summoned beasts will guard the area. Then, they are ranked according to the time they reach the top. However, this training was not conducted individually, but in small groups. Tang Xian is currently in a group with Su Xian and Meng Jian. In his previous life, Tang Xian remembered that the first team to reach the summit during this outdoor training was Meng Jian, Su Xian, and Zhang Jin. However, in this life, Zhang Jin in the team has been replaced by Tang Xian. Yunyun Mountain is not a single mountain, but a series of mountains that stretch endlessly. To reach the summit, you are actually climbing not just one mountain, but several mountains. Even without the teacher's summoned beasts guarding the mountain, it would take 2 days and 2 nights to reach the summit. Not to mention the presence of summoned beasts guarding the area, and the fact that they can't bring food or water. Therefore, this outdoor training is extremely difficult. Mountain climbing tests physical strength, but not being able to carry water and food tests wilderness survival skills. Summoning beasts to guard the area tests your actual combat ability. Of course, if you can't continue halfway, you can choose to release a signal flare and quit. If even one person in the team quits, the entire team gets no points. Therefore, this tests teamwork even more. However, Tang Xuanjin couldn't imagine what kind of cooperation he and Meng Jian could have, since they disliked each other so much. Chapter 26 Aren't you afraid of me? Early in the morning, the new students got on the bus and were taken to the foot of Yunyun Mountain. There are 6 classes of new students, and all the students are lined up neatly together. At this moment, one of the teachers leading the group began to speak. Dear students, this is your first time participating in this kind of outdoor combat training since you entered the school. Your mission is to climb Lianyun Peak, the highest peak in Yunyun Mountain. Before entering, we will check your space bags. Water and food are not allowed to be brought in. If you want food and water, you will have to find them yourselves. Afterwards, each of you will be given a signal flare. Use the signal flare if there is danger or if you can't hold on any longer. After a brief pause, the instructor cleared his throat and continued, once the signal is given, a teacher will come to meet you. However, the person who fires the signal flare and their team will be disqualified. Furthermore, the mountains are guarded by the teacher's summoned beasts. If you are unfortunate enough to encounter them, you must find a way to escape their pursuit and flee their protected area. If you are slow to act and are caught by the guarding summoned beasts, you will be eliminated immediately. As with the previous rules, if even one member of the team is eliminated, the entire team will be disqualified from further training. Finally, it must be emphasized that this Yunyun Mountain is inhabited by numerous wild demonic beasts. As long as you proceed along the mountain steps, you will generally not encounter high-level demonic beasts. Usually, you will only encounter low-level ones. If you are lucky, you might even be able to tame a satisfactory non-native summoned beast here. Upon hearing this, everyone was filled with excitement. For most people, non-natal summoned beasts are expensive. The so-called expensiveness actually refers to those with high racial level and excellent quality, since people naturally prefer superior breeds when choosing a contract. Therefore, it would be great if you could catch a good non-native summon here. After learning the rules, the group entered Yunyun Mountain from the trailhead at the command of the supervising teacher. There are 6 classes in total, with 30 students in each class, so a total of 180 students participated in the outdoor training this time. Upon entering Yunyun Mountain, the 3-person groups always traveled in pairs. Su Xian, let's go together. Tang Xian moved closer to Su Xian. Su Xian did not answer Tang Xian. Just then, Meng Jian came over and said, Tang Xian, I don't acknowledge that you're on our team. Go on your own, don't walk with us. Tang Xian laughed and said, I don't need you to admit it. Besides, you can only represent yourself, not you all. So please remove the word you all from your sentence just now. I only feel that I am in a group with Su Xian. Why are you here to be a third wheel? Su Xian has already said that she hates men like you who live off women. You are still so shameless. Aren't you disgusting? Tang Xian's words made Meng Jian's mouth twist in anger. If you can tolerate this, you're not a man. Tang Xian, don't think I'm afraid of you just because you beat me with underhanded tricks. If you dare to talk nonsense again, you'll regret it. With that, Meng Jian summoned the demon-suppressing sword, its tip pointing at Tang Xian. Tang Xian scoffed, You're not afraid of me? These past few days, quite a few people have been urging you to challenge me again. If you win, you can get resources worth 1,000 spirit stones from me. But after all this time, you haven't dared to utter a single word. Is that what you call not being afraid of me? Meng Jian snorted coldly, then said in a pretentious tone, Tang Xian, I'm just too lazy to challenge you. Someone like you isn't worthy of being my opponent. I have plenty of resources. The Zhang family is one of the top families in Yun City, so I don't need to waste my time on 1,000 spirit stones of resources. Tang Xian smiled disdainfully. This guy, after all that talk, still can't get back to the idea of living off a woman. Of course, Meng Jian's reluctance to challenge Tang Xian was simply due to his fear of losing. After all, he had been secretly observing Tang Xian's battles with other challengers these past few days, and even Meng Jian himself wasn't confident he could remain undefeated in a daily barrage of challenges. Therefore, he was afraid of losing to Tang Xian again. If he lost to Tang Xian in front of everyone again, he would lose all face. Have you two finished arguing? Su Xian asked at this moment. That's enough, that's enough. Tang Xian laughed. Su Xian, let's go, let's leave this gigolo behind. Su Xian glanced coldly at Tang Xian and said, I hate gigolos, but I don't like simps either. I'll go by myself. You two don't follow me. We'll meet at the top of the mountain. If anyone loses their qualification and causes the whole team to lose theirs, I won't let them off the hook. Leaving those words behind, Su Xian walked forward without looking back. Watching Su Xian's retreating figure, Tang Xian shrugged helplessly. He glanced at Meng Jian beside him, who snorted coldly and left. Tang Xian's team was probably the only three-person team among all the students that went their separate ways. The purpose of the academy's grouping system was to help students adapt to teamwork. But in Tang Xian's team, let alone teamwork, it was a miracle he and Meng Jian didn't start fighting. Due to differences in physical strength among the participants, the gap between the teams widened over time. Tang Xian walked along the road at a leisurely pace, not in a hurry to compete for first place. He knew that he could catch up with Meng Jian and Su Xian at roughly the same speed. Otherwise, going too early would be boring. He might as well enjoy the scenery along the way and perhaps even discover some decent monsters. Tang Xian has currently formed a contract with Xiao Tian. With his current abilities, it will be very difficult for him to form a second non-natal summoned beast before reaching the 5th tier. However, if he catches a summoned beast of good quality, it can still be quite profitable to sell. For Tang Xian now, everything revolves around money. After all, Tang Xian knew that the time to actually need money hadn't even begun yet. When the time came, even though he currently had 1 or 2,000 spirit stones, which seemed like a lot, they were worth 20 million yenxia currency. In reality, even if Xiao Tian chooses the very common evolution path of the blazing sun-winged tiger, the required blazing sunstones would still be 5,000 spirit stones, and Tang Xian hasn't even saved half of that yet. Therefore, high-level cultivation resources are truly a bottomless pit. This is also why large families and powerful forces are more likely to produce strong individuals, because they are bought with money. Help! Help! Just then, Tang Xian suddenly heard someone calling for help. Tang Xian quickened his pace and walked up. At this moment, he saw a green-toothed Kuei wolf chasing 3 students. Tang Xian knew one of the 3 students. It was Chenguo from Class 2. This girl had previously signed up to challenge Tang Xian. From Ren Qingxian, Tang Xian also learned that Chenguo was ranked last in Class 2, a true bottom of the class student. As for the other 2, they should also be from Class 2, since the 3 of them are walking together now, they should all be in the same group. Tang Xian was also familiar with the green Fang Kuei wolf that was chasing them. Wasn't it Ma Chang's summoned beast? Originally, Tang Xian didn't want to get involved, but he was going to join Class 2 after returning this time, so he wanted to get to know the people from Class 2 first. Besides, this is Ma Chang's summoned beast, so it needs to suffer a bit. Chapter 27, Playing with high-end features even when broke. Hey you 3, where are you running to in such a hurry? Just as Chenguo and the other 2 were running at full speed and desperately trying to escape, a voice suddenly came from the side. The 3 of them turned around quickly upon hearing the voice, and it turned out to be Tang Xian. They were naturally very familiar with this person who was now extremely popular in the academy. After all, at present, from top to bottom, whether it is an ordinary student or the head of a college, everyone knows the name of Tang Xian. At this moment, Tang Xian was running alongside them at high speed. Tang Xian, didn't you see that there's a huge green Fang Kuei wolf chasing us relentlessly? And you still ask us why we're running away? Chenguo shouted angrily. Tang Xian smiled slightly and chuckled, Old Chen, that green Fang Kuei wolf won't hurt us. Recently, Chenguo has challenged Tang Xian 3 times. As the last-ranked student in Class 2, Chenguo is eager to win the challenges in order to obtain a large amount of resources to improve her own strength. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. 3 challenges left him penniless. Because of this, Tang Xian and Chenguo were quite familiar with each other, so at this time Tang Xian addressed Chen Guo as Old Chen. Upon hearing Tang Xian's words, the 3 students from class 2 were stunned and didn't react for a moment. After a while, they suddenly realized, that's right. This green-toothed Kuei wolf was just sent by the academy teachers to block their progress. It wouldn't actually harm them. So what's there to be afraid of? Thinking this, the group stopped and bravely faced the green-toothed wolf. The green-toothed wolf, bewildered by this sudden turn of events, was completely confused. It had been chasing the students, but now they had suddenly stopped, leaving it utterly perplexed. Just then, Tang Xian used the special ability of his right eye. With the activation of the ability, he successfully discerned the weakness of the green Fong Kuei wolf. It turns out that this ferocious beast had previously injured its left forelimb, which has now become the most vulnerable part of its body. Furthermore, Tang Xian learned that the green Fong Kuei wolf had a weakness to lightning. This guy's weakness is his left forelimb, and he's vulnerable to lightning attacks. Old Chen, I remember your summoned beast is Thunder Fong Beast, right? Summon it quickly and deal with it. Tang Xian said. Upon hearing this, Chen Gui immediately understood Tang Xian's intention. He swiftly used his summoning skill to summon his Thunder Fong Beast. As soon as the Thunder Fong Beast, its body crackling with lightning, appeared before everyone, it exuded a powerful aura that seemed to freeze the surrounding air. Chen Guo's summoned beast is not weak, and its race level is also not low. It is a phantom beast. The reason why Chen Guo was the worst student in class 2 was simple: Thunder Fong Beast was too strong. Isn't it a good thing that your summoned beasts are strong? Why is Chen Guo still at the bottom of the rankings even though her summoned beasts are strong? Actually, when we say strong here, we are referring to the situation where resources are sufficient. The higher the bloodline level and the higher the quality of the summoned beast, the more resources it consumes. Chen Guo was both very lucky and very unlucky. He was lucky because his destined summoned beast actually summoned Thunder Fong Beast, and he even successfully formed a contract with it. The reason he was considered unlucky was because he came from an ordinary background and didn't have the funds to raise this Thunder Fong Beast. The Thunder Fong Beast, an ancient and powerful summoned beast of the mythical beast race, requires several times more resources than ordinary summoned beasts. It consumes more resources, but it also grows stronger. Unfortunately, Chen Guo didn't have enough funds to support the Thunder Fong Beast. Simply put, summoned beasts like the Thunder Fong Beast are only for the wealthy. Ordinary players shouldn't even touch them. But Chen Guo didn't believe in such superstitions. After summoning the Thunder Fong Beast, she didn't wait to summon it again and immediately formed a contract with it. This is a classic case of trying to play with high-end features when you don't have the money, resulting in you ending up at the bottom of the class. That's why he tried every means to raise the registration fee to challenge Tang Xian, hoping to obtain a batch of resources to improve the Thunder Fong Beast. Unfortunately, he failed and spent all his savings, which resulted in Thunder Fong Beast being in a very slow growth state. At this moment, the other 2 students from class 2 also summoned their summoned beasts: a dark phosphorescent butterfly and a fiery bull. Attack! Tang Xian commanded. At that moment, they launched a joint attack on Xingya Kuilong. At this moment, Xingya Kuilong was dumbfounded. What was going on? Shouldn't these guys be running away? Why did they dare to attack? Xingya Kuilong also quickly reported the situation to Ma Chang through his contract with Ma Chang. When Ma Chang learned about the situation, he was furious. It was Tang Xian again. But he couldn't do anything about it. Their summoned beasts couldn't harm the students. Just then, the green Fong wolf keenly sensed something amiss. The students seemed to have discovered its weakness, and all their attacks were directed at its left forelimb. The spirit beasts summoned by these students were generally of low level, nothing more than demon servants or minor demons. Today's green Fong Kuei wolf, on the other hand, was a dignified demon general. However, it could not harm these students, so Xingya Kuilong had no choice but to adopt a defensive stance. Faced with wave after wave of attacks, even with its powerful demon general strength, it would inevitably suffer damage in the long run. Finally, after much deliberation, Xingya Kuilong resolutely chose to flee the scene. Although it was somewhat humiliating, it was better than being beaten for nothing. It ran away. Wow, we actually managed to repel a summoned beast at the level of a demon general. That's amazing. As the Azure Fong Kuei wolf disappeared into the distance, several students from class 2 cheered excitedly. At this moment, Tang Xian poured cold water on the situation, coldly saying, "Don't be too happy yet." The reason it retreated was simply because it couldn't harm the students. If it were a wild demon general level demon beast, it would have sent you all to your deaths in less than a minute. Upon hearing this, the three who were originally in high spirits deflated instantly, like eggplants hit by frost. Tang Xian was in a great mood. He could imagine that Ma Chang must be furious after learning about the situation here. Tang Xian, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, we would have been pushed back a long way, and we would have wasted our time walking this mountain path, Jinghua said. Tang Xian waved his hand and said, see you at the finish line. Wait. Shenghua called out to Tang Xian, who was about to leave, and said, come with us. I know you and Su Xian are going to switch to class 2. If nothing unexpected happens, I will be your other teammate from now on. Ah. You? Tang Xian looked at Shenghua with some surprise. Shenghua said, our class is divided into groups based on average ability, with those who have lower grades being led by those who have higher grades. I'm at the bottom of the class, while the other two are ranked high. This time, they've been transferred to class 1. So you've come to class 2, which means you're in the same group as me. I see. Alright, let's go together then, Tang Xian said. The other two didn't say anything either, they were happy to travel with Tang Xian. After all, they acknowledged Tang Xian's strength, and his performance at the academy during this period was enough to prove it. Chapter 28 Ambush and Danger. Tang Xian, Shenghua, and the other two traveled together. Along the way, they also encountered several of the academy teachers' summoned beasts. Tang Xian could see the weaknesses of the summoned beasts, and since these summoned beasts couldn't really harm them, they could simply charge through under Tang Xian's command. In fact, under normal circumstances, the purpose of having these summoned beasts guard the area is to allow students to cooperate with each other and use tricks to lure away the guarding summoned beasts. If the strategy doesn't work, then retreat and walk a bit further. Generally, these summoned beasts will not drive away students who enter the territory a second time. Under Tang Xian's leadership, the group simply exploited a bug and charged through. The teachers were speechless when they learned of this situation through their contracts with the summoned beasts. It was getting dark, and the group was exhausted. They decided to find a place to rest and continue their journey after daybreak. They have had enough time to rest because they rushed all the way here, so they can be considered the vanguard now. Gurgle after sitting down, Shenghua and the others' stomachs started to rumble. They hadn't eaten all day and were all hungry. However, they were not allowed to bring water or food when they went into the mountains. As for water, they would drink some from mountain springs they came across along the way, but for these students who had no experience in wilderness survival, it was really difficult for them to find food. Leaving aside hunting, they couldn't even distinguish all the plants on the mountain, nor did they know which were edible and which were not. Most of the students' strategy was to eat nothing and persevere until they reached the summit. Tang Xian summoned Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian, go and get a couple of wild game, Tang Xian said. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian quickly darted into the jungle and disappeared. At this time, Tang Xian asked Shenghua and the other two to gather firewood and then find an open space to start a fire. In no time, Xiao Tian returned carrying 2 twilight cloud rabbits. Take out a hunting knife, skin the animal, remove the internal organs, clean it thoroughly, and then roast it over a fire. Watching the roasted rabbit sizzle with oil, its golden, crispy skin seemingly beckoning to them, the three, starving, kept swallowing their saliva. Especially when the aroma of the roasted meat wafted into their noses like a clear spring, their throats moved uncontrollably, and saliva almost dripped to the ground. Finally, the twilight cloud rabbit was successfully roasted until cooked through, and Tang Xian divided it into 4 portions and handed them to everyone. The three, who had been unable to contain their excitement, hurriedly took the rabbit meat and began to feast. How does it taste? Tang Xian asked casually. It's so delicious, one of them replied while eating. Tang Xian chuckled after hearing this, delicious my ass. Without any salt or seasoning, how could it possibly taste good? At best, it can only barely fill your stomach and replenish some energy. As for the taste, it's really hard to praise. This kind of roasted meat without any salt or seasoning is just like chewing wax. At this moment, we have no right to be picky. We haven't eaten or drunk much water all day. We're already content with just a hot meal, Shenghua said with emotion. The other two nodded in agreement. Tang Xian, thank you so much for today. If it weren't for you, we'd probably still be lagging behind, and we might not even be able to get anything to eat today. Tang Xian waved his hand and replied, no need for thanks. Eat quickly, then get a good night's rest and continue your journey tomorrow morning. Yes. The three nodded. The next morning, as the sun slowly rose in the east, a ray of warm sunlight shone through the gaps in the leaves onto Tang Xian's face. Tang Xian slowly opened his eyes, stretched, sat up, and turned to look at the three people still fast asleep beside him. Seeing this, Tang Xian decided not to disturb them and walked to the edge of a cliff. At this moment, they were at a high altitude. Standing on the edge of the cliff and looking down, they could see a vast sea of clouds, as white as snow and surging like waves, which aroused awe. At this moment, Tang Xian took off his pants to relieve himself to urinate. He casually remarked, "A good pee in the morning keeps you energized all day." Just as Tang Xian was enjoying this moment of peace and comfort, a furious shout suddenly came from behind him, one word slash. Immediately afterwards, a sharp killing intent rushed towards him. Tang Xian was startled and quickly turned around, only to find that Meng Jian had appeared behind him at some point. Meng Jian was wielding the demon-suppressing sword and was fiercely slashing towards Tang Xian's direction. Damn it, this bastard! Tang Xian was startled and hurriedly pulled up his pants. However, in his panic, he didn't even have time to fully fasten his belt, and urine splashed onto the back of his feet. At this moment, Tang Xian was burning with rage, wishing he could tear Meng Jian to pieces immediately. But Meng Jian had probably been eyeing Tang Xian for a long time, and he was attacking with the intention of killing Tang Xian. With a crack, the single word slash shattered the rock where Tang Xian was standing. The next second, Tang Xian felt his feet suddenly slip and his body plummeted. Tang Xian! Just then, Chen Guo shouted and rushed forward. He lunged to the edge of the cliff, trying to grab Tang Xian who was falling, but he was a step too late. After Tang Xian woke up, Chen Guo, who was standing next to him, also woke up. He had come here to urinate because he needed to. But to his utter surprise, such a thrilling event was unfolding before his eyes. Meng Jian was secretly launching a sneak attack on Tang Xian. Caught off guard, Tang Xian plunged into a bottomless abyss and vanished instantly into the vast sea of clouds. Meng Jian, what are you doing? How could you do such a vicious thing? Chen Guo was both shocked and furious, staring wide-eyed at Meng Jian as if she were about to breathe fire. Faced with Chen Guo's questioning and accusations, Meng Jian not only showed no remorse, but also let out a series of cold laughs. "Humph, that bastard Tang Xian deserved to die. Originally, this matter had nothing to do with you, but who told you to run into it? Since that's the case, then you can forget about living. Go down and join him." Before he could finish speaking, Meng Jian's demon-suppressing sword suddenly pointed at Chen Guo, its chilling light sending shivers down his spine. Chen Guo was terrified and hastily retreated several steps, his throat dry and his mouth agape with anxiety. He knew perfectly well that with his current strength, he was no match for Meng Jian. If he resisted, he would likely die. If he didn't resist, he would still die. Was he really going to be killed to silence him today? What happened over there? Just then, two more figures rushed over from not far away. They were the other two students from class 2. Damn it! Meng Jian cursed inwardly, his face turning extremely ugly. He knew these two were no pushovers after all, they were among the top students in class 2. If they joined forces, he might not be a match for them. Consider yourself lucky, but watch your mouth, or you'll suffer a terrible fate. With those words, Meng Jian turned and left. Chen Guo, what happened? The two of them rushed over at this moment. Tang Xian, fell off. As expected, Chen Guo dared not tell the truth, only saying that Tang Xian had fallen. Because he was afraid. He knew that Meng Jian had a lot of power and connections behind him, and he, a commoner with no background, really couldn't afford to offend him. Therefore, at this point, he dared not reveal the truth. Meanwhile, Meng Jian secretly watched this scene from the shadows, and only left after he heard a satisfactory answer. Chapter 29 Paradise. Tang Xian, this test only happens once. If you give up now, all your previous efforts will be in vain. There can only be one divine position, and she is now your rival. Are you really going to give up everything to save your rival? She's about to die, the test can't continue, I'm giving up. Tang Xian, after failing the test, you will lose all memories of the trials on your path to godhood. You will return to an ordinary life. In order to save your rival, are you willing to give up everything you are about to gain? I give up. Tang Xian slowly opened his eyes, and the scene before him gradually became clear. He subconsciously rubbed his still somewhat dizzy head, trying to clear his mind. He had just experienced a bizarre dream in that mysterious space, where he was tightly embracing a nine-tailed pink moon walking fox that had fainted. At the same time, a majestic voice echoed in his ears, initiating a conversation with him. Immediately afterward, Tang Xian suddenly woke up. However, the dream felt incredibly real, as if he were actually there. Every detail and every word was deeply imprinted in his mind, making it hard to believe that it was just a dream. Tang Xian fell into deep thought, trying hard to recall everything that happened in his dream. What exactly did that nine-tailed pink moon-stepping fox mean? Where did that majestic voice come from? Why was this dream so real that he could almost feel the emotions and atmosphere within it? A multitude of questions welled up in Tang Xian's mind, filling him with a strange mix of confusion and curiosity. Did this wondrous dream hold some special meaning or foreshadowing? Was it intricately connected to his future or destiny? Despite his doubts, Tang Xian decided to put those thoughts aside for the time being. After all, real life went on, and he had many things to face and deal with. Perhaps, with the passage of time, this mysterious dream would gradually reveal its secrets and bring him unexpected answers. Now, his first challenge is to figure out where he is. He remembers being ambushed by that bastard Meng Jian and falling off a cliff. Suddenly, Tang Xian heard the low growls of demonic beasts around him. Take a closer look. Tang Xian couldn't help but swear. He was surrounded by a dense swarm of demonic beasts. And these beasts were staring at him with the same eyes that looked at prey. However, Tang Xian exuded a powerful aura that kept these demonic beasts at bay. Tang Xian knew that Huan had saved him. Huan released a powerful aura, preventing the demonic beasts from approaching. Otherwise, Tang Xian would have been devoured by these beasts long ago. Finally awake. How long was I unconscious? Tang Xian asked. 2 hours. That's strange. I'm not injured. Was I knocked unconscious by the fall? But I'm not hurt. Tang Xian was puzzled. He was conscious during the fall, but after the fall, he lost consciousness. He was knocked unconscious, but he wasn't injured. Your consciousness was pulled away by an unknown force, perhaps to another dimension. Is that so? Tang Xian asked in surprise. At this moment, Tang Xian recalled his dream, but he still had no clue what to do with it. Tang Xian rubbed his head and stood up. At this moment, the surrounding demonic beasts slowly retreated under the pressure released by the illusion. Ignore these guys, they won't dare come up. Head west, I have a feeling there's something good there. Okay. Tang Xian nodded. Following Huan's instructions, Tang Xian began heading west. As he walked, Tang Xian muttered, that bastard Meng Jian, I'll have to kill him when we get back. Don't even think about going back yet. Ever since I fell, I've sensed a barrier here, isolating this place from the outside world. It's precisely this barrier that prevented you from getting hurt after the fall. But getting out now won't be easy. Is that so? Tang Xian carefully observed his surroundings. The place resembled a primeval forest. Tang Xian continued westward, and a cave appeared ahead of him. Go inside. Tang Xian cautiously entered the cave. It was pitch black inside, not a finger could be seen in front of one's face. He took a deep breath and softly called out, Xiao Tian, come out. Then, Xiao Tian appeared at Tang Xian's summons. Tang Xian patted Xiao Tian's head, signaling it to light the way with a fireball. Understanding Tang Xian's intention, Xiao Tian opened its mouth and spat out a blazing fireball. However, just as the fireball rose, Xiao Tian stretched out its tail, and instantly, the base of its tail ignited, illuminating the entire cave. Tang Xian looked closely and noticed that the cave walls were unusually smooth, clearly indicating that they had been carved out by human hands. He wondered to himself, could this cave not be a natural formation? Filled with doubt, Tang Xian and Xiao Tian continued forward. After walking for about 10 minutes, a faint light appeared ahead. Tang Xian's spirits lifted, and he quickened his pace towards the source of light. As they drew closer, they became certain that it was the exit. Finally, Tang Xian took the last step, leaving the dark cave and seeing the light of day again. But when he witnessed the scene before him, he was completely stunned, his mouth agape, almost unable to close. This place is like a paradise on earth, breathtakingly beautiful, as if one has stepped into a magical fairyland. It is like a secluded valley, surrounded by exotic flowers and rare herbs, exuding a refreshing fragrance. In the center of the valley, there lies a shimmering, jade-green lake, where various rare and magical beasts frolic or stroll leisurely, creating a scene of tranquility and peace. These monsters weren't afraid of humans and didn't attack unprovoked, they were all unusually docile. Tang Xian curiously looked around and discovered that all the monsters here were herbivorous, feeding on plants. That's normal. If there were carnivorous monsters here, this place probably wouldn't be so peaceful. What surprised him even more was that all the exotic flowers and herbs growing here were incredibly rare and precious medicinal herbs. Tang Xian couldn't help but gasp, secretly calculating in his mind, how much are these medicinal herbs and these demonic beasts worth? Just then, a butterfly with certain human-like features and a pair of dazzlingly large wings fluttered past Tang Xian. This butterfly is the most beautiful creature on the Ifang plateau of Sakura Island, the Ifang butterfly. It was almost extinct. Who could have imagined it would appear here? Is the Asian butterfly valuable? Tang Xian couldn't help but ask. Among the many insect-like monsters, the Ami butterfly is arguably the most beautiful and alluring. Furthermore, its near extinction within the native territory of Sakura Island makes it undoubtedly valuable. However, your focus shouldn't be limited to these monsters. Perhaps you should also turn your attention to the ubiquitous medicinal herbs, all of which are extremely rare and precious species. Tang Xian couldn't help but cheer. Meng Jian, you've let me get such a great deal. I'll be too embarrassed to kill you when we get back. Chapter 30 White Bones. Matsutake mushrooms from the Cloud Sea, glazed flower from the Azure Cliff, immortal bud of 10,000 years, and fragrant fruit from the secluded valley. Wow, I'm rich. I'm rich. Xiao Tian, your blazing sun pill is secured. Tang Xian said excitedly, looking at the medicinal herbs in front of him. Xiao Tian also seemed unusually excited, jumping around on the side. Look into the lake. There's a real treasure hidden there. Following Huan's words, Tang Xian turned his gaze to the lake. In the center of the lake, a vibrant, blood-red lotus flower was emitting a mysterious, dark light, floating serenely on the water like a sleeping fairy. Having been reborn, Tang Xian possessed considerable knowledge. Upon recognizing the lotus flower, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "It's actually a crimson lotus." It should be known that such rare treasures are extremely rare in the world, and can be considered the finest medicines. If ingested directly, even someone severely injured and greatly weakened can quickly recover and return to their peak condition. Moreover, the crimson lotus is an indispensable main ingredient for refining the blood-breaking elixir. The blood-breaking elixir's effects are extraordinary, enabling summoned beasts to undergo a leap in evolution. Moreover, its evolutionary path is not the usual one, but rather follows the strongest path besides the divine beast path. At the same time, it can also improve the quality of summoned beasts by 1 star. If the original summoned beast is already at the limit of 5-star level, there is a certain chance that it will advance into a coveted spirit beast. Undoubtedly, this is precisely why the blood-breaking spirit pill is so valuable. A single blood-breaking elixir is priceless. Of course, such a high value doesn't come easily. It's not something easily refined. Although the crimson lotus is the main ingredient, it actually needs to be combined with dozens of other precious and rare medicinal herbs, and then carefully refined by a senior alchemist for at least 2 months before it can be successful. However, the value of this crimson lotus alone is enough to fetch tens of thousands of spirit stones at an auction. Just as Tang Xian was excitedly preparing to pluck the blood-red lotus, Huan stopped him. Wait a minute, let's figure out where we are before making any plans. This paradise, so idyllic and teeming with rare and precious medicinal herbs and exotic beasts, is probably not unclaimed land. Hearing Huan say this, Tang Xian also felt it made sense. How could such a magical and wonderful place not have an owner? Previously, Huan mentioned that there was a protective barrier here, and the cave leading to this place also showed signs of being artificially excavated. The person who possesses such a blessed land must be of extraordinary status and position. If one were to act rashly and arbitrarily seize someone else's treasure, the consequences could be disastrous if one were to inadvertently anger them. Therefore, we should wait until we find out what this place is and who the owner is before making any plans. Is anyone there? I didn't mean to disturb you, I was just ambushed and fell here. Please forgive me if I've disturbed you, senior. Tang Xian spoke cautiously as he moved around, his eyes scanning his surroundings warily. His voice echoed in the air, but received no response. Just as Tang Xian continued to explore, suddenly, Xiao Tian's cry reached his ears. It seemed to be anxiously calling Tang Xian to go somewhere. Tang Xian immediately followed the direction of the sound and hurried over. Passing through a flower bed, Tang Xian arrived at Xiao Tian's location. The sight before him astonished him. Beneath a blooming peach tree sat a skeleton. And this skeleton exuded an eerie and mysterious aura. Tang Xian stared wide-eyed, carefully examining the skeleton. Judging from the remaining clothing on the skeleton, the deceased was likely a woman. Observing the condition of the teeth, it could be deduced that she was an elderly woman in her 80s or 90s when she passed away. At this moment, Tang Xian's curiosity was fully aroused. He slowly approached the skeleton, wanting to further investigate whether any secrets were hidden within. Just then, Tang Xian discovered a scroll at the waist of the skeleton, and he slowly reached out his hand. Don't move. There's a strange energy emanating from this skeleton. It's not exactly poison, so don't touch it. Tang Xian said, I can sense that mysterious and strange aura above, but for some reason, I feel that I can control this power and seek fortune in danger. After saying that, Tang Xian reached out and grabbed the scroll without hesitation. In an instant, a cold, damp, and eerie power surged forth like a tidal wave, instantly engulfing Tang Xian. This force frantically invaded Tang Xian's body, like countless tiny yet ferocious ants rampaging and tearing at his internal organs. The unbearable pain was like being poisoned. However, as a psionic user, Tang Xian's awakened attribute is poison, thus giving him an extraordinary sensitivity to poison. Faced with his own unusual condition, which was similar to poison but also different, Tang Xian decided to try to use his spiritual energy to resist this mysterious and unpredictable power. Unexpectedly, his psychic powers actually worked, and gradually, they began to merge and counterbalance each other with the evil force. What's the situation? It's alright for now. I've successfully suppressed the mysterious power that invaded my body, but I can't remove it yet. Let's study this scroll first, Tang Xian replied calmly. After saying that, he carefully unrolled the scroll in his hand. As the mysterious scroll slowly unfurled, Tang Xian, who had been expecting to see some precious secret manual or revelation, was surprised to find that the scroll was completely blank. Just as he was having doubts, suddenly, an incredibly powerful and suffocating spiritual force shot out from the scroll like lightning, piercing through Tang Xian's brow without warning. In an instant, Tang Xian felt everything go black, as if the whole world had left him. The next moment, when he regained consciousness, he found himself in a completely unfamiliar and mysterious space full of enigmas. All around was a thick white fog, making it impossible to discern directions. In the distance, the figure of an elderly woman with white hair could be vaguely seen. She stood quietly, her hands clasped behind her back, seemingly deep in thought. Tang Xian swallowed nervously, secretly speculating that this mysterious old woman was likely the owner of the skeleton. What appeared here now must be the spiritual imprint she left behind before her death. She had deliberately stored this imprint in a scroll, so that once someone opened it, they would bring it into their spiritual sea. However, being in the mental domain of others, Tang Xian knew he had to remain highly vigilant at all times. Because if he wasn't careful, the worst-case scenario would be being devoured and replaced by this powerful spiritual force. At that point, not only would his own consciousness vanish, but his body might even become a tool for someone else to possess him. Faced with such a perilous situation, Tang Xian secretly warned himself that he must not let his guard down. Chapter 31 Poison Fairy. Tang Xian stepped forward, crossed his arms, bowed slightly, and said, Senior, please accept my bow. My name is Tang Xian. I was unfortunately ambushed and fell from the peak of Yunyun Mountain to this place. On the way, I accidentally discovered your remains and inadvertently triggered the spiritual imprint you left behind, thus disturbing your peaceful slumber. I am truly sorry and hope that you will forgive me. Oh dear, how come a young boy has come here? How awful. The old woman slowly turned around. Although she was already in her 80s, she was radiant and full of energy. Upon seeing this, Tang Xian respectfully replied, If that's what you say, Senior, it seems you don't want any men to set foot here. The old woman said bluntly, Of course. If it were a little girl standing here, I would immediately erase her consciousness and then use her body to be reborn. It's just a pity that the person who came is a boy. I have no interest in a male body. But since you're here, don't even think about leaving. Upon hearing the woman's words, Tang Xian's vigilance instantly increased several times over. After a brief silence, Tang Xian asked, May I ask how I should address you, Senior? Also, where is this place? Regardless, let's get a general understanding of the situation before making a decision. After all, with Huan around, Tang Xian isn't without his trump cards. Relying solely on a mental imprint won't be easy to keep him here. The old woman replied calmly, My name is Fenglia, and people call me Poison Fairy. Upon hearing this name, Tang Xian was startled. He had heard of the Poison Fairy Fenglia countless times before his rebirth. She was on par with Ice Fairy Yu Qingxue and Wind Fairy Zhao Kaixian. In her previous life, these two were not only Tang Xian's close friends despite their age difference, but also renowned ninth-tier powerhouses in the eastern continent. However, after the invasion from the western continent, Yu Qingxue and Zhao Kaixian both died on the battlefield. As for the Poison Fairy Fenglia, Tang Xian often heard about her deeds from Yu Qingxue and Zhao Kaixian. The three women were as close as siblings and sworn sisters, but about 20 years ago, Fenglia suddenly disappeared without a trace. Even on their deathbeds, Yu Qingxue and Zhao Kaixian were still preoccupied with finding Fenglia. To Tang Xian's surprise, it turned out that the Poison Fairy Fenglia had already perished here. However, what surprised Tang Xian was why Feng Lia had aged so much. You see, Yu Qingxue and Zhao Kaixian, despite being quite old, were still able to maintain the appearance of someone in their 30s. Could it be that Feng Lia doesn't care about her appearance at all? But now that he knows the other party is Feng Lia, things become much easier to handle, and Tang Xian suddenly feels more confident. He began, "I've long heard of your illustrious name. So you are the renowned poison fairy, Senior Feng Lia. I've heard many of your legendary deeds from my two elder sisters, and I've admired you for a long time. To meet you today is truly an honor. It's just a pity." Before he could finish speaking, Feng Lia interrupted him, saying, "Oh? Your sisters often mention me. Could it be that they are all my loyal followers? That makes things easier. Quickly bring them here so that they can offer their bodies to me." Tang Xian looked slightly embarrassed, chuckled twice, and replied, "Senior may not know this, but my two sisters are none other than Ice Fairy Yu Qingxue and Wind Fairy Zhao Kaixian." Before he could finish speaking, Feng Lia roared angrily, "Insolence! How dare you utter such absurd and laughable lies? Do you really think I would believe you so easily? I have known them for decades, and I have never heard of them having a younger brother." In an instant, an incomparably powerful pressure surged forth like a tidal wave, nearly shattering Tang Xian's consciousness. Tang Xian was startled and hurriedly explained, "Senior, please calm down and listen to what I have to say. Everything I have said is true and there is not a single falsehood. According to my two older sisters, you have been missing for 17 or 18 years, while I am only 16 years old this year. Moreover, I am merely their sworn brother." At this moment, fragments of memories from his past life flashed rapidly through Tang Xian's mind. When Yu Qingxue and Zhao Kaixian mentioned Feng Lia's disappearance, they said that more than 20 years had passed since she disappeared. Based on the timeline, the two should have told Tang Xian about this 3 years later. Therefore, it can be inferred that Feng Lia has indeed been missing for a full 17 or 18 years at this point in time. Upon hearing Tang Xian's explanation, Feng Lia's imposing aura suddenly subsided, clearly showing that she had become somewhat interested in his words. "Boy, I'll give you a chance. You said you've heard them talk about my deeds, so tell me, what deeds did they tell you about me?" Feng Lia's eyes were sharp as knives, staring intently at Tang Xian, as if trying to see through his eyes to his innermost thoughts. She exuded a powerful aura that instilled fear in those around her. Tang Xian felt the pressure from Feng Lia, and a fine layer of sweat gradually appeared on his forehead. In this tense atmosphere, time seemed to stand still. Tang Xian inwardly groaned, thinking to himself, "This is a huge problem. In my past life, when Yu Qingxue and Zhao Kaixian mentioned Feng Lia, they did talk about some things about her, but those were all her unknown dark secrets from her youth. If I reveal them now, I'm doomed. If I don't say anything, I'm doomed too." Seeing that Tang Xian remained silent for a long time, Feng Lia sneered and said, "Boy, why aren't you saying anything? Don't you know how to make something up? This. Kid, I don't have time to waste here with you, go die." Feng Lia was furious. "Senior, no, I'll tell you. To tell you the truth, my two older sisters told me all about your embarrassing past during your teenage years. For example, during your time at the Intermediate Beast-Taming Academy, you had a crush on a senior, but on the day you were going to confess, you found out that he was a woman, just dressed in a more androgynous way. Senior, I can't help it, my two older sisters just love to talk about these things. Originally, I thought Feng Lia would be furious when Tang Xian told her about her embarrassing past as a girl, but to my surprise, she burst into laughter. Haha kid, I didn't believe you at all when you first told me that Yu Qingxue and Zhao Kaixian were your sisters. But now, I'm absolutely convinced. Talking about my dark past is something those two women would do, but they would only tell close friends and family. So, you weren't lying to me." Chapter 32 Witchcraft. Hearing this, Tang Xian finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Senior. Senior what?" Before Tang Xian could finish speaking, Feng Lia interrupted him sharply, "You brat, you call those two women sister and me senior, right?" Tang Xian couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. He really couldn't think of any other way to address her besides senior. Call her sister? But the Feng Lia in front of him was clearly an elderly woman with white hair and a face full of wrinkles. Tang Xian addressed Yu Qingxue and Zhao Kaixian as elder sister solely because these two women appeared as young and beautiful as they were in their 30s. However, Feng Lia, standing before him, displayed the typical appearance of an elderly person. "Ha? Do you think I'm an old and ugly woman?" Feng Lia stared sharply at Tang Xian and questioned him. No. Sister, Tang Xian said hurriedly, a hint of embarrassment on his face. Hearing Tang Xian address her in that way, Feng Lia couldn't help but burst into laughter. Then she asked, "Kid, tell me about what's been going on with those two women lately." "Okay." Tang Xian nodded, and then began to describe the current situation of Yu Qingxue and Zhao Kaixian. After all, he had had a lot of contact with these two in his previous life, so he naturally knew quite a lot about their situation. After listening for a while, Feng Lia's originally bright eyes gradually dimmed, as if they had lost their luster, revealing an indescribable sadness and melancholy. Then, she sighed softly, a sigh like the cold wind of late autumn, filled with endless loneliness and helplessness. Perhaps it was the memory of the wonderful times the three of them had spent together, those joyful moments and playful antics played out before her eyes like a movie. But now, she and the other two were in different worlds, separated by life and death, never to meet again. All right, stop talking," Feng Lia said softly, her tone carrying a hint of determination. Tang Xian noticed the change in Feng Lia's mood and asked with concern, "Sister, what's wrong? Did I say something wrong that upset you?" Feng Lia waved her hand slightly, forced a smile, and comforted her, "It's nothing, I'm just feeling a bit emotional. Time is of the essence, I must hurry up and finish the important business." "No time left? What do you mean?" Tang Xian asked, puzzled. Feng Lia took a deep breath and explained, "Kid, you should know that what I left here right now is just a faint spiritual imprint. Ever since you opened the scroll and released this spiritual imprint, my time in this world has begun its countdown. What I said before about wanting to take over other girls' bodies was just something I said casually. In my current weakened spiritual imprint state, I simply don't have enough power to actually do so." "Weak?" Tang Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. Such a faint spiritual imprint was already so difficult for him to resist. How powerful must she have been in her prime? In fact, Tang Xian already knew something about this. Because in his previous conversations with Yu Qingxue and Zhao Kaixian, he had already learned an important piece of information among the three sisters: Feng Lia was indeed the most powerful. Tang Xian knew perfectly well how strong Yu Qingxue and Zhao Kaixian were, but he had no idea how much stronger Feng Lia was than them. Hearing Feng Lia admit that she was in a state of extreme weakness, Tang Xian's shock intensified. Feng Lia nodded slightly and continued, "Yes, I am very weak. I don't have much time left. Before I completely dissipate, I will tell you everything you want to know. Not only that, I will also entrust you with all the fruits of my life's work. Originally, I was worried that if the person who came here was not a trustworthy person, it would be too risky to entrust my life's work to them. After all, I find it hard to trust a complete stranger. But now it seems that I was overthinking it. Since you are the brother of those two women, with their discerning eye, the person they have chosen must be right, so I can entrust these things to you with peace of mind." After pausing for a moment, Feng Lia took a deep breath and slowly exhaled before continuing to speak to Tang Xian. "Tang Xian, the place you are currently in is called Liuguang Pool." "Liuguang Pool?" "That's right, when you step into this place, what you see is the flowing light pool. Beneath this pool lies a super spiritual vein that is rare in the world. It is because of the nourishment of this spiritual vein that this place has nurtured many rare spiritual herbs. Among them, the water of the flowing light pool has even more magical effects and powerful healing abilities. Just a small bottle of the pool water is as effective as a top-grade recovery pill." Upon hearing Feng Lia's words, Tang Xian was astonished, his mouth agape for a long time. Normally, a high-grade recovery pill is worth about 1 spirit stone. However, a small bottle of pool water has the same effect as a high-grade recovery pill, so how many bottles could this enormous flowing light pool hold? Just from the profits from selling the pool water in the future, one could probably enjoy endless wealth and luxury. Feng Lia continued, 17 years ago, I stumbled upon this place, only to find a powerful demon emperor guarding the cave entrance. After a fierce battle, I finally killed him. Once inside, I immediately set up a barrier to completely conceal the area. Since then, I have devoted myself to studying my sorcery here." Witchcraft. Tang Xian heard a new term. Even with the experience of living an extra life, I had never heard of this term before. Feng Lia said with a hint of pride, "This is the culmination of my life's work that I want to pass on to you. Back then, I was very knowledgeable about poison and thus earned the title of Poison Fairy. But as time went by, I discovered that poison was too easily countered by advanced purification, antidote pills, and poison resistance skills. So I developed an ability that is not countered by these, which I call witchcraft. Feng Lia spoke with great enthusiasm, but to be honest, Tang Xuanzhen didn't quite understand. Feng Lia, knowing Tang Xian wouldn't understand, explained, "There are many tiny creatures around us that are invisible to the naked eye. If we form contracts with these creatures and nurture the toxins within them, they can then be transmitted through contact, respiration, and other means. Once inside a target's body, these creatures will multiply wildly under the catalysis of spiritual energy, and the toxins within them will naturally increase along with their reproduction. The rate of increase far exceeds the purification speed of any current purification skill, and even poison resistance skills cannot resist it. This is the theoretical outline of witchcraft. It was clear that Fong Lia was extremely proud. She had created a new branch of cultivation. No, according to Fong Lia, it wasn't just a branch, but rather the creation of her own school of thought. Just like the psionicists of the Western continent and the beast tamers and weapon tamers of the Eastern continent, it's a new school of thought. In that case, he would definitely be a grandmaster who founded his own school of thought. Chapter 33: Controllable Witch. However, witchcraft has an extremely serious and fatal flaw. Fong Lia paused slightly before continuing. What kind of defect? Tang Xian asked, puzzled. Fong Lia sighed and replied, it's uncontrollable. Uncontrollable? Tang Xian frowned, repeating the word over and over. Fong Lia nodded slightly and said, yes, because those tiny creatures that have made contracts with us do not have true self-awareness, they are impossible to control. Once the target is infected, there is almost no way to cure them, not even the person who released the witch. Tang Xian pondered for a moment, then said, since it's someone who can make us use witchcraft on them, they must be aiming to kill them. In that case, why bother about whether it can be cured or not? Fong Lia shook her head slightly and explained in a heavy tone, the speed at which witchcraft spreads is truly terrifying, like a ferocious plague. When we release witchcraft into the surrounding air, it spreads and infects indiscriminately, friend or foe. Because of this, even our own people are very likely to be infected without any warning. This is why I have always insisted on staying here to study diligently and have never taken a step outside. I tested witchcraft on my own body, but in the end, I failed to break free and instead died from the witchcraft I had cast. Upon hearing this, Tang Xian was so surprised that his jaw almost dropped, and his mouth was wide open, unable to close it for a long time. Before this, Tang Xian had always found it strange that, according to common sense, Fong Lia was far from the age of natural death. After all, while those who cultivate to the 9th level still cannot escape the cycle of life and death, their lifespan is greatly extended. An ordinary person's life is only a short 100 years, while a 9th level expert like Fong Lia could easily live for another 300 to 500 years. However, Fong Lia hadn't even lived to the first 100 years of her life, so how could she suddenly die? Moreover, with her immense strength, how many people on this continent could take her life? Now the truth has come out, it was actually her own act of testing the witchcraft that led to her death. However, Tang Xian still deeply admired Fong Lia. Because when she decided to test the witchcraft on herself, she must have known full well that she might very well lose her life as a result. Even so, she still chose this path without hesitation, simply hoping to make the school of thought she created even more perfect. Tang Xian couldn't help but sigh softly, feeling deeply sorry for Fong Lia's passing. Alright, kid, let us not waste any more time. I will now teach you the cultivation methods of the witchcraft path. Come here, Fong Lia said. Tang Xian slowly walked up to Fong Lia. Just as he was about to speak, Fong Lia suddenly raised her hand and slapped Tang Xian on the forehead. In an instant, Tang Xian felt the world spin, and his vision blurred. But then, a vast and unfamiliar torrent of information surged in, rapidly filling his mind. This information was about a completely new cultivation school, the way of the witch. As Tang Xian gained a deeper understanding and comprehension of this knowledge, he felt more and more keenly the power and unfathomable nature of Fong Lia. After fully receiving and digesting this cultivation information, Tang Xian knelt down without hesitation, respectfully kowtowed to Fong Lia, and then shouted loudly, according to the rules, I should respectfully address you as my master. Master, please accept my bow. Seeing Tang Xian's sincere attitude, Fong Lia nodded in satisfaction, a relieved smile appearing on her face. She laughed heartily, very good, excellent. You call those two women sister, so now I'm a generation older than them, ha. After laughing, Fong Li's body became slightly transparent, clearly indicating that the knowledge she had imparted to Tang Xian had consumed a great deal of her mental energy. She waved her hand gently and instructed Tang Xian, alright, my spiritual energy is about to run out. From now on, you will be in charge of managing this flowing light pool. As for witchcraft, you must not use it lightly, since witchcraft is uncontrollable. Master, you previously wanted to control the witch by manipulating the little creatures in the contract. So, what if we changed our approach and tried to control the toxins in those little creatures to control the witch? Wouldn't that work? Tang Xian asked doubtfully. Upon hearing this, Feng Lia shook his head and laughed. You brat, you can't even control living things, yet you dare to try to manipulate lifeless toxins? You're just delusional. However, Tang Xian retorted earnestly, Master, but I can indeed control poison. Before he finished speaking, he gently waved his arm, and a dense cloud of poisonous mist suddenly appeared in the center of his palm. Then, as if possessing a spirit, this cloud of poisonous mist flowed and changed shape according to Tang Xian's will. The scene before her left Feng Lia utterly astonished. In nearly a century, she had never imagined that humans could manipulate deadly poisons with such precision. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she questioned Tang Xian, how did you do that? Tang Xian smiled slightly and explained, this is actually a cultivation method unique to the Western continent. There, people mainly cultivate methods to control various elemental attributes. What I have mastered is the way to control the poison attribute. The Western continent? The Western continent and the Eastern continent are separated by a vast, boundless, and turbulent sea. And in the very center of this vast ocean lies a mysterious and unpredictable place, known as the end of the sea. It is said that the environment there is extremely harsh, and even birds soaring in the sky find it difficult to cross. Over thousands of years, those who have successfully traversed that forbidden sea have been extremely rare. And without exception, these people are all peerless powerhouses standing at the pinnacle of the world, whose cultivation has surpassed the 9th rank. So, how did you, little fellow, obtain the cultivation methods of the Western continent? Feng Lia asked with a face full of suspicion. Faced with Feng Lia's question, Tang Xian was at a loss for words. He couldn't very well tell her that the Western continent would soon possess the powerful ability to manipulate space. At that time, they could easily infiltrate the Eastern continent using spatial teleportation technology, without ever having to risk crossing the ends of the sea. Left with no other choice, Tang Xian had to bite the bullet and make up a story. Master, when I was still young, I was fortunate enough to meet a top expert who came from the Western continent. That senior gave me some guidance, which allowed me to get a glimpse of the secrets and awaken the poison attribute. After hearing this, Feng Lia didn't press for further details, but instead laughed and said, as expected of you, kid, you've managed to encounter such a fortuitous event. Now I can rest assured. You can control the witch, kid. Kid, take our witchcraft and let the people of both the Eastern and Western continents know about this school of thought. Yes, Master. Your disciple will not fail in your mission. I will make the reputation of the witchcraft sect resound throughout the Eastern and Western continents. Chapter 34 Tang Xian disappears. Feng Lia's face showed satisfaction, and she nodded slightly, saying, that's very good. I only have a little spiritual power left, so I'll leave it in your palm. When you see those two women in the future, shake hands with them, and my last bit of spiritual power will be released. This is my way of saying goodbye to them, and I'll leave this to you. Tang Xian nodded respectfully and replied, Yes, Master. When I see my two elder sisters again in the future, I will definitely convey the message you left behind to them. All right, kid, farewell. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Lia's body transformed into countless dazzling starlight, gradually dissipating into the void. Upon seeing this, Tang Xian rushed forward, trying to reach out and grab the fading starlight, but it was all in vain. Master, may you rest in peace. Tang Xian knelt on the ground and said in a low voice. As Feng Lia disappeared completely, the surrounding space instantly cracked and collapsed. Tang Xian knew perfectly well that with Feng Lia's departure, her spiritual sea would inevitably collapse. Tang Xian then left Feng Lia's spiritual sea. When he opened his eyes again and returned to reality, what he saw before him was Xiao Tian, who was tightly biting his ankle. It was clear that Xiao Tian was extremely nervous because it was worried about its master's safety. Because he was suddenly pulled into Feng Lia's mental sea, Tang Xian in the real world was in a state of shutdown. Tang Xian slowly squatted down, gently stroking Xiao Tian's head, and whispered, Xiao Tian, don't worry, I'm alright now. Seeing that Tang Xian had finally regained his senses, Xiao Tian released its mouth and gently rubbed its little head against Tang Xian's palm, showing affection and comfort. Where did you go just now? Huan Neng could clearly sense that Tang Xian's consciousness had just been forcibly pulled away again. Faced with Huan's question, Tang Xian did not hide anything, but told her everything that had just happened. After all, Huan resides within Tang Xian's spiritual sea, and no disturbance can escape her perception. Moreover, if he were to cultivate the way of witchcraft in the future, he would inevitably need to explain the reasons to Huan. Considering all this, being honest with each other at this moment is perhaps the best choice. Furthermore, there will likely be many areas in the future where we will need Huan's help, so remaining sincere will undoubtedly be better. I never imagined she was the infamous poison fairy, Feng Lia. I must say, your luck is truly incredible. Not only have you obtained a completely new cultivation style, but you've also become the master of this flowing light pool. He. Tang Xian's lips curled up slightly, revealing a smug smile. People as handsome as me are often favored by the god of fortune. Shameless. Hey, what do you mean? Am I not handsome? Faced with these remarks, Huan chose to remain silent. Perhaps she didn't want to talk to this narcissistic guy right now. Next, Tang Xian decided to familiarize himself with the flowing light pool and explore whether any precious treasures were hidden within. After all, this was where Feng Lia once lived. Regardless of the naturally occurring spiritual herbs and medicines, Feng Lia himself must have left behind a lot of valuable legacies. As Feng Lia's only disciple, it is only natural that he inherits her estate. Afterwards, Tang Xian planned to cultivate diligently here for a period of time, hoping to raise his beast tamer rank to the 3rd level and further study the way of witchcraft. By then, it will be sufficient to prepare for the trip to the secret realm of the Yalan Plateau 3 months later. Meanwhile, let others think I'm dead, let that bastard Meng Jian have his fun first. 3 months later, we'll meet again in the secret realm. This time, I won't get a single hair on his head. At this moment, Tang Xian found the best feng shui location next to Liu Guang Pool and buried Feng Lia's remains. And a tombstone was written on a wooden plaque. The tomb of my beloved master, the poison fairy Feng Lia. Respectfully erected by my beloved disciple Tang Xian. 3 days later. Yun Mountain. At this moment, the vast majority of students have completed their training tasks, either successfully reaching the summit or being eliminated due to failure. It looks like everyone has almost finished. So, students, please gather together quickly and get ready to return to the college, a teacher in charge of the group called out. But just then, someone in the crowd suddenly shouted, "Wait a minute, we're one short." Oh? A police officer? Who is it? The teacher in charge looked puzzled and hurriedly asked. It's Tang Xian from Class 1. Upon hearing the name Tang Xian, a flicker of surprise flashed across the instructor's eyes. Tang Xian hadn't even finished his training yet? This was truly unexpected. You know, Tang Xian has been quite the rising star in the academy lately. Logically speaking, with his abilities, he shouldn't have been unable to reach the top by now. What exactly happened? Meng Jian, Su Xian, weren't you two in the same group as Tang Xian? Don't you know where he went? At this moment, Ren Xingxian quickly walked to Meng Jian and Su Xian's side and asked. Su Xian gently shook her head and said, "We separated after we went into the mountains, and I haven't heard any news about him since." At this moment, Ren Xingxuan's gaze shifted to Meng Jian. Meng Jian's face was grim, and he coldly replied, "Why are you looking at me? Do you know what's going on just by looking at me? That guy, who knows where he's gone?" Meng Jian, watch your words a little. Ren Xingxuan's eyebrows furrowed, her face showing displeasure. Teacher Ren, this is an internal matter of our Class 1. Although Tang Xian will be transferred to your Class 2 in a while, he is still a member of our Class 1 for now. So, you really don't need to get involved. Before she finished speaking, Ma Chang stepped over. He treated Meng Jian like a treasure, and since Ren Xingxian was criticizing Meng Jian, Ma Chang naturally had to come and support him. Ren Xingxuan's chest heaved with anger. She glared at her and retorted, "I am also the instructor leading this training program, and I must be responsible for the safety of every student. Now that a student has gone missing, this is no small matter." Meng Jian's lips curled up, revealing a disdainful smile, seemingly not taking Ren Xingxuan's words to heart at all. Just then, Cheng Guo suddenly stood up, pointed at Meng Jian, and shouted righteously. It was Meng Jian who took advantage of Tang Xian's unpreparedness to launch a sneak attack, causing Tang Xian to fall off the cliff. Although Chen Gui was afraid, he couldn't stand Meng Jian's attitude. And he knew he had to speak out about this. Upon hearing this, everyone was astonished and surprised. If what Chen Gui said was true, this would be an extraordinary matter. Who do you think you are? How dare you spout nonsense here? Be careful, or I'll make you regret it. At this moment, Xingjian suddenly jumped out of the crowd like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, and shouted angrily at Chen Gui. I'm not lying. I really saw it with my own eyes. Chen Gui shouted with certainty. However, faced with his firm stance, Meng Jian simply chuckled and replied, anyone can talk big, but don't make things up without evidence. I know we've had a little disagreement, but you can't just accuse me for no reason, can you? How about this, you go ask your two teammates and have them come forward and tell you how you described Tang Xian's disappearance to them? Just then, the two people slowly walked out from the crowd. One of them said, "Chenghua clearly told us before that he personally saw Tang Xuani accidentally slip and fall off the cliff." As soon as he finished speaking, the other person nodded in agreement. Hearing this, Meng Jian's smile grew even more smug. He looked at Chenghua and asked with a half smile, "Chen, you just vehemently accused me of killing Tang Xian, but why did you tell a completely different story to your teammates? How do you explain this contradiction?" Chapter 35 Black and White Reversed. Chenghua is introverted, not good at speaking, and somewhat timid. Initially, I didn't tell my teammates the truth because I was genuinely afraid. But now, after seeing Meng Jian's true colors, he wanted to tell the truth. Although he hadn't received much kindness from Tang Xian in the mountains, he didn't want Tang Xian to die an unexplained death while people like Meng Jian went unpunished. However, faced with her own contradictory and inconsistent statements, Chenghua, who was usually tongue-tied, found herself in a predicament, unsure how to defend herself. Seeing Chenghua standing there dumbfounded gave Zhang Jin the perfect opportunity. I think you're just jealous and deliberately trying to frame brother Meng Jian. Also, I heard that you challenged Tang Xian several times before, and you lost every single time. If I remember correctly, your summoned beast was a Thunder Fang beast, right? That kind of thing is a complete resource black hole. With enough resources, it can become a top-tier summoned beast, but without resources, it's no different from a piece of trash. I suppose it's because you've lost so many times that you harbor resentment towards Tang Xian, so you took advantage of this outdoor training to ambush and kill him, and then pin the blame on brother Meng Jian. I didn't. Chenghua stammered, his face flushed red, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. He was not good with words and really didn't know how to explain it to everyone. However, before he could finish speaking, a crisp smack rang out, and Meng Jian suddenly swung his fist and struck Chenghua squarely in the face, knocking him to the ground. Meng Jian stared coldly at Chenghua lying on the ground, his voice chillingly cold, "You bastard surnamed Chen. I may look down on that kid Tang Xian, but I haven't stooped so low as to kill him. It's you insidious villain, who lost everything due to inferior skills and harbored resentment, taking advantage of Tang Xian's unpreparedness to kill him. Now that your deeds have been exposed, you not only show no remorse but also try to frame me. You are utterly despicable and shameless." At this moment, Zhang Jin, standing to the side, began to fan the flames, instructing those around her to join in and create momentum. After all, as the eldest daughter of the prestigious Zhang family, she naturally had many supporters in the academy. As a result, the scene quickly became extremely chaotic and noisy. Chenghua is usually taciturn and has a gloomy and sullen personality. In my opinion, he is the only one most likely to do such a despicable thing. What do you mean by possible? It's clearly a done deal, absolutely certain. This kind of scum is truly disgusting. Doesn't the academy want to do anything about it? Are they just going to let him continue to corrupt the atmosphere and tarnish the academy? Faced with Zhang Jin's supporters' varied and unified opinions, the atmosphere at the scene seemed to have become one-sided. Chenghua was extremely anxious, shaking her head repeatedly and muttering to herself, "No, that's not how it is." However, at this moment, no matter how he explained, it all seemed pale and powerless. Our academy absolutely cannot accept a student with such poor character. Once I return to the academy, I will definitely report this matter to the higher-ups and have him expelled. Ma Chang shouted loudly. "Shut up!" Just as the situation was becoming increasingly tense, Ren Qingshan could no longer contain herself and shouted angrily, then said righteously, "Ma Chang, as a teacher, you should set an example. How can you so easily conclude that Chenghua did it without any real evidence? Don't jump to conclusions." Ma Chang's lips curled into a sarcastic smile as he retorted, "But he himself can't produce any evidence to prove that Meng Jian killed Chenghua, so why did he just accuse Meng Jian of murder? Teacher Rin, even if he is a student of your class too, isn't your bias and cover-up a bit too obvious?" Ma Chang, Ren Qingshan was furious, but she felt that arguing with him would be futile, so she snorted and said, "The most urgent thing right now is not to argue about who is right and who is wrong, but to find Tang Xian himself. Other matters can be discussed after we find him." At this moment, Ren Qingshan felt extremely helpless because she really couldn't find a better solution. Deep down, she firmly believed in Chenghua's character. Although introverted and taciturn, he was a kind and honest person. But she also understood that no matter how she explained, it might be misinterpreted by outsiders as favoritism towards Chenghua. So she decided to remain silent and say no more. The most urgent task at hand is to find Tang Xian's whereabouts. Ren Qingshan tried to contact Tang Xian through a communicator, but was unsuccessful. Under these circumstances, they had no choice but to lead the students back to the academy first. Once back at the academy, they would then instruct the academy to send people to the cliff to search for Tang Xian's whereabouts. Ren Qingxian firmly believed that Tang Xian wouldn't die so easily. As long as Tang Xian himself could be found, the truth would naturally come to light. At this moment, Ma Chang smiled slightly and chimed in, "Teacher Rin is absolutely right. The most urgent task is to find the deceased first." In his words, he directly referred to Tang Xian as the dead, and his expression revealed that he wished Tang Xian would die. Seeing this, Ren Qingxian glared at Ma Chang fiercely, too lazy to waste any more words on him. After all, she had no interest in dealing with such despicable behavior. Leguangtan Flowing Light Pool. At this moment, while exploring the flowing light pool, Tang Xian asked Huan, besides my memories of Su Xian, are there any other memories I'm missing? Why are you suddenly asking this? Huan was somewhat surprised by Tang Xian's sudden question. Tang Xian stopped and said thoughtfully, after seeing my master by chance this time, I suddenly realized that I actually knew Yu Qingxue and Zhao Kaixian in my previous life. They are the top experts in the world today. Although their martial arts have not yet reached the pinnacle of the continent, they are still among the strongest. However, how could I, an ordinary person, have formed such a deep friendship with such powerful figures in my previous life? Could it be that, apart from the memory of Su Xian, I have missing other memories? Tang Xian knew that ordinary people would hardly catch the eye of powerful figures like Yu Qingxue and Zhao Kaixian, who stood at the pinnacle of the continent, let alone have a close relationship with a clueless greenhorn with no outstanding qualities. Thinking about this, he felt increasingly suspicious, as if an invisible net was covering him, and he was like a ship lost in the fog, unable to find his way. In Tang Xian's memory, the process of how he met Yu Qingxue and Zhao Kaixian seemed quite ordinary. They met by chance while fighting against the Western continent and then became close friends despite their age difference, which seemed too illogical. From Huan's words, he learned that his memories of Su Xian were incomplete. Therefore, after realizing this, Tang Xian began to suspect that his missing memories might not only be about Su Xian. The chain of memories breaks when one link is broken. The link concerning Su Xian has broken, naturally triggering a chain reaction that causes other links to break as well. Therefore, by recovering your memories with Su Xian, the other links will naturally be restored. Chapter 36 Xiao Tian's Crisis. Since Huan Du had said so, Tang Xian decided not to dwell on the matter any further. Now, all he can do is follow Huan's guidance and slowly try to find his memories with Su Xian. In the days that followed, Tang Xian discovered many treasures in the flowing light pool. You could say this is a small, secret realm. Treasures are everywhere here. Besides the various rare medicinal herbs, the most valuable thing is this pool of water. Later, Tang Xian also found some things in the wooden house where Fenglia had lived. Inside the spatial pouch left by Fenglia, there were still many pills and some equipment. After thinking it over, Tang Xian didn't touch the contents, but instead placed the pouch along with it on Fenglia's tombstone. Fenglia gave the entire Liuguang pool to Tang Xian. Although Fenglia had many good things in her spatial bag, Tang Xian felt that these were probably things that Fenglia had treasured during her lifetime, so it was best not to take them away. After that, Tang Xian began to cultivate in seclusion at Liuguang pool, intending to break through to the third level. A beast master's breakthrough actually requires a natal summoned beast to unleash its full power. After breaking through, one can learn more advanced skills, but these skills cannot be used on non-natal summoned beasts. Therefore, for a beast tamer like Tang Xian who currently does not have a natal summoned beast, the improvement is not significant. However, you will eventually have your own summoned beast, and after upgrading, your spiritual energy and physical strength will also increase. Now, he combines the cultivation methods of the Western continent with those of witchcraft, which places a high demand on spiritual energy. In fact, for Tang Xian, the three cultivation methods are now intertwined. If Tang Xian wants to improve, he must cultivate all three simultaneously. In other words, he needs to spend 3 times the time and resources of others to achieve the same improvement. Although the level increases may seem the same, the effects are completely different. A level increase that requires 3 times the time and resources is absolutely worth the investment. After practicing witchcraft, Tang Xian was also able to sense the small creatures that Fenglia mentioned. Note, small creatures are equivalent to bacteria and viruses, and people in this world have no concept of bacteria and viruses. This is an invisible creature that exists all around us, it is everywhere. By nurturing poison within these creatures, the witch is born. By manipulating toxins to control these witches, they achieved control over them, thus overcoming the problem and regret left by Fenglia. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye, and Tang Xian successfully broke through to the 3rd level. Not only does the flowing light pool contain countless precious and rare natural treasures, but even more surprisingly, its spiritual energy is exceptionally abundant and rich. Cultivating here can greatly improve cultivation efficiency, making it a highly effective way to achieve twice the results with half the effort. Tang Xian secretly estimated the time and felt that the time for the secret realm on the Yalan Plateau to appear should be approaching. Therefore, he began to prepare for his departure, planning to head to the Yalan Plateau soon. Recalling his past life, Tang Xian had never set foot in that place. Although he had heard many rumors about the existence of a secret realm on the Yalan Plateau, he knew that his own strength was too weak at the time, and that going there would be futile and might even cost him his life. However, fate is always full of drama. In her previous life, Su Xian took Meng Jian with her, which resulted in the boy obtaining enough resources to support him for the next 10 years. However, the situation was different this time. Tang Xian was determined not to miss another opportunity, and secretly resolved, this time, he would never let Meng Jian take advantage of him again. Regardless of whether the other party is the chosen one or not, I am now the true protagonist. Tang Xian carefully collected various rare medicinal herbs and stored the pool water in a bottle for later use. He knew that each medicinal herb was difficult to grow, so he was extra careful when picking each one and would leave some behind to ensure that they could continue to grow. Now that Tang Xian is the master of Liuguang Pool, he naturally does not want to see these precious medicinal herbs disappear from the world due to over-harvesting. Tang Xian has no intention of capturing or selling the many monsters living here, since they are all Feng Lia's beloved pets. It was precisely because of the existence of these agile and lively demonic beasts that the unique and complete ecosystem of Flowing Light Pool was formed. Therefore, Tang Xian decided to let these demonic beasts continue to stay here and accompany Feng Lia. Just then, a sudden tiger's roar pierced the sky and reached Tang Xian's ears. This roar was different from Xiao Tian's usual voice, but based on the close bond between them, Tang Xian immediately determined that it was Xiao Tian's call. However, this unusual roar revealed something amiss, clearly indicating that Xiao Tian was in extreme pain at this moment. This sudden turn of events left Tang Xian extremely anxious and at a loss. Had Xiao Tian met with misfortune? Could it have been seriously injured in a fierce battle with some demonic beast here? But logically, this is unlikely. Not long ago, I clearly saw it playing happily and harmoniously with other monsters. What could be causing Xiao Tian to suffer so much? On the other hand, it's not entirely impossible. After all the monsters living here are herbivores who eat grass. However, Xiao Tian was a carnivorous demon beast that had wandered in by mistake. For the past few days, Tang Xian had been catching fish from the pond to feed Xiao Tian. Having to eat only fish every day, Xiao Tian was already dissatisfied. Perhaps it was because of his insatiable craving that his hunter's instincts finally broke out, leading to a fierce conflict with the monsters inside. A flood of questions welled up in Tang Xian's mind, making him increasingly anxious. He rushed towards the direction from which the tiger's roar had come, silently praying that Xiao Tian would be alright. Tang Xian came to Xiao Tian's side, where Xiao Tian was curled up on the ground in pain. Meanwhile, the surrounding monsters gathered together, surrounding Xiao Tian, seemingly worried about his situation. This dispelled Xiao Tian's idea of getting into a conflict with the monsters here. At this moment, Tang Xian squatted down to check on Xiao Tian's condition. There was still blood-red juice at the corner of her mouth. Tang Xian carefully dipped a little of the juice into his nose, sniffed it gently, and then said with a solemn expression, "The flaming sungrass, it actually ate the flaming sungrass." Flamegrass, an extremely precious fire attribute spiritual herb, possesses miraculous effects. It can help fire attributes summoned beasts complete their evolution. Normally, summoned beasts seem to be born with the ability to find spiritual herbs, and Xiao Tian is no exception. With his innate intuition, he knew that this flaming sungrass would be of great benefit to him, so he swallowed it without hesitation. However, what it didn't know was that the medicinal power of the flaming sungrass was far too strong. Its still young body simply couldn't withstand such a violent impact. After all, how could a tender body endure the onslaught of such potent medicinal properties? Use your psionic energy to help it absorb the nutrients. Whether it survives depends on its own fate. In a place like this, you didn't even give it a prior order. You can't just eat anything here. Don't blame me, let's help Xiao Tian get through this first. Tang Xian said, placing his hand on Xiao Tian's body and continuously channeling spiritual energy into Xiao Tian's body. Chapter 37 Xiao Tian's Evolution. Xiao Tian, hang in there, Xiao Tian, Xiao Tian, Xiao Tian, how can I live without you? Xiao Tian. Don't disturb it. Now is the time when it can't afford to be distracted. If it really dies, there are so many monsters here it can easily form a contract with any one of them. Any one of them is stronger than it. And as for non-natal summoned beasts, it doesn't matter if it dies. What do you mean it doesn't matter if I die? Xiao Tian is my first summoned beast in this life, and it means a lot to me, Tang Xian said. Humph, serves it right for eating random things. With that tiny body, it dares to eat the blazing sun grass. Xiao Tian curled up tightly on the ground, in great pain. The medicinal power emitted by that flaming sun grass was far too strong. This guy not only ate it, but also chose to eat the biggest one. At this moment, the medicinal effects of the flaming sungrass were raging through Xiao Tian's body like a raging inferno. This burning sensation was not limited to the surface of his body, but rather felt like an agony from the depths of his internal organs, as if all his internal organs were about to be burned to ashes. Despite Tang Xian continuously channeling his spiritual energy into Xiao Tian, the pain Xiao Tian was enduring was not fundamentally alleviated, and the situation remained extremely dire. That's all Tang Xian could do. Whether things can turn around from danger depends entirely on Xiao Tian's own will and vitality. Just then, a shocking sight caught Tang Xian's attention. The once lush grass beneath Xiao Tian had turned completely black. He was puzzled and reached out to gently touch Xiao Tian's body, but immediately recoiled from the heat. Fortunately, fire attribute summons naturally possess a certain degree of fire resistance, otherwise, a summon of another attribute would probably have perished long ago. In an instant, accompanied by a deafening roar, Xiao Tian's body was suddenly engulfed in raging crimson flames, the fire engulfing the sky and the earth, leaving everyone speechless. The scorching heat surged towards Tang Xian like a rolling heat wave, forcing him to retreat continuously until he was several meters away before stopping. Xiao Tian! Xiao Tian! How are you? Tang Xian's face was full of anxiety and worry, and his voice trembled slightly as he called out Xiao Tian's name loudly. However, Xiao Tian had already been completely engulfed by the raging flames and disappeared without a trace. Gazing at the raging inferno before him, Tang Xian was filled with despair. With such ferocious flames, let alone Xiao Tian, even other, more powerful beings would likely have been unable to escape. Could it be that Xiao Tian really perished in the fire? At this thought, Tang Xian's heart sank into an ice cellar, and an indescribable sorrow welled up in his heart. But just when Tang Xian was in despair, a miracle occurred. From within the flames, a pair of enormous wings slowly unfolded, and then, Xiao Tian's figure gradually emerged from the firelight. Tang Xian stared wide-eyed, hardly believing what he was seeing. At this moment, Xiao Tian's body was several times larger than before, and a pair of majestic wings had sprouted from his previously bare back. As the flames on its body gradually died down, they left behind vivid, blood-red flame marks, like tattoos covering its entire body. The brand new Xiao Tian in front of us is identical to Tianyahu in both appearance and features. It actually evolved. Tang Xian muttered to himself, his face full of disbelief. It's important to understand that, given Xiao Tian's current growth rate, it's still quite a distance from evolution. Yet, it has now truly completed a magnificent transformation, evolving into a skywing tiger. Roar! A deafening roar seemed to shake the entire earth. This roar came from a mighty and powerful skywing tiger. Its voice was no longer as innocent and cute as it had been when it was a cub. Instead, it possessed a terrifying and awe-inspiring power. Although Xiao Tian is not yet fully grown up, the aura he exudes already possesses the majesty and domineering presence of the king of beasts. The deep, powerful roar resounded like thunder throughout flowing light pool, causing the surrounding demonic beasts to flee in terror. Every note contained boundless power and authority, seemingly proclaiming its unshakable status as the overlord. Xiao Tian stood tall and proud, its eyes scanning its surroundings with piercing intensity. Its body was large and agile, with clearly defined and powerful muscles. Its sharp claws gleamed coldly, as if they could easily tear through steel. Its teeth were sharp and hard, like rows of swords, exuding a chilling aura. A gentle breeze swept by, and Xiao Tian's fur fluttered in the wind, dazzling like a burning flame. Its eyes were firm and confident, revealing an unparalleled majesty. Name: Tianyavu Tiger Queen. Race: Orc. Attribute: Fire. Growth: Pre-adult stage. Quality: 5 stars. Level: Lesser Demon. Skills: Bite, Fireball, Mega Claw, Crimson Blaze. After evolving, its growth stage reached the sub-adult stage. At the same time, its level was also upgraded accordingly, from the original Demon Servant level to the Lesser Demon level. In terms of skills, it even gained an additional powerful new skill, Crimson Flame Burning Heaven. This is a high-level skill with immense power. However, under normal circumstances, evolving into a skywing tiger usually results in a strength that reaches that of a great demon. But Xiao Tian only has the strength of a lesser demon, which indicates that it evolved ahead of schedule. This phenomenon seems somewhat similar to forcing seedlings to grow faster, but as long as sufficient resources can be provided later, this kind of premature evolution may not necessarily be a bad thing. Just then, Tang Xian excitedly rushed forward and hugged Xiao Tian tightly. In the past, Tang Xian could easily hold Xiao Tian in his arms, but now that Xiao Tian had successfully evolved into a skywing tiger, its enormous body was no longer what it used to be, making it impossible for Tang Xian to hold it in his arms as before. Left with no other choice, Tang Xian hugged its thick neck and kissed its fluffy head several times, muttering, "Xiao Tian, you're so handsome." Xiao Tian proudly raised its head, as if fully enjoying the praise given to it by Tang Xian. Luckily, the evolution was successful. Its body can now withstand some spiritual herbs. The flame velvet flower and the valley fragrance fruit are safe for it to eat. Tang Xian took out the 2 rare herbs from his personal storage bag. "Come on, Xiao Tian, open your mouth quickly," Tang Xian called softly. Xiao Tian obediently opened its mouth, and Tang Xian carefully tossed the spiritual herbs into it. Xiao Tian didn't even bother to chew and swallowed them whole. After swallowing the elixir, Xiao Tian's body began to emit a faint light. Then, it quietly lay down on the ground and closed its eyes. At this moment, Xiao Tian began to absorb the medicinal power of the elixir. These 2 medicinal herbs are very mild, unlike the fiery and violent flaming sungrass they had taken before. Therefore, Tang Xian didn't need to worry too much about Xiao Tian experiencing any adverse reactions. He could simply let it slowly absorb the nutrients on its own. Tang Xian sat quietly to the side, guarding Xiao Tian and patiently waiting for it to fully absorb the medicinal power. He would leave after that. Time passed slowly, and finally, the light emanating from Xiao Tian gradually faded. It slowly opened its eyes, which shimmered with a lively light. Clearly, after absorbing the 2 spiritual herbs, Xiao Tian's strength had once again increased. Chapter 38. Tang Xian, am back. Not bad, although he hasn't reached the level of a great demon, he's close. Let's go, it's time to go back. First, go back to the academy to let Rin Qingxian know you're safe, and then head straight to the Yalan Plateau. Tang Xian said, gently patting Xiao Tian's head. Then, Tang Xian walked to Feng Lia's tombstone, knelt down, and respectfully kowtowed, murmuring to himself, "Master, your disciple is leaving and will not be able to stay by your side often. I will visit you again when I have the opportunity. If I can see my 2 elder sisters, I will bring them to see you." After speaking, Tang Xian slowly stood up, turned around, and left. Turning our attention to the Cloud City Intermediate Beast-Taming Academy, the academy's cafeteria was bustling with people during lunchtime. With bruises still visible on his face, Chenghua sat alone at a dining table, silently eating. He had long since become someone everyone avoided, because for the past few months, Chenghua had been subjected to varying degrees of care from Zhang Jin and his gang almost every day. "Hey, Chenghua, you're still eating here. You're not going to back out of tomorrow's challenge, are you?" At this moment, Zhang Jin reappeared with several accomplices, taunting Chenghua in a sarcastic tone. Within the academy, they couldn't openly resort to violence against Chenghua, as the academy had its own rules and regulations. If they wanted to teach Chenghua a lesson, they could only do so outside the academy, where the academy would have no right to interfere. However, even inside the academy, they would not let Chenghua off easily, so they chose to torment him by challenging him. Within the academy, it's perfectly acceptable for students to challenge each other. Zhang Jin and his gang took advantage of this, forcing Chenghua to accept the challenge, threatening to keep him in the academy forever if he dared to step outside, and making him suffer terribly if he did. Chenghua was timid and weak-willed, and had no choice but to accept various challenges. Since returning from Yunyun Mountain 3 months ago, Chenghua has faced more than 30 challenges during this period, with a fierce battle awaiting him almost every 3 days. Moreover, Zhang Jin's side always showed no mercy during each challenge. When Chengua's summoned beasts lost their fighting ability, they would even turn around and attack Chenghua herself directly. That's why, over the past 3 months, the bruises all over Chengua's body have never faded. Chenghua also considered dropping out of school and escaping from here, but if he left, he would have nowhere to obtain resources. After all, he had no background and was all alone. The only way he could obtain resources was by relying on the academy. Especially his Thunder Fong beast, which is a resource black hole. Once he loses the meager resource supply from the academy, he will be completely useless. Therefore, despite feeling wronged and resentful, Chenghua had no choice but to silently endure everything before her. At this moment, his only hope was that Meng Jian and Zhang Jin could let go of this matter as soon as possible and stop entangled with it. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. Judging from the current situation, given their narrow-mindedness, they clearly have no intention of giving up easily. As things stand, they won't stop until they've tormented Shenguo to death. I understand, Shenguo replied, her voice trembling with obvious fear. Seeing this, Zhang Jin's lips curled into a cold smile as he mocked, Shenguo, a good-for-nothing like you might as well go home and collect manure. Listen up, as long as you have a breath left in this academy, I will make you wish you were dead. How dare you slander brother Meng Jian, humph, I will make you regret ever being born. Faced with Zhang Jin's fierce threats and intimidation, Shenguo had no other way to respond but to lower her head and remain silent. Hey, old Chen, you're eating here too. Here, have an extra chicken leg. Just then, something unexpected happened. Tang Xian, holding a plate, sat down steadily next to Shenguo and casually placed a plump chicken leg on her plate. Faced with such a sudden situation, Shenguo was stunned and stared at Tang Xian, as if she could not believe that what she was seeing was real. Tang Xian, however, remained unperturbed, muttering, "What are you looking at? I know I'm handsome, but I'm not into men, so don't look at me like that." After saying that, Tang Xian lowered his head and started eating. He had been staying at Liuguang Pool for several months and could only catch fish to fill his stomach every day. At this time, even the canteen food that he usually disliked tasted exceptionally delicious. Tang Xian, you're still alive? Shenguo asked hesitantly, finally regaining her senses. Upon hearing this, Tang Xian looked up and said, "Please, what do you mean by that? Are you hoping I'll die?" Shenguo hurriedly explained, "That's not what I meant. It's just that when Meng Jian ambushed you, causing you to fall off the cliff, the academy even sent people to search the bottom of the cliff for a whole month, but they couldn't even find a trace of you." Shenguo deliberately raised the volume of the words "Meng Jian attacked you," as if to vent all the grievances he had suffered during this period through this shout. His voice was so loud that everyone in the cafeteria couldn't help but turn their heads. Seeing Tang Xian return unharmed, Shenguo was overwhelmed with emotion, her eyes instantly welling up with tears, almost bursting into sobs. Finally, the truth was out. Finally, she could prove that what she had said was true. At this moment, all eyes were on them. Tang Xian smiled indifferently, "TCH, that bastard Meng Jian thinks he can kill me? He's far from it. But speaking of which, where did that bastard go? I've searched the whole academy and haven't seen a trace of him. When I catch him, I'll definitely kill him." "What did you say?" Before the words were finished, a sharp smash rang out. A burly boy following behind Zhang Jin suddenly swung his hand, knocking over the plate in front of Tang Xian. Food and tableware were scattered all over the floor, creating a mess. Tang Xian glanced at the boy casually, thinking, he's just an insignificant nobody, no need to bother with him. Then, his gaze shifted back to Zhang Jin. Zhang Jin was equally shocked, seemingly unable to believe that Tang Xian was still alive and kicking in front of her. Tang Xian's lips curled up slightly, and he said with a hint of mockery, "Oh, Miss Zhang, where is your brother Meng Jian? I've been looking for that bastard for ages. Could it be that he found out I'm back and ran away in a panic, hiding away?" After Tang Xian returned, he also heard about the various things Shenguo had recently experienced from some of the students. In fact, Tang Xian knew very well that Meng Jian and Su Xian had already embarked on their journey to the Yalan Plateau at this time, intending to meet Ren Qingxian before setting off for the Yalan Plateau. However, when he learned that Shenguo was in the cafeteria, he decided to come and see him. After all, Shenguo had suffered a lot of hardships and grievances during this period, and Tang Xian thought he should give him some small compensation. However, when he arrived at the cafeteria, he happened to run into Zhang Jin and his group. This couldn't be better for Tang Xian since that bastard Meng Jian wasn't there. He could start by dealing with these people in front of him. Chapter 39. I was given a chance, but you didn't use it. Tang Xian, you really think you're something special? Meng Jian isn't at the academy right now. If he were, you wouldn't be able to act so arrogantly here. Zhang Jin said angrily, his eyes wide with rage. Upon hearing this, Tang Xian's lips curled up slightly, revealing a disdainful smile. "Whether I consider myself someone important or not is unimportant, but I'm more than enough to deal with you. As for Meng Jian, he's nothing but a defeated opponent of mine. If he were here, I would only be more arrogant. You bastard, you're asking for death. If you've got the guts, get past me first before spouting nonsense." Before the words were even finished, Zhang Jin's burly, fleshy henchman roared furiously. Then, he brandished his thick fist and pounced on Tang Xian like a mad beast. Faced with the fierce attack, Tang Xian appeared calm and even showed a hint of impatience. Sigh, I didn't want to lower myself to the level of a nobody like you, but you failed to live up to my expectations. At this moment, the boy's fist was less than 10 centimeters away from Tang Xian's face. In the blink of an eye, Tang Xian flashed to the boy's side. The next moment, a crisp smack rang out as Tang Xian forcefully pressed the boy's head onto the dining table with his palm. In an instant, the table shattered into countless pieces, splinters flying everywhere. Ah! My head, it hurts so much. The boy clutched his head tightly with both hands and screamed in agony, blood gushing from between his fingers like a fountain. Witnessing this astonishing scene, the people around were shocked, while Zhang Jin and others were dumbfounded and incredulous. They were well aware of their companion's abilities, but what was happening before their eyes was completely beyond their expectations. Although they knew that Tang Xian was not weak, after all, Tang Xian dared to set up an arena in the academy to accept challenges from his peers and had never been defeated, they never expected that their companion would be so easily defeated, and even be instantly killed by Tang Xian with one hand. Li Tsong, use a summoned beast. This guy doesn't have a natal summoned beast. Zhang Jin shouted as he came to his senses after being shocked. Upon hearing the command, the boy named Li Tsong endured the excruciating pain, wiped his forehead with his blood-stained wrist, and then a green summoning circle appeared beneath his feet. With a roar, a manticore suddenly appeared. This manticore was entirely gray-blue in color, with a powerful and majestic body, and a sharp, pointed scorpion tail trailing behind it, exuding a chilling aura. It not only possesses great power but also has a highly poisonous attribute, making it undoubtedly one of the more outstanding summonable beasts. Tang Xian used the power of his left eye to examine the attributes of this scorpion lion. It turns out to be just a cub, but its size is actually quite similar to a sub-adult. Looks like a lot of resources were invested in it. For star quality, just a summoned beast of the demon servant level. Power and toxicity. Heh, that's interesting. Tang Xian muttered to himself. Poison attribute? This really hit Tang Xian where it hurts. Just then, Qinghua, who was standing next to Tang Xian, also summoned her Thunder Fang beast without hesitation. Qinghua turned to Tang Xian and said, "This manticore is very strong. You alone are no match for it. If the two of us join forces, we might have a chance of winning." Because Zhang Jin and others had recently been bullying Qinghua by challenging her, with Li Tsong issuing challenges to Qinghua multiple times, Qinghua was well aware of the power of Li Tsong's manticore. Moreover, he had fought Tang Xian before. In each battle, Tang Xian would deliberately create a thrilling and suspenseful situation to give Qinghua hope of victory, thus encouraging him to continue signing up for challenges in the future. For this reason, Qinghua always believed that Tang Xian's strength was only slightly better than his, and that he was currently no match for this scorpion lion. Having been bullied by Zhang Jin and his group for so long, he finally snapped and decided to join forces with Tang Xian. "Qinghua, you useless piece of trash, are you looking for death? Fine, then I'll grant your wish and send you on your way." Li Tsong roared angrily. He was tall and imposing, and now his face was covered in blood, making him look even more ferocious and terrifying. Qinghua nervously swallowed, wondering to herself, was I really too impulsive just now? Even if she and Tang Xian joined forces to defeat Li Tsong, Zhang Jin still had 4 or 5 helpers. Thinking of this, Qinghua felt a little hesitant. However, he then thought again that he had been swallowing his anger all this time, but the other party had not restrained himself at all, but instead had become even more outrageous. Therefore, it seems that tolerating the situation is futile. In that case, why not take advantage of Tang Xian's return today to make a big scene, at which point the academy will surely step in to resolve the matter. Just then, Tang Xian said casually, "Old Chen, you can stay over there and cheer me on, just shout 666, . Hearing Tang Xian say this, Qinghua was completely astonished, unable to understand what Tang Xian meant at all. "You two ignorant fools. Manticore, teach them a lesson." Li Tsong gritted his teeth and gave the command to the manticore. Roar! With a roar, the manticore pounced forward to attack. However, at this critical moment, a blue light suddenly appeared beneath Tang Xian's feet, followed by the appearance of a summoning circle. Blue? He's already advanced to the 3rd tier? Witnessing the summoning array radiating a ghostly blue light beneath Tang Xian's feet, the surrounding people stared in disbelief. It's important to understand that, normally, ordinary people only begin to gradually advance to the 3rd tier in their 2nd year at the Intermediate Beast-Taming Academy. Yet Tang Xian, still a freshman in this year's class, has already broken through to the 3rd tier. He is the first among all the freshmen to achieve this. Roar! Just then, a deafening tiger roar suddenly rang out, as if it would overturn the entire cafeteria. Immediately afterward, Xiao Tian leaped into the air from the summoning circle like a bolt of lightning. In an instant, the manticore let out a shrill scream, clearly indicating that Xiao Tian had his throat firmly bitten. "Manticore, use your stinger!" Li Tsong roared in terror. Due to the contractual bond between him and his summoned beast, he could clearly feel the pain it was enduring. At the tip of the manticore's tail, which was as hard and sharp as steel, grew a gleaming, chilling venomous stinger, undoubtedly its deadliest weapon. At that moment, this stinger shot straight at Xiao Tian like lightning. Tang Xian seemed completely unconcerned about this highly poisonous creature. After all, it was just a young manticore. Tang Xian could cure its poison, and its strength was on a completely different level from Xiao Tian's. Xiao Tian had no intention of giving the other party any chance to harm him. In an instant, the flame patterns on various parts of Xiao Tian's body suddenly seemed to be ignited, bursting forth with raging flames. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Tian's entire body was engulfed in scorching flames, as if he had transformed into a burning fireball. Flames soared into the sky, and the intense heat seemed to distort the surrounding air. The manticore let out a blood-curdling scream in the face of the terrifying flames. However, in the next instant, Xiao Tian's mouth, which was tightly gripping the manticore's throat, suddenly opened, and a huge, scorching pillar of fire erupted from it. This pillar of fire, like a fire dragon emerging from the sea, seemed to carry the power to destroy everything, and in an instant, it completely engulfed the manticore. Chapter 40. I did it on purpose. No. This is impossible. My manticore. Li Tsong let out a heart-wrenching roar, his body trembling uncontrollably. Then he collapsed to the ground, his eyes empty and lifeless, as if he had lost his soul, his eyes filled with endless despair. It is important to know that one's destined summoned beast is crucial to a beast tamer. It is not only a powerful partner in battle, but also a being that is connected to the beast tamer's soul. Once a summoned beast dies, it means that the beast tamer's strength will be greatly reduced, and he may even become a cripple. Because once your destined summon is summoned, if a contract ritual isn't performed, summoning it again after a period of time might result in a different summon. However, once the contract is completed and the summon dies due to misfortune, it's almost impossible to summon a new destined summon. Beastmasters without a natal summoned beast are inherently inferior to others, relying solely on their non-natal summoned beasts. After all, a beastmaster's amplification skills can only be used on their own summoned beast, and skills possessed by non-summoned beasts cannot be shared with the beastmaster. In other words, unless one is a chosen one, a child of destiny, or has the protagonist's halo, once their destined summoned beast dies, their life as a beast tamer is essentially over. At this moment, the students around were all stunned. They stared wide-eyed at the charred corpse of the manticore on the ground. Such a horrific scene was unprecedented for these young students. Most of them were witnessing something like this for the first time. Dead, Shen Guo murmured. His eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. This scorpion lion that had tormented him countless times and caused him so much suffering had actually been killed so easily by Tang Xian. How could this be? Just then, Li Tsong flew into a rage. He got up from the ground and charged at Tang Xian like a wild beast, shouting, "You beast, I'm going to kill you." However, Tang Xian simply lifted his foot and kicked Li Tsong several meters away. Li Tsong crashed heavily to the ground, groaning in pain. Immediately afterwards, Tang Xian's gaze shot towards Zhang Jin like a cold arrow. Zhang Jin panicked and stammered, What do you want to do?" "Tang Xian, if you dare to lay a finger on me, the Zhang family will never let you off the hook." As they spoke, Zhang Jin quickly hid behind his companions and shouted to them, "Hurry up and attack. Attack together." But at this moment, those people were already pale with fright, and their bodies were trembling uncontrollably. When Tang Xian killed Li Tsong's scorpion lion, he did so without the slightest hesitation or mercy. Moreover, the summoned beast he summoned had clearly entered the sub-adult stage. This level of strength, even if not quite at the level of a great demon, is nearly there. Under these circumstances, recklessly engaging in battle would be tantamount to suicide. After all, no one wants their painstakingly nurtured summoned beast to its death. What happened? Just then, a familiar voice reached their ears. Looking in the direction of the voice, they saw Ren Qingxian had arrived at the scene. "Teacher Ren." Zhang Jin and the others rushed to Ren Qingxuan's side as if they had grasped a lifeline. "Teacher Ren, that bastard Tang Xian actually cruelly killed Li Tsong's summoned beast. Such a despicable act is outrageous. The academy must punish him severely." Zhang Jin complained to Ren Qingxian indignantly. Ren Qingxian glanced calmly at Tang Xian and asked in a flat tone, "What's going on?" In fact, Ren Qingxian had already arrived here. When she heard that Tang Xian had returned and appeared in the academy cafeteria, she rushed over anxiously. However, upon arriving, she witnessed the conflict between Tang Xian and Zhang Zhen's group, but she did not immediately step in to stop it. For someone like Li Song, who has no background whatsoever, it doesn't matter if his summoned beast is killed. If he doesn't step in now, Tang Xian might not be able to resist taking action against Zhang Zhen. Zhang Zhen is different from Li Kong. If Tang Xuanzhen were to lay a hand on her, things would become very difficult to resolve. The Zhang family is currently at the height of its power in Yuncheng. If the conflict between Tang Xian and Zhang Zhen is just a minor one, even if the Zhang family intervenes, the academy will be able to resolve it properly. However, if Tang Xian were to make a move this time, and even kill Zhang Zhen's natal summoned beast, the situation would become quite troublesome. That is why Ren Xingxian appeared at this moment. Teacher Ren, it was clearly him who first summoned the beast to attack me. I was just acting in self-defense, Tang Xian argued. Tang Xian, what kind of self-defense is this? Look at Li Song's scorpion lion, it's been burned to ashes. How ruthless you are! Zhang Zhen shouted angrily. Tang Xian's lips curled up slightly, and he sneered, is it possible that his summoned beast is too weak? It can't even withstand one of Xiao Tian's skills. Enough! Ren Xingxian said in a deep voice, stop arguing. The academy will handle this matter impartially. You guys take Li Song away first. Yes, Zhang Zhen replied. Then, the group helped Li Song, who was already weak and unable to stand, slowly leave. As they passed Tang Xian, Zhang Zhen glared at him fiercely, his eyes filled with resentment. Tang Xian, you're really something. You've only been back a short time and you've already caused such a disaster. Intentionally killing someone else's summoned beast is an heinous crime in the academy. You'll probably be expelled for doing this, Ren Xingxian said helplessly. Tang Xian simply smiled calmly and replied casually, then I'll leave? You, sigh. Ren Xingxian sighed helplessly, then continued, your summoned beast is inherently fierce and difficult to tame. It's not your destined summoned beast that understands your will. That's why it disobeyed your command and killed Li Song's summoned beast just now. I understand that you didn't do this intentionally. She deliberately raised her voice so that everyone around could hear her, clearly trying to deflect responsibility for Tang Xian. After all, the Skywing Tiger is inherently wild, and since it is not Tang Xian's natal summoned beast, it is understandable that he has difficulty fully controlling it. However, to Ren Xingxuan's utter surprise, Tang Xian suddenly said, no, I did it on purpose. As soon as she finished speaking, Ren Xingxian was so angry that she almost raised her hand to slap Tang Xian. She thought to herself that she had kindly tried to defend him, but this guy was completely ungrateful. Come to my office. Ren Xingxuan's eyebrows furrowed and her beautiful eyes widened. She was clearly very angry, and she shouted sternly. Teacher Ren, I haven't eaten yet, Tang Xian said casually. You, eat quickly, and come to my office when you're done. Yes. Chapter 41 Fortune lies in peril. The food's all spilled, old Chen, wait for me. Tang Xian looked at the food on the ground and shook his head helplessly. Then he turned and walked towards the cafeteria's serving window. Not long after, Tang Xian returned carrying 2 full dishes. He found an empty table and gestured for Chen Guo to sit down with him. After they were seated, Tang Xian pushed one of the dishes in front of Chen Guo. Old Chen, eat up. What are you daydreaming about? However, Chen Guo had no appetite at this moment. He stared intently at Tang Xian, as if he had something on his mind. Seeing this, Tang Xian said, Old Chen, why aren't you eating? I've told you, you're a grown man, don't look at me with such a lewd gaze. Chen Guo took a deep breath and mustered her courage to speak. Tang Xian, every time I challenged you before, you always won in the end, but the process was always very difficult. But this time, when you face Li Song, whose strength far surpasses mine, you actually killed his summoned beast in just 1 minute. Why is that? Tang Xian smiled slightly, revealing his signature sly smile, and replied, hee hee, isn't that simple? If I easily defeat you every time, you'll definitely think there's no hope of beating me, and then you won't sign up for challenges anymore, right? Only when you see that you're just 1 step away from victory will you be motivated to keep trying. You want my resources, but what I want is your registration fee. Hearing Tang Xian's blunt answer, Chen Gui was stunned, momentarily at a loss for words. After a long pause, he finally came to his senses, inwardly sighing, good heavens, I've been treated like a lamb by Tang Xian all this time, foolishly believing that I could defeat him if I just tried a little harder. After a moment of silence, Chen Guo composed herself and asked again, now that you've gotten into such a serious fight with Zhang Zhen and the others, aren't you afraid of their retaliation? Tang Xian raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a disdainful smile, and replied, "What am I afraid of? I am all alone now, with no ties whatsoever. Even if the Zhang family has its so-called strongest expert, he is only at the 6th level. Such strength is not enough to make me fear." However, Chen Gui was speechless after hearing Tang Xian's words, unsure how to respond. After all, in the entire Yanxia region, a 6th level expert was already considered a master, no ordinary person. "Old Chen, the resources you can get by staying in the academy are really limited. Those resources are just a drop in the ocean for your Thunder Fong beast. Why don't you join me and take a gamble to do something big?" Tang Xian put down his chopsticks and turned his gaze to Chen Gui. A sense of suspicion welled up in Chen Guo's heart. He thought to himself, is this guy trying to trick me again? He says he's doing something big, but he might just be trying to fleece me again. So, he tentatively asked, "What kind of big thing is it?" Tang Xian chuckled and lowered his voice, saying, "The secret realm of the Yalan Plateau." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Gui was taken aback. He naturally had some understanding of secret realms. These places were usually where powerful figures cultivated in ancient times, or the resting places of some peerless masters. Moreover, every once in a while, when a secret realm happened to be connected to a certain spiritual vein, a passage to enter it would appear. The appearance of secret realms is always unpredictable and erratic, but it is not entirely unpredictable. Generally speaking, whenever the entrance to a secret realm is about to appear, related news will spread in advance. However, in Chen Guo's view, the existence of secret realms was really not suitable for beast tamers like them who only had the strength of the 2nd or 3rd rank to get involved in. Once the secret realm is revealed to the world, powerful figures from all directions will flock there like a tidal wave. To get a share of the spoils and obtain some treasures, one would probably need at least level 5 or 6 strength. As for those weaker individuals at the 2nd or 3rd tier, they would likely not even be able to save their lives after entering the secret realm. Regardless of how many unknown dangers the secret realm itself hides, just considering the greed inherent in human nature, certain forces or groups, in order to monopolize or seize more treasures within the secret realm, would even ruthlessly slaughter those with low strength. Seeing Chen Guo lost in thought and hesitation, Tang Xian couldn't help but continue to persuade him, "Old Chen, your Thunderfang beast is a resource black hole. If you stay obediently in the academy, even if the academy doubles the resources you receive every month, it will still be a drop in the bucket for the Thunderfang beast. So, fortune favors the bold." Tang Xian's actions actually provided Chen Guo with a rare opportunity. Recently, because of him, Chen Guo had been bullied and suppressed by Zhang Jin and others. Therefore, it can be said that this opportunity is a form of consolation or compensation that Tang Xian is giving to Chen Guo. However, obtaining this compensation is not easy. It depends on whether Chen Guo has the courage. If he truly has the courage to agree, Tang Xian will certainly not let him suffer a loss. Conversely, if he is timid and cowardly and dares not try, he will probably never achieve great things in this life. At this moment, Chen Guo was seen eating silently with her head down, her heart clearly filled with struggle and hesitation. At this moment, Tang Xian gently pushed his plate forward, then stood up and said slowly, "I'll be setting off early tomorrow morning. Think about it carefully today. I'll go talk to Teacher Rin first." After saying that, he turned to leave. "Wait a minute." At this moment, Chen Guo suddenly called out to Tang Xian. He quickly stood up, stared at Tang Xian with a firm gaze, and said in a deep voice, "I am willing to go with you." Clearly, after careful consideration, Chen Guo had finally made up his mind. Tang Xian had just said something that struck him. Fortune favors the bold. Indeed, given the current situation, remaining complacent will only lead to a mediocre and unproductive life. Since we're at a dead end either way, why not take a gamble? As the saying goes, despair breeds change, so let's give it our all. Perhaps things can still change. Tang Xian raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a faint smile, and said softly, "Since that's the case, then I'll take you there. From today onwards, you'll be my little brother. Come on, call me big brother so I can hear it." Upon hearing this, Chen Guo's eyes widened in astonishment, and he was momentarily speechless. After a long while, he managed to squeeze out a single word, "Ah." Seeing this, Tang Xian frowned slightly and asked, "What ah? Hurry up and shout." Chen Guo took a deep breath, trying to calm the turmoil in her heart, and then lowered her head and whispered, big brother." Tang Xian nodded in satisfaction and said with a smile, "Not bad. Since you've acknowledged me as your elder brother, I naturally won't treat you unfairly. Consider this thunderous immortal sprout a gift for our first meeting." As he spoke, he casually tossed a plant emitting a purple glow into Chen Guo's hand. Chen Guo gripped the thunderous sprout tightly with both hands, completely stunned, her mouth agape, unable to utter a sound. At this moment, the excitement in his heart was beyond words, and his body trembled uncontrollably. After all, the thunderous immortal sprout was an extremely rare innate spiritual medicine, possessing powerful thunderous energy, and was the key to the Thunderfall beast's evolution into the Thunder Light Beast. Moreover, this precious treasure was worth as much as 800 to 1,000 spirit stones on the market. This. Chen Guo repeated the word over and over, as if he had lost the ability to speak. After a long while, he finally came to his senses and stammered, "Is this really for me?" Tang Xian asked with a mocking expression, "What? Don't you want it? If you don't like it, you can give it back to me." Chen Guo quickly waved his hand and eagerly replied, "Yes, of course. Thank you, brother." He knew that this thunderous immortal sprout was priceless and extremely important to him, at least enough to make up for the resources that the Thunderfang beast had previously lacked. At that moment, everyone else in the cafeteria was dumbfounded. Who would have thought that just by calling someone Big Brother, they would receive such a precious and rare thunderous immortal sprout as a gift? In an instant, everyone was so excited that their faces turned red, and they all started shouting and yelling. "Tang Xian, what do you think of me? Why don't you take me on as your underling? No, let me be your son instead. Being my son isn't enough, why don't you just take me as your grandson?" In an instant, the entire cafeteria erupted into frenzy and chaos. These people were no longer content with merely being Tang Xian's underlings or sons, they even yearned to climb the social ladder further, claiming to be his ancestor or relative seemed far more secure and reliable. If they could really get a spiritual herb worth nearly 1,000 spirit stones just by calling someone grandpa, they would kneel on the ground and call him that for a whole day without any problem. Chapter 42: The Entrance to the Secret Realm. Tang Xian gently pushed open the door to Ren Xingxuan's office and went inside. He took a deep breath and then softly called out, "Teacher Ren." Ren Xingxian, who was engrossed in her work, looked up when she heard the sound. Her gaze fell on Tang Xian, and her eyes revealed a hint of doubt and dissatisfaction. Upon seeing this, Tang Xian immediately realized that his previous address might have been inappropriate, so he quickly changed it to sister. He deliberately lowered his voice to make the address sound more intimate and natural. At this moment, only the two of them were in the entire office. Ren Xingxian put down her pen, leaned back, and scrutinized Tang Xian, saying, "I heard from Chen Guo that you were ambushed by Meng Jian and fell off the cliff?" Tang Xian nodded, and said indignantly, "That's right, it was that bastard who did it. If it weren't for my good fortune, I probably wouldn't be back." After hearing this, Ren Xingxian frowned deeply and asked worriedly, "Since you are safe and sound, why can't I contact you using the communicator?" Tang Xian helplessly spread his hands and explained with a wry smile, "Sister, after I fell off the cliff, I don't know where my communicator went. At the time, I was only thinking about how to save my life, I didn't care about anything else." Ren Xingxian nodded slightly and comforted him, "All right, as long as you're safe and sound. I will definitely report this matter to the academy. The academy must not tolerate someone as vicious as Meng Jian." Tang Xian smiled slightly, patted his chest confidently, and said, "Thank you for your concern, sister, but I'll handle this myself. There's no need for the academy to get involved." Tang Xian didn't want to make things public if they could be settled privately. Ren Xingxian stared at Tang Xian and asked, "Are you really confident you can handle this yourself?" Tang Xian nodded without hesitation and replied, "Of course, trust me." "Okay." Ren Xingxian didn't say anything more. Tang Xian took a deep breath and then said, "Sister, I plan to take some time off." Ren Xingxian frowned instantly, her voice tinged with dissatisfaction. "What? You haven't been to class for 3 months, and now you're asking for leave again? If you take leave again, it'll be the end of the semester." Tang Xian chuckled and said, "Sister, I'm planning to go to the Yalan Plateau." Upon hearing about the Yalan Plateau, Ren Xingxian paused slightly, then said after a moment of silence, "There have indeed been many rumors recently about a secret realm soon appearing on the Yalan Plateau. But wherever there is a secret realm, experts, forces, and organizations from all over will inevitably flock there. Without the strength of a 5th or 6th rank, it is almost impossible to gain any benefits in those secret realms." However, Tang Xian seemed confident and said firmly, "Sister, I know what I'm doing. Approve the leave." Seeing Tang Xian's confident demeanor, Ren Xingxian knew that further persuasion would be futile, so she stopped talking and simply nodded slightly in agreement. "All right, you'd go even if I disagreed, so let's go." Then, Tang Xian added, "Chen Guo will go with me." Upon hearing this, Ren Xingxuan's eyes widened in surprise, and she asked, "What? You're going to bring Chen Guo along too?" Tang Xian nodded and explained, well, consider it some compensation for him during this time. Alright, but don't push yourself too hard. You must be careful and stay safe, Ren Xingxian advised. Thank you for your concern, sister. Everything will be fine, Tang Xian replied with a smile. The next morning, sunlight bathed the earth. Tang Xian and Shen Guo embarked on their journey to the Yalan Plateau. The Yalan Plateau is located in the northwest of Yanxia Kingdom. It takes about a whole day to reach the destination by car from Yuncheng. After a long day's drive, Tang Xian and Shen Guo finally arrived at Yong'an Town, a small town on the Yalan Plateau. This place was originally a remote rural town far from the city, rarely visited by outsiders. But now it's bustling with activity and overflowing with people. The town's only 2 hotels were already full, leaving many people with no choice but to camp on the streets. It is understood that the entrance to the secret realm is located in a valley more than 20 kilometers away from the town. At this moment, the energy of the Earth's ley lines is continuously converging there. When this spiritual energy from the Earth's ley lines is fully gathered, the entrance to the secret realm will appear. Based on the current situation, the entrance to the secret realm is expected to open within the next 2 days. Boss, there are just too many people here. At this rate, will we still be able to get any benefits from the secret realm? Chen Guo asked worriedly, looking at the bustling crowd. Tang Xian raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a confident smile. Whether we can gain anything or not, we'll know once we go in. Let's rest in town for the night and set off again tomorrow. Okay, I'll follow your arrangements, Chen Guo nodded in agreement. As night fell and the city lights came on, Tang Xian and Chen Guo chose to spend the night by the street. They had no choice, there was nowhere else to stay except on the street. They could either leave town or stay in the wilderness, but in this remote suburb, staying on the street was far better than staying in the town itself. The next morning, as dawn broke and sunlight bathed the earth, the townspeople began to rush towards the entrance to the secret realm. Tang Xian and Shen Guo followed the crowd to the entrance, but once there, they found a secluded spot to hide, planning to enter last. Boss, look over there. Just then, Shen Guo called softly to Tang Xian and gestured in a certain direction. Tang Xian looked in the direction she was pointing and was dumbfounded. Zhang Jin had appeared in his field of vision. Even more surprising was that she had actually brought 2 6th-level experts from the Zhang family with her. Clearly, Zhang Jin was well aware of Tang Xian's intentions in coming here and worried that he might harm Meng Jian. Therefore, she pleaded with her grandfather to allow her to bring the 2 6th-level experts from the family with her to ensure Meng Jian's safety and help him acquire more valuable items. I've seen plenty of people who give themselves away, but I've never seen anyone give themselves away like she did. What should we do? If they see us here, we'll be in trouble, Chen Guo said with a worried expression. Tang Xian, however, waved his hand calmly and reassured them, don't rush, stay calm. Let's wait for them to go in first, and then we'll go in. The secret realm is vast, and we might not even run into them. Before the words were even finished, a sudden change occurred. The once calm sky abruptly became stormy, with lightning flashing and thunder roaring. Beneath the earth, a mysterious and powerful force surged like a tidal wave, continuously converging in a certain direction. Everyone was stunned, exchanging bewildered glances. Clearly, this eerie sight foreshadowed something important about to happen. The legendary entrance to the secret realm was about to appear. The atmosphere instantly became extremely tense. Everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed on the point where the energy was converging, their hearts filled with anticipation and unease. Chapter 43 Group Invisibility. Big brother, the entrance to the secret realm is about to open, let's hurry over. Chen Guo shouted excitedly to Tang Xian. However, with a thump, Tang Xian tapped Chen Guo on the head and said, how can you be so naive? Do you really think they'll let everyone in? Chen Guo rubbed her head, which had been throbbing from the knock, and looked puzzled. She retorted, this secret realm isn't anyone's private territory, so why can't everyone go in? Tang Xian shook his head helplessly and explained, you're thinking too simply. How could those powerful forces, families, and organizations allow so many insignificant people to enter the secret realm so easily? Just as the two were talking, suddenly someone shouted, the entrance is open. All eyes turned to the place where the Earth's spiritual energy converged, where a huge vortex-shaped entrance gradually emerged, the mysterious gate leading to the secret realm. Once the entrance to the secret realm opened, it typically remained open for 2 to 3 days. With the entrance to the secret realm now revealed, everyone present was eager to rush in. They surged towards the entrance, as if afraid of missing this rare opportunity. However, at that moment, something unexpected happened, a gigantic fireball descended from the sky. With a deafening roar, the fireball exploded amidst the crowd. In an instant, flames soared into the sky, smoke billowed, and screams and wails filled the air. The scene descended into chaos as people scattered in all directions, desperately trying to escape the sudden catastrophe. Just then, a man with a small mustache sat upright on the back of a demonic flame rhinoceros, his eyes cold as ice, staring intently at the crowd in front of him. "Seventh rank," Tang Xian said in a low voice. Without a doubt, the man with the mustache was a 7th rank expert. "What exactly do you want? Why are you attacking us for no reason?" At this moment, those who were not seriously injured struggled to get up from the ground and questioned him angrily. At this moment, a young and beautiful woman stepped to the front. She coughed lightly, and her clear and melodious voice rang out, "Everyone, please listen carefully. My name is Chen Wenyu, and I am from the Chen family of the 10 Elders. I am a disciple of the ice fairy Yu Qingxue. This exploration of the secret realm has been fully undertaken by our Chen family, the Wang family of the 10 Elders, and the Beast King sect. Other irrelevant personnel should leave as soon as possible." As soon as he finished speaking, the already restless scene erupted into chaos, with noise rising and falling. The 10 most respected figures throughout the hot summer are known as the 10 Elders, and the families they represent are the 10 Elders family. These families possess terrifying power during the sweltering summer, capable of manipulating events and controlling the world with a single hand. As for the Beast King sect, it is also one of the top sects in Yanxia. Tang Xian knew very well that in such a large secret realm, those powerful families and forces would never stand idly by and watch others take advantage of it. They won't let too many people in, unless some highly skilled individuals manage to break in on their own, in which case it's a different story. In addition, there was something else that greatly surprised Tang Xian. It turned out that this woman named Chen Wenyu was actually Yu Qingxue's disciple. In his previous life, Tang Xian had never met Chen Wenyu. However, he had heard Yu Qingxue mention that she had a disciple who unfortunately died in the early stages of the invasion of the Western continent. "Big brother, look at Chen Wenyu, she's so beautiful." Chen Guo couldn't help but exclaim. Tang Xian turned to look at Chen Guo beside him, only to see that his eyes were completely drawn to Chen Wenyu, staring at her intently. How could Tang Xian not know what Chen Guo was planning? It's just that there was a considerable distance between him and Chen Wenyu. Chen Guo had nothing and no background to speak of. On the other hand, Chen Wenyu came from the Chen family, one of the 10 elders, and was able to become Yu Qingxue's disciple, so it is conceivable that she must have a very high status in the Chen family. "What, you like her?" Tang Xian asked casually with a smile. Chen Guo gave an awkward smile and stammered, "No. No." Seeing this, Tang Xian laughed and teased, "You still say you don't? Look at you, you're practically drooling. If you like her, just go for it. If that doesn't work, you can marry into the Chen family. You both have the surname Chen, so you won't have to worry about whether your child will take the mother's or father's surname." Upon hearing this, Chen Guo's face flushed red to the roots of his ears, and he hurriedly waved his hand, saying, "Big brother, don't talk nonsense." However, a thought suddenly occurred to him. What Tang Xian said seemed to make some sense. Tang Xian looked at Chen Guo earnestly and said, "I'm not just talking nonsense. If you like someone, you should be brave enough to express it." After saying that, he patted Chen Guo's shoulder hard to encourage her. Chen Guo was momentarily at a loss after Tang Xian's words. Just as he was hesitating, he suddenly noticed something, pointed ahead, and shouted, "Big brother, look over there." Tang Xian looked in the direction Chen Guo was pointing and saw a group of people gathered at the entrance of the secret realm. They were disciples from the Chun family, the Wang family, and the Beast King sect. They were blocking the entrance tightly, preventing anyone else from entering. At that moment, an astonishing scene unfolded. Su Xian, Meng Jian, Xingjian, and 2 6th-tier experts from the Zhang family effortlessly weaved through the crowd and swaggered towards the entrance of the secret realm. Even more bizarrely, everyone around them seemed completely oblivious to their presence, offering no resistance whatsoever. And so, they swaggered into the secret realm. Chen Guo rubbed her eyes and said, "No way, they wouldn't let anyone else in, so how did they let Meng Jian and his group in? Does Meng Jian have that much influence?" Tang Xian shook his head slightly, his tone full of doubt, and said, "This is not right. Those people seem to have completely ignored them. How could we not see them? We saw them from this far away. Besides, they just walked right past that Chen Wenyu." "Yet she didn't react at all," Chen Guo said, frowning. Vision interference, simply put, is group invisibility, which is Su Xian's ability. Group invisibility, that's impressive. Even a 7th-tier expert couldn't detect it. But why can we still see it? Tang Xian asked curiously. She can interfere, and I can neutralize the interference, it's that simple. Hee hee, you're really something. Big brother, what's wrong? Why are you suddenly so quiet? At this moment, Xinguo noticed that Tang Xian had been silent for a long time, so she asked. Tang Xian snapped out of his daze and replied, it's alright. Let's figure out how to break in first. Chapter 44, Entering the Secret Realm. Tang Xian finally understood why Meng Jian was able to bring back so many precious treasures from the secret realm in his previous life. He wondered why such a large secret realm would allow a mere second or third tier kid like you to take things away, given the power, families, and organizations involved. It turns out that all of this was thanks to Su Xian's powerful ability to become invisible in groups. Tang Xian quickly scanned his surroundings. After some observation, he discovered that in the current situation, the most powerful figures among the various forces, including the Chen family of the 10 Elders, the Wang family of the 10 Elders, and the Beast King sect, were only at the 7th level. However, just now, Su Xian and his group were able to enter the secret realm openly in front of these 7th level experts, and no one noticed them at all. This means that as long as they remain invisible within the secret realm, they can take any item they want without anyone else knowing. This is why, in his previous life, Meng Jian was able to successfully bring back such an astonishing number of rare treasures. And it was through this journey to the secret realm that Meng Jian gained unimaginable wealth and opportunities. In this life, however, Tang Xian would never allow Meng Jian to gain any benefit from it again. This guy was wicked, and the strength he gained by using these things would ultimately make him an enemy of the Eastern continent when the Western continent invaded. The tricky problem for Tang Xian at this moment was how to enter the secret realm. Su Xian possessed the ability to make the group invisible, so she could easily lead Meng Jian and his group in. However, Tang Xian and his group did not possess this special skill. Among these three major forces, each family had at least one 7th level expert in charge. To walk openly into their presence was simply wishful thinking. We can't hold it in any longer. Just then, two members of the Chen family arrived near Tang Xian and Xinguo. The reason they could be easily identified as being from the Chen family was that the members of these three forces all wore the unique uniforms of their respective families or sects. Although the three parties have joined forces, there is actually fierce competition among them. It's even possible that once they enter the secret realm, they might resort to underhanded tactics to harm each other. For this reason, each party wears the specific clothing of its own faction to facilitate identification between friend and foe. The two members of the Chen family came to Tang Xian's vicinity to relieve themselves. They stood in a corner, quickly pulled down their trousers, and began to urinate. Phew, that feels so much better. Tang Xian nodded slightly to Xinguo, who understood and immediately summoned the Thunder Fong Beast. In an instant, a dazzling bolt of lightning shot out from the Thunder Fong Beast's lightning-gathering horn. The two people who were urinating were completely unaware of what was happening when their bodies suddenly began to tremble violently. Before long, they lost their strength and collapsed to the ground, knocked unconscious by a powerful electric shock. Upon seeing this, Tang Xian and Xinguo rushed over. They nervously looked around to make sure no one else was aware of the situation, then quickly dragged the two unconscious people to a quiet, secluded corner. A few minutes later, Tang Xian and Xinguo reappeared. This time, they had changed into the Chen family's attire and carefully walked to the end of the Chen family's procession. They kept their heads down, avoiding eye contact or conversation with others. It's worth noting that someone of Chen Wenyu's high status might not recognize these ordinary servants of the Chen family, distinguishing friend from foe would likely rely solely on clothing. However, as servants of the Chen family, some of them inevitably had close daily interactions with the two fallen companions. Therefore, the safest course of action at present is to stand quietly at the back of the line and minimize contact with those around them. Meanwhile, everyone else was also intimidated by the experts sent by the three major powers. Those who harbored resentment and attempted to resist became obedient and dared not make any further moves after being mercilessly taught a lesson by the 7-level experts. Afterwards, each of the three major forces dispatched a portion of their forces to guard the entrance, just in case. Then, they all stepped into this mysterious place. Meanwhile, Tang Xian and Xinguo carefully followed at the back of the main group, cleverly blending in without arousing anyone's suspicion or vigilance. After successfully entering the secret realm, Tang Xian and his companions arrived at a magnificent and imposing hall. The hall was so spacious that it rivaled the size of a standard football field. What was truly astonishing was that there were over a dozen passageways connecting to this hall. Just as everyone was marveling at the spectacular sight before them, a young man suddenly broke the silence, turned to Chen Wenyu beside him and shouted, "Chen Wenyu, now that we've stepped into this place, whether we can obtain the rare treasures hidden here depends entirely on our own strength." This man stood tall and straight as a pine tree, exuding an air of grandeur at the head of the Wang family's ranks. Notably, he was not wearing the Wang family's uniform, clearly indicating his special status. Without a doubt, this is the leader of the Wang family's operation, and his status in the family must be extraordinary. Before she could finish speaking, the leading woman from the Beast King sect chimed in, not to be outdone, that's right. To seize the treasures within the secret realm, everyone has to rely on their own abilities. Chen Wenyu, we won't give you any special treatment just because you're the youngest. Her voice was very assertive. Her figure is curvaceous and her hot body is eye-catching. Her outfit is bold and unrestrained. The leopard print tube top is sexy and charming, paired with a short mini skirt, showing off all the parts that need to be revealed. Chen Wenyu glanced at the two of them and said, "Wang Eryon, Shi Yunqi, from now on, it's up to you to rely on your own abilities." Afterwards, the members of the Beast King sect and the Wang family left one after another. They quickly dispersed, sending 2 or 3 people to each passage. Immediately afterward, Chen Wenyu instructed, "Work in pairs, each choosing a passage to enter. If you find anything, report to me immediately via communicator. After the operation is over, the family will provide corresponding rewards based on the spoils of this mission. However, anyone who dares to secretly hide treasures within the secret realm will be severely punished without exception." "Yes, sir," the crowd responded in unison. Then, following the instructions, everyone paired up, and Tang Xian and Shen Gui ended up together. They chose one of the passages and stepped inside. "Hee, we're really lucky. We actually managed to sneak in. They said we couldn't keep anything, but do they think we're stupid?" "Of course we'd keep some," Shen Gui said excitedly to Tang Xian beside her in a low voice. However, just as he was feeling smug, Chen Wenyu's clear and loud voice suddenly came from behind him, "You two, stop right there." Tang Xian and Shen Gui were suddenly startled. Had they been discovered? Chapter 45 Love at the Corner. "Big brother, what should we do now? Should we run?" Chen Gui asked Tang Xian in a low, nervous voice. Tang Xian shook his head slightly and said in a deep voice, "Didn't you see the powerful expert standing next to her who was at the 7th level? With our current abilities, where can we possibly run to?" Tang Xian and Shen Gui slowly turned around to face Chen Wenyu. Chen Wenyu scrutinized the two of them with sharp eyes and asked, "You two look quite unfamiliar, and don't seem to be from the same family." Upon hearing this, Chen Gui's heart clenched, and he thought to himself, "This is a big problem." However, Tang Xian remained remarkably calm and composed, replying unhurriedly, "We are descendants of the Luo Bei branch family. For us humble folk, it is probably a rare privilege to have the opportunity to meet someone of your illustrious status and esteemed position even a few times in our entire lives." Chen Wenyu nodded in agreement, and then said, "In that case, let's go together." Chen Gui glanced at Tang Xian hurriedly, her eyes filled with anxiety, clearly hoping that Tang Xian could come up with a solution. Tang Xian raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a calm smile, and replied softly, "That would be wonderful. To be able to follow you is the greatest honor for us members of the branch family." Chen Wenyu turned to the 7th level expert beside her and instructed, "5th Elder, please guard this place and make sure to prevent anyone from breaking in without permission. If anything happens, I will keep in touch with you via communicator." "Yes, Mississippi." The 7th level expert, known as the 5th Elder, replied respectfully. "Come with me." Chen Wenyu turned and walked forward, gesturing for Tang Xian and Chen Gui to follow her. Chen Gui glanced at Tang Xian with a helpless and worried look in her eyes, secretly wondering what to do. Tang Xian responded to Chen Gui with a reassuring look, indicating that everything would be resolved smoothly. Then, Tang Xian and Chen Gui followed closely behind Chen Wenyu, and the three of them chose a deserted passage to continue their journey. On the way, Chen Gui lowered her voice and secretly asked Tang Xian, "Brother, how did you know that the Chun family has a branch in Luo Bei?" Tang Xian replied casually, "With more experience, one's horizons naturally broaden. Learn more from me in the future." Chen Gui was speechless for a moment. She muttered to herself, "We're all about the same age, where does all this so-called experience and knowledge come from? He's making himself sound like a wise old man who's seen it all." Just then, Chen Wenyu, who was in front, suddenly turned around and asked, "By the way, I still don't know your names." "My name is..." Just as Chen Gui was about to answer, Tang Xian quickly interrupted her, saying, "Miss, my name is Tang Gui, and his name is Chen Xian." Having heard the fifth elder address Chen Wenyu as young miss earlier, Tang Xian followed suit. Under these circumstances, he certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to reveal his real name. Tanghua, Chen Xian, you're from a branch family, why don't you have the surname Chen? Chen Wenyu stared intently at Tang Xian, her eyes sharp, as if trying to discern any clues through his gaze. However, Tang Xian remained unusually calm, as still as a deep pool, undisturbed. After all, he had experienced much, and such a naive young girl could not possibly make him panic. Tang Xian replied calmly, among my peers, my strength is quite good, which is why I have gained the appreciation of Chen Rongshan, the head of the branch family, who took me in and carefully cultivated me. Upon hearing this, Chen Guo was shocked for a whole year. He never expected that Tang Xian would know about the head of the Chen family's Luo Bei branch. Not bad? What rank are you now? And what is your summoned beast? Chen Wenyu pressed on. Tang Xian calmly replied, third-tier cultivation, my summoned beast is the Skywing Tiger. Upon hearing this, Chen Wenyu's lips curled up slightly, revealing a contemptuous smile, I see. It seems we are about the same age, but I have already entered the 4th level. Although not stated directly, the implication was clear your abilities are truly mediocre. Tang Xian smiled and replied, Miss, you are a gifted and outstanding woman. How could I possibly compare myself to you? Hearing Tang Xian say this, Chen Wenyu's already beautiful face revealed an almost imperceptible hint of smugness. She parted her lips slightly and said slowly, Tanghua, Chen Xian, I will remember you. You must perform well in the future and search for treasures for the family. As long as you do your best, you will surely receive generous rewards from your Luo Bei branch family when you return to the family. Thank you, miss, Tang Xian said. Chen Guo quickly bowed and patted her chest solemnly, promising, please rest assured, miss, we will definitely perform well. Please feel free to ask us anything, and we will do our best. Tang Xian shook his head helplessly at the scene before him. Chen Guo really gets into character quickly. Maybe he just wants to use this opportunity to spend more time with Chen Wenyu. However, Tang Xian knew very well that he had no intention of giving away the treasure he had worked so hard to find. Therefore, he secretly plotted how to find a suitable opportunity to slip away. And so the three of them continued on their way. After some time, just as they reached the corner of the passage, Tang Xian and Chen Guo suddenly caught sight of a group of familiar figures standing not far ahead. It was Meng Jian and his gang. This is so unexpected. Could this be love at first sight? However, at this moment, Su Xian's group invisibility spell was still effective, and apart from Tang Xian and Chen Guo, no one else could detect their presence. As for Chen Wenyu, the illusion did not remove the obstruction to her vision, so she still couldn't see Meng Jian and his group. Shoo, pretend you didn't see that, Tang Xian said to Chen Guo in a low voice. Just then, when Meng Jian and his group noticed Tang Xian and his companions, they couldn't help but widen their eyes in astonishment. Zhang Jin, in particular, almost cried out in surprise, but fortunately, Su Xian reacted quickly and covered her mouth tightly at the critical moment. Then, Su Xian lowered her voice and reminded him, don't be impulsive. They can't see us. So don't cause any trouble. Let's get the stuff and leave here as soon as possible. Otherwise, if we alert the powerful figures in the three major forces, we will not only get nothing, but it may even bring us great danger. Zhang Jin nodded slightly, and Su Xian then released him. What should we do? Chen Guo asked in a low voice. Tang Xian revealed a mischievous smile, let's go first. At this moment, Meng Jian and his group also walked towards Tang Xian and his group. Just as the two sides brushed past each other, Tang Xian suddenly shoved Chen Guo and said angrily, can't you watch where you're going? You stepped on my foot. Chapter 46 Love returns at the corner. After being pushed so forcefully by Tang Xian, Chen Guo immediately understood his intention. Without hesitation, he shoved Tang Xian back and shouted, what's wrong with you? I just accidentally stepped on you. Can't we talk this out? Why are you resorting to violence? Hey! You actually dare to fight back? You want a beating? Tang Xian roared. Before he finished speaking, he swung his fist at Chen Guo. Chen Guo, naturally, wouldn't sit idly by and wait to be killed. He quickly dodged Tang Xian's attack to the side, and at the same time, he kicked out at his opponent. Just like that, Tang Xian and Chen Guo engaged in a fierce hand-to-hand combat without any warning. Chen Wenyu, standing to the side, was completely stunned. Her eyes widened as she stared at the scene before her, her face full of confusion, wondering, what on earth is going on? Why are these two suddenly fighting? The scene was chaotic. Tang Xian and Chen Guo were locked in a fierce battle, exchanging blows and kicks, and the fight was evenly matched. Stop! Stop it! Stop fighting! Stop it! Chen Wenyu shouted from the side. Meng Jian and his group stood aside and watched the spectacle. These two idiots actually started fighting amongst themselves, Xingjian said with a laugh. However, before she could finish speaking, Shen Guo stumbled after being shoved by Tang Xian and ended up beside Zhang Zhen. In the blink of an eye, Tang Xian pounced like a tiger, raising his hand and slapping her hard. Slap! A crisp, loud slap echoed all around as the hand landed squarely on Zhang Zhen's delicate cheek. Zhang Zhen was stunned. Her eyes widened, her face filled with shock and anger. Just as she was about to lash out, Su Xian, quick as a flash, grabbed her arm and dragged her back several meters. Calm down. The Chen family from the 10 elders are with them. If we are exposed now, the consequences will be very serious, Su Xian said anxiously in a low voice. Zhang Zhen covered her burning face, gritting her teeth in anger, but at this moment she was helpless and could only swallow her resentment. However, the struggle between Tang Xian and Chen Guo did not end there. Tang Xian charged aggressively at Chen Guo, looking as if he wanted to tear her to pieces. Chen Guo dodged with all her might, skillfully avoiding Tang Xian's attacks each time, and intentionally or unintentionally moving closer to Meng Jian. As expected, every time Chen Guo dodged, Tang Xian's fist would mercilessly strike Meng Jian. Meng Jian was extremely frustrated. No matter how he changed his position, he seemed unable to escape the fate of being accidentally injured. While secretly lamenting his predicament, he tried to find an opportunity to escape this awkward situation. Su Xian, can they really see us? After being hit by a series of fierce punches, Meng Jian was almost beaten into a pig's head. Finally, unable to suppress his doubts, he asked Su Xian in a low voice. Su Xian shook her head vigorously and replied firmly, they absolutely cannot see it. No one below the 8th level could detect my visual interference. This must just be a coincidence. Stop looking and come with me now. Clearly, Su Xian has a high degree of confidence in her special abilities, but sometimes overconfidence can make people lose their vigilance. After speaking, the group didn't linger and quickly turned to leave. Tang Xian and the others, unable to openly chase after them, could only helplessly watch them go. Moreover, Zhang Zhen has 2 6th-level experts from the Zhang family by his side. If they rashly pursue him, it would be extremely disadvantageous for their side. Therefore, in this situation, we must first find a way to eliminate those 2 6th-level experts before we can continue our actions. Seeing Meng Jian and his group gradually moving away, Tang Xian and Chen Guo finally stopped fighting. Chen Wenyu was so angry that her face turned red. She angrily questioned, what exactly is going on between you two? Why did you suddenly start fighting? You have absolutely no manners. How can there be such unruly people in our family? Tang Xian replied apologetically, I'm so sorry, miss, I acted a bit impulsively just now. Chen Wenyu frowned slightly and warned, let me make this clear to you, if you start fighting again for no reason, don't blame me for expelling you from the Chen family. Tang Xian and Chen Guo replied in unison, understood, Mississippi. Then, the three continued on their way. This secret realm is like a vast maze, with its internal passages crisscrossing and intricately complex. Upon entering, more than a dozen passages came into view, each leading to countless intricate side paths. At this moment, Chen Wenyu and Chen Guo were completely bewildered, having no idea where they came from. However, Tang Xian possessed an excellent memory. He clearly remembered the path he had taken. With his outstanding spatial imagination, a detailed 3D map had already taken shape in his mind. Just then, Tang Xian lowered his voice and said to Chen Guo, let's prepare to retreat. There's a fork in the road ahead. Let's observe which path Chen Wenyu will choose, and then go the other way. Upon hearing this, Chen Guo felt a pang of hesitation. The secret realm was a complex and perilous place, fraught with unknown dangers. Leaving a girl alone here like this was truly unsettling. Tang Xian seemed to see through Chen Guo's thoughts and said softly, instead of worrying about her, you should worry about yourself. She is much stronger than you. Chen Guo then nodded. Just then, they came to a fork in the road ahead. Chen Wenyu turned around, pointed to the road on the right, and said, let's go this way. Yes, Mississippi. Tang Xian replied with a smile. Immediately afterward, Chen Wenyu stepped into the right-hand fork in the road. Tang Xian and Chen Guo remained where they were, quietly watching her receding figure until she disappeared from sight. After Chen Wenyu had completely left, the two exchanged a smile, letting out a sigh of relief, and then chose the left-hand fork in the road. Ha, we're finally free. By the way, that felt so good. Especially that slap you gave Zhangjin, it was so satisfying. The look on her face, it almost made me burst out laughing. At this moment, they could finally laugh out loud without any restraint. However, after the initial excitement, Tang Xian quickly regained his composure and reminded him, "Alright, don't get too excited yet. We need to find a way out of this maze as soon as possible. This maze is the true entrance to the secret realm." Having said that, the two composed themselves and continued on their way. However, just as Tang Xian turned the corner, wow, this must be fate, he met love again around the corner. They ran into Meng Jian's group again. Chapter 47 Before the Birth of Illusion. Damn it! It's those two bastards again. Weren't they fighting fiercely just now? How come they've made up so quickly? Now that they're not with that woman from the Chun family, we can finally make our move, right? Zhangjin said angrily. At the same time, the two 6th-level experts from the Zhang family were also on high alert, waiting for Zhangjin's order to act immediately. Su Xian said, "Don't cause any unnecessary trouble. We'll be entering the real secret realm soon, so don't create problems for yourself now." Hearing this, Zhangjin glared at Su Xian with displeasure, thinking to himself, what's with the arrogance? If it weren't for your ability to become invisible in groups, who would even bother with you? At this moment, Tang Xian and Shen Gui continued to pretend not to see anything and continued to walk forward on their own. Just as Zhangjin brushed past Tang Xian, Zhangjin became increasingly furious. Suddenly, she threw a punch straight at Tang Xian. Tang Xian's lips curled up slightly, revealing a barely perceptible smile. "Oh, your shoelaces are untied." With that, Tang Xian squatted down and tied his shoelaces. The next second, a crisp smack rang out as Zhangjin's fist, which he had swung with all his might, slammed hard against the wall next to Tang Xian. In an instant, a sharp pain struck, almost unbearable for Zhangjin, who nearly screamed. However, at that moment, Su Xian reacted quickly, covering Zhangjin's mouth and successfully preventing her from making a sound. At this moment, tears welled up in Zhangjin's eyes. She was clearly in extreme pain. When had this young lady of the Zhang family ever suffered such an injustice? Not only had she been slapped for no reason, but now, in her attempt to take revenge, she had accidentally injured herself, punching the wall hard. "Old Chen, did you hear that noise coming from the wall just now?" Tang Xian asked, feigning surprise. Shen Gui replied, "Perhaps there are some hidden mechanisms within this secret realm. We probably accidentally triggered something inside the wall just now. It's best not to stay here any longer. We should leave as soon as possible." Tang Xian nodded in agreement. "That's right, it's important to get into the real secret realm first. We've been wandering around for so long, I've basically memorized the entire maze's route." Upon hearing this, Shen Gui's face showed astonishment. "Boss, are you serious?" Tang Xian said firmly, "Of course, come with me." Hearing that Tang Xian had memorized the maze's route, Su Xian nodded to the others, signaling them to follow Tang Xian. "Once we get out of this secret realm, I will definitely not let him get away with this," Zhangjin said angrily. "Don't speak, or we'll be in trouble if we're discovered," Su Xian warned in a low voice. Snort! At this moment, Meng Jian suddenly spoke up, "Shut up, or you can leave by yourself." Meng Jian's words silenced Zhangjin. The group followed Tang Xian and Shen Gui cautiously, assuming they couldn't see them. However, in reality, their every move was clearly visible. Turn left ahead, walk 10 meters, then turn right. There you will find a stone gate that is one of the main gates leading to the interior of the secret realm. Really? You know so much about this secret realm? Tang Xian asked in surprise. In your previous life, I was here. Strictly speaking, it wasn't me, because I hadn't been born yet, but if you delve deeper, I could be considered me. Anyway, I'm familiar with this place, so let's not dwell on it. Ah. You weren't even born at this time in my previous life. Even if you were born after this secret realm period ended, based on my age at death in my previous life, you were only born about 10 years ago, yet you have the ability to reverse time and resurrect me. You clearly weren't born in this timeline, but you've already been here. What conditions need to be met for someone to appear in a certain place before they are even born? My curiosity about your true identity is growing stronger, Tang Xian said. Stop being curious, you'll find out soon enough. Just remember to bring Su Xian in later. As for the others who are unimportant, you can use the stone gate to keep them out. Okay, I understand. Following Huan's instructions, Tang Xian soon arrived at the stone gate. He carefully examined the incredibly heavy stone gate and discovered a huge stone vat placed in front of it. First, fill this stone jar with water. Tang Xian was speechless. Big sister, where am I supposed to get water? My summoned beast and old Chens are fire type and lightning type, respectively. Even if we both managed to pee, we probably couldn't fill such a big vat. You can use something else as a substitute, as long as the weight of the items inside meets the requirement. This will trigger the mechanism below and open the stone door. You should have said so earlier. Tang Xian said, and a summoning circle emitting a faint blue light instantly appeared beneath his feet. As the light gradually intensified, Xiao Tian's figure slowly emerged from the summoning circle. Xiao Tian, hurry up and get into the vat. At Tang Xian's command, Xiao Tian immediately spread its magnificent wings, flapped them forcefully, and then gracefully leaped into the huge stone vat. Since evolving into a sky-winged tiger, Xiao Tian's body has become quite large. Now, its size is large enough to comfortably accommodate Tang Xian sitting on its broad back, easily carrying Tang Xian forward. As Xiao Tian jumped into the stone vat, the entire vat began to slowly sink. At the same time, the previously closed stone door slowly rose. Xiao Tian, stay inside and don't move. After instructing Xiao Tian, Tang Xian and Shengue stepped into the open stone door together. However, just as Meng Jian and the others were about to follow, Tang Xian suddenly grabbed Su Xian's wrist, pulled her forcefully to his side, and then, without hesitation, kicked Meng Jian, who was standing to the side. Before Meng Jian could react, he was kicked around on the ground like a ball, rolling several times before finally stopping. At that very moment, Xiao Tian outside suddenly displayed his astonishing destructive power. In an instant, a deafening roar resounded throughout the entire space boom. With this loud bang, the stone jar, which was originally as solid as a rock, was suddenly rendered vulnerable and instantly turned into countless fragments that flew everywhere. At the same time, a dull rumble sounded, followed by a loud bang. In the blink of an eye, the stone door closed tightly, completely isolating the inside from the outside. Now it was Meng Jian and his group's turn to be dumbfounded. Only then did they realize that Tang Xian had been able to see them from the very beginning. Chapter 48. Who is your sister-in-law? Damn it! That damn Tang Xian has completely fooled us. Meng Jian was furious, veins bulging on his forehead. At the same time, the two 6th-level experts from the Zhang family also began to attack the gate frantically, but no matter what moves they used, they had no effect on the stone gate. This stone gate is clearly extraordinary. The materials used in it are extremely special, and it seems to contain endless power within, which is not something that an ordinary 6th-level martial artist can easily shake. Damn it! Meng Jian angrily threw a punch, slamming it heavily against the stone door, but it only produced a dull echo. The thought that their actions had been clearly seen, and that the so-called fight just now was nothing more than a show put on by Tang Xian and Shengue, while he had actually been beaten up for no reason, fueled Meng Jian's burning anger. He secretly vowed to make Tang Xian pay a terrible price and tear him to pieces to vent his hatred. You beast, I'm going to kill you today. At this moment, Meng Jian planned to vent all his resentment on Xiao Tian, who was left here. In fact, Tang Xian had already communicated and made arrangements with Xiao Tian in advance through his mental power. Just as Tang Xian kicked Meng Jian away, Xiao Tian swiftly destroyed the stone vat. In this way, the mechanism to open the gate was destroyed, and they could no longer enter through this point. To continue forward, they would have to find another entrance. Fortunately, the labyrinth contains several passages that lead to the true hidden realm. Xiao Tian blared fiercely at Meng Jian, his sharp teeth bared. However, at that very moment, a summoning array suddenly appeared beneath Xiao Tian's feet. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Tian vanished into thin air without warning. It had been recalled by Tang Xian. The reason for leaving Xiao Tian alone here is that the summoned beast can be recalled anytime, anywhere without external interference. For this reason, Tang Xian recalled Xiao Tian before Meng Jian and the others could launch an attack. Seeing Xiao Tian being recalled, Meng Jian became even more furious and humiliated, and in his anger, he pounded on the stone door. Inside the stone gate, a completely different scene unfolds. The environment is entirely different from the intricate labyrinth outside. Tang Xian and his group found themselves in a huge cavern, surrounded by several passageways. The source of light within the cave was a series of strange, luminous stalactites. Tang Xian, what exactly do you want? At this moment, Su Xian was furious, glaring at Tang Xian and questioning him loudly. However, Tang Xian remained unusually calm in the face of Su Xian's anger. Tang Xian spoke slowly and deliberately, don't get excited. Young people are easily impulsive and can't keep their tempers up. Stay calm. There's more than one entrance here. People from the other three major forces may have already entered. If we make too much noise and attract them, we'll be in big trouble. Tang Xian's nonchalant attitude infuriated Su Xian. She really wanted to slap him hard across the face. Suppressing her anger, Su Xian couldn't help but question, anyone with cultivation below level 8 can't see through my visual interference. How did you manage to do that? At this moment, what puzzled Su Xian the most was that Tang Xian was able to see through her visual interference. She really couldn't understand what methods Tang Xian had used. In response to Su Xian's question, Tang Xian simply smiled and casually said, yes. These words nearly made Su Xian furious. She gritted her teeth, wishing she could pounce on Tang Xian and fight him to the death. Seeing that Su Xian was about to lose her temper, Tang Xian continued, Meng Jian is no good person. He's selfish, greedy, and lecherous, and he'll stop at nothing to achieve his goals. If you help him now, you'll regret it one day. If you help him become stronger, more innocent people will die at his hands in the future. Su Xian stared at Tang Xian with wide eyes, asking with a face full of doubt, I can understand that he is selfish, greedy for wealth and women, but what makes you say that he will cause more innocent people to die after he becomes stronger? What is your basis for this? Tang Xian raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a mysterious smile, and softly uttered 2 words, guess. Guess your head. Su Xian immediately flew into a rage. Don't waste time. At this point, people from the other 3 major forces have already entered through different entrances. Go to the left-hand passage first, walk to the end, and you'll find the most valuable items there. Old Chen, I'm leaving. After saying that, he dashed off like an arrow toward the passage on the left. Chen Guo glanced at Su Xian, who was furious and almost went crazy, and hurriedly explained, Sister-in-law, don't be angry. Brother definitely didn't mean to make you angry. Stop talking nonsense. Who's your sister-in-law? Su Xian asked angrily. Ha, this younger brother is really good at accepting her. That sister-in-law was so well said, I love it. What good is it if you like it? Tang Xian asked. Chen Guo quickly caught up with Tang Xian and called back, Sister-in-law, let's hurry up and follow them. Su Xian really didn't want to argue with Chen Guo about how to address each other anymore. Now that things had come to this, she had no better options. The stone door leading out was tightly shut, and it seemed impossible to open it from the inside. Although there were still many forks in the tunnel, after careful consideration, Su Xian decided to follow Tang Xian. After all, Tang Xian's performance in the outer maze just now convinced her that Tang Xian must be extremely familiar with this place. Rather than exploring alone, it would be more convenient and reliable to follow closely behind. Besides, Su Xian did not come here for the treasures, but to repay Meng Jian a favor by bringing him here. She did not expect to gain anything for herself. Tang Xian and Chen Guo jogged along the way and soon crossed the passage to arrive at a stone chamber. Upon seeing the contents of the room, Chen Guo couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, heavens! They're spirit stones, and the quantity is enormous. The so-called spirit stone is an advanced version of the spirit stone, containing 10 times more energy than the ordinary spirit stone. To refine high-level pills, forge advanced equipment, and manufacture sophisticated tools, the solvents used must be upgraded, transforming ordinary spirit stones into more precious and rare spirit-gathering stones. Therefore, the value of a spirit stone is much higher than that of a spirit stone, and it can also be used as currency. Now Tang Xian understood why Huan said that the things inside were the most practical after all. What could be more practical than money? Old Chen, let's get started. Tang Xian said as he took out his spatial bag and began filling it with spirit stones without saying a word. Chen Guo was slightly taken aback at first, but quickly recovered and asked, Can I pretend too? Of course, feel free to fill it up. But be careful not to stuff the bag too full, there might be other even better treasures later, Tang Xian replied. Understood, big brother. Chen Guo excitedly replied, then eagerly pulled out her own spatial bag and joined in the loading of spirit stones. He was incredibly excited at that moment, because these spirit stones alone were enough to meet the resource needs of his Thunder Fong beast for the next few decades or even hundreds of years. Chapter 49 Thunder Wings and Ice Crystal Feathers. Tang Xian and Chen Guo were naturally quite unceremonious, clearly intending to take all the spirit stones with them. At this moment, Tang Xian suddenly turned around and looked at Su Xian, asking, Su Xian, why aren't you wearing any clothes? Su Xian simply replied, no need. Her tone was icy cold, and she showed no interest whatsoever in these spirit-gathering stones. Seeing this, Tang Xian's lips curled up slightly, and he said with a smile, since you don't want it, then I'll take it all. After saying that, he continued to frantically stuff things into his spatial bag. Not long after, Chen Guo exclaimed, "Hey, boss, my space bag is full." It turned out that Chen Guo was so excited that she forgot Tang Xian's instructions and stuffed her space bag to the brim, leaving no room for the treasures to come. Upon hearing the sound, Tang Xian, without saying a word, casually tossed Chen Guo a new spatial bag and generously said, "This is for you." Ah! Chen Guo's eyes widened, staring at Tang Xian in astonishment. Then, he asked anxiously, "What are you going to do, boss?" Tang Xian laughed heartily and replied confidently, "Do you think I'm the boss for nothing? Do you think I'd be as clueless as you? Let me tell you, I prepared more than a dozen spatial bags beforehand. Why would I only bring one? Of course, I'm prepared for anything." Upon hearing this, Chen Guo's mouth dropped open in astonishment. As a rare storage tool, the space bag is naturally quite expensive. Chen Guo used a small space bag uniformly distributed by the Academy, whose internal space was extremely small, even less than 1 cubic meter. However, the spatial bag that Tang Xian gave to Chen Guo was completely different. It had a huge capacity of 10 cubic meters. You should know that the larger the volume of a spatial bag, the more expensive it is. A spatial bag with such a large capacity would cost at least 50 spirit stones. Tang Xian brought more than a dozen such spatial bags, meaning he had invested hundreds of spirit stones in them alone, which translates to millions of dollars. Of course, high investment often comes with high returns. As long as these stones containing spiritual energy can be taken away, their total value can reach at least millions of spirit stones. If calculated in the currency of Yanxia Kingdom, that's equivalent to billions. These spirit stones alone can make someone incredibly wealthy. This guy actually brought so many 10 cubic meter space bags. Is he planning to plunder the entire secret realm? Su Xian thought to herself as she witnessed all this. Before long, the two of them put all the spirit stones piled up into their spatial bags. Tang Xian gently shook the spatial bag in his hand and let out a soft sigh. "I couldn't even fill one spatial bag." Seeing this, Su Xian helplessly covered her forehead and thought to herself, "This guy is so ungrateful. A spirit stone that can fill a whole 10 cubic meters of space, even on the entire continent, there are probably not many countries that can possess such wealth, right? After you've finished assembling the equipment, proceed along the central passage and keep going straight. It won't be long before you reach the second stone chamber, where some treasures that will be extremely useful to you right now are hidden." Very useful? Great. Big brother, there seems to be some movement, like someone is coming. Chen Guo said nervously. Tang Xian's heart tightened, and he immediately said, "Quick! Let's get out of here quickly, through the middle passage." Before he finished speaking, he had already taken the lead and stepped out. Chen Guo did not dare to delay and followed closely behind, leaving in a hurry. Su Xian sighed and followed. After they had gone far away, the Wang family arrived late. They stepped into the stone chamber, looked around, and their faces were full of disappointment and dissatisfaction. What's going on? This so-called secret realm is a huge disappointment. We thought that after getting through that complicated maze outside, we would find something here, but it's all empty, the leader of the group complained indignantly. However, they did not know that the place was not empty. They had simply arrived too late, and everything inside had been taken. Following Huan's instructions, Tang Xian and the others soon arrived at the second stone chamber. However, this time the situation seemed a bit tricky, because others had already arrived inside the stone chamber before they entered. In the center of the stone chamber, two groups of people stood facing each other, the atmosphere extremely tense. One side was the Wang family led by Wang Eryong, and the other side was the Beast King sect disciples led by Shi Yunqi. At the very front of the stone chamber, two pairs of wings were suspended in mid-air. One pair of purple feathers shimmered with streaks of lightning, as if containing boundless power. The other pair of wings was crystal clear, radiating a bone-chilling cold. It's important to know that flying skills are extremely rare and valuable, and their worth is naturally considerable. Whether you're a beast tamer or a weapon master, the number of skills you can acquire is limited. After all, learning each skill requires a significant amount of mental energy. A person's current mental strength determines the upper limit of the number of skills they can learn. Once the skills learned exceed the capacity of their mental strength, they will no longer be able to comprehend or master new skills. Before reaching the 9th rank, flight skills are indeed crucial, but once you reach the 9th rank, you can use your spiritual energy to fly, at which point flight skills become less important. However, those who can truly reach the 9th rank are extremely rare, like phoenix feathers and unicorn horns, on the entire continent. Therefore, flying skills are still very important, unless you are confident that you will reach the 9th level in the future, but mastering flying skills requires occupying a valuable skill learning slot. In contrast, These wings not only do not require a skill slot, but their greater strength lies in the fact that they may also come with unique skills. However, the production of wings is extremely intricate and complex, requiring only rare and precious materials. A pair of fine wings is priceless. What lay before them now were two pairs of wings, two cities. However, they are currently facing a thorny problem. The Wang family and the Beast King sect have arrived first. Both sides have amassed a large force and are using communicators to summon more people. Either the Wings of Thunder or the Frosty Feathers is a priceless treasure. Try to take them both. Thunder Wings, Tang Xian murmured. Just then, Tang Xian suddenly recalled his past life, when Meng Jian obtained the Thunder Wings. He was incredibly proud of himself after returning, so much so that he didn't even bother to put the Thunder Wings away while walking, a gesture that drew envy from everyone and made him the center of attention. In this life, he won't be able to take a single hair with him. Chapter 50. Let's all go together. We cannot let Meng Jian take a single hair, nor can we let anyone else benefit from this. However, the current problem is that the Wang family and the Beast King sect are still quite troublesome. Although neither side's level 7 experts were present, there were already as many as 20 or 30 people gathered here at this moment. To think you could get two pairs of wings right under the noses of so many people is simply a pipe dream. Wang Young, what exactly does your Wang family mean? These two pairs of wings were clearly first discovered by our Beast King sect. Are you trying to openly steal them? Shi Yunqi glared angrily at Wang Young, her eyes seeming to spit fire. In reality, it's difficult to pinpoint who discovered the wings first. The two from the Wang family and the two from the Beast King sect arrived around the same time, and immediately afterward, they both used their communicators to summon reinforcements. Since there were two pairs of wings, perhaps they could have negotiated, each taking one pair and leaving quickly, avoiding this stalemate and further complications, especially since the Chen family was also among those entering the secret realm. However, faced with such a precious and rare treasure, neither side was willing to relinquish the other, each wanting to possess it for themselves. This led to a stalemate. Wang Er, his courage blazing, roared, "Humph, Shi Yunqi, do you have any shame? It was clearly my Wang family who discovered this treasure first. You should be the ones trying to steal it." Upon hearing this, Shi Yunqi did not back down and retorted sarcastically, "How ridiculous. Your Wang family has always been good at petty theft, and now you're crying stop thief? Bah! I don't need to elaborate on the past deeds of the Beast King sect, do I? If we're talking about the art of deception and fraud, if your Beast King sect claims to be second, who else dares to claim to be first?" Wang Yang said. The atmosphere between the two sides quickly became tense and heated, with neither side willing to back down in their verbal exchanges. They even went so far as to carefully inquire about each other's relatives and elders. At this moment, Tang Xian was extremely anxious. He really couldn't understand why these two groups were just talking but not fighting. After all, only when they start fighting and the scene gets chaotic and out of control will he have a chance to take those two pairs of wings in the chaos. At this moment, Tang Xian's eyes darted around, as if he had thought of something. He quickly walked towards Su Xan, smiling obsequiously. "Su Xan, Xiao Xan, let's talk about something." Su Xan glared at Tang Xian and said with a look of disgust, "Don't call me that. If you have something to say, say it. If you don't, stay away from me." Tang Xian smiled slightly and replied with a playful grin, "Hee, it's nothing really, I just wanted to ask you for a small favor. Could you use your vision interference ability on me?" Upon hearing this, Su Xian immediately let out a cold laugh, mercilessly mocking, Tang Xian, you are truly naive. Did you really think you could steal those two pairs of wings under the guise of invisibility? Let me tell you, no way. I'm standing right here, and I can clearly feel the powerful spiritual energy continuously emanating from those two pairs of wings. Even if they aren't divine weapons, they must at least be immortal weapons. To put it another way, even if they don't reach the level of immortal weapons, they must at least be magic treasures of the Xian weapon level. Regardless of the level of the treasure, it must undergo a recognition ceremony before it can be subdued and taken away. One more thing, while invisible, you can't perform any psionic actions, as that would disable the vision interference. But as soon as you get close to those two pairs of wings, they will immediately begin a mental scan of you to determine if you are qualified to be their master. At that point, you will be exposed. There will only be one fate awaiting you, to be crushed to dust by both sides. Oh? I didn't expect your vision interference to have such limitations. But even Meng Jian can do it, so I don't believe I can't. Besides, I never intended to use my invisibility ability to directly obtain the wings. Xin, help me out, you'll definitely get your share after it's done, how about we split it 50-50? Tang Xian said with a grin. In fact, Su Xin didn't want to help at all, but she was very curious about what Tang Xian was planning to do. It's important to understand that you can't just go and take it while invisible. However, if it's a weapon below the Xianbing level and doesn't have a binding process, then it's fine to just go and take it while invisible, since it doesn't involve any spiritual energy operations and you can maintain the invisible state indefinitely. However, now that I'm facing these wings, if I reach out to take them, it will inevitably trigger its mental detection mechanism, thereby triggering the psionic operation process, at which point the invisibility effect will naturally fail. At that time, Tang Xian will be caught between two powerful forces, and it's hard to know how he will get out of there. Okay. After thinking for a moment, Su Xian agreed. Ha, I knew you were the best, Xin. Tang Xian beamed. If you call me that again, I'll get rough with you. Su Xian warned sternly. Hee, I don't. Tang Xian scratched his head. Su Xian then employed a vision disrupting technique. Boss, you have to be careful. Chen Guo looked at Tang Xian with a worried expression and whispered his advice. Tang Xian's lips curled up slightly, revealing a confident smile. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. After speaking, Tang Xian strode out of the passage and into the stone chamber. However, Tang Xian did not head straight for the wings as Su Xian had expected. Instead, he quietly circled around to the back of the Beast King sect group, then skillfully weaved through the crowd, finally arriving at the very center of the group. Since Tang Xian was invisible to others, no one noticed anything amiss when he walked so openly into the Beast King sect's crowd. Meanwhile, both sides continued to exchange greetings about each other's families. Seeing this, Su Xian couldn't help but feel a little puzzled, wondering to herself, what exactly is this guy trying to do? Just as Su Xian was completely bewildered, Tang Xian suddenly roared, "Brothers, let's go! Give those Wang family bastards a good beating!" Before he could finish speaking, Tang Xian had already thrown the prepared prop fragments towards the Wang family's direction. Damn! The Beast King sect has made their move. Are we afraid of them? Let's all attack together. Charge! Let's all go together. In an instant, the atmosphere on the scene became tense, and the two sides instantly fell into a melee, making the already chaotic situation even more out of control. At this moment, Tang Xian concealed his merits and fame, withdrew from the stone chamber, and returned to the passage. Chapter 51: The Power of Extreme Cold. Chen Guo was so surprised that her jaw almost dropped, her mouth agape as if she could fit an egg inside. While Su Xian appeared calm and composed on the outside, she was actually inwardly turbulent and utterly shocked. She simply couldn't believe that Tang Xian could be so despicable. Others were just exchanging friendly greetings about each other's families, but Tang Xian's actions caused the situation to spiral out of control, and a fight broke out. You're really something. Hee, it's their fault for not making a move all this time, Tang Xian replied with a grin. Actually, there's another reason why they haven't taken action. What's the reason? Wang Eryong and Shi Yunqi are engaged. The Beast King sect originally planned to form an alliance with the Wang family through marriage, but they hadn't made it public yet. The fact that the three major powers came together this time is, frankly, a scheme orchestrated by the Wang family and the Beast King sect against the Chen family. What? Such a thing exists? Tang Xian was somewhat surprised. That's right, that's the truth. That's why they didn't act rashly just now. However, their marriage alliance was purely based on their own interests. So when faced with rare treasures like the thunder wings and ice crystal feathers, they both wanted to possess them exclusively and wouldn't give way to each other, which gave you the opportunity to take advantage. Hee, since that's the case, then I won't stand on ceremony with them. Tang Xian finally understood why the two groups had only exchanged verbal greetings but hadn't actually attacked the other's family members. The reason was simple: they were related by marriage. If it were ordinary treasures, they might secretly divide them among themselves, but the thunder wings and ice crystal feathers were far too rare for the two parties bound by mutual interests to achieve a fair distribution. This very fact gave Tang Xian an excellent opportunity to seize the opportunity. Wang Eryong, you bastard! I won't even mention how you insulted me earlier, but now you dare to lay a hand on me. Today I'm going to fight you to the death. Shi Yunqi was furious, brandishing a long whip and launching a fierce attack on Wang Eryong. At the same time, her summoned beast, the dragon-beard leopard, was also fiercely fighting with Wang Eryong's summoned beast, the wild demon boar, creating an extremely chaotic scene. You clearly started this trouble first, how despicable. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Wang Eryong retorted indignantly. Seeing that the two sides were locked in a fierce battle with no clear victor, Tang Xian knew that the time was ripe. So he whispered to Chen Guo beside him, "Old Chen, let's make our move." Chen Guo was clearly stunned. He stared wide-eyed at Tang Xian, seemingly completely unaware of what the other meant. Time seemed to freeze for a moment, until a smack rang out and Tang Xian reached out and gently tapped Chen Guo on the head. "What are you daydreaming about? There are 2 pairs of wings, one for each of us," Tang Xian said. Chen Guo could hardly believe his ears. He gaped in astonishment, his mind reeling with shock. He never imagined that Tang Xian would give him such a precious pair of wings. You must know that wings are such rare treasures, and their value is far beyond that of ordinary items. Chen Guo thought it was understandable that Tang Xian was willing to share the spirit stones. After all, while spirit stones were precious, they weren't rare. They were like money, anyone could earn some with effort. Therefore, when Tang Xian gave him the spirit stone, he was not too surprised, but rather thought it was a perfectly normal thing. However, when Tang offered him one of the 2 pairs of wings, he seemed somewhat at a loss. The value of wings far surpasses that of spirit stones. One might even say that spirit stones can be used as a universal currency to buy wings. However, the reality is not so simple. Some items cannot be bought simply by having money. Ordinary resources can be easily purchased with currency, while rare treasures are mostly exchanged through barter, trading rare items for even rarer ones. "Boss, these 2 pairs of wings are obviously extraordinary. I think I'd better not take them," Chen Guo said hesitantly. "What's with all this fussing, you big man? Stop dawdling. If they finish fighting, we won't have a chance anymore." Before he finished speaking, Tang Xian had already grabbed Chen Guo and started walking forward. The two quickly arrived in front of Thunderwing and Ice Crystal Feather. Tang Xian decisively ordered, "Go and retrieve the Thunder Wings, I will take care of the Ice Crystal Feathers." To be fair, in terms of sheer strength, Thunderwing might have a slight edge. The key factor is that in his previous life, Thunderwings had recognized Meng Jian as its master. Tang Xian didn't care about ordinary treasures, but he disdained such spiritual treasures. Tang Xian also preferred the Ice Crystal Feathers. The bone-chilling cold actually made him feel quite comfortable, as if it resonated with some hidden power within him. Chen Gui nodded knowingly. Tang Xian's gaze swept across the chaotic battlefield, where everyone was still fiercely fighting. He gave a soft shout and summoned Xiao Tian. Chen Guo also summoned the Thunderfang Beast. "Xiao Tian, Thunderfang Beast, guard this place. If anyone approaches, do everything in your power to stop them and buy us time," Tang Xian ordered. Xiao Tian and the Thunderfang Beast roared in unison, having understood Tang Xian's intention. "Let's do it," Tang Xian said, and rushed forward first. Without hesitation, he reached out towards the icy feathers. In an instant, the biting cold seemed to freeze him solid. At the same time, Chen Guo also reached out and touched the Thunder Wings. Instantly, lightning flashed and thunder roared, and a powerful current swept over him like a raging tide, ravaging his body. This biting cold, which seems to freeze everything in the world, is the legendary power of extreme cold. Surprisingly, Tang Xian did not feel any discomfort despite being in such a frigid environment. Absorb this extreme cold power and allow it to resonate with the power within you, thereby guiding it to manifest. The power within me? A power that can resonate with the power of extreme cold? Tang Xian couldn't help but feel puzzled, because as far as he knew, he didn't possess such a peculiar power. At least in his previous life, he had never been aware of any other unawakened power within himself. Just then, Tang Xian's consciousness suddenly sank into his mental sea. The scene that unfolded before him was a hazy white mist world, and at the end of this white mist, there seemed to be something stuck in the ground. Curious, Tang Xian stepped forward, trying to see what it was. But as soon as he lifted his foot, his feet were frozen solid, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move an inch. "In the past, we pulled it out. I can't move at all," Tang Xian cried out helplessly. "Don't resist its power, try to accept it and integrate into it." "Okay, alright, I won't resist, I won't resist," Tang Xian murmured to himself, trying to adjust his mindset and gradually calm his mind. Finally, he began to slowly move forward again. Chapter 52 Encirclement. Just as Tang Xian was about to see the true form of the object in front of him, a strange sense of crisis surged into his heart. Through their contractual relationship, he realized that Xiao Tian was facing a huge threat. Therefore, he made a decisive decision to withdraw from his spiritual ocean. Don't back down. You've already obtained the Ice Crystal Feather. Now is the perfect opportunity to use the power of extreme cold to draw it out. Such an opportunity is rare and precious. If you give up now, all your previous efforts will be in vain, and who knows when you'll have another chance like this. But Xiao Tian is in danger. Tang Xian cried out anxiously. He knew very well that the Wang family and the Beast King sect would never sit idly by and watch them take away those two pairs of wings. Moreover, Xiao Tian and Leia Beast outside were clearly in dire straits and were fighting a fierce battle. If you miss this opportunity, you'll likely never encounter such a golden chance again. I don't know what this power is, but right now, the little genius is of paramount importance. After all, at this stage, he is my most relied upon combat partner, Tang Xian replied, his tone firm and resolute. Without hesitation, he resolutely left the sea of spirituality. At this moment, Xiao Tian and the Thunder Fang Beast are being fiercely attacked by Shi Yunqi and Wang Eryong, both of whom possess 4th-level cultivation and are not to be underestimated. Although the two had fought fiercely just now, when they realized that someone was trying to harm Thunder Wing and Ice Crystal Feather, they did not hesitate to step forward to stop them. Wang Eryong shouted, "You two beasts, prepare to die." At the same time, Shi Yunqi also acted swiftly, and the two joined forces to launch an attack. Seeing this, Tang Xian rushed forward without hesitation. With a loud bang, Tang Xian swiftly passed the Thunder Fang Beast and Xiao Tian, standing firmly in front of them. In an instant, countless sharp ice spikes shot up from the ground, hurtling towards Wang Eryong and Shi Yunqi at an astonishing speed. Faced with such a fierce attack, Wang and Shi had no choice but to retreat repeatedly. However, at this moment, something unexpected happened. A bone-chilling cold suddenly surged up from Tang Xian's back, and then, ice crystal feathers gleaming with cold light quietly appeared. Tang Xian was slightly surprised that he was able to gain Bingjing Liuyu's approval so easily. Looking back at Chengguo, one could see that his entire body was tightly bound by dazzling lightning, and his face showed an expression of extreme pain. It was clear that he was still doing his best to gain the approval of Thunderwing. Now that he had successfully obtained the ice crystal feather, he could have easily taken the opportunity to slip away. After all, with the ice crystal feather, Tang Xian's speed was far beyond that of two 4th-tier beast tamers. However, having brought Chengguo here, how could he abandon her? Therefore, he had to buy more time for Chengguo at this moment. "How dare you steal from the Wang family? Bring them out now and we'll leave you with your bodies intact." Wang Eryong glared at Tang Xian with wide eyes, a hint of surprise flashing across them. He never expected that this kid could gain Bingjing Liuyu's approval so quickly. Just then, Shi Yunqi spoke up, "The Wang family is willing to spare your lives, and my Beast King sect will show leniency and let you live. Hand over the ice feather on your back, and the Beast King sect will ensure you leave this secret realm unharmed." Boy, even if Chen Wenyu were here, she couldn't guarantee your safety. How dare a servant of the Chen family presume to have such a rare treasure recognize its master? Do you really think the Chen family will tolerate such outrageous behavior? Tang Xian and Chengguo were still wearing Chen family attire, so everyone mistook them for members of the Chen family. "Stop it, all of you. Anyone who dares to lay a hand on me again, I'll kill them." At this moment, seeing that the Beast King sect and the Wang family were still fighting, Wang Eryong roared in a fit of rage. His roar was like a thunderclap that resounded throughout the entire area, causing the Wang family and the Beast King sect members, who were engaged in fierce fighting, to stop what they were doing. "Come here, all of you. We can't let them escape." Wang Eryong shouted sternly. He knew perfectly well that if he gave this kid a chance, he could easily escape with the speed of these wings, so he absolutely could not give him that chance. At the same time, Shi Yunqi loudly ordered, "Beast King sect disciples, listen up. We'll settle the score with the Wang family later. First, trap these two brats. If they escape, you will be held accountable." "Yes," the disciples responded in unison. Tang Xian looked around and found that he and Chengguo were surrounded by dozens of enemies and dozens of ferocious summoned beasts. With such a tight blockade, breaking out would be extremely difficult. Turning back to look at Chengguo, who was still not finished, he couldn't help but feel a deep sense of despair. Perhaps this time I really did not consider things carefully and made a mistake in my calculations. I never expected Chengguo to take so long. According to the original plan, after quickly seizing the thunder wings and ice crystal feathers, they should immediately use the speed provided by these two treasures to escape before the others could react. However, things didn't go as planned. They were far from as simple as imagined. Tang Xian calmly said, "The treasures here are unclaimed. The capable will claim them." "Well said." Wang Eryong sneered. "As long as I kill you, I will naturally get the prize. Go and kill this bastard." "Yes." At the critical moment, a furious shout rang out, "Stop! I want to see who dares to touch a member of the Chen family." It turned out that Chen Wenyu had arrived just in time. After being left behind by Tang Xian and Chen Wenyu had found another way to enter this place. Unexpectedly, she witnessed this scene as soon as she arrived. The Beast King sect and the Wang family members were surrounding Tang Xian. People from your Chen family? Shi Yunqi sneered upon seeing this. Chen Wenyu, do you know that these two don't take your Chen family seriously at all? Look at these two wings, which are at least at the Xian Bing level, and they dared to secretly have them recognize their master behind your back. Upon hearing this, Chen Wenyu was startled and then noticed the crystal-clear ice feathers behind Tang Xian. Looking at Chengua, who was still struggling against the thunder wings, she immediately understood. You two are definitely up to something. You abandoned me halfway, and now you're even trying to monopolize this Xianbing level treasure. You've got some nerve. Are all the people from the Luo Bei branch family this lawless now? At this moment, Chen Wenyu, who had always appeared gentle and refined, suddenly changed her expression. Faced with this unexpected turn of events, Tang Xian was speechless. He had originally hoped that Chen Wenyu's arrival would alleviate some of the immense pressure he was currently under, but who would have thought things would develop to this point? Chapter 53. I laugh at how foolish you are. Huan, if you take control of the body, are you able to handle the current situation? If it were just these people, it wouldn't be a problem. But the 7th tier experts from those three forces are about to arrive. Even if I could take on one of them individually, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to handle all three at the same time. Tanghua, Chen Xian, our Chen family has treated you well, yet you have dared to commit such rebellious acts. Now hand over your wings to me immediately. After returning to the family, I may plead for you on your behalf. If you remain obstinate, you will be severely punished. Chen Wenyu said sternly. Upon hearing Chen Wenyu's words, Tang Xian couldn't help but sneer. What do you mean by treating us well? You make it sound like we're part of the Chen family. Chen Wenyu, these two guys have been blinded by greed for too long. How can they listen to you? Stop talking nonsense and kill them quickly, Shi Yunqi said. Chen Wenyu frowned, her beautiful eyes fixed on Tang Xian, and said in a deep voice, Tanghua, this is your last chance. However, at that moment, Tang Xian suddenly burst into laughter. Surrounded by dozens of people, Tang Xian unexpectedly smiled, a sight that surprised everyone around him. Tanghua, what are you laughing at? Chen Wenyu asked. Tang Xian smiled slightly and replied, Miss, I'm laughing at how silly you are. Upon hearing this, Chen Wenyu was immediately enraged and gritted her teeth. As the eldest daughter of the Chen family, one of the 10 elders, she enjoys the admiration and respect of everyone, no matter where she is. However, at this moment, this disciple from a branch family, who was not related by surname, not only stole the treasure without permission, but now dared to insult her by calling her stupid. Tanghua, what did you just say? Have you lost your mind? Chen Wenyu demanded angrily. Tang Xian remained unfazed and continued, isn't that right? We are, after all, members of the Chen family. Even if we have made mistakes, the Chen family should handle them accordingly. Besides, the treasure has already fallen into our hands. Once we return to the clan, even if the Chen family punishes us, the treasure will still belong to the Chen family. But right now, you're ganging up on us with others. It's hard to predict who will end up with this treasure then. Tang Xian does look like he's only in his teens, but he's a seasoned veteran who's been reborn. How could he not handle these youngsters? Tang Xian's words startled Chen Wenyu. After a moment's thought, she realized that what he said did make some sense. No, not just some sense, but a lot of sense. The Chen family has already taken possession of the treasure. Regardless of their motives, the treasure is now indeed in the hands of the Chen family. If you wish to deal with them, you should return to the Chen family before making a decision. In this way, the items will still belong to the Chen family. If they were to kill them now, these two pairs of wings, which were at least at the Xianbing level, would become ownerless, and the Wang family and the Beast King sect would definitely fight over them. Humph, you have committed a grave mistake. Once you return to the Chen family, you will be severely punished. Chen Wenyu said sternly. She then moved to Tang Xian's side and turned to face Shi Yunqi and Wang Eryong. She said in a deep voice, I'm sorry, but this is an internal matter of the Chen family. When members of the Chen family make mistakes, they will punish themselves when they return home. There is no need for you to trouble yourselves. Chen Wenyu, what do you mean? Judging from your tone, does your Chen family intend to monopolize these two wings? Upon hearing this, Shi Yunqi was instantly enraged. This woman was inherently fierce and irritable. Wang Eryong responded with an equally cold expression. The Chen family is trying to monopolize it. Shouldn't they ask if our Wang family and the Beast King sect agree? Upon hearing this, Chen Wenyu snorted and said sternly, when we entered this place, we made it clear that everything would be obtained through our own abilities. What my Chen family has obtained through our own strength naturally belongs to my Chen family. What? Do you two intend to forcibly take it? If so, I'll gladly oblige. As soon as she finished speaking, a purple summoning circle appeared beneath Chen Wenyu's feet. This was the color of a fourth-tier summoning circle. Immediately following, accompanied by the sound of a howling wind, a summoned beast that was entirely white, with light blue hair, and resembled a humanoid girl suddenly appeared. As everyone knows, humanoid summoned beasts are extremely rare, and those that are humanoid must have an extremely high bloodline level. At this moment, Tang Xian immediately activated the ability of his left eye to carefully examine the various attributes of this summoned beast. Name: Snow Elf Bingbing. Race: Elf. Attribute: Ice. Growth: Pre-adult stage. Quality: 5 stars. Level: Great Demon. Skills: Frost Touch, Freezing Torrent, Frost Domain, Frost Arrow. Sure enough, the high elves were right in front of them. With such a powerful summoned beast, it's no wonder that Yu Qingshui took a liking to them and accepted them as her apprentice. Your snow sprite is indeed powerful, but do you really think you can defeat the two of us with just that? Besides, it seems that the rest of your Chen family members haven't arrived here yet. We have an absolute advantage in numbers, Wang Eryong said firmly. Who said the rest of the Chen family didn't come? Chen Wenyu's lips curled into a sly smile, then she clapped her hands lightly. In an instant, footsteps echoed from the passage ahead, and in the blink of an eye, more than a dozen Chen family members charged into the battlefield like tigers descending a mountain. Seeing this, Wang Eryong and Shi Yunqi frowned. They had originally planned to subdue Chen Wenyu together before the Chen family arrived. However, things didn't go as planned, and today's fierce battle was unavoidable. Make your move. Kill everyone in the Chen family except Chen Wenyu. A cold glint flashed in Wang Eryong's eyes as he ruthlessly issued the order. After all, given Chen Wenyu's special status, neither the Wang family nor the Beast King sect wanted to easily incur deep hatred with the Chen family. Therefore, Chen Wenyu only needs to control him. As for the rest of the Chen family, it doesn't matter. Chaos erupted again as the Chen family clashed with members of the Beast King sect and the Wang family. At that moment, he ran up to Chen Guo and shouted, "Hey, I'll just call you Big Brother then. Can you hurry up? The Chen family has half the number of people compared to the enemy. I really don't know how much longer they can hold out." Before he could finish speaking, Tang Xian suddenly felt a chilling, killing intent surge up behind him. He turned around abruptly and saw Wang Eryong wielding a gleaming silver spear, charging towards him like a tiger descending a mountain. Tang Xian's heart tightened, and he hurriedly dodged to the side. However, in the instant he dodged, Wang Eryong's summoned beast, the wild demon boar, pounced on him with lightning speed. This sudden turn of events shocked Tang Xian. He never expected that Wang Eryong had actually mastered the skill of fighting alongside summoned beasts. Roar! With a deafening roar, Xiao Tian fearlessly charged straight at the wild boar. Immediately afterward, the two summoned beasts began to tear at each other. It's important to know that this wild demon boar possesses the strength of a great demon. Although Xiao Tian has a slight advantage in racial talent, which allows him to exert some restraint on the wild demon boar, he is still slightly inferior in strength as he has not yet advanced to the great demon realm. Chapter 54: The Release of the Witch. At this moment, the Thunder Fong beast pounced forward and fought alongside Xiao Tian, which undoubtedly made up for the disadvantage caused by Xiao Tian's lower level. Wang Eryong glanced contemptuously at Xiao Tian and the Thunder Fong beast, and said sarcastically, "Humph. Just two low-class pieces of trash. My wild demon boar will definitely tear them to shreds." Tang Xian replied, "It's still uncertain who will emerge victorious. Boy, you'd better worry about your own safety first. Chen Wenyu is already firmly entangled by Shi Yunqi, and your two summoned beasts are also being held back by my wild demon boar. Moreover, in terms of numbers, your Chen family is more than half the size of ours. In this situation, you should be thinking about how to escape from my grasp and survive." After saying this, Wang Eryong pointed his spear directly at Tang Xian. Tang Xian remained unfazed and calmly replied, "Don't worry, I'm perfectly safe. It's you who's in danger." Dance of Chaos. Before the words were even finished, Wang Eryong suddenly launched the first attack. In an instant, his figure blurred, creating several afterimages that rushed towards Tang Xian like a gust of wind. Tang Xian was startled. Although he already knew that only one of them was the real one, he still had no way to distinguish between them. After all, the Dance of Chaos is one of the wild boar's most signature moves. And as a beastmaster, Wang Eryong is naturally able to use the skills of his summoned beast. Faced with such a predicament, Tang Xian, unable to discern the true form, had no choice but to endure the blow head-on. Just as the afterimages surged towards him like a tidal wave, Tang Xian suddenly felt a sharp pain in his right arm. He quickly turned his head and saw a deep wound on his right arm, from which blood was flowing continuously. However, this injury also allowed Tang Xian to pinpoint the location of the true body. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Tang Xian unhesitatingly swung his palm back and released the witch in the process. Unfortunately, Wang Eryong was exceptionally agile. He quickly broke free, leaped backward, and created some distance between himself and Tang Xian. This time, the release of the witch failed. Fortunately, the witch could still spread through the air, just at a slightly slower speed. Is that all you've got? Wang Eryong's lips curled into a contemptuous smile, his mockery undisguised. Tang Xian looked down at the wound on his right arm, from which blood was still gushing. He gritted his teeth and reached into the storage bag hanging at his waist, pulling out a small, exquisite jade bottle. The bottle contained water from the flowing light pool. Tang Xian opened it and poured the water onto his wound. The water of Leguangtan is a rare treasure, and it has remarkable effects whether applied externally or internally. For this type of external injury, simply apply it directly to the wound. Within moments, the bleeding will gradually stop, and the originally shocking injury will heal at a visible speed. Wang Eryong scoffed at Tang Xian's use of the flowing light pool water to heal himself. What a waste of medicine! Why would someone like you, who is about to become a corpse, need to use such a precious recovery potion? Having said that, he defiantly stuck out his tongue and lightly licked the bloodstains on the tip of the spear. However, his action left Tang Xian speechless and secretly shocked. The witch attack just now clearly missed its target. However, the witch can still spread through the air, but it takes too long. Against a powerful opponent, by the time it truly takes effect, the battle will likely already be over. However, at this moment, Wang Eryong actually pretended to lick the blood. It was Tang Xian's blood. When Tang Xian released the witch, his spiritual energy circulated in his body, so there must be witch in Tang Xian's blood. Now, Wang Eryong actually dares to lick Tang Xian's blood. He's practically courting death. Just then, the witch quietly invaded Wang Eryong's body and quickly began to multiply and spread. At this moment, Wang Eryong had not yet noticed any abnormality in his body, but in reality, Tang Xian was able to trigger the witch eruption at will. With Wang Eryong's mere 4th-tier strength, it was impossible for him to withstand the witch's outburst. In fact, apart from Tang Xian himself, no one can currently remove the witch. Even those peerless experts at the 9th level are helpless once the witch invades their bodies and cannot expel it on their own. Otherwise, why would Feng Lia have risked so much to personally experience the corruption of the witch and ultimately lose her life? However, if the opponent's own psychic power far surpasses that of the witchcaster, then the powerful psychic power can be used to continuously suppress it and prevent it from erupting. However, even if the witch is temporarily suppressed, it will still remain hidden within the opponent's body. Unless Tang Xian completely eradicates it, the witch will always exist. Moreover, once Tang Xian becomes more powerful in the future, and his spiritual energy surpasses that of the witch will suddenly erupt without warning. This is precisely the most terrifying aspect of witchcraft, and also the result of Feng Lia's lifelong dedication to its research. It was precisely because Tang Xian skillfully integrated the cultivation methods of the Western continent with the witchcraft that he successfully gained control over the power of witchcraft. At this moment, Wang Eryong gripped his spear, pointing it directly at Tang Xian, his arrogance reaching its peak. He snarled viciously, "Boy, this is your last chance. Hand over your wings immediately, or else, you'll only face death." However, Tang Xian's lips curled up slightly, revealing a faint smile, and he replied, "I'm sorry, these wings have already recognized me as their master, and it's probably impossible for me to hand them over." Stubborn fool. Since that's how it is, then prepare to die. Before the words were finished, Wang Eryong once again swung his gun and charged at Tang Xian. However, this time, Tang Xian did not choose to dodge. It should be noted that the enemy he is facing now is not only afflicted by witchcraft, but his spiritual power is also no stronger than Tang Xian's. Therefore, this person poses no threat to Tang Xian whatsoever. Wang Eryong thrust his spear straight at Tang Xian's chest with lightning speed. But Tang Xian stood firmly in place, unmoved. In Wang Eryong's view, Tang Xian was probably too scared to move, and had even forgotten the basic dodging movements. But the truth is that Tang Xian didn't need to dodge at all. Just as Wang Eryong's spear tip was less than a meter away from Tang Xian's body, he suddenly stopped as if he had been frozen in place. At that moment, Wang Eryong's pupils dilated sharply, and his face contorted in extreme pain. He stared wide-eyed at Tang Xian, his face filled with disbelief. However, all of this happened in the blink of an eye. In the next instant, Wang Eryong suddenly knelt down with a muffled thud. Immediately afterwards, with a loud whoosh, a thick stream of black liquid gushed from his mouth, splashing onto the ground and forming a bizarre puddle. The black liquid emitted a nauseating stench. Chapter 55 Adorably Silly. Wang Eryong, what's wrong with you? Upon seeing the scene before her, Shi Yunqi was startled and hurriedly broke free from Chen Wenyu, rushing to Wang Eryong's side like an arrow. She reached out her hands to help Wang Eryong up, but as soon as her fingers touched his body, she jerked them back as if she had been electrocuted. The reason was simple. At this moment, Wang Eryong's body temperature was frighteningly high, like a scorching hot iron. Poison, it's poison. That damned bastard actually poisoned me, Wang Eryong said with difficulty. Based on the various symptoms he was currently exhibiting, he concluded that he was definitely poisoned. To say it was poisoning is correct, since witchcraft itself originates from the use and transformation of toxins. However, most common poisons have corresponding antidotes, but when it comes to witchcraft, no one in the world except Tang Xian can cure it. Who dares to harm a member of the Wang family? Are they tired of living? Just then, a roar full of authority and anger suddenly rang out. Immediately afterwards, in the blink of an eye, a burly, imposing middle-aged man appeared in front of Wang Eryong like a ghost. Tang Xian looked closely and couldn't help but frown slightly. Well, it turned out that the 7th-level expert from the Wang family had arrived at the scene. Third uncle, save me. Wang Eryong perked up when he saw the person who came and quickly begged for help. Chen family, do you intend to become enemies with our Beast King sect? At almost the same time, the Beast King sect's expert with a strength of the 7th rank also quickly arrived at the scene. In fact, the Beast King sect and the Wang family secretly colluded to set a trap for the Chen family, so the experts from both sides stayed together. Protector Mu, those two bastards from the Chen family actually stole those 2 pairs of wings that were at least at the Shenbing level, Shi Yunqi said angrily. Humph, 2 ignorant brats who don't know their place are simply courting death. Hand over the item immediately, and perhaps we can leave you with a whole corpse, Protector Mu retorted viciously. Ha, the Beast King sect is really arrogant. Do they think my Chen family has no one left? Just then, the 5th elder of the Chen family arrived in time. In this way, all 3 7th-tier powerhouses from these 3 forces gathered here. However, the Chen family was clearly at a disadvantage. After all, the Wang family and the Beast King sect had now completely joined forces, and they no longer needed to hide their true intentions. At this moment, Wang Eryong's third uncle, Wang Shozhen, quickly squatted down and carefully examined Wang Eryong's injuries. It's just a minor poison, nothing to worry about, Wang Shozhen said calmly, while taking out a crystal-clear pill from his pocket. He said, this is a Xian-grade antidote pill, capable of curing over 95% of the world's deadly poisons. This minor poison is naturally no problem for me. Upon hearing this, Wang Eryong was overjoyed and hurriedly took the antidote and swallowed it. Thank you, third uncle. You should first regulate your breathing and allow the antidote to take effect quickly. Protector Mu and I are enough here, Wang Shozhen comforted him. Yes, Wang Eryong replied, then sat down cross-legged and began to regulate his breathing. Wang Shozhen slowly stood up, his eyes cold as knives, looking around as if he wanted to see through everyone. Then, in an extremely cold tone, he demanded, who dares to poison my nephew? Get out here. The last 3 words were like a thunderclap, making everyone's eardrums ache. Apart from Protector Mu and the 5th elder, who were unharmed, everyone else in the room covered their ears, their faces showing pain. Clearly, Wang Shozhen's shout contained a powerful spiritual pressure that was difficult for people to bear. He wants to kill members of my Chen family, so we're not allowed to poison him? Just then, Chen Wenyu walked out unhurriedly. Wang Shozhen looked at Chen Wenyu and said coldly, you little brat from the Chen family, it's not your place to speak here. Even if your old man came, he would have to show me some respect. Quickly hand over the person who poisoned my nephew, or don't blame me for being impolite. Faced with Wang Shozhen's threat, Chen Wenyu merely smiled, her face full of disdain, and said softly, I'm not easily intimidated. Yes, my grandfather might show you some respect, but what about my master? If she knew you dared to bully her precious disciple, then I dare not imagine what the consequences would be. Upon hearing Chen Wenyu's words, Wang Shozhen frowned. Clearly, Wang Shoujian was very wary of Chen Wenyu's mentor. Chen Wenyu has never stopped proclaiming to the outside world that she is the prized disciple of Ice Fairy Yu Qingxue. This was undoubtedly her proudest achievement, so much so that she couldn't help but mention it whenever she talked to others. And now, when she brought up her master, she successfully intimidated Wang Shoujian. However, the Wang family truly could not afford to offend Yu Qingxue. Although the Wang family was one of the 10 elders, provoking a top-tier expert with a strength of up to the 9th rank would be a burden that the Wang family could not bear. At this moment, Tang Xian thought to himself, "Sister, the disciple you took in is really big-breasted and brainless, adorably silly." In fact, the situation might have been slightly better if Chen Wenyu hadn't mentioned Yu Qingxue. But now that the matter has been brought up, it's hard to say whether the Beast King sect and the Wang family will really let them leave safely. If they were allowed to leave now, they might offend Yu Qingxue and bring trouble upon themselves, but if they were left here, they could simply claim that this secret realm was too dangerous, causing the entire Chen family to perish there. At this moment, Protector Mu moved to Wang Shoujian's side and said in a low voice, "I've heard that the Ice Fairy Yu Qingxue is extremely protective of her own. If Chen Wenyu really gets away unscathed, what she says to the Ice Fairy when she gets back could cause us a lot of trouble. Even with our Beast King sect and your Wang family combined, our strongest fighting force is only at the 8th rank. If we offend such a 9th rank expert, the consequences could be unimaginable." After exchanging a glance, Wang Shoujian and Protector Mu seemed to see a firm belief in each other's eyes. In this world where the strong are respected, the reason the weak aren't being beaten today is simply because others don't want to beat them. If someone is determined to beat you up, they can always find all sorts of excuses. They would never easily give up these invaluable wings. As a result, they would inevitably have more friction and even fierce conflicts with the Chen family. If we let Chen Wenyu leave, and she were to attract the terrifying Ice Fairy Yu Qingxue, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, the two of them have made a decision. No matter what, they must keep the Chen family members in this secret realm and will not let a single one of them leave. Chapter 56 Illusion makes its move. At that moment, suddenly, an extremely bright light pierced everyone's eyes, making it impossible for them to open them. The light originated from Chen Guo's body. Immediately afterwards, a thunderous roar was heard, and a pair of huge wings suddenly unfolded from Chen Guo's back, intertwined with lightning, as if containing endless power. "It's finally done," Tang Xian said in a low voice. Chen Guo finally gained the approval of Thunderwing. Having just woken up, he could hardly contain his excitement and couldn't wait to report to Tang Xian, "Boss, I succeeded. Not only did I get Thunderwing, but I also took this opportunity to successfully break through to the 3rd tier." However, Chen Guo, immersed in joy, seemed oblivious to the changes in her surroundings. "What happened?" Chen Guo asked, puzzled. Tang Xian gestured for him to look around. Chen Guo looked at it and immediately showed a look of astonishment. What exactly is going on?" he asked in surprise. Tang Xian replied, "You'll understand soon enough." "Ah? You two little bastards, hand over your wings right now." Protector Mu glared angrily and reached out to Tang Xian and Chen Guo, demanding the wings. Chen Guo suddenly realized that these people were after the wings. Judging from the large number of people gathered here and surrounding them, it is clear that the two sides have been deadlocked for quite some time. "Boss, have you been protecting me here all this time?" Chen Guo asked. Tang Xian helplessly spread his hands and replied, "I'm trapped by them too, there's no way to escape." Despite Tang Xian's understated explanation, how could Chen Guo not know the reason? After all, his Thunder Fong beast had been fighting on the spot the whole time. Thanks to the close contractual bond between him and the Black Thunder Fong beast, Chen Guo was fully aware of what had happened here. After learning about the situation from the Thunder Fong beast, Chen Guo gazed at Tang Xian, her eyes filled with deep gratitude. In fact, when Tang Xian successfully obtained the ice crystal feather, he had the opportunity to escape on his own. However, he chose to stay, solely to ensure Chen Guo's safety. "Boss, if we can return safely, from now on, my life is yours." Chen Guo solemnly made the promise. Tang Xian said, "What do you mean by if? Since I was able to bring you here, I can naturally bring you back safely as well." Chen Guo nodded emphatically in agreement. At this moment, he felt complete trust and respect for Tang Xian. Just then, Chen Wenyu stepped forward and shouted, "They are both members of our Chen family. You dare to touch them and see what happens." "Young miss." When Chen Guo saw Chen Wenyu again, she couldn't help but feel excited. Look at him, all smiles, he's clearly looking forward to falling in love. However, in reality, Chen Wenyu is a few years older than him. Chen Gui is only 15 or 16 years old, while Chen Wenyu is about 3 years older than him. However, as the saying goes, a woman 3 years older than her husband is like a golden brick, so age isn't really a big problem. The biggest problem is that the two of them are vastly different in both status and position. It's no exaggeration to say that Chen Guo was practically penniless and had absolutely no background. Under these circumstances, the distance between him and Chen Wenyu was as vast and unreachable as a towering mountain and a deep valley. Shut up! You will be severely punished when we return to the family. Chen Wenyu turned her head sharply and glared at Chen Guo with icy eyes. In fact, Chen Wenyu was quite troubled at this moment, as she was now certain that these two pairs of wings were definitely above the Xianbing level. Once equipment of the Xianbing level or above has completed the owner recognition process, if someone wants to take it from its current owner, there is only one way to do so: kill the current owner. In this way, the equipment would once again become ownerless. These two pairs of wings have clearly already chosen their masters. If they were brought back to the Chen family would never simply hand over these two rare treasures without a reason. Therefore, there would only be one outcome: the execution of these two individuals. For a large family like the Chen family, executing two branch family members is as easy as turning one's hand, as simple as slaughtering two livestock. However, Chen Wenyu felt a pang of reluctance. Although she deeply abhorred the two men's betrayal of their family and their unauthorized acquisition of the treasure, she found it difficult to watch them perish. Go back? You'll have to be able to go back first. Just then, a ruthless glint flashed in Protector Mu's eyes. In an instant, a dark shadow darted across the ground at breakneck speed, lunging at Chen Wenyu with lightning speed. Mu Tai, how dare you! The fifth elder roared in anger upon witnessing this scene. He knew in his heart that the dark shadow was none other than Protector Mu's summoned beast, the Shadow Ghost. As a member of the undead race, the Shadow Ghost possessed an extraordinary speed advantage. The fifth elder was quite a distance from Chen Wenyu, so it was too late for him to come to her rescue. The most important reason is that the fifth elder never expected that the people of the Beast King's sect would dare to be so unscrupulous and openly try to kill Chen Wenyu. With a sharp whoosh, the Shadow Ghost sprang up from the ground like a phantom. Its face was twisted and terrifying, and its dark, sharp claws went straight for Chen Wenyu's chest. The sudden turn of events caught Chen Wenyu off guard, and she was instantly terrified, her face turning deathly pale. It should be noted that this shadow demon already possesses the strength of a demon king. With Chen Wenyu's mere 4th-tier beast-tamer cultivation, it only needs to exert a little force, and its sharp claws can easily pierce through Chen Wenyu's chest. Chen Wenyu was terrified and screamed, then tightly closed her eyes. However, the expected excruciating pain did not come. She slowly opened her eyes with a heart full of doubt, and the first thing she saw was a pair of wings that shimmered with ice crystal like Tang Xian's ice crystal flowing feathers. At this critical moment of life and death, Tang Xian did not hesitate to leap forward and forcefully blocked the Shadow Ghost's powerful attack. Next time you do something like this, please let me know beforehand. I almost didn't react in time. If I hadn't taken control of your body in time, the Shadow Ghost would have either killed you or crippled you. The situation was urgent, I didn't think that much. So, what's next? Suddenly, an extremely powerful spiritual energy pressure burst forth from Tang Xian's body, like a surging torrent sweeping across the surroundings. The oppressive force was so terrifying that everyone present felt unprecedented pressure. The Shadow Ghost, who had been enraged after its attack was easily blocked by Tang Xian, now felt this unparalleled power. Its eyes were filled with astonishment as it tried to unleash its power once more, attempting to suppress the seemingly ordinary human before it. However, under the oppressive force of this psychic energy, the shadow demon's body began to tremble uncontrollably, as if facing an unshakable mountain. What's even more surprising is that, deep down, the shadow demon had a thought it had never had before: to kneel down and submit. The feeling was like encountering a supreme being, making it involuntarily want to bow down in worship. The shadow demon was filled with fear and awe. It couldn't understand why an ordinary human boy could possess such terrifying power. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Although he summoned me, I didn't sign a contract with him. Why is this happening? Just then, in the passageway to the side, Su Xian silently watched everything that was happening inside. She didn't intend to help, she just watched to see how Tang Xian would escape. However, at this moment, the astonishing change that occurred in Tang Xian left her speechless. The reason was simple: the powerful force that Tang Xian suddenly unleashed was actually her own source power. Even though there was no contract, why did Tang Xian use her primordial power, and why was this power even stronger than what she currently possessed? Chapter 57. You can just watch from the sidelines. How is this possible? You're only at the 3rd tier of strength, how could you possibly unleash such power? Protector Mu shook his head vigorously, his face full of disbelief, muttering to himself. At the same time, to prevent the Shadow Ghost from being harmed, he hurriedly ordered the Shadow Ghost to return to his side. At this moment, everyone else present was also dumbfounded, and they all turned their gazes to Tang Xian, their eyes filled with astonishment. Does the Luo Bei branch family actually have someone with such powerful strength hidden away? They possess such strength, yet they haven't reported it to the main family. Chen Wenyu stared intently at Tang Xian and muttered in a low voice. At this moment, the fifth elder quickly walked to Chen Wenyu's side, shielded her behind him, and then said, "Miss, this person is clearly not a member of the Chen family." What? Chen Wenyu was taken aback upon hearing this. The fifth elder continued his analysis. The strength he just displayed, even if it didn't reach the 8th rank, was at least at the 7th rank. With such ability, even in the main family, he would be qualified to serve as an elder. And in the branch family, he could easily suppress the patriarch. If the Luo Bei branch family really had such a powerful younger generation, why would they act so discreetly? No sooner had he finished speaking than the fifth elder stared sharply at Tang Xian and asked in an icy tone, "I wonder which power you come from. How dare you impersonate a member of my Chen family?" Tang Xian's heart sank. He knew he could no longer hide the truth. However, things had come to this point, and he had no other choice. After all, if he had simply stood by and watched Chen Wenyu suffer such a terrible fate, he would have found it difficult to remain calm. In fact, the most crucial reason is that Chen Wenyu is not only Yu Qingshua's apprentice, but more importantly, according to the course of events in her previous life, she should not have died here. If she were to die here, the only explanation would be that Tang Xian's arrival in this life altered the course of events, leading to her unfortunate demise. Tang Xian didn't want to take the blame, so he resolutely decided to step in and save the day. To save Chen Wenyu, Huan took over Tang Xian's body. Instantly unleashing immense power, she successfully intimidated the 3 7th-tier experts before her with her astonishing might. This very action completely exposed his true identity as not a member of the Chun family. It's important to understand that if the Luo Bei branch family truly possessed such exceptionally talented young members, they would likely have already surpassed other branch families, becoming second only to the main family. I'm lending you my power, but I can only sustain this burst of primal power for 10 minutes. After that, I'll rest for a week, so make the most of these 10 minutes and find a way to escape. I see. At this moment, Huan relinquished control of her body to Tang Xian. Tang Xian stared coldly at the fifth elder before him and said calmly, "The secret realm was originally an unclaimed place, yet you attempted to monopolize it and forbid others from entering. Since that's the case, then we have no choice but to resort to such extraordinary means to enter." Are you two really not from the Chun family? Chen Wenyu asked, her eyes wide with astonishment. I'm sorry, Mississippi. I'm afraid we can't accompany you back to the Chen family to accept your punishment, Tang Xian replied calmly, a slight smile playing on his lips. You? Chen Wenyu gritted her teeth in anger, her heart filled with resentment. Just then, Jinguo quietly walked to Tang Xian's side and asked in a low voice, "Boss, aren't you afraid that the 3 major families will send people to attack us since you admitted it so readily?" Tang Xian smiled slightly and said confidently, "Things have come to this point. Since the disguise has been exposed, there's no point in denying it anymore. But don't worry, at least the Wang family shouldn't launch an attack on us." "How is that possible?" "They'd love to kill us the most," Chen Guo retorted, puzzled. Regardless of Wang Eryang's current situation, judging from the Wang family's past behavior, they will certainly not let this go easily. To Chen Guo's surprise, Tang Xian asserted that the Wang family would at least not attack them. "You can just watch from the sidelines," Tang Xian replied calmly. "Since that's the case, then I won't waste any more time with you. Quickly give us your wings, and I'll let you leave safely," Chen Wenyu said loudly. "That's right. As long as you obediently hand over your wings, you can leave without worry." Protector Mu echoed at this moment. Tang Xian's astonishing strength had just been quite shocking to him. To possess such unfathomable cultivation at such a young age was unwise to insist on confronting him head-on. In the current situation, the most urgent task is to work with Wang Shoujin to deal with the fifth elder. Initially, the attempt to kill Chen Wenyu had already thoroughly offended the Chen family. Now that it is known that this person is not a member of the Chun family, there is really no need to provoke such a powerful enemy. If we don't push him too far, this kid, in alliance with the fifth elder, might cause the advantages that the Beast King sect and the Wang family originally possessed by joining forces to vanish in an instant. Wang Shoujin remained silent, clearly acquiescing to what Protector Mu had said. As long as these two boys handed over their allies, the Wang family would let them go. Tang Xian's lips curled into a mocking smile. Oh? Did I hear that right? You want me to hand over my wings? Are you still dreaming? Young man, I must admit that you possess strength far exceeding that of your peers. However, do you have enough confidence to deal with all three of our forces at the same time? Even if you manage to escape today, are you not afraid of our retaliation in the future? The Chen family of the 10 elders, the Wang family of the 10 elders, and the Beast King sect, each of them is a powerful force in Yanxia. Do you really want to make a mortal enemy of us? The fifth elder spoke calmly, like a kind and benevolent elder advising a misguided junior. Tang Xian smiled slightly, but did not respond to the fifth elder's words. His gaze went straight to Wang Shouxin beside him, and he said slowly, if the Wang family wants to make a move, then I'm afraid Wang Eryong's life will be in danger. You brat, stop talking nonsense. My nephew is perfectly fine, how could anything be wrong? The poison you used has no effect on us. A Xian-grade antidote can easily neutralize even the poison used by an 8th level expert, Wang Shouxin said at this moment. Oh? Is that so? Tang Xian's lips curled up slightly, revealing a faint smile. However, at that moment, Wang Eryong, who was meditating and regulating his breathing, suddenly let out a heart-wrenching scream. Immediately afterwards, a loud whoosh was heard as he suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a thick, pungent, and foul-smelling black liquid. At the same time, sweat kept seeping out from the pores all over Wang Eryong's body, and this sweat also had an eerie black color. Faced with this scene, Tang Xian remained unusually calm and composed, simply saying, my master is the poison fairy Fenglia. The poison that Wang Eryong was afflicted with is a unique secret technique that my master spent her entire life researching. Let alone a mere Xian-grade antidote, even a divine-grade one would be of no use. After a pause, Tang Xian continued slowly and deliberately, now, there are only two ways to save his life. First, we need to rely on the power of a high-level expert, whose powerful spiritual energy can help him suppress the poison. However, in this case, the person helping to suppress the poison must stay by his side at all times, eating, drinking, defecating, and sleeping with him. But as long as my own cultivation surpasses that of the person helping to suppress the poison, the deadly poison in his body will instantly take effect. Second, I can personally detoxify him, which is the best option. At this moment, Tang Xian had two considerations in mind when he revealed Fengli's name. First, he hoped to use her influence to intimidate the three families, so that they would not dare to retaliate easily after leaving this place. Secondly, it was to convince the Wang family that only Tang Xian could cure the poison that Wang Eryong had been afflicted with. In this way, Tang Xian could be said to have taken control of the entire scene. Chapter 58 I will take direct action against them. What did you say? You're the poison fairy's disciple? Tang Xian's words were like a thunderclap, stirring up ripples on the once calm lake. Upon hearing this, Chen Wenyu was utterly astonished, her mouth agape, almost unable to close. She had heard Yu Qingxue mention Fenglia many times. She was her sworn sister, but she had been missing for many years. It's unbelievable that I can hear Fenglia's name again from someone else, and that this person is Fenglia's disciple. If what he said is true, he should bring this news back to his master, who will surely be overjoyed. You are actually the disciple of the poison fairy Fenglia? Wang Shouxin couldn't help but ask. Tang Xian nodded and said, it's genuine. However, doubts remained in everyone's hearts. After all, the poison fairy had been in seclusion for many years. How could she have such a young disciple? Chen Wenyu often promoted herself as Yu Qingxue's disciple, and no one doubted it. After all, Yu Qingxue was a guest of the Chen family and had publicly announced that she was taking on disciples. But people naturally have doubts about Tang Xian's sudden appearance and his claimed master-disciple relationship with the poison fairy. However, right now, an unknown young man claims to be a disciple of Fenglia, who has been living in seclusion for many years. Can he really be trusted with just a few words he makes up? More importantly, Fenglia has been in seclusion for so long, while this kid looks to be only 15 or 16 years old at most. His age is not even as long as Fenglia has been in seclusion, so how did he suddenly become Fenglia's disciple? Tang Xuani said righteously, my master has been living in seclusion for so long, all to meticulously research this incurable poison, which he named witch. Your Wang family is free to give it a try and see who can neutralize the witch in Wang Eryong's body. Tang Xian once boasted that he would make the reputation of witchcraft spread far and wide across the eastern and western continents. It was precisely because of this that the word witchcraft was being introduced to the public for the first time at this time and place. Third uncle, save me. I feel terrible, I'm going to die. Third uncle, I really can't hold on much longer. At this moment, Wang Eryong was curled up on the ground in excruciating pain, his whole body covered in black sweat seeping from his body, as if he had just been pulled out of the mud, a sight too painful to look at. Seeing Wang Eryong in such agony, Wang Shozhen frowned and said in a deep voice, "Such exquisite poison techniques can probably only be performed by the poison fairy herself and her direct disciples. Since you are the poison fairy's disciple, my Wang family should treat you with courtesy. As long as you can cure the poison in his body, my Wang family will definitely not make things difficult for you." Tang Xian smiled slightly and said casually, "It's easy. It's not difficult to detoxify your nephew. Just take him and leave this secret realm immediately. After you return, the witch in his body will naturally dissipate in 3 days." "What? You actually want my Wang family to leave this place right now?" Wang Shozhen's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. "My Wang family will no longer covet these 2 wings, but this secret realm is so vast and unclaimed. The treasures inside should be won through fair competition, with each person relying on their own abilities." Tang Xian smiled, a half smile playing on his lips, and replied, "That's exactly right. It's a matter of each according to their own abilities. Getting your Wang family to leave is my ability. If the Wang family is still unwilling to give up what's inside, then prepare a fine coffin for Wang Eryong." "You?" Wang Shozhen gritted his teeth in anger, yet he was helpless. Wang Eryong, standing to the side, was already in unbearable pain, his face ashen, constantly emitting pitiful wails. "Third uncle, we should hurry up and go back, I really can't take it anymore." Looking at Wang Eryong, who was suffering terribly, Wang Shozhen felt a pang of pity and inner turmoil. But in the end, he gritted his teeth and said, "Fine. Today, my Wang family admits defeat. I will immediately lead the Wang family away. But please keep your promise. If the poison in my nephew's body has not dissipated after 3 days, even if you are truly a disciple of the poison fairy, my Wang family will not let this go." Upon hearing this, Tang Xian's lips curled slightly upward, and he responded with a cold laugh, "You can rest assured. Although I don't consider myself a good person, I believe I am a man of my word. As long as you leave this place now, I can guarantee your nephew's safety. However, the next 3 days will be tough on you. You will need to use your spiritual energy to suppress the witch within him 24 hours a day." In fact, Tang Xian could have lifted the witchcraft at any time, but he did so for 2 reasons. First, he was worried that if he lifted the witchcraft now, the Wang family would go back on their word and harm him again. Second, he wanted them to know the terror of the witchcraft as a form of deterrence. After learning of the terror of the witch, the Wang family will be more convinced that Tang Xian is the disciple of the poison fairy, and it will also make it difficult for the Wang family to have any thoughts of revenge. Wang Shozhen didn't say anything more. He clasped his hands together, bowed deeply to Tang Xian, and said, "Listen up, everyone in the Wang family, follow me and leave." "Brother King." Protector Mu called out at this moment. Wang Shozhen turned to Protector Mu and said in a heavy tone, "You have seen the current situation of the Wang family. Today, the Wang family has to admit defeat. Eryong's elder brother passed away many years ago. Now, Eryong is the only male heir of the Wang family. We cannot afford any more mishaps. I hope that after you return to the Beast King sect, you will convey this matter to your sect leader. The Wang family is not breaking its promise, we have no other choice." After saying this, Wang Shozhen led the Wang family members away. After the Wang family members had all gone far away, Tang Xian turned his gaze to the 5th elder and Protector Mu, and then said, "Next, it's your turn. Chen Wenyu was almost killed just now, so your 2 families have formed a deep-seated hatred. Now, whoever attacks me first, I will join forces with the other side." Upon hearing Tang Xian's words, the 5th elder burst into laughter. "Ha ha, young man, you are indeed bold, managing to drive away the Wang family all by yourself. Now you're even using an alliance with another side to blackmail us. Unfortunately, you've underestimated our abilities. Right now, we still have a plan to temporarily set aside the grudges between the Chun family and the Beast King sect, and join forces to eliminate you first." Faced with the 5th elder's words, Tang Xian's lips curled up slightly, revealing a smile that he had expected. His voice remained calm and steady as he replied indifferently, "Indeed, with my current cultivation level, I can easily handle either of you individually. However, if you join forces, I'm afraid I will find it difficult to contend with you. But if you really intend to do so, then I will directly attack them. With my strength, even if you attack from both sides, taking their lives will not be difficult." As he spoke, Tang Xian gently pointed his finger at Chen Wenyu and Shi Yunqi. Upon hearing this, the 5th elder and Protector Mu's expressions instantly turned extremely ugly, their faces filled with astonishment. Protector Mu angrily rebuked, You dare to lay a hand on them? Then we will immediately attack the brat behind you. His tone was full of anger and determination. Tang Xian's lips curled into a smile. Old Chen, try out the thunder wings you just got. If nothing goes wrong, it should come with a skill called Thunder Flash, which allows you to move a distance as fast as lightning, making it difficult for even a 7th tier expert to catch up. In his previous life, Thunder Wings fell into Meng Jian's hands, and Tang Xian had personally witnessed how Meng Jian used this skill. Okay, I understand. Chen Gui nodded without hesitation and then decisively unleashed his lightning strike. He knew very well that staying in the same place would only make him a burden to Tang Xian. Tang Xian is now clearly in control, and we cannot allow him to be put on the defensive simply because he is here. In the next instant, Chen Gui's figure blurred, and he sped out like a dazzling bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, he rushed into one of the passages and disappeared without a trace. Then, he instantly recalled Thunderfang Beast as well. Faced with what was happening before their eyes, Protector Mu and the 5th Elder were completely stunned, their faces filled with astonishment. Good heavens, they've been checkmated. If they dare to make a move, they'll be sending Chen Wenyu and Shi Yunqi to the guillotine. Chapter 59. Are you teaching me how to do things? You dare! Protector Mu shouted angrily, his eyes wide. Tang Xian raised the corners of his mouth slightly and replied with a cold laugh, What wouldn't I dare to do? Why don't you give it a try? At this moment, both the 5th Elder and Protector Mu fell silent. They knew that Tang Xuanjun had the ability to kill Shi Yunqi and Chen Wenyu right in front of them, and if they were to anger him even slightly, the consequences would be unimaginable. Seeing that the two remained motionless, Tang Xian smiled slightly and said, Since you don't dare to make a move, I have a good suggestion. What suggestion? The 5th Elder couldn't help but ask. Tang Xian gazed calmly at them and said slowly, You two families will settle your grievances here, while I will go first. Before he finished speaking, he turned and left, his steps firm and unwavering. The 5th Elder and Protector Mu were left standing there, stunned and unsure of what to do. Tang Xian didn't even wait for their response, as if he had already anticipated this situation. At this moment, the 5th Elder and Protector Mu dared not act rashly and could only watch helplessly as Tang Xian walked further and further away. Old Ghost Mu, how dare you lay such a vicious hand on me? Now that no one else is here, I will settle this score with you. Finally, the 5th Elder broke the silence and angrily questioned Protector Mu. Fine, I'll take it. Who's afraid of who? Protector Mu retorted without backing down. The tense atmosphere instantly ignited, and a fierce argument seemed imminent. Just as Tang Xian had predicted, the two families had begun to resolve their feud. Their settlement here meant that all the treasures in this secret realm would belong to Tang Xian. Only after Tang Xian left did he have the opportunity to carefully study the ice crystal feather he had just acquired. These ice crystal feathers not only grant the holder the power of flight, but also come with two skills: Frost and Ice Explosion. Frostbite is a control skill that can freeze enemies, while Ice Blast is an offensive move with extremely high burst damage. With this ability to fly, things will definitely be much easier in the future. Boss, are you alright? Chen Gui hadn't gone far. Instead, he returned to the passage to be with Su Xian. Seeing Tang Xian come out, he quickly went up to him and asked with concern. Tang Xian smiled slightly and replied, Do I look like something's wrong? Boss, you were absolutely awesome just now. Not only did you scare the Wang family away, but even the Beast King sect and the Chen family were helpless against you. Once we get out of here, this is something we can brag about for a whole year. Chen Gui said, unable to contain his excitement. Just then, Su Xian walked over. Her brows were slightly furrowed, and her beautiful eyes held a hint of doubt and a strange light as she softly asked, What just happened? Tang Xian looked at Su Xian with a smile and asked, What? What happened? Su Xian frowned, her tone somewhat urgent as she asked, The power you just displayed is definitely not something you possess. What exactly happened? And where did you obtain such immense power? Faced with Su Xian's barrage of questions, Tang Xian's lips curled up slightly, revealing a playful smile, and he replied calmly, Guess. Hearing this, Su Xian gritted her teeth in anger, secretly furious, wishing she could immediately step forward and teach this guy a lesson so he would know how powerful she was. However, reason told her she couldn't do that. After all, she hadn't yet figured out the origin of Tang Xian's power, or why his power was exactly the same as her own. So, she took a deep breath and tried to calm her anger. Having obtained the thunder wings and ice crystal feathers, the rest of the items in this secret realm are mostly fairly common materials. However, there's one stone chamber whose contents I don't know, as I sensed a dangerous aura inside, which is why I didn't go in. Which stone chamber? Tang Xian asked. The route is a bit complicated, I'll convey it to you mentally. But I don't really recommend going in. In my previous life, 3 7th tier experts from the Beast King sect, the Chen family, and the Wang family all perished here. In the end, less than a third of the people from these 3 families left alive. They suppressed this matter and didn't let it out. The reason they suffered such heavy losses was because they entered that stone chamber. Upon hearing this, Tang Xian was quite surprised. In his previous life, he had only heard about this secret realm, saying that those who entered it reaped great rewards and obtained many treasures, but there was no mention of how many people entered or how many survived. Thinking about it this way, he realized that he had truly saved the lives of 3 families, and Wang Shoujian, who should have died here, had already left. However, at the same time, this incident also aroused Tang Xian's strong curiosity what exactly was hidden in that stone chamber that could cause such heavy losses to these 3 families, and even cause the deaths of 3 7th level experts here. Su Xian, you and Shen Guo should leave the secret realm first. At this moment, Tang Xian turned to Su Xian and said. He was willing to go and find out the reason, but according to Huan, the stone chamber was too dangerous, so he was unwilling to let Su Xian and Shen Guo go into danger with him. What happened, boss? Shen Guo asked, looking puzzled. Tang Xian said with a solemn expression, in this secret realm, apart from the thunder wings and ice crystal feathers, there are no other particularly valuable items. However, there is a mysterious stone chamber whose contents are still unknown, but it contains great risks, so you do not need to come with me to take on these dangers. Are you teaching me how to do things? Su Xian suddenly interrupted just as Tang Xian finished speaking. Tang Xian was somewhat taken aback by Su Xian's sudden question. Immediately following up, Su Xian continued without backing down, no one can give me orders. Seeing this, Shen Guo quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Boss, let me go with you. After all, I have just successfully broken through to the 3rd level and obtained the thunder wings. If we really encounter danger, I should be able to escape in time with my speed. After a moment's thought, Tang Xian replied, alright, then come with me. Let's check the situation first, we don't necessarily have to enter that stone chamber. With that, Tang Xian led the 2 away. Stop! Just then, an urgent shout came from behind. The 3 of them turned around at the sound, and saw Chen Guo excitedly shouting, young miss. It turned out that the person chasing after them was Chen Wenyu. She rushed towards me like a gust of wind, panting, and said, you lied to me, and you think you can just leave like this? Tang Xian raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a mocking smile, and replied, otherwise what? Do you intend to resort to force to seize it? At this moment, the 5th Elder and Protector Mu are probably inside resolving their grudges. If you insist on opposing me, then I have no choice but to go in and assist the Beast King sect. Chen Wenyu stared wide-eyed at Tang Xian, her lips pursed in anger, her face full of resentment and grievance. I didn't mean to steal it, I just wanted to get your contact information and tell me your communicator number, Chen Wenyu said. Oh? What is it? Is it so you can take revenge after you get out? Tang Xian asked. Chen Wenyu quickly shook her head and waved her hands, explaining, you are the disciple of the poison fairy. Even if the Chen family is willing to take revenge, my master will definitely not allow it. Over the years, my master has often mentioned the poison fairy. Now that she knows you are her disciple, I hope you can help them reunite. In addition, there is another sworn sister of my master, the wind fairy Zhao Kaixian. Chapter 60 Re-encounter with Meng Jian. Tang Xian said firmly, no need. I know where Yu Qingxue and Zhao Kaixian usually live. When the time is right, I will go to find them and lead them to see my master. After saying this, Tang Xian resolutely turned and left. Chen Wenyu had never suffered such humiliation. Asking for someone's contact information, she was met with such coldness. In the past, it was always others who begged for her contact information. Now, filled with resentment, her innate pride compelled her to follow closely behind Tang Xian without hesitation. Boss, she's been with us the whole time. Shen Guo was a little worried, glancing at Chen Wenyu behind them from time to time. Tang Xian replied, no need to pay attention to her. I just lent you all my strength, and now I'm very tired and need to rest. I'll wake up in a week, so take care of yourself. I see. After saying this, Huan fell into a deep sleep. Just before she fell asleep, she used her mental power to transmit the location of the last stone chamber to Tang Xian. Tang Xian knew that he had already lost his trump card, illusion. Therefore, he decided to observe the situation in the final stone chamber before deciding whether to enter. However, just as Tang Xian was pondering, a sharp killing intent suddenly rushed towards him. Immediately afterward, a dazzling sword aura shot towards him like lightning. Tang Xian reacted quickly, his figure flashing backward as he leaped backward, narrowly avoiding the sword aura attack. Without even checking, Tang Xian already knew that the newcomers were none other than Meng Jian and his group. "Tang Xian, today is your death day," Zhang Jin shouted through gritted teeth. At the same time, the two 6th level experts from the Zhang family also took 2 steps forward, staring menacingly at Tang Xian. Tang Xian frowned slightly, inwardly regretting, "Oh no, I actually forgot that the Zhang family still has 2 6th level experts." Although 2 6th tier experts are no match for 1 7th tier expert, now that he has lost his trump card, dealing with these 2 6th tier experts will not be easy. Fortunately, he and Shen Gua obtained the ice crystal feather and thunder wings. If they wanted to escape, these 2 6th tier guys probably wouldn't be able to catch up. "Su Xian, are you alright?" Meng Jian asked with concern. Su Xian gently shook her head, indicating that she was fine. Holding the demon-suppressing sword, Meng Jian pointed the tip directly at Tang Xian, his eyes as cold as frost, and said sternly, "Tang Xian, I let you live last time at Yunyun Mountain, but you won't be so lucky today. Now that 2 experts from the Zhang family are here, let's see where you can escape to." Zhang Jin glared at Tang Xian with furious eyes, his face contorted with rage, and cursed, "Tang Xian, you dared to hit me on purpose earlier. I will tear you to pieces to vent my hatred. If you want to mess with my boss, you'll have to get past me first." Just then, Shengue stepped forward and stood in front of Tang Xian, while summoning the Thunderfang beast. Xiao Tian, who had been closely following Tang Xian and had not been recalled, also let out a roar. "Ha, you think you can beat us?" Zhang Jin sneered, Shengue, weren't you beaten badly enough by us at the academy? You actually came here looking for death. Do you think I'm still the same person I was before?" Shen Gui retorted. Before she finished speaking, there was a soft poof sound, and a pair of thunder wings covered in lightning suddenly unfolded from Chen Gui's back, shining with dazzling light. This is, you actually obtained such wings in the secret realm?" Zhang Jin exclaimed in astonishment. Chen Gui's lips curled up slightly, revealing a smug smile. "Didn't expect that, did you?" Meng Jian stared intently at the pair of lightning shimmering wings on Chen Gui's back, the thunder wings, his eyes revealing undisguised greed, but it vanished in an instant. He then coldly said, "Originally, we only planned to get rid of that bastard Tang Xian. Trash like you wasn't worth my time. But now that you possess such a precious treasure, don't blame me for being ruthless. I want these wings." "Try it if you dare," Chen Guo replied without fear. At this moment, Chen Wenyu was undoubtedly the most shocked. She was completely baffled as to what was going on. Who are those people on the other side? Where did they get the audacity to steal things? You know, even the Chen family, the Beast King sect, and the Wang family didn't dare to easily steal things before, but these people are so bold and reckless. By sensing the spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from Meng Jian and Zhang Jin, Chen Wenyu made a rough judgment. These two were not particularly strong. One was only at the 3rd rank, and the other at the 2nd rank. The other 2 were slightly stronger, probably around the 6th rank. However, with such a lineup, what exactly gave them the audacity to come and steal the treasure? There were 3 experts with strength of the 7th rank present just now, but none of them dared to make a move to snatch it. So who gave these guys the courage now? If you want to seize treasures, it's probably not your place, you lowly bastards. Everything in this world follows order and first come, first served. If you insist on forcibly taking them, then you can only obediently line up after our Chen family." Just then, Chen Wenyu stepped forward and shouted righteously. When Chen Wenyu stepped forward, Meng Jian and Zhang Jun were quite surprised. The 2 6th level experts from the Zhang family looked embarrassed and troubled, because they were well aware of the unimaginable serious consequences that would result from provoking the Chen family here. More importantly, she is Yu Qingshue's disciple. If she offends a 9th level expert, she doesn't even need to take action herself, she only needs to utter a word, and someone will go to Yun City to wipe out the Zhang family. Zhang Jin was certainly not a fool. He knew perfectly well that he could not afford to offend the powerful Chen family. Then, a thought struck her, and her eyes darted around. She immediately said, "Miss Chen, please don't be deceived by them. Although they are wearing Chen family clothes, they are not actually members of the Chen family at all. These clothes must have been stolen by them." Chen Wenyu said calmly, "Of course I know they are not from the Chen family, but what I didn't expect is..." Midway through her sentence, she suddenly turned around, her gaze fixed on Tang Xian and Chen Gua, and continued, "Even your names are fake." Just now, she had heard Zhang Jin and Meng Jian address Tang Xian and Chen Gua, and only now did she learn their real names. Faced with the sudden question, the two couldn't help but look embarrassed. A moment later, Chen Wenyu turned her gaze back to Meng Jian and his group, and said coldly, "Get out of my way right now, or don't blame me for being ruthless." Upon hearing Chen Wenyu's words, Meng Jian and the others were immediately caught in a dilemma. At this moment, Meng Jian wore a fawning smile, casually adjusted a strand of hair on his forehead, and struck what he considered his most handsome and charming pose towards Chen Wenyu, attempting to explain, "Miss Chen, please don't be so quick to anger, actually. Get out." Chen Wenyu didn't give him a chance to continue. Now it was Meng Jian's turn to be embarrassed. He never expected that even his handsome looks wouldn't work. A wealthy heiress like Chen Wenyu, who comes from a prestigious family, naturally has very high standards. If you don't have any outstanding performance or shining points in front of her, why would she even glance at you? Meng Jian was not incompetent after all, he was a chosen one. However, with Tang Xian already ahead of him, Meng Jian appears rather lackluster and unremarkable in comparison. Chapter 61 Divine Source Companion Saliva. What do you mean? Why are you being so fierce? This isn't your Chen family's territory. Seeing Chen Wenyu embarrass Meng Jian in public, Zhang Jun was furious. However, before he could finish speaking, Chen Wenyu's summoned beast, the snow sprite, suddenly appeared before Zhang Jun like lightning. It held a long ice spike in its hand, exuding a chilling aura. The incredibly sharp ice spike was now only inches away from Zhang Jun's neck. Fortunately, a level 6 expert from the Zhang family reacted swiftly and grabbed the ice spike from the snow elf's hand. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unpredictable. In reality, at this moment, no one can say for sure whether Chen Wenyu truly intended to kill him. But after being frightened, Zhang Jun was already pale and trembling all over, retreating backward repeatedly. "We have no intention of offending the Chen family." At this moment, the level 6 expert spoke up. He slowly released his palm, and it could be clearly seen that his palm had turned purple, obviously a mark left by frostbite. "Since that's the case, why don't you get out of here?" Chen Wenyu said sternly. "Young miss, let's leave." "It's unwise to provoke the Chen family," the 6th level expert said to Zhang Jun. "But they took all the good stuff, and brother Meng Jian didn't get anything." Zhang Jun, standing to the side, muttered indignantly. However, at this moment, Tang Xian suddenly put on a smiling face and said in a gentle voice, "After all, we are all classmates, there is no need to ruin our friendship over such a small matter. How about this, you can come with us, and if we encounter any good treasures later, as long as they are suitable for you, I can share some with you." "Boss." Chen Gua stared wide-eyed at Tang Xian, her face full of astonishment. She wondered to herself what was going on. Not only did he want to bring Meng Jian and his group along, but he was also going to share the treasure with them. Faced with Chen Guo's question, Tang Xian calmly explained, "What's wrong? We're all in the same college, and we still have more than 2 years before graduation. We'll see each other all the time, so we can't make our relationship too awkward." In fact, Tang Xian did this entirely out of his own calculations. Huan had previously warned him that the final stone chamber was fraught with danger and extremely perilous. In the previous life, the Chun family, the Wang family, and 3 7th-rank experts from the Beast King sect all perished in it. At this moment, Huan is in a deep sleep, and he is missing a trump card, but Tang Xian wants to go in and find out what's going on. Therefore, he was happy to bring in more people who were unrelated to him, or even those he didn't get along with, especially since the other side included a 6th-level expert. To put it bluntly, he needed these people to act as cannon fodder. "Tang Xian, what exactly are you planning?" Zhang Jun questioned. Tang Xian smiled and replied, "Don't think so badly of me. If you don't trust me, you're welcome to leave." "We'll go with you," Meng Jian suddenly said. In truth, Meng Jian had ulterior motives. He simply wanted to use this opportunity to get closer to Chen Wenyu. After all, Meng Jian had always been quite popular with women, and if he could successfully win over Chen Wenyu, it would be tantamount to a meteoric rise to power for him. "Then let's set off." Tang Xian smiled slightly. "Poof." Zhang Jun snorted coldly upon seeing this, expressing his dissatisfaction. Then, the group continued to move forward. The Wang family had already left, while the Beast King sect and the Chen family were engaged in a fierce battle in the previous secret chamber. Because of this, they hadn't encountered anyone else along their journey. After walking for about 20 minutes, Tang Xian finally found the last stone chamber based on the message Huan had left him. Tang Xian said, "It seems that there are no good things in other areas of this secret realm, but no one has entered this place yet. Then let's hurry in and find out what's going on, Shengue said impatiently, reaching out to push open the closed stone door in front of her. However, Tang Xian grabbed him by the collar and dragged him behind him. Tang Xian reprimanded him with a solemn expression, "You don't even know what's hidden in this stone chamber. How dare you, a mere third-tier newbie, open the door? Even if you're going to open the door, it should be the strongest person who does." As he spoke, Tang Xian's gaze slowly settled on the two sixth-level experts from the Zhang family. The moment their eyes met, the two instantly understood his intention. At this point, they suddenly realized the real reason why Tang Xian had asked them to follow him all the way. They had become cannon fodder in the eyes of others. "You've got a clever plan, sending us in as cannon fodder. If there's any real danger inside, we'll be the first to suffer," one of the sixth-level experts said indignantly. Tang Xian's lips curled into a mocking smile. "Hee, since you're afraid, there's no need to open this door. Let's just keep this stalemate going. By the time the experts from the Chun family and the Beast King sect arrive, you probably won't even get a hair on your head." As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Xian gave Chen Wenyu a wink. Chen Wenyu was quick-witted and immediately understood Tang Xian's intention. She hurriedly took out her communicator and said, "I will notify the fifth elder to come and provide support." However, at this moment, Meng Jian suddenly suggested, "Why don't we break this door open and see what treasures are hidden inside?" He knew perfectly well that a great treasure must be hidden in the deepest stone chamber of this secret realm. If he could open the stone door first and check the contents, and if he found something profitable, he could seize it before the Chun family experts arrived. Given the current balance of power, they clearly have the upper hand. If they wait for the arrival of the opposing side's seventh-tier expert, they will have no chance whatsoever. For Meng Jian, the Zhang family members were nothing more than pawns he could use, and even Zhang Jin was no exception. Upon hearing Meng Jian say that the door should be opened first, Zhang Jin hurriedly urged the two sixth-level experts of the Zhang family to carry out the order. The two had no choice but to obey Zhang Jin's command. As the gate slowly opened, the scene that unfolded before our eyes was breathtaking. It was an extraordinary passage. It showed no trace of human intervention, as if it had been created entirely by nature. Two sixth-tier experts took the lead and the others followed closely behind. After walking for about 10 minutes, their view suddenly opened up, and a magnificent underground cavern appeared before them. In the center of the cave, a shimmering underground lake shines with a faint, ethereal light, like a bright pearl. "Wow, this place is so beautiful!" Chen Wenyu exclaimed in admiration. At this moment, everyone was captivated by the picturesque scenery before them, but Tang Xian had no heart to appreciate it. His gaze was fixed on one spot as he strode over to a mysterious pool of liquid sediment, squatted down, and stared intently at it. "What kind of water is this?" "It's sticky," Chen Wenyu asked curiously. Tang Xian, engrossed in studying the liquid, replied without looking up, "Divine Source Companion Saliva." "Divine Source Companion Saliva? That sounds amazing, but what exactly is it?" Chen Wenyu became increasingly puzzled. At this moment, Su Xian interjected, "Simply put, it's amniotic fluid." Her words struck like lightning, leaving everyone present stunned. Chapter 62 Mythical Beasts? What? Amniotic fluid? Upon hearing this word, Chen Wenyu's face showed a look of disgust. Su Xian, who was standing nearby, continued, "This is not ordinary amniotic fluid. There are different kinds of amniotic fluid, regular and unusual?" Shen Gui asked, equally curious. At this moment, Tang Xian spoke up, "That's right, this amniotic fluid is indeed unique. Divine Source Companion Saliva is the amniotic fluid that accompanies the birth of a divine beast, and it is also a crucial material for refining the transformation pill." "What? A transformation pill?" Shen Gui exclaimed in shock upon hearing this. Tang Xian nodded and continued, "The human body is the most suitable for cultivation. Whether it's mastering techniques or using tools, it far surpasses the bodies of demonic beasts. Because of this, many demonic beasts resolutely choose to transform into human form after reaching a certain stage of cultivation. Compared to humans, although the cultivation process of demonic beasts is slower, they have much longer lifespans, often living for tens of millions of years. Humans, on the other hand, are the complete opposite. Although our cultivation speed is faster, we are limited by our short lifespan. Even if we make a breakthrough in strength, we can only extend our lives by a few hundred years at most. The transformation of demonic beasts into human form not only helps them improve their cultivation efficiency by leveraging the advantages of the human body, but also allows them to conveniently use various tools. Generally speaking, demonic beasts need to cultivate to the level of Demon King before they can speak. When they reach the level of Demon Emperor, they have basically acquired a human appearance, and when they advance to the level of demon sovereign, they can perfectly transform into a human. The transformation pill can help demonic beasts transform into human form ahead of time. Once they reach the level of a great demon, they can transform into human form after taking this pill. As a result, their cultivation speed will be accelerated, and they will also have more convenience in using tools. After hearing this explanation, Chenghua suddenly realized, so that's how it is. Does that mean that this divine source saliva is an indispensable key material for refining the transformation pill? Tang Xian replied, it's not indispensable. The formula for the transformation pill doesn't contain divine source companion saliva, but the required medicinal materials are all extremely rare and hard to come by. The actual success rate of refining it is less than 5% at most. However, if you add spiritual source companion saliva or divine source companion saliva during the refining process, the success rate can be increased to 30% and 60% respectively. Chen Wenyu blinked her beautiful eyes and asked thoughtfully, the divine source companion saliva is the amniotic fluid that accompanies the birth of a divine beast? Then the spirit source companion saliva must be the amniotic fluid that accompanies the birth of a spirit beast? Quite clever, Tang Xian praised. Chen Wenyu said, I didn't expect you to know so much at such a young age. At this moment, Tang Xian took out the container without any hesitation. His movements were as fast as lightning. Before everyone could react, he had already put all the extremely rare divine source saliva into the container and stuffed it into the space bag at his waist. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Jin was filled with indignation and shouted loudly, we opened the door, and we were the ones who scouted ahead all the way. And now, you're hoarding the divine source companion saliva for yourself. This is outrageous. Tang Xian raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a mysterious smile, don't be in such a hurry, I naturally have something good to give you. Good stuff? Zhang Jin's face showed deep doubt upon hearing this. She thought to herself, she didn't believe that Tang Xian would give them anything truly good. Seeing this, Tang Xian smiled slightly and continued, use your clever little brains and think carefully. Since there is divine source saliva here, what else will appear next, according to common sense? What will happen? Zhang Jin blinked, still completely bewildered, and asked. A mythical beast. Just as everyone was racking their brains, Meng Jian suddenly interjected. His words had barely left his lips when everyone present shuddered. Indeed. The presence of divine essence here meant that an incredibly powerful divine beast had likely been born here. In other words, this very place could be the legendary lair of a divine beast. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but feel excited and their blood boiled. After all, compared with ordinary summoned beasts, divine beasts have up to 10 times the growth potential. If one can successfully subdue a divine beast as their summoned beast, they will surely become famous throughout the entire continent and become the focus of everyone's attention. Even on the mainland today, people who possess divine beasts are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. A divine beast? There really is a divine beast here? Tang Xian, are you serious? Are you willing to hand it over to us? Zhang Jin could no longer contain his excitement and asked in a trembling voice. Tang Xian raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a faint smile, just like when you handed Xiao Tian over to me, if you have the ability to sign a contract with him, then naturally you should take him away. However, Tang Xian knew perfectly well that beneath the calm surface lay a turbulent undercurrent. In his previous life, even 3 7th-tier experts had perished here. Now that the divine source companion saliva has appeared in this place, regardless of whether there are divine beasts, this place must be full of dangers and uncertainties. Tang Xian made a decisive decision, he would take the divine source companion saliva first. As for the divine beast, he didn't have high hopes. After all, even if there really was a divine beast cub here, who gave birth to it? And taking the cub away would be no easy task. Of course, that's no problem. With Meng Jian's strength, contracting a divine beast is a piece of cake for him, Zhang Jin said confidently. At this moment, Meng Jian was filled with barely suppressed excitement. If a divine beast was indeed hidden here, and he could successfully form a contract with it, then his fame would surely spread throughout the entire continent. After wandering around the cave for a while, Tang Xian didn't find anything else of value. So he turned to Chen Guo and said, let's leave here. Leave? Chen Guo's eyes widened, her face filled with disbelief. You know, there's a good chance that a legendary mythical beast is hiding here. However, Tang Xian turned and left without hesitation. He said calmly, that's right, we've already obtained the divine source companion saliva. As for the divine beast, let others try their luck. Tang Xian, who hadn't had high hopes of encountering a divine beast to begin with, decided to leave as soon as possible after discovering that there were no more valuable items here. Okay, I understand. Shen Gui nodded obediently. Chen Guo was now completely obedient to Tang Xian. Since Tang Xian had no interest in divine beasts, he was naturally willing to leave with him. Chen Wenyu, standing to the side, watched Tang Xian, pondering to herself. She wasn't stupid, she clearly realized that this place was probably not as safe as it seemed. Even if there were such divine beasts, with their current strength, trying to tame a cub under the nose of an adult divine beast was nothing short of a pipe dream. I'll go with you, Chen Wenyu said decisively. Before he could finish speaking, Su Xian also said, let's go. However, Meng Jian exclaimed in astonishment, are you kidding me? This is a place where mythical beasts roam, how can we give up so easily? Stop talking nonsense, let's go. Let's go. At this moment, a strong sense of crisis was surging in Su Xian's heart. She knew that there was a threat hidden here that they could not deal with. You can leave if you want, but I'm absolutely not leaving here, Meng Jian replied firmly. Me too, I want to stay with brother Meng Jian forever. You people are really strange. You don't want divine beasts, but we do. Zhang Jin stared at Su Xian with wide eyes, her face full of confusion and anger. Do as you please, I'm leaving now, Su Xian said. However, before the words were finished, a deafening roar suddenly erupted. Boom. In an instant, a huge rock fell from the sky and smashed into the passage that was originally a way for everyone to leave, instantly sealing it off completely. Immediately afterwards, a deafening roar of a monstrous beast rang out, and the entire cave seemed to begin to tremble violently. At the same time, the once calm, mirror-like surface of the underground lake began to boil and churn as if it had been ignited. The surging water splashed outwards, forming countless plumes of mist that filled the air. Chapter 63. If you're looking for a girlfriend, you should look for a canine. What's wrong? What happened? Chen Wenyu's face was ashen, her legs gave way and she collapsed to the ground, her body trembling uncontrollably. The violent shaking around her made it difficult for her to maintain her balance, let alone stand up straight. Tang Xian frowned, thinking to himself, it seems that from the moment we arrived here, we've become someone else's prey. And these guys clearly don't intend to let anyone go. Before the words were even finished, a deafening roar suddenly rang out. Immediately afterward, an enormous, ferocious wolf-like monster pounced on them, bearing its fangs and claws. And the primary target of this ferocious beast was none other than Meng Jian. Faced with the sudden threat, Meng Jian was terrified and retreated repeatedly. In his panic, he didn't hesitate to push Zhang Jin, who was standing next to him, forward to face the terrifying beast. In an instant, Zhang Jin's eyes widened, her face filled with disbelief. She had thought Meng Jian would stand up for her, but she never expected him to act so heartlessly at this crucial moment. Young miss. Seeing this dangerous scene, a 6th-level expert from the Zhang family was extremely anxious and rushed forward without regard for his own safety. With a muffled plop, bright red, warm blood gushed out like a fountain, splashing onto Zhang Jin's snow-white face. Before her eyes, the beast's extremely sharp claws mercilessly slashed across, instantly tearing the 6th-level expert who stood in her way in two. Young Mississippi. At this moment, another 6th-level expert from the Zhang family rushed forward, picked up Zhang Jin, who was still stunned in place, and quickly distanced himself from the monster. No. How could this be? This can't be real. Zhang Jin shook his head in disbelief, staring wide-eyed at the mangled corpse that had been cruelly torn in two. His body trembled uncontrollably as he muttered to himself. At the same time, another 6th-level expert from the Zhang family was furious and cursed Meng Jian, you heartless and inhuman beast, how could our young lady have been so good to you? At this moment, if Meng Jian hadn't been so close to the monster, he probably would have already been unable to contain his anger and rushed forward to tear Meng Jian to pieces. Faced with such a tragic situation, Zhang Jin was completely bewildered and helpless. She simply couldn't understand why, after giving so much to Meng Jian, he would push her away without hesitation when it came to a matter of life and death. In fact, given Meng Jian's feelings for him, Zhang Jin might have stepped forward without hesitation to shield him from the fatal blow when Meng Jian was in danger. However, what she could not let go of was that Meng Jian not only cruelly pushed her away, but also directly caused the tragic death of a 6th-level expert from the Zhang family. It's important to understand that the Zhang family's current status in Yunqing is largely due to the presence of two 6th-tier experts within the family. But now, faced with this sudden turn of events, what will become of the Zhang family in the future? This time, Zhang Jin went to great lengths to help Meng Jian. She pleaded with her grandfather for a long time before he finally agreed to send two 6th level experts from the Zhang family to assist him. However, now that one person has unfortunately lost his life, Xingjin is filled with fear and unease, and really doesn't know how to face his family. I really didn't mean it, I really didn't. Meng Jian kept shaking his head to explain. But in reality, what he was thinking was, as long as it wasn't him who died, he didn't care who died. At this moment, Chen Guo turned to Tang Xian with a look of astonishment and asked in a trembling voice, "Boss, what exactly is this thing?" A 6th level strength, yet it's like tofu in front of it, it crumbles at the slightest touch. Tang Xian and Su Xian stared at the enormous, wolf-like monster before them. Then, almost simultaneously, they both exclaimed, "Heaven's jealousy!" Upon hearing the words heavenly jealousy, Chen Guo couldn't help but exclaim in shock, "I know about heavenly jealousy. I learned about it in the textbooks at the Elementary Beast-Taming Academy. Heavenly jealousy is a legendary ferocious beast. This heavenly jealousy is the so-called divine beast?" Tang Xian shook his head slightly and said with certainty, "It does not possess the bloodline of a divine beast, it is merely an ordinary beast. However, due to its considerable strength and the countless killings it has endured, it was given the name Ferocious Beast. Such ferocious beasts are wanted by both the Demon Alliance and the Human Alliance. I never expected it to be hiding here. Although it's not a divine beast, the aura of a divine beast does permeate this place," Su Xian replied. Tang Xian and Su Xian exchanged glances, instantly understanding each other, and whispered in unison, "There is another divine beast hidden here. Boss, this one alone is already deadly. If another divine beast is added, won't we be doomed?" Chen Guo said in great fear. Tang Xian calmly replied, "The aura emitted by the divine beast is very faint, so it must be a cub and poses little threat to us. Right now, the only trouble is this guy, which possesses the strength of a demon emperor." At this point, Tang Xian understood why the 3 7th-tier powerhouses from his previous life had been wiped out here. It turned out they had encountered a demonic beast at the level of a demon emperor. Although the range of demonic beasts from lowly servants to powerful gods corresponds to the 1st to 9th ranks of beast tamers. In reality, however, demonic beasts possess stronger physiques, and it is very difficult for humans to form contracts with demonic beasts of the same level as themselves. Taking natal summoned beasts as an example, the cultivation speed of demonic beasts is much slower than that of humans. For instance, the 3 7th-tier powerhouses from the Chun family, the Beast King sect, and the Wang family only have natal summoned beasts at the Demon King level. As for Yu Qingxue and Zhao Kaixian, whom Tang Xian knew, although they had reached the 9th level, their natal summoned beasts were actually only at the level of Demon Emperor. Therefore, the strength of a demon beast at the level of a demon emperor is roughly equivalent to that of an 8th level beast tamer. Just then, Tiandu transformed into a cloud of black smoke. Immediately afterward, the black smoke gradually dissipated, and a man emerged from it. The man had a fierce face, and his appearance was not entirely human. At least his ears still retained the shape of a demon beast. The reason for this is that he, with only the strength of a demon emperor, does not yet possess the ability to perfectly transform into human form. Tiandu stared intently at Su Xian, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared before Su Xian like a ghost. "Watch out!" Tang Xian saw this and was about to step forward to stop him, but Tiandu simply waved his arm, and a powerful force suddenly erupted. Tang Xian was caught off guard and was violently thrown several meters away by this force. "Boss!" Chen Guo was shocked and rushed over to help Tang Xian up. Meanwhile, Tiandu stood still, looking down at Su Xian with a lewd smile gradually spreading across his lips. "The scent of my own kind, you're lucky you survived. But from now on, you're my woman. My mom used to tell me that when looking for a girlfriend, you should find one who's a canine." As he spoke of heaven's jealousy, he laughed wildly, his greedy gaze roaming over Su Xian. Chapter 64 Fierce Battle. Is this guy a goofball? Chen Guo finally couldn't help but turn to Tang Xian and ask. Tang Xian frowned and replied with a serious expression, "Some guys, the more joking they seem on the surface, the more ruthless they may be inside." Chen Guo was naturally aware of this. After all, this guy had just torn a 6th level expert to shreds without hesitation. "Leave!" Su Xian shouted at that moment. At the same time, a huge, pink-furred moonfox appeared out of thin air behind Tiandu. It bared its sharp fangs and bit down hard on Tiandu's neck. Is that all you've got?" Faced with the sudden attack, Tiandu showed no fear whatsoever, instead bursting into arrogant laughter. Before his laughter subsided, he stretched out his right hand, attempting to tear the moon-treading fox, which was tightly gripping his neck, off. Star. Lun. Immediately afterwards, two more moon-treading foxes tore through the void from different directions, rushing straight towards Tiandu. One accurately bit his right arm, while the other bit his left arm tightly. The scene unfolding before their eyes astonished everyone present, who stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with disbelief. How is this possible? Three summoned beasts, and all of them are her natal summoned beasts. This is absolutely impossible. You know, people who can have two natal summoned beasts are already extremely rare, 1 in a billion, but she actually has 3 all at once. Chen Wenyu exclaimed in disbelief, her face full of astonishment. Zhang Jin, standing to the side, was equally shocked. He stared wide-eyed at Su Xian and muttered in a low voice, Su Xian, she's actually so powerful? She actually has 3 natal summoned beasts. However, at that moment, Tang Xian suddenly noticed something amiss. He stared intently at Su Xian, thinking to himself, something's not right. Su Xian doesn't seem to be using a traditional summoning spell, because there's no summoning circle appearing beneath her feet. Ha ha ha, Tiandu laughed triumphantly. What? 3 tails is your limit? If you want to fight me, you'd need at least 5 tails. It's a pity you only have 3 right now. Moreover, these 3 tails haven't even developed the most basic intelligence. They're just like 3 mindless puppets that can be manipulated at will. Do you really think you can do 3 things at once? Before the words were even finished, Tiandu suddenly roared in fury. In an instant, a powerful, overwhelming aura erupted. In the blink of an eye, the 3 moon-treading foxes that were clinging tightly to Tiandu's body were instantly blasted into countless fragments by the impact of this terrifying power, which then gradually dissipated into the air like smoke. Su Xian, like a kite with a broken string, was sent flying straight away. Seeing this, Tang Xian dared not delay for a moment. He immediately unleashed his ice crystal feathers, and in a flash, he teleported into the air and caught Su Xian steadily. Tang Xian looked down at Su Xian, who was pale and had blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, and asked softly, Are you alright? Su Xian suppressed the surging blood within her and shook her head, saying, This guy is extremely powerful. With our current strength, we simply cannot contend with him. If the Wang family, the Chun family, and those 3 7th-tier experts from the Beast King sect were all here, and if all of us join forces, we might still have a fighting chance, but now, I'm afraid we have no chance of winning. You and Shenhua have wings, so you can try to find an opportunity to escape from here. There's no need to die here in vain. Tang Xian frowned and said, But I just obtained the ice crystal feather and haven't fully mastered its usage yet. I'm not confident I can escape on my own. As he spoke, he gently placed Su Xian to a safer spot to the side. At that moment, Tang Xian suddenly turned to Xiao Tian and shouted, Xiao Tian, go. With his command, Xiao Tian shot off like an arrow released from a bow. Let's go too, Thunder Fong Beast. Chen Gui gave the order without hesitation. Thunder Fong Beast raised its head and roared, its voice deafening. Xiao Tian and Leia Beast launched an attack together, rushing towards the enemy like an arrow released from a bow, unleashing a fierce offensive. Tang Xian cultivates the art of witchcraft, and thus possesses considerable combat strength. Chen Gui, since obtaining the Wings of Thunder, has also gained the ability to fight on the battlefield. The two knew that against a powerful enemy like the Demon Emperor, relying solely on summoned beasts to attack was far from enough. The disparity in strength between the two sides was too great to fight with only summoned beasts would be tantamount to throwing eggs against a rock. To survive, they had to work together and fight side by side, perhaps then they could find a glimmer of hope. Therefore, they did not hesitate and launched an attack on Tianju together with their summoned beasts. Humph, how presumptuous! Tiandu roared angrily, instantly transforming back into his enormous wolf form. With a deafening boom, he used his astonishing brute force to send Tang Xian and the others flying. However, Tang Xian and Shenhua, who had suffered heavy losses, did not back down. They gritted their teeth, endured the excruciating pain, got up from the ground, and continued to engage in the fierce battle. Looking at everything unfolding before her, Chen Wenyu shook her head helplessly and murmured, What is the point of all this? Why are they showing such a strong will to resist when faced with such a powerful, Demon Emperor-level opponent? It makes absolutely no sense. At this moment, Chen Wenyu was filled with endless despair and confusion, and kept repeating these words to herself. She simply couldn't understand the logic behind Tang Xian and Shenhua's actions. If they knew they were no match for them, why did they choose to fight back? Wouldn't that just hasten their own demise? When faced with such a terrifying enemy, wouldn't it be wiser to admit defeat and beg for mercy? Perhaps the enemy will take pity on them and spare their lives. However, continuing to resist like this will only further enrage the other side. Just after Tang Xian and Chen Guo were knocked to the ground, they rolled together. After they got up, Tang Xian casually wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and turned to Chen Guo beside him, instructing, "Old Chen, find the right opportunity later and use lightning flash to escape." Chen Guo stretched out his right hand and gently wiped away the remaining bright red blood from the corner of his mouth with his thumb, then spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva. He said firmly, "I only recently obtained the Thunder Wings, and I'm not yet proficient in controlling them." However, before she could finish speaking, Chen Guo's body instantly transformed into a dazzling bolt of lightning, hurtling towards Tian Du at an astonishing speed. This guy was just saying he wasn't skilled enough. But right now, his movements are so smooth and seamless. At this moment, Su Xian also slowly stood up, her eyes fixed on Tang Xian, who was fiercely fighting the enemy in front of her. She murmured softly, "That familiar fighting stance, it's just like him back then, it's a pity he's like this now." At this point, Su Xian couldn't help but shift her gaze to Meng Jian, who was hiding to the side with a look of terror on his face. Li, Xing, Lan. Just then, 3 moon-treading foxes burst forth from the sky once more and joined the battle. Chapter 65 The Illusion of the Past. "You have really angered me, die." With a furious roar, Tian Du's body erupted with a powerful aura, as terrifying as a star about to explode. Nightmare afterimage. In an instant, 2 figures identical to Tian Du appeared before everyone's eyes. However, to everyone's surprise, the targets of these 2 afterimages were Su Xian and Chen Wenyu. Faced with the sudden attack, Chen Wenyu was extremely frustrated. She had only been an observer and hadn't participated in the fight, yet she had inexplicably become the enemy's target. At this moment, she was filled with terror and completely at a loss. In the blink of an eye, the afterimage had already closed in on Chen Wenyu. Suddenly, a warm liquid splashed onto her cheek, and a strong smell of blood instantly filled the air. Chen Wenyu stared wide-eyed at what was happening before her eyes in disbelief. It turned out that at the critical moment, Chen Guo had used his lightning flash to quickly reach Chen Wenyu and shield her from the fatal blow with his own body. "What are you doing?" Chen Wenyu asked Chen Guo, who was standing in front of her, her voice trembling slightly as she came to her senses. At this moment, Chen Guo managed to force a smile, but as soon as he opened his mouth to speak, a mouthful of blood flowed down his chin. "Miss, it's good that you're all right. I lied to you before, so let's call it even now," Chen Guo said with her last bit of strength. As soon as she finished speaking, there was a muffled thud, and Chen Guo's body collapsed weakly at Chen Wenyu's feet. Chen Wenyu's lips trembled slightly uncontrollably. She stared wide-eyed at Chen Guo, who lay unconscious on the ground, her heart churning with endless complex emotions. Meanwhile, Su Xian, standing to the side, was equally astonished. She stared blankly at everything that was happening before her eyes, as if she had been frozen in place. Just now, Tang Xian, with the astonishing speed of the ice crystal flowing feather, appeared in front of Su Xian like a ghost and successfully blocked the attack of Heaven's jealousy. However, although Tang Xian's injuries were not as severe as Chen Guo's, he was also at his limit at this moment, kneeling on the ground with blood flowing continuously from the corner of his mouth. Why? Why? They all have someone protecting them, but I. Zhang Jin watched Tang Xian and Chen Guo bravely protect Su Xian and Chen Wenyu, and an indescribable pain welled up in his heart. Recalling the harrowing moment, Zhang Jin felt incredibly wronged and saddened that Meng Jian hadn't stepped forward to protect her like the others had. This stark contrast made her realize she had been pushed into danger. "My body is much stronger than yours, what are you doing coming up here?" Su Xian shouted at Tang Xian. Tang Xian said, "I don't care, you owe me a huge favor now." After speaking, Tang Xian struggled to raise his head, his gaze fixed on Tian Du ahead. He softly called to Xiao Tian, urging it to return to his side. Xiao Tian was already covered in wounds and exhausted, but it still faithfully obeyed Tang Xian's commands. Faced with such a powerful opponent, the gap in strength between the two sides was simply too vast, leaving them with virtually no chance of victory. In this brutal battle, they seemed unable to find even the slightest opportunity. However, the witch could not infect it quickly because the disparity in strength between the two sides was too great, making it difficult for the witch to spread the infection successfully. Just then, Tian Du arrived in front of Tang Xian like lightning. Before Tang Xian could even react, Tian Du swung its claws and tore open Tang Xian's chest. In an instant, Tang Xian's chest was a bloody mess, and he flew backward like an arrow from a broken bow. With a loud plop, Tang Xian fell into the underground lake behind him, but he did not surface. Instead, he sank straight down, leaving only a patch of blood-stained crimson on the lake's surface. Witnessing this scene, Su Xian gritted her teeth, her face displaying an unprecedentedly ferocious expression. "Me." With Su Xian's angry shout, the fourth moon-treading fox instantly broke through the air and attacked. Upon seeing this, Tiandu was astonished and shouted, "You clearly only have 3 tails, yet you're willing to burn your lifespan to forcibly summon a 4th tail. Are you planning to risk your life?" The realm of Dream Fox. Su Xian didn't even answer Tiandu at this moment. The surrounding scenery suddenly changed, and some areas turned into nothingness, like a vast starry sky. "Domain," Tiandu murmured softly. In an instant, the 4 moon-treading foxes grew significantly larger, each radiating a powerful aura. At the same time, different numbers of tails sprouted from their backs: 1, 2, 3, and 4 tails. Immediately afterwards, the 4 moon-treading foxes roared in unison and pounced on Tianju like lightning. At this moment, Chen Wenyu stared intently at Chenghua, who lay motionless on the ground, her beautiful eyes flashing with unwavering determination. She gritted her teeth and roared, "Bing Bing, go!" Finally, Chen Wenyu realized that the only way to survive in front of this guy was to fight to the death. Since death is inevitable either way, it's better to fight back than to sit and wait for it. Perhaps then we can find a glimmer of hope. Xiao Yu. At almost the same time, Zhang Jin also summoned her netherworld leopard to join the battle. Ghost Python. The 6th level expert from the Zhang family was equally unyielding, commanding his summoned beast to attack Tiandu. For a moment, the shouts of battle were deafening. Meanwhile, Meng Jian quietly hid to the side, thinking to himself, "What a bunch of idiots. Facing such a powerful enemy, you actually dare to fight head-on. Aren't you just courting death? Humph, I'm not going to die with you. I want to live and enjoy the good life." Just then, Su Xian turned her gaze to the underground lake not far away. Xiao Tian stood anxiously by the lake, pacing back and forth, clearly very worried about the situation underwater. Su Xian quickly walked to Xiao Tian's side, gently stroking his head to comfort him. "Don't worry, just wait here obediently for me, I will bring him up." As soon as she finished speaking, Su Xian jumped into the icy lake without hesitation. Damn it! To die in a place like this, I'm even more pathetic than in my previous life. Huan, although I don't know what your ultimate goal is, I'm afraid I'm going to disappoint you again this time. Tang Xian felt his body gradually sinking to the bottom of the water, and at this moment he was too weak to swim, only able to let his body sink little by little. Gradually, his consciousness began to become blurred. Just then, a dazzling light suddenly struck. Faced with such blinding light, Tang Xian instinctively closed his eyes tightly. However, when he opened his eyes again, he was stunned by the scene before him. He was in a secluded mountain village. Tang Xian was filled with suspicion. What on earth was going on? He had been in the midst of a fierce battle just moments before, so why had he suddenly ended up in this place? And this place seemed strangely familiar. "Dad, Mom, where are you?" Suddenly, a slightly childish voice reached Tang Xian's ears. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw a child who looked about 7 or 8 years old walking towards him. When he saw the child's face clearly, Tang Xian was so shocked that he opened his mouth wide and couldn't close it for a long time. It turns out that the child was none other than himself when he was young. If I remember correctly, he should have come to the mountains with his parents at this time, but got separated from them. And then, he encountered the pink moon-treading fox that was being attacked by a pack of blue wolves. "Hey, little Tang Xian called softly. However, little Tang Xian seemed completely unaware of his presence, and the next second, he passed right through Tang Xian's body without any hindrance. What on earth is going on? Why am I seeing myself as a child? Oh, right. A slideshow. In my previous life, when I was on the verge of death, every little detail of the past flashed before my eyes like a slideshow. Could it be the same now?" Tang Xian pondered to himself. Just then, a wolf howl came from not far away, accompanied by the mournful cry of the moon-treading fox. Upon hearing this sound, Tang Xian quickened his pace and ran towards the source of the sound. Seeing this, Tang Xian followed closely behind. Now that he had seen the past, he was eager to know who had saved him from his desperate situation and killed the pack of ferocious blue wolves. Chapter 66. The strongest one was actually me. Little Tang Xian cautiously groped his way forward in the direction from which the sound came. He hadn't gone far when the scene before him took him by surprise. A pack of ferocious blue wolves were eyeing a pitiful moonfox. There were many of these blue wolves, roughly estimated to be 40 or 50. Looking at the moon-treading fox again, judging from its size, it was clearly still a juvenile. Despite being covered in wounds and dripping with blood, it stood tall and unyielding. However, the pack of blue wolves did not seem to be in a hurry to kill it. Instead, they seemed to be toying with it. Suddenly, the moonfox fearlessly pounced on one of the blue wolves. Faced with such a dangerous situation, it did not retreat or run away, but instead chose to take the initiative to attack. After all, being surrounded, there was no way to escape even if one wanted to. The fact that the moon-treading fox dared to resist completely enraged the entire blue wolf pack. Several strong and imposing blue wolves immediately leaped into the air and pounced on the moon-treading fox like hungry tigers, instantly launching a bloody and brutal battle. Witnessing this breathtaking scene, Tang Xian's palms sweated and his fists clenched tightly. At this moment, he was filled with mixed emotions, as did he, the wolf pack. Although the blue wolves are a relatively weak type of demonic beast, they have a very distinctive characteristic: they like to act in groups. Whenever they encounter an enemy, they always launch a swarm attack. This cooperative and united fighting style instilled fear in many powerful monsters, who dared not provoke them easily. If it were Tang Xian today, facing this pack of blue wolves would be a piece of cake. He could easily wipe them all out. However, Tang Xian back then, Tang at that time, did not have such abilities. Recalling the situation back then, Tang Xian couldn't help but sigh. What was I thinking back then? I actually rushed up and fought them to the death in a moment of madness. I was simply courting death. Fortunately, a powerful figure intervened at the last moment, successfully killing the blue wolves and saving Tang Xian's life. Unfortunately, he was in a coma due to his severe injuries and was unable to see which benefactor had saved him. However, it would be a good thing if I could take this opportunity to find out what happened after I fell into a coma. Tang quickly broke off a tree branch to use as a weapon, and without hesitation, rushed forward with the branch in hand. Tang Xian rushed forward, waving his wooden stick to drive away the few blue wolves that were frantically tearing at the moon-treading fox. At this moment, the wolf pack was completely bewildered. What on earth was going on? What was this human brat doing here? Did he come here specifically to give them an extra meal? Tang Xian stood steadily in front of the battered and bruised moon fox, gripping a tree branch tightly, facing the ferocious pack of blue wolves without fear. Don't be afraid, Tang Xian gently comforted the wounded moon fox lying on the ground. My mom and dad will be here soon. They're powerful 6th-tier beast tamers, you know. The moon fox slowly raised its head, its gaze fixed on the human child before it. Even though it was trembling with fear itself, it still tried to comfort the other child, telling them not to be afraid. However, just as the atmosphere was tense, suddenly, a ferocious blue wolf let out a deafening roar and then pounced on Tang Xian like lightning. In an instant, the sharp fangs bit down hard on his tender arm, and a sharp pain struck him instantly, causing Tang Xian to let out a shrill scream. The intense pain caused Tang Xian to instinctively loosen his grip on the stick. In that instant, several more blue wolves seized the opportunity to pounce forward and began to frantically tear at Tang Xian, who was lying on the ground. Poor little Tang Xian was powerless to fight back and could only let these blue wolves mercilessly tear at his body. Even so, in the face of life and death, he still held the injured moon fox tightly, protecting it firmly with his frail body. Don't be afraid, Mom and Dad will definitely come to save us. Little Tang Xian clenched his teeth and kept muttering to himself. At this moment, drops of bright red blood slid down his body and dripped onto the moon fox. The moon fox slightly raised its head, its gaze fixed on the human child in front of it who was trying its best to protect itself. It was truly incomprehensible to it that such a fragile and insignificant human being possessed such courage, rushing headlong into the wolf pack to protect a monster that had nothing to do with him. The wolves viciously tore at Tang Xian's frail body, each attack bringing excruciating pain that caused him to let out heart-wrenching screams. However, despite the unbearable suffering, he never gave up the fight or retreated. Damn it, I swear I'll never let this blue wolf get away with this. Tang Xian gritted his teeth in anger after witnessing this cruel scene, but he was powerless to do anything about it. He could only watch helplessly, anxious but unable to intervene. The powerful being who will save me should be arriving soon, right? If they don't come soon, I'm really going to be bitten to death by these guys. Tang Xian thought to himself. Just then, with a roar, Tang Xian suddenly unleashed an extremely powerful force. In an instant, this force swept out like a surging torrent, directly sending the pack of attacking wolves flying. Just then, Tang Xian suddenly stood up, his originally clear eyes now flashing with an eerie blue light. In the blink of an eye, he stretched out his right hand and grabbed, and a deep blue giant sword exuding a mysterious aura slashed through the void and came hurtling towards him. Witnessing this scene, Tang Xian couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, the first artifact spirit, the savage wilderness, the beast race's nemesis. Holy crap, I'm actually an artifact master. Deep in Tang Xian's mind, there was no recollection of this weapon. Yet, when he saw young Tang Xian summon the giant sword, he subconsciously called out its name, as if he had already memorized it. A bunch of ignorant beasts, How dare they harm my master? Little Tang Xian roared. However, unlike before, his voice was now deep, resonant, and ethereal. Tang Xian knew in his heart that the spirit of the barbaric artifact had temporarily taken over control of his body. The pack of blue wolves clearly felt the immense pressure emanating from the giant sword and turned to flee. But Tang Xian simply swung his giant sword lightly, and in an instant, countless ice blades swept towards the pack of blue wolves like a torrential rain. Before the wolves could run far, they were mercilessly shredded into bloody, mangled pieces by the incredibly sharp ice blades. The next second, the wilderness that had been faintly glowing in Xiao Tangshuan's hand suddenly vanished without warning. At the same time, with a muffled thud, Xiao Tangxian fell heavily to the ground as if he had lost his support. Chapter 67. Was she forcibly kissed? Seeing this, the moon-treading fox hurriedly stepped forward and gently licked Tang Xian's tender face with its tongue. At this moment, it silently prayed in its heart, "Don't worry, I have condensed all my current cultivation into your body and formed a unique spiritual imprint. With the help of my cultivation power to cleanse your body, I believe your injuries will recover quickly. Not only that, if you are lucky, you may even awaken your beast-taming ability. Of course, the only summonable beast you can summon will be the moon-treading fox." Just then, an anxious cry reached the keen ears of the moon-treading fox. "Son, baby, where are you?" Clearly, someone is searching for Tang Xian. Tai Yuehu glanced once more at the unconscious Tang Xian lying on the ground, thinking to himself, "Don't worry, I will find you no matter where you are. After all, you bear my unique spiritual imprint, and you are a great sword wielder. With these two distinctive features, I will be able to find you easily." Then, despite the pain all over her body, Treading Moon Fox slowly left, dragging her exhausted and wounded body. Witnessing everything that was happening before his eyes, Tang Xian revealed a helpless smile and murmured softly, "I never expected that the strong one would be myself." Ah! Suddenly, Tang Xian was startled by a piercing scream. When he looked closely, he was stunned. The person who had come was none other than his mother. "Son, baby, what's wrong?" Tang's mother cried out as she rushed towards Tang Xian, hugging him tightly in her arms. 5 years ago, rumors spread that a divine beast had appeared on Sakura Island. Tang Xian's parents led a group of elites from their clan to Sakura Island, and then disappeared without a trace. According to the current timeline, 5 years have passed, but for Tang Xian, who has lived through 2 lifetimes, it has been nearly 20 years. Who would have thought that they would meet again today? Unfortunately, what they saw this time was just a replay of the old scene. Tang Xian was unable to communicate or interact with his parents. Just then, the surrounding scenery suddenly changed. Tang Xian looked around and found himself in the Tang family mansion. This child has actually been marked with a spiritual imprint by a demonic beast. The massacre of so many blue wolves must have been the work of one of them on its deathbed. The purpose was obvious: to have its clan avenge them through this spiritual imprint in the future. At this moment, an old man with white hair and a youthful face was telling the story. Looking at Xiao Tangxian again, he was wrapped in bandages all over his body, looking like a giant rice dumpling. "May I ask, senior, is there a way to break this?" a middle-aged man with a solemn expression asked. This man was Tang Xian's father. "If you want to resolve this calamity, you only need to find someone of similar age to your son, and I will be able to transfer this spiritual imprint to him." Upon hearing this, Tang's father looked troubled and hesitated for a moment before replying, "Wouldn't doing this be tantamount to making someone else a scapegoat for my son? With my current 7th level cultivation, it is truly difficult to completely erase this spiritual imprint. If I were to force it, it would likely cause unpredictable harm to your son. Only by transferring it can I ensure your son's safety," the old man explained frankly. Upon hearing this, Tang's father frowned and lowered his head in deep thought. To remove this spiritual imprint, one would need at least the strength of a 9th-tier expert. However, how could the Tang family possibly have connections with 9th-tier powerhouses? After some deliberation, Tang's father nodded slightly, indicating his acceptance of the old man's proposal. That day, a child of similar age to Xiao Tangxian was brought into the Tang family mansion bound hand and foot. "Master, I have found a suitable candidate. Look, this kid is about the same age as the young master, and he has no parents or background. He can be the young master's scapegoat at will." Tang's father nodded slightly, indicating his satisfaction. "Yes, bring the senior over and prepare to transfer the spiritual imprint onto him." "Yes. Dad, this is wrong. It's so unfair to him," Tang Xian said. Mr. Tang frowned and said earnestly, "Child, is there any absolute fairness in this world? You will understand when you grow up. This world is a dog-eat-dog world." And so, the spiritual imprint was successfully transferred into the child's body. Tang Xian stood quietly to the side, silently observing everything that was happening before his eyes. Suddenly, his eyes widened, his face filled with astonishment. Holy crap! It's that bastard Meng Jian. As soon as he finished speaking, a dazzling white light flashed, so intense that Tang Xian couldn't open his eyes. After the light faded, he slowly opened his eyes and was surprised to find himself in reality. He was now immersed in the cold lake water. However, to his astonishment, there was another person in front of him. To his utter astonishment, the man's lips were now pressed tightly against his own. What on earth happened? Could it be that I was forcibly kissed? Is it wrong to be handsome? To be forcibly kissed like that, boys need to protect themselves too. Speaking of this, we have to mention the scene after Su Xian jumped into the underground lake. A few minutes earlier, Su Xian jumped into the underground lake without hesitation. She struggled to dive down and finally managed to grab the unconscious Tang Xian. Then, she used all her strength to shake Tang Xian's body, trying to wake him up, but all of this seemed to be in vain. Seeing that Tang Xian was on the verge of drowning, Su Xian was extremely anxious. She then pressed her lips tightly against his, preparing to pass the oxygen from her mouth to Tang Xian. However, the instant their lips touched, Su Xian's brain seemed to be struck a heavy blow, and she instantly fell into a brief state of unconsciousness. When she regained consciousness, she was surprised to find herself in a desolate ruin. The scene before her left her speechless and incredulous. There was another her kneeling in front of her. The other version of her looked significantly more mature than the current one. Although Su Xian didn't know why, she knew that this was her. At that moment, another woman was seen tightly embracing a man who was on the verge of death and barely breathing, and she was crying her heart out in grief. Su Xian walked forward with a suspicious look, but the result shocked her. The other man she was holding in her arms was actually Tang Xian. However, the Tang Xian before him looked haggard and weathered, a stark contrast to his current appearance, as if he were an aged version of Tang Xian. What on earth is going on? Am I dreaming? How could I be holding Tang Xian and crying so bitterly? What kind of magical scene is this? Hey, who exactly are you people? Why are you playing these tricks on us? Say something. Seeing that the other person didn't respond, she suddenly reached out and pushed forward. Unexpectedly, this slap felt like hitting thin air, with no point of contact whatsoever. Su Xian was sent flying straight forward, passing right through the other person's body without any resistance. Chapter 68 Transactions. Su Xian stared wide-eyed at her hands in disbelief. She couldn't understand how she could so easily pass through the other person's body. Her mind was a complete mess. What on earth is going on? Is it an illusion? Am I under an illusion? Su Xian muttered to herself, her voice filled with confusion. Just as she was lost in thought, a violent cough broke the silence. She discovered that the other version of herself, Tang Xian, was coughing violently, with large amounts of blood gushing from his mouth with each cough. Then, something even more shocking happened. The other woman suddenly raised her hand and, without hesitation, forcefully stabbed Tang Xian in the chest. Su Xian watched helplessly as the hand pierced through Tang Xian's flesh, and Tang Xian's coughing stopped abruptly as his life gradually faded away. Another action of hers completely stunned Su Xian. She stared intently at the cruel scene, an overwhelming sense of horror welling up inside her. Then, the other woman pressed her face against Tang Xian's lifeless face and whispered, "Sleep peacefully now, there is no more pain. If there is an afterlife, I will never mistake you again." Just then, a miracle occurred. Another version of her body radiated a dazzling, holy light, as if an angel had descended to earth. And behind her, 9 magnificent, colorful tails unfurled, like something out of a dream. The light grew stronger and stronger, illuminating the entire space. Su Xian was stunned by the extraordinary sight before her and was momentarily at a loss for words. Su Xian's eyes widened, and she said in astonishment, "Nine-tailed fox, even my father has never reached this level." However, before she could recover from the shock, an even more astonishing scene unfolded. A 10th tail slowly grew out from behind the other version of herself. Su Xian instinctively covered her mouth, the shock in her heart beyond words. It's important to know that within the moon-treading fox clan, each level, from demon servant to demon god, corresponds to the number of tails. Legend has it that if a moon-treading fox can grow a 10th tail, it will truly ascend to godhood. However, growing a 10th tail is no easy feat. The conditions required are extremely stringent. To this day, the 10-tailed fox remains merely a legend. Su Xian never expected that she would witness the birth of the 10 tails in this so-called illusionary realm. Only then did she realize that what was unfolding before her eyes was undoubtedly the most magnificent spectacle she had ever seen in her life. The moment the 10th tail was born, the once dilapidated and desolate ruins instantly became radiant and full of life, as if the whole world had been given new life. The surrounding scenery is like a magnificent and colorful painting, so beautiful that it is intoxicating and makes one feel as if they are in a dream. You've been watching for so long, aren't you going to show yourself? Just then, another version of her suddenly broke the silence and spoke abruptly. Before she could finish speaking, a dazzling light suddenly shone, and then a man exuding a mysterious aura and dressed in magnificent brocade robes appeared before her as if he had descended from the sky. However, faced with this sudden figure, the other woman did not raise her head. Instead, she pressed her face close to Tang Xian's forehead and whispered, "Your most favored successor should be Tang Xian, right?" The man frowned slightly, but still replied, "Unfortunately, he chose to give up himself." The other woman said, "But you never gave up from beginning to end. You repeatedly hindered my ascension to godhood simply because you hoped that he could succeed you as the new generation of deity and inherit your divine authority over time. Since you hold the divine authority over time, you must possess the power to reverse time and reshape history. The time godhood did indeed grant me this ability, but now it belongs to you, and it's time for me to retire." The man's voice was calm as still water, without the slightest ripple. "Are you content with not finding a suitable successor? My 10th tail contains divine power. I am willing to sever one of my tails in exchange for the chance to reunite with him." As she spoke the last few words, her tone became increasingly firm and resolute. "This is cheating, and it completely goes against the principles of the cycle of heaven and earth," the man retorted without holding back. "A being second only to the God King is acting so indecisively. Be straightforward and give me a straight answer. Do you agree or not? Only he is the most ideal and perfect successor in your heart. Are you really going to do this? Once you sever this 10th tail, you will not only lose your divine power, but even if time could be reversed, you would no longer remember what happened." However, the other version of her firmly stated, "Leave my 10th tail with him. She possesses the divine essence of time, and she will not forget anything. She will guide him, and we will soon recognize each other. At that time, I will return to you a perfect successor. You won't lose out in this deal. Make a deal." In an instant, the surrounding environment changed drastically, and time seemed to rush backward like a runaway horse. When Su Xian came to her senses again, she was shocked to find herself in the entrance exam site of the Intermediate Beast-Taming Academy. Meng Jian from Class 1, a second-tier weapon master, wielding the demon-suppressing sword. At this moment, Su Xian's gaze was fixed on another her standing below the stage, looking at Meng Jian with excitement and anticipation. "It's him, there's no mistake, I can clearly sense that my spiritual imprint is on him. The great sword wielder, there's no mistake, I found you." Su Xian shook her head, muttering to herself, "No, this isn't right, it's not him. What's going on? What did I just see? Was it really just a hallucination?" However, before Su Xian could figure out the reason, her mind suddenly went blank, as if an invisible force had forcibly interrupted her thoughts. When Su Xian regained her senses, she was surprised to find herself back in reality. At the same time, the instant she opened her eyes, a face very close to hers appeared before her eyes. It was Tang Xian. Su Xian then realized that she had just jumped into the underground lake to pull Tang Xian out. When she finally found Tang Xian, she discovered that he was already unconscious. She then fed him oxygen from her mouth. When Su Xian saw that Tang Xian had woken up, she pushed him away. Tang Xian looked at Su Xian blankly, subconsciously touched his lips, and then revealed a smug smile. Seeing this, Su Xian couldn't help but frown slightly. She thought to herself, "What's with this guy laughing for no reason? And what about those strange scenes I just witnessed?" Countless questions flooded her mind, leaving Su Xian feeling utterly confused. At this moment, Tang Xian stretched out his hand and pointed upwards, indicating that Su Xian should go up first. Su Xian didn't have time to think too much, she just wanted to get ashore first. Chapter 69 Wilderness Experience Card. Tang Xian and Su Xian emerged from the water and climbed ashore. The scene before them made them realize the gravity of the situation. "Are you kidding me? Are you all in such a sorry state?" Tang Xian said. At this moment, everyone summoned beasts and they themselves were covered in wounds. Chen Guo, in particular, had just shielded Chen Wenyu from Tian Du's fatal blow and was now unconscious. Currently, the only ones capable of contending with the heavenly jealousy are the 4 moon-treading foxes summoned by Su Xian. However, they clearly wouldn't last long. Failure was only a matter of time. Meng Jian actually joined the battle, but he sided with Tian Du. He was wielding the demon-suppressing sword, fiercely clashing with Xiao Tian and the Thunder Fong beast. Tang Xian came to Chen Guo's side, and at this moment, Chen Wenyu was guarding Chen Guo. Tang Xian carefully examined Chen Guo's injuries. They were quite serious, but fortunately, she was still alive. Tang Xian quickly retrieved water from the flowing light pool to treat Chen Guo. What exactly is going on with that grandson of Meng Jian? Tang Xuanjiao asked Chen Wenyu. In reality, Tang Xian's time in the underground lake was extremely short. However, in his mind, this time seemed to be infinitely extended. Nevertheless, only a mere 5 minutes passed in the real world. Tang Xian clearly remembered that Meng Jian was hiding nearby just before he fell into the lake. But now, that bastard had actually gotten involved in the battle and even sided with the enemy. Chen Wenyu said, Meng Jian? You mean that weapon master? Perhaps he thinks we have no chance of winning and are destined to fail, so he chose to take sides at this crucial moment, hoping that in the end, fate will spare his life. Tang Xian smiled slightly and replied, that is indeed very much in line with that grandson's style of doing things. In his previous life, he had acted in the same way when faced with an invasion from the western continent, so Tang Xian was already used to this situation. Meng Jian, you are really disappointing. At this moment, Su Xian bluntly expressed her dissatisfaction with Meng Jian. Upon hearing this, Meng Jian dodged the attack from Xiao Tian and the Thunder Fong beast in a flash, while coldly snorting, "Humph, what difference does it make whether I'm disappointed or not? I only want to live, I don't want to die with you lunatics. There's clearly no chance of winning, yet you insist on throwing your lives away. By the way, didn't he say he wanted you to be his woman? If you agree, and then beg him to spare our lives, there might still be a chance." Shut up! Su Xian shouted angrily, "You're disgusting. Do you still have time to chat?" As the two were talking, Tian Du suddenly appeared in front of Su Xian and slammed his palm down on her. Su Xian was shocked. Tian Du's speed was as fast as lightning, and in her current state, it was impossible for her to dodge. Boom! With a loud bang, shards of ice flew everywhere in an instant. Su Xian stared intently, and saw Tang Xian step forward once again, standing between her and Tian Du. This time, Tang Xian unleashed the power of ice crystal feathers, using the power of ice explosions to counter Tian Du's fierce attack. However, such an ice explosion was utterly insignificant to Tian Du. With a mere flick of Tian Du's enormous claw, the ice explosion shattered instantly into countless tiny ice shards. Seeing Tian Du launch another attack, lunging straight at Tang Xian, Su Xian's moon-treading fox stepped forward at the critical moment, blocking Tian Du's path. At the same time, Su Xian swiftly grabbed Tang Xian and forcefully pulled him behind her. I told you long ago, we are no match for this thing. I can only hold it off for a while at most. Take this opportunity to escape with your wings. In the current situation, only you have the ability to run away. As Su Xian spoke, his gaze lingered on Chen Guo beside him. He himself could have escaped this place using the thunder wings, but unfortunately, he had been seriously injured and fell into a coma while rescuing Chen Wenyu, and now he had lost any chance of escaping. Upon hearing this, Tang Xian sneered and said, I'm not like that grandson Meng Jian. Trying to run? Ha ha, none of you will escape. You'll all die. Tian Du laughed arrogantly. Li, Xing, Lun, me, go. Su Xian gritted her teeth and used all her strength to control the 4 moon-treading foxes, launching a fierce attack on Tian Du together. By burning your life force to forcibly summon the 4th tail, you are undoubtedly at your last gasp. With a furious roar from Tian Du, countless sharp and pointed earth spikes sprouted wildly from the ground like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, instantly piercing through the tough bodies of the 4 moon-treading foxes. With a hiss, Su Xian spat out a mouthful of bright red blood, her delicate body swaying uncontrollably until she finally collapsed to her knees, unable to support herself any longer. Are you all right? Tang Xian was extremely anxious upon seeing this and quickly stepped forward to help Su Xian up. Su Xian shook her head gently and said weakly, I'm fine, but I've exhausted all my strength and have little chance of fighting back. The difference in strength between us and him is too great, and I'm afraid we've been forced into a desperate situation. At this moment, Tang Xian looked around and saw that everyone was already covered in wounds and unable to fight anymore. Chen Wenyu stood guard beside Chen Guo, her face full of worry. Zhang Jin slumped to the ground, while the 6th-level expert from the Zhang family was also seriously injured, covered in blood. The summoned beasts of the group were utterly exhausted, with almost no strength left to fight. After all, the difference in strength between the two sides was so vast that bridging a gap of several levels was no easy feat. Boy, now you're the only one still standing, but I can give you a chance to live. Those who kneel will live, Tiandu said smugly. Tang Xian sneered and said arrogantly, kneeling is the only way to survive? You're really delusional. I kneel to heaven, to earth, to my parents, but not to something like you. Before he could finish speaking, a fierce glint flashed in Tiandu's eyes, and he rushed towards Tang Xian like lightning. In an instant, a deafening roar was heard, and the entire scene was immediately enveloped in billowing smoke and dust. Ha ha ha, this blow is enough to turn this arrogant brat into a pile of minced meat. You all pinned your hopes on him, and now that he's dead, you should all feel despair, right? Ha 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 ha. Tiandu laughed triumphantly. At this moment, Xiao Tian, who was fighting Meng Jian, let out a roar and prepared to pounce on Tiandu. Xiao Tian, don't be impulsive. Tang Xian's voice came clearly from the smoke and dust. What? He's still alive? Tiandu stared in astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief. As the smoke and dust gradually dissipated, everyone finally saw what was inside. Tang Xian was holding a large sword, and his eyes were gleaming with a faint blue light. So that's it. The power that Huan wanted me to unleash was this. The first artifact spirit, wilderness, the nemesis of beastmen. Little wolf cub, let's have some fun now. Tang Xian's tone was full of confidence and provocation. Chapter 70 Savage Power. Tiandu stared wide-eyed at Tang Xian in disbelief. He had already killed countless ordinary human teenagers like this. Tiandu had a peculiar fetish. He enjoyed eating people, but he had extremely high standards for human flesh, only targeting those under the age of 20. In his eyes, the flesh of young people was more tender and delicious. So, he's killed hundreds, if not thousands, of these teenagers. None of them could last 5 minutes against him. Today, when he discovered that a group of humans dared to trespass on this place, he couldn't help but feel secretly pleased, since these people just happened to meet his dining criteria. In his eyes, dealing with this group of overconfident guys wouldn't take much time at all, at most 5 minutes. But at this very moment, for the first time in his life, Tiandu felt an unprecedented threat from a human boy. Especially when he looked at the giant sword in Tang Xian's hand that exuded a chilling aura, a strange sense of fear welled up deep in his heart. It's a joke that a mere third-tier cultivator could instill fear in someone as powerful as a demon emperor. This greatsword, how is this possible? Su Xian stared wide-eyed at the wilderness sword in Tang Xian's hand, her face filled with astonishment and shock. Years ago, she was seriously injured and on the verge of death when she was rescued. She could no longer remember what kind of greatsword the little boy who saved her had used. She vaguely recalled that it seemed to be a giant sword with extreme icy power, containing a terrifying force that inspired awe. And that feeling was exactly the same as the feeling she had now when she saw the greatsword in Tang Xian's hand. What exactly is going on? Why did Tang Xian become a weapon master? And what about those scenes I saw underwater earlier? Countless questions flooded Su Xian's mind as she pondered to herself. You little bastard, so what if you're a weapon master? The difference in strength between us is obvious. I'd like to see what you're capable of to defeat me by crossing several levels. Tiandu roared angrily, then launched a fierce attack, rushing straight towards Tang Xian. Facing the overwhelming heavenly jealousy, Tang Xian gripped the wilderness tightly, his eyes as cold as frost, staring intently at the heavenly jealousy that was rushing towards him. Come on! With a roar, Tang Xian changed his hand gesture, gripping the hilt of the sword tightly with both palms, and swung it forward with fierce force. In an instant, an extremely cold current gushed out from where Tang Xian was, and spread forward in a fan shape at an astonishing speed. Wherever this cold front passed, the surrounding space seemed to freeze rapidly, forming a thick layer of ice. At the same time, the cold current also carried countless sharp ice blades, which were densely intertwined, like a giant meat grinder, emitting a chilling aura, as if it would tear everything in front of it into powder. The breathtaking scene before him filled Tiandu with fear, and he dared not advance rashly any further. He stopped in a panic and was about to turn around and run away when he found that the surging cold current and the extremely sharp ice blades were sweeping towards him like a tidal wave. In an instant, countless ice blades rained down on Tiandu's body, leaving deep, gruesome wounds that revealed the bone. Tiandu couldn't help but let out a shrill scream that echoed throughout the cave. As the nemesis of the beastmen, the wildlands possess unparalleled power. Especially when facing the beastmen, its destructive force is exceptionally terrifying. However, the power of the wilderness is also closely related to the strength of the weapon master. Unfortunately, Tang Xian is only at the 3rd level at this moment, so being able to injure Tiandu to this extent is already the limit. If Tang Xian truly possessed 5th-tier strength, then a single sword strike would cripple even the most cunning and ruthless person like Tiandu, leaving them severely injured. Unfortunately, as the saying goes, the difference in strength between the two sides is obvious. However, despite this earth-shattering blow still terrified Tian, and he no longer dared to be as arrogant and unrestrained as before. The original attribute of the wilderness was ice, but it actually possesses a magical ability to be assimilated by other attributes. Whenever a weapon master gains a new attribute, the corresponding attribute will also be unlocked in the wilderness. Taking the contract between Tang Xian and Xiao Tian as an example, even though Xiao Tian is not Tang Xian's natal summoned beast, as long as this contract exists, the wilderness can be affected by Xiao Tian's fire attribute, thus causing changes. Tang Xian gently swung the wilderness sword in his hand, and in an instant, the originally elegant blue blade suddenly turned into a bright and fiery crimson color, emitting waves of scorching heat. In the blink of an eye, the frozen areas around them began to melt and thaw. "Little wolf cub, come at me again if you dare!" Tang Xian shouted, leaping into the air, gripping the hilt of the savage sword tightly with both hands, raising it high above his head, and then slashing down fiercely at Tian with all his might. The moment Tang Xian swung his savage blade down, raging flames swept across the entire blade like a raging torrent. The next moment, the raging flames coalesced into a gigantic tiger that was enormous, incredibly powerful, and majestic. This fierce tiger, engulfed in blazing flames, seemed to burst forth from the depths of hell, roaring deafeningly as it pounced towards Tian like a raging storm. In an instant, Tian was completely devoured by the ferocious fiery tiger. Tang Xian understood that although this attack seemed spectacular, it could actually cause very limited damage to Tian. After all, the gap in strength between himself and Tian was too great. Even the wilderness, which was known as the nemesis of the beast race, could not bridge such a huge gap. After making 2 consecutive moves, Tang Xian's spiritual energy was completely exhausted, leaving him with almost no strength to unleash a third move. However, knowing that this action posed little threat to Tian, Tang Xian still chose to do it without hesitation, and his intention was very clear: to intimidate Tian. For many years, Tian has been jointly wanted by the Human Alliance and the Demon Alliance, living a life of hiding in constant fear. Over time, he has developed a cautious and highly vigilant personality. Therefore, if he senses even the slightest hint of danger, he is very likely to choose to avoid its sharp edge rather than confront it head-on. After the flames died down, it could be seen that although Tian had some burn marks on his body, his injuries were not very serious. Even so, his gaze toward Tang Xian was completely different, now tinged with apprehension and fear. It's truly ridiculous and laughable that a powerful demon beast at the level of a demon emperor would show such fear when facing a mere human boy with only a 3rd-tier cultivation level. "Little wolf cub, can you still hold on?" Tang Xian asked with a smile. At this very moment, the attributes of the savage sword changed once again, and this time, it was Tang Xian's own poison attribute that assimilated the savage sword. Strictly speaking, it should be called witchcraft. In an instant, the blade of the savage sword was tightly wrapped in a layer of extremely strange gray-green viscous liquid, as if it were being eroded and devoured by some evil force. Chapter 71: Mythical Beast Appears. There was a reason why Tang Xian ultimately chose shamanism to assimilate the barbaric lands. He has now exhausted his spiritual energy and is unable to unleash 2 more sword strikes like before. If Tian still refuses to back down and insists on fighting, then Tang Xian will have no other choice but to rely on his remaining strength to fight to the death. In battle, if the witch on the sword can touch the opponent's wound, it is highly likely that the enemy will be infected. Therefore, Tang Xian's final plan to use witchcraft to assimilate the barbaric lands was also his last desperate attempt. At this moment, Tang Xian shouted at Tian with a hint of provocation, "Little wolf cub, what's wrong? Are you scared?" Tian's eyes quickly scanned the surroundings. Seeing that Tang Xian could actually intimidate Tian, everyone rushed to Tang Xian's back, with Chen Wenyu dragging the unconscious Chen Guo along. At this moment, only Meng Jian was not behind Tang Xian. Tian saw no opportunity to attack anyone else. The only one who had a chance was Meng Jian. It secretly planned that even if it had to escape, it must not leave empty-handed. Although he couldn't get anywhere with others, he had a chance with Meng Jian, who was not far away. Just then, without warning, Tian suddenly turned its head and faced Meng Jian directly. Seeing this, Meng Jian knew immediately that something was wrong without even thinking, and hurriedly shouted in a trembling voice, What exactly do you want to do? Don't come any closer." Immediately afterward, Meng Jian turned his pleading gaze to Tang Xian and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Tang Xian, please save me. We're classmates, how can you just stand by and watch me get killed by this guy? Have you really forgotten what happened when we were kids? Back then, you were unfortunately left with a mental mark by a demon beast, and your Tang family transferred that mental mark to me to protect you, making me your scapegoat. If you abandon me today, wouldn't that be ungrateful and against all reason? Upon hearing Meng Jian's words, Tang Xian's brows furrowed slightly, a hint of surprise in his eyes. He hadn't expected that Meng Jian would still remember everything that had happened back then so clearly. Actually, thinking about it carefully, it made sense. After all, he had been forcibly taken to the Tang family and forced to undergo a mental imprint transfer, so how could he easily forget that past? However, at this moment, Su Xian, who was standing to the side, was filled with astonishment after hearing Meng Jian's words. She stared at Tang Xian with wide eyes in disbelief. Her lips were slightly parted, and after hesitating for a moment, she finally asked, "What did he mean by what he just said?" "Well. Roar." Just then, before Tang Xian could even speak, Tiandu suddenly roared and pounced on Meng Jian. Tiandu was incredibly fast. Meng Jian had no time to dodge and was bitten and swallowed whole without any effort. Witnessing this terrifying scene, Chen Wenyu and Zhang Jun were terrified and couldn't help but scream. After swallowing Meng Jian, Tiandu turned to look at Tang Xian, his eyes flashing with a fierce light, and said viciously, "Kid, I'm unlucky today, I've fallen into your hands. But remember this, when I become a demon emperor, I will definitely come back to take my revenge." After uttering these harsh words, Tiandu turned and ran away without looking back, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Seeing Tianju depart, Tang Xian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully he had successfully intimidated it. At that moment, the wilderness he had been tightly holding also vanished. As expected, it was just a wilderness experience card. Tang Xian is not yet able to fully control the wilderness. Perhaps only when facing such a critical moment of life and death can he break through his own limits and temporarily obtain the wilderness experience card. "Hey, what did he mean just now?" Just as Tang Xian relaxed a little, Su Xian asked him angrily, "How can I not be angry that my spiritual imprint was transferred by them?" Why are you suddenly so angry?" "Actually, this is what happened. When I was 7 or 8 years old, I went into the mountains with my parents and accidentally got separated from them. At that time, I happened to see a pack of blue wolves attacking a moon fox. I didn't think too much and rushed in, just like today. In the critical moment, I drew out the power of the savage. With the power of the savage, I killed the pack of blue wolves. Before leaving, the moon-treading fox left a mental mark on me. My parents thought it was left by the blue wolf to make their clan take revenge on me later, so they transferred the mark to another person. And that person was that grandson Meng Jian. This was not my original intention. Our Tang family does owe him something for this matter. But then again, that bastard wasn't any better, and he deserved to die this time." As Tang Xian spoke, he noticed that Su Xian was staring at him, her lips trembling slightly. "It's you, it's actually you," Su Xian murmured softly. At the same time, Su Xian pondered to herself, "It was him. The person I've been searching for all along is him. Could it be that what I witnessed in the water was actually what happened? If so, it means everything has been repeated. What did I do to him before that led to such an outcome?" For a moment, Su Xian was a little scared. She was afraid that once she touched on the truth behind the incident and learned what she had done and what had caused such a result, she would not be able to forgive herself. "Hey, what's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that all of a sudden?" Tang Xian noticed that Su Xian's expression was strange and couldn't help but ask curiously. They're here." Tang Xian's gaze suddenly turned to a huge rock in front of him. Su Xian was taken aback, her gaze following the rock as she looked at it, her brows furrowing tightly. "What happened?" Chen Wenyu asked immediately upon seeing this. Su Xian replied, "As I mentioned before, there's another divine beast here. We could sense its presence the whole time, but it was hiding and wouldn't come out. Now, it has finally revealed itself." "What? There really are mythical beasts?" Chen Wenyu was so surprised she couldn't close her mouth. Tang Xian said in a low voice, "This may not be a good thing. If it is a ferocious creature like Tiandu, we may be in a lot of trouble in our current state." As they spoke, Tang Xian and Su Xian carefully moved slowly toward the rock, because the aura of the divine beast was coming from behind it. Meanwhile, fate was cruel to one side. Tiandu ran with all his might, and after successfully escaping the cave, he plunged into the dense jungle. However, at that moment, Tiandu suddenly collapsed to the ground without warning, his body convulsing violently. The next second, a muffled thud was heard, and a huge sword pierced through Tiandu's abdomen. Immediately afterwards, a hand reached out and forcefully pried open Tiandu's body. Then, Meng Jian actually crawled out of Tiandu's abdomen. However, at this moment, Meng Jian's appearance became extremely strange, sending chills down one's spine. He Meng Jian let out a chilling, eerie laugh that echoed in the air, seemingly carrying endless evil and madness. He gritted his teeth and said, "I almost got killed by you beasts, but I have to thank you for letting me discover the new ability of the demon-suppressing sword. It can actually devour demonic power and convert it into my power, At this point, Meng Jian revealed a ferocious and terrifying smile, his eyes flashing with an eerie light, revealing an uncontrollable madness and greed. Then, his face began to change dramatically. Thick gray wolf fur gradually grew on his originally smooth skin, covering his cheeks and forehead. Tang Xian, just you wait. The next time we meet, I will tear you to pieces and settle all our old and new scores. Ha. That maniacal laughter echoed through the forest, sending chills down everyone's spines. Chapter 72 The Queen of the Night. Tang Xian and Su Xian cautiously approached the rock, each step taken with extreme care. When they were just a few steps from the rocks, they exchanged a glance and nodded slightly to indicate that everything was ready. Then, the two of them, in perfect unison, slowly circled around to the back of the rock from both sides. They were tense, ready to fight in the face of potential danger. The others stayed far away. The battle with Tian Du had left them all with psychological trauma. However, just as Tang Xian and Su Xian were about to reach the back of the rock, a dark figure leaped onto the top of the rock. Everyone stared in astonishment. It was an egg about 40 centimeters long. An egg? Everyone was taken aback. Upon seeing this, Chen Wenyu and the others quickly went forward to check on the situation. They had expected to encounter some ferocious beast, but what appeared before them was just a seemingly ordinary egg. Perhaps because of this, everyone's tense nerves relaxed a little, and they felt that there was no danger for the time being. Tang Xian stared at the mysterious egg. He noticed a ring of fine cracks around the surface of the shell, which meant that the creature inside had already hatched. Filled with curiosity, Tang Xian used the ability of his left eye. Surprisingly, he was able to see some information about the egg through his left eye. Name: Crystal Pteranodon Eggshell. Attributes: Earth, Ice. Quality: Divine Weapon. Skills: Hardening, Natural Element Absorption, Physical Reflection. Tang Xian was quite surprised after seeing the egg's properties. He stared wide-eyed at the egg in front of him in disbelief. This egg is of divine quality, meaning it is not considered a demonic beast, but rather a piece of equipment. Tang Xian was not entirely ignorant about the existence of the crystal wyvern. According to legend, they are among the oldest and most mysterious dragons, and their eggshells possess properties comparable to divine weapons. Looking at these three skills alone, hardening provides significant physical damage reduction, natural element absorption weakens damage from elemental skills, and the last one, physical reflection, literally means reflecting a certain amount of physical damage. This thing is practically harder than a tortoise shell. Just as Tang Xian was deep in thought, Su Xian suddenly spoke up, "This should be a crystal wyvern egg." Could it be that the divine beast hidden inside is a crystal wyvern? Tang Xian shook his head and retorted, "It's unlikely. An oviparous demon beast could never leave such a large pool of divine source saliva outside." As he spoke, Tang Xian couldn't resist reaching out and gently tapping the surface of the eggshell. Just then, a tiny crack slowly appeared along the fissure at the top of the eggshell. Looking through this narrow gap, it was pitch black inside, like an endless abyss. But in that darkness, a pair of exceptionally bright eyes were watching Tang Xian and his group with great curiosity. "What is this thing?" Tang Xian asked in surprise. However, this mysterious creature hid inside the eggshell, with only its eyes showing, preventing Tang Xian from using the power of his left eye to investigate its true identity. At this moment, Tang Xian immediately reached out and tried to lift the eggshell to find out what was inside. Tang Xian wasn't worried about harming the creature inside, because it was obvious that the creature had already hatched normally and was just deliberately hiding inside the eggshell and refusing to come out. However, no matter how hard Tang Xian tried, the seemingly fragile eggshell remained completely still. He increased the pressure on his hands, even using all his strength, but it was still to no avail. However, at that moment, a crisp click sound was heard, and the eggshell, which had been slightly cracked, suddenly and quickly closed up without warning. Poor Tang Xian was completely focused on breaking open the eggshell when, unexpectedly, his fingers got stuck inside. A sharp pain shot through him, and Tang Xian couldn't help but scream in agony. Su Xian, who was standing to the side, couldn't help but burst out laughing when she saw this. "Hey! You're still laughing? Ouch! Oh no, it seems to be biting me. Ouch, it hurts so much." Tang Xian wailed in pain as he tried to break free. Now, not only are his fingers tightly clamped and unable to move, but something inside is biting his hand and sucking his blood. Tang Xian suddenly flung his hand away, finally managing to pull it free. Looking down, I saw two small, round wounds on my thumb, which looked like they had been bitten by two sharp teeth. Just then, the eggshell opened a crack again, and the bright, large eyes peered out with renewed curiosity. Nevertheless, the little creature remained firmly hidden inside its shell, refusing to come out even a step. Moreover, if anyone touches it, it will quickly close its shell and make a show of being determined not to come out. After all, it is a divine weapon-level piece of equipment, which not only has powerful physical damage reduction and elemental damage reduction capabilities, but can even reflect physical damage. In other words, it is almost impossible for them to break through this eggshell by force, given their current strength. How about we try luring it out with food? Chen Wenyu suggested. Tang Xian took out a piece of dry food from his spatial bag and carefully placed it in front of the eggshell. Just then, a fair and chubby little hand suddenly emerged from the crack in the eggshell. This hand is no different from a human's, but it looks exceptionally round and cute. The little hand quickly grabbed the dry food and then retracted into the shell, and then the gap in the eggshell closed up again. At this moment, the sound of chewing dry food could be clearly heard coming from inside the eggshell. But to everyone's surprise, just a few seconds later, the eggshell cracked open again. With a poof, the bits of dried food sprayed out and landed all over Tang Xian's face. "Damn it, if you don't want to eat, then don't eat, but you threw it all over my face," Tang Xian complained as he wiped the bits of dry food off his face. Just as everyone was stunned, Su Xian decisively reached her hand into the crack of the eggshell. In an instant, her brow furrowed slightly. Tang Xian knew that Su Xian had also been bitten. A moment later, Su Xian slowly withdrew her hand, staring at the clearly visible teeth marks on her fingertips, and said, "These bite marks belong to the Demon King Shadow Bat." However, we could just see that she already possessed human form. For a cub so young to already have human form, this must mean that the Demon King Shadow Bat successfully evolved into a divine beast, the Night Queen, after devouring the source of life. In other words, she is the Night Queen's cub, and she successfully inherited her mother's divine beast bloodline. Bats are mammals, so the presence of divine essence saliva here fits the criteria. But the question is, why is the Dark Queen's cub here alone? Or rather, why is she here with Tiandu? Also, what is the deal with this crystal pterosaur eggshell? Tang Xian asked. Let us lure her out first, gain her trust, and then have a good talk with her. As far as I know, the Night Queen prefers blood, nectar, and berries. Do you have any nectar or berries? If not, let us use some blood, Su Xian suggested. You make it sound so easy, just bleed a little. Tang Xian muttered helplessly. Chapter 73 The First Divine Beast. Tang Xian took out some berries from his spatial bag and deliberately placed them a little distance away from the egg so that she would come out and get them herself. Those bright, star-like eyes stared intently at the berry through the tiny crack in the eggshell, but did not emerge. Tang Xian pondered to himself, can't these berries even get her out? After some observation, he concluded that berries alone did not seem to be enough to win over the little guy. Left with no other choice, Tang Xian steeled his heart and finally decided to bleed a little. He quickly took out a container and, without hesitation, used a dagger to cut a gash in his palm. Bright red blood slowly flowed out and dripped into the container. In no time, a small cup of blood was collected. The little guy became visibly excited upon seeing the blood in berries. After a brief struggle and hesitation, the little guy finally couldn't suppress his inner desire and jumped out of the hard eggshell. Just then, Tang Xian finally saw her true face. The little dark queen in front of me was petite and delicate, only about 35 centimeters tall, like an adorable porcelain doll. Her skin was as white as snow, delicate and fair, and her chubby little face was endearing. Apart from being slightly smaller, having pointed ears, and having a pair of small bat wings on its back, it is otherwise no different from an ordinary human child. At this moment, she was barefoot, wearing only a small red undergarment. In the blink of an eye, she teleported like a ghost to the pile of berries and blood. Immediately afterwards, she stretched out her arms and hugged the berry in front of her tightly. For the petite little Night Queen, the berry was almost the size of her face. After picking up the berries, she opened her little mouth and took a big bite. With a crisp crunch sound, she chewed with relish, occasionally taking a few sips of the blood from the cup beside her face full of satisfaction and ecstasy. At this moment, Tang Xian also took the opportunity to check the little Dark Night Queen's attributes with his left eye. Name, Queen of the Night. Race, Demon. Attributes, Dark, Space. Growth, Cub Stage. Quality, Mythical Beast. Rank, Demon Servant. Skills, Spatial Flash, Sonic Wave, Shadow Strike, Lifesteal. After that, there was only one path for her evolution. Since it's already a legendary Pokemon, it's arguably the ceiling of the evolutionary chain. Under normal circumstances, it's impossible for it to evolve further. However, through his left eye, Tang Xian could clearly see that she had another evolutionary path. Queen of the Night Shadow Blood God passed the test of the Blood God's inheritance. If she passes the Blood God's test, she will transcend the concept of beast and become a true god. This evolutionary path is something that only divine beast level summoned beasts or monsters can possess. At this moment, the little Night Queen was contentedly savoring the delicious berries and sucking blood. Tang Xian walked over and sat down beside her, saying softly, "Little one, let's talk." The little Dark Queen stared intently at Tang Xian with her large, watery eyes. She was clearly no longer as hostile to the human who had given her food as she had been at the beginning. Then, she opened her little mouth and made a series of ee sounds. Clearly, she has not yet mastered the ability to speak. However, this was not a big problem, because the illusion had previously granted Tang Xian the ability to communicate with summoned beasts. Therefore, even though the little Dark Queen cannot speak, Tang Xian can still communicate with her smoothly. Thus, the two sides began a dialogue in a way that was difficult for outsiders to understand. Of course, the outsiders referred to here are Chen Wenyu and the others, who were completely unaware of this mysterious form of communication, but Su Xian was not included. At this moment, Su Xian was filled with surprise, never expecting that Tang Xian could communicate with summoned beasts. Through his conversation with the little Dark Queen, Tang Xian gradually learned the ins and outs of the matter. It turns out that this cave was originally the temporary territory of the Night Queen. Here, she gave birth to the little Dark Queen. After the little Dark Queen grew up for a while and gained some understanding of the world, the Dark Queen left behind the crystal wyvern's eggshell and a lot of food before leaving, never to return. The little Dark Queen didn't understand why this was happening. All she knew was that she had been abandoned. Not long after, Tiandu sensed the aura of a divine beast and came to investigate. He discovered that it was just a cub of a divine beast, and out of greed, he took over the place and ate all the food. He also wanted to devour the little Dark Night Queen as well, and by consuming a divine beast, it was highly likely to evolve into a spirit beast, or even break through to the level of a demon emperor. However, he couldn't break through the crystal wyvern's eggshell. No matter how he attacked, it was useless. This also shows that the crystal wyvern's eggshell is hard enough that even attacks from a demon emperor level cannot break it. However, he knew very well that he only needed to keep watch. After all, once the food ran out, she would eventually come out because she was starving, and then he could easily devour her. Just as the little Dark Queen was starving and on the verge of collapse, Tang Xian and his group arrived. What happened next is self-evident. Although she abandoned her daughter, she made meticulous preparations, not only providing her with an indestructible eggshell to protect her, but also preparing ample food. There must have been unspeakable hardships and helplessness behind this. "Hey! Come with me, I promise you won't go hungry anymore," Tang Xian said softly. Upon hearing this, the little Night Queen's eyes immediately shone brightly. Having endured the strife with heavenly jealousy for some time, she was terrified of hunger. Now, hearing that she could fill her stomach, the temptation was irresistible, and she nodded in agreement without hesitation. Witnessing this scene, Chen Wenyu was astonished and could hardly believe what she was seeing. Good heavens! This is a legendary mythical beast. How could it be tamed so easily? With just a few berries and a few drops of blood? That's absurd. Is he the chosen one? Young miss, should we try to snatch it? That's a divine beast that's extremely rare. At this moment, the 6th level expert from the Zhang family lowered his voice and asked Zhang Jin for instructions. Clearly, he was envious too. Owning a divine beast and waiting for it to come of age would be enough to make its tamer a powerful ruler. Zhang Jin said, "Make a move? He has the strength to repel Tiandu, do you? Can you even snatch it?" Zhang Jin's words left this guy speechless for a moment. After eating and drinking her fill, the little Dark Queen retreated back into her egg, closed the shell, and soon began to snore. This is typical of cubs, eat and sleep, which helps them grow. After the recent battle with Tiandu, Tang Xian was quite exhausted. Furthermore, since it was a divine beast, the contract couldn't afford any mistakes. Therefore, Tang Xian decided to take it back first and complete the contract process after he recovered. Tang Xian held the egg and said, "Since you like hiding in an egg so much, I'll call you Egg Boy from now on." Your naming skills are terrible. Su Xian was speechless. Tang Xian laughed and said, Egg Boy has the ability to fly, Xiao Tian is the king of the land, and if we add an ocean-summoned beast, then I will be the commander-in-chief of the sea, land, and air forces. Leave this cub of the Night Queen behind, and you may take everything else from this secret realm. However, at that moment, a discordant voice appeared, interrupting Tang Xian, who was in the midst of his excitement after acquiring the divine beast. Chapter 74 8th Tier Powerhouse. Upon hearing the sound, everyone turned to look at the source of the noise, and then a deafening roar came, instantly shattering the rocks that had blocked the entrance. Just then, 3 figures slowly entered everyone's line of sight. 2 of them were Protector Mu and Shuri Yunqi from the Beast King sect. However, it was another person who caught everyone's attention, an elderly man with white hair and a youthful face. The moment he appeared, he exuded a suffocating aura of pressure just by standing there. One could feel endless pressure. Upon seeing this person, Chen Wenyu was the first to question him, Why are you here? How is your 5th elder? Who is he? Tang Xian asked in confusion. Chen Wenyu replied with a solemn expression, Sure Chenshan is the guardian elder of the Beast King sect. At the same time, he is also the uncle of the current sect leader of the Beast King sect, and his strength has surpassed that of the current sect leader, already reaching the 8th level. It should be understood that the difference between the 8th and 7th tiers is like the difference between clouds and mud, and they are simply incomparable. The transition from 7th to 8th tier is not merely a numerical advancement, but a qualitative leap. When you break through to the 8th rank, a brand new power will be unlocked: fusion with summoned beasts or artifact spirits. This fusion is not a simple addition. The resulting increase in strength far exceeds the simple equation of 1 + 1 = 2. Conservatively estimated, after the fusion is completed, one's strength could easily double or triple. Just then, Sure Chenshan chuckled and said, Don't worry, I didn't hurt him at all. I just let him take a nap. The Beast King sect has no intention of being hostile to the Chen family at the moment. I apologize to you for Mutai's previous actions, Miss Chen. After speaking, Sure Chenshan nodded slightly to express his apology. Compared to Mutai's recklessness and lack of common sense, Sure Chenshan was more cautious and thoughtful in his actions. If Chen Wenyu were killed here, would you really think that everything would be airtight? You should know that if this matter were to reach the ears of her master, Yu Qingxue, it would be a major problem for the Beast King sect, if not a disaster. Then Sure Chenshan looked at Tang Xian and said with a smile, Young man, I've heard what happened from Mutai. To possess such strength at such a young age is truly admirable. No wonder you're the disciple of the Poison Fairy. I have the utmost respect for the Poison Fairy. Back when I was young, I was fortunate enough to meet her a few times. It's a pity she chose to go into seclusion later, but to be able to meet her successor here today makes me very happy. At your age, to be able to defeat a demon emperor-level beast head-on is a talent and potential that is truly rare. You will surely achieve extraordinary and limitless things in the future. Upon hearing this, Tang Xian's heart tightened, and he secretly clenched his fist. It turns out that these people had been hiding in the passage, eavesdropping on what was happening inside, and may even have been peeping through the cracks in the rocks to see what was going on. After all, that huge rock was smashed down by the heavens, so it might not have been able to completely block the entire passage. It's normal to see what's happening inside through those gaps. And they didn't make a move from beginning to end. You should know that an 8th level expert can at least fight Tian due to a draw, not to mention the assistance of a 7th level expert like Protector Mu. However, they remained inactive, which made sense upon closer examination, since everyone was acting in their own self-interest. Therefore, Tang Xian did not have much to complain about their inaction. However, at this moment, the other party is trying to steal Egg Boy, which Tang Xian absolutely cannot allow. Tang Xian said, It was just good luck. Sure Chenshan chuckled and replied, Since the Beast King sect has come to this secret realm, they can't let us leave empty-handed. As I just said, you can take any items from the secret realm, but this Dark Knight Queen cub must stay. Tang Xian then replied, I'm truly sorry, but it has already recognized me as its master. Sure Chenshan smiled again after hearing this, and then said, It's not a true recognition of mastery until a contract is signed. Besides, even if a contract is signed, what then? Once the beast tamer dies and his soul dissipates, the contract will naturally collapse as well. As soon as he finished speaking, Sure Chenshan's smiling face suddenly turned icy cold. Then, in the next instant, an overwhelming and suffocating pressure swept towards everyone like a tidal wave. Under this terrifying pressure, the first to succumb and kneel on the ground was Zhang Jin, the weakest among them. Following that, apart from Chen Gua, who was still unconscious and had not yet woken up, the rest of them were doing their best to hold the situation together. Tang Xian clenched his teeth, his face contorted in pain, feeling as if every bone in his body was about to fall apart. It was just a mere pressure from the other party, yet it was so unbearable for me. It seems I must seize the time to quickly improve my own strength. After all, this life is different from the last. In his memory, Tang Xian was very ordinary in his previous life. The journey was uneventful, without many ups and downs, and naturally, no powerful enemies were made. However, having been reborn and returned, having chosen a completely different path, he will inevitably encounter more unexpected difficulties and obstacles in the future. Therefore, it is essential to continuously enhance one's own strength so as to be able to calmly deal with powerful and terrifying enemies like those we face today. Even if we disregard the possibility that it wasn't for dealing with a powerful enemy, the mere fact that the Western continent would invade 3 years from now was enough for Tang Xian to make corresponding preparations in advance. Li, Xing, Lan. Su Xian shouted at that moment. In an instant, 3 moon-treading foxes appeared, their sharp claws outstretched, and pounced on Shi Qinshan like lightning. Little girl, if I were you, I would never use my abilities too much in front of an 8th level expert. Otherwise, it would be difficult to hide my true identity. Shi Qinshan said with a slight smirk. However, Su Xian ignored what Shi Qinshan said, focusing all her attention on manipulating the 3 moon-treading foxes and launching continuous attacks. Faced with the 3 menacing moon-treading foxes, Shi Qinshan had no choice but to temporarily suppress his powerful aura and focus his attention on the 3 moon-treading foxes. At this moment, Tang Xian anxiously shouted, "Hey, you're already injured, and you've overexerted yourself. If you keep pushing yourself like this, your body definitely won't be able to take it. Stop talking nonsense." Su Xian replied without turning her head. "I'll hold him off. You take the opportunity to escape with the Dark Queen's cub. Obtaining a divine beast is extremely important to you right now. So, sometimes you have to know how to make choices and even sacrifices. If anyone should be sacrificed, it shouldn't be you." Tang Xian's heart trembled upon hearing this, and he shouted loudly. Before he finished speaking, he resolutely threw himself into the fierce battle. Ha ha ha! A burst of wild laughter rang out. Shi Qinshan's eyes flashed with a fierce light as he sneered, "This is all your own fault. You offended the poison fairy for a divine beast. It's not a loss." Putting aside the gap between Tang Xian and his group and the 8th ranked forces, their current condition is simply not enough to sustain them in the fight. Their previous battle with Tian Du had not only injured them but also nearly depleted their spiritual energy. Facing this 8th tier expert before them, they were powerless to retaliate. At this moment, for Tang Xian, the best course of action is to use the ice crystal feathers to escape. However, this only ensures that he alone escapes the place safely. Just then, Tang Xian turned his gaze to Shi Yunqi, who was standing at the back. Since he couldn't contend with Shi Qinshan, dealing with Shi Yunqi shouldn't be a problem, right? Having made up his mind, Tang Xian immediately changed his position. On the surface, he seemed to be trying his best to dodge Shi Qinshan's fierce attacks, but in reality, he was quietly approaching Shi Yunqi step by step. As the distance between them gradually closed, Tang Xian finally stopped concealing his true intentions, using the ice crystal feathers to accelerate and instantly attack Shi Yunqi. Chapter 75 Su Xian is arrested. In an instant, Tang Xian appeared before Shi Yunqi like a ghost. He moved with lightning speed, grabbing Shi Yunqi and gripping her throat tightly. "Old man, don't move. Otherwise, she'll be dead," Tang Xian said. However, at this moment, Shi Qinshan only revealed a contemptuous smile. Suddenly, a deafening roar resounded, the sound coming from behind Tang Xian. Tang Xian was startled and instinctively turned around, only to see an enormous python burst out of the ground, its blood-red mouth wide open, lunging at him. Faced with such a ferocious beast, Tang Xian had no choice but to release Shi Yunqi in order to save himself. With another loud bang, the giant python pounced on Tang Xian with unstoppable force, and Tang Xian dodged in a sorry state. Just then, an unexpected scene unfolded. The giant python swallowed Shi Yunqi whole. But then, the giant python came to Shi Qinshan's side, opened its blood-red maw, and Shi Yunqi walked out of the snake's mouth unharmed. Shi Qinshan laughed smugly, "Boy, with your current abilities, you dare to try to harm someone from my Beast King sect right under my nose? You're just delusional. I didn't want to make a big deal out of this, because if I really killed you, I wouldn't be able to explain it to the poison fairy afterwards. But if I want to take her life, I won't hesitate for a second." At this point, Shi Qinshan suddenly raised his hand and pointed directly at Su Xian. "If you want to take my life, then come and try." Su Xian showed no weakness, a resolute glint in her eyes. She shouted, "Me." With this shout, the fourth moon-treading fox appeared. In fact, Suxian had already expended her life force when she forcibly summoned the fourth moon-treading fox. Now, coupled with her serious injuries and severe physical exhaustion, she is already overwhelmed. The moment the fourth moon-treading fox was successfully summoned, Suxian finally couldn't hold on any longer, her body shook violently, and then she suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Immediately afterwards, the four moon-treading foxes vanished into thin air at the same time. Suxian. Upon seeing this, Tang Xian was extremely anxious. He shouted and rushed back to Suxian's side, reaching out to support her. At this moment, Suxian's face was as pale as paper, and her breath was so weak that it seemed as if it would break at any moment. Shi Chenshan burst into wild laughter. Ha 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 ha. You were already exhausted after fighting the demon emperor-level beast. Now you still dare to risk your life to forcibly summon it. Don't you really value your own life? You bastard. Tang Xian trembled with rage, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked. His eyes widened in fury, and he was about to rush forward when Suxian forcefully pulled him back. You are no match for him now. Listen to me, leave this place immediately. Be sure to take the Dark Queen's cub with you. It's so good that you were the one who did it back then. As she said the last sentence, a relieved smile appeared on Suxian's face, and her eyes became firm and resolute. Suxian. Master, wait a moment, I'll send you our current location right away. Just then, Chen Wenyu said loudly, holding a communicator. Seeing this, Shi Chenshan did not hesitate and flashed away, arriving in front of Chen Wenyu in the blink of an eye. He snatched the communicator from Chen Wenyu's hand with lightning speed and crushed it into a pile of crumbs. Chen Wenyu's eyes widened, and she said angrily, Shi Chenshan, so what if you destroyed my communicator? I have already transmitted our current location information to my master. She is not far from here. After learning that I was coming to the secret realm, she came to the vicinity in advance to ensure my safety. If nothing unexpected happens, she will arrive here in 10 minutes at most. At that time, none of you from the Beast King sect will be able to escape. You. Upon hearing this, Shi Chenshan was taken aback. His eyes widened, his face filled with astonishment. He raised his hand, a faint light flashing in his palm, clearly intending to attack Chen Wenyu. But after hesitating for a moment, he ultimately forced himself to suppress his anger. After all, there is no 9th level expert in the Beast King sect at present. It would be unwise to offend Yu Qingxue, especially since she is the famous ice fairy. In a flash, Shi Chenshan suddenly turned around and pounced on Danzai, his eyes gleaming with greed, revealing his true purpose at this moment to steal Danzai. Seeing this, Tang Xian flew up without hesitation, trying to stop Shi Chenshan, but was slammed away by Shi Chenshan's palm. In the blink of an eye, Shi Chenshan had arrived in front of Danzai and reached out his hands to pick him up. Unexpectedly, just as his finger touched the eggshell, a sharp pain suddenly struck him, spreading throughout his body like an electric current. In a fit of rage, he swung his fist at the eggshell, attempting to shatter it. However, the shell of the crystal wyvern was not so easily destroyed. Moreover, its physical rebound ability caused Shi Chenshan to suffer a great loss. At the same time, Shi Chenshan's summoned beast, the strange python, also attacked with its blood-red maw wide open, intending to swallow egg into its belly first, and then take it back to the Beast King sect to make further plans. As soon as it went up, a loud bang rang out, and it actually crashed hard into the eggshell. Actually, it can't be said that the food didn't swallow the egg waffle, it's just that at this point, the eggshell seems to be growing on the ground, and no matter how hard you try, you can't move it an inch. As time ticked by, Shi Chenshan began to feel anxious, but he was truly at a loss for what to do with this thorny problem. However, the ice fairy is about to arrive, and if we don't quickly find a way to get rid of this eggshell, we'll be in trouble. After careful consideration, Shi Chenshan made a decision, and it was this decision that would later bring annihilation to the Beast King sect. Suddenly, without warning, the python launched a fierce attack on Suxian. Before Suxian could even react, she was swallowed whole by the giant python's gaping maw. Immediately afterwards, the other 3 members of the Beast King sect were also swallowed up. Suxian. Upon seeing this, Tang Xian's eyes widened in fury. He roared at the top of his lungs and then rushed towards the strange python without regard for his own safety. Then, injured and exhausted, he was sent flying by a single lash of its tail. With a deafening rumble, the strange python quickly burrowed underground and disappeared. Just then, Shi Chenshan's voice suddenly rang out, "Kid, you want to save her? Then immediately come to our Beast King sect's beast fighting tournament a month from now." Don't forget to bring that Dark Knight Queen cub with you. Don't worry, our Beast King sect will naturally protect her for the next month. But, if we don't see you at the beast fighting tournament, I'll just have to deliver her corpse to you. Beast King sect, Beast King sect. Tang Xian trembled with rage upon hearing this. He clenched his fists tightly, his teeth grinding together, his eyes flashing with endless fury and hatred. Chapter 76, They Started It All. Are you, alright? Chen Wenyu asked softly, her face filled with worry. Thanks. Although you're not very good at lying, Yu Qingshue's reputation still makes them very wary. That guy was so scared that he didn't have time to pay attention to the loopholes in your words. Tang Xian looked at Chen Wenyu, a hint of appreciation flashing in his eyes. Chen Wenyu was stunned, her eyes wide as she asked, You knew all along that I was lying to them? Faced with Chen Wenyu's questioning, Tang Xian did not respond directly, but turned to the Thunder Fong beast beside him and said, Take your master and come with me. He then summoned Xiao Tian back, picked up Danzi, and left without hesitation. At this moment, Tang Xian's most urgent task was to escape this place as quickly as possible. And his primary mission was to get as far away from the Beast King sect as possible. Leia carefully carried the unconscious Chen Guo onto his back, then followed closely behind Tang Xian. After leaving the secret realm, Tang Xian hurried on his way. After a while, he thought, this distance should be safe enough, right? Even if the Beast King sect wanted to chase us later, they probably wouldn't be able to catch up. Subsequently, Tang Xian attempted to contact Su Xian using his mental powers. Although they did not have a contract, since he was able to summon it, he could establish communication through mental power. However, after trying for quite some time, Tang Xian was still unable to establish a mental connection with Su Xian. This made him worry, could she have fallen into a coma? In a state of unconsciousness? Could it be? A bad thought came to his mind. Just then, he suddenly recalled what that old guy Shi Chenshan had said to Su Xian. At the time, Shi Chenshan warned that if Su Xian continued to overuse her abilities in front of an 8th level expert, her true identity might be exposed. Now it seems that Shi Chenshan had already figured out Su Xian's true identity. Thinking of this, Tang Xian cursed inwardly, damn it. You old bastard. Meanwhile, on Shi Chenshan's side. After the group left the secret realm, the strange python re-emerged from the ground. Then, the three of them emerged from the python's gaping maw. Protector Mu said, Elder, I really don't understand why we need to capture this woman. Do we expect that boy to obediently hand over the divine beast for a woman? Shi Chenshan's lips curled up slightly, revealing a confident smile, and he slowly said, a woman? This is his natal summoned beast. For a great demon to be able to transform so perfectly is even rarer than a divine beast. Sever their spiritual link, and that kid will have no choice but to obediently bring his divine beast to the Beast King sect to exchange with us. What? His natal summoned beast? Isn't he a weapon master? We just saw him fighting Tianjue with a greatsword. Protector Mu was shocked upon hearing this. So your abilities only qualify you to be a protector, Shi Chenshan replied sarcastically. A hint of embarrassment flashed across Protector Mu's face, but he quickly regained his composure. After taking a deep breath, he said in a deep voice, so that's how it is. I didn't expect this kid to be a dual cultivator of weapon control and beast control. He's really hiding his true abilities. Shi Chenshan said, therefore, this kid cannot be allowed to live. The Beast King sect has already incurred his wrath, so once he arrives at the Beast King sect, regardless of whether he hands over the divine beast or not, he cannot be allowed to leave. So what if he's a disciple of the Poison Fairy? Within the Beast King sect, even the Poison Fairy herself wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Moreover, the old sect master is about to emerge from seclusion. Taking advantage of this beast fighting tournament, our Beast King sect will not only announce to the outside world that we will have a divine beast guarding the sect, but also that a peak 9th tier expert will be born. And that kid will be a sacrifice on the Beast King sect's path to establishing its prestige. Tang Xian sighed. As darkness fell in the countryside, Tang Xian lit a pile of firewood and sat by the fire. Eggs don't like light, so they always stay inside their shells and don't come out. Boss, where are we? At this moment, Chen Guo woke up. We've left the secret realm, Tang Xian said calmly. Is the heavens jealous? Chen Guo asked. They ran away. They ran away? What happened after I lost consciousness? Chen Guo asked. Tang Xian replied, it's alright, let's go back to Yunqing tomorrow. Shenghua didn't say anything more. He had also noticed that Tang Xian was acting strangely. At this point, he stopped asking questions. The next day, Tang Xian and Shenghua set off back to Yuncheng. On the third day, they arrived in Yuncheng, after which Tang Xian and Shenghua parted ways and went home. 3 more days passed. How was the harvest? The moment he awoke from the illusion, Tang Xian was incredibly excited. You're finally awake, Tang Xian said. Are you so excited? Did you miss me? Tang Xian said, Su Xian has been captured by the Beast King sect, and I can't contact her mentally. Oh, I thought it was something really serious. You're too calm, Tang Xian said. Let me first examine your memories, to see what happened while I was asleep. About a minute later. Do you know who she is? Tang Xian said, from what she said to me, and what Tiandu said, so she must be the pink moon treading fox that I saved back then. Not bad, quite clever. I can't connect with her mentally now, what should I do? Tang Xian asked. You still want to contact her? You're underestimating the Beast King sect. Why are they called the Beast King sect? Because their research on demonic beasts is second to none. That old bastard Shi Chenshan could definitely see through Su Xian's identity, so he must have been prepared. He would have severed your spiritual link, preventing you from contacting or summoning her. But he misjudged. He never dreamed that you didn't have a contract. So, even if she dies, it won't affect you. What do you mean? Tang Xian asked. Huan appeared very calm. This life is her salvation, and she is prepared to sacrifice herself for it. You and she have no contract, so her death won't affect you. Shi Chenshan miscalculated on this point. For you now, a divine beast is too important, you absolutely cannot give it up. Also, if you go to the Beast King sect, they won't let you leave alive. Therefore, my advice is to ignore it, leave Yanxia, and return one day to destroy the sect and take revenge. As her shadow, is your relationship really that bad? You actually want her to wait to die, Tang Xian said. Wow, you not only guessed her identity, but you also guessed mine. Impressive. Tang Xian said, when she summoned the moon-treading fox that her tail had transformed into, I felt from the name she called out that you were one of those tails. You're still as clever as ever. That's right, I'm her 10th tail. Since it's her tail, why don't you go and save her? Tang Xian asked. It's not that we won't save her, it's that you going now would just be throwing your life away. Alright, to put your mind at ease, I'll be blunt, even if you don't save her, someone else will. She's much safer than you think, so I'm not worried at all. Really? She holds a very high position in the Demon Alliance, you have absolutely no need to worry about her safety. Will many people attend the Beast King sect's beast fighting tournament? Of course, that's the big day for the Beast King sect to choose its next sect leader. All the major powers in Yanxia will send representatives. Upon hearing this, a strange smile appeared on Tang Xian's lips. I have to go to the Beast King sect. Are you tired of living? Now that you've extracted my memories from the secret realm, you should know what I did, right? Huan was stunned for a moment, then looked on with surprise. You actually, you're really going to go this far? Tang Xian laughed and said, they started by playing big games, I was just playing alone. Chapter 77. A common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. In that case, we might as well give it a try. What about the Night Queen's cubs? Don't even mention her. This little thing can eat more than anyone else. And she won't stop until she drinks a cup of fresh blood every day. Luckily, there are special blood drinks in the summoned beast market for summoned beasts that drink blood, which can satisfy her need for blood. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to wait for you to wake up. She would have drained my blood in the last few days, Tang Xian said. Let's form a contract first. Keeping the divine beast by your side will attract the attention of many powerful forces, but not forming a contract will attract even more. After this period of rest, I think you've almost recovered. Tang Xian said, because I have already formed a contract with Xiao Tian, I am currently afraid that my mental strength is insufficient and the contract will fail, resulting in a backlash. Therefore, it was the right thing for you to wait until I woke up before making the contract. I will help you. Tang Xian nodded. Although, given Tang Xian's current age and mental strength, it would be extremely difficult for him to contract a second non-natal summoned beast. However, with Huan's help, the contract process was very easy. Most importantly, Egg Boy showed no intention of resisting, so it went very smoothly. Just then, Tang Xian's communicator rang, and he saw that it was Rin Xingxian. Hello, sis, Tang Xian said after pressing the answer button. Shenhua has been back at the academy for 2 days now. He told me you returned to Yunqing a long time ago. Why didn't you go back to the academy? Ren Xingxuan's slightly anxious voice came from the other end of the communicator. This. Tang Xian didn't know how to answer, because he had no intention of returning to the academy. Never mind that for now, come to the academy quickly. There's something here that needs your attention. Just as Tang Xian was hesitating, Ren Xingxian urged him again. At this moment, Tang Xian also keenly noticed that Ren Xingxuan's tone of voice seemed a little off. Okay, I understand, Tang Xian replied. After saying that, he decisively hung up the communicator and immediately got up to head to the academy. He was leaving. He should say goodbye to Ren Xingxian in Shenhua. Boss. Tang Xian hadn't gone far after entering the academy gate when he heard Chenhua's familiar voice calling out. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw Chenhua running towards him excitedly. Judging from Chenhua's current mental state, her previous injury should no longer be a major problem, and she has recovered quite well. After this incident, Chenhua achieved a magnificent comeback and a perfect transformation. With a large amount of spirit stones as a backup, he no longer needs to worry about obtaining cultivation resources in the future as he used to. After all, for Chenhua, as long as the resources are not particularly scarce or rare, the spirit stones obtained from the secret realm are more than enough. With the addition of Thunder Wings, he can be said to have soared to new heights this time. Is your injury healed? Tang Xian asked. Chenhua nodded vigorously, her eyes shining with gratitude, and then said, I have learned everything that happened after I fell into a coma from Zhangjin. Boss, thank you so much. You never abandoned me in that extremely dangerous situation. Tang Xian gently patted Chenhua's shoulder and said, I've said it before, since I'm taking you there, I will definitely bring you back safely. Seeing how radiant you look now, your treatment at the academy should have changed, right? Chenhua nodded excitedly and replied, Of course. Even Zhangjin respects me a lot more now. It seems that sometimes relying on your own efforts is not as good as finding a good leader. Tang Xian smiled and shook his head, saying, You still have to rely on your own efforts. With the resources brought back from the secret realm, plus a summoned beast like the Thunderfang beast, as long as you work hard, you will undergo a true transformation in a few years. Boss, I've also heard Zhangjin mention Su Xin. If you decide to go to the Beast King sect, I'm willing to go with you. If it really comes down to fighting the Beast King sect to the death, I can hold them off for you. At this moment, Chenhua suddenly said with a serious expression. Tang Xian said to Chenhua with a serious expression, You should stay in the academy. The Beast King sect is a top sect in Yanxia. Its strength ranking is at least in the top 3 among sections. Don't go looking for trouble. Chenhua hesitated, but Tang Xian waved his hand to interrupt her. Alright, I have other things to take care of. After saying that, he turned and left, leaving Chenhua standing there blankly. Tang Xian didn't want to involve Chenhua in this matter. After learning about Su Xian's situation from Huan, Tang Xian went to the Beast King sect not to save people, but to cause a ruckus there. He couldn't destroy the Beast King sect, but he could annoy them. After that, Tang Xian planned to leave Yanxia temporarily. As for Chenhua, he has neither background nor power. Even though he has solved the problem of the Thunderfang beast resource black hole, he is still just an ordinary intermediate academy student. If they were to provoke a powerful sect like the Beast King sect, they would face utter destruction. Therefore, under no circumstances could they allow Chenhua to accompany them on this adventure. Tang Xian went straight to Ren Xingxuan's office and gently knocked on the door. Upon hearing the noise, Ren Xingxian quickly got up, opened the door, and gestured for Tang Xian to follow her. The two remained silent as they walked, soon arriving at another office. Ren Xingxian knocked lightly on the door a few times, and after receiving a response from inside, she pushed the door open and entered. At this moment, Tang Xian finally saw the situation inside the office. In the spacious and bright room sat a huge solid wood desk, behind which sat a sprightly old man with piercing eyes. Grandpa, I brought him with me, Ren Xingxian said softly. Upon hearing Ren Xingxuan's address to the old man, Tang Xian couldn't help but feel a surge of surprise. It turned out that this old man was none other than the academy's dean Ren Tianhe. Today I finally met him in person. You should know that even in his previous life, Tang Xian had never met him. Good morning, Dean. Tang Xian greeted him respectfully. Ren Tianhe looked up at Tang Xian, a barely perceptible glint in his eyes, then tossed an envelope onto the table and said in a calm tone, You remember the student named Li Tsong whose summoned beast you killed before? I remember, Tang Xian replied without hesitation. The next day, the Li family came to the academy with a large group of people, demanding a reasonable explanation from us. But you weren't at the school at the time, and the matter escalated. In the end, the academy had to pay the Li family a huge sum of compensation before the matter was barely settled. However, given your extremely egregious behavior, the academy, after discussion, has decided to expel you, Ren Tian has said calmly. Understood. Tang Xian replied indifferently, then said calmly, I will not let the academy suffer any losses. I will make up the full amount of compensation to the academy this time. It seems you've gained quite a bit from your trip to the secret realm, Ren Tian has said, looking at Tang Xian. Tang Xian replied casually, it's all right. Humph. Ren Tian has snorted and continued, no need for compensation, but remember, if you cause any more trouble in the future, don't implicate the academy. Understood. He left those words behind and turned to leave. Wait a minute. Just as Tang Xian was about to step out the door, Ren Tian has suddenly called out to him. Is there anything else? Tang Xian stopped and turned to look at Ren Tianhe. Take the letter away. Ren Tianhe pointed to the envelope on the table. Is this a notice of expulsion? No need. I already know I've been expelled, and from now on, I will no longer refer to myself as a student of the Yunqing Intermediate Beast-Taming Academy, Tang Xian said calmly. However, at this moment, Ren Qingxian picked up the envelope, walked quickly to Tang Xian, shoved the envelope into his hand, and said, just take it. Tang Xian smiled helplessly and had no choice but to accept the envelope. All right, we can go now, Ren Tianhe waved his hand. Tang Xian turned and walked out of Ren Tianhe's office, followed closely by Ren Qingxian. At this moment, Ren Qingxian said, the academy has already heard about the secret realm from Zhangjin. They heard that you've been targeted by the Beast King sect. This letter is a recommendation letter written by my grandfather. Go to Tianzhou Tianing Advanced Beast Taming Academy and find someone named Mo Quan. Just give him the recommendation letter, and he will naturally arrange for you to enter Tianzhou Tianing Advanced Beast Taming Academy. Don't confront the Beast King sect head-on. Just leave Yanxia and go to Tianzhou. That's the largest neutral country on the Eastern Continent, and it's also where the Eastern Continent Alliance headquarters is located. Even the Beast King sect wouldn't dare to provoke it. This is all the academy can do. We don't dare to offend the Beast King sect because of you, but with my grandfather's influence, we can get Tianzhou Tianing Advanced Academy to accept you and give you their protection. This is the only thing we can do. Tang Xian knew that the academy was indeed protecting him, and at the same time, it was also protecting the academy. First of all, a mid-level academy in a small city simply has no chance of competing with the Beast King sect. After all, the strongest expert in the academy is only at the 6th rank. Moreover, they must have learned from Zhangjin that Tang Xian possessed a divine beast. There's a saying, a common man is innocent, but he is guilty of possessing a treasure. Tang Xian possesses a divine beast, yet he is merely a third-tier youth. He will inevitably attract the attention of various forces, even if not the Beast King sect, there will be other forces. Their academy alone had absolutely no ability to protect Tang Xian, and any one of the forces that had their eyes on the divine beast could easily destroy the academy. Therefore, for the sake of protecting Tang Xian and the academy, expelling him and sending him to a more powerful organization for protection is indeed the only thing the academy can do so far. This suited Tang Xian's intentions perfectly, as he planned to cause a big scene at the Beast King sect before temporarily leaving Yanxia. Tianzhou, the largest neutral region in the Eastern Continent, is a place where experts gather. In the previous life, the timeline was about 3 years later. The leader of the Demon Alliance and the leader of the Eastern Continent Alliance met in Tianzhou. As a result, the leader of the Demon Alliance was assassinated, which caused the Demon Alliance and the Eastern Continent Alliance to turn against each other, ultimately giving the Western Continent an opportunity to take advantage of the situation. Therefore, Tianzhou will be a crucial place, and a place Tang Xian must visit. Chapter 78 Refining the Transformation Pill. Sister, thank you. That's exactly what I was thinking. I was planning to go to Tianzhou to broaden my horizons, Tang Xian replied with a smile. A faint smile appeared on Ren Qingxuan's face as she said softly, Tianing Academy, as a senior academy, has a teaching model that is completely different from that of intermediate academies. Once you get there and experience it for yourself, you will naturally understand. However, with your talent and ability, I believe you will be able to quickly adapt to the new environment and achieve excellent results. Tang Xian nodded slightly after hearing this. Then, Ren Xingxian solemnly reminded, there's another point to note, never summon your divine beast in front of others. Otherwise, you might attract unnecessary trouble. After all, the various forces in Tianzhou are deeply intertwined and complex. Although Tianzhou appears to be a neutral zone, in reality, there is no truly absolute neutrality on this vast continent. Only those with sufficient strength can influence the rules of the world. In other words, only the strong can write the rules. I understand, sister. Don't worry, I'll be careful, Tang Xian assured Ren Xingxian. A hint of regret lingered in Ren Xingxuan's eyes. In Ren Xingxuan's eyes, Tang Xian should have stayed here to complete his studies and then entered a top-tier advanced academy for further study. In that case, he would surely have a bright future and unlimited potential. However, things didn't go as planned. Now that he's going to the advanced academy ahead of schedule, he's too young and lacks the necessary skills, so he'll probably find it difficult to gain the academy's attention. It's important to know that Tianning Academy is a renowned institution across the entire continent, and the competition there is far more intense than one might imagine. Given Tang Xian's current age and cultivation level, it's uncertain whether he can adapt if he enters the academy now, which makes Ren Xingxian truly worried. However, Tang Xian had already become the target of the Beast King sect. Once the Beast King sect announced this matter at the beast fighting tournament, the entire Yanxia would know that a third-level cultivator possessed a divine beast. As a result, forces coveting his power will inevitably emerge in droves. Therefore, escaping the sweltering summer heat is undoubtedly the only solution to the problem. Go ahead, I'll definitely visit you when I go to Tianzhou in the future, Ren Xingxian said softly. Tang Xian nodded in agreement. All right, it's a deal. After saying this, Tang Xian turned and left. Since there was still some time before the Beast King sect's beast fighting tournament, he wasn't in a hurry to go to the Beast King sect immediately. First, through his conversation with Huan, Tang Xian learned in detail about Su Xian's situation. After learning this information, he was not worried about Su Xian's safety at all. Although Su Xian was kidnapped by the Beast King sect, according to Huan, Su Xian's situation was actually much safer than Tang Xian's. After all, their identities were different, and what Tang Xian possessed was what others wanted. Since we've decided to cause a ruckus at the Beast King sect, we must make thorough preparations beforehand, the most important of which is improving our own strength. After successfully forming a contract with Egg, Tang Xian has now smoothly entered the mid-stage of the third tier thanks to the blessing of the divine beast's power. However, it is quite difficult to break through to the fourth level in 1 month. Judging from Tang Xian's current cultivation progress, even with the aid of pills that can enhance his cultivation, it would take at least 3 or 4 months to reach the fourth rank. Therefore, Tang Xian resolutely gave up the idea of immediately attempting to break through to the fourth rank. Time is of the essence. We must strive to maximize our self-improvement within the limited time available. For a beast tamer, in addition to improving their own cultivation, improving the cultivation of their summoned beasts is equally important, sometimes even more crucial than the beast tamer's own cultivation. As a divine beast, Egg Boy requires extremely precious and rare resources for its growth and advancement. Ordinary resources are of little use to it. Given Tang Xian's current resources, even including the resources in Liuguang Pool, the improvement for Danzi would be negligible. Therefore, Xiao Tian is the one who needs to improve his strength the most right now. After consuming the flaming sungrass, Xiao Tian successfully evolved into a skywing tiger and entered the late stage of Lesser Demon, just 1 step away from breaking through to the Great Demon realm. Given this situation, Tang Xian decided to prioritize improving Xiao Tian's strength and strive to get it into the realm of a Great Demon as soon as possible. If you want to achieve this goal in a short time, the simplest way is to transform. With the divine sources accompanying saliva as an auxiliary material, refining the transformation pill becomes effortless. In addition, Liuguang Pool basically contains all other kinds of medicinal herbs needed to refine the transformation pill. Once Xiaotian completes his transformation, not only will his own strength be significantly enhanced, but more importantly, he will be able to transform into human form, thus making it easier to use various tools and objects. Having a pair of skillful hands to manipulate external objects can also be seen as a way to improve one's overall strength. Tang Xian summoned Danzi and Xiaotian and let them play by themselves, while he focused on refining the transformation pill. After his rebirth, Tang Xian was quite adept at refining pills. Although he had never been involved in the field of alchemy in his previous life, he now clearly knew how to refine a perfect transformation pill. Tang Xian knew that the reason he had no memory of being involved in alchemy was because his memory was incomplete. But some skills, once you know them, are ingrained in your genes, and once you start using them, you'll naturally be able to do them with ease. Before this, Tang Xian had already prepared all the necessary alchemy tools. Now, he immediately began the alchemy process. Beast King Sect. Located atop the Tsangyan Mountains in the northwest of Yanxia, it is magnificent and solemn. After being captured and taken to the Beast King Sect, Su Xian was imprisoned in a dark dungeon. The place was dark, cold, and damp, giving one the creeps. To prevent Su Xian from escaping, a large number of troops were deployed to guard the outside of the dungeon, with several guards on high alert. Despite being imprisoned, Su Xian remained calm and composed, sitting cross-legged in the dungeon with her eyes closed, conserving her energy. However, at that moment, Su Xian sensed something was amiss, and she suddenly opened her eyes. A handsome young man appeared silently in front of the dungeon. Surprisingly, despite his proximity, the guards were completely unaware of him, as if he were completely transparent and invisible. The man easily passed through the sturdy iron bars of the dungeon, then snapped his fingers crisply, instantly creating a faint, mysterious barrier around them. "Your Highness, I am late in coming to your rescue, please forgive me." The man knelt on one knee and bowed to Su Xian. "They actually found their way here," Su Xian said. The man respectfully replied, "His Majesty is furious about your unauthorized departure from the Demon Alliance. Please return with me immediately, Your Highness." Su Xian shook her head resolutely and said firmly, "I will not go back." "Your Highness, if you don't go back soon, His Majesty will probably have to come and take you back himself," the man urged anxiously. However, Su Xian simply replied, "Then let him come. We can take advantage of this to wipe out the Beast King Sect." Chapter 79 Xiao Tian's Transformation. Upon hearing this, the man immediately looked embarrassed and hurriedly advised, "Your Highness, you mustn't. There is a peace treaty between the Demon Alliance and humans. If we arbitrarily destroy a human sect, wouldn't that be tantamount to unilaterally breaking the treaty? This would inevitably trigger a war between the two races. Let me take you away quickly." Su Xian suddenly raised her head and said with a firm look in her eyes, "I will never leave this place. The Beast King Sect dared to kidnap me here, do you think I would just run away? As the saying goes, it's easy to invite a god but hard to send him away. I will not let this matter go so easily. Besides, Tang Xian will definitely come to save me. If I leave first, he will have a hard time dealing with it on his own. Your Highness, you are far too naive. Humans are often more selfish than we imagine. Why would that boy risk coming to save you? You should know very well what a divine beast means to an ordinary beast tamer. Therefore, he would never abandon that incomparably precious divine beast for your sake. Moreover, with his current strength, once he enters the Beast King Sect, he will inevitably die, and he must be well aware of this. Therefore, he will definitely choose to flee Yanxia, and he would never be foolish enough to walk into a trap and come to the Beast King Sect to die," the man earnestly advised. Upon hearing this, a cold glint flashed in Su Xian's eyes. In just a moment, the man felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, his hair stood on end, and he involuntarily lowered his head, not daring to meet Su Xian's gaze. Su Xian smiled slightly and said slowly, "How about we make a bet?" "A bet?" The man looked up in surprise, his face full of doubt. Su Xian nodded slightly and continued, "That's right, it's a bet. We'll bet on whether he'll come to the Beast King Sect. If he doesn't show up, I'll willingly go back to the Demon Alliance with you. But if he does come, you can't forcibly take me away. Of course, if Father Emperor comes in person later, then I'll be helpless and can only let him take me back. But even if I'm taken back to the Demon Alliance, you must protect him in the shadows. If he faces a life or death crisis, you must come to his rescue, okay? Your Highness, shouldn't we set a time frame? What if he doesn't come to the Beast King Sect until a year or even 2? Are we just going to waste a year or 2 here?" The man frowned slightly, raising his question. Su Xian pondered for a moment and replied, "The Beast King Sect's beast fighting tournament is less than a month away. If he doesn't show up by the end of the tournament, I'll consider it a loss, okay?" The man nodded slightly and replied, "All right, since your Highness is so confident, then I'll take the gamble with you. But to be honest, I find it hard to believe that he has the courage to climb this Tsangyan mountain." Lebuangtan Flowing Light Pool. Tang Xian had been guarding the alchemy furnace for several days. At this moment, the pills inside the furnace were beginning to take shape, and wisps of a faint medicinal fragrance could be smelled wafting out. The next step is simply to add the Divine Source Companion saliva, and it is expected to be completed and officially ready for production tomorrow. However, at that very moment, Xiao Tian led the other demonic beasts from Liuguang Pool to arrive. Once they reached Tang Xian's side, they began chirping incessantly at him. Fortunately, Tang Xian could communicate with them and understand what they were saying. It turns out that all the demon beasts, including Xiao Tian, were complaining to him. The source of all these conflicts points to Egg Boy, the guy who gives all the monsters a headache. Everyone treats her like a sister, and she treats everyone like delicious food. Every day she would randomly pick a lucky one and pounce on them to give them a few big kisses. Even Xiao Tian was not spared. Although she didn't drink much blood and it wouldn't cause any real harm to anyone, the feeling of being treated as food was unbearable for all the monsters. Egg is the most powerful among these monsters. To her, this place is like a buffet restaurant, where she can freely choose the person she wants to suck blood from. Although Tang Xian had prepared a specially made blood drink for her, the taste of fresh blood was still better. Tang Xian summoned Egg Boy to his side. "Egg Boy, have you been sucking everyone's blood?" Tang Xian questioned sternly. Unexpectedly, as soon as Egg saw Tang Xian being so fierce to her, it darted into its shell like lightning, tightly closed the lid, and hid inside, refusing to show itself. Faced with this situation, even Tang Xian was helpless. However, at that moment, a deafening roar suddenly erupted. Boom! In an instant, the alchemy furnace in front of them exploded, and the powerful impact terrified the surrounding demonic beasts, who scattered and fled in all directions. "Egg! It's all because you distracted me that the oven exploded." "Well, you bat, hiding inside a dragon egg, let's see how long you can hide," Tang Xian said. "Since things have come to this, there's no other way but to start all over again." Nearly a week's worth of effort was wasted. Fortunately, the medicinal herbs here were plentiful, and no divine source saliva had been added, so the loss was not too great. Next, Tang Xian took a deep breath and focused intently on refining the transformation pill. As time went by, Tang Xian maintained a high level of concentration. Finally, on the 7th day, a dazzling burst of 7 colored lights suddenly erupted from the alchemy furnace. 3 crystal-clear transformation pills, exuding a mysterious aura, floated in mid-air like 3 shooting stars. Upon seeing this, Tang Xian was overjoyed. Without hesitation, he leaped up and grabbed the 3 hard-won transformation pills. It should be known that this kind of innate quality transformation pill is priceless. Because there is no divine source saliva or spiritual source saliva as an auxiliary material, the refining of transformation pill is extremely difficult, so its price remains high. Tang Xian gently sniffed the transformation pill in his hand. The faint medicinal fragrance convinced him that this was indeed the real transformation pill. He nodded in satisfaction, then called out, "Xiao Tian, catch." Before he finished speaking, he threw one of the transformation pills at Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian nimbly leaped up, caught the transformation pill accurately, and swallowed it without hesitation. Within a minute of Xiao Tian swallowing the transformation pill, an astonishing change occurred. Suddenly, Xiao Tian's body was enveloped in a layer of pure white light. Then, under this white light, Xiao Tian's original beast form began to slowly twist and deform, gradually transforming into a human form. After a short while, the white light gradually dissipated, and Xiao Tian's figure reappeared before everyone's eyes. Just then, an astonishing change occurred in Xiao Tian. Its originally fierce beastly body gradually shrank and transformed, eventually turning into a petite and adorable humanoid figure standing in front of Tang Xian. The little girl looked to be only 7 or 8 years old, with 2 cute buns in her hair and a pair of sharp little tiger teeth peeking out from her mouth, making her very adorable. At this moment, she was blinking her bright, lively eyes and gazing curiously at Tang Xian. Meanwhile, the little egg, unable to contain its curiosity, quietly opened a crack in its hard shell and peered through the narrow opening at the wondrous scene before it. Chapter 80 Leaving. Tang Xian took out a piece of clothing from his spatial bag and carefully put it on Xiao Tian. There's no other way right now, so we can only let Xiao Tian wear his clothes for the time being, and then buy her some clothes that fit properly after we leave Guangton. Shen. Just as Tang Xian was busy, he suddenly heard Xiao Tian call out softly. Tang Xian was somewhat surprised, not expecting that Xiao Tian would be able to speak after successfully transforming into human form. However, she seemed a little unnatural since she had just started speaking, and it will take some time for her to adjust. He carefully examined Xiao Tian in front of him. Her appearance was not bad, but why did she only look 7 or 8 years old after transforming into a sub-adult? A sub-adult should at least be a girl, so why was she a loli? But Tang Xian was more concerned about Xiao Tian's progress and strength at the moment. Generally speaking, after going through the transformation stage, one's cultivation should break through, and in the process, one may also comprehend new skills. Thinking of this, Tang Xian quickly checked Xiao Tian's information. Name, Tianyahu Tiger Queen. Race, Orc. Attribute, Fire. Growth, Pre-adult stage. Quality, 5 stars. Level, Great Demon. Skills: Bite, Fireball, Mega Claw, Crimson Blaze, Super Strength. As Tang Xian had predicted, Xiao Tian's level was successfully raised to the Great Demon level. Furthermore, a new skill called Super Strength has been added to its skill list. This skill is actually a passive skill. As for how amazing Xiao Tian's power is now, Tang Xian doesn't know yet. Egg Boy, you're still peeking. At this moment, Tang Xian noticed that Egg Boy was sneakily staring at them. This little guy has been hiding inside its eggshell for a whole week to avoid punishment. Having gone a week without food, it's probably about to give up. Upon realizing that Tang Xian had discovered her, Egg hurriedly closed her shell again. Faced with this situation, Tang Xian felt helpless. She wanted to hide, but he had no ability to open the eggshell. However, just as Tang Xian was shaking his head and sighing, Xiao Tian walked straight towards Danzi. She stretched out her hands and easily pried open the crack in the eggshell. Then, with a sudden burst of strength, the entire eggshell was instantly broken open. Tang Xian was utterly astonished by what he was seeing. He had personally tried to pry open the eggshell and knew how tightly it closed when closed. Unexpectedly, Xiao Tian was able to break it apart so easily. Her strength was indeed astonishing. Egg Boy never expected that his eggshell would malfunction. She was completely stunned when the eggshell was forcibly pried open. Finally, with no power to resist, Egg Boy could only let Tang Xian pull him out and give him a severe scolding. After this painful lesson, Egg Boy finally realized his mistake and vowed never again to drink the blood of Xiao Tian and the monsters in Liu Guang Pool. Tang Xian had been at Flowing Light Pool for a full half-month. Now, he felt it was time to set off for the Beast King sect. After all, there are less than half a month left until the Beast King sect's beast fighting tournament. It would be best if we could go there early to make full preparations. Before leaving, Tang Xian made a special trip to Feng Lia's grave. He knelt down and said softly, "Master, I don't know when I will be able to return to visit you after this departure. But please rest assured, I will do my best to go to the Beast King sect and make the name of the witchcraft sect resound throughout the entire Yanxia. The world will know that you created a brand new school." After saying this, Tang Xian kowtowed 3 times heavily to Feng Lia's tombstone before slowly standing up and turning to leave. His steps were firm and powerful. This trip to the Beast King sect was a battle to establish the authority of the witchcraft cult. However, before that, Tang Xian made a special trip back to the academy and found Chenghua. "Boss." Upon seeing Tang Xian, Chengua's face immediately lit up with an ecstatic smile. Without saying a word, Tang Xian took out a pill and threw it to Chenghua. The latter nimbly reached out and caught it, examining it closely before asking with a puzzled look, "Boss, what is this thing?" Tang Xian said, "I used the divine source saliva I obtained in the previous secret realm to refine 3 transformation pills. One of them has already helped Xiao Tian successfully transform. As for Danzi, she doesn't need it, so I'm giving you one." Chenghua stared at the transformation pill in his palm, and stood there dumbfounded for a moment. Suddenly, as if struck by lightning, he leaped up, lunged at Tang Xian, and hugged him tightly, exclaiming excitedly, "Boss, I absolutely adore you. My admiration for you is like a never-ending river. Get out, get out, get out. Let me go. Don't get so close to me, I have no interest in men." Tang Xian pushed Chenghua away with a look of disgust. "Ahem." Chenghua calmed herself down a bit, gave an awkward smile, and then asked, "Boss, I heard the academy has expelled you?" Tang Xian nodded casually and replied, "Yes, that's right." "Why?" Chenghua asked urgently, her eyes wide. "Kill Li Tsong's summoned beast," Tang Xian replied casually. Chenghua said incredulously, "How could they expel you for this? The academy considers students' abilities. With your skills, they would never expel you just because you killed Li Tsong's summoned beast. Are you weaker than 100 or 1,000 Li Tsongs?" Tang Xian gently patted Chengua's shoulder and said calmly, "There's no need to ask too many questions. Alright, I should go now. If we are destined to meet again, I hope you will have grown into an even stronger beast tamer by then." Chenghua nodded solemnly and replied with a serious expression, "Don't worry, boss. I will definitely work hard to improve my strength. Oh, by the way, boss, what are your plans next? Where are you going?" Tianzhou. Tang Xian left only these 2 simple words, then turned around, waved goodbye to Chenghua with his back to her, and resolutely left. His figure gradually disappeared into the distance, finally vanishing from Chengua's sight. Chapter 81. Isn't this just fate? Sanyan City. It is located at the foot of Sanyan Mountain in the northwest during the hot summer. Mount Sanyan is the stronghold of the Beast King sect, and the Beast King sect's influence covers the entire city, making Sanyan City their absolute territory. Because Tang Xian set off earlier than planned, he did not choose to take any means of transportation, but instead chose to travel on foot. After a long journey, when he finally stepped into Sanyan City, there were only 3 days left before the Beast King sect's beast fighting tournament. The Beast King sect's beast fighting tournament is considered one of the sect's most prestigious events. However, unlike other regular events, the beast fighting tournament does not have a fixed opening date. The real reason for this grand event was to reveal the identity of the successor to the next sect leader of the Beast King sect. This is why the timing of the beast fighting tournament is so unpredictable. The last beast fighting tournament was held more than 20 years ago. Today, the strength of the younger generation within the Beast King sect is gradually becoming apparent, and the best among them are attracting even more attention. In order to select the most talented person among them as the successor to the sect leader, the sect decided to hold a grand selection ceremony. The winner will become the successor to the sect leader. Once someone becomes the successor to the sect leader, their status is second only to the current sect leader, and they can enjoy the sect's most generous resource support. When the current sect leader has fully grown in strength, he will step down and be succeeded by his successor. This process can typically be extremely long, even taking decades. Therefore, the Beast King sect's beast fighting tournament is extremely rare, and each one is held with exceptional solemnity and enthusiasm. Not only were major domestic forces invited to watch the competition during the sweltering summer, but strong individuals from other regions also flocked to the event. Tang Xian, too, was invited here. With only 3 days left until the beast fighting tournament, representatives from most of the major powers in Yanxia had already arrived in Sanyan City. Tang Xian specially purchased a black cloak, and after putting it on, he pulled the brim of the hood down so that it almost covered his entire face. At the same time, he summoned Xiao Tian to accompany him. Now, Xiao Tian has completed his transformation, and his appearance is no different from that of a 7 or 8-year-old child. Normally, once she achieves perfect human form, it is almost impossible for others to detect the beast-like characteristics she possesses. Only those with strength reaching level 8 or even higher could keenly sense the faint demonic aura emanating from her. Therefore, traveling with Xiao Tian, who has already taken human form, will not attract much attention. After all, when ordinary people see young children, they often instinctively think that these little guys are not dangerous at all. Sanyan City is much larger than Yun City, and its economy and trade are thriving and bustling. Upon arriving in Sanyan City, Tang Xian immediately headed to the city's trading center. In larger cities, it's easier to buy the items you want. "Sir, how can I help you?" As soon as you stepped into the trading center of Sanyan City, a beautiful young woman stepped forward and asked softly. Tang Xian carefully examined the woman. She appeared to be around 20 years old, with a beautiful face and a radiant smile. She was wearing a work uniform bearing the emblem of the Beast King sect. Sanyan City is controlled and governed by the Beast King sect, so all these trading centers belong to the Beast King sect's business scope without exception. Tang Xian replied softly, "I need some suitable equipment." Upon hearing this, the woman blinked her beautiful eyes slightly and asked, "Is this what you need?" Tang Xian smiled slightly, pointed to Xiao Tian beside him, and said slowly, "Her." As we all know, when a demon beast transforms into human form, it not only cultivates faster, but also can use various equipment like a human, which is undoubtedly a great advantage. The woman looked in the direction Tang Xian was pointing, her gaze settling on Xiao Tian. After a moment, a faint smile appeared on her lips, and she said softly, "Please come this way, both of you." Led by the woman, Tang Xian and Xiao Tian entered the equipment trading area together. Looking around, one sees a dazzling array of all kinds of equipment on display. However, upon closer inspection, it becomes clear that although these items are diverse, they are all ordinary and hardly meet the standards of Tang Xian and Xiao Tian. Tang Xian didn't even glance at them, while Xiao Tian looked disgusted, as if he was full of disdain for the equipment. The woman seemed to read Tang Xian's thoughts and said softly, "Gentlemen, rest assured, our Beast King sect is certainly not lacking in fine items. Since Sanyan City is welcoming many guests, our sect will be hosting a grand auction tonight. Surely, you will find equipment that you desire at this auction. However, to participate in such a grand event, you must pass an asset verification process. Only those possessing over 1,000 spirit stones are eligible to attend. Of course, seating will be arranged according to the wealth of each distinguished guest. The more abundant your assets, the more prestigious your seat will be, and you will even have someone to attend to you. 1,000 spirit stones, if measured in the common currency of Yanxia, are equivalent to a full 10 million Yanxia coins. The entrance fee alone is as high as 10 million, which shows that this auction is extraordinary in scale, and there must be rare treasures among them. After all, the Beast King Sex Beast Fighting Tournament is held only once every 20 or 30 years on average, attracting forces from all over the country. With so many distinguished guests, how could the Beast King sect possibly hold a perfunctory auction? There must be several rare and precious items as the grand finale. Help me verify my assets, Tang Xian said softly. Yes, sir, please follow me. The woman bowed slightly, gestured for him to follow, and then turned to lead the way forward. Tang Xian followed closely behind, and soon they arrived at the asset authentication area. After entering the asset authentication area, Tang Xian only took out 1,000 spirit stones. He didn't want to be too conspicuous, he just wanted to be able to enter and participate in the auction smoothly. After all, given his current status, it was more appropriate to keep a low profile. Otherwise, if he were to actually take out all the spirit stones he possessed, these staff members would probably be scared half to death. Sir, this is your number, 1052. You can enter tonight with this number. Also, to protect the privacy of all guests, we will provide masks upon entry. The woman smiled and handed a number to Tang Xian. Thank you. Tang Xian politely accepted the number plate, then turned and left. After leaving the trading center, Tang Xian and Xiao Tian strolled around the city to learn more about the place and planned their escape route. Time flew by, and night quietly fell. At this moment, Tang Xian set off again for the trading center to attend the upcoming auction. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Don't block my way. Are you tired of living? With an angry shout, Tang Xian noticed a commotion behind him. He turned his head in confusion and saw a group of people surrounding an arrogant young man walking towards him. This group of people rudely pushed aside those around them, and what's worse, some of them even kicked others to the ground. Upon seeing this, Tang Xian frowned slightly, but before he could react, he was pulled aside by a panicked staff member. Are you out of your mind? That's the grandson of our Beast King Sex Guardian Elder, and you're just standing there blocking the way like an idiot. The staff member said to Tang Xian in a low voice, his words filled with fear and awe. After listening to the staff member's words, a subtle smile appeared on Tang Xian's lips. He thought to himself, what is fate? Isn't this fate? The sect protecting elder, isn't that Shi Qinshan? That old man's grandson, interesting. Chapter 82 The cabbage was eaten by a pig? Shi Qinshan, the guardian elder of the Beast King sect, needs no further explanation regarding his esteemed position within the sect. Shi Tianjian, as Shi Qinshan's grandson, relied on Shi Qinshan's power in the Beast King sect and was arrogant and domineering in his Cangyan city. At that moment, Shi Tianjian brushed past Tang Xian, glanced at him contemptuously, and sneered, "Be smart." Then he strode into the auction hall with an arrogant air. Tang Xian smiled slightly but did not respond, silently following them into the venue. After all, he hoped to find something useful at the auction, so there was no need to cause trouble beforehand. Upon entering the auction venue, one finds it packed with people, with every seat filled. Tang Xian finally found his seat after some trouble, number 1052, located in the back corner. The location was assigned based on the proof of assets presented by the participants, and Tang Xian only contributed 1,000 spirit stones, thus obtaining a ticket for the lowest level. At that moment, Tang Xian's gaze was drawn to Shi Tianjian in front of him. As soon as Shi Tianjian stepped through the gate, two women dressed as bunny girls came forward to greet him and snuggled up to him affectionately. With a smug look on his face, Shi Tianjian swaggered up to the private room on the second floor with two bunny girls in his arms. Shen, that guy is really annoying, I really want to punch him. Just then, Xiao Tian, who was next to Tang Xian, couldn't help but speak up. Tang Xian smiled slightly and gently stroked Xiao Tian's head, saying, "No rush, no rush." Just then, a man sat down next to Tang Xian. This person looked to be around 30 years old, but his appearance was quite outstanding. As soon as he sat down, many women around him unconsciously turned their gazes to him and exclaimed in surprise. Wow, so handsome. Oh my god, he's so handsome. If he could be my boyfriend for even a day, I'd be willing to die for him. Faced with such a situation, who is the most embarrassed person? Without a doubt, it is Tang Xian. You should know that Tang Xian was sitting right next to this man, but now all the women around him were staring at him intently, and were openly praising his handsome appearance. Tang Xian, sitting next to him, felt like he was playing a supporting role, which was quite awkward. Tang Xian's appearance was actually quite good, but the man beside him had an indescribable charm that was more attractive. Well. Huan, what's wrong? Well. Don't what's going on? Is there something wrong with the man next to me? Tang Xian asked. It's okay. Tang Xian was speechless, not knowing what was wrong with Huan, or why she seemed to want to say something but stopped. At that very moment, the man next to Tang Xian focused his gaze on Xiao Tian, who was sitting quietly beside Tang Xian. Then, he slowly opened his mouth and said, "The skywing tiger you possess is quite outstanding. It has already perfectly transformed with the strength of a great demon. Not only that, the bloodline power hidden within its body is also extraordinary. If you can seize the right opportunity, it is very likely to evolve into a spirit beast or even a divine beast." Tang Xian was somewhat surprised to hear the man say this. To detect the aura of a demon beast emanating from Xiao Tian after his perfect transformation, one would need to possess at least the strength of an 8th rank cultivator. Even if one truly possessed an 8th level cultivation level, one might be able to sense Xiao Tian's aura as a demon beast, but there would be absolutely no possibility of knowing her specific demon beast category. But the man in front of him had actually seen through Xiao Tian's true identity so easily. Tianyi Hu. This was simply unbelievable. However, after a careful examination, Tang Xian was surprised to find that he could not sense any spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from the man at all. Faced with this situation, Tang Xian had no way of judging what level of strength this man possessed. This state, completely devoid of psionic fluctuations, can even create the illusion that he is just an ordinary, unremarkable person. After glancing at the man, Xiao Tian involuntarily leaned against Tang Xian and hugged his arm tightly. Then she quickly lowered her head, seemingly no longer having the courage to look the man in the eye. Tang Xian knew Xiao Tian's personality very well. She was incredibly stubborn. He had already experienced her stubbornness when they signed the contract. But at this moment, facing the man in front of him, Xiao Tian revealed an indescribable sense of fear. "Do you know a lot about demonic beasts?" Tang Xian asked the man. The man smiled slightly and replied confidently, "No one understands monsters better than me." Upon hearing this, Tang Xian couldn't help but sneer inwardly, thinking to himself, "The king of knowledge, is it?" At this moment, the man extended his right hand, gesturing as if to shake hands, and introduced himself. "Hello, my name is Li Yuan. I usually study demonic beasts. I was just curious because I saw that the skywing tiger you were carrying is quite rare, so I couldn't help but come up and chat for a bit. I hope you don't mind." After saying this, the man looked at Tang Xian with a smile. Seeing this, Tang Xian politely extended his hand and shook hands with Li Yuan, while smiling and replying, "Not at all, not at all. How could I mind if you praise Xiao Tian like that? My name is Tang Xian, nice to meet you." Tang Xian revealed his real name without hesitation, but this did not mean that he had completely let down his guard against Li Yuan. Tang Xian knew very well why he had come to the Beast King sect. Therefore, he felt there was no need to conceal his identity. "Brother Tang Xian, were you invited to the Beast King sect to participate in the beast fighting tournament?" Li Yuan asked. Tang Xian nodded and replied, "Well, you could say that. It's just that the way I was invited was a bit unusual." "And you? Are you also here for the beast fighting tournament?" Li Yuan gently shook his head, indicating his denial. "That's not the case. I came here to find my daughter." "Looking for your daughter?" Upon hearing this, Tang Xian's face immediately showed great curiosity. Li Yuan nodded and said, "I have a precious daughter. She is exceptionally intelligent, and I raised her with great care and hardship. She has been outstanding since she was little and has always been my greatest pride. Time flies, and that innocent little girl has blossomed into a graceful and charming young woman. Meanwhile, I worked tirelessly back in our hometown to build a family business for her, hoping that she would one day take over the family business. But who would have thought that one day, she would run away from home without any warning? After some investigation, I found out that she had gone to stay with a good-for-nothing young man. I sent a servant to bring her back, but she refused, so I had to come here myself. Tell me, how can I tolerate such a thing?" Tang Xian indignantly chimed in, "That's right. Although I don't have a daughter, I completely understand how you feel. If I had a daughter in the future, and she dared to act so recklessly, I would personally strangle that brat. After years of hard work, I finally raised a beautiful, healthy cabbage, only to have it ruined by a wild boar. Anyone would be furious, right? Hey, the auction has started, shut up, don't miss out on what you need." "Brother Li Yuan, if we find your daughter, I will also help you persuade her," Tang Xian said. Li Yuan smiled and said, "It's a deal. Thank you very much, Brother Tang Xian." Chapter 83 Vampire Artifact. Just as Tang Xian and Li Yuan were having a pleasant conversation, the auction had already begun. The items on display at this time did not arouse much interest in Tang Xian. Generally speaking, the truly precious and rare treasures are often saved for last as the best items to be displayed. However, once he encounters something he desires, Tang Xian is convinced that he will be able to acquire it. After all, the spirit stones he possessed were enough to make him richer than a country. Moreover, this auction was hosted by the Beast King sect, and Tang Xian had never even considered using money to bid. He intended to get it for free. Since they were specially invited here, what's wrong with taking a few of their auction items with them? Just then, the host on stage shouted, "Distinguished guests, please pay attention to the next treasure. It will be especially suitable for beast tamers who have contracts with or raise vampire-type summoned beasts." As soon as he finished speaking, a display stand slowly rose from below, and a small red bottle came into view. At this moment, the host introduced the item to the audience with a smile. "Distinguished guests, please take a look. This is the legendary blood bottle. It is said that it was brought back from the distant western continent by a peerless expert of the heavenly origin realm from our eastern continent after going through countless hardships. This expert once ventured alone into a dangerous place and successfully killed a powerful vampire from the western continent in order to obtain this incomparably precious treasure." As soon as he finished speaking, the audience erupted in an uproar, whispering and discussing among themselves. "Looking at it now, this thing has a lot of hype, but we don't know what its function is." Tang Xian was equally shocked and surprised. Indeed, after breaking through to the 9th rank, one can step into the heavenly origin realm. This is further divided into two stages: lesser heavenly origin and greater heavenly origin. Beyond that lies the coveted but unattainable void-breaking realm. Once one steps into the void-breaking realm, it means one has already reached the demigod realm. Only one divine spark is needed to enter the divine realm. However, despite the difficulties, only a few dozen people in the entire eastern continent have successfully broken through the 9th order bottleneck and advanced to the heavenly origin realm. Not to mention the void-breaking realm, which is almost unmatched. Tang Xian had never even heard of anyone actually being able to break through to that realm. Even in his previous life, he had never seen a peerless expert with the strength of the breaking void realm born in the eastern continent. Moreover, when one's cultivation reaches the heavenly origin realm, one does indeed possess the ability to traverse the mysterious sea area between the eastern and western continents, the end of the sea. The vampires of the western continent are equivalent to one of the dominant races in the demon alliance of the eastern continent. Tang Xian was well aware of the miraculous effects of the blood vial. In his previous life, he frequently clashed with people from the western continent, many of whom were vampires. The blood bottle is considered one of the 5 sacred artifacts of the vampires, possessing extraordinary power. By drinking the target's blood in a blood vial, one can temporarily acquire the blood owner's abilities. If used skillfully, this item can definitely be called a divine weapon. As the vampire clan gradually weakened, their sacred artifacts were inadvertently lost. Who could have predicted that one of them would eventually end up in the eastern continent? Without a doubt, this health potion is an absolutely amazing support item for Eggman, making him even more powerful. At this moment, the host has begun to introduce the blood vial. However, her explanation was quite brief, only mentioning that the blood vial could continuously use bright red blood. In this way, summoned beasts that need to drink blood can enjoy fresh blood at any time. However, she didn't mention a word about the most crucial and core use of the blood vial. Clearly, although the Beast King sect had obtained the blood vial, their understanding of it was very limited, only knowing that it could seep blood. Most people at the scene were not interested in such an item. After all, summoned beasts with the ability to suck blood are not very common, and the blood drinks that have been prepared are relatively affordable. The starting auction price for this blood vial is a whopping 50 spirit stones. You should know that 50 spirit stones are enough to buy a blood drink, enough to satisfy the appetite of a vampire summon for more than 20 years. Therefore, it can be asserted that very few people are truly interested in this item. These people simply cannot comprehend the true value of the blood vials. They do not know that if all the sacred artifacts of the vampires could be collected, the entire vampire race would submit to the wielder. 50 spirit stones. Seeing that no one was bidding, Tang Xian decisively announced the starting price of 50. The host then asked, 50, is anyone else willing to bid higher? 55. 58. 60. At this point, other people began to join the bidding. 65. Tang Xian bid again. 65 spirit stones, is there anyone willing to offer a higher price? The host asked loudly. This time, everyone present began to hesitate. 65 spirit stones are not a lot for those who can attend this auction, but it seems that they are not of much practical use for such a small bottle that can ooze blood. Even for those who need to provide blood for their vampire summons, 65 spirit stones would be enough to provide their summons with blood for 20 or 30 years. 65 spirit stones for the first time. 65 spirit stones, second time. 65. Just when everyone thought the small bottle was about to be sold for 65 spirit stones, a voice suddenly came from the VIP area on the second floor, 100. Everyone turned to look in the direction of the voice, and saw Shi Tianjian with a smug look on his face. Clearly, he was a new participant in this bidding process. Tang Xian, not to be outdone, immediately replied, 101. Shi Tianjian then shouted, 200. Such intense competition caused everyone present to whisper and discuss amongst themselves. It is obvious from Shi Tianjian's behavior of constantly raising prices that he did it intentionally. As the grandson of the Beast King Sect's guardian elder, Shi Tianjian would not need to come to the auction house to participate in the bidding if he wanted to obtain this item. Since this item originally belonged to the Beast King sect, he could easily obtain it by simply asking his grandfather, Shi Qinshan. It was obvious that his actions at this moment were clearly intended to make things difficult for Tang Xian. However, Tang Xian did not take this to heart and even gave up bidding. He originally came with the idea of getting something for free, and since Shi Tianjian wanted to use this method, Tang Xian was even more happy to see it happen. Subsequently, the blood vial unsurprisingly fell into Shi Tianjian's hands. The auction then continued, but the next few items displayed failed to attract much attention from Tang Xian, while 2 of them were also acquired by Shi Tianjian. Distinguished guests, the final item of today's auction will soon be presented, a Xian-level weapon, the Gauntlet's 8 Desolations. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Xian's face lit up with joy, and even Xiao Tian, who was sitting next to him, couldn't help but have his eyes light up. A mystical weapon, gauntlets, and possessing fire attributes, isn't this the perfect weapon that Xiao Tian has been dreaming of at this stage? Chapter 84, Shi Tianjian's Quirks. Immediately afterwards, the auction of the 8 Desolations officially began, with the starting price of 1,000 spirit stones. Despite its high price, there are many people who desire to own it. Before long, the bidding soared to 5,000 spirit stones. 5,005. Tang Xian shouted the number, and the entire venue fell silent. Many people turned their attention to where Tang Xian was. 6,000. At this moment, someone else made a bid in the VIP area on the second floor. The person who made the bid was Shi Tianjian. Faced with Shi Tianjian raising the price, Tang Xian responded without backing down, 6,005. No matter how much Tang Xian raised the price, Shi Tianjian held firm. 7,000. At this moment, Li Yuan whispered to Tang Xian, "Brother Tang Xian, it seems he's deliberately trying to make things difficult for you." Tang Xian understood this perfectly well. What was Shi Tianjian's true intention in being so confrontational? Had his true identity already been exposed? Since entering Sangyan City, Tang Xian had only tried to conceal his face with the hood of his cloak, but hadn't made any significant effort to hide his identity. Could it be that he had already been recognized by the Beast King sect? If he already knows my true identity, then it's a deliberate attempt to target me. If that's really the case, then the Beast King sect is far too arrogant and conceited. They actually sent someone with only 4th tier strength to provoke Tang Xian, not to mention that this person is Shi Qinshan's grandson. Tang Xian was seething with anger at Shi Qinshan. You sent Shi Tianjian to provoke Tang Xian? Do you really think he's so good-natured that he wouldn't dare to do anything to Shi Tianjian? Tang Xian did not participate in the subsequent bidding process because he intended to get it for free from the beginning. There's little point in raising prices now. After Tang Xian withdrew from the bidding, no one else competed with Shi Tianjian, and the gauntlet named 8 Desolations ultimately fell into Shi Tianjian's hands. But in Tang Xian's eyes, it was just that Shi Tianjian was temporarily keeping it in his custody. As the auction came to a close, Tang Xian, Xiao Tian, and Li Yuan left the auction site together. Along the way, Tang Xian and Li Yuan chatted happily, and their exchanges were quite frequent. Through their conversation, Tang Xian noticed that Li Yuan exuded a noble and elegant temperament in every word, demeanor, and gesture. Moreover, Li Yuan possesses a broad and profound knowledge base, making their conversation exceptionally congenial, as if they had met kindred spirits. Li Yuan was secretly surprised. He originally thought Tang Xian was just an ordinary hothead, but after a deep conversation, he found that this was not the case. Tang Xian was not only knowledgeable, but also had unique and profound insights into many things, which greatly shocked Li Yuan. After all, Tang Xian had already experienced 2 lifetimes, and his life experience was far beyond that of ordinary people. Therefore, after talking with Tang Xian, Li Yuan couldn't help but marvel. Who could have imagined that such a teenager would possess such profound knowledge? In an instant, Li Yuan felt a surge of goodwill towards Tang Xian. Brother Li Yuan, then we'll meet again tomorrow. Tang Xian said goodbye to Li Yuan. Li Yuan smiled and nodded in response. Okay, let's meet at the North Gate tomorrow. The two agreed to meet again the next day to enjoy tea and conversation. After Li Yuan left, Tang Xian also prepared to put his plan into action to go and find Shi Tianjian to retrieve what belonged to him. Just then, without warning, several figures appeared in front of Tang Xian and Xiao Tian. Immediately afterwards, the men quickly pulled out coarse cloth sacks and, without saying a word, put them over Tang Xian and Xiao Tian's heads. Everything that happened before their eyes was completely unexpected. Seeing this, the hot-tempered Xiao Tian immediately prepared to struggle and resist, but Tang Xian communicated with Xiao Tian through the mental connection, signaling her to be patient for the time being and observe what these people were up to. And so, Tang Xian and Xiao Tian were lifted up and taken away. Not long after, Tang Xian and Xiao Tian were put down again, and the sacks on their heads were removed. After looking around, Tang Xian realized that they were in the outskirts of town. There were 5 or 6 people standing in front of them, and the one in the middle was none other than Shi Tianjian. Tang Xian was surprised. This was really unexpected. He hadn't even taken the initiative to look for Shi Tianjian, but the man had come to cause him trouble first. Could it be that his identity has really been discovered? If that's the case, why would the Beast King sect send Shi Tianjian to deal with him? What kind of move is this? Do they really think this place is within the territory of the Beast King sect, and that Tang Xian will obediently submit as long as they send a 4th-level cultivator here? Boy, listen up. The man standing in front of you is Shi Tianjian, the grandson of our Beast King sect's guardian elder. At this moment, a Beast King sect disciple shouted arrogantly at Tang Xian. Tang Xian secretly examined the strength and cultivation levels of these people and found that, apart from Shi Tianjian who was at the 4th level, the others were all at the 3rd level. This situation only deepened his confusion, and he wondered to himself, what exactly does the Beast King sect mean? Do they really think they can make me hand over egg with just these few guys? Shi Tianjian smugly pulled out a spatial bag, waved it in front of Tang Xian, and said, "The blood bottle and the 8 desolations are both in here. Do you want them?" Tang Xian frowned slightly and asked suspiciously, "What is your purpose?" Shi Tianjian's gaze lingered on Xiao Tian without restraint. He scrutinized Xiao Tian from head to toe, and a lewd smile gradually appeared on his lips. "I can hand over the blood bottle and the 8 desolations to you, but on the condition that you let me take her away and that she serve me well in the future." As he spoke, Shi Tianjian reached out to touch Xiao Tian's face, but Tang Xian stopped him. At this moment, Tang Xian understood that Shi Tianjian had no idea of his identity at all. All he had done was because this guy had his eye on Xiao Tian. Shi Tianjian has such a disgusting fetish, preying on little girls. Xiao Tian perfectly transformed into human form, and even with Shi Tianjian's strength, he couldn't sense the demonic aura emanating from her. In this way, Shi Tianjian began to treat Xiao Tian as an ordinary human girl. When he first met Xiao Tian, a filthy and despicable thought arose in his heart. Chapter 85 I am my own backer. Just then, one of Shi Tianjian's men saw that Tang Xian dared to stop Shi Tianjian so rudely, and a surge of anger welled up in his heart. Without saying a word, he rushed straight at Tang Xian, shoved him hard, and shouted angrily, "Kid, don't push your luck, get out of the way if you know what's good for you." At the same time, Shi Tianjian chuckled coldly, "Boy, do you know this is Tsangyan City, within the territory of our Beast King sect? I've already investigated you, you're not from any noble family, meaning you have no backing. So, even if you die here, no one will care. As long as this girl follows me, she'll surely live a life of luxury and wealth in the future. Wouldn't that be a win-win situation?" Upon hearing this, Tang Xian's lips curled up slightly, revealing a cold smile, and he replied, "That's true. I'm not from a prestigious family, but as for backing, I'm not without it. I am my own backer." Before he could finish speaking, Xiao Tian, who was behind Tang Xian, suddenly leaped up. Before the man who had just shoved Tang Xian could react, Xiao Tian's fist had already slammed into his chest. With a loud thud, the man was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. Boom! With a deafening roar, the man slammed into a tree behind him like a cannonball. The enormous impact caused the tree, which was as thick as a bowl, to snap in two, sending splinters flying everywhere. The person fell heavily to the ground, spitting out a series of bright red blood bubbles, his body convulsing violently and uncontrollably. Even more shocking was that his chest was deeply caved in after Xiao Tian's fierce blow, as if it had been hit by a heavy hammer. Xiao Tian's strength is now astonishing. She can easily break open even an eggshell. In her eyes, flesh and blood are no different from fragile plastic. After a brief but painful spasm, the person finally stopped breathing and died. Witnessing this breathtaking scene, the members of the Beast King sect were stunned and stood frozen in place for a moment. After regaining their senses, they all cast summoning arrays and summoned their respective beasts. Shi Tianjian's face was full of anger, his expression was so distorted it was frightening. He couldn't believe that someone would dare to commit murder within the territory of Sungyan City, and that the victim was a disciple of their Beast King sect. "You bastards, how dare you kill members of my Beast King sect? Today I will tear you to pieces." Shi Tianjian roared angrily. Before he could finish speaking, a massive, majestic sky giant ape roared out from behind him and pounced on Tang Xian with bared teeth and claws. Boom! With a deafening roar, the massive body of the sky giant ape suddenly slammed down, its two paws slamming into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. However, Tang Xian nimbly dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding the attack. Immediately afterwards, the sky giant ape quickly twisted its body, opened its mouth wide, and a dazzling white beam of light shot out from its mouth, shooting towards Tang Xian like lightning. In the critical moment, Tang Xian immediately summoned ice crystal feathers and unleashed their skill ice explosion. In an instant, a chill spread, and the surrounding air seemed to freeze into ice. The powerful force generated by the ice explosion spread rapidly, forming an incredibly solid layer of ice that successfully withstood the deadly white light emitted by the sky giant ape. Witnessing this breathtaking scene, a glint of greed flashed in Shi Tianjian's eyes. He smirked and said to Tang Xian, "Boy, I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to have such a precious treasure. These wings are at least Xian-level treasures. Since I've come across them, don't blame me for taking them without hesitation." Faced with Shi Tianjian's covetousness, Tang Xian merely smiled coldly and replied, "Go ahead and try if you dare." Upon hearing this, Shi Tianjian burst into laughter and mocked, "Kid, do you think you can act recklessly just because you have some ability? You need to understand the situation. This is the territory of the Beast King sect, and you can't run wild here." After saying that, he snapped his fingers lightly. With a loud bang, the Beast King sect disciple behind him suddenly took out a signal flare and launched it into the sky. With a deafening explosion, the signal flare burst open in the air, turning into a dazzling cloud of fireworks that gradually coalesced into a striking emblem of the Beast King clan. Tang Xian was speechless upon seeing this. What era were we living in? Communicators were already widespread, yet they were still using such outdated and backward communication methods. However, Tang Xian knew that the situation was urgent and could not be delayed any longer. Although this place is on the outskirts of Sungyan City, as long as the disciples of the Beast King sect inside the city see the signal, they will definitely rush over in the shortest possible time. Therefore, we must deal with this group of guys as soon as possible. Although Tang Xian's strength meant that even a large number of ordinary Beast King sect disciples could not pose a real threat. But he didn't want to end everything too soon. After all, Tang Xian had come to the beast fighting tournament with a purpose to formally present the way of witchcraft to everyone. Therefore, we can't cause too much of a commotion here, lest the beast fighting tournament be cancelled in the end, which would be embarrassing. Egg Boy. Tang Xian no longer hesitated and decisively summoned Egg Boy. It should be noted that although Egg is only at the level of a demon servant, she possesses the bloodline of a divine beast, and her strength is by no means inferior to those ordinary great demon-level demons. The group of people standing in front of them at this moment, including Shi Tianjian, could only summon a great demon-level monster at their strongest. Just as Egg Boy appeared, Shi Tianjian was astonished to find that Tang Xian had actually summoned an egg. He could no longer contain his laughter, bursting into unrestrained, wild laughter. "Ha ha, this is hilarious. Don't you have any summoned beasts left? You can even summon an egg like this. Sky Giant Ape, smash this egg to pieces, then take it back and boil it into egg drop soup. Ha ha ha." At this moment, the giant ape suddenly leaped up and pounced on Egg Boy like Mount Tai crushing an egg. Its enormous fists slammed into the ground like meteorites, producing a deafening roar. After a loud boom, the scene was immediately filled with dust and smoke. Looking at the scene before him, Shi Tianjian revealed a cold and ruthless grin. In his eyes, how could such a fragile egg withstand the immense power of the sky giant ape's attack? Without a doubt, this egg would be reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye. But in the next second, suddenly, a piercing wail came from the depths of the smoke-filled place. The one that let out such a miserable scream was actually the sky giant ape. What happened? Shi Tianjian's heart tightened, and he was shocked. As the smoke and dust gradually dissipated, the scene before us finally became clear. The colossal ape stood there howling, its once strong and powerful arms now hanging limply, clearly broken. Surprisingly, the egg on the ground, which was considered the target, was completely unharmed, without even a crack. This is the eggshell of a crystal wyvern. Even Shi Qinshan's Demon King level summoned beast couldn't break it, let alone a mere Great Demon level summoned beast. In addition to physical reflection, the greater the attack force, the more severe the reflected damage. Therefore, the Sky Giant Ape's all-out attack not only failed to break through the eggshell's defense, but also suffered severe damage due to the physical rebound, resulting in the crippling of its hands. Just then, the eggshell slowly opened, and the little egg playfully poked its head out. Then, she opened her mouth wide, facing the Sky Giant Ape that was still howling in pain. Upon seeing this, Tang Xian and Xiao Tian quickly covered their ears. In the next instant, a sharp, piercing sound suddenly burst from Egg Boy's mouth. The sound was like countless steel needles, piercing straight into everyone's eardrums, making people feel as if their whole head was about to explode. The people of the Beast King sect were also startled by this sudden change, and they all instinctively reached out to cover their ears. Meanwhile, the summoned beasts were all lying on the ground in terror, desperately covering their ears with their claws, as if trying to resist the terrifying sonic attack. The Sky Giant Ape was not so lucky. Because its hands were severely injured, it was unable to raise its arms to protect its ears. Therefore, it could only endure the powerful sonic vibrations of the egg. In an instant, the giant ape of the sky let out an extremely shrill scream, and then began to roll wildly on the ground. Its face was contorted in extreme pain, and its massive head slammed against the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. Even more shocking was the fact that blood was continuously flowing from its ears. Chapter 86. She is a divine beast. Tang Xian was speechless as Egg Boy let out an astonishing roar. The bloodline of a divine beast is truly extraordinary. It is merely a cub at the level of a demon servant, yet it can unleash such terrifying destructive power. The giant ape was directly hit by the egg-shaped sonic shockwave, and it can be said that it was completely destroyed. Immediately afterwards, Egg Boy transformed into a dark shadow and darted across the ground. This is Egg Shadow Strike skill in this state. It is as elusive and unpredictable as a ghost, and cannot be locked onto. However, the process of using this skill also consumes a tremendous amount of one's own spiritual energy. However, Egg did not travel too far forward. She seized the opportunity and cleverly leaped onto the massive body of the Sky Giant Ape. Immediately, Egg opened its mouth and bit down hard on the Sky Giant Ape. He took a deep breath, but with a pft, Egg Boy spat out the blood he had just inhaled. It's obvious that Egg was not satisfied with the taste of the Sky Giant Ape's blood, and even felt a bit disgusted, as it didn't suit its taste preferences at all. In the next instant, Egg Boy flashed past and returned to the eggshell in the blink of an eye. When they went there, they used Shadow Strike, but when they came back, they used Spatial Flash. She was very vigilant because she knew that there would be a certain interval between using these two skills. Therefore, she cleverly adopted a strategy of alternating between different methods. In this way, she can be 100% sure of her safety. She will not be attacked when she hatches from the egg. Egg is extremely reliant on the shell of the crystal wyvern, as it is incredibly useful and, as it stands, can be considered an absolute defense. However, as the egg continues to grow or evolve, the eggshell may eventually be unable to contain her body. What will she do then? Giant Ape of the Azure Sky. Shi Tianjian shouted. Just as he was about to rush forward to check on the condition of the Sky Giant Ape, a chill suddenly rose up from his spine. He hurriedly turned around, only to be surprised to find Tang Xian already standing silently behind him. Bastard! Shi Tianjian roared, then turned around and threw a powerful punch at Tang Xian. However, just as his fist was less than 20 centimeters away from Tang Xian, his body suddenly stopped moving. It turned out that Tang Xian had used the frost skill of ice crystal feathers, which covered Shi Tianjian's entire body with frost, leaving only his head exposed. Bastard, let me go. The disciples of the Beast King sect will be here soon, and you will die a terrible death. I will take you back and let my grandfather torture you personally, making you wish you were dead, and tear you to pieces. Shi Tianjian roared angrily, his face contorted with rage, his eyes flashing with madness. At this moment, Shi Tianjian actually felt some regret. He never expected that this kid would have such strength. He was too confident that he could easily subdue Tang Xian and take him to the outskirts of the city, but he never expected things to develop to this point. If they had chosen to make their move in any deserted alley in the city, the Beast King sect disciples would probably have arrived by now after seeing the signal. Seeing that Shi Tianjian was in danger, his men were extremely anxious. They attempted to command their summoned beasts to attack Tang Xian in hopes of rescuing Shi Tianjian. However, to everyone's surprise, these normally loyal summoned beasts suddenly disobeyed orders, lying on the ground and not daring to make a move. What they feared was not Tang Xian himself, but the egg standing next to him. This suppression, originating from bloodline, made these summoned beasts instinctively feel a tremendous threat. If they were of a higher level, such as reaching the level of a demon general, perhaps they wouldn't be so afraid when facing a divine beast with the bloodline of a demon servant. But the strongest of these summoned beasts is only at the level of a great demon. Such a level is simply not enough for them to overcome the suppression of bloodline. Therefore, when they saw Egg easily kill the sky giant ape, these summoned beasts were filled with awe and dared not launch an attack easily. Tang Xian glanced at the group of people and sneered, choosing to join the Beast King sect and committing all sorts of evil deeds with this guy is definitely the worst choice you've ever made. As soon as they finished speaking, the group realized that something was wrong with them. Immediately afterwards, they curled up and fell to the ground, their skin turning ashen and dull. Black mucus poured continuously from their mouths, while at the same time, their skin began to ooze strange black sweat. Tang Xian did not give this group of people much time. Before long, under extreme pain, all of them lost their lives. At this moment, their bodies resembled rotten apples, completely black and emitting a foul stench. Tang Xian remained unusually calm in the face of the corpses. Killing a few people did not stir the slightest emotion within him. After all, I've seen too much in my past life. During wartime, human life is the cheapest thing. Shi Tianjian, who was left behind, was so frightened by what he saw that he trembled all over and began to stammer. You, if you dare to lay a hand on me, my grandfather will never let you off easily, and our Beast King sect will never let this go. If you're smart, you'd better release me now, and I can pretend that today's events never happened. The first half of his sentence sounded quite assertive, but the second half was rather uninteresting. They say they want to pretend it never happened, but they're probably just scared. Tang Xian sneered and replied, "Why wouldn't I dare to touch you? A scoundrel like you shouldn't live in this world. Your presence will only cause more innocent little girls to suffer. But don't worry, I won't kill you for now. You said Shi Chenshan won't let me go, fine, I'll spare your dog's life. When the beast fighting tournament comes, I will personally send you on your way in front of Shi Chenshan." Upon hearing Tang Xian's words, Shi Tianjian's face turned deathly pale. He could hardly believe his ears, wondering what kind of person he had offended that was so arrogant and presumptuous. At such an important occasion as the beast fighting tournament, this person actually wanted to kill his grandson in front of the sect's guardian elder. This behavior cannot be simply described as death, it is utter madness. Who exactly are you?" Shi Tianjian asked in a trembling voice. Tang Xian's lips curled up slightly, revealing a mocking smile. "You'll probably know the answer before you die. As for Shi Chenshan, he'll have to pay the price for what he did in the secret realm. Since he invited me here, I'll send his grandson to his death in front of him as a way of thanking him for inviting me." Upon hearing this, Shi Tianjian was so shocked that he couldn't speak. After a long while, he stammered, You are that Xian? You're the one who stole our Beast King sect's divine beast in the secret realm? Then, she is the divine beast. Shi Tianjian's gaze slowly turned to Danzi. Chapter 87 Little Yellow Hair. You only just realized she's a divine beast? You're really slow to realize things, Tang Xian sneered. You're going to make an enemy of the entire Beast King sect. Shi Tianjian roared furiously. Tang Xian's lips curled up slightly, revealing a disdainful smile. Oh? Then we'll see how powerful your Beast King sect is, and see just how much you can make me consider you an enemy. Xiao Tian, take him away. At the beast fighting tournament the day after tomorrow, we'll take his life right in front of Shi Chenshan. No sooner had he finished speaking than a loud bang was heard as Xiao Tian suddenly threw a punch, slamming it hard into the back of Shi Tianjian's head. In an instant, Shi Tianjian's eyes rolled back, his body stiffened, and he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Immediately afterwards, Xiao Tian dragged the unconscious Shi Tianjian away. Tang Xian recalled Danzi, and then left the scene. They had barely left when reinforcements from the Beast King sect arrived at the scene. However, when they arrived, all they found were several unidentifiable corpses lying on the ground. However, the surviving summoned beasts remained in place, indicating that Tang Xian had not killed them. After all, in most cases, summoned beasts simply follow their master's commands. When the beast tamer dies, the contract is automatically dissolved, and the beasts are freed. After walking for a while, Tang Xian took the space bag off Shi Tianjian. He tossed the spatial bag around, secretly calculating that tonight's gains would be considerable. Not only had he gotten a free blood potion and the 8 Desolations elixir, but there were also other good things in the spatial bag. Just as Tang Xian was excitedly preparing to open it and find out what was going on, a thin, thread-like silver light suddenly shot out from the side. In an instant, the silver thread, like a serpent, tightly coiled around the spatial bag in Tang Xian's hand. Immediately afterwards, with a whoosh, the space bag seemed to be pulled by a powerful force, forcibly breaking free from Tang Xian's control. In the blink of an eye, it had flown more than 10 meters away and landed in another person's hands. Tang Xian looked closely and saw that the man was a year or two older than him, with a striking head of blonde hair. The blonde-haired man grinned smugly at Tang Xian, revealing a disdainful sneer, and then slowly said, "I'll keep your killing of the Beast King sect disciple a secret. As for this spatial bag, it's my hush money." Tang Xian was quite surprised. The fact that this blonde-haired boy knew about his killing of the Beast King sect disciple meant that he had just witnessed it. To Tang Xian's surprise, he hadn't noticed the little blonde's presence at all. To be able to conceal one's aura so perfectly, that's quite an achievement. The blonde-haired guy, with a smug look on his face, taunted, "Hey, look at you, you're not too keen on it. Too bad, there's no reason why I can't get my hands on anything I set my sights on. Otherwise, wouldn't that be a disgrace to my title of Master Thief?" Tang Xian's face darkened, and he coldly replied, "Since that's the case, then you may die. Catch me if you dare." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a whoosh sound, and the blonde guy disappeared in the blink of an eye. "Xiao Tian, keep an eye on Shi Tianjian. I'll be right back." Tang Xian instructed Xiao Tian before disappearing from the spot like lightning. Trying to outrun Tang Xian, who possesses ice crystal feathers, is a bit too naive. The blonde-haired boy ran wildly for more than 10 minutes. He stopped, panting heavily, but his eyes were filled with excitement and pride. He gently tossed the spatial pouch he was clutching in his hand, a sly smile creeping onto his lips. "Ha, sure, Tianjian's spatial pouch. This is a real windfall. Just as I expected, taking advantage of the Beast King sect's beast fighting tournament to come to Tsangyan City has really brought in a lot of benefits. This is enough for Ra Ying and me to live a carefree life for quite a while." However, just as the blonde-haired boy was immersed in joy, a sudden voice interrupted his thoughts. "Buddy, shouldn't you give it back to me now?" The blonde-haired boy looked up in astonishment, staring ahead in disbelief. He saw Tang Xian walking towards him step by step, as if he had descended from the sky. This is impossible. How could you possibly catch up with me?" The blonde-haired boy was utterly shocked. You have to understand, when it comes to speed, he's always considered himself unmatched among his peers. So it's utterly unbelievable that Tang Xian could catch up with him so easily. Tang Xian extended his right hand expressionlessly and said calmly, "Hand it over." The blonde-haired boy stared intently at Tang Xian, a fierce glint in his eyes. He gritted his teeth and said, "Want it? Then let's see if you have the ability." Before he finished speaking, he suddenly swung his arm. In an instant, a thread as thin as a hair wrapped around Tang Xian's wrist. After observing closely, Tang Xian tried to lift his arm slightly to break free from the restraints, but with the slightest effort, the silk thread suddenly cut into his flesh, and bright red blood flowed out instantly. Tang Xian frowned and said in a deep voice, "Mingyu Immortal Silk, ranked 12th among weapon spirits, you are a weapon master." Seeing this, the blonde-haired guy revealed a smug smile and mocked, "Hee, I didn't expect you to have some knowledge," actually recognizing the Mingyu Immortal Silk. "Originally, I only intended to take this space bag, but since you caught up with me yourself, don't blame me for being impolite." As soon as he finished speaking, the blonde-haired guy suddenly pulled hard, and in an instant, the Mingyu Immortal Silk sank deep into Tang Xian's flesh. Faced with such a predicament, Tang Xian remained unusually calm. He slowly said, "The Mingyu Immortal Silk is known for its toughness. Even a sharp blade made of steel cannot cut through it, which is as thin as spider silk. Not only that, this silk is also extremely sharp and can easily cut through human bones." Upon hearing Tang Xian's words, the blonde-haired boy burst into laughter. "Ha, I never expected you to know so much about the Mingyu Immortal Silk. Since you understand its power, if you know what's good for you, you'd better hand over all your valuables." A cold smile appeared on Tang Xian's lips as he said softly, "The Mingyu Immortal Silk, though seemingly incredibly tough, actually has a fatal weakness. While this silk can withstand high temperatures, it is extremely vulnerable to extreme cold ice explosion." Before the words were finished, the ice crystal feathers suddenly unfurled, and the icy, bone-chilling cold air surged and spread in all directions like a tidal wave. Accompanied by a chilling aura, the ice explosion spread outwards at an alarming speed. However, at that moment, the Mingyu immortal silk, which had been tightly wrapped around Tang Xian's wrist, snapped without warning. In low-temperature environments, the Mingyu immortal silk becomes extremely fragile. This is why it can only rank 12th on the spirit weapon ranking. If this weakness can be overcome, then the Mingyu immortal silk can at least be ranked among the top 5. As Tang Xian muttered to himself, he moved with ghostly speed, quickly closing in on the blonde-haired boy. Immediately afterwards, a muffled thump was heard as Tang Xian kicked the little blonde-haired boy hard in the stomach. Struck by this sudden and heavy blow, little yellow hair was sent flying like a cannonball, finally crashing heavily into a thick tree with a loud bang. Chapter 88 Upper Beast King Sect. The blonde-haired boy struggled to his feet, looking disheveled, his body still trembling slightly from the heavy blow he had just suffered. However, at that moment, Tang Xian came to the little blonde hair again, reached out, grabbed the blonde hair on his head, and lifted him up. Brother, I'll give it all back to you, please have mercy on me. I'm just a petty thief, please spare my life. The blonde-haired boy was terrified. Trembling, he hurriedly handed the spatial bag he was clutching to Tang Xian, his eyes filled with pleading. Tang Xian coldly looked at the pleading blonde-haired boy in front of him. He slowly released his grip, took the spatial bag, and examined it carefully. The space bag is fine, it's sure Tianjian's. The 8 desolations and the blood bottle are inside, and nothing is missing. Tang Xian ignored the blonde-haired boy and turned to leave. He had absolutely no interest in getting entangled with such a petty thief. As Tang Xian gradually moved away, the blonde-haired boy finally breathed a sigh of relief, but he did not show any gratitude on his face. On the contrary, once he was certain that Tang Xian had gone far away, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly, revealing a sly and smug smile. Immediately afterwards, he quietly extended his right hand, and another spatial bag appeared in his palm. Hee, this space bag is even bigger than the previous one. You're no match for my master thief. Let me see what's inside. With a smug chuckle, little yellow hair opened his spatial bag, unable to contain his excitement, to take a look. However, the moment the bag was opened, a thick cloud of black smoke suddenly burst out. The blonde-haired boy instinctively waved his arms in an attempt to disperse the smoke, but didn't pay much attention. After the smoke dissipated slightly, he looked closely and was immediately speechless with astonishment, his mouth agape for a long time. The seemingly ordinary spatial bag was actually filled with a mountain of spirit stones. So many spirit stones. Even if I lived 10 more lifetimes, I probably couldn't squander them all. The blonde-haired boy was so excited that he was incoherent, secretly planning how to use this enormous fortune. But at that moment, a strange feeling welled up inside him, and little yellow hair realized that something seemed wrong with his body. He suddenly collapsed to the ground without warning, his facial muscles contorted, his expression one of extreme pain, and black phlegm continuously gushing from his mouth. At the same time, the space bag that was tightly held in his hand slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. Just then, a figure appeared silently beside the blonde-haired boy. The man slowly squatted down and picked up the spatial bag from the ground. This man was none other than Tang Xian. Tang Xian stared expressionlessly at the blonde-haired boy curled up on the ground, his face contorted in pain. After a moment of silence, he turned and prepared to leave. After all, we had already let this kid go, but we didn't expect that he would still be so wicked and still do dirty things. However, after taking a few steps, Tang Xian suddenly stopped and turned back to stare at the little blonde boy, slowly asking, as far as I know, a weapon master who can possess a rare weapon spirit like the Mingyu Immortal Silk must have an extraordinary identity. Could it be that you are also the grandson or son of some high-ranking member of the Beast King sect? Upon hearing this, the blonde-haired man quickly said, since you know that, you still dare to kill me? Tang Xian sneered and replied, it's alright, I'll spare your life for 2 more days. You'll die alongside Shi Tianjian at the Beast King Sect's beast fighting tournament the day after tomorrow. At that time, someone will come to claim your corpse. Since you stole my things, your family will naturally have to compensate me for my losses. While speaking, Tang Xian controlled the witchcraft on the little blonde-haired boy, temporarily stopping its onset. The blonde-haired man felt his condition improve slightly and, panting, asked, loss? What losses could you possibly have? Tang Xian raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and said with a half-smile, you actually dared to steal my spatial bag, and you took half of the spirit stones inside, which are now nowhere to be found. The blonde-haired boy's eyes widened, and he hurriedly protested, I really didn't touch anything inside. I just opened it and took a look, I didn't even dare to take a single spirit stone. Tang Xian sneered and said dismissively, that's none of my business. Anyway, the items became less after they passed through your hands. I'll take you up Sangyan Mountain the day after tomorrow to find your family and compensate me for my losses. Little Yellow Hair never expected that while he was indeed a thief, this guy in front of him was practically a robber. He had only been holding the man's spatial bag for less than 10 minutes, yet the man claimed that half of the spirit stones inside had disappeared. Afterwards, Tang Xian locked Xiao Huangmao and Shi Tianjian together, planning to take their lives at the Beast King Sect's beast fighting tournament the day after tomorrow. Afterwards, Tang Xian took out the 8 desolations and examined it. It was indeed a Xian weapon. The wearer can enhance the power of fire attribute skills, and also gains a flame fist skill. Mystic grade equipment requires a master to recognize it. Tang Xian handed it to Xiao Tian and told her to wear it and see if she could accept it as her master. If not, she could take it off. However, Xiao Tian put it on easily without any problems, which shocked Tang Xian. The process of recognizing him as a master was too easy, as if the 8 desolations were born just for Xiao Tian. Next came the blood vial. The blood vial did not need to be bound to a user, so Tang Xian handed it over to Egg. Egg was overjoyed to receive the blood vial. She jumped out of her shell and clung to Tang Xian, rubbing against him incessantly. The next day, Tang Xian and Li Yuan agreed to go for tea and a chat together. At dawn, Tang Xian met Li Yuan at the north gate. Brother Li Yuan, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. When Tang Xian arrived at the north gate, Li Yuan was already waiting for him there. Li Yuan smiled and said, I just arrived too. Brother Tang Xian, let's go. I don't like Tang Xian. Just then, Huan suddenly spoke to Tang Xian. Tang Xian was somewhat surprised. Huan had seemed a little off when he first met Li Yuan yesterday. Tang Xian didn't pay much attention at the time, but now that Huan suddenly said that, Tang Xian was a little surprised. What's wrong? Tang Xian asked. In short, I don't like him. Is there a reason? No. This left Tang Xian speechless. However, despite this, he still said softly to Huan, after the beast fighting tournament ends, I'm afraid I won't have many chances to see Li Yuan again. We've already made an appointment with him today, how can we give up now? Shall we have some tea and a chat with him today? Upon hearing this, Huan Ting remained silent, which was considered tacit agreement. Afterwards, Tang Xian and Li Yuan went to the most luxurious tea house in Sunyan City, where they chatted and laughed, enjoying themselves immensely. Although the two address each other as brothers, they are actually quite different in age. Li Yuan is old enough to be Tang Xian's father. Of course, this refers to his current biological age. Tang Xian's past life experiences are not included. Therefore, the two can be considered friends despite their age difference. Time passed by, and it wasn't until the afternoon that Tang Xian and Li Yuan said goodbye and left. The next morning, the sun shone brightly and the sky was cloudless. Today is an important day for the Beast King sect to hold its beast fighting tournament. The entire Beast King sect and even Sunyan City are filled with a lively and joyous atmosphere. The mountain path from the foot of the mountain to the gate of the Beast King sect was decorated with lanterns and colorful decorations, creating a lively atmosphere. Early in the morning, many people who wanted to go to the Beast King sect to watch the battle witnessed a strange thing. A young man and a petite girl walked side by side towards the Beast King sect. What was striking was that the delicate and adorable little girl was carrying an enormous coffin on her back. The coffin was more than twice her height. Everyone was astonished this little girl was able to carry such a heavy and enormous object as if it were nothing, traversing the steep mountain path with ease. These two were Tang Xian and Xiao Tian, and inside the coffin behind Xiao Tian lay Shi Tianjian and Xiao Huangmao. However, the two did not die, and Tang Xian planned to take their lives during the beast fighting tournament. With Xiao Tian's extraordinary strength, lifting the enormous coffin containing 2 people was a piece of cake for her. Chapter 89. Seeing Chen Wenyu again. What's wrong with these two? Have they gone mad? Today is a joyous day that the Beast King sect only celebrates once every few decades, and these two are carrying coffins up the mountain. How unlucky. Aren't they afraid of angering the Beast King sect? Who knows? Maybe he was provoked by something and went up there to die. As Tang Xian and Xiao Tian carried the coffin up the mountain, people along the way began to discuss it. Sanyan Mountain is not very high. Although the Beast King sect stands on the summit of Sanyan Mountain, it only took Tang Xian and Xiao Tian less than an hour to reach the top. There is actually a cable car going up the mountain from below, so not many people hike up. The main reason Tang Xian and Xiao Tian chose to hike was that the cable car couldn't fit such a large coffin. Therefore, they had no choice but to hike up the mountain. Halt! What are you doing here? Tang Xian and Xiao Tian were stopped by the guards at the sect's gate as soon as they arrived at the mountain entrance. What do you want to do? Shi Chenshan invited me here, Tang Xian replied. The sect protector elder invited you? Where is your invitation? In fact, the gatekeepers usually don't bother to check the invitations, since on a day like today, the Beast King sect doesn't really mind having more people come. However, Tang Xian and Xiao Tian are too special. They brought such a big coffin up here. How can we not verify their identities? On such a joyous occasion, you're carrying a coffin up the mountain. It looks like you're looking for trouble. Tang Xian said, I received a verbal invitation from Shi Chenshan. If you don't believe me, you can go and ask him. Just say that Tang Xian has come and see what he says. The guards looked at each other, hesitant to let the man carrying the coffin into the sect, but what Tang Xian said seemed to make a lot of sense. After discussion, the guards decided to send someone to ask Shi Chenshan. You wait here, the guard leader said to Tang Xian and Xiao Tian, then sent someone to question Shi Chenshan. The Beast King sect is quite large, and it took the guard who was sent there more than 10 minutes to return. Upon returning to the sect, he whispered a few words to the guard. After hearing this, the guard leader said to Tang Xian, it has been confirmed that it was indeed the sect elder who invited you. Excuse me, please come in. Tang Xian and Xiao Tian entered the Beast King sect, with Xiao Tian carrying a huge coffin on his back, which was indeed somewhat conspicuous. Therefore, they naturally attracted a lot of attention along the way. Tang Xian? Just then, someone called out Tang Xian's name. Tang Xian turned around and saw Chen Wenyu. On this day, the 10 elders would send someone to offer their congratulations. Chen Wenyu also came with her elders today. Chen Wenyu walked up to Tang Xian and said with some surprise, it really is you. I thought I was seeing things. I didn't think you would come here, but... At this point, Chen Wenyu paused, glanced at Xiao Tian beside Tang Xian, and continued, who is this little girl? Why is she carrying a coffin? Today is a joyous occasion for the Beast King sect. Aren't you afraid of causing trouble by bringing a coffin in? Tang Xian let out a cold laugh and said, what? If I'm not here to cause trouble, what am I doing here? Sightseeing? Tang Xian's words left Chen Wenyu speechless. She was present in the secret realm back then, and she clearly knew the ins and outs of the matter. Shi Chenshan has captured Tang Xian's companion and is demanding that Tang Xian bring a divine beast today in exchange for his companion. However, in Chen Wenyu's mind, Tang Xian must have left the secret realm in a hurry to escape the scorching summer. After all, a divine beast is extremely precious and rare. The number of people on the entire continent who possess a divine beast can be counted on one hand. Humans are selfish. Coming to rescue their companions not only risks the divine beast but could also cost them their lives. Therefore, Chen Wenyu never expected Tang Xian to come. Now, Tang Xian has not only arrived, but he has also come in such a high-profile manner. I don't know where he found this little girl, but he even made her carry such a big coffin. It's obvious that he's here to cause trouble. Chen Wenyu sighed. She didn't press the matter further but changed the subject, asking a question that she was more concerned about. What about Chenhua? Chen Wenyu asked. Tang Xian laughed and said, what? Missing him? Upon hearing this, Chen Wenyu blushed and quickly shook her head, saying, how could that be? He was injured saving me in the secret realm. I just wanted to know if his injury had healed. Don't worry, he's fine now. If you miss him, you can go to the Intermediate Beast-Taming Academy in Cloud City to find him, Tang Xian said. Just then, an old man walked over. Xiaoyu, is she your friend? The old man asked. Chen Wenyu quickly said, Grandpa, he is Tang Xian. He and his companions saved me in the secret realm before. Upon hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed in the old man's eyes. Chen Wenyu will naturally give a detailed report on what happened in the secret realm after she returns to the Chen family. In other words, this kid in front of us is the one who drove away the Wang family in the secret realm, defeated the demon emperor level Tiandu, and finally obtained the divine beast. After a brief moment of surprise, the old man smiled and extended his hand to shake hands. Heroes have emerged from among the young since ancient times. I have already heard about your deeds from Xiaoyu. Since then, I have wanted to meet you and see you, this young hero, with my own eyes. Hello, I am Chen Yu, the head of the Chen family. After hearing this, Tang Xian extended his hand and shook hands with Chen Yu. Hello, Mr. Chen. At the same time, Tang Xian thought to himself, Chen Yu is the head of the Chen family, one of the 10 most powerful people in Yanxia. I didn't expect him to come in person. It seems that many important figures from various forces in Yanxia will be here today. That's perfect. Just then, a loud thump was heard, and brilliant fireworks rose up in the sect square in front. Chen Yu smiled and said, "Little hero, the beast fighting tournament is about to begin. Let's go watch it." Tang Xian said, "Grandpa Chen, please don't call me a little hero. I haven't done anything heroic. Just call me by my name. Please." Chen Yu nodded. "Xiao Tian, let's go," Tang Xian said to Xiao Tian. He then went to the sect square with Xiao Tian to wait for the opening of the beast fighting tournament. He did not travel with the Chen family. At this moment, Chen Yu gave Chen Wenyu a wink and said, "Go and stay by his side. Now that he's here, our Chen family has to fight for this divine beast. We can't let the Beast King sect take it without any obstacles." In Chen Yu's eyes, Tang Xian dared to come to the Beast King sect, so he was doomed to die today. The Beast King sect would not let him go easily, and the divine beast he obtained would become ownerless. At that time, which force could obtain it would depend on their own abilities. Chapter 90. Who is the wolf, and who is the sheep? Grandpa, I think if we help him escape danger, we might get more than a divine beast. Besides, even if he is killed, the divine beast will be ownerless, and we might not be able to take it from the Beast King sect's territory. If we take a longer view and help him escape danger, he has the poison fairy behind him. That way, our Chen family can also successfully get in touch with the poison fairy. At this moment, Chen Wenyu said to Chen Yu. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu snorted coldly and said, "Xiao Yu, you still have a lot to learn. Look, he went to the Beast King sect to his death today, and the poison fairy didn't even show up. Regardless of whether he's truly the poison fairy's disciple, even if he is, the fact that she didn't stand up for her disciple in such a situation shows he's not important to her. And we're helping him, especially on the day of the Beast King sect's beast fighting tournament. That's tantamount to declaring war on the Beast King sect. Is it worth it to declare war on the Beast King sect for such a brat? But if we try to seize the divine beast later, won't we still be declaring war on the Beast King sect?" Chen Wenyu said. Chen Yu said, "Helping this kid escape won't get us anything. But seizing a divine beast is different. We might get one, and we won't be the only ones trying to steal it. So, if we get the divine beast and break ties with the Beast King sect, it's not a loss. If we don't get the divine beast, the Beast King sect will only target the forces that managed to seize it, and won't care about those who didn't. So, helping this kid won't benefit us at all, it will only bring us trouble." Hearing this, Chen Wenyu lowered her head, unsure of what to say. Deep down, she felt it shouldn't be this way. She believed the Chen family would gain more by helping Tang Xian. But the Chen family isn't under her control, she can't make the decisions. Chen Yu gently stroked Chen Wenyu's head and said, "Xiao Yu, you are still young, it's normal that you don't have a long-term vision. You should learn from your grandfather and think long-term when doing things. Only in this way can I entrust the Chen family to you in the future." Chen Wenyu nodded and replied, "Grandpa, I understand. Hey, old man Chen, could it be that your Chen family is also eyeing that kid's divine beast?" Just then, a loud voice rang out. Chen Yu turned around and saw a fat old man with a ruddy complexion walking over. Behind the old man were Wang Eryong and Wang Shoujin. Chen Yu laughed and said, "So you've come in person, old man. This man is Wang Hangrong, the head of the Wang family." "Ha, since you've come in person, how could I not come? I didn't expect that kid to actually come. As for the divine beast, it's up to our individual abilities." Wang Hangrong laughed. Chen Yu's lips twitched. It was the Wang family who were forced away by Tang Xian first, so they probably didn't know about the divine beast incident later. It seems that the Wang family's intelligence network has already infiltrated the Chen family and the Beast King sect. We'll have to clean it up properly when we get back. The two then shook hands with smiles. Although the two families were secretly rivals and competing with each other, they still had to maintain a facade of friendship. Chen Wenyu shook her head, sighed, and left. Chen Wenyu caught up with Tang Xian and said, "Tang Xian, you shouldn't have come. The forces eyeing your divine beast aren't just the Beast King sect. Your coming to the Beast King sect today is like a sheep walking into a pack of wolves." Upon hearing this, Tang Xian laughed and said, "In that case, what about your Chen family? Are you also eyeing my divine beast?" Tang Xian's question startled Chen Wenyu for a moment before she replied, "That's what my grandfather meant, but the Chen family won't actively harm you, he'll only. You plan to wait until I'm killed by the Beast King sect before seizing the divine beast. That way, you won't offend my master, and when Yu Qingxue finds out about her best friend's disciple's tragic death, your Qin family will have an excuse to distance themselves, right? Tang Xian laughed. This. For a moment, Chen Wenyu was speechless. She looked at Tang Xian, as if he could see right through her. Tang Xian waved his hand and said, "All right, since you're honest enough, I won't hold it against you. I really liked your analogy just now, a sheep walking into a pack of wolves. However, it's too early to conclude who the wolf is and who the sheep is. It's also possible that a wolf walked into the flock of sheep." Looking at Tang Xian, Chen Wenyu's face was full of complicated emotions. She really didn't know why Tang Xian was so confident. Even if you only have the strength of the third rank, and you can unleash the power to fight against the heavenly jealousy like you did in the secret realm, it will only be for a short time. Now, you're on the Beast King sect's territory. What do you have to fight against them? Besides, there's more than one force eyeing your divine beast. As time went by, the Beast King sect's beast fighting tournament began. Meanwhile, the invited parties all took their seats. Although Tang Xian was invited, he was not invited in a normal way. Therefore, Tang Xian did not have a seat. He didn't mind and stood at the back with Xiao Tian. The beast fighting tournament began with a performance. After the performance, the Beast King sect began announcing its candidates for sect leader. They were to compete in the arena, but this competition was actually pre-arranged. This match is just a formality. Brother Tang Xian. Just then, Tang Xian heard a familiar voice. It was Li Yuan. Brother Li Yuan, it's you. Tang Xian said with a smile. Li Yuan said, "So you finally came." Yesterday, when Tang Xian and Li Yuan were having tea and chatting, Li Yuan asked Tang Xian about the purpose of his visit. Tang Xian told Li Yuan the truth, and Li Yuan's advice at the time was for Tang Xian to leave as soon as possible. He could help Tang Xian leave Sangyan City, but Tang Xian refused Li Yuan's offer. Tang Xian replied, "Everyone else has invited me, how could I not come?" "Come with me," Li Yuan said. Led by Li Yuan, Tang Xian and Xiao Tian sat down in the front row. At this moment, many people were truly surprised. Who was that kid? He actually sat in the first row, and the little girl with him was carrying a coffin. On such a joyous occasion for the Beast King sect, was it really appropriate for them to bring a coffin? How could he? At this moment, Chen Yu was also shocked. Even the Chen family, one of the 10 elders, could only sit in the second row. But now, Tang Xian is actually sitting in the first row. How is that possible? Today, it's not just the forces from Yanxia who are here. A small number of forces from other regions and countries have also been invited. Among these forces, there are those that surpass the 10 elders of Yanxia. Only representatives of such forces can sit in the first row today. Just then, Chen Yu saw Li Yuan chatting happily with Tang Xian. His expression changed drastically, and he almost cried out in surprise. However, he probably thought that his every move represented the Chen family, so he tried to calm himself down. "Grandpa, what's wrong?" Chen Wenyu asked. Chen Yu muttered to himself, he actually came too. Tang Xian can even chat and laugh with someone like him. This kid dared to come to the Beast King sect today. Could it be that he's relying on their power? If that's the case, and he wants to protect Tang Xian, then I'm afraid no one here today will dare to touch Tang Xian. Chapter 91: The Beast King Sect's Plan. Meanwhile, the Beast King sect members were also closely monitoring Tang Xian's actions. However, when Shi Chenshan saw Tang Xian sitting with Li Yuan, he was completely taken aback. He didn't understand how Tang Xian knew Li Yuan. If Li Yuan was going to help him, then things would become quite complicated today. Of course, it's just troublesome. The Beast King sect also has backup plans. Tang Xian looked around and noticed that many people around him were casting puzzled glances at him. At this moment, Tang Xian laughed and said, "Brother Li Yuan, it seems that your identity is not simple. The 10 Elders family is a top power in Yanxia, and the entire Yanxia is actually controlled by the 10 Elders family. However, at this time, the head of the 10 Elders family can only sit in the second row, while you are sitting in the first row." After hearing this, Li Yuan smiled faintly and said, "Young brother Tang Xian, your status and position don't affect our friendship, right? We get along very well. It's rare to find a young person like you with such broad knowledge and experience. We get along well, and that has nothing to do with our status. I'm just here to find my daughter and was invited to participate in the Beast King sect's beast fighting tournament." Tang Xian laughed and said, "Brother Li Yuan, I was just joking. I had already guessed that your identity was extraordinary. After all, How many ordinary people can reach the 9th level of strength? Upon hearing this, Li Yuan laughed and said, "Not bad. I thought I had hidden it quite well, and that you shouldn't have been able to see through my cultivation level, but I didn't expect you to see through me anyway. You can sit next to me today, and we'll leave together later. No one will dare to stop us." After hearing this, Tang Xian shook his head and said, "I appreciate Brother Li Yuan's kindness, but I can handle my own affairs. So, no matter what happens, please don't interfere, Brother Li Yuan." Li Yuan stared at Tang Xian, a flicker of shock crossing his mind. What exactly was this kid planning to do? Where did his confidence come from? He was facing the entire Beast King sect. How could a mere third-tier youth possibly escape unscathed? However, through his conversations with Tang Xian over the past 2 days, he also realized that Tang Xian was not a brainless person. His confidence stemmed from the fact that Tang Xian must have a way to break the deadlock. Since Tang Xian asked him not to interfere, he simply ignored it. He also wanted to see what method this kid would use to break the deadlock. Or is there some hidden force behind him? Li Yuan nodded and said, "Since Brother Tang Xian is so confident, I will naturally respect your wishes. However, if there is anything I can help you with, Brother Tang Xian, you don't need to be reserved. We are friends despite our age difference, and I don't want to lose a friend like you." "Thank you very much, Brother Li Yuan. I am deeply grateful." At this point, the martial arts competition on the arena was nearing its end. It's just a process, so it won't last long. The outcome has been decided. In the end, the winner was a guy named Duo. At the age of 20, with the strength of a 5th-tier cultivator, his summoned beast is a 5-star quality Azure Flame Demon Wolf, which has already reached the level of a demon general. Such strength is outstanding among her peers in Yanxia. Of course, there are always people more capable than you, and mountains beyond mountains. If Tang Xian hadn't been reborn, he wouldn't know just how monstrous the geniuses of Tianzhou and Xinyuan were. At 20 years old, his 5th-tier strength is considered top-tier among his peers in Yanxia. In Tianzhou and Xinyuan, being a level 5 cultivator at the age of 20 is only considered to be of lower middle strength among peers. There's no way around it. A country or region with strong power and abundant resources can indeed enhance the overall strength of its people. Everyone, I hereby announce that Duo will become the next successor to the Beast King sect. At this moment, a middle-aged man walked onto the stage and announced the result. This man is Tianxian, the current sect leader of the Beast King sect. He is the father of Duo and Yunqi, and the nephew of Chenshan. Tianxian placed the bracelet, signifying the successor to the sect leader, on Duo's wrist. "Thank you, Dad." Sect Master, Duo said excitedly. Tianxian nodded and smiled, "Keep up the good work in the future. Brother, you're amazing." Just then, Yunqi excitedly ran up and gave Duo a big hug. It can be said that the people of the Beast King sect were all immersed in excitement at this moment. Then, Duo stepped forward and began to speak. The scripts were all written in advance, I just had to read them aloud. Right after Duo finished his speech, Chenshan walked onto the stage. Chenshan smiled and said, "First of all, congratulations to my grandnephew Duo for becoming the next sect leader of the Beast King sect. To congratulate him, I specially presented him with a great gift." At this point, Chenshan clapped his hands lightly a few times. Just then, the crisp sound of horses' hooves came from afar, growing louder as they approached. The crowd looked in the direction of the sound and saw a majestic horse covered in black scales slowly pulling a prison cart. The prison cart was made entirely of incredibly hard steel, and its cold, gleaming light sent chills down one's spine. As the prison cart drew near, Tang Xian took a closer look and trembled violently, his hands clenching tightly, veins bulging. It turned out that Su Xian was the one imprisoned in the prison cart. She sat cross-legged, her expression calm and composed, as if everything happening around her had nothing to do with her. After seeing Su Xian, everyone started discussing it. What's going on with the Beast King sect? Why are they keeping such a beautiful woman locked up in a prison cart and even offering her up as a gift? I don't know what's going on, but this girl is really pretty. At this moment, when Duo saw Su Xian in the prison van, his eyes lit up and he excitedly asked, "Is she the gift for me?" Chenshan nodded and said, "She is yours now. You can do anything to her." As he said this, Chenshan glanced in the direction of Tang Xian. Tianxian nodded with a smile. This was Tianxian and Chenshan's plan, to send Su Xian to Duo in order to force Tang Xian to take the stage. Tang Xian takes the stage, and Duo then eliminates him. This arrangement not only allows Shi Duo to establish prestige in the public eye, but also makes it easier to eliminate Tang Xian. At the same time, with Tang Xian dead, the Divine Beast was left without a master. The Beast King Sect's team for capturing Divine Beasts had already laid an ambush all around, so they were confident that they could capture the Divine Beasts before other forces could make a move. At that time, with the Divine Beast in their hands and on the territory of the Beast King Sect, no one would dare to steal it again. At that time, the news that the Beast King Sect possesses a Divine Beast will spread widely, which will undoubtedly elevate the Beast King Sect's status in Yanxia to another level. Of course, this was the initial plan, but seeing Tang Xian and Li Yuan sitting together now makes them somewhat worried. However, having come this far, they have no intention of stopping. After all, even if Li Yuan makes a move, they still have a backup plan. A 9th-tier expert, the Beast King Sect never had one before, but now. Chapter 92 Gongya Li Yuan. Shi Duo excitedly walked to the prison van, grabbed the iron bars with both hands, and said to Su Xian with great excitement, "I never thought there was such a beautiful woman as you in this world." Su Xian's icy gaze swept lightly over Shi Duo, as if she were looking at an insignificant ant. She didn't speak, but sat quietly in the prison cart, like an unshakable iceberg. Shi Duo felt Su Xian's contemptuous gaze, and a nameless fire welled up in her heart. You must know, he is the future sect leader of the Beast King Sect. In terms of strength, the Beast King Sect is by no means inferior to any of the 10 elders' families. Moreover, today, the Beast King Sect is about to officially announce that they have a 9th-tier expert. In this way, the status of the Beast King Sect will surely rise to a higher level, and may even surpass several of the 10 elders' families. However, the fact that this woman was so indifferent and disdainful towards him, who had such a distinguished background and outstanding abilities, was the greatest insult to Shi Duo. However, with so many guests present, Shi Duo suppressed his anger to avoid losing his composure in public. However, he then announced, "Everyone, I hereby announce that she will become my fiancée, the future wife of the Beast King Sect Master." Upon hearing Shi Duo's announcement, everyone applauded. However, at that moment, a deafening roar was heard. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, a huge and heavy coffin was thrown onto the stage like a cannonball, crashing directly towards where Shi Duo was. If Shi Duo hadn't been agile and quick-witted, he would probably have been crushed by this coffin by now. Then, a jaw-dropping scene unfolded. Tang Xian appeared on the coffin like a ghost in an instant. He stood tall and straight, his arms crossed over his chest, ice crystal feathers unfurled behind him, his eyes cold as ice, staring intently at Shi Duo. At this moment, the most unfortunate ones are the 2 poor souls inside the coffin. They were first placed in this narrow and cramped coffin and carried along a rugged mountain road, enduring the hardships of the journey. Now, they were mercilessly thrown onto the stage, and their stomachs immediately felt extremely nauseous, as if they were being churned. What was even more agonizing was that, in order to prevent them from making any noise, Tang Xian had sealed their mouths tightly beforehand. In this way, unable to vomit, one has to suppress the nausea and forcefully swallow the filth that rises to the throat. Tang Xian's unique entrance was so shocking and special that it instantly caused an uproar among the audience, with everyone whispering and discussing among themselves. On this joyous day of the Beast King Sect's beast fighting tournament, this kid actually had someone bring a coffin onto the stage. Judging from his current state, he's clearly here to cause trouble. No one could imagine who gave this kid the courage. I just saw him sitting with Li Yuan, could it be that? Tang Xian, he's already up there? This kind of entrance. Chen Wenyu said in a low voice. She also thought this was too much. Although she knew Tang Xian had a bad relationship with the Beast King Sect, this method was far too provocative. Shen Yu, standing to the side, snorted and said, "The more impressive you are now, the more pathetic you'll be later." Tang Xian. Just then, Su Xian, who was on the prison cart, called out excitedly. Tang Xian looked at Su Xian, whose eyes shone as she said, "You really came." Tang Xian asked, "They didn't bully you, did they?" Su Xian replied, "They dare." Tang Xian, you bastard, you actually dared to come. I will repay you tenfold for the humiliation you suffered in the secret realm back then. Just then, Shi Yunqi jumped out, pointing at Tang Xian and cursing angrily. Tang Xian glanced at Shi Yunqi and said, "Who do you think you are? You're not qualified to talk to me. You." Just then, Shi Qinshan laughed and said, "Kid, you're still so arrogant. You've come to the territory of the Beast King Sect and you still dare to be so arrogant. You really don't know how to spell the word death. Tang Xian looked at Shi Qinshan and laughed, "Hey, you old bastard, you're still alive. You invited me here, and to express my gratitude, I'll give you a big gift later." Hoof. Shichinshan said, "Kid, stop with the empty talk. Does your confidence come from General Gongye?" "General Gongye? Who is that?" Tang Xian asked, puzzled. Just then, Shichinshan looked at Li Yuan and said, "General Gongye, this kid brought a coffin to cause trouble at my Beast King Sect's beast fighting tournament. I just saw him sitting with you. I wonder what your relationship is." When Shichinshan asked this question, everyone's eyes turned to Li Yuan. Li Yuan stood up, clasped his hands in a salute, and said softly, "I get along well with brother Tang Xian. We're practically friends despite our age difference. He's in trouble, and I wanted to help, but he wouldn't allow it. So, I won't get involved in his feud with your Beast King sect. You can resolve it yourselves." The Beast King sect members were overjoyed upon hearing Li Yuan's words. They had originally thought dealing with Li Yuan would be extremely troublesome, but to their surprise, Li Yuan wasn't going to interfere. That was wonderful. Shichinshan laughed and said, "So that's how it is. Since General Gongye says so, then I'm relieved." Then, Shichinshan glanced at the guests around him and said, "Distinguished guests, as you have all seen, this brat brought a coffin to my Beast King sect to cause trouble. If we let him leave today, wouldn't everyone dare to trample on my Beast King sect in the future? What follows is a private matter between our Beast King sect and this brat, so please refrain from interfering." The crowd whispered amongst themselves, but of course, no one intervened. Besides Li Yuan and Tang Xian, who else was among them? Who would go against the Beast King sect for a kid they don't even know? However, at this moment, Tang Xian was still thinking about Li Yuan's identity, General Gongye, which sounded so familiar. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Tang Xian, and he instantly realized what was going on. Gongye Li Yuan, one of the 4 great generals of the Tianzhou Divine Might Army, is known as General Tianqiao. In his previous life, Tang Xian had some interactions with the 3 of the 4 great gods of the Tianzhou Divine Might Army, including their marshal. Only Gongye Li Yuan, with whom Tang Xian had no interaction. The reason is that Gongye Li Yuan died too young. The Tianzhou Divine Might Army is the official army of Tianzhou, and is known for its unparalleled bravery. There are 4 people who command this army. These 4 are the 4 great generals of Tianzhou, each of whom has reached the 9th level of strength. Above the 4 great generals is the marshal of the Divine Might Army, whose strength has reached the lesser heavenly origin level. In the previous life, when the leader of the Demon Alliance went to Tianzhou to meet with the leader of the Eastern Continent Alliance, Gongye Li Yuan was in charge of security. However, Gongye Li Yuan, who had never made a mistake, made a major error, which led to the assassination of the Demon Alliance leader. Ultimately, this incident resulted in the Demon Alliance and the Eastern Continent Human Alliance becoming complete enemies. Gongye Li Yuan hanged himself in prison, and afterwards, the Gongye family was exterminated for 3 generations. Therefore, in his previous life, Tang Xian had some interaction with the other 3 great generals of the Tianzhou Divine Might Army, but he had no interaction with General Tianqiao, Gongye Li Yuan. Legend has it that General Tianqiao is gentle and refined, and loves to study monsters. Monsters he trains can evolve into the most powerful ones. His previous life was a tragedy. He hanged himself in prison, and his entire family was executed. In this life, however, his fate will be changed because of Tang Xian. After learning Li Yuan's identity, Tang Xian could guess why Huan disliked him. Of course, for Tang Xian now, the immediate problem is what needs to be solved. Chapter 93 Shit. Tang Xian said, "Old man, don't make it sound so high-sounding. You captured my companion and forced me to come here, wasn't it all for her?" As he spoke, Tang Xian summoned Egg. The moment Egg Boy was summoned, Shichinshan and Shichinshan's eyes lit up. At this moment, some of the guests who knew their stuff stood up in surprise. Shichinshan laughed and said, "This divine beast should have belonged to the Beast King sect. You took her away, and today it's just returning her to her rightful owner." Upon hearing Shichinshan's words, the scene erupted in uproar. Because of their own limitations, not many people can immediately recognize Egg's divine beast bloodline. But after Shichinshan said that, everyone knows now. This is actually a divine beast? My god, is this thing sitting in an egg with only its head sticking out a divine beast? Tang Xian said, "Alright, there's no point in saying more. Isn't your goal to make him compete with me? And then have this guy kill me in front of everyone, which will also serve as a way for him to establish his authority. As for your Beast King sect, there are thousands of people lying in ambush around. Once the divine beast becomes ownerless, you will all come out and not give other forces any chance to seize it. So, let's begin." Tang Xian's words surprised the Beast King sect members. They hadn't expected that Tang Xian could accurately guess their plan. That's right, over 1,000 members of the Beast King sect are already prepared in the surrounding area. With Tang Xian dead, the divine beasts are without a master, and their thousands will attack together. The sect's experts will be responsible for capturing the divine beasts, while the other disciples will prevent other forces from trying to seize them. This is the territory of the Beast King sect, and they have an absolute numerical advantage. Shi Tianxian clenched his fist secretly. This kid was too smart, which made him even more convinced that he absolutely could not let this kid leave alive. Duer, since he wants to compete with you, then grant his wish, Shi Tianxian said to Shi Duo. Upon hearing this, Shi Duo clenched his fists and sneered, "Don't worry, I can take the dog's life of a third-tier piece of trash in a minute." As they were speaking, a loud bang suddenly rang out. Shi Duo was 2 meter tall, nearly 4 meter long demon general level Azure Flame Wolf leaped up like lightning and landed steadily behind him. The Azure Flame Demon Wolf raised its head to the sky and let out a heart-shaking howl that reverberated throughout the entire area, as if even the earth itself trembled. Shi Duo said smugly, "So what if you have contracted a divine beast? It's just a mere demon servant level divine beast. Compared to my Azure Flame Demon Wolf, the difference in level is not small at all, and it can completely make up for the disadvantage in bloodline. And that so-called perfect transformed summon beast is just an ordinary thing at the level of a great demon." Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian felt a surge of anger rising within him, as if he had been greatly insulted. She clenched her teeth, her eyes flashing with anger, and at the same time reached out and took the 8 desolations from her spatial bag, quickly putting it on her hand. After transforming into human form, Tang Xian prepared a space bag for Xiao Tian so that she could store her own belongings. Seeing Xiao Tian wearing the 8 desolations robe, Shi Qinshan's heart trembled. Then he roared and asked Tang Xian, "Where is my Jianer? What have you done to my Jianer?" Shi Tianjian disappeared, but the bodies of his men were discovered. The Beast King sect had to go to great lengths to identify those who died under the influence of the witchcraft. These past 2 days, Shi Qinshan has been extremely anxious and nearly driven to madness, but today's situation is special, forcing him to force himself to remain calm. Seeing the 8 desolations now, he could no longer remain calm. Sangyan City is, after all, the territory of the Beast King sect, and the previous auction was organized by the Beast King sect. Therefore, it was easy for Shi Qinshan to find out what Shi Tianjian did before he disappeared and what items he bid on at the auction. Now, when he saw Xiao Tian wearing the 8 desolations that Shi Tianjian had photographed, he knew that Shi Tianjian's disappearance must be related to Tang Xian. Tang Xian laughed and said, "Old man, no rush. I'll return your precious grandson to you later. As for now, let me teach this grand-nephew a lesson first." Shi Qinshan's face twitched, and he couldn't help but want to take action. However, Shi Tianxian said from the side, "Uncle, don't be impulsive. Leave this guy to Duor. Don't worry, he'll definitely make him reveal Jianer's whereabouts later." Shi Tianjian was merely Shi Tianxian's nephew, so he didn't really care whether Shi Tianjian lived or died. Right now, he only wanted his son to establish his authority. "Duor, spare his life," Shi Qinshan said. "Yes," Shi Duo said. Concern breeds confusion. The more Shi Qinshan wanted to know the whereabouts of his grandson, the less he imagined that his grandson was inside the coffin standing right there at the scene. Tang Xian looked at Shi Duo and said, "Shi Duo, right? If you spit out your shit later, then you really will be Shi Duo. Azure Flame Demon Wolf, charge!" Shi Duo roared. At Shi Duo's command, the enormous Azure Flame Demon Wolf, radiating a scorching aura, leaped up, opened its blood-red maw, and unleashed a torrent of flames like a fire dragon, rushing straight toward Tang Xian. At the critical moment, a round figure rushed over like lightning. It was Egg Boy. She stood fearlessly in front of Tang Xian, the eggshell that even the Demon Emperor couldn't break, so of course she had no fear. As expected, the flames were easily blocked, and Egg Boy was not harmed in the slightest. Immediately afterwards, Xiao Tian shot out like a cannonball, rushing towards the Azure Flame Demon Wolf at an astonishing speed, launching a fierce and relentless attack. With her brute strength and the added power from the 8 desolations, Xiao Tian's punches became even more powerful. In an instant, the Azure Flame Demon Wolf was punched away by Xiao Tian, flying a distance of 20 or 30 meters before crashing to the ground. A summoned beast with the strength of a demon general was actually beaten so badly by a summoned beast of the great demon level with a single punch. Everyone present was dumbfounded and exclaimed in amazement. However, Xiao Tian did not give her opponent any chance to catch her breath. She quickly pressed her advantage and launched another fierce attack. Egg Boy followed closely behind and joined the battle. At this moment, the Azure Flame Demon Wolf was in trouble and had to deal with the double attack from Xiao Tian and Egg Boy at the same time. Having just suffered a great loss at Xiao Tian's hands, the Azure Flame Demon Wolf had clearly learned its lesson. Its eyes were filled with vigilance as it focused intently on guarding against every attack from Xiao Tian and Danzi. Of course, Tang Xian wasn't idle either. Before Duo could react, Tang Xian had already launched an attack. Without summoned beasts, in a one-on-one fight between Tang Xian and Duo might not necessarily be Tang Xian's match. To reiterate, the beast tamers of the eastern continent rely too much on their summoned beasts. Does it have its own combat power? The answer is yes, since it can use the skills of its summoned beast. However, because they rely too much on summoned beasts, many beast tamers lack sufficient combat experience. However, Tang Xian was different. His cultivation path was different from that of ordinary beast tamers. He practices witchcraft, so his close combat skills are quite formidable. In terms of combat experience, few can rival Tang Xian's, given his countless battles in his previous life. Therefore, after the Azure Flame Demon Wolf is restrained by Xiao Tian and Danzi, Duo will basically be completely defeated in a one-on-one fight with Tang Xian. Even if he is a 5th level beast tamer, without a summoned beast to cooperate with him, he is basically half useless. Chapter 94 Duo's backup plan. Watching Tang Xian and Duo fight, Tianxian's expression turned gloomy. He slowly walked to Qinshan's side and asked in a low voice, "Uncle, didn't you say this kid only has 3rd tier strength? How can his combat power be 3rd tier?" Upon hearing this, Qinshan gave an expression as if he knew nothing and said, "I don't know either. Back in the secret realm, I thought his strength wasn't his own, it was temporary. Besides, today we locked up his summoned beast there and severed his mental connection. Who knew he would still be so powerful?" Hearing Qinshan say this, Tianxian didn't know what else to say. In fact, he knew that Qinshan was not convinced that he was the sect leader. In fact, Qinshan was full of confidence when he was choosing the previous sect leader, but he was defeated by his brother. He lost the chance to become the sect leader, and afterwards, neither his son nor his grandson had the opportunity. However, his elder brother has now broken through to the 9th level, and Qinshan knows that his lineage is even less qualified to compete for the position of sect leader. Therefore, he deliberately proposed this plan, saying that he wanted Duo to kill Tang Xian and establish his authority in front of everyone. In reality, he just wanted to embarrass Duo. He had fought Tang Xian before. Although their fight in the secret realm was brief, how could he, with his 8th level strength, not know how powerful Tang Xian was? Although Yunqi was present at the time, with only a 4th level strength, how could she possibly understand how strong Tang Xian really was? When they returned to the sect, she nodded in agreement with whatever Qinshan said. Therefore, Tianxian agreed to Qinshan's plan to force Tang Xian out so that Duo could kill him. However, it now seems that Duo has little ability to kill Tang Xian. As the battle intensified, Duo suffered repeated defeats. The people around were talking about it, saying that the Beast King sect was getting worse with each generation, and that the next sect leader's successor couldn't even beat a 3rd tier kid. Moreover, neither of the 2 summoned beasts this kid is currently using seems to be his natal summoned beast. Without even using his natal summoned beast, Duo was already beaten so badly. The Beast King sect has really lost face this time. At this moment, Tang Xian used the ice crystal feather to instantly appear in front of Duo, ready to strike with deadly force. After all, he didn't want to waste any more time here. Duo was a little flustered when he suddenly saw Tang Xian appear in front of him. However, after a brief moment of panic, a faint smile appeared on Duo's lips. Tang Xian noticed something and wondered, at this critical juncture, how can this guy still laugh? But in the next second, a red summoning circle suddenly appeared beneath Duo's feet. A red summoned beast. This proved that he had indeed reached the 5th tier of strength. The next second, with a cry of an eagle, a huge azure spirit eagle burst out of the summoning circle. With a smack, Tang Xian was knocked several meters away by the azure spirit eagle. Upon seeing this, the people present gasped in surprise. However, upon reflection, they realized it was normal, considering that even Tang Xian had contracted 2 non-natal summoned beasts. How could Duo not have one? Seeing this, Qinshan was slightly surprised. He looked at Tianxian and said, "Duo actually contracted a non-natal summoned beast. I didn't expect you to keep it from me." Tianxian laughed and said, "If it weren't for this, I wouldn't have thought that uncle would use such methods to try to embarrass Duo. I know you are not satisfied with my father's lineage always being the sect leader, but isn't what you're doing a bit too disregard for the honor and disgrace of the sect? If I hadn't had a backup plan today, Duo would have been defeated by this kid. Even if we had killed this kid later, our Beast King sect would still have lost face. Upon hearing this, Shi Chenchan merely clenched his fist slightly and remained silent, watching the battle unfold. Ah, kid, you didn't expect that, did you? I also have a non-natal summoned beast. Now, you and my Azure Spirit Eagle go fight. I want to see how you, with your 3rd tier strength, can go head to head with a great demon level beast. At this moment, Shi Duo became smug again. When the Azure Spirit Eagle appeared before him, Tang Xian was not particularly surprised. He had actually anticipated that Shi Duo would possess a non-natal summoned beast. After all, he already has 2 non-natal summoned beasts, so how could Shi Duo, as the future sect leader of the Beast King sect, not have any? Moreover, with Shi Duo's current strength, his mental power is more than enough to contract a non-natal summoned beast. At this moment, the Azure Spirit Eagle, soaring high into the sky, let out a loud cry, then spread its wings and swooped down towards Tang Xian. Xian immediately used the power of his right eye to examine the menacing Azure Spirit Eagle and find its weakness. After some observation, he discovered that the Azure Eagle's left wing was significantly weaker than its right wing, suggesting that it had likely suffered an injury, which was undoubtedly a fatal weakness. Moreover, there is another vulnerable spot on the neck of the Azure Eagle. Once you understand this key information, things become much easier. You can simply focus your efforts on attacking these weaknesses. With a sharp screech, the Azure Spirit Eagle swooped down like a cannonball. Its broad wingspan is nearly 10 meters long, resembling a dark cloud that blots out the sky. In the instant of the dive, Tang Xian felt a violent gust of wind rush towards him, making it almost impossible for him to open his eyes. This Azure Spirit Eagle is inherently wind attribute, and its speed is incredible. Unfortunately, it encountered Tang Xian today. Although it had reached the Great Demon Realm, it would be difficult to make use of its speed advantage against Tang Xian, who possessed the Ice Crystal Feather. In the blink of an eye, just as the Azure Eagle was halfway down its swoop, Tang Xian suddenly leaped up. He moved with agility, like a light swallow, and landed steadily on the broad back of the Azure Spirit Eagle. When Song Lingying realized that Tang Xian had actually ridden on its back, it was immediately filled with shock and anger. It began to frantically tumble and twist its body in the air, trying to shake Tang Xian off its back. However, Tang Xian remained calm and unleashed the frost power of the Ice Crystal Feathers. With Tang Xian's current cultivation level, although he is not yet able to completely freeze a target as large as the Azure Spirit Eagle with frost, he took a different approach and chose to freeze his own neck and the Azure Spirit Eagle's neck together. In this way, no matter how much the Azure Spirit Eagle struggles and thrashes, Tang Xian can remain as steady as Mount Tai and will never fall easily. Chapter 95 The 9th Tier Expert of the Beast King Sect. After several attempts failed to shake off Tang Xian, Song Lingying gave up. Right now, Song Lingying was extremely frustrated, as Tang Xian used frost to freeze him and Song Lingying together. In this way, it was as if Tang Xian was an extension of Song Lingying's body. Furthermore, with Tang Xian on the Azure Spirit Eagle's neck, the eagle had no way to attack him. This is another reason why demonic beasts and summoned beasts choose to transform into human form once they have sufficient strength. Human hands have virtually no blind spots when attacking. After the Azure Spirit Eagle gave up on the idea of throwing Tang Xian off, Tang Xian began his attack. His target was the Azure Eagle's weak point on its left flank. As the ice exploded, the Azure Spirit Eagle let out a mournful cry. After several attacks from Tang Xian, the Azure Spirit Eagle finally gave out and plummeted to the ground with a mournful cry. With a loud boom, the Azure Spirit Eagle crashed heavily to the ground. As the smoke and dust cleared, Song Lingying lay on the ground in agony, his whole body convulsing uncontrollably. This situation occurred because Tang Xian used frost to freeze himself onto the neck of the Azure Spirit Eagle. After falling from such a height, the Azure Eagle's neck was broken by the ice. It wouldn't die immediately, but the condition was also quite serious, so its body was currently twitching uncontrollably. Azure Spirit Eagle. Shi Duo roared upon seeing this. The death of a non-natal summoned beast does not have a significant impact on the beast tamer. However, as the future sect leader of the Beast King sect, how could he accept that his summoned beasts were crippled on the sect's territory? With a roar, he was engulfed in flames, which formed the shape of a wolf. This is a skill belonging to the Azure Flame Demon Wolf transformation. With a roar, Shi Duo charged toward Tang Xian. Under these circumstances, Tang Xian would not easily accept the challenge. Without protection, if you were to confront the opponent head-on in that state, even if you managed to block the attack, you would still get burned. Moreover, the foreplay was already sufficient, so Tang Xian stopped dawdling. Just as Shi Duo lunged at Tang Xian snapped his fingers. The next second, Duo fell directly to the ground, curling up like a shrimp. Then the flames on his body disappeared, and he was in great pain, his face turning black. In his previous close quarters battle with Duo, Tang Xian had used witchcraft on him. The opponent's strength is at the 5th level, which is also the highest level that Tang Xian has been able to allow the witch to erode the opponent's body so far. If the target's strength exceeds the 6th rank, Tang Xian's current witchcraft can only lie dormant within the target's body and cannot cause any harm. That would mean waiting until Tang Xian's strength increases before unleashing the already dormant witchcraft. Now, Duo, who only has the strength of the 5th rank, cannot suppress Tang Xian's witchcraft with his spiritual energy. At this moment, Tang Xian stepped on Duo's neck and said, "It's over. You little beast, how dare you!" Tianshan roared in anger upon seeing this. Before Tang Xian could break Duo's neck with one foot, Tianshan attacked instantly. With a loud bang, Tang Xian was instantly sent flying. Tang Xian gritted his teeth and got up from the ground, proving his 7th tier strength. In this situation, without using the power of illusion, Tang Xian really wouldn't be able to withstand the attack of a 7th tier expert. At this moment, Tianshan squatted down to check on Duo's condition. Seeing that his master's condition was not optimistic, the Azure Flame Demon Wolf also stopped fighting with Xiao Tian and Danzi and quickly ran to Duo. Meanwhile, Danzi and Xiao Tian returned to Tang Xian's side. They knew that Tang Xian was preparing to move on to the next step of his plan. Tang Xian's visit to the Beast King sect today wasn't just about taking Su Xian away and then slinking away. The purpose of my visit here today is to establish authority, to make everyone remember the witchcraft school, and to let everyone know that it was the poison fairy Fenglia who created this school. Today's Beast King sect is nothing more than a stepping stone for Tang Xian. "You little beast, how dare you poison me?" Tianshan said angrily upon seeing Duo's condition. Tang Xian laughed and said, "What? Can't I use poison? Besides, this isn't poison, it's witchcraft. A witch?" Everyone looked puzzled, and the people present were discussing among themselves. Aside from the Wang family, Jin family, and a very few people from the Beast King sect who were in the secret realm, and Wang Eryong who had personally experienced it, everyone else was completely unfamiliar with this term. "I don't care who you are, hand over the antidote, or I'll take your dog's life." Tianshan roared. "Why waste words with this beast? Kill him, and we can get the antidote from him." Just then, Tianshan said this, and then he instantly attacked Tang Xian. In his eyes, once Tang Xian was dead, Duo was beyond saving. After all, back in the secret realm, he knew that Tang Xian had used this move to force the Wang family to leave, and he also knew that this so-called witchcraft was not so easy to break. Once Duo dies, his grandson Tianjian will have a chance to compete for the position of sect leader in this generation. Just as Tianshan was about to attack Tang Xian, suddenly, a figure flashed and blocked Tang Xian's path. With a smack, Tianshan, who had attacked, was knocked back by the opponent's palm. Upon closer inspection, everyone recognized Gongye Liyuan. Sure enough, he made his move. "General Gongye, what do you mean by this?" Tianshan asked. Gongye Liyuan said, "The Beast King sect is one of the top sects in Yanxia. Such a large sect is actually so aggressive towards a kid whose strength is only at the 3rd level. Even the sect's guardian elders have taken action. Is this the kind of mentality your Beast King sect has? This little beast not only stole our Beast King sect's divine beast, but now he's causing trouble on such a joyous occasion as our Beast King sect's beast fighting tournament, carrying a coffin. He even poisoned our sect leader's heir. If we don't kill this kid, wouldn't it make our Beast King sect seem easy to bully?" Tianshan said. Tang Xian laughed, "Divine beasts are unclaimed, so everyone can fight over them. In the secret realm, your Beast King sect's 8th rank and 7th rank members couldn't even beat a 3rd rank kid like me. Isn't that ridiculous? Besides, I came to the Beast King sect because you invited me, captured my companions, and forced me to bring a divine beast to the Beast King sect for exchange. Now that I've come as you demanded, how come I'm here to cause trouble? In the end, this kid wants my life, so can't I take his? Are the lives of your Beast King sect more valuable than others?" Upon hearing this, Gongye Liyuan snorted coldly and said, "The Beast King sect is indeed domineering. Unable to win the divine beast, they resort to such despicable means to force others to come to the Beast King sect and gather the power of the entire sect to kill them and seize the divine beast." Upon hearing Gongye Liyuan's words, the members of the Beast King sect all looked rather grim. It seemed that General Tianxiao of Tianzhou was truly going to get involved in this matter. General Gongya, the Beast King sect respects you, but that doesn't mean we fear you. We have always maintained good relations with the Divine Might Army of Tianzhou. Now you've brought this brat to cause trouble in my Beast King sect. What do you mean by that? Just then, a loud voice came from afar. Moreover, by saying this, they directly labeled Gongya Liyuan as someone who came to the Beast King sect with Tang Xian to cause trouble, thus placing their Beast King sect on the moral high ground. Next, a figure slowly walked in from above, emanating a powerful aura with each step. Walking on air, level 9, level 9. When did the Beast King sect have a level 9 expert? Everyone was shocked. It seemed that this was the main course for the Beast King sect today. With the appearance of the 9th rank, the Beast King sect's status in Yanxia would rise dramatically. Chapter 96 Personal Feud. The person who came did not look very old. Although he had white hair, he looked to be only in his 30s. However, once you reach the 9th rank, your appearance is generally no longer important, because you can directly restore your youthful appearance through spiritual energy. Therefore, once a person reaches the 9th level, it becomes meaningless to judge their age by their appearance. The newcomer walked in front of Tang Xian, and with a wave of his hand, a powerful pressure instantly swept towards Tang Xian. Under this oppressive force, Tang Xian's body felt as if it were bearing 1,000 pounds of weight. Under this pressure, Tang Xian's legs bent, and he was about to kneel on the ground. At this moment, Egg and Little Sky saw this and attacked together. However, the opponent was one thing, and Egg and Little Sky were instantly defeated. The strength of the 9th rank is a qualitative leap compared to the 8th rank. Tang Xian gritted his teeth, trying his best not to kneel down. If it really came to that, he would have to borrow the power of illusion. Just then, a hand landed on Tang Xian's shoulder, and instantly, Tang Xian felt much more relaxed. Tang Xian turned around and saw that it was Gongya Liyuan. Gongya Liyuan simply raised his foot and stomped it hard on the ground. Instantly, a surge of spiritual energy spread out, instantly interrupting the opponent's oppressive aura. "Thank you very much, Brother Li Yuan," Tang Xian said to Li Yuan. Li Yuan nodded slightly, but he did not speak. "Big brother. Father." Just then, Shi Chenshan and Shi Tianqian each called out. "He is Shi Wanhai, the former sect leader of the Beast King sect. I heard he went into seclusion 20 years ago, and I haven't heard from him since. I thought he had. I never expected that he would actually break through to the 9th level. The Beast King sect actually has a 9th level expert. Its status in Yanxia is likely to rise significantly in the future. Today's beast fighting tournament was probably meticulously prepared by the Beast King sect. At first, we thought that kid would be able to leave safely today because he had the protection of the general of the Tianzhou Divine Might Army, but now it seems that it won't be easy. Even if the Beast King sect is giving face to the Tianzhou Divine Might Army and letting this kid leave, he should at least leave behind his divine beast." Shi Wanhai looked at Gongya Liyuan and said, "General Gongya, what do you mean by this? You brought this kid to my Beast King sect to cause trouble. This is trying to damage the relationship between the Beast King sect and the Tianzhou Divine Might Army." Gongya Liyuan snorted coldly and said, "Sect Master Shi, today's events are my personal actions, and I do not represent the Tianzhou Divine Might Army. It's just that I can't stand by and watch your Beast King sect bully a mere third-tier kid like this. I'm taking him away today, and you, the people of your Beast King sect, try to stop me. Do you really think there's no distinction between strong and weak at the 9th tier? You've only just crossed the threshold of the 9th tier, and you don't understand anything at all." Gongya Liyuan's voice was filled with murderous intent, and he glanced coldly at Shi Wanhai. Shi Wanhai and Gongya Liyuan locked eyes, and the moment their gazes met, Shi Wanhai felt a tremor in his heart. Gongya Liyuan only released a wisp of spiritual energy, yet it nearly made him lose his senses. Shi Wanhai was shocked, which made him realize that even at the 9th level, there were differences in strength. If we were to keep this kid alive today to seize the divine beast, and if Gongya Liyuan insisted on protecting him, the Beast King sect would definitely suffer heavy losses. Most importantly, the Beast King sect wouldn't dare do anything to Gongya Liyuan. After all, Gongya Liyuan was backed by the Divine Might Army of Tianzhou, and the 4 divine generals who commanded the Divine Might Army were like brothers. For a moment, Shi Wanhai was also in a dilemma. This was a divine beast. Did the Beast King sect really have to give up? "Brother Li Yuan, I appreciate your kindness, but today's matter concerns my feud with the Beast King sect. So please, Brother Li Yuan, don't interfere, I can handle it myself." Just then, something that shocked everyone happened. Tang Xian actually told Gongya Liyuan not to get involved in this matter. Has this kid gone mad? Even a 9th tier expert from the Beast King sect has come out, and General Gongye is protecting him. He should be grateful and thankful that he has a chance to save his life. But now he's telling General Gongye not to interfere. Does this kid not intend to leave alive at all? Gongye Liyuan looked at Tang Xian and said, "Don't be reckless. Although the other party has only recently entered the 9th level, his power is not something you can withstand right now. Confidence is a good thing, but sometimes being too confident is not a good thing." Tang Xian clasped his hands in a fist and bowed to Gongye Liyuan, then said, "Brother Liyuan, this is a personal matter between me and the Beast King sect. Please do not interfere." A commotion erupted around them. They hadn't expected Tang Xuanjin to be so resolute. What is this kid trying to do? Accepting Gongye Liyuan's help is his only chance to survive. But now, he's courting death. Shen Yu muttered to himself. What exactly is this guy trying to do? Isn't he afraid of dying? Chen Wenyu said in a low voice. Gongye Liyuan looked at Tang Xian and saw confidence and determination on Tang Xian's face. At this moment, he could no longer insist. Having known Tang Xian for a few days, he liked this young man very much. The two became friends despite their age difference, and he didn't want such a promising talent like Tang Xian to perish here. But now, Tang Xian was so determined not to let him interfere. Although he couldn't figure out how Tang Xian could escape from a 9th tier expert, through his understanding over the past few days, he also knew that Tang Xian wasn't the kind of person who acted without thinking. His certainty meant he truly had a way to escape. Since that was the case, it wasn't wise for me to interfere further. Gongye Liyuan nodded and said, "All right then, I won't interfere in this matter anymore." With that, Gongye Liyuan flicked his sleeves, turned around, and returned to his seat. This scene delighted Shi Wanhai. He had just been struggling with the thought that if Gongye Liyuan insisted on protecting this kid today, it would be very difficult to handle. Unexpectedly, this kid actually sought his own death. Now that Gongye Liyuan is no longer interfering, things are much easier. Killing this kid and capturing the divine beast today is truly a great day for the Beast King sect. Just in case, Shi Wanhai looked at Gongye Liyuan and asked, "General Gongye, are you really sure you won't interfere in this matter anymore, even if we kill this kid?" Gongye Liyuan said, he himself said that this is a personal grudge between him and your Beast King sect. It would be inappropriate for me to insist on interfering. You should resolve your own grudges, and I will no longer interfere. Very well, General Gongye's word is his bond, Shi Wanhai said with a smile. Then, Shi Wanhai looked at Tang Xian and sneered, "Boy, I didn't expect you to be so foolish as to cut off your own path to survival. Hand over the divine beast and the antidote now, and I might give you a quick death. Otherwise, I'll make you suffer a terrible death." Chapter 97. Then let's serve you something substantial. Tang Xian was completely unconcerned by Shi Wanhai's threats. Regardless, Tang Xian has the trump card of illusion. The worst case scenario is that, by using the power of illusion, they can escape unscathed with Su Xian. Therefore, with such a trump card, Tang Xian can calmly do what he wants to do here, and that is his confidence. Tang Xian laughed and said, "Old man, I've seen shameless people before, but I've never seen anyone as shameless as your Beast King sect before. Since you insist on courting death, I will grant your wish. After you die, the divine beast will naturally be without a master. As for the poison on Duoer's body, even if you can't find the antidote, I, the Beast King, have a pharmacologist known as the Medicine King who is well versed in pharmacology. A little poison is nothing to him," Shi Wanhai said confidently. In his eyes, as long as Gongye Liyuan didn't interfere, they could easily take down Tang Xian. As for the poison Shi Duo was poisoned with, they didn't care at all how potent could the poison from a 3rd-tier kid be? Is that so? Tang Xian said unhurriedly, "In that case, let me serve you something substantial." With that, Tang Xian raised his hand and snapped his fingers. After snapping his fingers, Shi Wanhai was still wondering what Tang Xian was going to do. However, the next second, bursts of painful screams echoed from the scene. Upon closer inspection, Shi Wanhai was incredulous. Inside the Beast King sect, all the low-ranking disciples lay on the ground, their skin blackened and spitting out black viscous liquid. What's going on?" Shi Wanhai exclaimed in shock. At this moment, Shi Qinshan, Shi Tianxian, and the others were also looking at the scene around them in surprise. Not only them, but all the guests present were shocked. In the blink of an eye, all the low-ranking disciples of the Beast King sect collapsed. Currently, those still standing within the Beast King sect are all at or above the 6th rank. However, even within the Beast King sect, the number of people above the 6th rank is limited, totaling only a dozen or so. However, of the thousands of members in the Beast King sect, those below the 6th rank accounted for 99%. What exactly is going on? Kid, what are you doing? Why are they all poisoned? Shi Wanhai was shocked. Even though he was knowledgeable and had reached the 9th level, he was still at a loss in the face of such a scene. All disciples below the 6th rank in the Beast King sect have been poisoned. If the poison takes effect quickly, there will be no time to save them. Tang Xian laughed and said, "Let me say it again, this is not poison, it is witchcraft. This is the culmination of my master, the poison fairy Feng Lia's, lifelong research. The speed at which witchcraft spreads is beyond your imagination, and currently only I can cure it. If you kill me, thousands of people from the Beast King sect will be buried with me. Although I cannot kill anyone above the 6th rank in your Beast King sect, I can make sure that only those above the 6th rank remain in your sect." The entire audience was stunned by these words. Poison Fairy Feng Lia, heavens, he's actually the Poison Fairy's disciple. Hasn't the Poison Fairy already gone into seclusion? So what if they live in seclusion? It doesn't mean they don't accept disciples. But is this so-called witch really that powerful? Can't you see? Look at those disciples of the Beast King sect around you. Gong Ye Liyuan smiled slightly and muttered to himself, "It seems I really did meddle in other people's business. I never expected to hear the name of the Poison Fairy again after more than 20 years, on such an occasion. Every time her name appears before the world, it always brings shock to everyone. Her disciple, a mere third-tier youth, actually manages to so easily control one of the top sects in Yanxia. Qingdu, check Duo'er's body for poison." At this moment, Shi Wanhai said in a panic. As a 9th-tier expert, such panic is somewhat unbecoming of his status. "Yes, Elder Sect Master." Just then, a middle-aged woman walked quickly to Shi Duo, who was curled up on the ground. After crouching down, she wrapped her right hand in psionic energy and swept it over Shi Duo's body. About 3 minutes later, Qingdu stood up and walked to Shi Wanhai, saying, "Sect Master, what's inside the little one's body is poison, but it doesn't quite seem like it. According to that kid, it's something called Wu. I've studied pharmacology and toxicology for most of my life and have never seen anything like it. Through my examination, that Wu thing seems to be alive, constantly multiplying inside the little one's body. Not only that, we all have it in our bodies." "What?" Qingdu's words shocked Shi Wanhai. "We have it in our bodies too, but we're perfectly fine." Qingdu said, "From my observation, the eruption of this which is related to the intensity of the spiritual energy being released. Currently, with his ability, he can only make the witch erupt in people of the 5th rank or below. Although the witch infected in our bodies has not erupted, it will remain dormant. As long as his spiritual energy intensity is sufficient, the witch in our bodies can also erupt." Upon hearing this, Shi Wanhai swallowed hard. This was beyond his comprehension. Not only Shi Wanhai, but Qingdu's voice was also quite loud, and most of the people present could hear it. This stuff is indeed different from what they understand as poison. It was created by the Poison Fairy Feng Lia, who created a new school of thought. Can it be solved? Shi Wanhai asked. Qingdu shook his head and said, "Even if I had another 10 years of research, I might not be able to find a solution." Upon hearing Qingdu's words, Tang Xian merely smiled disdainfully. 10 years? This woman thinks too highly of herself. His master tested the witchcraft on himself, but spent his entire life searching for a solution. If Tang Xian hadn't combined it with the cultivation methods of the Western continent, the witchcraft would still be uncontrollable. Just then, with a whoosh, Shi Yunqi vomited a mouthful of black phlegm. She knelt on the ground and said painfully, "Grandpa, father, I'm in so much pain, save me, I don't want to die." As for Shi Duo, black sweat had begun to flow from his entire body, and he was now having difficulty even speaking. Tang Xian could kill them at any time, but he controlled the witchcraft to prevent it from fully erupting. Tang Xian knew that killing all the low-level disciples of the Beast King sect wouldn't benefit him in his current state. Today I'm here to remind everyone of the way of the witchcraft, and also as a countermeasure against the Beast King sect for capturing Su Xian and forcing him here. If he kills all the low-level disciples of the Beast King sect, then he will have no more trump cards to threaten the Beast King sect. How did you manage to cast a witch spell on the entire Beast King sect in such a short time? Shi Wanhai looked at Tang Xian, and at this moment, Shi Wanhai's tone became much gentler. He knew very well that with all the disciples below the 6th rank dead, what use were the dozen or so old guys above the 6th rank left in the Beast King sect? It could be said that the sect was almost wiped out. Tang Xian smiled and said, "Then I must thank Miss Shi. She is the mother." Tang Xian looked at Shi Yunqi. This puzzled everyone. They didn't seem to have seen Tang Xian and Shi Yunqi have any contact, so how could it be Shi Yunqi's doing? Could Shi Yunqi be a mole? That can't be right, she wouldn't help outsiders harm her own sect. Moreover, she's now under a witchcraft spell. Chapter 98. Do you like the big gift I gave you? This is impossible. Since you came to the Beast King sect, you have never had any contact with her. How did you spread the witchcraft to every disciple of the Beast King sect through her? Shi Wanhai said. He simply couldn't believe that this so-called witchcraft could spread so rapidly. Tang Xian looked at Shi Chenchan and laughed. Old man, do you remember back in the secret realm? Your mud skipper ambushed me and rescued Shi Yunqi from my grasp. At the time, you were so proud of yourself, saying that it was wishful thinking for you to harm anyone from your Beast King sect under your nose. Now I can tell you, the reason I let her go back then wasn't because I couldn't kill her, but because I didn't want to. I let her bring the witch back to the Beast King sect, and after a month of breeding and spread, everyone in the Beast King sect was infected with the witch. You were already planning this back then. Shi Chenchan looked at Tang Xian, his fists clenched. He couldn't believe that Tang Xian had been plotting this since then. Tang Xian laughed and said, Old man, if you want to take something from me, I'll take you on however you want. We'll each rely on our own abilities. But if you touch the people around me, you've crossed my bottom line. Since you went to such lengths to invite me here, how can I not give you a big gift? Upon hearing Tang Xian's words, Shi Chenchan said, Tang Xian, what do you mean? Do you really intend to have thousands of Beast King sect members die with you? Tang Xian laughed. Old man, I love to rub salt in the wounds of your blind confidence. Did you think that even after I killed these low-ranking disciples of your Beast King sect, I wouldn't be able to leave alive? Tang Xian raised his hand, waving his index finger in front of Shi Chenchan, and said, You all saw my battle with Tian Du back then. I was able to repel a demon emperor-level demon beast, and with my ice crystal flowing feathers, do you think I didn't have the ability to escape unscathed? I may not be able to kill anyone above the 6th rank in your Beast King sect, but if I leave with all my might, do you really think you can stop me? Even if it's just temporary power, it's enough for me to leave here. Upon hearing Tang Xian's words, the scene erupted in uproar. No way, he actually repelled a summoned beast at the demon emperor level. Is this kid really only at the 3rd tier? As expected of the poison fairy's disciple, she is truly a prodigy. This is interesting. The Beast King sect is about to be destroyed by a 3rd tier kid, and the Beast King sect can't do anything about him right now. Tang Xian, how dare you? Shi Chenchan said. Tang Xian smiled and said disdainfully, I like your stubbornness. Let's see how long you can keep it up. By the way, I said I'd give you a big gift, now you can accept it. No sooner had Tang Xian finished speaking than Xiao Tian punched the coffin next to him. With a crack, the coffin shattered into pieces instantly under Xiao Tian's powerful force. The coffin was broken into pieces, revealing the 2 people inside. Xiao Tian tore off the tape from Huang Mao and Shi Tianjian's mouths. Grandpa, save me, save me. Kill this bastard, kill him now. Shi Tianjian roared. Everyone was shocked, not expecting that there were actually 2 people inside the coffin. They had previously thought that Tang Xian had brought the coffin simply to annoy the Beast King sect. Shi Chenchan flashed and instantly appeared in front of Shi Tianjian. He then cut the ropes binding Shi Tianjian with a single palm strike and looked at Shi Tianjian with concern, asking, Jianer, are you alright? You've been missing for the past few days, and you scared your grandfather to death. Grandpa, this bastard almost killed me, you have to kill him quickly, Shi Tianjian said. At this moment, before Shi Chenchan could speak, Tang Xian spoke first. Excuse me, but let me correct you. It wasn't just that I almost killed you, I really did kill you. As soon as Tang Xian finished speaking, Shi Tianjian collapsed to the ground. He wailed in agony, black viscous fluid constantly oozing from his 7 orifices, and his body was stained black by the black sweat. Grandpa, save me. Bastard. Tang Xian, how dare you, stop, bastard, stop it, Shi Chenchan roared angrily upon seeing the scene before him. However, no matter how much he roared, it was to no avail. He would not let anyone who crossed Tang Xian's bottom line go. He didn't have the ability to kill Shi Chenchan yet, but Tang Xian would make him suffer worse than death. In a short while, Shi Tianjian stopped moving. At this moment, Shi Tianjian's body was like a rotten, blackened apple core, completely devoid of any signs of life. My Jianer, you beast, I'm going to kill you. Shi Chenchan looked at Tang Xian with hatred in his eyes, which were bloodshot. The next second, he flashed and was already in front of Tang Xian. He reached for Tang Xian's throat with his claws, now intending to kill him. However, at this moment, Tang Xian had his hands behind his back, looking calm and composed, without even trying to dodge. With a snap, Shi Qinshan's hand stopped less than 10 centimeters from Tang Xian's throat. It was Shi Wanhai who grabbed Shi Qinshan's wrist, preventing him from attacking Tang Xian. "Brother, let me go. I'm going to kill this beast. I'm going to avenge Jianer," Shi Qinshan roared. However, Tang Xian said with a smile, "Old man, do you like this big gift I gave you after inviting me here?" "Ah. You beast, I'm going to kill you." Shi Qinshan unleashed astonishing spiritual energy, determined to kill Tang Xian. However, at this moment, Shi Wanhai slapped Shi Qinshan in the abdomen. Shi Qinshan rolled away like a ball. Shi Qinshan was blinded by rage after the death of his grandson. However, Shi Wanhai and the others in the Beast King sect knew very well that they could not kill Tang Xian, and they could not even provoke Tang Xian further. Otherwise, the Beast King sect would probably only have people at the 6th rank or above left. Go to hell. After rolling around on the ground a few times, Shi Qinshan quickly got up. He was still determined to kill Tang Xian. A strange rumbling sound came from underground. Tang Xian knew that it was Shi Qinshan's summoned beast, the strange python. It's more like a mudloach that burrows underground than a python, something Tang Xian had already seen in the secret realm. At this moment, he used ice crystal feathers to ascend into the air. The serpent would suddenly attack from underground, and being in the air would give him enough time to react. With a loud boom, the strange python emerged from beneath Tang Xian, its blood-red maw wide open as it leaped up, intending to swallow Tang Xian whole. But just then, a golden summoning circle appeared beneath Shi Wanhai's feet, and the next second, a humanoid summoned beast leaped out of the summoning circle. The humanoid summon grabbed the airborne python, and then with a smack, the enormous python was thrown out. Shi Qinshan's strange python only possesses the strength of a demon king, approaching that of a demon emperor. However, Shi Wanhai's summoned beast has already reached the demon emperor realm, and is expected to advance to the demon emperor realm within 10 years. In addition, the summoned beasts of the 9th rank Beastmaster have summoned beast enhancement skills that are incomparable to those of the 8th rank. Therefore, if these two summoned beasts were to fight, it would be an absolute one-sided crushing defeat. Chapter 99: The Appearance of the Spirit Beast. Of course, Shi Qinshan was not going to accept this, so he ordered the strange python to attack frantically. Tang Xian could understand after all, his grandson had just died, and anyone would be devastated and would naturally lose control of their emotions. However, this has nothing to do with Tang Xian. All he needs to do now is watch the show. Tang Xian observed Shi Wanhai's summoned beast. Although it was humanoid, it still retained the characteristics of a summoned beast. Green scales could be seen on the beast's ears. After all, it is only at the level of a demon emperor and cannot yet perfectly transform into human form, so it is normal for it to retain the characteristics of a summoned beast. After all, to achieve perfect human form, one either needs to take a transformation pill like Shao Tian, or reach the demon emperor level, or have a high-level summoned beast bloodline, such as a spirit beast bloodline or higher, which allows for perfect human form at a lower level. Like an egg-shaped creature, it has pointed ears and bat-like demon wings on its back. In reality, her wings could be hidden, and her ears could be perfectly transformed into human ears, but it was simply unnecessary. Tang Xian also used his left eye's ability to check the attributes of Shi Wanhai's summoned beast. This is an Earth-type Imperial Dragon Lizard, 5-star quality, Demon Emperor level. The Emperor Dragon Lizard took less than 2 minutes to completely subdue Shi Qinshan's strange python. Calm down. Shi Wanhai came to Shi Qinshan's side, and with a slap, he slapped Shi Qinshan across the face. Shi Qinshan, who had been slapped hard across the face, regained his senses a little. He looked at Shi Wanhai and then burst into tears. What a big brother, my Jianer, my Jianer. Why? How am I supposed to swallow this? You have to swallow it whether you like it or not. You brought him to the Beast King sect, so you have to bear the consequences. He holds the lives of thousands of disciples of our Beast King sect in his hands now. This is not the time to act rashly, Shi Wanhai said. After hearing Shi Wanhai's words, Shi Qinshan calmed down a little. However, at this moment, Tang Xian clapped his hands and laughed, not bad, I've had a good show. At this moment, the people of the Beast King sect were all gnashing their teeth at Tang Xian, but they couldn't do anything about him. Putting aside whether they could kill Tang Xian, even if they could, Tang Xian could make all the disciples of the Beast King sect below the 6th rank pay with their lives. At that time, the Beast King sect will have less than 26th tier members left. What difference would that make from the annihilation of the sect? Most importantly, those below the 6th rank, including the descendants of these higher-ups. Shi Wanhai walked up to Tang Xian, clasped his hands in a fist salute, and bowed slightly, saying, "Young friend, there's a misunderstanding here. Your master, the Poison Fairy, was invited to participate in the previous Beast King sect's beast fighting tournament. I was given a few pointers by her and then went into seclusion. You see, this is all a misunderstanding. Shen Shan just wanted to invite you, he didn't mean anything by it." "An invitation? You captured my companion and forced me to come here. Is that what you call an invitation?" Tang Xian said. Shi Wanhai then waved his hand and said, "Open the cage." After Shi Wanhai gave the order, someone immediately went over and opened the cages on the prison van. Tang Xian walked over and extended his hand to Su Xian. Su Xian was slightly taken aback. She looked at Tang Xian, a complicated expression flashing in her eyes. Then she reached out and took Tang Xian's hand. However, the moment their hands clasped together, an image flashed through their minds. On a battlefield strewn with corpses, Tang Xian extended his hand to Su Xian and said, "Now that almost the entire eastern continent has fallen, only if the two of us are of one mind, is there any possibility of breaking this deadlock. Even if you hate me, now is not the time to act impulsively or let personal grudges get in the way." Then, Su Xian reached out and took Tang Xian's hand, saying, "I have never hated you." The scene flashed by in an instant, and when Tang Xian and Su Xian came to their senses, they saw that their hands were already clasped together. At this moment, Tang Xian exerted a little force, and Su Xian took the opportunity to jump off the prison cart and fall into Tang Xian's arms. "Are you all right?" Tang Xian asked. Su Xian shook her head slightly, then took a step back with a hint of embarrassment, and shook her head again, saying, "It's nothing." Next, Tang Xian looked at Shi Wanhai and said, "That old thing severed our mental connection. Please unsever it." Upon hearing this, Shi Wanhai quickly came over and untied him. At this moment, Tang Xian used his mental power to sense that he could indeed re-establish a mental connection with Su Xian. In that case, he could summon her to his side using his innate summoning ability. Then, Shi Wanhai said with a fawning expression, "Look, we've released your summons, and your companions too. Can the witchcraft on our Beast King sect disciples be lifted now?" Tang Xian said, "No rush." As he spoke, Tang Xian pulled Su Xian to the young man with yellow hair and said, "Whose grandson is this? Come out and claim him. He stole my things. Although I recovered some from him, at least 10,000 spirit stones are missing from my spatial bag." Upon hearing this, the blonde-haired boy almost burst into tears. Although he had stolen Tang Xian's spatial bag, Tang Xian had caught up with him and retrieved the contents before he could take them. Now they're saying he's short 10,000 spirit stones? That's practically robbery. However, at this time, no one in the Beast King sect stepped forward to claim this little blonde guy. "What? Nobody will recognize me? Then I'll kill them," Tang Xian said. Let me go, I'll never steal again," the blonde-haired boy said in terror. In fact, he had no connection with the Beast King sect. He admitted to having a connection with the Beast King sect because he thought that the Beast King sect could intimidate Tang Xian, so that Tang Xian would at least not dare to kill him. However, today, he witnessed Tang Xian kill his grandson in front of the Beast King sect's guardian elder. Little Yellow Hair knew that even if he really had some connection with the Beast King sect, it was useless. Was there anyone in the Beast King sect that this guy wouldn't dare to kill? Even if it were Shi Wanhai, Tang Xian simply doesn't have the ability to kill him right now. If he did, he would probably kill Shi Wanhai as well. If no one recognizes it, then so be it, die. Tang Xian said calmly. However, at that moment, a vine suddenly attacked Tang Xian. Tang Xian leaped backward, using the speed of the ice crystal feathers to dodge the attack of the vines. At this moment, Tang Xian took a closer look and, to his surprise, the person who came up was a girl who was about the same age as him. The girl had delicate features and skin as smooth as jade. Her appearance was not much inferior to Su Xian's. And beside her was a humanoid summoned beast. This summoned beast is dressed in a green gauze robe with vines growing from its sleeves, and its head is decorated with green leaves. Tang Xian used his left eye to check the attributes of the summoned beast, and what he saw surprised him. This is actually a divine tree spirit with the bloodline of a spirit beast. At this moment, the girl looked at Tang Xian angrily and said, "Release Ling Hai, or I'll kill you." Chapter 100 Gong Yang. The girl's eyes widened in anger, which surprised Tang Xian. What the hell was this? She didn't seem to be from the Beast King sect. "Ling Hai, are you talking about this blonde guy?" Tang Xian asked, pointing to the blonde-haired boy next to him. The girl said, let him go quickly. After hearing this, Tang Xian asked, you're not from the Beast King sect? No, she has nothing to do with our Beast King sect, and there is no such person in our Beast King sect. Just then, a middle-aged man from within the Beast King sect hurriedly said. At this moment, they dared not provoke Tang Xian, because they knew him well. Tang Xian was not one to joke, he was truly capable of killing. Therefore, at this moment, the Beast King sect also distanced itself from this girl. It was her business if she angered Tang Xian, but they shouldn't involve the Beast King sect. Go away, you're no match for him. Just then, the blonde-haired man named Ling Hai said to the girl. Tang Xian simply snapped his fingers, and instantly, Ling Hai curled up on the ground in agony. Damn it, the girl cursed angrily. The next second, vines sprouted from her feet, and she slid down to Ling Hai in a flash. The girl then helped Ling Hai. She also began to examine Ling Hai's body. Tang Xian used his left eye to examine the information of the divine tree spirit in detail. It was a completely support-type summon. The vine attack we just witnessed was one of the few skills that actually had some offensive capabilities. The rest of the divine tree spirit's skills are all healing and buffing support skills. The girl helped Ling Hai with his examination, attempting to use her abilities to remove the witchcraft from his body. At first, she was full of confidence, but the more time went on, the more serious her expression became. Finally, she gave up. After getting up, she glared at Tang Xian and said, give him the antidote. She was speaking to Tang Xian in a commanding tone. Tang Xian was amused by her. Where did this young lady come from? Has she never experienced the harsh realities of life? Even the old guys from the Beast King sect don't dare to order Tang Xian to dispel the witchcraft in a commanding tone. So where did this little girl, who only has support abilities, get the courage? At this moment, the people around were whispering and discussing among themselves. Who exactly was this girl? Didn't she see what would happen to Shi Tianjian? Tang Xian knew very well that this girl's behavior stemmed from being spoiled and pampered since childhood, never having experienced the harsh realities of society. Therefore, she always felt that the whole world would listen to her. At this moment, Tang Xian carefully sorted things out, and then he suddenly realized what was going on and looked at Gongye Li Yuan sitting in the first row. Tang Xian asked, Brother Li Yuan, what do you say? Hearing this, Li Yuan laughed and said, you're quite clever, kid. With that, Li Yuan stood up, walked to the girl, and said, you've been using the tree spirit's ability to hide yourself and avoid me, but now that this kid's life is hanging by a thread, you've finally stopped hiding. The girl looked up at Gongye Li Yuan and said, let that guy detoxify Ling Hai. At this moment, Gongye Li Yuan simply grabbed the girl's hand and said, if you've had enough, come home with me. What kind of behavior is it for my daughter, Gongye Li Yuan, to hang out with a petty thief all day? At this moment, everyone was shocked, never expecting that she was actually Gongye Li Yuan's daughter. Gongye Ying angrily shook off Gongye Li Yuan's hand and said, I'm not going back. I have no freedom at all in that house. Yes, you are the great general of the Tianzhou Divine Might Army, and I am your daughter. I also have to join the Divine Might Army. Ever since I can remember, I have had to train with those soldiers. I don't want to be in the Divine Might Army. I want freedom. With Ling Hai, I have experienced what freedom is. He doesn't force me to train. With him, I can do whatever I want. By associating with a petty thief, you have utterly disgraced the Gongye family. At this moment, a hint of anger appeared on Gongye Li Yuan's face. Humph, shameful. Fine, then just expel me from the Gongye family. From now on, I have no relation to the Gongye family, and you have no right to restrict my freedom. Gongye Ying glared angrily at Gongye Li Yuan. Hey, what's going on here? I came here to deal with the Beast King sect, how come we're suddenly having a family drama? Should I continue dealing with the Beast King sect and let the father and daughter have their own little squabble, or should I just watch the show? Tang Xian shrugged helplessly. Su Xian looked at Tang Xian, a faint soft light appearing in her eyes. Gongye Li Yuan helped you so much before, aren't you going to help him back? Su Xian asked. Tang Xian said, even an upright official finds it difficult to settle family disputes. The conflict between the father and daughter is that one wants freedom, while the other wants her to inherit his mantle. Neither of them is willing to compromise. If I intervene, I may not be able to please either of them. She wants freedom, so just give her freedom, Su Xian said calmly. Upon hearing this, Tang Xian instantly understood what Su Xian meant. Insolence. Gongye Liyuan roared at that moment. At this moment, Tang Xian knew that, according to the development of family ethics dramas, Gongye Liyuan was going to slap Gongye Ing. Sure enough, Gongye Liyuan raised his hand and slapped him. But at that moment, Tang Xian flashed forward and grabbed Gongye Liyuan's wrist. Gongye Liyuan looked at Tang Xian and said, "This is my family matter, please don't interfere." Tang Xian laughed and said, "Brother Liyuan, don't be angry. I said before that I would try to persuade your daughter after I saw her." Upon hearing Tang Xian's words, Gongye Liyuan slowly lowered his hand. However, at this moment, Tang Xian said to Gongye Liyuan, "Brother Liyuan, I support your daughter in this matter." Upon hearing this, Gongye Liyuan was shocked. "This kid said he was helping me persuade my daughter, how did it turn into you supporting her? What nonsense are you spouting? Look at that kid, a petty thief, a good-for-nothing. Ing has been corrupted by him. If he were even half as good as you, I wouldn't have anything to say, but look at him now, what kind of person does he look like? I'd rather cripple her than let her be with this guy," Gongye Liyuan roared. Tang Xian knew that Gongye Liyuan's anger had indeed reached its peak, given that he could utter such words. She dragged herself into the Gongye Liyuan abyss, her beloved daughter turned against her family, all to be with a petty thief. No one could accept that. Tang Xian smiled and said, "Brother Liyuan, no rush, no rush. I think that as parents, we should respect our children's choices. Try to let go and let them spread their wings and fly. When they are tired, there is still a harbor where they can dock." Tang Xian's words made Gongye Liyuan fall into deep thought. While Gongye Ing looked at Tang Xian, she was also very surprised. She did not expect Tang Xian to speak up for her. Gongye Liyuan could not accept Tang Xian's words. Respecting her choice did not mean watching her go astray. If this kid was reliable, he could tolerate it. But now, he's just a petty thief. Gongye Liyuan also felt that Tang Xian had other intentions. After all, they had become close friends over the past few days, and he felt that Tang Xian couldn't possibly be simply supporting Gongye Ing. Gongye Liyuan then said, "I understand. I respect her choice. She wants to leave the Gongye family, and I will grant her wish." Seeing that Gongye Liyuan had agreed, Gongye Ing happily said, "That's great." Then, she looked at Tang Xian and said, "You're still somewhat useful. Now help Ling Hai detoxify." Tang Xian simply smiled and asked, "Are you sure you've left the Gongye family to pursue the freedom you desire?" Gongye Ing replied, "That's for sure." The next second, a loud slap was heard as Tang Xian slapped Gongye Ing across the face. This slap knocked Gongye Ing to the ground. This scene shocked everyone present except for Su Xian and Gongye Liyuan. Chapter 101. A good beating would be enough. This slap held everyone captive for at least 10 seconds. Everyone present stared in astonishment, their mouths agape. 10 seconds later, they gasped in surprise and began to murmur amongst themselves. "Bastard, I'll kill you." At this moment, Gongye Ing raised her head, and a handprint appeared on her face. Tang Xian said calmly, "Isn't this the freedom you wanted?" "What did you say?" Gongye Ing asked. Tang Xian said, "Your accomplice stole my things, and my nature is to kill these petty thieves without hesitation. Since you are going to stand up for your companion, you are naturally within my scope of elimination." Upon hearing this, Gongye Ing angrily retorted, "You dare touch me? My father is General Tianxiao of the Tianzhou Divine Might Army." Tang Xian simply smiled faintly and said, "You still think you're the eldest daughter of the Gongye family? Did you forget something just now? You yourself said that you had left the Gongye family and were a member of the Gongye family, so I was somewhat wary of you. But now that you're no longer a member of the Gongye family, you're nothing in my eyes. In that case, you can die with your little thief companion. Enjoy your last moments of freedom before you die." Tang Xian's voice was icy cold, and in that instant, Gongye Ing also felt a strong killing intent. She could sense that Tang Xian wasn't just bluffing, he genuinely intended to kill her. "You bastard, I'm afraid of you." Before Gongye Ing could finish speaking, she suddenly felt short of breath. Her body went limp and she collapsed to the ground, at which point she could feel her body temperature rising. Her summoned beast, being a support type, began to examine her physical condition. She discovered that tiny creatures were invading her body, constantly multiplying and eroding her health. However, no matter whether she used purification, healing, or psionic buffs to resist, it was all in vain. At this point, she was in increasing pain. It's all my fault. You must release Ying. You can't kill her, she's Gongye Liyuan's daughter." Just then, Ling Hai, enduring his physical discomfort, stumbled and came to Tang Xian's side. Tang Xian coldly replied, I'm just giving her the freedom she wants. Without the Gongye family, with your strength, even if you weren't killed by me today, you would have been killed by someone else soon. Or, even if she has some beauty, if she runs into someone with ulterior motives, you'll all be finished. Seeing that he couldn't get help from Tang Xian, Ling Hai quickly went to Gongye Liyuan. With a thud, he knelt before Gongye Liyuan and said, General Gongye, she is your daughter. You cannot just stand by and watch her be killed. With his hands behind his back, Gongye Liyuan turned around, his back to Gongye Ying and Ling Hai, and said calmly, she is no longer a member of my Gongye family. As you have seen, the person you have provoked is someone even the Beast King sect cannot afford to offend. Since she is no longer a member of the Gongye family, I have no need to offend someone who could bring endless trouble to the Gongye family because of her. Help, help, I can't breathe. Gongye Ying cried out in pain. Upon seeing this, her summoned beast instantly attacked Tang Xian. However, before she could even get close to Tang Xian, she was sent flying by Xiao Tian's punch. Even though she has the bloodline of a spirit beast, she is only a support-type summon. And almost all of her skills are support skills. Her main role is to make her teammates stronger, while she herself doesn't have much combat power. Therefore, even if it has the bloodline of a spirit beast, a purely support-type summon beast would have no chance of winning against a purely offensive summon beast like Xiao Tian. I don't want to die, it hurts so much, Dad, save me, I want to go home, save me. At this moment, Gongye Ying curled up on the ground and said painfully. Upon hearing Gongye Ying's words, Gongye Liyuan also turned around. Okay, Gongye Liyuan said calmly. He then unleashed a powerful burst of spiritual energy, forcing Tang Xian back several steps. He then said, she is my daughter, Gongye Liyuan. Brother Tang Xian, could you do me a favor and let her go? That little thief stole your things, whatever the loss, my Gongye family will cover. And when I get back, I will also give my daughter a good talking to. Tang Xian waved his hand and said, Brother Liyuan, you flatter me. Since she is a member of the Gongye family, I naturally cannot do anything to her. Let's not talk about losses. When we arrive in Tianzhou, Brother Liyuan will treat us to a meal. After hearing this, Gongye Liyuan nodded slightly and smiled, then it's a deal. It's a deal. At this moment, Gongye Ying also felt that the pain in her body had disappeared, but her body temperature was still a little high and she felt weak. Tang Xian said to Gongye Liyuan, her body will return to normal after tomorrow. Gongye Liyuan nodded. Thank you. Tang Xian returned to Su Xian's side and laughed, see, when a naughty kid misbehaves, a good beating is all it takes. He keeps saying he wants freedom, but in the end, he still has to ask his dad for help. Su Xian shook her head, and although she didn't say anything, she had a faint smile on her face. This guy is too arrogant. He's only at the 3rd rank, yet he killed someone's grandson in front of an 8th rank expert and beat up someone's daughter in front of a 9th rank expert. In the entire Yanxia, I'm afraid only you, Tang Xian, would dare to do such a thing. Well, look, what happened just now was a misunderstanding. This little thief isn't even a member of our Beast King sect. Now, can you remove the witch curse from the Beast King sect's disciple? Shi Wanhai stepped forward and asked Tang Xian. It was indeed somewhat comical that a 1st or 9th tier expert was so cautious in front of a 3rd tier youth. Today should have been a day for the Beast King sect to make a name for itself and establish its prestige, but now the entire Beast King sect has probably become a joke. So what if they had a 9th tier expert? In the end, their sect was almost wiped out by a 3rd tier kid, and they even had to speak well of others in the end. Tang Xian saw that it was about time, and he had achieved his purpose for coming here today. At least the name of the witchcraft sect had been spread. And the formidable reputation of the poison fairy Feng Lia once again appeared before everyone. Tang Xian said, I know the Beast King sect is not convinced, and you will try to kill me. Of course, I will not sit idly by and wait to die, so let's have a contest to see if I can destroy you first, or if you can kill me first. If you have a grudge against me, then I will not touch your Beast King sect's low-ranking disciples. If you dare to touch anyone around me again, then there will not be a single disciple below the 6th rank in the Beast King sect to survive. After hearing Tang Xian's words, Shi Wanhai said, alright, it's a deal. If my Beast King sect seeks revenge, it will only target you, Tang Xian, and will not harm anyone around you. But you must also keep your promise if you want to retaliate. You cannot use my Beast King sect's lower-ranking disciples for revenge. Shi Wanhai didn't pretend and said directly that he would seek revenge on Tang Xian. Because he knew that pretending was useless, the desire to harm someone couldn't be hidden. Therefore, it's better to boldly admit it and make a deal with Tang Xian. The Beast King sect will not touch the people around Tang Xian, and he will not touch the lower-ranking disciples of the Beast King sect. Don't worry, I'm definitely more trustworthy than your Beast King sect. As long as you don't harm the people around me, and unless they're low-ranking disciples of the Beast King sect sent to kill me, I won't do anything, Tang Xian said. Tang Xian also knew that he had already formed an irreconcilable hatred with the Beast King sect. But he can't do anything about the high-level experts of the Beast King sect right now, so this is all he can do for now. At least under the threat of which, the Beast King sect doesn't dare to touch the people around him. That's enough for Tang Xian. As for how to counter the Beast King sect, we'll see what Tang Xian said, whether he destroys the Beast King sect first, or the Beast King sect kills him first. By the way, your Beast King sect invited me here, and now you want me to leave? It won't be so easy. It's easy to invite a god, but hard to send him away. Hey, you guys in the back, get the sedan chairs ready and carry us down the mountain. Tang Xian said, pointing to the Beast King sect high-ranking members standing behind Shi Wanhai. Tang Xian's words were hard for these people to accept. Among them, the lowest level was 6th level strength, and now they were actually going to be sedan chair carriers for a 3rd level kid. What kind of joke was this? At this moment, Shi Wanhai waved his hand and said, "Go prepare the sedan chair and send them down the mountain." Chapter 102, Leaving the Beast King sect. Before long, the people of the Beast King sect brought over an exquisite and gorgeous sedan chair. Why is there only one? Tang Xian frowned, his face full of dissatisfaction. At this moment, a 6th level woman from the Beast King sect stepped forward. Her eyes were somewhat cold, and she said angrily, "There are only 2 of you. This sedan chair should be enough to accommodate both of you, right?" Tang Xian pointed at Xiao Tian and Danzi and questioned, "What about them? Are we supposed to make them walk behind us? They're just summoned beasts. Why don't you just summon them back? You can't expect us to carry them down with you, can you? We can be your sedan chair carriers, but do you expect us to be your summoned beasts sedan chair carriers too?" The woman was clearly getting impatient and retorted irritably. Tang Xian sneered and replied, "Since that's the case, then fine, I'll just stay here. Let's just wait and see who suffers more. Even if I don't control the witch to erupt prematurely, these disciples of the Beast King sect can only hold out for another half hour at most." Upon hearing this, Shi Wanhai finally couldn't help but speak up, "All right, enough nonsense. Hurry up and prepare another sedan chair." Yes, the woman quickly agreed, then ran to prepare the sedan chair. After a while, another sedan chair was carried over. Shi Wanhai looked at Tang Xian and said in a deep voice, "Get in the sedan chair. I hope you remember our agreement. Also, don't blame me for not reminding you, the Beast King sect will launch a separate retaliatory operation against you in 3 days. Don't blame us for being ruthless then." After saying that, he waved for Tang Xian to get into the sedan chair. Tang Xian laughed and said, "All right, then let me see just how capable your Beast King sect really is." Tang Xian didn't dislike this behavior, he just needed to target him directly and not touch the people around him, then everything would be fine. With that, Tang Xian walked to Gongya Li Yuan's side and said, "Brother Li Yuan, I'm leaving now. We'll meet again in Tianzhou if fate allows." Li Yuan nodded and said, "Yes, once you obtain Tianzhou, you must come find me." "Understood," Tang Xian replied. Then, he turned his gaze to the Chen family members sitting behind him, a slight smile appearing on his lips. Then, he extended his index and middle fingers together and gently stroked them across his forehead. After making this move, Tang Xian turned around, pulled Su Xian up, and helped her into the sedan chair. At the same time, Xiao Tian and Danzi also climbed into another sedan chair. "Grandpa." Just then, Chen Wenyu called out to Chen Yu beside her. "What's wrong?" Chen Yu asked. Chen Wenyu said, "Tang Xian is leaving, aren't we going to try and steal the divine beast?" Upon hearing Chen Wenyu's words, Chen Yu nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Robbery? How could they possibly rob him? On the Beast King sect's territory, the entire sect couldn't subdue him, and the Chen family had only brought a few people. Moreover, Chen Yu knew that this girl was deliberately mocking him, expressing her dissatisfaction with his previous decision. Chen Yu never expected that Tang Xian could push the Beast King sect to this point. I used to say that Chen Wenyu lacked foresight, but now it seems that I was the one who lacked foresight. Tang Xian is already this strong, it's unimaginable how much he will achieve in the future. Although the Chen family is one of the 10 elders in Yanxia, in the grand scheme of things, the Chen family is actually nothing special. Take Tianzhou for example, the Chen family's power there would at most be considered a mid-level force. Tang Xian will surely shine brightly across the entire continent in the future. If we had listened to Chen Wenyu's advice, we would have simply offered Tang Xian a helping hand. In fact, there was no need to confront the Beast King sect head-on. It would have been enough to simply step forward, stand firmly on Tang Xian's side, and say a few words of justice. In this way, he will surely win Tang Xian's favor. When this kid really becomes famous on the continent in the future, he will surely remember the support the Chen family gave him today. Unfortunately, he lacked foresight. It's important to understand that choosing sides is essentially about choosing your birth order. The Chen family missed this golden opportunity, and even if they maintain a good relationship with Tang Xian in the future, Tang Xian will likely find it difficult to devote much energy to the Chen family. At this moment, the members of the Beast King sect carried the sedan chair away. After Tang Xian was carried out of the Beast King sect's gate, the sect's disciples gradually recovered. However, they were still very weak and needed at least 2 or 3 days of rest. Today, the Beast King sect has become a complete joke in the sweltering summer. The Beast King sect, a prestigious sect ranking among the top in the heat of summer, actually tried to steal a third-tier youth's divine beast by capturing his companion and forcing him to come over. In the end, they didn't even get to snatch the mythical beast. Instead, they were thoroughly humiliated by others. Even the grandson of the sect's guardian elder was killed in front of everyone. In the end, the Beast King sect didn't dare to do anything to the others. In the end, several experts from the Beast King sect even acted as sedan chair carriers, carrying the person down the mountain. The once mighty Beast King sect has become a complete joke. After this incident, the disciples of the Beast King sect will likely be unable to hold their heads high in public. Don't underestimate this matter. Although it may seem that only Shi Tianjian died in the Beast King sect, in reality, it will have a huge impact on the Beast King sect's recruitment of new disciples in the future. If a sect can be threatened like this by a mere third-tier kid, how many people will be willing to join it in the future? It's not to say there are absolutely no people. At least when the Beast King sect wants to recruit new disciples in the future, the number of people who voluntarily sign up will be reduced by at least half, and that's just a conservative estimate. Even if your sect has a 9th level expert, so what? You were still humiliated by a 3rd level brat. At this moment, inside the sedan chair, Su Xian looked at Tang Xian. Why are you staring at me like that? I know I'm handsome, but I'm getting embarrassed if you keep staring at me like that, Tang Xian said. Su Xian said, you confessed to me 100 times before, and I never saw you feel embarrassed. Well. Tang Xian didn't know how to say it. It wasn't that Tang Xian wanted to confess, but Huan had given him too much. Do you know who I am? Su Xian asked at this moment. Tang Xian nodded and said, I found out when we were in the secret realm. You are the moon-treading fox that I met back then. You are not an ordinary demon beast. You should belong to the royal family of the Demon Alliance, the ruling race of the Demon Alliance. Therefore, you do not belong to the category of demon beasts. Just then, without warning, Su Xian reached out and gently lifted Tang Xian's cheeks with both palms, then stared intently into Tang Xian's eyes. Tang Xian was startled by this sudden action and stammered, what are you doing? I'll be shy. At this moment, their faces were very close, only 20 centimeters apart. Moreover, when Tang Xian spoke, the corners of his mouth unconsciously turned up, as if he was looking forward to what was to come. Su Xian held his face so intimately, her eyes filled with affection. This was clearly a prelude to her offering a sweet kiss. However, in the next instant, a crisp smack was heard, and Su Xian's forehead suddenly collided with Tang Xian's forehead. Tang Xian suddenly felt a sharp pain and couldn't help but cry out, ouch, that hurts. Hey, why did you suddenly bump into me? He rubbed the spot where he had been hit, looking at Su Xian with a puzzled expression, thinking she was going to give him a kiss, but instead he was given a headbutt. Su Xian said, so why did you transfer your spiritual imprint to Meng Jian in the first place? That wasn't my decision. I was 7 or 8 years old at the time. What could I decide? It was all my parents' decision. They thought it was a spiritual imprint left by a certain blue wolf so that their clan would seek revenge on me later, Tang Xian said. After hearing this, Su Xian sighed slightly and said, fortunately, it's not too late to find out now. But I don't know why, but back in the underground lake of the secret realm, I saw strange scenes, like scenes from the future. And just now at the Beast King sect, the moment you pulled me back, I also saw scenes that seemed like the future. However, those scenes don't quite match our current situation. Do you know what's going on? Huan, should we let her know you exist now? Tang Xian asked Huan. It's not time yet. The memories between you two need to be pieced together slowly. When the puzzle of those memories is complete, I will give you a great gift. So now is not the time for me to meet her. After receiving Huan's answer, Tang Xian said to Su Xian, "You'll know in the future." Actually, I'm not entirely sure right now either. Just then, the sedan chair suddenly stopped. What happened? Tang Xian asked. The sedan curtain was pulled open, and a woman poked her head in, saying, "The road is blocked by a group of people. Make them move aside, this is your Beast King Sect's territory," Tang Xian said. The other party's mount is at the level of a demon emperor. What? Tang Xian was startled and got out of the sedan chair with Su Xian. Ahead, dozens of people blocked the way, and at the very front, a man rode on the back of a purple gold ink black unicorn. Tang Xian used his left eye's ability to take a look and was instantly shocked. Purple gold ink Qilin, a divine beast with the bloodline of a demon emperor. A divine beast at the level of a demon emperor was merely a mount. Father Emperor. Just then, Su Xian, who was next to Tang Xian, stammered. Chapter 103 Contract. Su Xian's address of Father Emperor left Tang Xian speechless. What day is it today? Are they a group looking for their daughter? Although Tang Xian did not yet know the exact identity of Su Xian's father, he could basically guess it. From the moment Huan Shua started to dislike Gongye Liyuan, Tang Xian found it strange. If she had no connection with Gongye Liyuan, it was impossible for her to dislike him for no reason. At least Tang Xian felt that Gongye Liyuan wasn't the kind of person who could be disliked at first glance. After learning that Gongye Liyuan was the Tianzhou general of the Tianzhou Divine Might Army, Tang Xian roughly guessed the identity of Su Xian's father. That was Su Ming, the king of Tianlan Kingdom of the Demon Alliance and also the leader of the Demon Alliance. In his previous life, Su Ming, the leader of the Demon Alliance, was invited by the leader of the Eastern Continent Alliance to meet in Tendu City, Tianzhou. At the time, the security was handled by General Gongye Liyuan of the Divine Might Army. However, under Gongye Liyuan's command, Su Ming was assassinated. Therefore, Su Xian hates Gongye Liyuan because she believes that Gongye Liyuan's mistake led to her father's death. Her emotions naturally affected Huan, which is why Huan disliked Gongye Liyuan. Actually, this is not Gongye Liyuan's fault. The Western continent had been planning this for a long time. 100 years ago, the Western continent was already planning how to invade the Eastern continent. Therefore, assassinating the leader of the Demon Alliance and turning the Eastern Continent Alliance against the Demon Alliance was a conspiracy they had planned for 100 years. The Eastern Continent and the Demon Alliance were completely unaware of the century-long plan, and the other side had conducted tens of thousands of simulations for the assassination plan. Therefore, it's really not Gongye Liyuan's fault. The leader of the Demon Alliance? Tang Xian asked Huan. You already guessed it, why ask? What is his strength? What are the chances of me taking Su Xian away from him? Tang Xian asked. 0%. He's at the demon ancestor level, his strength is roughly equivalent to a human at the lesser heavenly origin level. Tang Xian also knew that although the Demon Alliance only had 9 levels of cultivation, which seemed to be equivalent to the 1st to 9th levels of the human realm, it was actually much more difficult to advance in the Demon Alliance, and the corresponding levels were much stronger than those of humans. Therefore, the Demon Ancestor realm is actually comparable to the lesser Heavenly Origin realm. After the 9th level, one enters the Heavenly Origin realm, which is divided into Lesser Heavenly Origin and Greater Heavenly Origin. Although Xiao Tianyuan is only one level higher than the 9th rank, 10 9th rank people might not be a match for Xiao Tianyuan. Su Ming got off the purple gold ink scale. He was about 1.9 meters tall and looked very tall. Approaching Su Xian, Su Ming said softly, "Go home when you've had enough." Although Su Ming spoke very softly, his words carried an undeniable air of authority. Throughout the entire process, his gaze remained fixed on Su Xian, without ever glancing at Tang Xian beside him. To Su Ming, a mere human boy was not even worthy of his glance. Just like Gongye Liyuan just now, he didn't want to look at Ling Hai even once, and Su Ming is the same now. Alliance leader Su, hello, I am Tang Xian said. Despite this, Su Ming completely ignored Tang Xian and continued to say to Su Xian, your mother was very angry that you secretly ran away this time. I spoke very well for you in front of her. I understand, Su Xian replied, head down. Su Xian knew very well that since her father had come in person, she couldn't possibly not go back. By the way, father, let me introduce you. With that, Su Xian took Tang Xian's arm and said, he is It's getting late, we should head back. Su Ming interrupted Su Xian without any hesitation. He knew Tang Xian very well. As the leader of the Demon Alliance, he could investigate what happened around his daughter and what her interpersonal relationships were like in the first instance. But to put it bluntly, Tang Xian is no longer worthy of his attention. That old man is infuriating, Tang Xian thought to himself. I have something to say to him alone. After that, I'll go back with you, Su Xian said to Su Ming. Su Ming then glanced at Tang Xian with disdain and said, as soon as possible. Come with me. Su Xian took Tang Xian's hand and led him to a secluded spot. Tang Xian looked at Su Xian and asked, are you really going back to the Demon Alliance? Su Xian glanced around furtively, and after confirming that no one was following, said, have you forgotten how you just got Gong Ying to go home with her father? Well. Su Xian continued, my father is here, so I have to go back. But don't worry, I'll just run away again after a while. Every time he catches me, he keeps a close watch on me for a period of time, but after a while, he'll relax his watch on me, and then I can run away again. Hearing Su Xian say this, Tang Xian was speechless. She seemed to know the way very well, as if she had done it many times before. The first time we met was when I snuck out. By the way, where are you going next? Those old guys from the Beast King sect won't let you off easily. You probably don't plan to stay in Yanxia any longer, right? Su Xian asked. I plan to go to Tianzhou, Tang Xian said. Okay, I'll come to Tianzhou to find you next time I escape, Su Xian said. Have you forgotten? I can summon you to my side using my natal summoning ability, Tang Xian said. After hearing this, Su Xian shook his head and said, that old guy from the Beast King sect knew to sever the spiritual link between us, do you think my father wouldn't? Tang Xian thought about it and realized that if the Beast King sect could sever his mental link with Su Xian, Su Ming couldn't possibly not do the same. Alright, time is running out. Now, I'm giving you everything I have, Su Xian said. Ah. Here? Are you going to go this far? Tang Xian exclaimed in surprise. Su Xian nodded and said, yes, where else would it be if not here? Isn't this inappropriate? Why is it inappropriate? It's broad daylight, and who knows who might come to peek later. Besides, we shouldn't be doing this now, Tang Xian said. Upon hearing this, Su Xian raised her hands and slapped Tang Xian's face with both hands, then pinched it hard. What are you thinking? I'm talking about the contract. Although I don't know why you were able to summon me, our royal bloodline shouldn't be able to be summoned since you were summoned, we can form a contract. When we get back, my father will definitely sever our spiritual link, but after the contract, even if the spiritual link is severed and you can't summon me, you can still use my abilities. Tianzhou is much larger than Yanxia, with many experts and various powerful forces intertwined. After the contract, you can use my abilities, so at least you'll have more options when you encounter difficult enemies in the future. Su Xian released Tang Xian, took a step back, and said, let's begin. Chapter 10. For the look in someone's eyes when they want to kill them is impossible to hide. Looking at the direction where Tang Xian and Su Xian had gone, which emitted a dazzling contract light, Su Ming frowned slightly, then said in a low voice, acting on his own initiative. At this moment, the contract between Tang Xian and Su Xian was completed. Su Xian said, currently, I have 3 tails. My main skill is mind control, which is an illusion-type control skill. Each tail will then come with an ability. The first tail's ability is vision interference, which you saw in the secret realm. It's a group vision interference skill. If the opponent doesn't have any perception abilities, they won't be able to detect you if you're below the 8th rank. The two-tailed beast's ability is beast affinity, which allows it to make beastmen and mythical beastmen compatible. If you have a summoned beast of the mythical beast or beastman who has a contract, it can give it a 10% boost to all its attributes. And your Skywing Tiger is a beastman, so it can enjoy this bonus. The 3 tails ability is copying. It can copy a skill that you have experienced within 5 minutes. Remember, it must have been experienced. In other words, it can only copy skills that have affected you. If it is an attack skill, you must experience it before you can copy it. However, the power of the copy depends on your strength. These are my current abilities as a whole and the abilities of each of my tails. You can use them now. As I cultivate more tails and gain new abilities, you will naturally sense them through the contract. I have to go now. I believe we will meet again soon. Tang Xian nodded and said, I understand. Tang Xian was helpless. He knew from Huan's words that he was incapable of keeping Su Xian in front of Su Ming. Su Ming came personally from the Demon Alliance, which means he is determined to bring Su Xian back. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come in person, he would have sent some servants instead. Su Xian turned and left, with Tang Xian following behind her. Back beside Su Ming, Su Xian said to him, "Let's go." Su Ming turned around, and then a spatial rift appeared in front of him. Su Xian took a deep breath and slowly walked towards the spatial rift. Su Xian. Just then, Tang Xian called out. Hearing Tang Xian call her, Su Xian's body trembled slightly. After turning around, she quickly ran to Tang Xian. Before Tang Xian could even react, she quickly pecked his lips, then turned and ran into the spatial rift. Tang Xian was still standing there, touching his lips, seemingly not quite back to his senses. At this moment, Su Ming finally looked at Tang Xian properly, but his eyes seemed to want to kill him. Huan, something's not right. You can't hide the look in someone's eyes when they want to kill you. He wouldn't actually come and kill me, would he? At the demon ancestor level, what can I possibly withstand? Feeling Su Ming's murderous gaze, Tang Xian asked Huan with concern. This is no joke. Within the Beast King sect, Tang Xian could use ordinary disciples of the sect as leverage to prevent the sect's higher-ups from taking action against him. The group of people following Su Ming now are all from the Demon Alliance, and even the weakest among them is at the Demon Emperor level. Given this disparity in strength, Tang Xian's current abilities as a witch are useless against them. It's not that it's useless, it can lurk inside the opponent's body. However, Tang Xian's strength is insufficient to prevent the witch from exploding prematurely inside them. Don't worry, although he wants to kill you, he won't. Su Xian knows him too well, which is why she dares to do this. Don't be fooled by his fierce appearance, he's actually a doting father. So, no matter how much you annoy him, he won't lay a finger on you. At most, he'll try to prevent Su Xian from seeing you in the future. Hearing Huan say this, Tang Xian was relieved. Take good care of Su Xian for me. I will go to the Demon Alliance to pick her up later, Tang Xian said to Su Ming. His words left those with Su Ming speechless with astonishment. If Tang Xian didn't know Su Ming's identity, that would be one thing, but Tang Xian just addressed Su Ming as Alliance leader Su, which means he knew Su Ming's identity. Knowing this, yet still daring to say it, this kid is truly fearless. Su Ming ignored Tang Xian and turned to walk towards the spatial rift. To Su Ming, such a young man was not worth his attention. Time heals all wounds. Members of the Demon Alliance can live for tens of millions of years, while humans only live for a mere 100 years. Therefore, no matter how much his daughter longs for this human being, he will eventually turn into dust 100 years later. Therefore, he was ultimately just a passerby in his daughter's life, and there was no need to care about him at all. Seeing that Su Ming still ignored him, Tang Xian said in a low voice, "This old man is really arrogant. Maybe 2 years ago, I was his savior. Is this how he treats his savior?" At this moment, Su Ming also entered the spatial rift. The Demon Alliance members who were with Su Ming, as well as the purple gold ink unicorn, also entered the spatial rift. Then, the spatial rift disappeared, and the surroundings returned to calm. It's not a matter of chance, it's a certainty. In this life, you have another mission, a mission you absolutely cannot fail. That is to stop that assassination attempt. Although it's a century-long plan for the Western continent, in this life, we can deal with it in advance. Tang Xian laughed and said, "You don't need to tell me this. In my previous life, I still had some scores to settle with many people in the Western continent. In this life, I need to settle those scores with them properly. Of course, there's also..." Tang Xian's mood suddenly became somewhat low, as if he had remembered something that moved him. Does this remind you of anyone? Indeed, there are people in the Western continent who oppose invasion and slaughter, but they are considered outsiders. The people of the Eastern continent hate the people of the Western continent, while the people of the Western continent regard them as outsiders. In the end, they please neither side. Those you couldn't save in the last life, don't leave regrets in this one. Although Huan was asking Tang Xian who he remembered, it was clear from her words that she actually knew them all. Let's go, let's set off. I have nothing to worry about now, after all, time is on my side. Tang Xian said with a meaningful smile. Looking at the few people from the Beast King sect carrying the sedan chair, their faces were ashen, and they stood frozen in place. It was obvious that they recognized Su Ming, and they were quite frightened. Su Xian is Su Ming's daughter. The Beast King sect's capture of the Demon Alliance leader's daughter is tantamount to declaring war on the Demon Alliance. Fortunately, the Demon Alliance didn't intend to pursue the matter otherwise. The Human Alliance alone would have intervened and wiped out the Beast King sect completely, without the Demon Alliance even needing to intervene. Even if a sect ranks among the top in Yenxia, it is insignificant in the entire alliance. Hey, let's go. We're only halfway up the mountain. Don't be lazy, get the sedan chairs moving. Yes, yes. The members of the Beast King sect quickly lifted the sedan chair and took Tang Xian to Cangyan City at the foot of the mountain. Chapter 105: A New Journey, the Land of Desolation. After descending the mountain, Tang Xian left in a hurry and did not linger in Cangyan City. Although Shi Wanhai said he would retaliate against Tang Xian in 3 days, who can say for sure? At this point, it's best to leave as soon as possible. Actually, there was one thing Tang Xian didn't let others know: he wanted to control the witch at close range, at least within 100 meters of him. Otherwise, control must be implemented in advance, just like giving the shaman orders in advance. Once he leaves the Beast King sect, as long as he doesn't go there, he poses no real threat to the disciples of the Beast King sect. Therefore, this can be considered a weakness of witchcraft: it cannot be controlled from a distance. But think about it, how many skills can actually be controlled across thousands of miles? So, thinking about it this way, the inability to control remotely isn't really a drawback, it's just that the control distance is the same as other common skills. 3 days later. Beast King sect. This time, the Beast King sect lost face completely. After Tang Xian left, the Beast King sect also saw off the other guests. Inside the Beast King sect's council hall, all the sect's high-ranking members sat with solemn expressions on their faces. This incident that befell the Beast King sect is a great humiliation for them. Chenshan, aren't you going to say something? At this moment, Shi Wanhai, who was sitting in the front row, looked at Shi Chenshan, who was sitting in the first row on the right. Shi Chenshan raised his head, his eyes still bloodshot. 3 days have passed, and Shi Tianjian has been buried. He has not yet recovered from the grief of losing his grandson. No one knows what he is thinking now, or whether he regrets bringing Su Xin here. However, if given another chance, he might make a different choice in the secret realm. I must kill that beast and avenge Jianer, Shi Chenshan said with a face full of hatred. Shi Wanhai said, this time you've really caused the sect a huge problem. 3 days ago, the people who carried that kid down the mountain came back to report that Su Ming, the leader of the Demon Alliance, went up Sangyan Mountain at that time. Do you know why? Upon hearing this, everyone present, except for those who had helped carry Tang Xian down the mountain, was shocked. The Demon Alliance leader is coming to Sangyan Mountain? How come they weren't notified beforehand? With such a distinguished guest, the Beast King sect must prepare in advance and receive him with the highest honors. The Demon Alliance leader has arrived? Where is he? Shi Chenshan asked. He has gone back, Shi Wanhai said calmly. He came to pick up his daughter, and his daughter is the little girl you captured. Upon hearing this, Shi Chenshan's face instantly turned pale. He was terrified. He knew what this meant. Capturing the Demon Alliance leader's daughter was a matter of life and death. However, Shi Wanhai continued, you don't need to worry. The Demon Alliance doesn't take us seriously at all. After Alliance leader Su picked up his daughter, he took her back to the Demon Alliance and didn't care about the Beast King sect at all. Hearing this, Shi Chenshan finally breathed a sigh of relief. No wonder that kid was so arrogant. It turns out he has the Demon Alliance backing him up. In that case, killing him will be difficult. If we anger the Demon Alliance, we can't afford the consequences. Shi Chenshan's expression was somewhat conflicted. He wanted to kill Tang Xian to avenge Shi Tianjian. However, Tang Xuanjian had an inseparable relationship with the Demon Alliance, so revenge was just empty talk for him. Shi Wanhai said, don't worry, just like how Gongye Liyuan looked down on that petty thief, different statuses naturally lead to different standards for judging people. Someone of Gongye Liyuan's status would naturally favor a kid like Tang Xian. But someone of Alliance leader Su's status wouldn't even look at such a kid. After meeting him, Alliance leader Su didn't even bother to say a word to that kid. So, the Demon Alliance won't care about that kid's life or death at all. Upon hearing this, a hint of joy flashed in Shi Chenshan's eyes. Shi Wanhai continued, Tang Xian must be eliminated. Qingdu examined our bodies and found that the so-called witchcraft is still inside us. As long as that kid is strong enough, he can unleash it at any time. Therefore, we cannot give him the opportunity to grow stronger. Chenshan, I know you want to avenge Jianer. I will entrust the task of hunting down Tang Xian to you. Thank you for giving me this opportunity, brother, Shi Chenshan said. Sure, Wan Hai nodded and said, according to the report from the people I sent to monitor him, he went in the direction of the Land of Desolation. And his final destination should be Tianzhou. Upon hearing the words Land of Desolation, everyone present was startled. They couldn't believe it. How could a mere third-tier kid dare to run into the Land of Desolation? Was he courting death? If his destination is Tianzhou, he could easily go there from the Shueqing Mountains, or even take an airship directly there. To travel through a place of utter despair is like choosing to go to hell. The Land of Desolation lies between the scorching summer and the heavenly land. Originally, the Land of the Dead was a wild and desolate place. It is unknown when, but the Alliance began to exile some of the most vicious and ruthless people to the Land of the Dead. Afterwards, some people who had nowhere else to turn, or who were unwilling to be bound by the rules of the Alliance, fled to the Land of Desolation. Gradually, many powerful forces emerged in the Land of Desolation. The Land of Desolation was even larger than the entire Yanxia region, and there were hundreds of forces of varying sizes within it. Because they were all exiles, or people who had nowhere else to turn and disregarded the rules. Therefore, although the current Land of Desolation has rules, these rules are all set by the strong. In the Land of Desolation, as long as you are strong enough, you can set any rules and extinguish all humanity, as long as you are strong enough. Therefore, although the Land of Desolation is located on the eastern continent, it is also the only region on the eastern continent that has not joined the Alliance. At the same time, the Land of Desolation is also a headache for both Yanxia and Tianzhou. Because these two places are connected to the Land of the Dead, forces from the Land of the Dead often raid the villages around the border, burning, killing, and looting. The Land of the Dead is not weak at all, although they are not strong enough to fight against the Alliance. The Alliance is unwilling to provoke them, because even if the Alliance were to destroy the Land of the Dead, it would inevitably suffer a heavy price. Therefore, it is a land of annihilation, a true lawless land, a land of evil. If someone without real ability goes to such a place, they'll probably be left with nothing. Therefore, the people of the Beast King sect are all very surprised. Could Tang Xian really think that his witchcraft could still threaten the people of the Land of Death? The people of the Land of Death are selfish and self-serving. They would never care about the life or death of others. I will send someone to wait for him at the exit of the Land of Despair in Tianzhou. He had better be able to leave the Land of Despair alive. I want to avenge Jian'er with my own hands, Shi Qinshan said fiercely, clenching his fists. However, from his words, we can tell that Shi Qinshan does not intend to go to the Land of Desolation. Even with his 8th tier strength, he was still unwilling to step into that area. Tang Xian sighed. Tang Xian stood on a hill on the northernmost border of Yanxia and looked out. The land in front of him was covered with dark clouds, giving him an indescribable sense of oppression. The Land of Desolation lies ahead. How did you come up with the idea of crossing the Land of Desolation to reach Tianzhou? Tang Xian smiled and said, of course I'm going to see old friends, but I'll have to get to know them again. I went a bit too early in this life, and I'm afraid my strength isn't quite there yet. But the Land of Death is such a big cake, the sooner the better. After all, I need to build my own power in advance in this life, so I'll go and make myself known first. Then Tang Xian turned around and said, you've been following me all this way. You haven't given up yet, have you? You still want to steal something else? Upon hearing this, a trembling figure emerged from behind a huge rock. It was Ling Hai. Chapter 106. Good words are hard to persuade, that damn it. Hello? Ling Hai said somewhat awkwardly. You big idiot, Tang Xian said. I let you go back to the Beast King sect, what? Now you want to die again? In that case, I might as well grant your wish. Upon hearing this, Ling Hai quickly waved his hand and said, no, that's not it. I really like eyeing. Tang Xian was speechless. This guy must be crazy. Who you like is none of my business. Besides, what's the point of telling me? I have absolutely no relationship with Gong Yang, so why would you want her to tell me anything? Ahem. Tang Xian coughed twice and said, go tell Gongye Liuan to try his best to become alive and son-in-law or something. It's no use talking to me here. You don't think I forced Gongye Ying to go home, and now you're here to accuse me of breaking you up, do you? Ling Hai quickly shook his head and said, that's not what I meant. Actually, you're right. I don't have the ability to protect her right now. If she weren't Gongye Liuan's daughter, we might both be dead. I want to follow you. I feel that by being by your side, I can learn a lot and become stronger. When I'm able to protect Aing one day, I'll go to the Gongye family to find her. I have no interest in working with a petty thief. Who knows, he might steal everything from me one day if I'm not careful, Tang Xian said. No, no, Ling Hai said. Please, I'll follow you around and do any dirty or hard work for you. Don't be silly, I'm running for my life, Tang Xian said calmly, then ignored Ling Hai and headed straight for the land of desolation. Ling Hai didn't give up either, following behind Tang Xian. Tang Xian ignored Ling Hai, believing that once they reached the land of desolation and saw its cruelty, the guy would naturally run away. The people of the land of the dead are vicious, cruel, and truly evil. But there's one thing they have more backbone than people anywhere else. In the previous life, when the Western continent invaded, it was the land of desolation that resisted to the very end. Moreover, only a handful of people from the land of desolation chose to surrender, while the rest fought to the death against the Western continent. In their efforts to conquer the land of desolation, the Western continent suffered heavy losses. In the previous life, the people of the land of desolation, though spirited, lacked unity. Here, hundreds of factions and organizations each occupied their own territory and fought against each other. Even when fighting against the Western continent, they couldn't unite. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy for the Western continent to conquer the land of desolation in the previous life. Unfortunately, in his previous life, Tang Xian arrived in the land of desolation too late, after the invasion from the Western continent. Even with his efforts, he only managed to integrate a few forces in a short period. Therefore, in this life, Tang Xian arrived here much earlier. Although his current strength is insufficient and he might not be able to convince the people of the land of desolation, he can at least get acquainted with them first, and this life will give him more time than the last. Because if they can thwart the assassination attempt more than 2 years later, and if the Western continent's assassination attempt fails, their invasion plan will be postponed. Therefore, compared to the previous life, there will be more time for Tang Xian to prepare. To rule over a land of annihilation, one should not concern oneself with the loyalty of its inhabitants. Since this place was originally established by outlaws, and their descendants were born and raised in such an environment and with such education, you can't expect them to be loyal to their rulers. There are hundreds of factions here, and their leaders must be constantly on guard against being betrayed by their own subordinates. Therefore, when leading this region, one should not worry about their loyalty. As long as one possesses absolute power, their loyalty will naturally follow. If you, as a leader, are not strong enough, then you should either leave or you will most likely be betrayed. After walking for a while, a group of official military personnel were patrolling ahead. Upon seeing Tang Xian arrive, military personnel immediately came over to question him. After all, this is the border between the land of desolation and the land of blazing summer. Under normal circumstances, ordinary people from the land of desolation would not come here. Most of those who would come would be from the land of desolation. Halt! Who goes there? A soldier leading the group asked Tang Xian. Tang Xian replied, My name is Tang Xian, and I'm from Yuncheng. I plan to go to Tianzhou. Go to Tianzhou? Go to Tianzhou by going through the Shueqing Mountains. Why are you going this way? The land of death is just ahead. If a kid like you goes there, you'll probably be devoured until there's not even bones left. Tang Xian smiled and said, It's all right, I can take responsibility for my actions. This is my identity card. As he spoke, Tang Xian also took out an identity card that could prove his identity. After the military personnel checked him, they asked, Are you sure you want to go to the land of desolation? Confirmed, Tang Xian replied. All right, go ahead. The military personnel didn't stop Tang Xian much. There were no orders from above forbidding the people of Yanxia from going to the land of desolation. So, for them, it's like trying to persuade a damn fool with kind words. Let them go if they want, it's none of their business anyway. Their job is simply to prevent the people from the land of desolation from causing trouble. Nothing else is their concern. Chapter 107 The Land of Desolation. Stepping into the land of the dead, it may seem desolate, but in reality, the land of the dead is rich in resources. After so many years of development, the resources mined from the wasteland are already sufficient for self-sufficiency. However, these resources are all controlled in major cities and by the major powers. Therefore, the surrounding area appears rather desolate. This is also one of the main characteristics of the land of desolation. The strong will try their best to seize the resources here. The rest can only plunder the resources of villages near the borders of Tianzhou and Yanxia to barely survive. Just then, Tang Xian noticed that Ling Hai had also crossed the border. He followed Tang Xian to the land of desolation. You're really not afraid of death? This is a death trap. If we turn back now, we still have a chance. But if we keep going in, it will be impossible to turn back later, Tang Xian said to Ling Hai. At this moment, Ling Hai simply shook his head, and then said to Tang Xian, In a place like this, you need my abilities even more. Hearing Ling Hai's words, Tang Xian became interested and asked, "What abilities do you, a petty thief who almost died at my hands, have that I need?" Ling Hai knew that Tang Xian's question meant he was already interested. So he replied, "My greatest ability is to conceal my presence. In fact, if I follow you and don't deliberately expose myself, you won't even notice my presence. Besides, I'm a master thief. You might look down on such abilities, but this is a land of death. The more petty and underhanded the skills, the more reasonable they seem here." After listening to Ling Hai's words, Tang Xian fell into deep thought for a moment. He did not deny what Ling Hai said. Indeed, if Ling Hai did not actively reveal himself, it would be very difficult for him to sense Ling Hai's presence. Just like back when he captured Shi Tianjian and killed Shi Tianjian's followers outside Sungyan City, Tang Xian wouldn't have noticed him if Ling Hai hadn't taken action to see Shi Tianjian's spatial bag at the end. This time, the fact that Tang Xian noticed he had been following him was actually intentional on Tang Xian's part. Since he wanted to stay by Tang Xian's side, he naturally needed Tang Xian to know of his presence. The ability to steal, a petty thief or thief, might be looked down upon elsewhere, but in a place like the Land of Desolation, it's perfectly acceptable. Here, most people either rob or steal. "So? Can I come with you?" Ling Hai asked cautiously, his eyes filled with anticipation. Tang Xian nodded and said, "All right, then I'll give you a chance. You'll follow me, and I'll give you 3 lives. If you lose all 3 lives, then you'll have to leave." Tang Xian's words left Ling Hai completely bewildered. What did he mean? 3 lives? What, did he also have the ability to extend human lifespan? What does this mean? Ling Hai asked. "You'll know when the time comes. Let's go, get to Black Crow Town before dark." With that, Tang Xian strode ahead. Although Ling Hai didn't know what Tang Xian meant, fortunately Tang Xian agreed to let him come along, which made things easier. He believed that as long as he followed Tang Xian, he would definitely learn a lot. When he saw Gong Li Yuan again, Tang Xian would think more highly of him. At that time, Tang Xian would agree to let him be with Gong Yang. Tang Xian and Ling Hai walked along the road without taking a break. "We've been walking for ages and haven't seen a single person. Where is this Black Crow Town you mentioned?" Ling Hai asked breathlessly. Ling Hai hadn't rested along the way, and his strength was starting to give out. Tang Xian stopped, took out a bottle of water from his spatial bag and tossed it to Ling Hai, saying, 10 kilometers to go." After taking the water and opening the bottle, Ling Hai gulped down more than half of it, then poured the rest over his head. Tang Xian then continued forward. Although Ling Hai was tired, he quickened his pace to keep up with Tang Xian's. Finally, around 4 or 5 in the afternoon, Tang Xian and Ling Hai arrived in the town. There were more people around. However, when the people here saw the two of them, they all stared at them with strange looks. "Little brother." Just then, Ling Hai heard someone calling them. Turning my head, I saw a woman dressed simply but with striking beauty, slumped on the roadside, seemingly holding a baby in her arms. Seeing Ling Hai looking at her, the woman quickly said pitifully, "Young man, could you give me some food? I haven't eaten for 2 days. I've been hungry for so long that I can't produce any milk, and my baby is starving to death." Upon hearing this, Ling Hai quickly took out some food from his spatial bag and then walked towards the woman. But just then, Tang Xian went over first. The next second, to Ling Hai's astonishment, Tang Xian kicked the object that looked like a baby out of the woman's hand. Then, he stepped on the woman's neck and said coldly, "In the Land of Desolation, with your looks, you shouldn't be starving." As she said this, a fierce glint flashed in the woman's eyes. The next second, the object that Tang Xian had kicked away, which resembled an infant, suddenly exploded, and a devilish spider the size of a washbasin jumped out and pounced straight at Tang Xian. However, in that instant, Xiao Tian was summoned. Facing the charging devil spider, Xiao Tian punched it, and with a crack, the devil spider was blasted into pieces by Xiao Tian. At this moment, Tang Xian turned to look at Ling Hai, who was in a daze, and said, "You still have 2 lives left. In this land of annihilation, put away your pitiful saintly heart." Ling Hai was dumbfounded. He now understood what Tang Xian meant by 3 lives. We seem to be in trouble," Ling Hai said nervously. Just then, people surrounded them, each with a fierce look on their face, some even pulling out weapons. Chapter 108 Lamb. They are numerous, and at least 5 of them possess 5th tier strength. Ling Hai and Tang Xian stood back to back, their eyes fixed on the enemies around them, their voices trembling slightly with tension. In contrast, Tang Xian appeared much more composed. The strongest among these people is only at the 5th level, which happens to be the current limit that allows the witch to erupt within their bodies. However, when facing a 5th tier power level, the spread of witchcraft will be slightly slower. After all, the rate at which the witchcraft spreads depends on the difference in strength between Tang Xian and his opponent. No matter how powerful the witch was, Tang Xian's own strength was only at the 3rd level at this moment. "You brat, how can you be so clueless about romance, showing no mercy to such a beautiful woman?" Just then, a burly man wielding a giant axe and covered in hideous scars strode forward, glaring angrily at Tang Xian. Tang Xian raised the corners of his mouth and sneered in response, "Tenderness towards women? Brother, in the land of desolation, if you were to be tender-hearted towards women, even 10 lives would not be enough." Haha! Upon hearing Tang Xian's words, the man laughed loudly. "Kid, you're not very old, but you seem to know the rules of the land of death. Since you do, we won't waste any more words with you. Hand over your valuables and get lost." Just then, the woman got up from the ground and said fiercely, "That kid just stepped on me. He won't be leaving here without leaving a foot behind." The man laughed and said, "I'm sorry, you might have to make do for a bit. But don't worry, my axe is very fast, it will chop down in one go, it won't hurt too much." As he spoke, the man swung the axe in his hand twice. Tang Xian laughed and said, "I'm sorry, I might have to disappoint you. We're not lambs. If you continue, the wolf might turn into a sheep." Lamblings is a derogatory term used by people from the land of the dead to refer to outsiders. On this land, the locals are regarded as fierce wolves, while strangers from the outside world are degraded as pitiful lambs, left to be slaughtered by the wolves. Tang Xian's words were like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, creating ripples that startled everyone present. They exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes filled with astonishment. At first, the young man saw through their carefully laid disguise as soon as he stepped into the place, but now he is surrounded, yet he remains calm and composed. A confident smile always graced his lips, as if he had everything under control. Such composure and calmness cannot be faked. In contrast, the person behind him, despite trying to appear strong and calm, had already revealed the deep fear in his eyes. Therefore, at this moment, these people couldn't help but become very interested in Tang Xian's true identity. Could it be that he was also a member of the Land of Annihilation? However, the people of the desolate lands have an exceptionally strong sense of territory. Normally, everyone only moves within the territory of their own faction and never crosses the line easily. However, going to other territories without authorization would be considered an invasion, which could easily lead to a battle between the two forces. These two lads, arriving here so casually, don't seem like people from the Land of Desolation at all. Moreover, in the Land of Desolation, people usually do not choose to summon beasts to participate in battle. It's not that the people here are incapable of summoning beasts, but rather that in this land, anyone who uses summoned beasts in battle is often ridiculed and looked down upon. After all, the Land of Desolation has a long-standing rule: only those with truly powerful strength can gain recognition and respect. For this reason, in this place, unless they are newcomers who are unaware of the situation, or relatively weak female groups, very few people will use summoned beasts to participate in the battle. For men, summoned beasts are mostly used as tools to assist in their work, rather than to enhance their combat strength. Although Xiaotian had achieved perfect human form, she had clearly been summoned in some way just now. Based on this, everyone naturally understood that she was still actually a summoned beast. Based on this detail, they deduced that Tang Xian and his companion did not belong to the Land of Desolation. Of course, there are exceptions, since the rule of not using summoned beasts in battle is not mandatory. It's just that using summoned creatures in battle will be looked down upon, but some people don't care about that. However, it is precisely because of these unique rules in the Land of Desolation that the people living here are far stronger than the beast tamers outside. This is why the Land of Desolation was able to resist to the very end during the invasion war in the previous life. Young man, just because you know about the Land of Desolation doesn't mean you're not a lamb. A goose leaves its feathers as it flies by, a beast leaves its skin as it goes, that's the rule of Black Crow Town. If we don't leave something behind, it'll put us in a difficult position, the man said to Tang Xian. However, faced with Tang Xian's confident expression, they dared not make a move easily. After all, for someone his age to remain so calm and confident while knowing about the Land of the Dead, there must be something wrong with him. Tang Xian laughed and said, "Alright, let's not waste any more time. I'm here to see Sister Hong, take me to her." These words truly surprised everyone. Sister Hong is the leader of Black Crow Town, known as Red Pepper. No one knows her real name. Her personality is truly like a chili pepper, hot and fiery. Of course, as the leader of Black Crow Town, Red Pepper's strength is second to none in the area. Despite being a woman, she is quite famous, at least in the western part of the Land of the Dead. Kid, Sister Hong's reputation is widespread, and countless people want to see her. Not just anyone can come here and see her, and it's not like you can just say you're here to see her and not have to leave your valuables behind, the man said. Tang Xian said, how do you know she won't see me if you don't report it? By the way, tell her that in Qingyuan village, Tianzhou, there is a blind old woman who waits at the village entrance every day, waiting for her little flower to return. As he spoke, Tang Xian took out a spirit-gathering stone and tossed it to the man, saying, I'm sorry to trouble you to make this trip, brother. The man took the spirit-gathering stone, thinking to himself, this kid is quite generous, casually throwing out a spirit-gathering stone. Daring to flaunt so many resources in the land of desolation, he must be no ordinary person. I should report to Sister Hong first. These two lambs really need her decision. Wait here and don't wander off, the man said before leaving. Chapter 109 Red Pepper. The man went to report, while the others remained vigilant, surrounding Tang Xian and his group and giving them no chance to escape. Shen, these guys are really annoying, I don't want to waste my breath on them. Just then, Xiao Tian took out the 8 desolations from her spatial bag, looking like she wanted to fight. She was a warmonger to begin with, and being surrounded by this group of people made her very unhappy. Tang Xian's failure to issue an attack order was making her somewhat impatient. Xiao Tian's words immediately put those around him on alert. Although Xiao Tian looks like a harmless human girl, everyone knows that she is a summoned beast that can perfectly transform into human form. Summoned beasts capable of perfect transformation are no ordinary creatures. Tang Xian placed his right hand on Xiao Tian's head and said, don't be impulsive. It's good that we can talk things out without resorting to violence. After all, this is a land of death and destruction. If we really start fighting, it won't be as simple as we imagine. After Tang Xian said that, Xiao Tian calmed down and the people around him relaxed a little. Faced with an unknown force, and someone who specifically came looking for Sister Hong, these people were unwilling to take direct action before figuring out the other party's identity and strength. After all, to survive in the land of desolation, being cautious doesn't guarantee a long life, but being reckless and foolish will certainly lead to a short one. Is that Sister Hong reliable? Ling Hai asked Tang Xian. Tang Xian replied, who knows? Let's wait and see. Black Crow Town is not small, and it took the man nearly 20 minutes to return after reporting. Make way, all of you make way. After returning, the man pushed away the people surrounding Tang Xian and his group. Upon approaching Tang Xian, the man said, Sister Hong invites you to come over. Thank you. With that, Tang Xian walked straight ahead. Xiao Tian followed behind Tang Xian, and Ling Hai, seeing this, quickly followed as well. The man was quite surprised along the way, as he was supposed to lead the way. However, Tang Xian walked on his own the whole time, heading in the direction of Red Pepper's residence. Does this kid know Black Crow Town so well, the man thought to himself? After walking for nearly 10 minutes, they arrived at a house. The man said, Sister Hong is waiting for you inside. You can go in by yourselves. Thank you, Tang Xian said, striding into the courtyard. Xiao Tian and Ling Hai followed closely behind. Entering the courtyard, everything was still so familiar. I recalled my past life, when I had lived here for quite some time. Normally, this place is guarded, but today, no one was seen after Tang Xian came in. It seems that Red Pepper deliberately evacuated everyone. Perhaps it was because of the man's report that Red Pepper was worried about her identity being exposed, so she evacuated everyone else. After walking for a while, there was a pavilion ahead with stone benches and a stone table. A woman with a hot figure wearing a red cheongsam was sitting inside. When Ling Hai saw the woman for the first time, he was startled. Because the woman's exposed arms were covered in tattoos. Tang Xian knew that these tattoos were done to cover up the scars on her arms. In this life, Tang Xian came to the land of death and his first stop was Black Crow Town because in his previous life, Red Pepper was one of the few people in the land of death who were loyal to him. Because here, others will only submit to your strength. If you are not strong enough, then you can expect to be betrayed. Truly loyal people are few and far between, if not non-existent, and Red Pepper is one of them. Besides him, in Tang Xian's memory, there seems to be a second truly loyal person. In his previous life, Tang Xian came to the land of desolation and, starting from Black Crow Town, integrated several surrounding forces. However, because he arrived too late in his previous life, Tang Xuandu had not yet fully integrated the forces here when the Western continent began its attack on the land of desolation. The people here, though spirited, lacked unity. Ultimately, despite causing considerable trouble for the Western continent, they were still wiped out. Red Pepper was ultimately killed in order to protect Tang Xian. Tang Xian walked over and looked at the red chili peppers in front of him, feeling a mix of emotions. For Tang Xian, this was the first person in reality who was of great significance to him after his rebirth. As for Su Xian, due to the loss of his memories, he did not have such a strong feeling when he saw Su Xian after his rebirth. "Hello, Sister Hong," Tang Xian said. Red Pepper was quite surprised when she saw Tang Xian and realized he was really just a boy in his early teens. Her men had just come to report what had happened, and she was still somewhat incredulous when she heard that it was two boys in their early teens. He was only a teenager, yet he dared to enter the land of desolation, and even after arriving in Black Crow Town, he still dared to be so arrogant. Now that she has met Tang Xian, she has no choice but to believe it. Red Chili asked Tang Xian, "Have you been to Qingyuan village?" In his previous life, Tang Xian traveled from Tianzhou to the land of desolation. Before reaching the land of desolation, he passed through Qingyuan village, where he met a blind old woman. That was Red Pepper's mother. Red Pepper's real name is Yang Xiaohua, and she is naturally beautiful. With no background whatsoever, she naturally attracted the covetous eyes of some prominent figures. But how could the proud her possibly look down on those good-for-nothing spoiled brats? It was because of this that she made a grave mistake, accidentally killing the son of the lord of Tianing City. In order not to be a burden on her mother, she was forced to flee to a desolate place. She was 18 when she arrived in the land of the dead, and now she is 28. For 10 whole years, she has never left the land of the dead, nor has she returned, nor can she go back to see her mother. In his previous life, Tang Xian entered the land of death to deliver a message for Red Pepper's mother, and after asking around, he eventually found Black Crow Town. In this life, Tang Xian skipped the complicated procedures and went directly to Black Crow Town. Furthermore, he brought Red Pepper's mother's news to her several years in advance. Afterwards, Tang Xian also talked about Red Pepper's mother's situation. Upon hearing that her mother was old and had gone blind from crying because she missed him, the strong woman also shed tears. But she can't go back now. If she does, she will not only bring disaster upon herself, but also bring misfortune upon her mother. Wiping away her tears, Red Pepper said to Tang Xian, "Thank you for bringing me news of my mother. Why did you come to the land of death? If you want to stay in the land of death, you can stay in Black Crow Town." Tang Xian waved his hand and said, "Although I will be staying in the land of death for a while, I won't stay here forever. I'm just here to make myself known. Later, I plan to unify the land of death." When she heard Tang Xian say this, Red Chili was so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth. Had she met a lunatic? The land of desolation has been established by those who were exiled or fled here, and at least 1,000 years have passed since then. In these 1,000 years, no one has ever unified all the forces here. If this kid wasn't mentally unstable, would he have said something like that? Seeing that Red Chili didn't believe him, Tang Xian said, "I will help Black Crow Town win the battle for the lava pool a month from now. Once we win the lava pool, we can participate in the battle for the Western Main City a year from now. After winning the Western Main City, we can conserve our strength and then win the other 3 regional main cities. At that time, we can head towards the center of the land of death." Hearing this, Red Chili was even more astonished, her mouth agape. Was this kid really visiting the land of death for the first time? How did he know so much? However, to Red Chili, what he said was nothing short of a fantasy. Chapter 110. You have one last life. Red Pepper was quite concerned about the first part of what Tang Xian said, the battle for the lava pool, but as for the later part about unifying the land of desolation, she could just take it as a joke. The lava pool is located 20 miles northwest of Black Crow Town. Meanwhile, the town of White Wolf is also located near the lava pool. In the land of the dead, resources are plentiful. Perhaps when the Alliance exiled those prisoners to the land of the dead, they didn't anticipate that it would be so rich in resources. Moreover, the land of the dead is an area that encompasses almost all types of terrain, including volcanoes, lakes, plateaus, plains, basins, and even in its easternmost part, sandwiched between Tianzhou and Yanxia, the land of the dead has managed to seize a sea outlet. The diverse landscape also gives the land of the dead a wealth of resources. The lava pool is actually located on a volcano sandwiched between Black Crow Town and White Wolf Town. The lava pool in the crater is the source of the fire spirit liquid needed for fire-type cultivation. In the land of desolation, resources are everything. The more resources you have, the more people you can attract, and with more people, you can seize larger towns or cities. The ownership of the lava pool was decided between Black Crow Town and White Wolf Town through a 5v5 tournament held annually, with the victor gaining control of the lava pool for 1 year. The rules of combat also follow those of the land of the dead, and summoned beasts are not allowed. However, Black Crow Town is weaker overall than White Wolf Town. Therefore, although they participate in the lava pool competition every year, they have never won. There was nothing they could do. The opposing team fielded 5 weapon masters, while Black Crow Town didn't even have a single one. Without being able to use summoned beasts, how are the weapon masters in Black Crow Town supposed to fight the enemy? This rule was inherently unfair to beast tamers, but as time went on, the people here came to accept it, so there was nothing that could be done about it. We are no match for White Wolf Town either. They have 5 weapon masters, so our participation in the lava pool battle is just a formality, Red Pepper said to Tang Xian. Tang Xian shook his head and said, Sister Hong, with us here this time, the outcome is uncertain. This guy and I are participating. He's a weapon master, and as for me, I'd say I'm one too, albeit barely. As he spoke, Tang Xian patted Ling Hai's shoulder. Tang Xian claimed he could barely be considered a weapon master because his wilderness was completely uncontrollable. It appeared twice, both times when he was in danger. Therefore, wilderness wouldn't emerge unless in a crisis. However, this does not affect Tang Xian. Even without the wilderness, Tang Xian's own combat strength is not weak. Tang Xian was familiar with the strength of both towns. The strongest on both sides was only at the 5th rank, which was completely within Tang Xian's control. After all, it's just a small town on the outskirts of the city, and attracting even a 5th-tier person to come and join them is already the limit. Those with greater strength generally seek refuge in larger cities rather than choosing small towns or villages. Tang Xian and his group volunteered, and Red Chili readily agreed. Since Black Crow Town can't beat White Wolf Town anyway, and now that someone has volunteered, and is even a weapon master, Red Pepper has no reason to refuse. Alright, in that case, I'll leave the lava pool battle to you two. Red Pepper said. Afterwards, they talked for a while with Red Pepper, who then arranged for Tang Xian and the others to stay there. Do we have a chance of winning that battle? Ling Hai asked Tang Xian after parting ways with Red Pepper. Tang Xian replied, the competition uses a rotation system, with 5 players on each side. Whoever leaves the other side without any players on the field first wins. The other side's 5 weapon masters are all between the 4th and 5th tiers, so our chances of winning are very high. Hearing this, Ling Hai was speechless. Brother, we're only at the 3rd level. However, considering Tang Xian's performance at the Beast King sect, there's no problem. After that, Tang Xian and Ling Hai temporarily stayed at Red Chili's house. However, Tang Xian did not see Red Chili again for the next 3 days, which surprised him. When they asked the servants in the mansion, none of them knew where Red Pepper had gone. At this moment, Tang Xian also had a vague sense of unease. However, on the 3rd night, Tang Xian was awakened by a strange noise. Tang Xian opened his eyes and lay quietly on the bed. Just then, a cold light flashed in the darkness. Tang Xian also quickly dodged. With a crack, Tang Xian's bed was instantly split in 2. Then, in the darkness, a figure relentlessly attacked Tang Xian. Although it was dark all around, Tang Xian could clearly recognize the figure. The one who attacked him was Red Pepper. The room was dark and cramped, and Tang Xian jumped out of the room and into the courtyard. Red Pepper, wielding a large knife, also chased after them. In the courtyard, the moonlight made it easy to see each other clearly. Tang Xian said, Sister Hong, what's going on? It's been a few days since I last saw you, and you're ambushing me in the middle of the night. This isn't like you. Red Pepper snorted coldly and said, Who exactly are you? You came to Black Crow Town for no reason and said a bunch of nonsensical things. Didn't I make myself clear to you a long time ago? Tang Xian said. Red Pepper said coldly, Stop pretending. I've already secretly gone back to see my mother. She told me that she didn't ask anyone to come looking for me, nor did she send anyone to deliver a message to me. Tell me, who exactly are you? A spy sent by White Wolf Town? Humph, White Wolf Town already has the upper hand in the lava pool battle, there's no need for them to send spies. Hearing this, Tang Xian frowned slightly. In this life, Tang Xian had never met Red Pepper's mother, but he never expected that Red Pepper would secretly go back after hearing news of her mother. In her previous life, after learning of her mother's plight, she was unable to return due to the invasion of the Western continent. But in this life, without the influence of the Western continent, she actually managed to sneak back. However, this was not a wise choice for her. She had killed the son of the Lord of Tianning City in Tianzhou back then. Even after so many years, did she really think that the Lord of Tianning City had given up on revenge? Given the enemy's intelligence network, she would definitely be found out as soon as she left the land of desolation, and her return would naturally expose her mother. Sister Hong, it's normal for Auntie to not remember things clearly because she is getting old, Tang Xian said. Stop talking nonsense. My mother is only in her 50s. She's not senile yet, Red Pepper said coldly. Tang Xian sighed and said, Sister Hong, you shouldn't be asking me who I am now. You should go back and save your mother as soon as possible. Think about it, you killed the son of the Lord of Tianning City back then. Do you think he doesn't know that you escaped to the land of desolation? He just doesn't dare to send people in easily. But once you go back, he will definitely find out. If you meet your mother, she will definitely be in danger. Upon hearing this, Red Pepper trembled. She didn't care about anything else, dropped the big knife in her hand, and turned to leave. Sister Hong, this kid. Just then, several people brought over Ling Hai, who was tied up tightly. Seeing this, Tang Xian shook his head and said, You have one last life left. Ling Hai was on the verge of tears. He was sleeping soundly when suddenly a group of people barged in and tied him up. Who knew that even sleeping in the land of desolation wouldn't be peaceful? Chapter 111 Walking into a Trap. Red Pepper's men were speechless. What was going on? Their boss had run away. What were they going to do? Should they release the two men or not? Tang Xian walked over, and everyone else retreated. But at that moment, the group exchanged glances, then raised their weapons and attacked Tang Xian. Tang Xian didn't waste time with this group. If Red Pepper went back now and was left unattended, she would surely die. The moment the group attacked, everyone suddenly felt unwell and collapsed to the ground, their faces contorted in pain. Tang Xian wouldn't leave himself no backup plan just because he had a special connection with Black Crow Town in his previous life. After all, he had arrived here earlier in this life, and his current strength was not enough to intimidate this group of people. Therefore, in the past few days, Tang Xian had already had the witch infiltrate their bodies. Including Red Pepper, Tang Xian had already secretly released witchcraft when they first met 3 days ago. He wouldn't harm Red Pepper, but this is a land of death, and he's arrived here ahead of schedule in this life, so he has to prepare some measures to deal with possible changes. Seeing the group of people writhing on the ground in agony, Tang Xian untied Ling Hai's ropes and said, Don't worry, I won't kill you. I'm doing this just to show you that I have the ability to kill you. So, behave yourselves. Let Red Pepper decide what to do with us when she gets back. After saying that, the ropes binding Ling Hai were untied. The people of Black Crow Town also felt their bodies recover. As they got up, a hint of fear crept into their eyes as they looked at Tang Xian. Where did Sister Hong go? Why did she suddenly run away? Someone asked Tang Xian. Tang Xian replied, There's no need to make a fuss, she's just going to her death. Hearing Tang Xian say this, everyone was shocked. What did he mean by just going to his death? Did this kid make it sound so easy? You're talking nonsense. The people of Black Crow Town didn't believe Tang Xian's words either. Tang Xian did not expect them to believe him, because he had no need for this group of people. Tang Xian then said to Ling Hai, Wait for me here. Remember, you have one last life left. If you're scared, leave and go back to Yanxia. If you don't go back, and you lose this last life while I'm back, you might really be dead. When are you coming back? Ling Hai asked nervously. 2 or 3 days. After saying this, Tang Xian instantly unleashed his ice crystal flowing feathers. The next second, Tang Xian flew directly into the night sky and disappeared from everyone's sight. Ling Hai was in the most awkward position. Facing this group of people from Black Crow Town, he could only awkwardly laugh and say, Hee, everyone, don't be impulsive. We'll deal with everything when Sister Hong comes back. Having just witnessed Tang Xian's strength, this group didn't dare to act rashly. Ultimately, they decided to place Ling Hai under house arrest first, and then decide his fate after Red Pepper returned. Tang Xian flew through the sky, heading towards Tianzhou. Red Pepper drove to Tianzhou. Tang Xian's speed with his ice crystal flowing feathers is much faster than that of a car driven by ordinary spirit stones, so Tang Xian can reach Tianzhou before dawn. As for Red Chili Peppers, even if they travel at top speed without any obstacles, it will take at least 2 days to arrive. Red Pepper sped along, knowing that returning would likely mean certain death. But she had no choice, she couldn't abandon her mother's fate. Now, Red Pepper regrets that she couldn't suppress her longing and secretly went back, which brought trouble to her mother. Red Pepper didn't choose to bring his mother to the land of despair because life there was too cruel. He didn't want his mother to live in such a brutal place. Daylight broke. Red Chili Peppers arrived in Qingyuan village. As soon as they arrived in the village, Red Pepper noticed something was wrong. The village was full of soldiers from the Tianing City Lord's mansion. Red Pepper knew that the Lord's mansion had surrounded the village, so she walked towards her mother's house. The soldiers around him just looked at Red Pepper and did not stop him. When he arrived at his mother's house, he saw a blind woman with gray hair being forced to kneel on the ground by several soldiers, with 2 large knives held to her neck. At this moment, a middle-aged man walked over unhurriedly and said in a cold voice, "I was just about to send someone to the land of desolation to deliver a message to you, but I didn't expect you to come back on your own." "That's good, saves me the trouble." The speaker was Feng Chen, the city lord of Tianing City. He had personally led his troops here to avenge his son. "Release my mother!" Red Pepper roared. At that moment, she rushed forward in anger. However, the next second, a figure flashed. With a thud, Red Pepper was kicked to the ground. Red Pepper looked up and saw that the person attacking him was a middle-aged man with at least the strength of the 6th rank. Red Chili Pepper, however, is only at level 5. Feng Chen walked over, stepped on Red Chili, and said coldly, "You bitch, you killed my son and hid for 10 years. I've finally caught you. Little flower, where are you? Don't hurt my little flower." Red Pepper's mother cried out. She couldn't see either, but she knew her daughter was in danger, so all she could do was cry. "Mom, I'm fine, don't worry, don't cry," Red Pepper said. It's all right. Later, at my son's grave, I'll use your heads to pay tribute to his spirit in heaven." As he spoke, Feng Chen's face turned fierce, and he rubbed his foot on Red Pepper's body even harder. "Your son deserves to die. How many evil deeds has he committed in Tianing City?" Red Pepper said angrily. With a smack, Feng Chen kicked Red Chili in the face. With a scream from Red Pepper, blood and a tooth gushed from her mouth. "Little flower, please don't hurt little flower." Red Chili's mother cried out. Feng Chen said coldly, "Take them away and offer a blood sacrifice at my son's grave." Yes. Chapter 112 City Lord's Mansion. Tang Xian walked through Tianing City, a bustling metropolis. In his memory, the last time Tang Xian came to Tianing City, it was all ruins. Before long, Tang Xian arrived at the gate of the city lord's mansion. Unlike Yanxia, Tianzhou practices a monarchical autocracy, in which the royal family holds absolute power. As the second largest city in Tianzhou, Tianing City's city lord's power was at its zenith. The reason why this city lord was able to have such a huge influence was not only because of his own outstanding strength, but also because of his special identity. He was the father-in-law of the king of Tianzhou, that is, the father-in-law of the king. In this system where imperial power was supreme, he, as the emperor's father-in-law, undoubtedly enjoyed supreme authority. Because of this, his 2 sons, nurtured by such an environment and power, developed naturally wicked personalities. They prey on the common people and bully vulnerable women. His eldest son tried to force himself on Red Pepper after catching her, but was accidentally killed by her. His youngest son is now about the same age as Tang Xian, and he is also a born bad seed. Many people had been oppressed by him, but Feng Chen's power was so great that the people dared not speak out against him. In fact, Feng Chen's current power is already vaguely enough to rival the royal family. Feng Chen was also an extremely ambitious man. He even had the idea of becoming king himself. The reason why Feng Chen was able to successfully assassinate Su Ming in his previous life was because he had already sided with the Western continent. After all, traitors are animals that exist in every era. Therefore, in this life, Tang Xian will inevitably face off against Feng Chen sooner or later. Since Red Pepper is acting recklessly, Tang Xian and Feng Chen have no choice but to meet earlier. Let's have a head-on confrontation. Tang Xian used Su Xian's one-tailed beast ability to disrupt her vision. He made himself invisible so that he could swagger into the city lord's mansion. Tang Xian knew that Feng Chen was definitely not in the city lord's mansion at this time. If he wanted to avenge his son, he would definitely lead his troops to kill Red Pepper. Tang Xian isn't going in to find Feng Chen right now, because with his current strength, he wouldn't be a match for Feng Chen if they went up against each other directly. Feng Chen himself possesses 7th level strength, and among his subordinates, there are 3 or 4 with 9th level strength. Therefore, to deal with a villain like Feng Chen who will ultimately betray his country for personal gain, you have to use villainous methods. There's no need to pretend to be a gentleman with such people. Despite his ability to become invisible, Tang Xian was still extremely cautious. After all, this invisibility only means that it won't be detected by those below the 8th rank. Inside the city lord's mansion, not to mention those at the 9th rank, there are at least 10 people with the strength of the 8th rank. Of course, even if they encountered each other and Tang Xian couldn't win, running away wouldn't be a problem. With ice crystal feathers and illusion as backup, as long as Tang Xian didn't linger in battle, leaving would be easy. Besides, if you know you can't win, why bother with the war? If you can't win, why don't you run away? Are you just waiting to die? Also, this isn't running away, it's a tactical retreat. The western suburbs of Tianning City. This area is a restricted zone in Tianning City because it houses a luxurious mausoleum. This is the mausoleum of Feng Chen's eldest son, and its scale is comparable to that of an emperor. An uninformed person seeing this might mistake it for the tomb of the emperor of Tianzhou. However, it is merely the tomb of a city lord's son. Red Pepper and her mother were bound hand and foot and taken to the tomb. Kneel down. Feng Chen kicked Red Chili in the back of the knee. Red Pepper was forced to kneel on the ground. She struggled to get up, but was held down firmly by Feng Chen's men. Feng Chen gently stroked the tombstone and said, "My son, do you see? Today, your father will avenge you. You can finally rest in peace." As he spoke, he stretched out his hand. At this moment, a soldier behind Feng Chen handed him a long sword. Feng Chen sneered and said, "You bitch, apologize to my son." Red Chili spat and said, "Don't even think about making me apologize to this guy. Kill him if you want." Upon hearing this, a cruel smile appeared on Feng Chen's face. He approached Red Pepper's mother from behind, and then he held the long knife to her neck. Seeing this, Red Pepper panicked and roared, "Bastard, what do you want to do? Let my mother go." Feng Chen laughed loudly and said, "You bitch, if you don't admit your mistake, I'll kill this old thing first, and I'll cut off her flesh piece by piece right in front of you." As he spoke, Feng Chen snapped his fingers. Soon, 2 soldiers arrived, leading 2 blue wolves. Feng Chen continued, "Cut off this old man's flesh and feed it to the wolves. Bastards, you'll all die a horrible death." Red Pepper roared, struggling incessantly, but she was held down firmly by several soldiers, and no matter how much she struggled, it was to no avail. "Admit your mistake." Feng Chen roared. Red Pepper gritted her teeth, knowing that admitting her mistake was impossible. She knew that if she did, she and her daughter would still be tortured to death by Feng Chen. Admitting your mistake will only lead to further humiliation from the other party. Just then, a red summoning circle appeared beneath Red Pepper's feet. Spending so much time in the land of desolation, I almost forgot I was a beastmaster. The next second, a resounding eagle cry rang out, and a majestic and imposing wind god eagle shot straight into the sky from the summoning array like lightning. This wind god eagle has an enormous body, with its wingspan reaching nearly 10 meters. Accompanied by the deafening cry of the eagle, the wind god eagle suddenly flapped its strong and powerful wings. In an instant, an extremely violent tornado suddenly formed on the spot and spread out rapidly at an astonishing speed. The powerful wind swept past like a tidal wave, and the soldiers who were originally surrounding Red Pepper had no time to react before being blown away by the sudden gale. Immediately afterwards, the wind god eagle swooped down to the ground with overwhelming force. Its enormous wings were like incomparably sharp steel blades, and several unfortunate soldiers were not even able to dodge in time. They were instantly cut in half by the wind god eagle's wings, blood splattering everywhere, a gruesome sight. But at that moment, taking advantage of the chaos, the goshawk unhesitatingly used its strong talons to grab Red Pepper and her mother. Then, it flapped its wings and took flight, preparing to carry them away from this dangerous place. "Lord, they're trying to escape." Feng Chen's lips curled up slightly, revealing a cold smile, and he said softly, "No one can escape from my grasp." Before he finished speaking, he slowly raised his arm, making a gesture as if he were drawing a bow and arrow. The next moment, a beautifully crafted and magnificent longbow appeared out of thin air in Feng Chen's hand. It turns out that Feng Chen is a weapon master, and what he has summoned at this moment is the Heavenly Profound Bow, which ranks 55th on the weapon spirit ranking list. As Feng Chen slowly drew back the bowstring, an arrow formed from gathered spiritual energy gradually appeared. In that instant, the arrow shot out like lightning, its sharp, cold light seemingly tearing the entire sky apart, and pierced straight through the wings of the wind god eagle at an astonishing speed. With a piercing, mournful cry, the severely wounded wind god eagle fell helplessly from the sky. Just as it was about to touch the ground, the giant eagle showed its loyalty to its master. It used its massive body to tightly protect Red Pepper and her mother, doing everything in its power to prevent them from being harmed. When the wind god eagle crashed heavily to the ground, the surrounding soldiers immediately rushed over. They quickly surrounded them, and Red Pepper was taken prisoner once again. Chapter 113. I've got this woman under my protection. Red Pepper was brought back to Feng Chen's side. Feng Chen raised his hand and slapped Red Chili across the face twice. You bitch, do you think you can get away? Feng Chen said. Red Pepper looked up at Feng Chen, her eyes filled with hatred. She said, you will get your retribution. The city lord's mansion has done all sorts of bad things in Tianning. One day you will reap what you sow. With a smack, another slap landed on his face. You bitch, you're about to die and you're still being stubborn. Don't hit my little flower, hit me instead, said Red Chili's mother. Feng Chen walked over, grabbed Red Pepper's mother's hair, and said coldly, old woman, I'll make you suffer a lot when you die. You beast, let go of my mother. Red Pepper roared. Ha ha ha. Feng Chen laughed wildly, yes, you bitch, that's the kind of expression you should have. I'll let you experience what it's like to lose a loved one. As he spoke, he took the long knife handed to him by the soldier and prepared to cut Red Pepper's mother. Lord, black smoke is coming out of the tomb of the eldest son. Just then, strange phenomena suddenly appeared in the tomb ahead. Black smoke billowed from the cracks in the tomb door. What's going on? Feng Chen was also taken aback. His intuition told him this was no good, and the black smoke coming from the tomb, even if it wasn't harmful smoke, was still a bad omen. Go, open the tomb door, Feng Chen said. At this moment, several soldiers walked over and opened the tomb door. However, the moment the tomb door opened, black smoke billowed out. Everyone present couldn't help but inhale it. What the hell is this? Feng Chen fanned the black mist in front of him with both hands. Although I took a puff, I didn't feel anything unusual. The surrounding soldiers seemed to be doing the same thing, without anything unusual. The black mist quickly dissipated, and Feng Chen stood at the tomb entrance looking inside. The tomb passage seemed to be normal. At this moment, Feng Chen suddenly realized what was happening and laughed. Son, I understand. Is it that you want this slut to be buried with you, to serve you forever? Alright, I understand. I'll bring her in now and have her serve you forever. With that, Feng Chen waved his hand and said, take this bitch into the tomb. Yes. The soldier was about to lead Red Pepper into the tomb. But just then, a lazy voice came, heaven's sins can be forgiven, but self-inflicted sins are unforgivable. Your son brought this upon himself, are you, as his father, going to continue causing trouble? Who's there? Come out. Hearing their voices but not seeing them, everyone was a little flustered. Lord, the sound is coming from the eldest son's tombstone, a soldier said. Feng Chen also looked cautiously at the tombstone, but there was nothing on it. Who goes there? Show yourself, and stop playing tricks, Feng Chen roared. In fact, Tang Xian was using Su Xian's one-tail ability to become invisible, and he was sitting on the tombstone at this moment. Since Red Pepper was only at the 5th level, Feng Chen didn't bring any experts with him. He was the strongest at the 7th rank among those present, yet at the 7th rank, he couldn't perceive Tang Xian's use of vision interference. Just then, Tang Xian directly removed the visual interference. When Feng Chen saw a young boy sitting on his son's tombstone, he was furious. You little beast, get down here right now. Feng Chen roared. Tang Xian laughed and said, you think I'll just come down whenever you tell me to? Wouldn't that make me lose face? Seeing Tang Xian's reaction, a murderous glint flashed in Feng Chen's eyes. He didn't bother with any more words, and with a wave of his hand, all the soldiers around him rushed forward, determined to capture Tang Xian. However, the soldiers hadn't run more than a few steps before they collapsed to the ground, spitting out black phlegm and looking pained. In fact, Tang Xian had already arrived in Tianning long ago. After all, the flying speed of the ice crystal feather was quite fast. Tang Xian knew that Feng Chen wanted to avenge his son, and that he would kill Red Pepper at his son's grave. Therefore, Tang Xian arrived here before dawn, set up traps here, filled the tomb passage with witches, and then went to the city lord's mansion. As soon as they open the tomb door, the witches will be released instantly. Such a large number of witches can instantly infect these soldiers. The soldiers groaned and rolled on the ground in agony, but soon they stopped moving. One by one, they lost all signs of life, and their bodies lay like rotting apple cores. Upon seeing this, Feng Chen's expression changed drastically. How could this be? In just a few minutes, all of the dozens of soldiers on the scene had died. Besides him, only one of his 6th-tier followers was still alive. Not only Feng Chen, but Red Pepper was also dumbfounded. She opened her mouth wide in surprise. She couldn't believe that a boy in his teens could wipe out all these soldiers in an instant. Kid, what did you do? Was it poison? Was that poisonous gas that just came out of the tomb passage? Did you poison it? Feng Chen asked. Tang Xian raised his hand, pointed his finger, and said, No, this is much more advanced than poison, it's witchcraft. Witch. Upon hearing this, Feng Chen felt that the word sounded somewhat familiar. He thought about it carefully, and then he was shocked. Not long ago, in the Beast King sect during the sweltering summer, a young man almost wiped out the entire sect. The ability he used was called witchcraft. Moreover, it is said that the boy is the disciple of the poison fairy. Could it be the boy in front of us? After all, the incident involving the Beast King sect caused quite a stir. It's not just spread throughout Yanxia, but also in Tianzhou, where people have heard some news about it. After all, on this continent, with tools like communication devices, the spread of messages is not difficult. Boy, we have no grudge against each other, so what do you mean by causing trouble at my son's tomb? Feng Chen asked. Tang Xian laughed and said, Didn't I just say? Your son has ruined his own life. Are you, as his father, going to continue doing the same thing? I'll protect this woman. I'm taking her and her daughter away now. You shouldn't have any objections, right? Upon hearing this, Feng Chen's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and with a wave of his hand, the heavenly profound bow reappeared in his hand. Kid, no one is taking them away today. I don't care who you are or what your background is, she must die today. I don't want to make an enemy of you, you can leave on your own, Feng Chen said coldly. Tang Xian shook his head and said, You really won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Why don't you use the communicator to contact the city lord's mansion first and see if anyone has gone missing inside? Upon hearing this, Feng Chen's heart skipped a beat. Kid, what do you mean? Tang Xian chuckled slyly and said, It means exactly what it says. Chapter 114 Misfortune should not extend to family members. Tang Xian's words exploded in Feng Chen's ears like thunder, instantly throwing him into disarray. He stared at Tang Xian with wide eyes, secretly surprised. The young man in front of him was about the same age as his youngest son, but his speech and demeanor were far beyond those of his peers. Tang Xian's words made Feng Chen uneasy. To ensure that nothing went wrong, he decided to dial the communicator to verify with the city lord's mansion whether anyone was missing. The tense wait for the message to arrive on the other end of the communication device felt like an eternity. Finally, the city lord's mansion responded, saying that Feng Chen's youngest son had gone missing just an hour earlier. Upon hearing this news, Feng Chen was struck dumb, his face turned deathly pale, and his body swayed uncontrollably. Under normal circumstances, Feng Chen might not have thought much of being out of contact for an hour or two. After all, he was a teenager, and it was common for him to be away from home all day. But at this very moment, Tang Xian made such a statement, which made Feng Chen realize the seriousness of the situation. An ominous premonition welled up in his heart, and he began to realize that his youngest son's sudden disappearance might really be related to the boy in front of him. Feng Chen put away the communicator, looked at Tang Xian, and said, I don't understand what you're talking about. Everything is normal inside the city lord's mansion. Feng Chen deliberately said that because he couldn't be sure that the disappearance of his youngest son was definitely caused by this kid. What if he was bluffing him? Tang Xian laughed and said, Is that so? If that's the case, then your Feng family is truly doomed to die out. Upon hearing this, Feng Chen's heart skipped a beat. At this moment, he was certain that his youngest son's disappearance was indeed related to the boy in front of him. Feng Chen feigned composure and said, We have no grudge against each other, so why are you doing this? In Tianjing City, making an enemy of me is not a wise choice. I can forgive and forget, as long as you release my son. And in Tianjing City, you will be a distinguished guest of my city lord's mansion from now on. Tang Xian laughed and said, You old fox, you can't believe what he says. Stop talking nonsense. Upon hearing this, Feng Chen said, Kid, you shouldn't let your family suffer the consequences. Aren't you going a bit too far? Ha ha. Tang Xian was amused by Feng Chen and said, How dare you say that? Now you're saying don't harm family members? When you kidnapped someone's mother and forced them to show themselves, why didn't you say don't harm family members then? Alright, I'm too lazy to waste my breath on you. I'm taking them away. After we leave, we'll naturally let your son go back. Otherwise, you'll never see your youngest son again. Hearing this, Feng Chen clenched his fists. He didn't want to let Red Pepper go easily. He had waited 10 years for this revenge. He had a premonition that if he let Red Pepper go this time, he would never have another chance for revenge. Seeing that Feng Chen was still hesitating, Tang Xian said, One is at the 6th level, and the other at the 7th level. I indeed don't have the ability to take the mother and daughter away from you. However, it would be easy for me to leave. And once I leave, your city lord's mansion will never be peaceful again. Today I can quietly take your son from the city lord's mansion, and tomorrow I can take someone else. You may have avenged yourself, but can you afford the price of revenge? Fengchen clenched his fist so tightly that his nails dug deep into his flesh, and drops of blood dripped onto the ground. The boy in front of me was clearly only a teenager, about the same age as my youngest son, yet he gave off an indescribable sense of oppression. When he speaks, he exudes a confidence that he has everything under control. Fengchen wanted to avenge his eldest son, but he simply couldn't afford the price. To avenge his deceased eldest son, and then to drag his younger son down with him, the price he paid was indeed too high. Why should I believe you? Fengchen asked. When he asked that question, it meant he had already given in. After that, as long as Tang Xian said something like "don't worry," he would immediately relent. However, Tang Xian's attitude remained firm. You have no choice. If you insist on revenge, I still have a backup plan. In that case, not only will you fail to achieve your revenge, but you will also lose your youngest son. So, you have no choice but to do as I say. Tang Xian's arrogant remarks infuriated Fengchen. He had a backup plan, but he didn't know what other tricks this kid had up his sleeve. But his confident demeanor didn't seem to be feigned. City Lord, what do we do now? Should we trust this kid? At this moment, one of Fengchen's sixth-rank subordinates asked. Fengchen hesitated for a moment, then looked at Red Pepper with boundless anger and hatred, and said, "You're really lucky to have hooked up with such a powerful figure. Letting you go today doesn't mean I'm giving up on revenge. One day, I will take my revenge. The day you take your revenge will be the day you have no descendants." Tang Xian said this directly. This sentence silenced Fengchen. He had already agreed to release the person, so why couldn't he say something harsh? However, Tang Xian didn't even give others a chance to make harsh remarks, and kept putting pressure on Fengchen. Fengchen took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down, and then said, "You can go now. I hope you can keep your promise." "I'm sorry, I didn't promise you anything. You follow my rules, and your son will live, that's all," Tang Xian said calmly. Fengchen was so angry that he wanted to tear Tang Xian to pieces. As the current father-in-law of the emperor and the lord of Tianing City, he held immense power, yet today he was humiliated by this brat. Tang Xian walked up to the wind god eagle, squatted down to check its injuries, and then took out a herb that exuded a natural aura from his spatial bag. Upon seeing the herbs in Tang Xian's hand, Fengchen was startled and couldn't help but exclaim, "The immortal herb of life source." The immortal herb of life is a rare and precious medicinal herb that is extremely rare in the world. It is not only an indispensable key ingredient in refining Xian grade elixirs, but also possesses amazing and miraculous effects. If taken directly, although it cannot unleash its full potential, it can still accelerate wound healing, allowing the injured person to recover within minutes. However, what happened before their eyes left everyone speechless? Tang Xian unhesitatingly fed such a precious life-giving herb to the wind god eagle. This action left Fengchen and the other person, as well as Red Chile, speechless for a long time. What a waste! Such a rare spiritual herb is being used as ordinary healing medicine to feed summoned beasts. It should be noted that although the wind god eagle was seriously injured, it was not fatal. With the help of ordinary recovery medicine, it would recover in less than a week. The true value of the immortal herb lies in its use in refining Xian grade pills. Once refined, its medicinal effects are nothing short of earth-shattering. Although direct ingestion can produce a powerful healing effect, restoring injuries to their original state in just a few minutes, to squander such a rare spiritual herb just to recover a week earlier is something even someone with a fortune wouldn't dare to do. This behavior is simply too crazy and too extravagant. After consuming the life-generating immortal herb, which exuded rich spiritual energy, the eyes of the wind god eagle immediately brightened, as if they had been infused with new vitality. It, which was originally listless, is now full of energy and exudes a powerful natural aura. Even more surprisingly, the hideous wounds on the wings of the wind god eagle began to heal at an astonishing speed. The tattered feathers gradually grew back, and the bloody and mangled parts quickly healed, restoring the body to its original state in the blink of an eye, as if it had never been injured. Within just 2 or 3 minutes, the wind god eagle had completely recovered, as if it had been reborn. It spread its wings and flew high, circling in the air a few times before landing steadily beside Tang Xian. It affectionately nuzzled his arm with its head to express its gratitude. Tang Xian nodded in satisfaction, then turned his gaze to Fengchen beside him, a slight smile playing on his lips as he said, "Well dang, since you're the one who injured it, you should naturally pay for the medicine." This life source immortal herb is worth as much as 1,000 spirit stones on the market. But since we're destined to meet, I'll give you a discount and charge you 1,200 spirit stones. After saying that, Tang Xian strode up to Feng Chen, extended his right hand without any politeness, palm up, with a matter-of-fact expression on his face, as if urging Feng Chen to hand over the money quickly. Chapter 115. Who exactly are you? The group was completely dumbfounded by Tang Xian's actions. No, its injury can be fully healed in a week with just regular recovery medicine. You used the life source immortal herb yourself, and now you want me to pay for it? That's not reasonable, is it? Besides, isn't this a reverse discount? Feng Chen said, suppressing his anger. Tang Xian said, I've already told you, just follow my rules. If you follow my rules, your son will live. These words were clearly a threat to Feng Chen, implying, your son is in my hands, pay up. 1,200 spirit stones is too much, Feng Chen said. Then it'll be 1,500, Tang Xian said casually. You. Fine, if you won't give it to me then, Tang Xian said calmly. Wind God Eagle, take your master and daughter with you. With that, Tang Xian unleashed his ice crystal feathers and prepared to leave. Seeing that Tang Xian was really going to leave, Feng Chen panicked. After all, his son was still in Tang Xian's hands. Wait a minute, Feng Chen said. Speak, Tang Xian replied with a single word. Feng Chen took a deep breath. He knew that the kid he had encountered today was no ordinary person. Most importantly, we are now completely under their control. Feng Chen took off the spatial bag from his waist and threw it to Tang Xian, saying, we can't come up with 1,500 spirit stones right now, but there are some spirit stones in here, plus some pills, props, etc., which are worth more than 1,000 spirit stones. After hearing this, Tang Xian used his spiritual energy to sense the contents of the spatial bag and then said, if we calculate it as 1,200, we're still short 300. Upon hearing this, Feng Chen almost vomited. This kid was really pushing his luck. Having no other choice, he took the spatial pouch off his subordinate's waist and threw it to Tang Xian. Tang Xian sensed the contents and said, worth 200 spirit stones, 100 short. Feng Chen took deep breaths. He was truly losing control of his emotions, but for the safety of his youngest son, he had to hold back. Seeing this, Red Pepper could hardly believe it was real. A boy in his teens could actually push the arrogant Feng Chen to such a point. Fortunately, Feng Chen didn't have a heart condition, otherwise, he would have had a heart attack from Tang Xian's anger. Tang Xian said calmly, forget it, you can't come up with 100 spirit stones now. Just ask your son for the remaining 100. If he can't come up with it, just give him a beating. You. Tang Xian looked at Feng Chen and laughed, getting a beating is better than dying. Tang Xian's words left Feng Chen speechless. Indeed, being beaten up is better than dying. Let's go, Tang Xian said to Red Chili. At this moment, Red Pepper helped her mother sit on the back of the Wind God Eagle, and they took off together. Tang Xian also waved his ice crystal feathers and flew into the sky. Lord of the city, we. Feng Chen hesitated, as if he wanted to say something but then stopped. Feng Chen said, I received news a couple of days ago that a kid in his teens almost wiped out one of the top sects in Yanxia. I thought it was a joke at the time. I didn't expect that kid would come after me so quickly, and in the end, I became the laughingstock. If this gets out today, you can forget about living. Poison Fairy, she was a powerful figure in the Eastern continent back then, a peak 9th tier cultivator, whom even those at the lesser Heavenly Origin realm dared not provoke. Decades later, her disciple will probably stir up another bloodbath on the continent. Let's go back. What about the second young master? Even a disciple of the Poison Fairy Wound Tea go back on their word. Once we get back, we must strengthen the defenses of the City Lord's mansion and ensure that nothing like this happens again. Today, the City Lord's mansion admits defeat. Yes. Tang Xian sighed. Why? 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 Huan's tone was very angry, and she asked 3 whys in a row. Tang Xian calmly countered, what do you mean, why? I just gave you my power. You can have Red Pepper briefly hold off that 6th tier guy, then coordinate with Xiao Tian and Egg Boy. We have at least a 50% chance of killing Feng Chen. Why not kill him? Even if we fail, we can leave without any loss. In his previous life, Feng Chen betrayed the Eastern continent and colluded with the Western continent. When the Western continent attempted to assassinate Su Ming, Feng Chen played a crucial role. Huan inherited Su Xian's emotions, therefore, she harbors a deep-seated hatred towards Feng Chen, as if he were her father's killer. Just now, Huan had tried to control Tang Xian's body more than once, but Tang Xian refused. Tang Xian said, "You are Su Xian's 10th tail, and also her strongest tail. However, you were born the shortest time ago. Your understanding of this world is just inherited from her memories. You haven't had time to settle your mind and stabilize it. To put it bluntly, your mind is still that of a child. Children are like that, they want revenge and can't hold back. But have you ever thought about this? What's the problem? Time has turned back, and everything has started anew. Every step we take now is like the enemy playing a game with their cards upside down. Since we know that the assassination of Fengchen played a significant role, we can't afford to kill Fengchen now. If Fengchen were dead, the Western continent might turn others against us, and we wouldn't know who those people would be. But now that we know it was Fengchen, we can prepare in advance. The enemy is playing a game with their cards upside down. We have no reason to let them cover their cards." Hearing Tang Xian say this, Huan gradually calmed down. "I trust you." 2 hours later, at the border between Tianzhou and the Land of Desolation. At this moment, Xiao Tian was waiting for Tang Xian here, and beside her was a young man who was tied up, which was Fengchen's youngest son. Fengchen's youngest son was beaten half to death by Tang Xian and left by the roadside, while he and Red Pepper and her daughter entered the Land of Desolation. At this moment, Red Pepper said, "Thank you for saving us." Tang Xian waved his hand and said, "No need to be polite." "Who exactly are you?" Red Pepper asked. Tang Xian replied, "I already said it, I want to unify the land of the dead." At first, when Tang Xian said those words, Red Chili thought it was a joke, but after what happened today, Red Chili no longer thought it was a joke. However, she still felt it was unrealistic. Red Pepper said, "The land of death has been like this for thousands of years, with hundreds of forces intertwined and no one able to completely unify it." Tang Xian said, "That's because you didn't meet me. After you go back, start recruiting soldiers and horses. A month later, I will help Black Crow Town win the lava pool. Black Crow Town will be our excavation site. Within 5 years, we will unify the Land of Desolation." Red Chili said, "Recruiting soldiers and buying horses requires a lot of money. The people of the Land of Despair only care about profit." Upon hearing this, Tang Xian immediately tossed the 2 spatial bags to Red Pepper. Red Chili said, "The space bag you just got from Fengchen? More than 1,000 spirit stones is a huge fortune for a few people, but using it to recruit soldiers is ridiculous. Use your psionic energy to investigate what's inside first," Tang Xian said. Red Chili also listened to Tang Xian's advice and investigated. The next second, her expression changed drastically, and she looked at Tang Xian in disbelief. "The spirit stone, who exactly are you?" Red Pepper could hardly believe it. Inside those 2 spatial bags were 2 mounds of spirit stones, piled up like small mountains. Even some large countries didn't have such a large reserve of spirit stones in their national treasuries. Chapter 116. Isn't this your subordinate? Don't ask so many questions, just do as I say, Tang Xian said. Red Chili weighed the spatial bag in her hand and said, "Even so, I still have to say something. This many spirit stones are more than most countries could possibly have in their national treasuries. You should know that this is a land of death and destruction. Are you really comfortable handing these spirit stones over to me? Aren't you afraid I'll just eat them all?" Tang Xian waved his hand and said, "In this land of annihilation, I only trust one person, and that is you, Yang Xiaohua." When Tang Xian said the first half of his sentence, Red Chili felt a slight tremor in her heart, a strange sense of emotion welling up inside her. After all, this was a place of utter desolation that even children couldn't trust, yet Tang Xian could say he only believed her, which inevitably moved Red Pepper. However, when Tang Xian called out her real name, Red Chili couldn't hold back anymore. You, what's your name? How do you know my real name? My mother said she's never met you, and it couldn't be her. Red Pepper said, pulling her mother closer to her. In the land of the dead, the main reason why Red Pepper doesn't use her real name is because it's too rustic. Born into a very ordinary family, with parents who were not very educated, the name they chose was naturally chosen casually. When I was little, I thought the name Xiaohua Little Flower sounded nice and was very cute. However, after growing up, I realized how unsophisticated my name was. After escaping to the desolate land, he had 2 main reasons. First, he wanted to conceal his true identity. Second, he genuinely didn't want to be called by that incredibly unsophisticated name anymore. So she gave herself the nickname Red Pepper, and afterwards, even in the most desolate places, no one knew her real name. What she was most curious about now was why Tang Xian knew her real name, and why he seemed to know so much about her. Just like this incident, and the way things unfolded, it seemed as if everything was under his control. Could this kid have been investigating me all along? But why was he investigating himself? Black Crow Town? But is Black Crow Town really worth taking action against? Before today, she would have thought that Tang Xian was plotting against Black Crow Town, but after today, she would not think so anymore. A kid who can be easily manipulated even by Feng Chen, a kid who can casually produce a large number of spirit stones that many countries' treasuries cannot afford, could easily take over a larger city in the Land of Desolation, so there is absolutely no need for him to focus his attention on Black Crow Town. In the Land of Desolation, Black Crow Town is among the lowest ranking forces, and its territory is very small. The entire Black Crow Town has a population of less than 1,000. Is it worth him going to such great lengths for a town of this size? Next, Red Pepper thought of another reason. Could this kid be interested in her? Thinking about it, although she was more than a decade older than him, she could still be considered a beauty, still retaining her charm. Red Chili Pepper sized up Tang Xian, thinking to herself, this kid, does he only like older women? But if that's the case, he's gone to great lengths to beg me. He's not bad looking, just a bit too young. At this moment, Tang Xian said to Red Pepper, I not only know your name is Yang Xiaohua, but I also know a lot about you. For example, you especially like to imagine unrealistic things, such as whether I have feelings for you or not. Thinking about all sorts of things will only hurt you. Ah. Red Chili looked at Tang Xian in disbelief. How did this kid know I was thinking that? He can't possibly read minds, can he? Alright, take your mother back to Black Crow Town first. She was frightened today, so let her rest well when we get back. I'll discuss the follow-up plans with you when we get back. Just follow my plan, and I guarantee that one day I will lead you to the pinnacle of this continent, Tang Xian said calmly to Red Pepper. Tang Xian remained calm, but Red Pepper's heart was in turmoil. She looked at Tang Xian in disbelief. How could this guy be so confident? Previously, the goal was to unify the Land of the Dead. Now, the goal is to stand atop the continent. But at this moment, Red Chili didn't know why, she actually believed what Tang Xian said. Having lived in the Land of the Dead for 10 years, she conquered the territory of Black Crow Town through her own strength. Among the women of the Land of the Dead, she is one of the most outstanding. As a woman, to have reached her current position in the Land of Desolation, besides strength, she must also be intelligent. Therefore, Red Pepper is not some naive girl who is so easily fooled. However, what Tang Xian said seemed to outsiders to be an absurd situation, like his mother opening a door for someone else, something utterly outrageous. But she felt that perhaps one day, this kid in front of her would actually be able to make his boast come true. So what will our relationship be from now on? Who will Black Crow Town belong to? At this moment, Red Pepper still asked the question that she cared about the most. If Tang Xian does this, what are their respective identities? Have they become his subordinates? If so, then Black Crow Town also belongs to him? After all, they had only known each other for a few days. Tang Xian knew her very well, but she didn't know Tang Xian at all. Moreover, it was too strange that this kid had suddenly appeared. Therefore, she was unwilling to become someone else's subordinate, and even less willing to easily hand over Black Crow Town to someone she didn't know. After all, when he took over Black Crow Town, he promised the people of Black Crow Town that he would give them a stable life. For those who don't know him, who knows what he might do after being given Black Crow Town? He replied, what relationship? Actually, I can use my strength to make you submit. After all, in the Land of Desolation, strength speaks volumes. In the Land of Desolation, I will use my strength to make everyone submit, but you are an exception. As he spoke, Tang Xian reached out and gently brushed his hand under Red Chili's nose. Just then, a wisp of something resembling black smoke appeared in Red Chili's nostrils. What is this? Red Pepper asked. Tang Xian replied, the method I used to kill the city lord's soldiers in the tomb is something that everyone in Black Crow Town possesses. It's just a way to prevent them from harming me. Now, I've removed it from your body, which is enough to prove my sincerity. As for our relationship, I hope we can be partners on equal footing. Black Crow Town is your base, and I will not interfere. However, you will still manage and rule the towns that are subsequently occupied. But I will make the decisions on some key matters. After hearing this, Red Pepper whispered, isn't this your subordinate? Tang Xian shook his head and said, no, in the Land of Desolation, as long as you have strength, will you lack subordinates? Let me put it this way, I can discard the others in the Land of Desolation at any time, but I won't do that to you. I will lead you to the peak. Alright, you don't need to give me an answer right now. Go back first, and give me your answer in 3 days. If you are unwilling, I will take that kid Ling Hai and leave. As for these spirit stones, consider them a gift from me. From now on, we will have no further dealings. Chapter 117. I am willing to follow you. We weren't in such a rush to go back, so it was already the second day when we arrived in Black Crow Town. Red Pepper's mother was frightened and also quite tired from the long journey, so she fell asleep as soon as she arrived. You're finally back. I thought you weren't coming back. At this moment, Ling Hai, who had been under house arrest, was also released. It seems you survived after all, Tang Xian said. Ling Hai said, don't say anymore. I've been really worried ever since you left. Tang Xian smiled and said, then how about we go back to Yanxia? Upon hearing this, Ling Hai immediately shook his head and said, no, since I've decided to follow you, I won't go back. Aren't you going to Tianzhou later? In Tianzhou, you can be closer to Ying, and one day, I will gain General Gongye's approval. Tang Xian laughed and said, in that case, why not just join the Divine Might Army? Tang Xian's words were like a revelation to Ling Hai. Yeah, why don't I join the Divine Might Army? Tang Xian continued, the Divine Might Army recruits new soldiers every year. Judging by the time, there are still about 2 months left before this year's recruitment. You can go there right after the lava pool battle here ends. By the way, you should focus on your cultivation this month. Judging by your strength, you should be breaking through to the 4th rank soon. Try to break through this month. If you can eliminate 2 opponents in the lava pool battle, I will give you a gift. Hearing this, Ling Hai became interested and asked curiously, what gift? Tang Xian said, a gift that will allow you to quickly stand out after joining the Divine Might Army. What is that? Ling Hai asked curiously. A completely new cultivation method, Tang Xian replied. Upon hearing this, Ling Hai looked at Tang Xian in surprise, a completely new cultivation method? Is it the witchcraft you used when you were in the Beast King sect? Ling Hai was somewhat excited, having witnessed the terror of the witch. A mere 3rd-tier youth, with just the power of witchcraft, was able to force a major sect like the Beast King sect to compromise with him. If I can learn it, I will definitely stand out quickly after joining the Divine Might Army and be noticed by Gongye Liyuan. Tang Xian said, if you want to cultivate the way of witchcraft, that won't work. I will pass on the way of witchcraft, but not just to everyone. Secondly, the most important thing in cultivating the way of witchcraft is whether you can awaken the poison attribute. Ha! Ling Hai was completely confused when Tang Xian said that. Tang Xian continued, go and cultivate. When you can actually eliminate 2 people, then you will naturally know what cultivation method you use. Okay, then I'm going to cultivate, Ling Hai said excitedly. At this moment, Tang Xian took out some resources and gave them to Ling Hai, take these, you'll find them useful. Looking at the resources in front of him, Ling Hai said excitedly, thank you so much. From now on, you're like my brother. Come on, you're older than me, Tang Xian said. It has nothing to do with age, you're like my own brother, Ling Hai said. Ling Hai then happily took the resources and went off to cultivate. Indeed, sometimes, choices are very important. Choosing sides is indeed a matter of choosing one's birth order. Now, no matter who you are, as long as you follow Tang Xian, you will benefit from it to some extent. In fact, the cultivation method that Tang Xian wanted to teach Ling Hai was the cultivation method of the Western continent. Tang Xian not only wants Ling Hai to learn it, but also plans to have the people of the Land of Desolation learn it later. After all, the people of the Land of the Dead believe that using summoned beasts in battle is dishonorable and not their own power. Therefore, the cultivation methods of the Western continent are very suitable for this place. In that case, if war breaks out with the Western continent, the Land of Desolation will cause the Western continent even more headaches. It's late at night. Inside Red Pepper's room. She looked at the 2 spatial bags in front of her, took a deep breath, and recalled what Tang Xian had said to her yesterday. She refused, Tang Xian left, and he gave her the spirit stones. She didn't understand why Tang Xian would go to such lengths. Is he playing hard to get? Or is he testing me? However, Red Pepper felt that Tang Xian spoke sincerely and had no ulterior motives. In that case, she really couldn't understand why Tang Xian was so good to her. This is a land of annihilation. With his power, wouldn't it be an easy task for him to take over Black Crow Town? There's no need for all this trouble. In her previous life, after the Land of Desolation was breached, Red Pepper died protecting Tang Xian. After being reborn, Tang Xian still felt indebted to her. In this life, Tang Xian actually intends to unify the land of desolation, and whether or not red pepper exists is not the key to this plan. Therefore, if red pepper really doesn't want to, Tang Xian will let her live peacefully in Black Crow Town. These spirit stones are her compensation, enough to ensure she lives a very comfortable life for the rest of her life. Of course, red pepper didn't know that Tang Xian meant this, since she didn't have the memory of being reborn. So, just as Tang Xian said, she started to imagine all sorts of things again. In the end, the conclusion she came to was that Tang Xian liked the older sister and liked her, otherwise Tang Xian would have no reason to do this. 3 days later, Red Chili sent someone to summon Tang Xian to the pavilion in the courtyard. When Tang Xian arrived at the pavilion, Red Chili was already waiting for him. "Hey, Yang Xiaohua, what do you want?" Tang Xian asked. Upon hearing this, Red Pepper jumped up and rushed to Tang Xian, then covered his mouth, saying, "Don't call me by my real name. If my men hear this, how can I maintain my authority?" Tang Xian laughed and said, "Little flower, isn't it a very nice song? What's so good about it? Where is your mother? Has everything been arranged?" Tang Xian didn't waste any time on the issue of address and directly changed the subject. Red Chili nodded and said, "Yes, it's all arranged. I thought about it, and it's not appropriate for my mother to live in a place like this. I don't want her to know that I live in such a chaotic place. So I bought her a house in a village on the border of Yanxia and hired someone to help me take care of her. And the border of Yanxia isn't too far from here, so I can go back to see her anytime." After listening, Tang Xian nodded and said, "That's good. Now that your mother's matter has been arranged, have you thought about what I said?" Red Chili bit her lip and nodded, saying, "I've thought it over. I admire your ambition and acknowledge your strength. You also saved my mother's and my lives. Moreover, you offered me a huge amount of wealth to recruit soldiers. So, from any perspective, I have no reason to refuse you. I'm willing to follow you. So, let me see the scenery at the pinnacle of the continent." Upon hearing this, Tang Xian smiled slightly and said, "You will see it. Now, what's next?" As he spoke, Tang Xian placed his finger on Red Chili's forehead, sharing some information with her through his mental power. And this information is the cultivation method of the Western continent. After Red Pepper's brain received this information, she opened her mouth wide and looked at Tang Xian with an expression of disbelief and shock. This guy actually has cultivation methods from the Western continent. At this moment, Tang Xian became even more mysterious in Red Chili's heart. Chapter 118: The Formidable City. Alright, you should intensify your training these days and strive to achieve awakening. If you awaken before the lava pool battle, I might not even be needed, you and Ling Hai would be enough. Red Chili nodded and said, "I understand." For the next period of time, both Red Pepper and Ling Hai went into seclusion. Ling Hai aims to break through to the 4th rank within a month. Red Pepper began cultivating using the cultivation methods of the Western continent, aiming to awaken within a month. The awakening process is very important. Once awakened, the awakened attributes will accompany the awakened person throughout their life. Of course, there are also geniuses among geniuses who awaken a second or even a third attribute during their subsequent cultivation. However, such people are too few. In Tang Xian's memory, he had fought against countless people from the Western continent in his previous life, but he had only encountered 2 or 3 people with multiple attributes. However, regardless of how many attributes are awakened later, it is true that the initial awakened attribute will stay with you for life. During this period, Tang Xian had nothing to do, and he was not in a hurry to break through. After all, it was still a long time before he could break through to the 4th level, so there was no rush. Tang Xian planned to make a trip to Tianqian City. This is the main city in the western region of the Land of the Dead. The western region of the Land of the Dead is a plateau area. Compared to the other 3 regions, it is slightly more barren. But this is the most impregnable place in the Land of Desolation. The city of Heavenly Barriers was built on the western plateau of the Land of Desolation, protected by countless natural barriers. In this terrain, the natural barrier city is easy to defend and difficult to attack. It can be said that one man can hold off 10,000. Tang Xian went to Tianqian City to purchase some beast-tamer skills. He has already formed a contract with Su Xian, so he can be considered someone who has a natal summoned beast. Although Su Ming severed his mental connection with Su Xian, preventing him from summoning or contacting her. However, the contract between them is real, and even someone as powerful as Su Ming cannot break the contract between Tang Xian and Su Xian. Therefore, Tang Xian can use Su Xian's abilities, and Su Xian can also be improved through the beast tamer skills that Tang Xian has learned. Tang Xian chose to buy things in the land of desolation because there were far more valuable items there than outside. Some things cannot be sold outside. For example, something of dubious origin, such as someone seizing a treasure from a powerful organization by chance. On other exchanges, these black market goods are very difficult to trade and can easily lead to death. However, this doesn't happen in the land of the dead, and almost all the good stuff there is stolen. And the more illicit the item, the more likely it is to be a treasure. The same applies to beast tamer skills, so Tang Xian decided to go to Tianqian City to see if there were any suitable beast tamer skills. Tianqian City is nearly 500 miles away from Black Crow Town, but at the speed of ice crystal flowing feather, it only takes about half an hour to get there. Tianqian City is a city built against a mountain, with the surrounding natural barriers serving as its natural shield. To break through here, it's impossible without absolute overwhelming strength. However, this is the largest city in the western region and the stronghold of the largest power in the region. Therefore, it is almost impossible to conquer this place. The other three regions have richer resources and may be stronger, but it's impossible for them to breach Tianqian City. The distance is too far, and long-distance resupply is difficult. These are all major problems. Therefore, Tianqian City is the most difficult place to conquer in the land of desolation. The people of the land of the dead resisted to the very end, and the remaining people all retreated into the heavenly barrier city to defend it to the death. Unfortunately, the opponent has already figured out how to use spatial abilities. They can use their spatial abilities to cross the sea between the eastern and western continents, so the natural barrier of Tianqian City seems somewhat laughable under the opponent's spatial teleportation. Of course, in this life, the opponent is playing their cards openly against Tang Xian, so Tang Xian will be able to prepare a response in advance based on the opponent's spatial abilities. However, Tianqian City holds a main city battle every year. All forces can compete with other forces by bringing a resource land as an entry fee. The final victor will be granted a challenge by Tianqian City. Whoever can defeat all 7 of Tianqian City's top experts will be granted the city's surrender. Perhaps for everyone, this is the only possible way to take down Tianqian City. They don't need to challenge its natural defenses, but this method is by no means easy. There are quite a few forces that sign up every year, and you have to win among these forces first. After that, you can only send one person to challenge the other side's 7 masters, which means you have to fight 7 against 1. However, you can choose whether the opponent uses a group attack or a series of attacks. Therefore, this is almost impossible to do, and Tianqian City did this in order to seize the resources of the surrounding forces at the lowest cost. Tang Xian's desire to seize the lava pool was actually a preparation for the later battle for Tianqian City. This time, Tang Xian did not intend to gain control of the lava pool for only 1 year, but to take it over permanently. Only in this way could he meet the registration requirements for the battle for Tianqian City. At this moment, Tang Xian was facing an abyss. On the opposite bank lies the majestic, impregnable city. There is a wide bridge to cross. However, you have to pay a toll of 1 spirit stone to cross the bridge. Of course, you don't need to give it if you don't use the bridge. So once you get here, everyone has to use their own methods to get across. Tang Xian, however, possessed the ice crystal flowing feather, so he flew directly there. Fighting in any form is prohibited within the city of Tianqian. Violations will be dealt with by the city's army. Those who are not from Tianqian City must also leave the city before dark. Of course, there are inns in the city, and people who are not from Tianqian City can stay in the inns at night as long as they don't leave. In fact, this is also to ensure that Tianqian is not infiltrated by external forces. Hotels in the city are expensive, and most people can't afford to stay there. Tang Xian strolled through Tianqian City. He had only visited it once in his previous life, and that was during wartime. So, he hadn't had a chance to properly explore Tianqian City. Tianqian City is very prosperous, bustling with people, because fighting is prohibited here. Therefore, compared with the outside world, it seems much more peaceful. Tang Xian arrived at the exchange in Tianqian City. Soon, a sales assistant came to greet him. After Tang Xian explained his purpose, he was also taken to the Beastmaster skill trading area. Just then, a person wearing a bamboo hat passed by Tang Xian. The other person had their head down, and their straw hat was pulled low, making it impossible to see their face. Tang Xian didn't know why, but he felt that this person looked somewhat familiar. The other person quickly walked past him, and when Tang Xian looked back, the other person had already left the trading center. Just as the man stepped out of the trading center, he looked up. If Tang Xian had chased after him and seen this man's face, he would have been utterly shocked. Although this person had a lot of hair growing on his face, his appearance did not change much. This person was Meng Jian. Chapter 119 Mental Shock. Meng Jian stuck out his tongue and licked his lips at this moment. His tongue had become thin and long. His pupils also became extremely strange, like snake eyes. Tang Xian, I look forward to our next formal meeting. I'm really curious to see what your expression will be then. I'll take Tianxian City for now. In the land of desolation, I will build my own empire, huh? Meng Jian muttered something to himself, then lowered his straw hat again and strode away. Do you have any skills here to enhance the spiritual power of summoned beasts? Tang Xian asked the saleswoman. In the early stages, attributes like strength might be more advantageous. However, as the game progresses, mental strength becomes the strongest attribute. At higher levels, physical strength is far inferior to mental strength. Skills that enhance mental strength are also extremely rare. After hearing this, the sales assistant smiled and said, Sir, skills that enhance the spiritual power of summoned beasts are extremely rare. But you're lucky, we happen to have some here. However, you should know that any skill related to spiritual power is never cheap. Tang Xian replied, Of course I know that. Just bring it. Money is not a problem. Sir, our rules here are that we only accept spirit stones or spirit gathering stones. You can also exchange other equivalent resources, but we do not accept any country's currency, the sales assistant reminded Tang Xian. Tang Xian naturally knew the rules here. Outside the land of desolation, although larger transactions were generally conducted using spirit stones or spirit gathering stones, it was still acceptable for you to produce such a large amount of currency. However, in the land of desolation, they do not accept outside currency even for the exchange of ordinary items, they use spirit stone fragments. After all, in the land of desolation, they have no currency of their own, and external currencies are of little significance to them. In such a place, the exchange of resources is most appropriate. Therefore, only the exchange of useful resources is accepted here, and the exchange of foreign currencies is not accepted. Tang Xian nodded and said, I know. Please wait a moment, sir. The sales assistant left temporarily, and Tang Xian continued to stroll around the hall. There were quite a few skill scrolls displayed in the shelves. The spiritual energy emanating from these scrolls suggests that they contain only relatively ordinary skills. About 2 or 3 minutes later, the sales assistant returned carrying an exquisite wooden box. Upon approaching Tang Xian, the saleswoman opened the wooden box. In that instant, a powerful psionic wave spread out. This psionic wave also attracted the attention of many people. Generally speaking, anything capable of generating such psionic waves must be extraordinary. A scroll lay quietly inside the box, its appearance plain and unadorned, even less impressive than the box that held it. But the spiritual energy emanating from it confirmed that it was far more than it appeared. The saleswoman said, This is the skill mental shock. After learning it, it passively strengthens the summoned beast's mental power and can be actively used to emit mental waves. It was bought for 5,000 spirit stones at an auction in Xinyuan 3 years ago. I wonder if you are satisfied with this skill, sir? It was photographed in the Divine Abyss 3 years ago, and now it's here. How it got here is no longer worth investigating. After all, few things in the land of desolation are clean. Only here can these things be openly and honestly sold. And they presented something worth 5,000 spirit stones in such a simple and unpretentious way. If this were held in the outside world, it would be auctioned off and presented as the grand finale. Tang Xian looked at the scroll in front of him and wanted to reach out and take it. However, before he could even touch it, the sales assistant closed the lid of the wooden box. Sir, would you like to hear my price quote first? The sales assistant said casually. Her tone made it sound as if she was saying that Tang Xian couldn't afford the price. That's true. How could a boy in his teens possibly have so many spirit stones? Back then, they could fetch 5,000 spirit stones at an auction, so here, they would naturally have more than 5,000. Tang Xian asked, How much? Price didn't matter to Tang Xian. His trip to the secret realm had made him a fortune. Su Xian's main ability is mind control, which is a type of illusion. This ability requires a huge amount of mental strength to support it. Therefore, Tang Xian desperately needs these skills that can enhance his mental strength. Tang Xian was well aware that anything related to mental power was never cheap. 10,000 spirit stones, the saleswoman quoted. 10,000 spirit stones is no small sum. If it were spirit stones, it would cost 1,000. Tang Xian had already given Red Chili 2 spatial bags of spirit stones, and he himself still had 1 bag left. This mental shock will cost him 1,000th of his current assets. Deal, Tang Xian said. Ah. The sales assistant looked at Tang Xian in disbelief. She couldn't believe that this young man would agree so readily. Was he really rich, or was he joking? But even if he was joking, no one would dare to joke around in the exchange of Tianqian City, right? There's no doubt that this skill is a good thing, but this place is a land of annihilation. Here, people rarely use summoned beasts in battle, so skills that enhance summoned beasts don't sell well. Even if this skill isn't worth 10,000 spirit stones in the outside world, it was still quite valuable back then, fetching 5,000 spirit stones at the time. But this skill was ultimately obtained through murder and robbery, and then sold at a low price in the land of the dead. Because outside the land of desolation, it's extremely difficult to acquire such stolen goods unless you possess immense power and influence. Even if someone were to take them on, they would fear being betrayed and having their plans for murder and robbery exposed. Those who can afford such valuable items are not from small factions. Once the murder and robbery are exposed, they will inevitably seek revenge from the opposing faction. Therefore, the safest way to sell this kind of thing is in a desolate place at a low price. Because the land of despair promises to guarantee that no customer information will be disclosed. And those organizations from the outside world dared not come to the land of desolation to force the forces inside to reveal who sold this thing in. However, due to the unique nature of the land of death, it is difficult to use the enhanced summoned beast skills. But to my surprise, this kid actually wants to buy it today. If 10,000 spirit stones are actually sold, these sales associates can get a 1% commission on ordinary goods. They receive a 3% commission on these hard-to-sell goods. That's 300 spirit stones. For someone like her, who is at the bottom of society, 300 spirit stones is an enormous fortune. 10,000 spirit stones, I'll take it. Just then, a clear, bell-like voice rang out. Tang Xian frowned slightly. Could it be that this is the land of death and desolation? There are still people vying for the skills to enhance summoned beasts? Tang Xian turned around and saw a pretty girl with pigtails walking towards him. The girl was about the same age as Tang Xian. She walked over with her head held high and swaggering, followed by two guards. Lin Xiaoya. Upon seeing this person, Tang Xian couldn't help but call out. However, after calling her name, Tang Xian felt a little awkward, as he and she didn't know each other at this point in time. Chapter 120 Lin Xiaoya. Lin Xiaoya is definitely a heavyweight in the land of desolation. The daughter of the Lord of Tianqian City is usually lawless in Tianqian City. Of course, the lawless part here simply means that she doesn't like to be restrained and is rather capricious. In reality, she is very kind to the weak, she's just a little willful at times. Unlike those who consider using summoned creatures in battle a disgrace, she enjoys using them in combat. She felt that since it was a summoned beast she had contracted, it was part of her power, so why should she feel ashamed? Although her family didn't like her doing this, they didn't have high expectations of her because she was a girl. However, she did not persist with this idea in her previous life because she truly felt powerless after the invasion of the Western continent. After turning against the Demon Alliance, and with most of the summoned beasts disobeying orders, Lin Xiaoya realized that her parents were right. Tang Xian couldn't comment on this, since it was a conspiracy orchestrated by the Western continent to turn the Eastern Continent Alliance and the Demon Alliance against each other, a plot they had planned for a century. Returning to Lin Xiaoya, Tang Xian and Lin Xiaoya met in their previous life when everyone retreated to Tianqian City. Because Lin Xiaoya's natal summoned beast is also the moon-treading fox, she and Tang Xian have common topics to discuss. At that time, she was very attached to Tang Xian, and their relationship was like that of Tang Xian's younger sister. Of course, Lin Xiaoya is actually a year older than Tang Xian, but she has a baby face and looks like a little girl. Therefore, Tang Xian always treated her like a younger sister, and she often called Tang Xian older brother. However, Tianqian City ultimately fell after the enemy used spatial teleportation to send in a large number of troops. Lin Xiaoya also knew what she would experience after being captured by the Western continent. Therefore, she chose to commit suicide by poisoning herself, at least to die with some dignity. In the end, she died in Tang Xian's arms. Tang Xian now clearly remembers Lin Xiaoya's last words to him before she died: "If there is an afterlife, can you take me to see all the mountains and rivers?" She said this because she had never left the land of death since birth. She knew almost nothing about the outside world. After Tang Xian arrived, he told her many stories about the outside world, and she became very eager to explore it. Unfortunately, by then the outside world had already been occupied by the Western continent. Tang Xian also promised that once the war was over, he would definitely take her to see the outside world. However, this promise was ultimately not fulfilled. And she died without ever leaving this desolate place to take one last look. That's why she said those words to Tang Xian on her deathbed. The reason Lin Xiaoya is considered a heavyweight in the Land of Desolation is not because she is the daughter of the city lord of Tianxian City. She is significant because she did something significant. In her previous life, when she was 18, she was arranged to marry the young master of the most powerful family in the southern region. Originally, the western and southern regions wanted to form an alliance, so they announced their alliance to the outside world through their marriage. However, Lin Xiaoya had always opposed the marriage, and she also disliked the other party. So, on her wedding night, she did something that shocked the entire land of the dead. She castrated her fiancé, and the western and southern regions, who were originally allied, instantly turned against each other and went to war. However, due to its geographical advantage, the west was unable to do anything to the south. Furthermore, the western continent attacked later, so the matter of Lin Xiaoya having her fiancé castrated ultimately remained unresolved. Lin Xiaoya sized up Tang Xian, but she didn't care about this guy who could call her by name. After all, many people in Tianxian City know her, so it's not surprising that they can call her by name. Perfect timing. My summoned beast needs a spirit-enhancing skill, this is just right. Here are 10,000 spirit stones. Lin Xiaoya completely ignored Tang Xian and spoke directly to the sales assistant, then tossed a spatial bag to her. The sales assistant quickly used her spiritual energy to examine the contents of the spatial bag and then said, "Miss Lin, there are 10,500 spirit stones in here, 500 of them are extra. Consider this your tip," Lin Xiaoya said generously. In this desolate land, they occupy the formidable city of Tianxian and are the largest power organization in the western region. Therefore, they are not lacking in resources at all. That's how it is in the Land of Desolation. Those without strength struggle to even survive, while the powerful become incredibly wealthy. Thank you, Miss Lin, thank you, Miss Lin. The sales assistant excitedly handed the box containing the mental shock skill scroll to Lin Xiaoya. The sales assistant was very excited. The purchase of 500 spirit stones, plus a commission of 300 spirit stones, was enough for an ordinary person like her to live on for a lifetime. I'm sorry, I was the one who first set my sights on the mental shock skill, and I was planning to buy it. Lin Xiaoya was about to leave when Tang Xian blocked her way. Lin Xiaoya looked at Tang Xian with disdain, then, too lazy to say anything, she simply waved her hand, and the two guards behind him stepped forward. Tang Xian said, "This is Tianxian City, and the rule here is that fighting in any form is prohibited." Hearing Tang Xian say such a thing, Lin Xiaoya couldn't help but laugh. "Are you really stupid or just pretending? If you know my name, you can't possibly not know my identity, right? Tianxian City is my family's, and the rules here were set by my father. I've never followed any of his rules. If you want this, you'll have to beat these two good-for-nothing guards of mine first." As soon as he finished speaking, the two guards appeared suddenly in front of Tang Xian like ghosts, and their fierce attacks came like a storm. They were agile and nimble, like well-trained hunters, launching attacks simultaneously with seamless teamwork. Seeing this, Tang Xian dared not be negligent. He lightly touched the ground with his toes and quickly retreated, narrowly avoiding the two men's attacks. However, before he could even get his footing, the two guards pressed forward again, giving Tang Xian no chance to catch his breath. Mind control. At the critical moment, Tang Xian did not hesitate to use Su Xian's ability Mind Control. It should be noted that the two opponents possessed 5th-tier strength. For a 3rd-tier opponent to fight a 5th-tier opponent, the difference between them was like heaven and earth. Under normal circumstances, mind control is almost impossible to work on a 5th-order being. However, Tang Xian was no ordinary person. His mental strength far surpassed that of ordinary people. Even when facing a 5th-tier opponent, in terms of mental strength alone, the opponent might not be able to match Tang Xian. Sure enough, the moment Tang Xian activated his power, the two guards froze, as if they had been frozen in place. Although Tang Xian could not control them for long, this brief moment of distraction was enough to reverse the situation. In the blink of an eye, Tang Xian seized the opportunity and kicked the two guards hard. With two muffled thuds, the two guards were sent flying like kites with broken strings, crashing heavily to the ground. Only then did they snap out of their daze and recover. When they got up to attack again, Lin Xiaoya stopped them. As expected, you're hopeless. Two 5th-tier fighters against a 3rd-tier fighter and you managed to make such a mess of things. It's embarrassing. But this is pretty good. Go back and tell my dad that you can't even beat a 3rd-tier fighter. He'll kick you out and I won't have to follow you around anymore, Lin Xiaoya said. Young miss, we haven't lost yet. We were just accidentally caught in his illusion. Please give us another chance. Chapter 121. Are we not going to fight now? What chance would he give me? If he had attacked me when you were kicked away, how could I have dodged? Lin Xiaoya said. Lin Xiaoya was already dissatisfied with the 2 guards her father had arranged for her. Now that she has this opportunity to get rid of these 2, it suits her just what she wants. Therefore, opportunities are simply not available. At this moment, Lin Xiaoya stepped forward, and a purple summoning circle appeared beneath her feet. For someone her age, a 4th-tier level of strength is quite impressive. The next second, she summoned a white, 3-tailed moon fox. Lin Xiaoya said, "These 2 good-for-nothings are embarrassing for you. I'll play with you from now on." "Is that so?" Tang Xian said. Next, a blue summoning circle appeared beneath Tang Xian's feet. Xiao Tian was summoned by Tang Xian. Lin Xiaoya was shocked to see that Tang Xian was also using a summoned beast. After all, in the land of the dead, using summoned beasts in battle is a dishonorable thing. As a girl, not many people actually care whether she uses summoned beasts. However, here, men who use summoned beasts in battle are looked down upon. Now, Tang Xian is also using summoned beasts, which Lin Xiaoya finds hard to believe. You actually used a summoned beast?" Lin Xiaoya said incredulously. Meanwhile, the people around were also discussing Tang Xian. Tang Xian replied, "If you can use it, why can't I? Besides, this is just an unwritten rule of your land of desolation. As an outsider, I don't need to abide by it. Moreover, it's not a hard and fast rule." "Are you from outside?" Lin Xiaoya's eyes lit up when she heard Tang Xian say that he was from outside. "Yes," Tang Xian replied. "What's the world like outside the land of desolation?" Lin Xiaoya leaned closer. Tang Xian was just casually talking about the outside world. Lin Xiaoya listened with great interest. "Can you take me to see it?" Lin Xiaoya asked. Tang Xian answered without hesitation, "Yes." In his previous life, Tang Xian failed to fulfill his promise, so in this life, he agreed without hesitation. "Young miss, you mustn't." At this moment, one of Lin Xiaoya's guards said. Lin Xiaoya frowned, and the next second, her moon-treading fox swept its tail, knocking 2 guards to the ground. "Let's go then," Lin Xiaoya said. She's in such a hurry she wants to leave right now. Tang Xian said, "I plan to stay in the land of desolation for a while longer, and I'll take you there when I leave." "Also, are we no longer fighting now?" Lin Xiaoya quickly recalled the moon-treading fox and said, I'm not fighting anymore. Your humanoid summon looks very strong, and I'm not stupid. I'm not fighting anymore." Hearing Lin Xiaoya say that, Tang Xian was speechless. This girl admitted defeat very quickly. At this moment, Tang Xian stretched out his hand and said, "Then give me this mental shock." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoya quickly hugged the box tightly and shook her head, saying, "No, this is mine." It seemed Lin Xiaoya wasn't planning to hand over the mental shock skill scroll easily. Tang Xian thought for a moment and said, "I'll exchange it with you for a rejuvenation pill. I saw notices posted all over the city looking for someone who can refine rejuvenation pills. I'll refine one for you, in exchange for the mental shock you have. How about it?" Tang Xian knew that the city lord's mansion had hired someone to refine the rejuvenation pill in order to save the city lord's wife, who was also Lin Xiaoya's mother. In his previous life, Tang Xian had also heard Lin Xiaoya talk about his mother. Wounded by a venomous python, he needed a rejuvenating pill to save his life. However, he could not find anyone capable of refining the rejuvenating pill. Ultimately, her mother died from the poison. In Lin Xiaoya's previous life, Tang Xian arrived too late, but in this life, he arrived just in time. Tang Xian was able to temporarily control the poison from the venomous python in Lin Xiaoya's mother's body. After that, he would have enough time to help her refine the rejuvenation pill. "You brat, what nonsense are you spouting? The rejuvenation pill is a Xian grade pill, do you think you can refine it? If you're going to brag, at least make it realistic. If you can refine the rejuvenation pill, I'll cut off my head and give it to you to sit on." Before Lin Xiaoya could even speak, one of her guards spoke up. Having just suffered a loss at Tang Xian's hands, and even potentially losing their jobs as bodyguards, they harbored some resentment towards him. Therefore, now that Tang Xian claims he can refine the rejuvenation pill, the 2 of them naturally want to step in and criticize him. Tang Xian ignored the 2 guards and looked at Lin Xiaoya, continuing, "Your mother has been poisoned by the venomous python for less than a week. However, refining the rejuvenation pill takes at least half a month. So, even if you find someone else to refine it now, it won't be in time. But I'm different. I can control the venomous python's toxins, giving us enough time to refine the pill. How did you know? The city lord's mansion hasn't announced this to the outside world. Lin Xiaoya looked at Tang Xian with disbelief. The city lord's mansion only issued a notice seeking someone who could refine the life regeneration pill, but did not say why. Few people know that his mother was injured by a poisonous python, so why does this guy in front of him know? For a moment, Lin Xiaoya couldn't help but have doubts. Tang Xian said, "You don't suspect that your mother's injury from the poisonous python is related to me, do you?" She tried to form a contract with it herself but failed, which caused it to lose control and attack her. There's no way this could be related to anyone else. Hearing Tang Xian say this, Lin Xiaoya was even more shocked. How could he even know how her mother was injured by the poisonous python? Few people knew that their mother had been injured by a poisonous python, and only she and her father knew the specific reason. How come he knows now too? How did you know? Tang Xian replied, "You don't need to ask too many details. Just know that I can save you. How about it? Exchange it for the skills you have. Deal." Lin Xiaoya didn't hesitate at all. Regardless of whether this guy in front of her really had the ability to refine the rebirth pill, the fact that he knew how her mother was injured by the poisonous python meant he was definitely not simple. After that, Lin Xiaoya pulled Tang Xian directly towards the city lord's mansion. However, on their way back to the city lord's mansion, Meng Jian had already arrived there. Halt! Who goes there? Meng Jian was stopped as soon as he arrived at the main gate of the city lord's mansion. Meng Jian lifted his straw hat up and said, "Go and report to your city lord that I can refine the rejuvenation pill." Chapter 122 Snake Eyes. When their eyes fell upon Meng Jian's face, which was covered in thick, dense hair, the guards couldn't help but tremble with fear. "Where did this weird-looking fellow come from?" one of the guards exclaimed in surprise. "He scared me to death. Get out of my way right now." His tone was full of hostility and contempt. However, just as the guards were about to drive away the monster in front of them, Meng Jian's long, narrow, and cold eyes, which resembled snake eyes, suddenly flashed with a strange light. In an instant, the guards seemed to be frozen in place, their bodies stiffening abruptly, their eyes gradually becoming hazy and unfocused, until their pupils turned into snake eyes exactly like Meng Jian's. Meng Jian's voice seemed to come from the deepest hell, carrying a hint of chill. "Go in and report to the city lord." "Yes, Master." Several guards turned around slowly as if in a daze, and walked stiffly into the city lord's mansion. Tang Xian sighed. "I just don't understand why everyone thinks it's shameful to use summoned beasts in battle. Even if they don't use the summoned beasts after signing a contract with them, aren't all the skills they use derived from the summoned beasts? It's really inexplicable." Throughout the journey, Lin Xiaoya kept mentioning this matter to Tang Xian. At this point, she still strongly agreed to fight alongside her summoned beasts. However, Tang Xian did not express any opinion on this point. After all, he himself had personally experienced these things. Most summoned beasts are summoned from the Demon Alliance, but if you fall out with the Demon Alliance, the consequences. Of course, there are also many trustworthy summoned beast companions. At least in his previous life, Tang Xian's moon-treading fox stayed with him until he died in battle. Actually, if the Demon Alliance and the Eastern Continent Alliance could maintain a friendly relationship, none of these messy problems would exist. Therefore, as long as the assassination plot of the Western Continent can be successfully thwarted, even if the Western Continent sends troops to attack in the future, the Eastern Continent will definitely not be powerless to resist. However, Tang Xian had an even grander plan in mind. He intended to popularize the cultivation methods of the Western Continent in the Eastern Continent. In this way, the people here can not only improve their own strength by using the cultivation methods of the Western Continent, but also fight alongside their summoned beasts. It is conceivable that when war truly breaks out, the Western Continent will be at a disadvantage. However, it should be noted that the path of cultivation is not something that can be accomplished overnight. Under normal circumstances, it is almost impossible to quickly improve one's cultivation level. Those so-called shortcuts are often accompanied by huge risks, and may even come at the cost of burning one's life in exchange for a temporary boost in power. Tang Xian did not agree with this extreme approach. Therefore, he decided to start with the Land of Desolation, gradually teaching the local inhabitants the cultivation methods of the Western Continent, and trying to persuade them to fight alongside their respective summoned beasts. Under such a strategic arrangement, the power of individuals will be maximized. If Beastmasters adopt the training methods of the Western continent, once they successfully awaken and possess auxiliary attributes, they can provide powerful support to their offensive summoned beasts in battle. If you awaken a combat-type talent attribute, then contract a support-type summoned beast. This synergy will definitely achieve a result greater than the sum of its parts. As the two walked and talked, they unknowingly arrived at the gate of the city lord's mansion. What's wrong with these people today? I'm back, and they didn't even say hello. Seeing the several dazed-looking security guards in front of her, Lin Xiaoya looked displeased and began to complain. Tang Shan looked at the group of guards and wondered, there's definitely something wrong with these guys. So he stepped forward and waved his hand in front of one of the guards a few times, but even so, the guard remained standing there like a statue, without reacting. What's wrong with them? Lin Xiaoya exclaimed in surprise upon seeing this. Lin Xiaoya's two guards also rushed to check on the other guards. As expected, everyone had blank stares, as if they had lost their souls, and showed no reaction whatsoever. Snake eyes. Tang Xian frowned slightly, took a few steps forward, and approached one of the guards' faces to examine it carefully before speaking. Snake eyes? What does that mean? Lin Xiaoya asked, puzzled. Tang Xian pointed to the guard's eyes and explained, take a close look at their pupils. Is there anything unusual? Hearing this, Lin Xiaoya curiously stepped forward, took a closer look, and exclaimed in surprise, ah! It really has turned into snake eyes. The guard's normally clear pupils had somehow changed, now resembling cold, deep snake eyes, sending chills down one's spine. How could this happen? They were all fine when I left. Lin Xiaoya muttered to herself in astonishment and disbelief. Tang Xian thought to himself that this matter was no small thing and was far from being as simple as it seemed on the surface. He knew all too well that the situation before him was definitely not a good sign. Could this be caused by an illusion? This thought suddenly flashed through Tang Xian's mind, so he asked Huan. It looks like an illusion to me too. This kind of illusion should be the ability of the ghostly serpent. This kind of illusion is very cruel. It destroys the mind of the person affected the moment they are hit. From then on, the person affected can only become the caster's puppet. Even if the illusion is eventually broken, because the mind has been irreversibly damaged, they will eventually become an unconscious shell. If I remember correctly, the ghostly serpent illusion is indeed powerful, but extremely cruel. This illusion can control an enemy that is more powerful than the caster, which is quite extraordinary. However, the price that the caster has to pay is also extremely harsh. Because every time such an illusion is cast, one will permanently lose the sight of one eye. That is why one can only use this illusion technique twice in a lifetime. Even if a beast tamer gains the ability to summon beasts, the beast tamer and the summoned beast can only use it a total of 4 times. What's puzzling is that all 4 guards here have been affected by this illusion. Logically speaking, this is quite unlikely. Even if the illusion works on all 4 at the same time, losing an eye just to control 4 gatekeepers seems like too high a price to pay. This is indeed unreasonable. Using the illusion of the ghostly serpent on a few gatekeepers is like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. I'm afraid there's been a change in the city lord's mansion of Tianxian City. Go in and take a look, but be careful. It's a ghostly figure, a demonic serpent. Never look into its eyes. Then Tang Xian said to Lin Xiaoya, let's go in and take a look. Lin Xiaoya nodded. Chapter 123. She is already dead. Upon entering the city lord's mansion, a magnificent and spectacular sight unfolds before one's eyes. This is the heart of wealth in the western region of the Land of Desolation. Inside the main hall of the city lord's mansion, a group of people were sitting together, seemingly discussing something important. Dad! A clear and melodious voice rang out, and then Lin Xiaoya's figure rushed into the hall like a bird and threw herself into the arms of the man sitting in front of her. The only person who would dare to interrupt this meeting is probably the beloved Lin Xiaoya. The man smiled slightly, affectionately patted Lin Xiaoya's hair, and asked softly, where have you been running off to be naughty again? Lin Xiaoya broke free from her father's embrace, straightened her posture, and answered earnestly, no, Mom was bitten by a poisonous python, and I've been trying to find a way to save her. I have good news for you all, I've finally found someone who can refine the rejuvenating pill. As she spoke, she excitedly ran to Tang Xian's side, took his hand, and introduced him to everyone. Dad, this is him. He can refine the rebirth pill. Upon hearing this, everyone present turned their curious gazes toward Tang Xian. After all, the rejuvenating pill is a Shen grade pill, and it's hard to believe that such a young boy could refine it. Where did this brat come from, daring to come to our city lord's mansion to swindle people? At this moment, an old man with white hair and a wrinkled face snorted coldly, his tone full of disdain and doubt. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoya frowned, her face showing displeasure, and retorted, "Old manly, how can you be so sure he's a fraud if you don't even give him a chance to try?" The old man was a little embarrassed. He held a high position in the city lord's mansion, and only Lin Xiaoya dared to call him that. At this moment, Lin Xiaoya's father, Lin Zhang, turned his gaze to Tang Xian, and after a moment of silence, said, "Give him 10 spirit stones, and then send him out." As the city lord of Tianxian City, Lin Zhang had just broken through to the 8th level when Tang Xian met him in his previous life. According to the current timeline, Lin Zhang should currently be at the late stage of the 7th rank. On the surface, Lin Zhang seemed to be skeptical of what Tang Xian said, but since this person was brought back to the mansion by his beloved daughter, he could only make a show of giving him some spirit stones as compensation to get rid of him. However, Tang Xian waved his hand, refusing to accept the spirit stones, and said firmly, "Thank you for your kindness, city lord, but I am truly unworthy of these spirit stones. Your wife has been injured by a poisonous python and is in critical condition. I can currently suppress the spread of the toxins in her body, and then I will refine a rejuvenating pill to treat her. Even if you have any doubts, let me try it, and then the truth will be revealed." "Oomph, kid, who do you think you are? Trying to test her like that? Our city lord's wife is of noble birth, how could we allow a brat like you to use her as an experiment?" At this moment, a man said with sarcasm and disdain. "Shut your stinking mouth." Lin Xiaoya suddenly snapped, her beautiful eyes wide as she glared at the speaker. Then she turned to Lin Zhang, puffing out her cheeks, and said angrily, "Dad, Mom's condition is so critical right now, just let him try. We won't lose anything anyway. If he succeeds, wouldn't that be great? Even if he fails, we can punish him severely later." At this moment, Lin Zhang spoke up, "Xiaoya, don't worry. Actually, your mother is already fine. Just before you arrived, a highly skilled person came to our city lord's mansion. He healed your mother's injuries in less than 10 minutes. Moreover, he is now refining a rejuvenating pill to help your mother with her recovery. So, there's no need to trouble this young friend, let's send him away as soon as possible." "Mom's alright? She was so badly injured, even the best doctor in our city lord's mansion couldn't do anything about it. How could someone heal her so quickly?" Lin Xiaoya asked, her eyes wide with disbelief. Lin Zhang nodded firmly and said, "Of course." At this moment, Tang Xian was filled with doubt. In his previous life, when Lin Xiaoya talked about her mother, she was injured by the backlash when she made a contract with the venomous python and eventually died despite all efforts to save her. However, in the previous life, no one could be found to help with the treatment. But in this life, someone inexplicably appeared and cured him. Logically speaking, as long as Tang Xian didn't get involved, things should have continued as they were originally supposed to. And according to the original ending, it was impossible for anyone to cure Lin Xiaoya's mother. So, who exactly is this person who has suddenly appeared? Huan, what exactly is going on? Is there someone else besides me who can influence the outcome of this event? After your rebirth, you changed the outcomes of many events, creating a butterfly effect that could alter the outcomes of events you seemingly had no involvement in. However, to confirm whether Lin Xiaoya's mother is truly alright, it's best to meet her. Lord City Lord, I humbly request to witness your madam's beauty. I am truly curious about who this divine being possesses such miraculous skill, capable of healing you so quickly, Tang Xian said earnestly. Lin Xiaoya, who was standing nearby, quickly chimed in, yeah. Let Mom out quickly, I really want to see her. Someone come here. Lin Zheng called out in a deep voice. As soon as he finished speaking, a servant entered and stood respectfully in front of the hall, head bowed, awaiting orders. Lord City Lord, what are your instructions? Go and invite Madam here. Xiaoya wishes to see her, Lin Zheng ordered. Yes, ma'am. About 5 or 6 minutes later, a series of light footsteps approached and reached everyone's ears. Immediately afterwards, a young woman entered the hall, carefully supported by the servant. What is striking is that the young woman's eyes were covered by a thin veil, making it difficult to see her true face. Mom! Lin Xiaoya exclaimed with delight, her voice sweet as she leaped into the young woman's arms like a swallow returning to its nest, holding her tightly and refusing to let go. Good girl, Xiaoya. The young woman gently stroked Lin Xiaoya's hair and responded softly. Mom, are you really okay? Why are you blindfolded? Lin Xiaoya asked, full of doubt. At this moment, Lin Zhang said, the expert who treated your mother said that her eyes were damaged by the venom of a poisonous python. She needs careful recuperation for a period of time, and it will take about 1 or 2 weeks for her vision to gradually recover. During this period, she must avoid exposure to light. I see. Lin Xiaoya nodded slightly after hearing this, indicating that she understood. Then she turned to Tang Xian and said with a smile, "Look, my mom is safe and sound. Hee hee, so I can't give you the mental shock I promised you. She is dead." Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief that the city lord's wife was safe, Tang Xian suddenly spoke with a serious expression. He was reluctant to tell Lin Xiaoya this cruel truth, but the woman in front of him was clearly beyond saving. This was also confirmed by Huan. What remains here now is nothing more than a soulless shell. It seems that evil spirits and heretics have infiltrated the city lord's mansion. Who could have predicted that even with a new lease on life and the choice to arrive at the land of desolation ahead of time, he still wouldn't be able to save Lin Xiaoya's mother's life? However, Tang Xian's words were like a fire, instantly igniting the anger of everyone present. Chapter 124 Framing. You little bastard, this is the residence of the city lord of Tianqian City. How dare you spout nonsense here? Are you tired of living? The speaker was furious, his face flushed red. At this moment, Lin Xiaoya also glared angrily at Tang Xian, her eyebrows raised, and she scolded, "Don't talk nonsense here. My mother is standing right here. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll tear your stinking mouth apart." Tang Xian was too lazy to argue with them. He firmly believed that all the mystery would be solved once he saw her eyes. After all, he simply couldn't believe that someone injured by a giant python would be unable to see the light. It didn't make sense. Next, Tang Xian flew forward without hesitation, attempting to lift the veil covering his eyes. In the blink of an eye, just as Tang Xian was about to get close, a blurry figure flashed past like lightning. With a crisp snap, Tang Xian's wrist was firmly gripped. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that the one who had made the move was Lin Zhang. Lin Zhang suddenly shoved Tang Xian, causing him to stagger back several steps. At this moment, Lin Zhang's face was extremely gloomy, and he roared angrily, "You brat, if it weren't for Xiaoya bringing you into the city lord's mansion, I wouldn't bother talking to you. You'd better get out of here right now, or don't blame me for being impolite. I'll let you off the hook for Xiaoya's sake today, but if you don't leave, don't blame me for making sure you can't leave." It's clear that Lin Zhang is extremely angry right now. Tang Xian was not about to give up so easily and leave with his tail between his legs. That was not his style. With a wave of his arms, he instantly unleashed his ice crystal feathers and sped towards Lin Zhang like lightning. Upon seeing this, Lin Zhang was greatly surprised. He never expected that this kid would possess such precious and rare wings. In the blink of an eye, Tang Xian had already rushed to Lin Zhang's side. Before the other party could react, he uttered a soft shout, "Ice blast!" No sooner had he finished speaking than a loud boom was heard, and the ice explosion took shape. Faced with the sudden attack, Lin Zhang had no choice but to retreat repeatedly. As he retreated, Lin Xiaoya's mother, who had been protected behind him, was suddenly exposed to Tang Xian. Seeing the opportunity, Tang Xian reached out without hesitation and tightly grasped the gauze covering Lin Xiaoya's mother's eyes. "You little bastard, how dare you!" Lin Zhang was so angry that he roared out. However, Tang Xian didn't care at all and pulled hard, tearing the scarf off. The moment the veil was removed, Tang Xian stared intently into the other person's eyes. As expected, just as he had guessed, her eyes had turned into snake pupils. However, she quickly closed her eyes to prevent others from seeing. With a swift movement, a sharp dagger flashed from her sleeve. In an instant, she thrust it towards Tang Xian without hesitation. Faced with the sudden attack, Tang Xian remained calm and quickly wielded the ice crystal feather, attempting to use it to block the opponent's dagger. However, the moment the dagger collided with the ice crystal feathers, whether it was intentional or not, she was forced back several steps. In the instant she lost her balance, the dagger in her hand slashed towards her own neck. In the blink of an eye, crimson blood splattered everywhere. No! Witnessing this terrifying scene, Lin Zhang was furious and roared at the top of his lungs. Then, like an arrow released from a bow, he rushed forward and held tightly to his swaying wife. "Mom!" Lin Xiaoya was also terrified and rushed forward anxiously. Blood was flowing continuously from her neck, and at that moment, she had already lost all signs of life. Tang Xian gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. That guy hiding in the shadows was really vicious. He had actually been tricked by him. Before this, the woman had already died, but the other party was controlling her body with the power of the ghostly serpent. When Tang Xian lifted the veil to look into her eyes, she quickly closed them, afraid that others would see the abnormality in her eyes. Immediately afterwards, she deliberately launched an attack on Tang Xian. Just as Tang Xian made a move to defend himself, she naturally pretended to be attacked and lost her balance. Then, she used a dagger to slash her neck, making it look like she had been accidentally killed by Tang Xian. Such insidious and cunning tricks are extremely vicious. The scene before their eyes left everyone in the city lord's mansion utterly astonished. The dignified wife of the city lord was brutally murdered in her own mansion. "Kill this little beast immediately," someone shouted. In an instant, the surrounding people swarmed around. "Let's go first." Tang Xian frowned slightly. He knew very well that any explanation at this moment would be futile. Tang Xian was extremely displeased that he had been ambushed here. However, the most urgent task at hand is to get away as soon as possible. If they want to leave safely, they will probably have to make do with Lin Xiaoya for the time being. Just then, Tang Xian activated the power of the ice crystal feathers and instantly arrived beside Lin Xiaoya like lightning. Without hesitation, he reached out and pulled Lin Xiaoya in front of him, then gripped her delicate neck tightly with his other hand, coldly saying, "Who dares to move? Stop!" Seeing this, Lin Zheng shouted angrily, his eyes filled with rage and shock. He then rebuked Tang Xian, "How dare you kill my wife, and now you want to harm my beloved daughter? What benefit do you gain from doing this? Tell me, which faction sent you?" Faced with Lin Zheng's questioning, Tang Xian calmly replied, "I was not sent by anyone. As for your wife's death, it has nothing to do with me. As I just said, she died a long time ago. You wretched child, stop spouting nonsense." At this moment, an old man trembled with rage and shouted, "Dead and still able to move? Still able to talk? What kind of absurd talk is this? Tell me honestly, who sent you?" Tang Xian knew very well that reasoning with these people was a waste of breath. "Since it doesn't make sense, I'm simply too lazy to waste my breath explaining it anymore. Anyway, the plan is to take over Tianqian City. When that happens, we'll let our strength do the talking, and they'll naturally listen to our explanations." So Tang Xian shouted, "Get out of my way. Otherwise, her life will be in danger." "How dare you?" Lin Zheng roared furiously. Tang Xian gave a cold snort and replied, "Do you think I wouldn't dare?" His words were full of provocation and disdain. At this moment, Lin Zheng couldn't help but hesitate. After all, this young man had just killed one person who could guarantee he wouldn't ruthlessly kill a second one. Despite his intense hatred for Tang Xian, wishing he could tear him to pieces, Lin Zheng reluctantly gave the order for the sake of his daughter's safety. "Everyone step back and let him go." Upon hearing this, everyone in the city lord's mansion stepped back. Tang Xian then seized the opportunity to take Lin Xiaoya hostage and leave the city lord's mansion. Chapter 125 Red Pepper Awakens. Tang Xian, carrying Lin Xiaoya, used the ice crystal feathers to fly out of Tianqian City. Tang Xian put Lin Xiaoya down. "Who is the other party?" Before Tang Xian could speak, Lin Xiaoya spoke first. However, this left Tang Xian completely confused. "Who was the other party? What do you mean?" Tang Xian asked. Lin Xiaoya wiped away the tears on her face and continued, "Who killed my mother?" This surprised Tang Xian. He had thought that Lin Xiaoya had misunderstood and that the conflict between them was probably impossible to explain. But to my surprise, she was so lucid. In fact, Lin Xiaoya was extremely intelligent in her previous life. Among the people Tang Xian knew, Lin Xiaoya's IQ was definitely among the top few. She's a bit mischievous at times, but she's very clever. Now everyone in the city lord's mansion of Tianqian City thinks I did it. Why do you think someone else did it? Tang Xian asked. Lin Xiaoya replied, "I just saw my mom's eyes. Her eyes have turned into snake eyes, just like the guards outside. And you've been with me the whole time, so the person who treated her is definitely suspicious." Tang Xian said, "Fortunately, you still have your brains in the city lord's mansion. I'm also very curious about how a mysterious person suddenly appeared." Tang Xian doesn't know who the other party is, because in his previous life, in this timeline, there was no such person. Clearly, the course of events here is different from that of the previous life. Seeing that Tang Xian didn't know either, Lin Xiaoya said, "Don't go to Tianqian City anymore. My father will definitely hunt you down. Your bounty will be posted in every corner of Tianqian City. Once you enter Tianqian City, even if the people from the city lord's mansion don't kill you, those who receive the bounty will. I will investigate the cause of my mother's death and clear your name then. It's too dangerous for you to go back," Tang Xian said to Lin Xiaoya. "You should worry about yourself. I'm much safer than you, Lin Xiaoya said. Tang Xian sighed. Indeed, he was being hunted down by the city lord's mansion of Tianxian City, and the entire city of Tianxian was under his bounty. In comparison, Lin Xiaoya was definitely safer. And this girl is smart, she won't easily put herself in danger. Add the communicator number. Contact me if you find anything after you return to the city lord's mansion. If you encounter any danger, notify me immediately, and I will come to your rescue, Tang Xian said to Lin Xiaoya. To find out the reason now, we can only let Lin Xiaoya go back first. Lin Xiaoya and Tang Xian exchanged contact numbers on their communicators. Then, Lin Xiaoya took out the wooden box containing the mental shock from her spatial bag. She handed the wooden box to Tang Xian and said, "Cooperate with me and help my mother avenge her. This is your reward." Tang Xian accepted it without hesitation and nodded, saying, "Don't worry, I will definitely cooperate with you." Lin Xiaoya didn't say anything more at this point and turned to leave. Watching Lin Xiaoya's departing figure, Tang Xian sighed. She lacked her previous playful and lively demeanor. Her mother's death had clearly dealt her a heavy blow. Fortunately, she is a rational person and knows who her enemy is. Wait a minute. Tang Xian called out to Lin Xiaoya. Lin Xiaoya turned to look at Tang Xian. Is there anything else? Tang Xian walked up to Lin Xiaoya and gently pressed his fingers on her forehead. At that moment, he used his mental power to transmit the cultivation methods of the Western continent to Lin Xiaoya. After careful consideration, Tang Xian decided to pass it on to Lin Xiaoya now. Go back and cultivate first, then take action after you awaken. That way, you'll at least have more ability to protect yourself, Tang Xian said to Lin Xiaoya. At this moment, Lin Xiaoya looked at Tang Xian with a face full of shock. How do you know this? Lin Xiaoya asked. Tang Xian replied, "Don't ask so many questions. Remember, keep in touch with me. I'll be in the land of desolation for the foreseeable future." After saying that, Tang Xian waved his ice crystal feather and quickly flew into the sky, disappearing from Lin Xiaoya's sight. Back at Red Pepper's house in Black Crow Town. Juan, this is too strange. The only people who will change the course of events in the original timeline are those who will be affected by the butterfly effect you create. Tang Xian thought about it for a moment, and he really couldn't think of anyone he had influenced who had such an ability. I hope things go smoothly with Lin Xiaoya, Tang Xian said. She's exceptionally smart, there's no need to worry about her. How do you know she's smart? Tang Xian asked. In her previous life, Su Xian had met her. Su Xian was also present when they were defending Tianxian City to the death. Ah! Tang Xian was startled. In his memory, Su Xian was not among those who defended Tianxian City to the death. It seems that I have very few memories of Su Xian. At this moment, Tang Xian took out the wooden box containing the mental shock. I'll learn mental shock first, so that I can enhance Su Xian's mental strength, and then both of us will be able to use mental shock, Tang Xian said. Afterwards, Tang Xian returned to his room. Skills are imprinted on scrolls using mental energy, and they also require mental energy to activate when learning them. Although you can learn a skill at each level, in reality, skills are pieced together as a puzzle based on their strength. The Beastmaster's mental sea contains a skill framework. If this piece of the puzzle can be contained, then the Beastmaster can successfully learn the skill. If you can't accommodate it, then you'll fail at learning. The stronger the skill, the larger the area of the puzzle piece will be. Mental skills, when represented as puzzle pieces, will all cover a considerable area. Therefore, if you learn only one skill at each level, you can only learn some common skills. Therefore, for ordinary people, it is important to make reasonable arrangements for their skill framework. Of course, for those who have cheat codes or protagonist aura, this issue is completely outside their consideration. Tang Xian's mental sea has a very large skill framework, and since he hasn't learned any other skills, he can easily put the puzzle piece of mental impact into it. After Tang Xian learned the mental impact, the scroll in his hand became an empty scroll. Because the skills are imprinted on by mental energy, once activated, they become skill puzzle pieces, so the scroll naturally becomes blank. This is why skill scrolls are expensive. They are one-time use, regardless of whether the skill is successfully learned or not. To imprint a skill, one needs at least a 6th level or higher level of mental strength to imprint even the most basic skill. Advanced skills require even greater strength. Moreover, the consumption is enormous, and this consumption depends on the strength of the skill. Tang Xian walked out of the room. It was already the next day. Just then, Red Pepper excitedly ran over. Tang Xian, I have awakened. Not bad, that's fast. What attribute did you awaken? Tang Xian asked. The cultivation practices of the Western continent and the Eastern continent actually share a common medium, spiritual energy. Therefore, as long as one is a beast tamer or weapon master, if they cultivate using the cultivation methods of the Western continent, they can awaken their powers very quickly. Of course, the improvement after awakening depends on individual talent and later cultivation. At this moment, the red chili pepper suddenly disappeared in front of Tang Xian. Just as Tang Xian was wondering, Red Chili gently patted Tang Xian on the back. Tang Xian turned around and looked at Red Chili Pepper, who had a smug look on her face. At this moment, Tang Xian exclaimed in surprise, "Space!" Chapter 126 Layout. Time is king, space is king. In the history of the Western continent, the attribute of time has been like a mysterious enigma, never revealed to the world. Therefore, in the Western continent, spatial attributes are revered as the supreme and primary attribute. Following closely behind is the mental attribute, also known as the spiritual attribute. These two attributes are extremely rare, even surpassing the rarity of weapon tamers in the Eastern continent. Those who can awaken spatial and mental attributes will become the focus of competition among various forces, regardless of their subsequent cultivation talents. In the previous life, when the Western continent invaded the Eastern continent, it was thanks to the power of nearly 100 people with spatial attributes that they successfully activated an enormous spatial teleportation array, allowing ordinary people to cross the insurmountable barrier at the end of the sea. At this moment, Red Chili Pepper actually awakened its spatial attribute, which undoubtedly astonished Tang Xian. At first, he only hoped that she could awaken some kind of natural elemental attribute, but unexpectedly, it turned out to be the spatial attribute. Judging from your surprised expression, my spatial attribute must be quite powerful, right? Red Chili asked with a slight smile. Tang Xian replied, "It's even rarer than a weapon master." If we have to make a comparison, we can say that awakening spatial attributes is like becoming one of the top 3 weapon masters on the weapon spirit ranking list, and also successfully forming a contract with a divine beast. That's about the same level. In fact, wasn't Tang Xian's analogy a description of his own situation? He not only possesses the number 1 artifact spirit, the wilderness, although he hasn't fully mastered it yet, but he has also formed a contract with a divine beast. Of course, his analogy may be a bit exaggerated, but it is undeniable that spatial attributes are indeed extremely scarce, that much is beyond doubt. On that land of the Western continent, there are hundreds of millions of people, but only a mere 100 people are ultimately able to awaken spatial attributes. Upon hearing this, Red Chili opened her mouth in astonishment. Although she learned about the cultivation methods of the Western continent from Tang Xian, she knew nothing about the rarity and power of the various attributes. Hearing Tang Xian's words, Red Chili Pepper found it hard to believe that she was actually so powerful. Then, Tang Xian continued, "But don't get too cocky, because spatial attribute skills are quite difficult to acquire." "Ah! How did you acquire that skill?" Red Pepper asked, her face full of confusion. Tang Xian patiently explained, "Once an attribute awakens, it automatically grants an awakened skill. The spatial displacement you just used is your awakened skill. However, if you want to learn other skills, in the Western continent, there's usually something called a skill stone. These skill stones are made using fragments of magical beast spirits. Actually, the magical beasts in the Western continent are similar to the monsters here." He paused, then continued, "For each attribute, you need to find the corresponding magical beast, kill it, and then quickly imprint its spiritual fragments onto a spirit stone before they dissipate. However, magical beasts with spatial attributes and demonic beasts are extremely rare. Furthermore, there are differences between the Eastern and Western continents. In the Western continent, humans and magical beasts are hostile, so they can kill magical beasts at will. But we are allies with the Demon Alliance, so unless we encounter an evil demonic beast, we generally do not encourage easy killing." Upon hearing this, Red Chili felt deflated, her initial excitement vanishing instantly. She anxiously asked, "What should we do?" Seeing how difficult it was to acquire the skills that belonged to her attribute, she couldn't help but feel distressed. Tang Xian comforted him, "Don't worry, even if you don't deliberately learn skills, you can greatly improve your physical and mental strength just through cultivation. In addition, the summoned beast skills you have contracted will make you stronger than ordinary beast tamers or even weapon tamers. As for skills, you will have the opportunity to get them from the Western continent in the future." Red Chili said worriedly, "The Western continent? But the two continents are separated by the legendary Sea of Ends. I heard that only those with strength at the heavenly origin realm or above have a chance to successfully cross that sea." Tang Xian replied confidently, "Don't worry, going to the western continent is not difficult for me, but now is not the best time." In this life, Tang Xian was unwilling to sit idly by and wait for death. After completing all his plans in the eastern continent, he would head to the western continent. By then, he can help Red Pepper find skill stones with spatial attributes. Although spatial skill stones are extremely rare, some should still be found in the western continent. The key difference lies in their price. But it doesn't matter, as long as an item exists and can be bought with money, then it's not a problem. Hearing Tang Xian say this, Red Chili nodded with a smile and replied, "Okay, I understand. There's not much time left for the battle for the lava pool. I need to hurry up and make some preparations. Go." Just as Red Chili was about to turn and leave, she suddenly turned back to look at Tang Xian, her eyes resolute, and said, "Honestly, choosing to follow you is one of the wisest decisions I've ever made in my life." After saying that, Red Chili strode away into the distance, leaving Tang Xian standing there watching her go. Watching the Red Chili Pepper's figure gradually disappear into the distance, Tang Xian's lips curled into a slight smile. He then gently shook his head and muttered to himself, "I let you lose your investments in the last life, so I can't let you lose again in this life." In the days that followed, Red Pepper devoted herself wholeheartedly to the preparations for the battle for the lava pool, as Tang Xian had instructed, and made full use of the spirit stones that Tang Xian had provided to recruit soldiers and horses. In a land of annihilation, whoever controls more resources can easily recruit more subordinates. The reason why Tianqian City has so many people is because they control most of the resources in the western region. 1 week later. That morning, as sunlight streamed into the courtyard, Tang Xian sat by the window, sipping tea and lost in thought, when his communicator suddenly received a message from Lin Xiaoya. Although Lin Xiaoya was heartbroken after her mother's passing, she did not let grief cloud her judgment. She knew that the other party was so powerful that they could deceive her father and the experts of the city lord's mansion, and that she was no match for them with her current strength. Moreover, to avoid alerting the enemy, she even concealed the truth from Lin Zhang. She knew her stubborn father all too well. Once he made up his mind about something, it was difficult to change it. Therefore, she chose to awaken first. After a week of hard work, she successfully awakened. After all, with a foundation in psionic energy, awakening is relatively easy. What surprised Tang Xian even more was Lin Xiaoya's awakened attribute, the mind attribute. Goodness, she and Red Pepper, one space, one heart. However, finding skills with corresponding attributes for them later on will be quite a challenge. After all, skills with these two attributes are extremely rare. Chapter 127 Battle for the Lava Pool. The battle for the lava pool was just days away, and Ling Hai emerged from seclusion at that time. He was already close to breaking through to the 4th rank, and now, with the help of the abundant resources provided by Tang Xian, he finally achieved his goal of entering the 4th rank. Red Pepper has awakened its spatial attribute, and Ling Hai, as a weapon master, possesses a weapon spirit rank 12, the Wandering Immortal Silk. He has now broken through to the 4th rank, greatly increasing his strength, making him a formidable opponent in this battle for the lava pool. Of course, the capable of fighting mentioned here refers to the situation where Tang Xian does not participate. After all, with Tang Xian's strength, if he personally takes action, the opponent will be completely powerless to fight back. The opponent's strongest is only at the 5th rank. Once the witch is released, the battle can be ended instantly. After all, given Tang Xian's current strength, anyone below the 6th rank is nothing but an ant as long as he uses witchcraft. Tang Xian thought to himself that it would be best to avoid taking action himself. After all, the land of desolation is not as simple as it seems on the surface, so it's always good to have more hidden cards up your sleeve. Finally, the battle for the lava pool that Tang Xian had been eagerly anticipating arrived. The competition rules stipulate that each side sends out 5 players in rotation, and the side that runs out of players first is considered to have lost. In the past, when the battles were fought, Black Crow Town would simply send a few people to deal with the situation perfunctorily. After all, the historical record speaks for itself. Black Crow Town has never won. However, forfeiting the match outright is something Red Hot Chili's personality simply cannot accept. The team sent out this time includes 5 contestants: Tang Xian, Red Pepper, Ling Hai, and 2 others. Although 2 of them possess 4th-tier strength, they are practically negligible in reality. On the other hand, the White Wolf Town side dispatched a team composed entirely of weapon tamers. It's important to understand that without summoned beasts to assist in battle, ordinary beast tamers are absolutely no match for weapon tamers. In addition, a large group of people followed Tang Xian and others to watch the battle. But they all hung their heads, their spirits clearly low. In their minds, this trip was destined to be fruitless, and they might even suffer merciless ridicule and humiliation in the end. As a result, it was difficult to boost their morale. In contrast, Red Pepper was in an exceptionally cheerful mood. She sat leisurely in the car, humming a little tune all the way. She had been suppressed by White Wolf Town for years, but this time she was convinced that she could avenge herself and finally get her revenge. Before long, the group arrived at their destination, the lava pool. As soon as you get close, you can feel the temperature rising sharply, at least 10 degrees higher than in other places. Looking down into the pool, one could see scalding hot lava churning and bubbling, like a ferocious beast opening its blood-red maw, sending chills down one's spine. At this moment, a group of figures gradually came into view of Tang Xian and the others. "Look, the people from White Wolf Town are coming," Red Pepper whispered to Tang Xian beside her. At this moment, Ling Hai clenched his fists tightly, eager to try. He came with a mission, to defeat the two opponents. From afar, the scene in White Wolf Town was quite impressive, with a large number of people, roughly estimated to be nearly 100. In contrast, only 50 or 60 people came from Black Crow Town, which was clearly half the number of the other side. Leading the way was a middle-aged man in his 30s. He was bald, with a face full of fat, and looked fierce. Red Chili then introduced Tang Xian, the guy at the very front of the group, with a burly face and a bald head, is Li He, the leader of White Wolf Town. He is a 5th-tier weapon master, and his weapon spirit is the 1,000-pound arm guard. As for the 4 people following him, they are the other participants in today's competition, including 3 4th-tier weapon masters and 1 3rd-tier weapon master. After listening to what Red Pepper said, Tang Xian nodded slightly and instructed the two of them, "You two have to do your best later and try not to make me take action." Red Chili chuckled and replied, "Don't worry at all. Over the years, we've suffered quite a bit at the hands of White Wolf Town. Besides the battle for the lava pool, they've also frequently bullied the people of Black Crow Town. Today, I'll settle those old scores with them." With that, Red Chili clenched her fist tightly. At this moment, Ling Hai, who was standing to the side, wrapped the Mingyu immortal silk around his palm and played with it like a flower rope. "Brother, don't worry, I will definitely eliminate the other 2. Sister Hong, the remaining 3 are up to you." "Leave it to me," Red Pepper replied with a confident smile. Tang Xian looked helpless. This guy had indeed become more confident after breaking through to the 4th rank. At his age, reaching the 4th rank was quite a feat. It always feels a little strange to be called brother by someone older than yourself. At this moment, the group from White Wolf Town stood in front of Tang Xian and the others. Li He stared intently at the Red Chili Pepper, his eyes revealing undisguised greed. "Hong Hong, we meet again. I've missed you so much." Li He deliberately dragged out his words, his tone full of teasing. A cold glint flashed in Red Pepper's beautiful eyes as she coldly replied, "Li He, the resources of the lava pool have been monopolized by your White Wolf Town for years. Now it's our Black Crow Town's turn, isn't it?" Upon hearing this, Li He and the people of White Wolf Town burst into laughter. Li He chuckled mockingly, "Want the lava pool? It's simple. I already told you my conditions. As long as you obediently become my woman and let Black Crow Town merge into White Wolf Town, then the lava pool will naturally be yours." "Ha ha ha. I think you're still half asleep," Red Pepper said coldly. Li He snorted coldly and continued, "Which teams from your Black Crow Town are participating this year?" Red Chili pointed to Tang Xian, Ling Hai, and the other 2 participants beside her, "The 5 of us." Li He burst into laughter again. "Ha, that's hilarious. I thought those 2 were cheering you on," yelling 666 from behind. "Looks like Black Crow Town really has no one left, even calling in these greenhorns to challenge you. Hey, you two, think it over, the loser might die." Tang Xian smirked and said, "Then let's see who dies today." Tang Xian also knew that the people of White Wolf Town were ruthless. In past battles, they would never show mercy if they could use heavy force, and they would never use deadly force if they could use heavy force. Chapter 128. The other party came with the intention of killing. "You bastard, be careful when you go on stage later, or you might accidentally lose your life," Li He said sinisterly, while making a throat-slitting gesture at Tang Xian, his eyes flashing with a fierce light. "Li He, stop talking nonsense and start fighting already." Red Chili couldn't help but scold from the side. She couldn't wait to get revenge. "Humph, what's the rush? Since you're so eager to send your men to their deaths, then I'll grant your wish and send them on their way." Li He responded coldly with a disdainful smile. In the very center of the lava pool, a stone platform of about 100 square meters stands abruptly. This is the venue for the competition. At that moment, a man from the other side flashed and leaped onto the central stone platform with the lightness of a swallow. Then, facing the direction of Black Crow Town, he raised his index finger in a provocative manner. Jolie, you go up and test the waters, but remember, if you find yourself outmatched, retreat immediately. Don't fight head-on, Red Chili instructed a man behind her who was also participating in the challenge. In fact, she knew very well that the first two people sent out this time were just there to fill in the numbers. Their main task was to go on stage, go through the motions, and test the other party's strength this year. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. The man named Jolie nodded, indicating that he understood. As he spoke, he leaped up and landed steadily in the center of the stone platform, facing off against the person opposite him. The surrounding area was filled with scorching, churning lava, resembling a scene of scorching hell. Just standing on this lava requires immense courage and extraordinary mental fortitude, let alone engaging in fierce combat here. As soon as the battle began, the opponent rushed towards Jolie like lightning. Before Jolie could even react, the enemy had already arrived behind him like a ghost. Immediately afterwards, a sharp, pointed weapon, resembling the claws of a ferocious beast, suddenly appeared in the enemy's hand. Without a doubt, it was the enemy's weapon spirit, the 100 Ghost Claw. Despite Jolie's considerable experience, he was still caught off guard by such astonishing speed. By the time he realized the danger and tried to turn around to deal with it, it was already too late. With a sharp swoosh, he turned around and his chest was mercilessly slashed across by the other's claws, blood splattering everywhere. A sharp pain struck, but Jolie gritted his teeth and endured the agony. He knew he couldn't just sit and wait to die, he had to fight back immediately. Blazing Flames Break. Fire attribute skills are more effective in this environment. However, the opponent had clearly anticipated Jolie's moves and gave him no chance at all. Just as Blazing Strike was about to erupt, the opponent decisively chose to distance himself from Jolie. In an instant, accompanied by a deafening boom, the blazing blaze exploded, unleashing a violent heat wave. The scene was filled with smoke, but the outcome was already clear: the target was definitely not hit. After all, as soon as Jolie activated the flame break skill, his opponent had already quickly dodged and moved away from him. Since the damage range of flame break was limited, everyone knew that Jolie's attack had undoubtedly missed. Without relying on summoned beasts, a beast master would have little chance of winning against a weapon master, let alone being of equal or even higher level. You must understand that summoned beasts are partners who have signed a contract with the beast master and fight alongside them. If the beast master abandons the use of summoned beasts, wouldn't they be crippling themselves? Looking at the battle on the field, Tang Xin said, but the concept of the land of death is so deeply ingrained that changing their mindset is not an easy task. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream rang out from the depths of the dust and smoke. Upon closer listening, it was realized to be Jolie's scream. Upon hearing this, Tang Xin frowned, and Red Chili, who was standing nearby, knew something was wrong and hurriedly shouted, "We concede this match and let someone else take the stage." Unfortunately, the other party completely ignored them, and chilling screams continued to echo from within the dust and mist. When the smoke and dust cleared, Jolie's face was extremely distorted and deformed, and his chest was a bloody mess, showing no signs of life. Witnessing this, Red Pepper was furious and roared at Leahy, "We have already conceded defeat in this competition. Why do you people from White Wolf Town still want to kill us?" When questioned, Leahy remained nonchalant, lazily replying, "Oh, sorry, I didn't hear you." Red Chili was furious upon hearing this and was about to rebuke him again when Tang Xin stopped her. "Stop talking, it's pointless. This is a land of death, there are no rules here, you know that better than I do. I think they came here today just to kill, there's no point in sending more people to their deaths. Linghai, go, remember, 2 people. Upon hearing this, Linghai clenched his fists, a slight smile playing on his lips, and chuckled, saying, "Don't worry, seeing how ruthless they are, I feel much more at ease. There's no need to be soft-hearted when dealing with these guys." After speaking, Linghai flashed across the stage, leaping lightly like a bird. He then walked toward Jolie's corpse, intending to take it out of the battlefield first. Although he didn't know Jolie before and didn't care about his death, he was now a comrade in arms. It was only right to take his comrade's body out of the battlefield to prevent it from being destroyed in the subsequent battles. To his utter surprise, his opponent acted even faster than him. Suddenly, the man kicked Jolie's corpse, sending it flying into the bubbling, scorching lava below. At the same time, the man looked at Linghai with a contemptuous and provocative gaze, and said harshly, "You brat, it's your turn next. Get ready to die." After saying that, he burst into wild laughter, as if victory was already assured. Chapter 129 Linghai's Strength. Linghai stood quietly in the center of the arena, without uttering a word. His eyes were calm and resolute, as if he were deep in thought. However, his silence was interpreted by his opponents as weakness and fear. "Ha, what's wrong? Kid, are you too scared to speak? Don't worry, I'll finish this fight quickly, and I won't let you die too painfully." The other party laughed arrogantly, his tone full of contempt. He didn't take Ling Hai seriously at all and had absolute confidence in his own strength. As he spoke, the other party launched an attack instantly, heading straight for Ling Hai. His speed was incredible, creating a sharp gust of wind and demonstrating his immense power. Clearly, he believed the battle was a foregone conclusion, and victory was assured. They already knew the strength of Black Crow Town, while Ling Hai and Tang Xuanyan were only teenagers. Most people would think that it would be difficult to have outstanding abilities at such an age. The third tier seemed to be the peak level that could be achieved at this age. More importantly, they learned that there were no weapon tamers in Black Crow Town. For beast masters who don't use summoned beasts, facing a weapon master is undoubtedly at a huge disadvantage. In this situation, victory is almost a foregone conclusion. This guy also has the strength of the late stage of the third tier. Is Ling Hai really okay? Red Chili asked Tang Xian worriedly. Red Pepper wasn't sure what Ling Hai's true strength was. Although she wanted to avenge herself against White Wolf Town this year, her past failures had left her somewhat insecure. And now that the opponent is on the field, he is just the weakest member of the opposing team. Tang Xian said, "Don't worry, I've fought Ling Hai before, he's very strong." Back in Sangyan City, Tang Xian had a brief encounter with Ling Hai, but Ling Hai was instantly killed because the witch technique was somewhat unsolvable. In fact, if Tang Xian hadn't used witchcraft, it would have been extremely difficult for him to subdue Ling Hai. Moreover, Ling Hai is much stronger now than he was back then, having broken through to the 4th rank. They're both weapon masters. It would be ridiculous for a 4th tier weapon master to lose to a 3rd tier one. Also, the Mingyu Immortal Silk is far superior to these second-rate weapon spirits. Indeed, the 12th ranked artifact spirit is not someone that ordinary artifact spirits can easily mess with. Just then, the other party arrived behind Ling Hai. "Kid, remember this, Zhou Tianle is the one who's going to take your life." The guy whispered in Ling Hai's ear, while his sharp claws stabbed directly at Ling Hai. A cruel smile appeared on Zhou Tianle's face. Li He had promised them a reward of 5 spirit stones for each enemy killed. Thinking that he was about to kill 2, he was quite excited. Given the strength of Black Crow Town, it's estimated that aside from Red Pepper himself, who might have some difficulty dealing with, he could easily defeat the other 4. However, Ling Hai stood still and did not make any move. Seeing this, Zhou Tianle became even more smug, thinking that the kid in front of him had never seen such a scene before and was too scared to move. He couldn't bear to kill this kid right away. He wanted to savor the look of terror on his face before he died. However, just as his claws were less than 10 centimeters away from Ling Hai's body, his hands suddenly became immobile. What's going on?" Zhou Tianle exclaimed in surprise. He tried to exert force with his right hand, but it wouldn't budge. Instead, he felt a sharp pain in his wrist. Ling Hai then took action, slowly turning around to look at the shocked Zhou Tianle, and said calmly, "I haven't been here long and don't know your rules very well. But judging from your actions just now, killing your opponent should have been enough, right?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Tianle's pupils dilated sharply, and his eyes widened as if they were about to pop out of their sockets. At the same time, a chill rose from the bottom of his heart, making him shiver involuntarily. "You little brat, you're asking for it!" Zhou Tianle roared in anger and embarrassment. He gripped the claws tighter, preparing to plunge them deep into Ling Hai's chest. However, just as he exerted his strength, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his wrist. Looking down, he saw countless tiny wounds on his wrist, from which blood was gushing out. Nevertheless, Zhou Tianle did not stop what he was doing. He knew that if he stopped now, the consequences could be even more serious. So he gritted his teeth and continued to exert force, trying to plunge his claws into Ling Hai's chest. "Ah!" With a series of angry roars, Zhou Tianle used all his strength to try to deliver the fatal blow. However, what happened next shocked everyone present. Almost in the blink of an eye, Zhou Tianle's right wrist was severed from his body by something. "Ah!" Zhou Tianle let out a pig-like scream. He knelt on both knees, staring at his right wrist that had fallen to the ground with a pained expression. The severed limb was covered in blood, a gruesome sight. His agonizing screams echoed throughout the space, sending chills down everyone's spine. This scene shocked the people in White Wolf Town, who had no idea how Ling Hai had made his move. Actually, it was all Zhou Tianle's own doing. Ling Hai only used the Mingyu Immortal Silk to wrap around Zhou Tianle's right wrist, preventing him from launching an attack. However, he was determined to kill Ling Hai and kept exerting force. With his force, the silken threads of the ethereal fairy severed his right wrist. At this moment, Ling Hai stretched out his right hand and pulled slightly, and the Mingyu immortal silk quickly intertwined and wrapped around his fingertips like a spider web. The blood stained with the silk threads slid down to the ground. Upon witnessing this scene, Li He exclaimed in surprise, "It's actually a weapon spirit. This kid is a weapon master, and he has the strength of the 4th rank." Upon hearing this, everyone in White Wolf Town was shocked. The boy in front of them looked to be only a teenager, yet he already possessed the strength of the 4th rank. What was even more astonishing was that he was also a weapon master. Moreover, the spirit he possesses is clearly much more powerful than ordinary spirits. However, at this moment, the Black Crow Town side was in high spirits, with everyone shouting and cheering loudly from behind. Initially, they were unaware of Ling Hai's true strength. Now that they learned he was a 4th-tier weapon master, it undoubtedly greatly boosted the morale of the Black Crow Town side. In the blink of an eye, the ethereal silk had already wrapped around Zhou Tianle's neck like a snake. The silk threads of the celestial beings are as fine as spider silk, almost transparent, and are difficult to detect with the naked eye unless you look closely. However, the sharp pain emanating from his neck was crystal clear, and Zhou Tianle knew that this immortal thread could sever his neck at any moment. In a life-or-death situation, he was terrified and begged hoarsely, "No. No. Don't kill me. Please, have mercy. I surrender, I completely surrender. Don't kill me. Killing me again is against the rules, I've already surrendered." Despite Zhou Tianle's desperate pleas, Ling Hai remained unmoved. His fingers trembled slightly, and his previously relaxed silken threads tightened instantly. The spiderweb thin fairy silk, like a sharp blade, instantly cut into Zhou Tianle's neck, and scarlet blood gushed out. Zhou Tianle collapsed to the ground, his body convulsing and spasming. However, this pain did not last long. After only 2 or 3 minutes, Zhou Tianle's movements abruptly ceased, and he was no longer breathing. At this moment, he had become a lifeless corpse. Ling Hai coldly glanced at Zhou Tianle's corpse, then turned his gaze to the people of White Wolf Town, and said in a chilling voice, "Next." Chapter 130: The Duel of the Weapon Masters. Tang Xian was somewhat surprised to see Ling Hai like this. It seems we underestimated this guy. The underestimation here does not refer to underestimating strength. After all, with Tang Xian's combat experience from 2 lifetimes, he can roughly analyze the strength of his opponent to about 80% or 90% after a fight. The underestimation here is that Tang Xian did not expect that Ling Hai would not hesitate at all when killing Zhou Tianle. It would be impossible for someone who has never killed anyone to do this. At his age, he's usually graduating from an intermediate-level beast-taming academy and is about the age to enter an advanced-level beast-taming academy. This world is not as chaotic as imagined. Although strength is paramount, there are also guardians of rules and laws on the continent. Generally speaking, someone his age wouldn't be involved in things like killing or violence. Judging from the process of him killing Zhou Tianle, he did not hesitate at all and acted swiftly. His composure suggests he has been involved in numerous bloody and violent affairs. So don't be fooled by his petty theft. His hands are stained with blood. And he definitely has a hidden past. Red Pepper, I underestimated you. No wonder you've become more confident this year. It turns out you recruited a 4th-tier weapon master. Humph, but do you think you can win with just one 4th-tier weapon master? Li He looked at Red Pepper and said coldly. Although Ling Hai's identity as a weapon master surprised him somewhat, he didn't care too much. He was just a 4th-tier weapon master. That wasn't enough to change the outcome. It should be noted that they still have 4 weapon masters on their side, and the one who was just killed was the weakest among them, with only the strength of the late 3rd tier. Of the remaining 4, Li He had already reached the early stage of the 5th rank, while the other 3 were at the early and middle stages of the 4th rank. Li He had no idea how they could possibly lose with this lineup. Red Pepper snorted coldly and said, "Li He, surrender. Give up control of the lava pool, and merge White Wolf Town into Black Crow Town. This is your only choice. Continuing will only be a pointless sacrifice." Hearing Red Pepper say this, Li He secretly clenched his fist. "You're getting cocky now. You killed our weakest weapon master, and you really think you're going to win? Red Pepper, today I'll make you regret it." "Really? Then let's see who regrets it today," Red Pepper said. "Ma Xiang, you go and cut that kid's head off," Li said to a man beside him. The man appeared to be around 25 or 26 years old, with a buzz cut and unkempt stubble on his face. It was clear he was the type to be rather unkempt. The man named Ma Xiang laughed and said, "The other party is a weapon master. Killing this guy won't be enough with 5 spirit stones, it will take at least 20 spirit stones." Upon hearing this, Li He replied, "No problem. Cut off his head and give it to me, and I'll reward you with 20 spirit stones." After receiving Li He's affirmative answer, Ma Xiang smiled smugly, "Watch how I deal with this kid. He's only at the early stage of the 4th rank." With that, Ma Xiang jumped onto the central platform. "Kid, although I don't know much about your weapon spirit, I just saw that it should be a melee weapon. In front of my arrowheart crossbow, you can't even get close to me. By the way, this is a super powerful weapon spirit ranked 98th on the weapon spirit ranking list." As he spoke, he summoned a silver crossbow. Flowing light. The crossbows were aimed at Ling Hai. The next moment, an arrow flashing with lightning shot out like lightning, heading straight for Ling Hai. However, at this critical moment, Ling Hai disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. With a crisp ding, the crossbow bolt mercilessly pierced the ground behind where Ling Hai had been standing. Immediately afterward, a loud boom was heard as the crossbow bolt exploded. "Oomph, you actually dodged it. Kid, you won't be so lucky next time." "Ha? Where did he go?" Only then did Ma Xiang come to his senses as if waking from a dream. It turned out that Ling Hai had not merely dodged, but had truly vanished into thin air. Ma Xiang looked around warily, but still couldn't find any trace of Ling Hai. "Where is he? Where did he go?" Ma Xiang couldn't help but shout angrily. Immediately, the people around began to whisper and speculate, wondering, could it be that he slipped and fell into the lava while dodging the crossbow bolts? After all, there are no guardrails around the platform, and in an emergency, one could easily fall into the lava if one is not careful and does not pay attention to the distance from the lava. Tang Shen looked at the scene and thought to himself, "I didn't expect Ling Hai to have an invisibility skill. However, after using this kind of skill, you usually can't use spiritual energy anymore, otherwise you will be exposed. Don't be careless, that kid is right there, he has invisibility skills." Just then, Li He shouted. After being reminded by Li He, Ma Xiang immediately became alert. "They can even give reminders from outside the court, disgusting," Red Pepper said with dissatisfaction. Ma Xiang on the platform released his mental energy to sense Ling Hai's location, but his mental energy was still a little lacking, and he could not sense Ling Hai's location at all. "Oomph, kid, you think I can't find you just like that? I'll show you the difference between us," Ma Xiang said. Then, he actually pointed the crossbow bolt directly at the sky. As spiritual energy continuously gathered, in the next instant, a loud boom was heard, and an enormous arrow shot out at lightning speed. The arrow shot straight into the sky, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into countless tiny arrows. When these tiny arrows lost their upward momentum, they began to fall like raindrops. Countless arrows rained down, creating a spectacular arrow rain. Swish, swish, swish. Before long, the entire platform was covered with arrows that had fallen from the sky. Ma Xiang smiled coldly and said, "Kid, you think this is the end of it?" Before he could finish speaking, another deafening roar followed. The arrows that had been stuck in the platform began to explode violently one after another, as if their fuses had been lit. Ma Xiang continued smugly, "Kid, these aren't just ordinary arrows. Each one contains my spiritual energy. If anyone other than me touches them, they'll explode instantly. In other words, this platform is now riddled with landmines. So what if you can turn invisible? I'd like to see where you can hide now."